Chapter 1. The Ghost Blade Technique. Pain. A sharp agony akin to being pierced by needles. As Qin Zheng awakened, the intense pain radiating from his chest nearly caused him to lose consciousness once more. Cold sweat trickled down his pale visage incessantly. After a brief moment, the searing sensation gradually subsided. Finally able to catch his breath, Qin Zheng regained his composure. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a modest earthen dwelling, sparsely furnished with only a stove, a water jar, a wooden bed, and a bowl cabinet. Additionally, there lay a ghostly blade, approximately 5 feet in length, glimmering with a chilling light. I have traversed realms. Accompanied by fragmented memories swirling in his mind, Qin Zheng murmured in disbelief. However, before he could ponder further, the pain in his chest resurfaced. Fortunately, this time it was not as excruciating as before. Grimacing against the discomfort, Qin Zheng lifted his garments to inspect his chest. There, on his sun-kissed skin, was an unmistakably clear black handprint. The intense pain he had endured was entirely attributed to this mark. It was precisely because of this handprint that the previous occupant of this body had not survived, allowing Qin Zheng to assume control. What kind of enemy has the former owner of this body incurred? Qin Zheng's expression darkened. From the scattered memories, he discerned that he was situated in an era known as the Great Qin. This was a time reminiscent of ancient history, yet distinctly different. Here, warriors could traverse rooftops and split mountains, while monstrous beings manifested in human form, preying upon the unsuspecting. In such an era, only those who practiced martial arts and possessed strength could hope to live in relative safety. In contrast, ordinary people were akin to fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to the whims of any who wished to humiliate them. The former inhabitant of Qin Zheng's body was a butcher from the city of Black Goose in Qingzhou, under the dominion of the Great Qin. He possessed no martial prowess, only raw strength and a family heirloom and adequately sharp ghost blade. It was perhaps through ancestral favor that he had managed to secure a somewhat stable occupation. Once the pain had waned, Qin Zheng rose and slowly approached the water jar. First, he scooped up a handful of water and gulped it down to quench his thirst. Then he peered into the reflection within the jar. There stood a youth of approximately 17 or 18 years, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, quite handsome. Yet at that moment, his brow was furrowed, his face pale, and he appeared exceedingly frail. Upon recognizing his appearance, Qin Zheng turned his gaze towards the medicine jar atop the stove. A faint burnt odor wafted from the jar, likely the result of the previous occupant's attempt to concoct a remedy for the injury to his chest. Unfortunately, he had not endured long enough, allowing Qin Zheng to cross over and claim this body. As Qin Zheng examined the room, he endeavored to piece together the disjointed memories within his mind. In the remnants of the former occupant's memories, he found no clues about how the injury had been sustained on a certain day. An unexpected pain pierced his heart, soon followed by the realization that this discomfort would manifest daily at the hour of the hair. Initially, there were no dark handprints upon his chest. However, as time progressed, the intensity of the pain escalated, and the black imprint became increasingly pronounced. He had never suspected that this affliction was the work of martial artists from the world of chivalry. Instead, he believed that as an executioner, having severed countless heads, he had exhausted his moral virtue and was thus haunted by the spirits of the deceased. After all, his ancestors were all executioners who met untimely deaths, none surviving past the age of 30. This background led him to form such a conclusion. Moreover, the concoction brewing in the medicinal pot was not a healing broth, but rather a potion derived from talismanic paper he had procured at great expense from the Qingyang Taoist temple in Haiyan City. No wonder there is no medicinal scent, Qin Zheng mused, shaking his head in bemusement. From the fragments of memory, he discerned that although his ancestors had perished early, their deaths were all at the hands of martial artists. None had succumbed to natural causes or supernatural events. Executioners, stationed at the execution grounds, wielded their blades with merciless precision, resulting in a cascade of severed heads. Those related to the condemned could not retaliate against the court's justice, and surely they could not spare a mere executioner. Executioners, lacking martial prowess and merely recruited by the government, were akin to chives once harvested. More would sprout in their place. The court showed no sorrow in their demise, and those who acted bore no burden. It was evident that he must have beheaded someone whose kin sought vengeance upon him, rather than being pursued by vengeful spirits. Qin Zheng arrived at this conclusion, a mere hypothesis, yet it seemed plausible. Presently, his priority was to dispel the force that had struck him in the chest. If he were to falter this time, the next could very well lead to his own undoing. Yet, he remained ignorant of the identity of the assailant or how to alleviate the force within him. He could only wait until dawn to complete his tasks and consult a physician at the medical hall. From his recollections, he knew he needed to appear at the execution ground that morning. Fortunately, not delayed by much time. However, he was not his predecessor and was uncertain if he could endure such a scene. He could only hope that no calamity would befall him. With a slight headache, Qin Zheng rubbed his temples. The imprint on his chest had turned as dark as ink. If this were a malady, it would surely be terminal, beyond the reach of remedies. Could this force be dispelled? If not, what would become of him? Just as these thoughts plagued him, a series of knocks echoed from the door. A voice called out, "Qin Zheng, time is running short. Prepare yourself to head to the execution ground." Hastily, Qin Zheng donned his attire and opened the door, revealing a middle-aged constable clad in black robes, a long blade sheathed at his side. The surname is Wang, and there are faint impressions from the memories of a previous life, though they are scarce. "Very well, Officer Wang. I shall tidy up and join you shortly," Qin Zheng replied, his voice somewhat feeble. The other party remained poised at the door, gazing at Qin Zheng in a daze. After a few moments of silence, he finally responded, "All right then, I shall head over first. Do make haste." With that, he left without waiting for Qin Zheng's reply. As Qin Zheng watched Officer Wang depart, he closed the door behind him, his expression darkening instantly. The astonishment on the officer's face clearly indicated that he was taken aback by the fact that Qin Zheng was still able to respond. Thus, it was evident. He was aware that Qin Zheng had received a grievous blow and that his time was limited. Reflecting on this, a sense of sorrow welled up within Qin Zheng, accompanied by a surge of indignation. He was serving the court, executing those who had been condemned by its decree. Yet, in the end, he received not a shred of protection from the court. Even these officers watched him with a knowing gaze, coldly observing his march toward death. It seemed that this role of executioner was indeed unworthy. Qin Zheng took 2 strides forward and grasped the ghost-headed knife resting against the wall. Buzz! Suddenly, the ghost-headed knife quivered slightly. In that instant, Qin Zheng felt an explosive surge within his heart, as if the depths of his soul had been set ablaze. When he regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in darkness, akin to a starry sky. Before him, a scroll exuding an ancient aura began to unfurl slowly. Qin Zheng. Lifespan, 7017. Merit, 3 coins. Item discovered. Ghost-headed knife, can be refined, requires 1 coin of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note, refinement grants the martial art, ghost-headed knife technique. Chapter 2. The way to virtue in the 27th year of the Great Jin Dynasty. Within the confines of Haiyan City in Qingzhou, a gentle drizzle fell from the heavens, pattering softly upon the muddy ground. It was the cusp of dawn, shrouded in a dim light that barely illuminated the surroundings. The execution ground was already thronged with onlookers, their silhouettes casting a somber presence in the murky atmosphere. Ji Changyin, stifling a yawn, sauntered to the awning and settled himself down. The crisp morning air prompted him to draw his cloak tighter around him, and he instinctively moved closer to the warmth emanating from the fire beside the dais. Once he felt a semblance of warmth return to his body, his gaze shifted towards the execution ground. There, in the center, stood a lean yet upright figure, wielding a ghostly blade with an air of grim determination. The sight made Ji Changyin's brow furrow ever so slightly. He then turned his gaze outward, scanning the crowd of citizens gathered beyond. Among them were several burly men, their robust frames emanating vitality. The already chilly atmosphere felt even more biting with this realization. With a sigh, he summoned a soldier stationed beside the awning. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The soldier approached with a bow, respect evident in his demeanor. "Tell everyone to remain vigilant today. It is different," Ji Changyin instructed, his eyes fixed on the crowd. The soldier, having accompanied him for years, understood the gravity of his words and promptly acknowledged the command with a salute. As the soldier departed to discreetly inform the others, Ji Changyin felt a measure of reassurance settle in his heart. Haiyan City, due to its unique geographical position, had been designated as one of Qingzhou's execution sites, where a portion of the region's criminals would be brought to meet their fate. As the captain of the garrison stationed there, it was his duty to oversee the executions, a role that, while requiring early rising, was not particularly burdensome. However, today bore a different weight. The condemned was none other than the eldest son of the Jinshan gang, a notorious faction and the sole offspring of its leader. The gang leader, having longed for a child in his later years, cherished this son dearly, willing to sacrifice everything for his well-being. The thought of the boy's potential beheading left Ji Changyin pondering the madness that might ensue should the leader's son truly face such an end. With a renewed sense of curiosity, Ji Changyin's gaze returned to the resilient figure standing at the center of the execution ground. How could this young man still be alive? Meanwhile, Qin Zheng felt a surge of unease. Despite having witnessed numerous executions through the memories of his past life, the reality of facing the guillotine himself was daunting. Yet, the awakening of his latent abilities provided him with a flicker of confidence. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he focused his consciousness, directing a fragment of his spirit towards the scroll that floated upon the currents of his inner realm. As Qin Zheng perused the contents of the scroll, a warmth gradually enveloped his heart. After grasping the ghostly head blade, an inexplicable force awakened the merit scroll within him. Overjoyed, he hastily refined the ghostly head blade and mastered its techniques, thus stepping into the realm of this martial art. Subsequently, he expended the remaining 2 units of merit to elevate his proficiency to a modest level of accomplishment, depleting his entire reserve of 3 units. Gazing at the final prompt, Qin Zheng yearned to further enhance his skills, yet found himself devoid of merit. This unexpected awakening of his golden finger left him perplexed regarding the means of replenishing his merit. However, he surmised it likely involved performing good deeds. Determined, Qin Zheng resolved that after severing the head of his current target, he would promptly resign from his position as an executioner. He envisioned embarking on a journey through the martial world, championing justice while amassing merit to refine his martial arts. Such a prospect filled him with exhilaration. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the initial unease began to dissipate, replaced by a tranquil composure. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breathing, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The hour had arrived. The condemned was to be brought forth. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed across the execution ground, inciting a tumult among the gathered crowd. Shouts of indignation, cries of despair, and pleas for mercy filled the air. Qin Zheng opened his eyes, steeling himself for what lay ahead. At that moment, a youth clad only in undergarments, shackled and flanked by 2 soldiers, was escorted to the center of the execution ground. "Scoundrel, return my daughter. Beast, this is your retribution. Heaven is watching, and you are finally receiving your due." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of harsh taunts. Yet, the youth bore a smile, seemingly unfazed by the insults hurled at him, as if he were not the one facing execution. A closer inspection revealed a flicker of malevolence and resentment in his eyes. However, upon catching sight of Qin Zheng, his expression faltered, turning pale, with the malice transforming into sheer terror. He hastily glanced towards the outskirts of the execution ground, and only when he spotted a familiar figure did his demeanor soften. The soldiers brought him to the execution platform, binding his hands and feet before forcing him to kneel. "Do you know who I am?" As Qin Zheng's mind replayed the intricacies of the ghostly head blade techniques, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was the youth beside him. Choosing to ignore him, Qin Zheng continued his preparations for the impending execution. Receiving no response, the other party let out a cold laugh and continued. "Though I am unaware of why you still draw breath today, you must comprehend that you are not far from death." This statement instantly caused Qin Zheng to furrow his brow. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, connecting the imprint on his chest to the malevolent forces that stood behind his adversary. How could it be that despite not having severed the head of his foe, they were already sending assassins to eliminate him? Did they believe that by extinguishing his life, they could evade their own impending doom? Qin Zheng pricked up his ears, intent on the subsequent words of his opponent. "If you have any sense, take this opportunity to sever the ropes binding my hands and feet. Once I have escaped, I shall reward you handsomely and ensure that your injuries are treated. However, should you choose to disregard this offer, a grim fate awaits you." The tone of the adversary was one of condescension, as if his previous words were a gracious concession to Qin Zheng. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "Today, I shall certainly not meet my end by the blade." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng tightened his grip on the ghostly blade, directing his gaze toward the other. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the sea of his consciousness, and a line of text materialized before him. Shi Yan, a man of treachery, who bullies the weak and slaughters the innocent. Slay him to gain merit of 1 tael and 7 coins. Chapter 3. I forgave him, but who will forgive me? Merit. 1 tael and 7 xian. Qin Zheng's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. With this 1 tael and 7 xian of merit, he might elevate the ghost head blade technique to perfection. Though the ghost head blade technique is not an exceptionally formidable martial art, attaining perfection should suffice for his survival. Moreover, slaying evildoers grants merit. In this execution ground, those condemned to death are heinous criminals. As the executioner, he is the one beheading these offenders. This implies that, even without taking any other action, simply continuing his role as executioner at this site would bring a constant stream of wicked individuals to him, bestowing merit upon him. This is far simpler than engaging in chivalrous deeds or performing acts of kindness. Upon this realization, Qin Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Perceiving his role as executioner as a tailor-made, invaluable position, his gaze turned toward the nearby youth, still shouting defiantly. In his eyes, the young man was no longer merely a miscreant, but rather a shining embodiment of merit. Taking a deep breath to calm the turbulence within, Qin Zheng gripped the ghost head blade, eagerly awaiting the moment the execution order was given, ready to sever the head and claim his merit. Shi Yan, oblivious to the shift in Qin Zheng's demeanor, assumed that the executioner, having narrowly escaped death, was simply fearful of his earlier remarks. With a cold smirk, he continued, "To tell you the truth, I am the deputy leader of the Golden Cicada Gang in Black Goose City. You should consider wisely what you ought to do or not do." As soon as these words left his lips, a resounding voice echoed throughout the execution ground. "The time has come. Execute." In the pavilion, Ji Changyin emotionlessly tossed the execution order. Upon receiving the command, Qin Zheng's eyes shimmered with renewed intensity. He swiftly reached for a nearby flask of strong liquor, took a hearty swig, and then violently splashed it onto the broad blade of the ghost head knife. The chilling blade radiated an icy aura, causing Shi Yan's heart to tremble with fear. "Help! Father! Come save me!" Qin Zheng fixed his gaze upon Shi Yan's neck, his eyes narrowing with determination as he raised the blade high. The technique for execution flashed in his mind, and with a fierce resolve, he brought the blade down in one swift motion. "Spare him!" Boom! In that critical moment, a thunderous shout erupted from the crowd of onlookers gathered outside the execution ground. The voice roared like thunder, resonating far and wide. Suddenly, several figures clad in black burst through the blockade, with 2 darting directly toward Ji Changyin's pavilion. "Impudent!" Ji Changyin bellowed, rising to his full height, seizing a long knife at his side, and engaging in a fierce struggle with the 2 black-clad individuals. Meanwhile, another figure rushed swiftly toward the descending Qin Zheng, moving with the swiftness of a leopard, covering dozens of meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he approached Qin Zheng. At that moment, the sharp edge of the ghostly blade was perilously close to Shi Yan's nape. Suddenly, 2 silvery flashes cut through the air. A surge of impending danger erupted within Qin Zheng's heart. Driven by this instinct, he had no choice but to raise his long knife with fervor, swiftly deflecting the 2 poisoned darts that came hurtling towards him. Meanwhile, the figure clad in black had reached Qin Zheng's side. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Shi Yan from the ground and turned to flee. "Why do you only act now?" Shi Yan, still engulfed in the terror of impending execution, yelled in fury to alleviate his fear. The black-clad man furrowed his brow slightly, but uttered no words. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze as he glanced at Qin Zheng, observing the figures of the 2 making their escape. Qin Zheng brandished the ghostly blade and stepped forward, swinging it downwards. "You shall not escape," he bellowed, a surge of power erupting from within him. The ghostly blade's technique was swift and relentless, its cold light enveloping the fleeing duo in an instant. At this moment, the black-clad man, burdened by a person, found his speed greatly diminished and was unable to evade the strike. Desperately, he hurled Shi Yan towards the path of retreat, swiftly turning to face Qin Zheng, deft daggers emerging from his sleeves. With a sudden leap, he aimed to close the distance, thrusting both daggers towards Qin Zheng's heart and throat. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with resolve. He stepped back and met the daggers with his ghostly blade. Measuring 5 feet in length and weighing 30 pounds. The ghostly blade may not have matched the agility of his adversary, yet each clash sent tremors through the black-clad man's hands. The strength of Qin Zheng's physique, inherited from his ancestors, was exceptional, allowing him to continue his role as an executioner. As the duel progressed, the black-clad man grew increasingly anxious. Though adept in lightness techniques, his combat skills were not finely honed, merely sufficient for self-preservation within the confines of Haiyan City. He had anticipated rescuing someone from the hands of an unskilled executioner without needing to engage in battle. Little did he expect that this executioner possessed formidable martial prowess. After a brief stalemate, the soldiers in the execution ground began to react, surrounding them. Shi Yan, bound by ropes, could only struggle to crawl forward. "Surround him," Qin Zheng shouted, then delivered a swift strike that sent the black-clad man into the midst of the soldiers. He then broke away, taking several strides to reach the crawling Shi Yan, lifting him effortlessly. At that moment, Shi Yan's earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by sheer panic. "Please, let me go? As long as you release me, my father will give you anything you desire. If you let me go, the captain will not hold you accountable for the gifts he received from my father," Shi Yan pleaded in desperation. Upon hearing the words, Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened. Subsequently, a tumult arose amidst the crowd outside the execution ground, clearly indicating that someone intended to storm in and rescue the condemned. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng released his grip on Shi Yan, then placed a foot upon his back, immobilizing him. While he could feign leniency, would that truly ensure the Golden Cicada gang would spare him in return? Moreover, the ominous handprint etched upon his chest afforded him no time to sever a head. If he failed to procure this merit today, seeking transformation would lead only to his own demise. With this thought, a steely resolve took root in Qin Zheng's eyes. He raised the ghost head blade, aiming it at Shi Yan's nape, and with fierce determination, he brought it down. Thud! The severed head tumbled to the ground, crimson blood mingling with steam gushing forth. The merit was instantly his. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the execution ground. "My son!" In that moment, a formidable aura surged forth. Qin Zheng's expression darkened as he immediately channeled a fraction of his spirit into his mind's sea. Addressing the scroll before him, he intoned, "Ghost Head Blade Technique, Enhance." Chapter 4. Today, eradicating the Golden Cicada Gang. A piercing roar erupted from the crowd. "Ji Changyin, you promised me." Suddenly, under Qin Zheng's gaze, a figure radiating golden light burst forth from the throng. In an instant, it traversed several dozen meters and appeared before Qin Zheng. "You scoundrel, die!" The opponent's hand, as large as a fan, descended with wrath. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards Qin Zheng, causing his dark hair to scatter wildly. An overwhelming sense of life-and-death crisis surged within him. At that moment, Qin Zheng had no choice but to swiftly raise his ghost head blade, using its blade to block the descending hand. Bang! An unstoppable force surged through the blade, coursing into Qin Zheng's limbs and bones. Instantly, his figure was sent flying back, soaring several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. Stone Diane's eyes reddened, and he moved to pursue. "Stone Diane, that's enough." At that moment, on the other side of the execution ground, Ji Changyin, entangled with two figures in black, repelled them with a single strike. His aura erupted, rivaling that of Stone Diane. With a firm step, the ground beneath him exploded, propelling him swiftly to Stone Diane's side, where he delivered a fierce slash. In an instant, a military officer and a gang leader clashed on the execution ground. Bang! 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 The two were akin to ferocious beasts, each collision resonating with immense sound. Soldiers and civilians alike outside the execution ground watched in astonishment. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng lay on the muddy ground, feeling intense pain radiating from every part of his body. The disparity was simply too great. Even though he had hastily elevated his ghost head blade technique to a high level, he still could not withstand the might of his opponent's strike. Moreover, the golden radiance surrounding his adversary testified to the extraordinary martial prowess he possessed. Clearly, there was a significant gap between his ghost head blade technique and the opponent's skills. Listening to the continuous thunderous sounds around him, Qin Zheng gritted his teeth against the pain and struggled to rise. He then divided a fragment of his focus to observe the merit scroll floating above his mind's sea. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 70-17. Martial skill, Ghost Head Blade, mastered. Merit, 1. 2 tails, current martial skill. Ghost Head Blade can be improved. Requires 8 tails of merit. Do you wish to upgrade? It can be upgraded. A thrill surged within Qin Zheng, and without a moment's hesitation, he silently commanded, upgrade. In an instant, a plethora of memories related to the blade technique flooded his mind. Simultaneously, he felt a warm current surge from within, nourishing his bones and muscles, ultimately merging with his skin. Under the influence of this warm current, his skin seemed to harden slightly, and the pain radiating from his body was somewhat subdued. Yet there was scarcely time to fully appreciate the changes within his own body. Qin Zheng's gaze was drawn to the two figures clashing ahead, a flicker of astonishment reflecting in his eyes. The strength of a human, truly capable of such magnitude. Simultaneously, Shi Dian's peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Zheng rising, initially filled with surprise. However, this was swiftly replaced by fury. This executioner, who had severed his son's head, was still alive. With a thunderous roar, he radiated even greater brilliance, extending his palm to deflect Ji Chang'in's long knife. He then pivoted and, with a powerful step, charged towards Qin Zheng. At that moment, Qin Zheng's expression darkened abruptly, and he tightened his grip on the ghost head knife. His feet firmly planted, a potent energy surged through him, seemingly rising from the ground, flowing through his spine, and finally spreading to his arms. In an instant, he surged forward. The ghost head knife technique, devoid of flamboyance, focused solely on the sheer essence of hacking. With unyielding bravery, a single stroke sent heads rolling. This epitomized the quintessence of the ghost head knife technique. Witnessing Qin Zheng boldly wielding his knife, the onlookers, commoners and soldiers alike, exchanged glances of astonishment. They had not anticipated that a mere executioner would possess the audacity to confront the leader of the Black Goose City gang. In that fleeting moment, a whirlwind of emotions enveloped them, complex expressions revealing both anger towards Shi Dian and admiration for Qin Zheng. Anger towards Shi Dian, who is a gang leader, allowed his son to bully and oppress others in Black Goose City. Anger that after his son was beheaded, he would only dare unleash his wrath upon the weak. Simultaneously, they admired Qin Zheng's courage to draw his blade against Shi Dian. One must remember, Shi Dian, as the leader of the Golden Cicada gang, was among the top experts in all of Black Goose City. Even the military officer dispatched by the court to oversee the execution grounds had struggled to subdue him. Ordinary individuals, like those present, perhaps lacked the courage to even meet his gaze, let alone confront him with a weapon. As members of the populace, they now clung to the hope for a miracle, wishing for Qin Zheng to prevail. Although such an outcome seemed utterly impossible, Ji Chang'in, witnessing this spectacle, was equally taken aback. He had thought the young executioner had perished under Shi Dian's vengeful strike. Yet, not only had he survived, but he now possessed the strength and bravery to face Shi Dian with a knife. Meanwhile, Shi Dian's fury burned hotter than oil on a fire, raging within him. This executioner dared to resist. Was it that he had not acted for so long that a mere executioner had gained the confidence to challenge him? He let out a bellow, the golden light emanating from him intensifying further. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his golden palms clashed violently against the ghost head knife. The crisp sound of metal meeting metal reverberated through the execution grounds. Shi Dian's expression momentarily faltered, a hint of surprise and confusion crossing his features. Although the power of this strike was far inferior to his own, it was evidently a significant enhancement compared to before. The executioner before him had now acquired the capability to barely withstand a blow from him. This scene was etched in the minds of many, their faces reflecting astonishment, accompanied by a glimmer of hope. However, the stalemate did not endure for even a moment, as Qin Zheng once again sensed a tremendous force coursing through the blade, invading his body. This time, the power that surged forth was even more formidable than the last. With a resounding thud, Qin Zheng was once again propelled backward like a cannonball. A flash of disdain flickered in Shi Dian's eyes as he prepared to pursue again. Yet, before he could take even half a step, his expression abruptly changed. He realized that Ji Chang'in's long blade had somehow found its way to his back. The golden light emanating from his skin exhibited a faint tendency to dissipate under this strike. Ji Chang'in, Sure, Diane bellowed, swiftly lowering his body to evade the blade before darting away from the execution ground. Meanwhile, Ji Changyin maintained his stance, refraining from chasing after him. Only after Sure Diane's figure vanished did a soldier approach, respectfully stating, "My lord, assemble the troops. Today we shall eradicate the Jin Chan gang." Ji Changyin's expression remained composed as he replied slowly, "Indeed." The soldier's countenance paled, sensing that a storm was brewing in Haiyan City. At that moment, Ji Changyin's gaze shifted to the distance, where a figure was struggling to rise to its feet. Chapter 5, Martial Arts. Martial Arts. Where am I? As Qin Zheng awoke, his first instinct was to furrow his brow at the sight of the humble earthen dwelling. However, a torrent of memories surged forth, swiftly awakening his consciousness. He had traversed to a realm reminiscent of ancient China, assuming the role of an executioner. On the execution ground, he had severed the head of a young scion from a powerful gang. Shortly thereafter, he was struck twice by the gang leader, the father of the slain youth, and ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Remembering this, Qin Zheng disregarded the pain coursing through his body and hastily opened his inner garment to examine the skin over his heart. There, he noticed a faint palm print, subtle yet discernible. The imprint had faded. His eyes brightened instantly, and the taut strings of his heart relaxed somewhat. This mark, positioned over his heart, felt akin to a death warrant. The previous owner of this body had perished due to this very imprint, and upon his arrival in this world, he had been compelled to endure its oppressive weight. Initially, the mark had been as dark as ink, signifying that he had but a day to live. Any further exertion would surely lead to his demise from excruciating pain. Yet now, the imprint had notably lightened, no longer the ominous black it had once been. It was evident that the force behind it had been diluted, thereby postponing the immediate threat and extending his time to survive. Nonetheless, as long as this imprint remained, danger would still loom. Reflecting on this, Qin Zheng recalled the details from the execution grounds. He had perfected the ghostly blade technique, yet it had proven insufficient to withstand the blow from the leader of the Golden Cicada gang. After being struck the second time, he had thought he was destined for death. Surprisingly, it was the officer in charge of the execution who intervened, repelling the gang leader and saving his life. Could it be that the palm print over his heart was the result of that encounter? Or had perfecting the ghostly blade technique weakened the force behind the blow? Casting his gaze around the modest, dilapidated room, indeed, his dwelling after crossing over, he surmised that after he had lost consciousness, the gang's men must have carried him back. As he pondered, the doors suddenly swung open, and a robust man with a dark visage entered. Upon seeing Qin Zheng awake, the man expressed his surprise. "You are awake?" Qin Zheng regarded the unfamiliar figure with a calm demeanor, nodding slightly as he inquired, "Who are you?" Internally, however, his body tensed, energy coursing through him. Should the man exhibit even the slightest hint of hostility, he would strike with the ferocity of a tempest. Though the ghostly blade was not in his grasp, a hand strike was still a blade. The man chuckled and replied, "I am Wang Er, a soldier under the command of Officer Ji. You were gravely injured and unconscious. It was I who carried you back." As he spoke, he placed the medicinal herbs and some meat upon the stove. The Stone Master is a practitioner of the muscle-refining realm. The fact that you could withstand 2 of his strikes without succumbing, and that your injuries are not overly severe, is indeed impressive. Surviving such a calamity will surely bring you great fortune in the days to come. Observing your current predicament, I shall regard this small gift as an investment in your future. He smiled at Qin Zheng, gesturing towards the herbs and meat on the stove. At his words, Qin Zheng immediately suppressed his pain and rose from the bed, bowing respectfully to the man named Wang Er. He gratefully accepted Wang's kindness, resolving to express his gratitude in the future should he achieve success. Having recently traversed into this new world, he found himself destitute, with nothing to his name. His predecessor had sacrificed every last coin in pursuit of talismanic paper and the brewing of talismanic water. Without Wang Er's generosity, Qin Zheng was at a loss as to how he would sustain himself. "There's no need for that. Focus on your recovery first," Wang Er replied with a gentle shake of his head. After finding a place to sit, he regarded Qin Zheng with a serious expression and said, "The Golden Cicada gang has been annihilated." Qin Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that the young master he had beheaded was indeed the vice leader of the Golden Cicada gang, the very individual who had confronted him at the execution ground, clashing with the stationed officer, was the gang's leader. Has that old fellow perished? Qin Zheng inquired hastily. Having severed his son's head, he was certain that he would be one of the primary targets for vengeance. If the Golden Cicada gang had not been eradicated, the elder would likely have been constrained by his family obligations, which would have limited his capacity for retaliation. However, with the gang's destruction, if the old man had survived, he would no longer be bound by such constraints in his pursuit of revenge. In response to Qin Zheng's question, Wang Er shook his head, his expression grave. Instantly, Qin Zheng's countenance darkened, feeling as though a heavy stone had been placed upon his heart. This was the worst possible outcome, the one he most dreaded facing. A beast unshackled from its restraints is the most fearsome of all. Having engaged with the elder before, he was acutely aware that the formidable martial prowess capable of enveloping him in golden light would far exceed his own ghostly blade techniques. If that old man sought him out, without the protection of the stationed officer, the outcome was all too predictable. He would undoubtedly meet his demise. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Qin Zheng's spirits sank even further. However, at that moment, Wang Er offered some comfort. You need not be overly worried. Although the Stone Master has not died, he has been gravely injured by the officer. He had committed numerous atrocities in Blackwild City, earning many enemies. Those who once feared his strength may no longer hesitate to act against him. Therefore, he is unlikely to return in the short term, at least not before he has fully recovered. Qin Zheng nodded in response, feeling a slight alleviation of the pressure in his heart. Nonetheless, he understood that Wang Er's words were meant to console him. While there was some truth to them, they were not guaranteed. Who could assert that the old man would not be consumed by vengeance, dragging his wounded body to exact retribution? The old man harbors a fear of others. Yet does he not also dread the fragility of his own existence, easily cast aside with a mere blow? Thus, Qin Zheng finds himself in dire need of martial prowess. An urgent necessity indeed. With the merit scroll at his side, coupled with the grim task of executioner, he possesses the means to swiftly amass a formidable skill to perfection. If he can acquire even one or several commendable martial arts, he can elevate them through merit, thereby significantly enhancing his own strength. Once his power escalates, he shall no longer fear the adversaries that may come to seek him out. Moreover, should he retaliate against those who perpetrate evil, he might very well reap a bountiful reward of merit in the process. Qin Zheng's mind raced as he contemplated where he might procure such martial skills. Yet in this world, martial artists hold a revered status, and their arts are not accessible to the common populace. The previous incarnation, solitary and isolated, lacked the connections to attain such skills. As he pondered, Qin Zheng's brow furrowed in deepening concern. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the burly man before him, hope glimmering in his eyes as he inquired, Brother Wang, do you possess any martial skills? Chapter 6. The four major trials of flesh and bone. The path of martial arts unfolds from the external to the internal, delineated into four significant trials: skin, flesh, sinew, and bone. In essence, to master martial arts, one must sequentially conquer the refinement of skin, flesh, sinew, and bone, four formidable steps. For an ordinary individual, however, achieving these four stages is as daunting as scaling the heavens. First and foremost, acquiring martial prowess is exceedingly challenging, as it is predominantly controlled by esteemed families and sects, rendering it inaccessible to those outside their ranks. Furthermore, each of the four trials demands immense resources to successfully cultivate. The adage wealth in literature, riches in martial prowess encapsulates this truth. Without a substantial financial foundation, the pursuit of martial arts is nearly insurmountable. Thus, within the realm of martial arts, reaching the skin refinement stage signifies one as a capable practitioner, while attaining the flesh refinement stage allows for a carefree existence in the world. Mastery of sinew can establish one as a force to be reckoned with, whereas the bone refinement stage not only necessitates ample resources, but also demands exceptional innate talent from the practitioner to be reached. In the city of Black Goose, the strongest contender is likely the Captain G, yet he is merely at the sinew refinement stage. In a modest earthen dwelling, a dark-skinned man spoke slowly to the young man before him. With a wry smile, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "So, how could we common folk ever hope to master martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng felt a pang of disappointment but still clasped his fists in gratitude towards Wang Er, saying, "Regardless, I appreciate your enlightening words, Brother Wang. Wang Er waved his hand dismissively and, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, "Yesterday, I witnessed you wielding the ghost head blade with such vigor, even capable of withstanding Master Shi. I had thought you possessed genuine martial skills." Qin Zheng shook his head in response, explaining, "My family has been executioners for generations, passing down merely some techniques that hardly amount to real martial arts." After perfecting the ghost head blade technique, a warm current surged within him, nourishing his body and rendering his skin resilient. Considering what Wang Er had just articulated regarding the 4 major trials, he realized he had indeed stepped into the skin refinement stage. However, despite the completeness of his ghost head blade technique, it merely allowed him to breach the first major trial, while that old man was at the sinew refinement stage, situated at the 3rd major trial. The disparity between their levels was vast, making it no surprise he could not withstand even a single strike from the elder. This also indicated that the quality of the ghost head blade technique was rather low, not qualifying as true martial arts. Indeed, Wang Er nodded, then fell into silence. Lost in thought, Qin Zheng also lowered his head, contemplating the next steps to resolve his predicament. First, he recognized his advantageous condition. He possessed the divine merit scroll, which allowed him to directly expend merit to enhance his martial skills. Additionally, his role as an executioner could effectively aid him in accumulating merit. Thus, what he currently lacked was martial prowess. Once he obtained a commendable martial art, he could leverage the merit scroll to rapidly elevate his skills and break through his current limitations. Therefore, the pressing challenge now lay in how to acquire martial arts. Yet, upon reaching this point, he encountered an intractable dilemma. Given Qin Zheng's current status and position, he is unable to access any other martial arts. If the path to enhancing his own strength proves unviable, he must seek a reliable patron for protection. As this thought surfaced in Qin Zheng's mind, an image of a cold-faced figure wielding a long knife emerged. Captain Ji Chong of the Black Goose City garrison. Within Black Goose City, he is the only one Qin Zheng is familiar with and who could potentially safeguard him. The other factions and forces have no ties to him. Why would they agree to protect him? After all, Ji Chong is a martial artist who has transcended the 3 major realms and entered the muscle refinement stage. The destructive power he possesses is akin to that of a humanoid beast. To confront him would surely entail considerable losses. However, Qin Zheng is merely an executioner responsible for carrying out death sentences, not even a soldier under Captain G's command. Why would he agree to offer protection? He possesses nothing of value. The only thing of worth might be the merit scroll residing within his heart SC, yet he lacks the ability to control it, let alone trade it. The only gamble he can take is to convince Ji Chong of his potential value. Qin Zheng is confident that if he can survive this ordeal and acquire martial skills, his limitations will not remain confined to the 4 major realms. Given time and the capabilities of the merit scroll, he is certain he can break through the 4 major realms and ascend to greater heights. Resolute in his thoughts, Qin Zheng stood up and prepared to return to the military camp beside the execution ground with Wang Er. The station troops manage the prisons and penalties in Black Goose City, but their encampment is not within the city itself, rather adjacent to it. The military and politics do not interfere with one another, maintaining a delicate balance of oversight. Such is the situation in Black Goose City. Just as Qin Zheng was about to speak, Wang Er furrowed his brow and hesitantly said, "Little Qin, if you truly seek martial skills, I might have a lead." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's spirit was instantly invigorated. He eagerly inquired, "What lead?" Seeking refuge is ultimately inferior to cultivating one's own strength. Even if Captain Ji were to agree to protect him, he could not be at Qin Zheng's side at all times. Moreover, that old scoundrel is of the same realm as Ji Chong and poses a formidable challenge. One cannot guarantee that he would not dare to take risks and strike under Ji Chong's watchful eye. Thus, this option is not entirely secure. Only a last resort in desperate circumstances. Wang Er looked up at Qin Zheng and spoke. The Golden Cicada gang has been eradicated, and all its assets have been confiscated. However, having been established in Black Goose City for so many years, the gang's foundation is deep-rooted. Even during the sweep, some items are bound to be overlooked. Therefore, during this period, certain individuals will emerge to sell goods from the Golden Cicada gang. If you can afford the price, there is a chance you might acquire some martial arts from them. Naturally, their signature skills will be off limits, but some lesser-known techniques should be available. As Wang Er spoke, Qin Zheng gradually began to comprehend the implications. This is indeed the handiwork of the garrison lieutenant. The confiscation of property pertains to the entire assets of the military camp, which belong to the court. However, if something is overlooked and subsequently picked up by someone else for sale, it then rightfully belongs to that individual. This individual is evidently Lieutenant Ji. Although, by all accounts, these overlooked items should also be considered the property of the court. Yet, it is unlikely that the court would actually dispatch personnel to investigate. Given the vast expanse of the Great Jin territory, if every extinguished faction were to undergo meticulous scrutiny, the officials of the Great Jin would have no time left for any other duties. Therefore, it is ultimately the responsibility of the officer tasked with the eradication of the faction to determine what items were overlooked and how many were left behind. Nevertheless, these matters hold little relevance to Qin Zheng at present. He hastily inquired, "Brother Wang, how should I establish contact with them?" Wang Er pondered for a moment and replied, "This afternoon, at the hour of you, there will be a small gathering on the flower boat by the riverside in the western part of the city. If you seek martial prowess, simply inform the steward at that time, whether it succeeds or fails, and the price involved, you shall receive an answer." Chapter 7. The Relics of the High Monk, the Power of the Dragon and Elephant. The Haiyan River serves as a vital artery for the thriving city of Haiyan. Originating from the distant Moxa Mountain, over 1,000 kilometers away, it flows through Haiyan City and merges with the Zhongyuan River. The prosperity of the western part of Haiyan City largely depends on this river. By day, it is bustling with cargo vessels, bolstering nearly 3/4 of the city's economy. By night, the river transforms into a spectacle of flower boats, illuminated and teeming with life. Thus, the Haiyan River not only sustains the economy of Haiyan City, but also caters to the recreational desires of its citizens. Consequently, those residing in the western part of the city are predominantly affluent or of noble lineage. Qin Zheng cautiously walked along the riverside streets of the western district, his eyes scanning the throngs of people. After receiving news from Wang Er, he pondered briefly before deciding to come and take a look. Although he currently possessed no wealth, save for an ancestral ghost-headed knife, his mind was still rich with knowledge of the ghost-headed knife technique. While this martial art may be deemed inferior, it nonetheless serves as an entryway into the realm of skin refinement. In this era where martial prowess reigns supreme, the rarity of such skills is greatly amplified. Even if the ghost-headed technique lacks formidable strength, it should possess some considerable value. At the very least, it could be exchanged for a comparable martial skill or a lightness technique, which would be advantageous for evasion, should direct confrontation prove unwise. This was the only solution Qin Zheng could conceive after much deliberation. Alas, his previous incarnation was impoverished, with no resources to trade for superior martial arts. With this thought, a barely perceptible sigh escaped him. Truth be told, had he not entangled himself with the formidable Shidian, a practitioner of the refined muscle realm, he could have thrived in Haiyan City with merely the ghost-headed knife and his perfected technique. After all, as Wang Er had noted, those in the skin refinement stage are already considered adept within the martial community. Regrettably, in his pursuit of merit, he had no choice but to sever the head of the young master, Shiyan, thereby incurring the wrath of a formidable adversary. Nonetheless, were he to return to that moment, he would still act without hesitation, for the pent-up power within him had reached an irretrievable level. Had he not slain his opponent to gain merit and elevate his ghost-headed technique to perfection, he might not have survived to this day, facing death in excruciating pain in the early hours of the morning. As Qin Zheng meticulously observed his surroundings, he made his way toward the riverside street, heading for his destination. Upon reaching the flower boat docked at the shore, he found no remnants of the Jinshan gang, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. With a heart filled with a tinge of trepidation and hope, Qin Zheng stepped onto the flower boat. Alas, wait. Upon stepping onto the boat, two attendants rushed over and immediately barred his way. "What is the matter?" Qin Zheng inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. The two attendants scrutinized him from head to toe before haughtily declaring, "Ordinary folk are not permitted entry." Following their gaze, Qin Zheng glanced down at his faded green robe and quickly comprehended their implication. Suppressing his irritation, he replied, "Rest assured, I am well aware of this place. If I dare to come, I am prepared to pay the price." Upon hearing this, the attendants did not allow him entry but instead mocked him, saying, "Esteemed sir, it is not that we are preventing your entrance. There is a rule aboard this vessel. Without a token worth 100 taels, one cannot enter." They continued, "If you can promptly produce something of that value and throw it at our faces, we shall allow you passage." In response, Qin Zheng reached behind him and slowly drew forth the ghost-headed knife wrapped in coarse cloth. "What are you doing?" The two attendants recoiled in fright at the sight. The reputation of the flower boat was well known throughout Black Goose City. Over the years, no one had dared to act violently before it, which had fostered a sense of arrogance among the attendants. Thus, Qin Zheng's action startled them immensely. They immediately cried out, "Guard! Guard!" The commotion swiftly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers from both the riverbank and aboard the flower boat. Soon, over a dozen guards arrived, their gazes fixed on Qin Zheng, brimming with vigilance. Qin Zheng, maintaining a stoic expression, stepped forward and abruptly swung his ghost-headed knife. The guards' pupils dilated, and they gritted their teeth, drawing their own blades to advance. Faced with these guards, who had yet to even reach the skin refinement stage and were merely burly figures with a rudimentary understanding of sword techniques, Qin Zheng wielded his knife with the ease of an adult chastising a child, effortlessly sending each guard tumbling overboard into the water. Within mere moments, all the guards had been dispatched into the depths below, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. As Qin Zheng retracted his knife and turned his gaze toward the flower boat, he inquired, "With this martial skill, may I enter the boat?" No sooner had he spoken than a rotund man adorned in gold and silver with a handlebar mustache emerged from within the vessel. He hurried to Qin Zheng's side, exclaiming with a smile, "Esteemed sir, you are being far too modest. If even the skin refinement warriors cannot enter, who else could? Come, come, sir. Step inside. Whatever you desire, simply let me know." With that, he took Qin Zheng by the arm and led him into the heart of the flower boat. As he passed by the two servants, he halted, opening his mouth to berate them. "You two blind fools. Apologize to this esteemed gentleman at once." The servants trembled, fully aware that they had committed a grave error, and promptly approached Qin Zheng. They began to slap their own faces while repeatedly uttering, "My lord, we are truly sorry. We have underestimated your stature." Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, then chose to disregard them entirely, striding directly into the flower boat. To speak candidly, Qin Zheng had no desire to create the commotion that had just unfolded. However, given his current demeanor, it was virtually impossible to enter the flower boat peacefully in the face of the servants' provocations. Nevertheless, he also harbored his own intentions behind resorting to violence. By using his blade to unceremoniously cast the guards off the boat, he could avoid hostility while simultaneously demonstrating his prowess and the finesse of his ghost head blade technique. Instilling fear in his adversaries would allow him to elevate the value of the ghost head blade technique even further. Alas, the ones he faced were merely a group of untrained guards. Should a skilled practitioner of the refining skin realm appear, it would significantly enhance the worth of the ghost head blade technique. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Zheng stepped into the flower boat. His eyes fell upon the first floor, which resembled an exhibition hall, filled with various trinkets. "My lord, these are all collectible items discovered by the Golden Cicada Gang. Please, take a look and see if anything piques your interest," the steward said as he approached Qin Zheng. Scanning the surroundings, Qin Zheng inquired, "Do you have any martial arts?" He had no time for riddles or circumlocution. Upon hearing his request, the steward's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Martial arts? That is no trivial matter. Yes, we have recently acquired a lightness skill, which is located on the second floor. If you wish, I can take you to see it right away." Qin Zheng's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Lightness skill? Is this not perfectly suited to my desires?" He nodded and prepared to ascend the stairs with the steward to view the lightness skill. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a string of prayer beads resting on the counter before him. The beads seemed to emanate a faint golden glow, prompting Qin Zheng to instinctively reach out and touch them. In that instant, a tremor coursed through his heart, and a line of text materialized before him. Item discovered. High Monk's Relic. Can be refined. Requires 1 tael of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note: refining yields martial arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Fragment. Chapter 8. The transaction is complete. Martial arts acquired. Martial arts. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Upon glimpsing the inscriptions on the merit scroll, Qin Zheng's movements momentarily froze. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming surge of elation erupted from the depths of his heart. In his previous life, He had some understanding of this martial art, rumored to be the supreme protective skill of the esoteric school. It is an extraordinary martial arts secret manual. From what he had learned in his past existence, this skill comprised 13 levels, each level granting the practitioner the strength of a dragon and an elephant. Upon mastering the 10th level, one would possess a tremendous power exceeding 1,000 pounds. However, this world differs from his previous one. Here, the limits of martial prowess are even higher, and consequently, the potential of this skill should also be elevated. Although it bore the annotation incomplete, the capability of the merit scroll indicated that it could be refined. Thus, it should still be usable. Once he acquired this martial art, with the power of merit to enhance it, it would not be long before he could confront the threats posed by Shi Dian. Truly, it was as if he had traversed a daunting path only to find the treasure effortlessly. The martial art he so desperately sought was hidden within this seemingly ordinary string of Buddhist beads. In that instant, Qin Zheng resolved to obtain this string of beads at all costs. This string of beads would be the key to his breakthrough in overcoming adversity. Nonetheless, regardless of the astonishment and joy within, Qin Zheng maintained a facade of calmness. "Sir, have you taken a liking to it?" the steward inquired with a smile. Observing Qin Zheng's demeanor, Qin Zheng, concealing his emotions, gently held the beads and replied, "I carry a heavy burden of karmic retribution. Possessing such a string of beads offers a measure of solace." After speaking, he turned to the steward and inquired placidly, "What is the price for this string of beads?" The steward chuckled. "This string of beads is a personal treasure of the next branch leader of the Golden Cicada Gang, of decent quality. However, since our people have shown some disrespect earlier, we shall gift this small item to you as an apology. It was merely something acquired from the Golden Cicada Gang. Not particularly valuable, and it would be wiser to use it to cultivate goodwill with a martial artist of your caliber." Though they were affiliated with the military officer Ji Changyin, the Black Goose City was not solely under his control. Utilizing some trivial items to foster relationships with formally acknowledged martial artists is a shrewd transaction. Qin Zheng nodded at these words, not declining the offer, and directly placed the beads into his bosom. Although he longed to refine the beads immediately to avert any unforeseen complications, the process required a measure of merit that exceeded what he currently possessed. Moreover, having just arrived at the flower boat, it would be suspicious for him to seek martial arts and then depart immediately after acquiring the beads. If he were to have the steward reclaim the beads, it would only invite further trouble. Thus, with a composed expression, he ascended the steps once more, proceeding to the second floor of the flower boat. The crowd here was evidently sparser than that on the first floor. However, what is displayed here is far more precious than that on the first floor. Upon the arrival of Qin Zheng, many curious gazes were cast upon him. The scene that had just unfolded before the flower boat was clearly visible through the windows to those on the second floor. Qin Zheng disregarded the multitude of stares, surveying his surroundings, yet he did not find any books or manuscripts detailing martial arts. Turning to the steward, he was met with a smile as the latter said, "Please follow me." With that, he led Qin Zheng to a room on the second floor, furnished with a tea table and chairs and steaming cups of tea. "Please take a seat. Our people will bring over the martial arts manuals shortly." After inviting Qin Zheng to sit, the steward also took a seat opposite him. "I am Su Shan, the steward of this flower boat, and I serve under Captain Ji. You appear somewhat familiar. May I inquire as to your esteemed position?" During the wait, Steward Su Shan initiated a conversation with Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng regarded him silently, choosing not to respond. Undeterred by the lack of reply, the steward chuckled and shifted the conversation to other topics. Before long, a servant knocked on the door, then entered. "Steward Su, here is the item you requested." The servant held a tray with both hands, upon which lay a slender manuscript. Following Steward Su's nod, the tray was placed upon the table before Qin Zheng. Lowering his gaze, Qin Zheng's attention was instantly captured by the manuscript resting on the tray. Its pristine cover bore the grand inscription Jinch in Tu Chi O in flowing script. "Sir, this is the lightness skill manuscript we obtained from the Jinshin gang," Steward Su Shan remarked with a smile. Qin Zheng nodded, then reached for the manuscript and opened it. A faint, refreshing fragrance emanated from the pages, indicating that even this handwritten copy was crafted from fine paper. Upon a brief examination, he discovered that the contents were only half complete. Qin Zheng lightly closed his eyes, counting his breaths before opening them and stating, "How much for it?" I will take it. A smile spread across Su Shan's face as he inquired, "What price can you offer, sir?" Without hesitation, Qin Zheng replied, "Bring me paper and pen." The steward's smile widened, and the nearby servant immediately understood, turning to exit the room. Shortly after, he returned, carrying another tray that held paper, a pen, and a similarly slender manuscript. Once the paper and pen were placed before Qin Zheng, he picked up the pen and began to inscribe his thoughts on the ghost head blade technique that filled his mind. Moments later, he paused and handed the written content to Su Shan across from him. The steward eagerly accepted it, scrutinizing the text with furrowed brows that soon relaxed. After reading, he looked up at Qin Zheng, nodded, and said, "This is acceptable." Hearing this, Qin Zheng resumed his writing, diligently detailing the essentials of the blade technique. After half an hour, Qin Zheng finally paused his writing, having inscribed the complete essence of the blade technique along with some insights on cultivation. After all, this particular form of martial art was not exceptionally formidable, merely sufficient to be exchanged for two other techniques, which left Qin Zheng feeling somewhat embarrassed. "All right," he spoke, then reached for another slender volume. Upon finishing its perusal, the merit scroll above his mind resonated gently, revealing a new line of text. Discovered martial art, golden cicada shedding its shell, can be refined, requires 3 units of merit. Would you like to refine it? How splendid! Qin Zheng's heart leaped with joy, though he maintained an outward facade of calm. He then tucked both volumes into his bosom, rose to his feet, and declared, "The transaction is complete. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to exit the room. "Hold on." At that moment, Su Shan's voice rang out. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow and turned to look at him. Su Shan, wearing a broad smile, continued, "Sir, the lightness skill you acquired is solely for your cultivation. It must not be imparted to others." Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, uttering a quick, "Understood," before swiftly turning to depart. He needed to leave this place and promptly begin refining the lightness skill. Once Qin Zheng's figure had vanished, the steward Su Shan picked up the paper documenting the ghost head blade technique. Exiting the room, he made his way to a chamber on the 3rd floor. Within, Ji Changyin, dressed in casual attire, was leisurely sipping hot tea while perusing a volume in his hands. The elegant calligraphy on its cover bore the 4 prominent characters denoting the Golden Cicada Gang's lightness skill. Golden Cicada, shedding its shell. Master Ji, the matter you entrusted has been taken care of. That individual has already departed. Su Shan respectfully handed over the paper to Ji Changyin while speaking. Ji Changyin set aside the lightness skill he had been examining and took the document from Su Shan, scrutinizing the recorded ghost head blade technique. After a moment, he chuckled softly, remarking, "To glean a blade technique from the process of beheading. Who would have thought I had such a genius under my command?" Chapter 9. Refining Martial Arts. The Golden Cicada's Shedding of its Shell. Upon returning from his journey, not only had Qin Zheng acquired the divine skill known as the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, but he had also obtained a form of lightness skill that could serve as a means of self-preservation. Even though the crisis was not yet resolved, a faint smile graced Qin Zheng's face. With sufficient merit accumulated, he could swiftly elevate his status and extricate himself from peril. It could be said that the ominous clouds looming over his head had begun to part, allowing a ray of light to penetrate through. With such remarkable gains, Qin Zheng found little inclination to admire the splendor of the western side of Black Goose City. He lowered his gaze and made his way home, traversing through the bustling city westward, only to arrive at the impoverished eastern district half an hour later. This area was inhabited by the destitute families of Black Goose City, where the houses were mere clusters of earthen dwellings, with nary a brick or stone structure in sight. Qin Zheng's own abode was among them. Navigating through the winding alleys, he soon returned to his humble home. Wang Er, who had left alongside him, was no longer present. Inside, some rudimentary furniture remained, along with the remnants of meat and medicinal herbs left by Wang Er on the dirt stove. Qin Zheng turned and closed the door, then settled onto his bed. With a focused thought, he delved into the contents of the merit scroll. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 70-17. Martial arts, ghost head blade technique, perfected. Merit, 4 coins. Discovered martial art, golden cicada's shedding of its shell, can be refined. Requires 3 coins of merit. Would you like to refine? Having severed the head of the stone cliff, he had earned 1 tael and 7 coins of merit. After perfecting the ghost head blade technique, he expended 1 tael and 3 coins, leaving him with 4 coins. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to the last line of text. Refining the lightness skill required 3 coins of merit, which was thrice the amount needed for the ghost head blade technique, indicating a significantly superior quality. At that moment, Qin Zheng retrieved a string of prayer beads from his bosom. Little did anyone suspect that nestled within this string of beads was a relic of a venerable monk. As he held the beads, another line of text appeared on the merit scroll. Discovered item, monk's relic, can be refined, requires 1 tael of merit. Would you like to refine? Note, refining grants the martial art, dragon elephant prajna technique, fragmented. A surge of warmth flooded Qin Zheng's heart. However, refining this relic required 1 tael of merit, and he currently possessed only 4 coins, insufficient for the task. Thus, at this moment, he faced 2 choices: to conserve his 4 coins of merit, waiting to accumulate enough through further beheadings to reach 1 tael for the relic's refinement, or to directly utilize his current 4 coins of merit to refine the lightness skill, golden cicada's shedding of its shell. Qin Zheng pondered for several breaths before resolutely declaring within his heart, refine martial art, golden cicada's shedding of its shell. Only what is within one's grasp can be truly owned. That old wretch could appear at any moment. Mastering the lightness skill first would enhance his chances of survival. As he silently uttered these words, the merit scroll transformed, and Qin Zheng's merit diminished from 4 coins to 1 coin. Meanwhile, a surge of memories suddenly flooded his mind. A warmth coursed through his legs, penetrating the muscles and bones. After a brief moment, the transformation ceased, and Qin Zheng thoroughly assimilated the memories associated with this lightness technique. Rising to his feet, he paced around the room, feeling a noticeable increase in the strength of his legs, which made walking feel considerably easier. He then activated the lightness technique, employing a unique method to channel his energy, and with a single step, he bounded forward significantly. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with delight as he opened the door and ventured onto the long path outside his home to experiment with this newfound skill. In the eastern part of the city, where predominantly impoverished families resided, few individuals were home during the day, as most were working in the western districts. Additionally, with vacant houses flanking both sides of his own, he felt little apprehension about being observed while practicing martial arts. After some experimentation, Qin Zheng discovered that his speed and agility had dramatically improved after employing the lightness technique, filling him with joy. Armed with this skill, and residing in the labyrinthine alleys of the eastern city, he believed that even if the ruthless Shi Dian came for him, he might have a fair chance of escape by combining the ghostly knife technique with his newfound agility. Once his trial concluded, Qin Zheng returned home and shut the door behind him. He felt he had done all he could. Now it was merely a matter of waiting for that old scoundrel Shi Dian to make his move. During this time, he also needed to continue performing his duties as an executioner, hastening to accumulate enough merit, and subsequently refine the High Monk's relic, mastering the dragon elephant prajna technique. As he pondered this, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, prompting him to realize that he had not eaten all day. With this awareness, the sensation of hunger surged within him like a tidal wave, leaving him feeling rather weak. Hurrying to the stove, he retrieved the meat purchased by Wang Er. Within the provisions were rice, vegetables, and a generous portion of prime pork belly. Upon inhaling the savory aroma wafting towards him, Qin Zheng swallowed hard and immediately set about starting a fire to cook. The water in the barrel was sufficiently full, sparing him the need to fetch more. He rinsed the rice, steamed it, washed the vegetables, and chopped the meat, ultimately bringing together a pot of fluffy white rice alongside a dish of stir-fried green peppers with pork. The combined scents of the rice and meat tantalized his already ravenous stomach, which could no longer be subdued. He grabbed his chopsticks and began to devour his meal voraciously. As the food entered his system, he felt his stomach working furiously, followed by waves of warmth spreading throughout his body. Prior to his arrival in this new world, his previous incarnation had suffered an injury, leaving his body in a precarious state. After arriving, he had been struck twice by a martial artist who had shattered 3 barriers, pushing his body to the brink. Now, as the nourishing meat and rice filled his belly, it felt as though he had finally received a much-needed replenishment, initiating his recovery. After a brief moment, a bowl of rice and a bowl of meat had vanished into Qin Zheng's stomach. He smacked his lips, feeling a lingering satisfaction, enveloped in a comforting warmth that coursed through his entire being. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Qin Zheng's expression shifted instantly. He grasped his ghost-headed knife firmly in hand. "Little Qin, it's me, Wang Er," came a familiar voice from outside. Tension eased from his frame as he approached the door, knife in hand, and discovered the dark-skinned figure of Wang Er standing there. He relaxed and inquired, "Brother Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Er sniffed the air, catching the remnants of the meat's aroma, and a smile crept onto his face. "Tomorrow, a group of prisoners is to be executed. I came to check on your recovery and to share this news with you. However, judging by your complexion, you seem to be recovering well, so I shall take my leave without further ado." With a cheerful nod, Wang Er turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with joy. Another execution awaited him, promising a substantial accumulation of merit. The mastery of the dragon elephant prajna skill was within reach. Chapter 10. Gathering merits. The auspicious moment had arrived. The decree to execute was pronounced. At the execution ground, as the execution token fell, a blinding flash of the blade illuminated the scene. Blood splattered forth as the headless body of the condemned prisoner thudded to the ground. Yet, the conclusion of one execution did not signify the end of the grim task at hand. Qin Zheng stepped aside, moving to stand behind another prisoner. With a swift motion, the blade descended again, and another head rolled away. Faced with imminent peril and the grim bounty of severed heads, Qin Zheng was able to disregard the horrific tableau before him. At that moment, 5 prisoners stood lined up, yet only Qin Zheng wielded the executioner's blade. Thus, as the clock struck, he methodically followed the order, executing from left to right, severing heads one by one. Upon striking off the final prisoner's head, Qin Zheng gripped the ghostly blade firmly, giving it a slight shake to dislodge the droplets of blood clinging to its surface. The broad blade, now adorned with crimson droplets, appeared even more chilling and formidable. "Very well, we shall handle the rest. You are to proceed to the office to sign for your payment," remarked one of the soldiers who approached to clear the remnants of the grisly proceedings. Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, then wiped the blade clean with a cloth before wrapping it in coarse fabric and slinging it across his back. Having completed this task, he made his way toward a building outside the execution ground. "Brother Qin, the new executioners are currently being recruited. You shall have to bear the burden for a while." The soldier who had spoken earlier addressed him once more. The soldiers had witnessed Qin Zheng's formidable prowess as he parried 2 strikes from Shi Dian using his ghostly blade, leading them to regard him with newfound respect. At this, Qin Zheng paused, turning to nod at the soldier before continuing on his path. The executioners of Haiyan City were not solely comprised of him. Before Shi Yan's execution, there had originally been 5 executioners. However, aside from Qin Zheng, who had traversed through time, the other 4 had inexplicably perished before Shi Yan's sentence could be carried out for various reasons. This was information Qin Zheng had only just learned today, which explained why he was left to execute 5 prisoners alone. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Qin Zheng found his emotions to be a tumultuous blend. It seemed that Shi Dian and Ji Changyin had reached some form of agreement. As long as there were no executioners present on the day of the execution, the sentence could be postponed, leaving some room for maneuver. However, neither had anticipated that the death of the original Qin Zheng would be altered by the arrival of the new one, thereby affecting their arrangement. As the military officer dispatched by the court, Ji Changyin could covertly align with Shi Dian, turning a blind eye to the proceedings. Yet, when faced with the reality of the execution ground, where no conditions were lacking, the agreement could not be upheld. Thus, he was compelled to drop the execution token, forcing himself to be the one to strike off Shi Dian's head. This set in motion the events that would follow. Yet, Qin Zheng found himself perplexed by 2 particular points. Given that the Golden Cicada Gang holds substantial influence in Black Goose City and has even forged agreements with the stationed military officers, what could have led to Shi Yan's capture? Who issued the order for his execution? Furthermore, is it truly possible for a delay in execution to occur due to the absence of an executioner? With so many soldiers present, could they not simply select someone at that critical moment to wield the blade? Is there an unwritten rule that holds greater weight than the protocol of timely execution? Such thoughts swirled through Qin Zheng's mind. After a brief moment, he shook his head, dismissing these distractions. These matters were not of immediate concern to him and did not warrant his attention. With this in mind, he diverted a fragment of his consciousness to the merit scroll within his heart. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 70-17. Martial arts, ghost head blade technique, perfect. Golden Cicada Shedding, Beginner, Merit, 1 tael and 6 chien, Current Martial Arts. Golden Cicada Shedding can be upgraded, requiring 5 chien of merit. Would you like to upgrade? Upon reading this, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled, and his mood swiftly elevated. The total of 1 tael and 6 chien, apart from the 1 chien he originally possessed, consisted entirely of today's gains. This effectively meant that a single criminal had provided him with 3 chien of merit. Although this was significantly less than Shi Yan's merits, Qin Zheng felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that within just 1 day, he had accumulated enough merit to refine the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Once he successfully refined this martial art, his safety would be substantially assured. Envisioning the transformations the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique would bring, Qin Zheng's heart grew increasingly fervent. However, refining martial arts would induce bodily changes, and given his current situation in the execution ground, immediate refinement was not feasible. Thus, he had to suppress his excitement for the time being and wait until he returned home to commence the refinement. Next, he needed to collect his wages, otherwise, he would find himself entirely destitute, making even the simplest meal a challenge. The execution ground in Black Goose City is situated on the southern edge of the city, with military camps naturally encircling it. The role of executioner is not filled by soldiers from the camp, but is instead a position volunteered for by daring civilians. The payment for executing a single head is 21, and if there are numerous prisoners, one could accumulate a considerable sum in a single day. Therefore, throughout generations, there are families who have made a livelihood as executioners near the execution ground. Qin Zheng's family was one such lineage. Today he had executed 5 heads, in addition to Shi Yan's, totaling 6. This meant he would receive 121, roughly equivalent to 1 tael of silver. Before long, he arrived at a place resembling an account office within the military camp. Qin Zheng stated his name, and the personnel there did not conduct extensive verification before handing him a bag. The bag emitted a crisp, clinking sound as it moved, clearly indicating a substantial number of coins within. Qin Zheng did not take the time to count them. After expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly departed. The individual who had handed him the silver was a middle-aged man with graying facial hair. Watching the departing figure of Qin Zheng, I shook my head and murmured to myself, "What a wretched soul, a poor spirit indeed." Yet, these words did not reach Qin Zheng's ears. Even if they had, he would likely have dismissed them with a smile. Clutched in his embrace were riches, and the merit scroll he had accumulated was sufficient for an elevation of his virtues. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and joy within him. Once he mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, a smooth path lay ahead. Just as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly spotted an old monk outside the execution ground. However, this monk was gaunt and clad in tattered garments, resembling more of a beggar than a religious figure. There he stood, palms pressed together, reciting scriptures with compassion in the direction of the gallows. Namo Amitba, Du Di Ta. Qin Zheng listened attentively, but realized he could not comprehend the words. Nevertheless, it appeared to be verses aimed at cleansing sins and guiding lost souls. Without lingering further, Qin Zheng turned and made his way outside. The journey from the military camp to his lodging in the eastern part of the city would take half an hour. However, eager to swiftly refine the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he discreetly employed his lightness technique, and in an instant, his speed surged. Before long, he returned to the eastern part of the city. Yet, as he arrived in front of his humble abode, he sensed a faint sound, akin to a delicate breath. The source of this sound seemed to emanate from within the house. Chapter 11. The Mighty Force. The Black Fiend's palm, Wei Foam. As the decrepit wooden door creaked open, it emitted a mournful groan. Qin Zheng, clutching the ghost head blade with one hand, stepped into the room. An invisible aura began to coalesce within the confines of the dwelling. "Are you not afraid of me?" inquired the man, casually seated upon the bed, clad in ill-fitting, oversized garments that suggested a life of poverty. There was something vaguely familiar about him, as Qin Zheng pondered the fragments of memory associated with this stranger. After a brief moment, Qin Zheng spoke. "Did you leave this mark upon my chest?" The recollections surged forth, revealing that this unremarkable man had struck him squarely in the heart during a moment of inattention. At this revelation, the man erupted into laughter, replying, "It seems you possess a modicum of intelligence. Indeed, the imprint upon your chest is the hallmark of my renowned technique, the Black Fiend's palm. Initially, one may feel no immediate repercussions, But as the force of the palm gradually invades the body, the mark deepens. The afflicted must endure excruciating torment, ultimately succumbing to a painful demise. The 4 unfortunate souls who accompanied you met their end in precisely this manner. I am curious, why do you yet live? As he spoke, the man rose from the bed, revealing hands concealed within his voluminous sleeves. They were vast, dark hands, akin to enormous fans, glinting with a metallic sheen. They resembled weapons more than mere hands. Do you comprehend the anguish your survival has inflicted upon me? The man's demeanor shifted to one of malevolence as he continued. It is precisely because you have not perished that the young master lost his head, leading to the annihilation of the Golden Cicada gang. I have incurred the wrath of the leader, becoming a pariah, forced to hide from sight. Now, I can only venture out clad in these rags that even dogs would shun. Tell me, do you not deserve death? As his fury escalated, the man's eyes burned with a fierce intensity. Today, I shall bring your head as a trophy to the leader. With a fierce command, he lunged towards Qin Zheng. In that instant, Qin Zheng interjected, have you ever considered why I would enter my home despite your blatant intrusion? Do you believe I am unaware of someone entering my abode? The man paused, momentarily taken aback. What? Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a figure catapulted out of the earthen dwelling, crashing against the wall of an adjacent, uninhabited structure. Qin Zheng emerged, the ghost head blade resting upon his shoulder, casting a steady gaze upon the man before him. Meanwhile, on the scroll of merits floating in his mind's eye, a new line of text began to materialize. Wei Feng, ruthless and malevolent, had committed numerous atrocities. Eliminating him would yield a modicum of merit. Indeed, Qin Zheng's suspicions were validated as the vengeance of the Jinshan gang swiftly arrived at his doorstep. However, he was taken aback to discover that the assailants were not Shi Dian, and remnants of the Jinshan gang still lingered. It appeared that even Ji Changyin could not subdue all these martial artists. Yet, this was not without merit. Those steeped in sin could serve to bolster his own accumulation of virtue. At that moment, Wei Feng, having been struck and sent sprawling, swiftly regained his footing. He gazed at Qin Zheng with astonishment, scrutinizing him as if doubting the identity of his adversary. Qin Zheng remained composed, having sensed the presence of others within the room prior to entering, and he immediately chose to refine the holy relic he held. In doing so, he attained the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, which granted him a formidable strength akin to 1,000 pounds, prompting a profound metamorphosis within him. This newfound power emboldened him to confront the situation head-on. As he felt the ongoing transformation within his body and the surging strength coursing through his limbs, Qin Zheng turned his gaze towards Wei Feng, shedding the trepidation that had once gripped him. He perceived that even the residual force lingering at his heart was washed away by the unparalleled might of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. In an instant, the oppressive weight on his chest dissipated, leaving him invigorated and transformed. The ominous blade that had loomed over him, threatening his very existence, vanished, leaving no trace of its former influence. At that moment, Wei Feng stared at Qin Zheng in sheer astonishment, disbelief etched across his features. How could this be possible? You are merely a lowly executioner. How could you possess such martial prowess? The overwhelming force still surged within Wei Feng, battering his internal organs and causing him to feel as though he might vomit blood. You are no mere executioner. Who are you really? As Qin Zheng advanced, Wei Feng instinctively recoiled, shouting in alarm. In response, Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed with cold determination, and without further ado, he stepped forward, wielding his ghostly-headed blade with ferocious intent. Previously cautious not to damage his own dwelling, he had refrained from unleashing his full might, yet he had inadvertently created a substantial breach. Since the damage was done, he resolved to harness his full strength and discover the true extent of his 1,000-pound power. With this resolve, Qin Zheng channeled every ounce of his strength into the ghostly-headed blade. The ominous weapon sliced through the air, leaving a white streak in its wake. As the blade trembled, it stirred the atmosphere, resonating like a haunting melody. Beneath the weight of this strike, Wei Feng appeared momentarily paralyzed, unable to react. It was only at the critical moment, as the ghostly-headed blade descended, that he finally regained his senses and leapt to the side in a desperate bid to evade the impending onslaught. The blade nearly grazed his face as it fell. With a thunderous crash, the desolate earthen dwelling collapsed in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust, Wei Feng's visage was rendered a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Even without being struck directly, the ferocious force of the blade's wind could inflict harm. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his facial nerves, Wei Feng had no time for contemplation. He must seize this moment of cover to flee. This executioner was no ordinary individual, but a warrior of formidable prowess, rivaling that of his own clan leader, having shattered the 3 great barriers. No wonder he dared to sever the head of the young master. Wei Feng lamented that he should have recognized this sooner. Refraining from being the first to stick his neck out, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind, engulfed in profound regret. Yet, just as he turned, he felt a hand seize his shoulder. Did he think he could come and go as he pleased? Die? The ferocious roar echoed in his ears like a soul-crushing demonic chant. The agonizing pain radiating from his shoulder made it painfully clear that merely this grasp had reduced his scapula to dust. Soon, Wei Feng was dragged back into the swirling dust, his face a portrait of despair. With a swift motion, a glimmer of the blade emerged. The blade sliced through the air, dispersing the dust to reveal a headless corpse in Qin Zheng's grasp, and, on the ground, a head filled with despair. Chapter 12. The bloody path of retribution. With a swift stroke, the head rolled away, empowered by the formidable strength of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. Complemented by the ghostly blade technique, Wei Feng was utterly incapable of withstanding the force of Qin Zheng's strike. Blood gushed forth from the gaping wound, prompting a slight frown from Qin Zheng. He released his grip, letting Wei Feng's lifeless body fall to the ground. After surveying his surroundings, he discerned a profound silence. As if the world had become a deserted realm. It seemed unlikely that any ambush from the Golden Cicada gang would materialize. With a sigh of relief, Qin Zheng lowered himself and began to search Wei Feng's body. He discovered 3 banknotes of 100 taels each, a pouch of loose silver, and a booklet that had been carefully concealed. His eyes sparkled with delight as he extracted the booklet, realizing it contained the martial arts manual for the Black Fiend palm. Elated, Qin Zheng tucked the manual into his bosom, followed by the banknotes and the pouch of silver. He then tore a piece of rag from Wei Feng's clothing to wrap the severed head. In the city, committing murder typically invited the scrutiny of the authorities. However, as Wei Feng was a remnant of the Golden Cicada gang and a wanted criminal, Qin Zheng had no reason to fear being pursued. Instead, he could present the head to the authorities and claim a reward. It could only be said that Wei Feng was truly a harbinger of fortune, not only delivering silver to the impoverished Qin Zheng, but also gifting him a secret martial arts manual. Even the severed head could yield an income. A smile crept across Qin Zheng's face as he rose, returning home to fetch a cloth to clean the ghostly blade, which he then wrapped in coarse fabric and slung over his back. He glanced around the dilapidated earthen dwelling, now marred by a gaping hole. Given the circumstances, it was clear this place could no longer serve as a refuge. Having mastered the dragon-elephant prajna skill and possessing immense strength, he no longer feared the threats posed by Shi Dian. He no longer needed to rely on the narrow, convoluted paths to enhance his chances of escape. With the considerable wealth he had acquired from Wei Feng, he could now seek a new environment and elevate his living conditions. Reflecting on this, Qin Zheng smiled faintly, marveling at the rapidity of change. Just that morning, he had ventured out with utmost caution, wary of an encounter with the Golden Cicada gang. Now, possessing the strength of 1,000 pounds, he felt no trepidation and could confidently relocate. It was evident that martial prowess could indeed alter one's destiny with remarkable ease. Of course, only someone like him, who could transcend the arduous challenges of martial cultivation through sheer merit, could experience such swift transformation. For others, even those with extraordinary talent, it was unlikely they could achieve similar feats. With sufficient merit, any martial art could be mastered at the mere thought, reaching perfection in an instant. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Zheng chuckled softly and stepped out of the dwelling, leaving the slum behind. Although the earlier commotion was quite intense, those residing in this area are predominantly impoverished families, and at this hour, they are mostly out working. Thus, the atmosphere remains tranquil, with no one daring to peek out to ascertain the cause of such a tremendous disturbance. Qin Zheng maintained a serene demeanor, his broad ghost-headed blade wrapped in coarse cloth slung over his shoulder, while in his hand, he carried a blood-soaked bundle of tattered fabric. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing passers-by to steer clear, wary of approaching. He traversed from the eastern part of the city to the northern precinct where the magistrate's office is located. The flow of people here was significantly sparser compared to the western part of the city, and as he neared the magistrate's office, he encountered scarcely a soul. 2 constables, upon sighting Qin Zheng, tightened their expressions and promptly drew their swords, barking an authoritative command. Halt. I come to claim the bounty for the head of the remnants of the Golden Cicada Gang. Qin Zheng, unfazed, cast the bundle at their feet. The bloodied parcel fell to the ground, revealing the despairing head of Wei Feng, startling the 2 constables. Yet, working in the magistrate's office in Black Goose City, they were not unaccustomed to such scenes. They approached to confirm the identity, then rewrapped Wei Feng's head and addressed Qin Zheng, saying, "Please wait a moment, valiant hero." One constable hurried back into the office with the package, while the other remained stationed. Qin Zheng chose not to engage in conversation, lowering his head slightly to assess his current physical state. The process of refining his essence, the transformations brought forth by the dragon-elephant prajna technique, were still ongoing. He felt warm currents coursing through his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, ultimately merging with the outer layer of his skin, enhancing its resilience. Refined skin realm. Qin Zheng murmured softly. This indicated that he was still within the confines of the refined skin realm, yet his strength had undoubtedly transcended its limitations. A faint sigh escaped his lips, for the incompleteness of the dragon-elephant prajna technique he had acquired was the reason for this discrepancy. Although the forced refinement through the merit scroll had amplified his strength, it had failed to simultaneously enhance his physique. Such a pity. Otherwise, with his current power, he would not hesitate to draw his blade even before Shi Dian. Moments later, the constable who had entered to report emerged once more. This time, he bore no package containing Wei Feng's head, but instead held a pouch of coins. "Young hero," he said with a smile. "The magistrate has confirmed that this indeed belongs to Wei Feng." As he approached Qin Zheng, he continued, "Wei Feng, known as the Black Sha Palm, is far from an inconspicuous figure in Black Goose City and its surrounding regions. The fact that this seemingly youthful man was able to slay him speaks volumes of his martial prowess. Observing his simple and unadorned attire, one might suspect he is a disciple of a reclusive master, and thus they dared not display any airs of superiority. Here is your reward, 30 taels of silver. Please accept it." The officer respectfully presented the pouch of coins before Qin Zheng. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Qin Zheng's lips as he reached out to grasp the pouch. Wei Feng had generously bestowed upon him a total of 350 taels of silver, aside from the 30 taels before him. There were an additional 320 taels found on his person. Truly, it was a case of gaining wealth through unscrupulous means. With the money in hand, Qin Zheng was about to turn and leave, seeking a new place to rest. However, at that moment, the officer called out to him again, inquiring, "Young hero, may I ask where you dispatched Wei Feng?" Qin Zheng did not conceal the truth, responding candidly, "East of the city." After speaking, he strode away. The atmosphere of the yamen always felt ominously oppressive to him, making even the threshold uncomfortable. It was no wonder that this place was devoid of visitors. As he pondered this, he made his way to the southern part of the city. This area was neither as bustling as the west nor as rudimentary as the east. It occupied a middling position. Moreover, it was closer to the execution grounds and military camp, facilitating Qin Zheng's comings and goings. After a brief exploration, he spent 30 taels to acquire a modest courtyard with a single entrance and exit, establishing it as his residence. The conditions were vastly superior to the earthen dwelling he had occupied in the east. Having tidied up a bit, Qin Zheng prepared to venture out for a meal. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Puzzled, he wondered who might be visiting so soon after moving in. Could it be a friend of the former owner? Tensing slightly, he approached the door and called out, "Who is it?" A familiar voice responded from outside, "It is I, Wang Air." Qin Zheng promptly opened the door to find Wang Air, his expression dark and his demeanor complex. "Brother Wang, how did you know I had moved here?" Qin Zheng inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Captain Ji wishes to see you," Wang Air replied, gazing at Qin Zheng with an intricate expression. Chapter 13. The Ambush in Shidian. In the military camp of Haiyan City, it was Qin Zheng's inaugural entry into the inner sanctum of the barracks. Previously, his movements, including those surrounding the execution grounds, had always been confined to the periphery of the military encampment. Otherwise, the populace would not have been permitted to witness the executions. Within these military confines, Qin Zheng felt as if he had stepped into a quaint little town, bustling with individuals, some hurried, others leisurely. Following Wang Er's lead, they soon arrived at a modest courtyard constructed of bricks and stones. "Please, go in. The lieutenant is inside," Wang Er said, turning to Qin Zheng with a hint of timidity. After speaking, he hastily made to depart. "Wang, if you have time this evening, do come to my home for dinner. It would be a delightful way to celebrate my moving," Qin Zheng called out. Wang Er paused momentarily, then turned back with a smile, nodding in agreement. "Certainly. Hurry inside," so as not to keep Lieutenant Ji waiting. With a cheerful expression, he turned and left. Qin Zheng then shifted his gaze towards the courtyard before him. The gray walls and dark tiles exuded a sense of solemnity. He stepped forward and gently pushed open the large gate. The courtyard, designed for entry and exit, was only slightly larger than the small courtyard he had recently acquired. In the center of the open space lay an assortment of weapons, swords, spears, and staffs, scattered about. A robust middle-aged man wielded a long spear with one hand, executing movements with such vigor that the air crackled with energy. Qin Zheng stood at the doorway, observing the man's practice, captivated by the white streaks left by the spear's blades slicing through the air, the vibrations echoing in its wake. The strength of this military officer was undeniably on par with his own, if not superior. As Qin Zheng contemplated this revelation, the middle-aged man, in a series of swift rotations, brought the spear crashing down towards the ground. The tremendous force generated a faint explosive sound as the spear met the air. Such power could undoubtedly create a significant crater upon impact. Qin Zheng's eyes were riveted, eager to witness the full extent of this strike. However, the spear's blade halted a mere finger's breadth above the ground, eliciting a wave of frustration within him. Strength must be wielded wisely, otherwise, one risks not only failing to unleash one's full potential, but also incurring self-harm. Ji Changyin retracted the spear, standing upright, and placing it on a nearby weapon rack. Before finally acknowledging Qin Zheng, "Come, have a seat," he gestured. To one side of the courtyard stood a set of stone tables and benches. Ji Changyin seated himself first, prompting Qin Zheng to approach and take a seat across from him. "Thank you for your guidance, Lieutenant," Qin Zheng said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Ji Changyin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. To derive a technique from the seemingly mundane act of execution is indeed commendable. I was taken aback to discover such a talent under the command of Ji. Qin Zheng realized that the transaction he conducted on that flower boat yesterday was known to the individual before him. Thus, he shook his head and humbly remarked, "It is merely a few inconsequential knife techniques, of little significance." Little did he know that Ji Changyin had been seated above him during that transaction. Ji Changyin smiled lightly, refraining from elaborating further. Instead, he reached for the teapot on the stone table and poured a cup of tea, sliding it towards Qin Zheng. He then continued, "That old rascal, Shi Dian, committed numerous atrocities in his youth, fueled by a manual titled Golden Zen skill. Yet, he possessed a keen business acumen, allowing him to evade trouble and establish the Golden Cicada Gang in Black Goose City." Upon hearing these words, Qin Zheng's attention sharpened. Perhaps due to the multitude of sins he had committed, divine retribution struck when he was 40, granting him a son. Consequently, he lavished all his affection on this young boy, which in turn fostered a brash and unruly disposition within him. Not long ago, this insolent lad, blinded by lust, kidnapped a girl he encountered on the street. After subjecting her to humiliation, he murdered her and disposed of her body. It wasn't long before he was apprehended by the authorities and imprisoned for trial, ultimately leading to his execution at your hands. Ji Changyin slowly articulated the reasons behind Shi Dian's execution, enlightening Qin Zheng. It became clear why Shi Dian, as the young master of the Golden Cicada Gang, was captured and sentenced to death. In Black Goose City, the only individual capable of prompting the authorities to take action was that one within their ranks. It was no wonder Shi Dian dared not resist. He could only resort to covert actions during the execution of Shi Yan, for he could not afford to offend that individual. Although Ji Changyin held the position of military officer, overseeing the penalties in Black Goose City, his influence in other matters was limited, resulting in a diminished deterrent against Shi Dian. Now, however, with Shi Dian's family shattered and the Golden Cicada Gang obliterated, he had become a solitary figure. The intimidation posed by that individual in the authorities was no longer as formidable as before. Therefore, Diane's primary target for revenge would undoubtedly be the official in the authorities, rather than myself. A flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Zheng's mind as he contemplated these revelations. In our last encounter, although I had inflicted a wound upon him, gaining a slight upper hand, this old fellow possessed profound martial prowess and was on the verge of a breakthrough. His prolonged absence could very well indicate that he was nearing a new level of mastery. As Ji Changyin spoke, a gravitas settled in his brow, and his voice instinctively grew weightier. Should he succeed in transcending the fourth significant threshold and ascend to the bone refinement realm, even I would not stand a chance against him. At that time, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc in Black Goose City to exact his vengeance, and you and I would likely find ourselves on his list. Upon hearing these words, Qin Zheng's expression darkened slightly as he turned his gaze towards Ji Changyin, who then spoke with a serious demeanor. I hope you can provide clarity, my lord. Ji Changyin continued. The head of the constabulary, Su, is also a martial artist who has mastered the third level of the muscle refinement realm. We have conferred and decided to take decisive action to eliminate Diane. However, should we both make our presence known, that old wretch Diane would undoubtedly cower in fear and refrain from revealing himself. Therefore, we require an individual whom he harbors a deep-seated hatred for, yet does not regard with apprehension, to draw him out. In this manner, Su and I can seize the opportunity to subdue him. With that, Ji Changyin's gaze fixed intently on Qin Zheng, the implication unmistakable. Qin Zheng, not lacking in insight, comprehended the underlying message. He was to serve as the bait. While he acknowledged that, given his current capabilities, assuming the role of bait should not pose significant peril, he pondered the fact that Diane's primary target for vengeance was not himself. He contemplated gradually honing his skills and elevating the dragon-elephant prajna technique to greater heights, thus ensuring his own safety and deeming it unnecessary to take such risks at this juncture. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, his thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 14. Untangling the path of martial arts. Certainly, you may refuse my request. At this moment, Ji Changyin continued to speak. However, he swiftly changed his tone and added, have you considered that Diane, who has broken through the four significant barriers, is not even a match for me? What do you possess to safeguard your life? Ji Changyin's gaze was piercing as he fixated on Qin Zheng. In that instant, the formidable presence of both a superior and a martial artist of the refining muscle realm emanated simultaneously. Regrettably, the Qin Zheng of now is no longer the ordinary executioner he once was. This display of power, though somewhat effective, could not sway his thoughts or decisions. His mind rapidly analyzed the current situation. Both Ji Changyin and the head of the guards were individuals he could not afford to offend at this moment. Otherwise, with a mere careless remark from Ji Changyin, he could lose his position as an executioner, disrupting his ability to accumulate merit with ease. Therefore, he could not outright refuse, lest he provoke displeasure and jeopardize his role. Yet, the prospect of acting as bait was fraught with danger, making it unwise to acquiesce too readily. Thus, he resolved to agree while simultaneously negotiating for his own benefits. Qin Zheng then reflected on his actions over the past 2 days. It was evident that those with keen insight must have already discerned his martial prowess, particularly Ji Changyin, who must have investigated his background. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the ghostly blade technique he had supposedly comprehended. In Ji Changyin's eyes, he likely appeared as a seemingly mediocre individual with extraordinary insight. Otherwise, a mere character of his stature would not warrant a personal visit. Ji Changyin would have dispatched 2 loyal subordinates to convey the message. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Zheng regained his focus and addressed Ji Changyin. I shall acquiesce to your request, my lord. However, I have a humble request of my own, which I hope you will grant. Upon hearing this, Ji Changyin raised an eyebrow, retracting his imposing aura, and with a light chuckle, inquired with curiosity, speak. Qin Zheng continued, I have discerned certain insights from the ghostly blade technique, yet I remain but a novice in the realm of martial arts. I hope that my lord will elucidate the path of martial arts for me, broadening my understanding and dispelling my confusion. This was the condition Qin Zheng wished to propose. Having only recently traversed into this world, he possessed scant memories related to martial arts from his former life. The knowledge he had acquired regarding flesh, muscle, bones, and the 4 significant barriers was merely gleaned from Wang Air. He was still largely ignorant of the intricacies of martial arts in this world. The relationship between martial skills, strength, and realms remained elusive to him. As a military officer dispatched to Haiyan City by the court, Ji Changyin was a seasoned martial artist who had surmounted the three significant barriers and was undoubtedly well-versed enough to provide the answers he sought. These are the conditions proposed by Qin Zheng. Such martial knowledge is not particularly precious to Ji Changyin and does not seem overly demanding. However, it is precisely what he urgently needs to comprehend at this moment. After Qin Zheng articulated his thoughts, Ji Changyin let out a hearty laugh, clearly pleased. When he turned to Qin Zheng again, a hint of admiration gleamed in his eyes. Excellent. Your innate understanding is commendable, merely through your insights gained from the Ghost Blade. You have managed to sever the head of the remnants of the Golden Cicada Gang. Your future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Today, I shall guide you in the martial arts. It may well become a remarkable tale in the days to come. With that, Ji Changyin laughed heartily once more. After a few moments, he paused, reflecting briefly before continuing. The path of martial arts encompasses four crucial aspects: flesh, skin, tendons, and bones. This is common knowledge in the martial world. Even those who have never practiced martial arts can grasp it. However, understanding how to embark on the path of martial arts and where to begin with flesh, skin, tendons, and bones is not something the average person can discern. 4. To embark on the path of martial arts, one must possess martial skills. At this juncture, he suddenly extended his hand with the speed of an arrow, swiftly grasping Qin Zheng's left arm. Qin Zheng suppressed his instinctive reaction, curious to see what the other would do next. Ji Changyin merely pinched Qin Zheng's skin before withdrawing his hand. Quite good. You have entered the realm of skin refinement. He nodded approvingly. He continued. Martial skills can be categorized into internal and external types. External skills are methods of combat, enabling one to attain extraordinary strength swiftly. In contrast, internal skills are methods for nourishing the body, fortifying flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs, thereby prolonging life. The so-called four crucial aspects, flesh, skin, tendons, and bones, represent the order of internal skill cultivation, progressing from the outside in, from skin to bone. However, internal skills are exceedingly precious, predominantly under the control of the imperial court and prestigious families, leaving ordinary martial artists with little opportunity to access them. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. If one can only differentiate realms by cultivating internal skills, what of those martial artists who possess only external skills? Ji Changyin seemed to sense his confusion, smiling gently as he replied. Internal skills are precious because they enable martial artists to refine their bodies perfectly. However, this does not imply that those without internal skills cannot strengthen their own bodies. You must understand that while external skills focus on combat, they also require a robust physique as support. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the external skills are, if the body cannot sustain them, it will be like a child wielding a heavy hammer, ineffective and potentially harmful. For us who only practice external skills and lack understanding of internal skills, we can repeatedly practice martial techniques to stimulate our vital energy and nourish our bodies. In doing so, we can also refine our bodies and strengthen our flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs. The downside, however, is that it demands a considerable amount of sustenance. Consuming the equivalent of 3 cattle daily is no exaggeration, and the refinement of the body may not be flawless. After listening, Qin Zheng nodded in understanding. Thus, it is evident that the current martial arts I am practicing, the ghost head blade technique and the golden cicada's shedding of its shell, are merely external skills. Although the dragon elephant prajna skill encompasses both internal and external cultivation, I regret to say that the version I have acquired is incomplete. While I have forcibly refined it through the merit scroll to gain entry into its practice, it has only augmented my strength without enhancing my physical constitution. It is no wonder that despite possessing a force equivalent to 1,000 pounds, I remain stagnant at the refining skin stage. However, this realization brings forth a new layer of confusion for me. It seems that the delineation of realms does not necessarily determine the superiority of one's strength. When I voiced this uncertainty, Ji Changyin merely shook his head in response. External techniques, at their core, are merely skills that can amplify one's combat prowess but cannot fundamentally alter a person's essence. Conversely, honing the body can directly transform an individual's strength. You must understand that a practitioner at the refining skin stage can unleash a force capable of breaking 200 pounds. A practitioner at the refining flesh stage can exert a force of 500 pounds. A practitioner at the refining tendon stage can generate a force of 1,000 pounds. As for the ultimate refining bone practitioners, their strength can shatter 3,000 pounds with a single strike. Given this, how could a practitioner of the refining skin stage ever surpass one at the refining bone stage, regardless of their martial prowess? Upon hearing this, I felt a sudden clarity. Yet, considering the uniqueness of my dragon elephant prajna skill, I pondered further and continued to inquire. Is there a martial art that can enhance one's innate strength? Ji Changyi nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, such arts do exist, but they are exceedingly rare and considered celestial wonders in this world. Moreover, these techniques impose an immense burden on the human body. Attempting to wield great power with a frail physique can deplete one's life essence and significantly increase the risk of premature aging and demise." Chapter 15. Journey to Tongguan Town. In the southern courtyard of Black Goose City, wisps of smoke rose gently into the air. "Brother Wang, come, enjoy the dishes." Qin Zheng enthusiastically pushed the food toward Wang Er. The latter was the first person to extend kindness to him since his arrival in this world. At that time, Qin Zheng had nothing. He was destitute, teetering on the brink of death. Wang Er, of course, was not motivated by greed for Qin Zheng's possessions. Thus, Qin Zheng adhered to the principle that if others treat him with kindness, he too must respond with benevolence. Wang Er, previously reserved, had shed his inhibitions. Aware of Qin Zheng's accomplishments and his summons by Ji Changyi, he initially believed that Qin Zheng was destined for greatness, making him hesitant to engage with someone he deemed so lofty. However, Qin Zheng's demeanor remained unchanged, allowing Wang Er to gradually relax. They shared a meal that lasted until the moon ascended the night sky. Only after Wang Er, satisfied and full, took his leave did Qin Zheng tidy up and return to the courtyard, gazing up at the luminous moon, lost in thought. According to Ji Changyi, the dragon elephant prajna art was undoubtedly an extraordinary martial skill. After all, merely mastering the initial stage granted him the strength of 1,000 pounds. Yet, it was precisely because this martial art was so formidable that Qin Zheng felt a pang of regret. The version of the dragon elephant prajna art he possessed was incomplete, lacking essential teachings. Although he could forcibly refine it through the merit scroll to increase his power, it could not simultaneously enhance his physical constitution. Thus, while Qin Zheng's strength far surpassed that of others at the same level due to the dragon elephant prajna art, his internal organs remained at the refining skin stage, merely at the first major threshold. At this moment, the 1,000 pounds of strength bestowed by the art became a burden due to his weakened organs. Reflecting on this, Qin Zheng's thoughts turned inward as he examined the contents of the merit scroll. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 70-17. Martial arts, dragon elephant prajna art, first layer, golden cicadas shedding, beginner. Ghostly blade technique, perfected. Merit, 1 tael 9 qian. Current martial art, golden cicadas shedding can be enhanced, requires 5 qian of merit, proceed with enhancement. Current martial art, dragon elephant prajna art can be enhanced, requires 1 tael of merit, proceed with enhancement. With a thought, Qin Zheng spoke aloud. Enhance martial art, golden cicadas shedding. In an instant, 5 qian of merit was deducted from the scroll, and Qin Zheng felt his mastery of this lightness skill deepen. Consequently, the status of the skill on the merit scroll changed from beginner to minor accomplishment. However, to further enhance it, he would need to expend 8 qian of merit. Qin Zheng hesitated. He currently had only 1 tael for qian of merit remaining. If he enhanced his lightness skill again, he would be unable to elevate the dragon elephant prajna art. Yet, should he choose to enhance the dragon elephant prajna art, it was highly likely that his strength would surge to 2,000 pounds. With his current physical constitution, he wondered whether he could withstand such power. Qin Zheng contemplated for a moment, withdrawing his consciousness from the depths of his heart and deciding to defer his judgment. He retrieved a booklet from his bosom, the very one he had obtained from Wei Feng, containing the black sha palm technique. He realized he had alternative choices. Qin Zheng perused the booklet, engrossed in the profound wisdom inscribed within. Moments later, as he turned to the final pages, a new line of text materialized on the merit scroll. On the following day, Qin Zheng, as usual, set out early with his ghost-headed knife for the execution grounds. He severed the heads of 3 prisoners, accruing 7 qian of merit. The anticipated actions had not unfolded, which brought a subtle relief to Qin Zheng. With each day's delay, he could accumulate merit, thereby enhancing his own abilities. He then returned home to practice the dragon-elephant prajna technique, invigorating his blood and nourishing his physical form as well as his internal organs. However, while this regimen did indeed hone his physique, the pace of advancement left much to be desired. His current shortcoming was a pressing need for a martial arts internal cultivation technique. With the capability of the merit scroll, he believed that even internal cultivation could be elevated, enabling rapid nourishment of his physical essence and elevation of his realm. Thus, Qin Zheng's corporeal form would keep pace with the enhancement of his martial skills. Otherwise, a dissonance between body and martial prowess could lead to the depletion of one's intrinsic vitality, as Ji Changyin had warned. On the third day, Qin Zheng continued to fulfill his duties as an executioner, decapitating 6 heads and earning 1 tael and 3 qian of merit. Afterward, he returned home to practice his martial arts, stimulating his vital energy and fortifying his physical form. Later, as night fell, a constable visited him, informing him to head 20 miles outside Haiyan City to Tongan Town at the hour of Chun. This revelation invigorated Qin Zheng, for he understood that Ji Changyin and his associates had traced Shi Dian's whereabouts and were preparing to take action. Nodding in acknowledgement, he turned back inside. Assessing his current situation, Qin Zheng, lifespan, 17. Martial skills, Dragon Elephant Prajna, first level, Black Sha Palm, minor success, Golden Cicada Shedding, perfection. Ghost Head Knife Technique, perfection. Merit, 1 tael and 2 qian. Current martial skill, Black Sha Palm can be enhanced, requires 8 qian of merit. Would you like to enhance? Current martial skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna can be enhanced, requires 1 tael of merit. Would you like to enhance? In the span of 2 days, he had perfected his lightness skill and brought the Black Sha Palm to minor success. With only 1 tael and 2 qian of merit remaining, Qin Zheng had no intention of reserving it for the Black Sha Palm. Though commendable, it paled in comparison to the enhancement of the Dragon Elephant Prajna. Through these days of practice, Qin Zheng had gained a comprehensive understanding of his physical form. Although he appeared lean, he possessed considerable strength, and his physique could undoubtedly withstand even greater force. Thus, without further hesitation, Qin Zheng silently resolved, enhance martial skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna. In an instant, 1 tael of merit was deducted, and an immense surge of power manifested within his being once more. In this instance, Qin Zheng could distinctly perceive an overwhelming burden upon his body. Muscles began to spasm, and a sharp pain coursed through his bones. As the rapidly surging strength became momentarily unbearable, the discomfort emanating from his internal organs compelled him to kneel, beads of sweat forming as he endeavored to endure this transformation. After a brief interval, the excruciating pain dissipated, and the alterations within his body came to a halt. Only then could Qin Zheng draw deep breaths, inhaling fresh air to expel the stagnant energy within. It appeared that the physical constitution attained at the skin refinement stage could only sustain the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill's ascension to the 2nd tier, beyond which further enhancement was unattainable. With his eyes reddened and a slightly ferocious countenance, Qin Zheng spoke. Following this, after allowing his body to calm, he refreshed himself and prepared for the day. He lay down to rest until the dawn broke, rising to strap the ghost head blade, wrapped in coarse cloth, upon his back. He then opened the door and strode purposefully towards the outskirts of Black Goose City. With his lightness of foot at its peak, Qin Zheng moved with remarkable grace, each stride covering nearly 5 paces of ordinary distance. While uncertain of its efficacy in fleeing, this speed proved advantageous for travel. Shortly thereafter, Qin Zheng exited Black Goose City and made his way directly towards Tongan Town, situated 10 miles away. During this journey, he cautiously attuned himself to the formidable strength within his body. 2,000 pounds of power, an attribute that even a martial artist at the muscle refinement stage, who had broken through the 3 major barriers, could not possess. Sensing this surging strength, Qin Zheng felt considerably reassured. Under the aegis of such power, as long as that old man Shi Dian had not made a breakthrough, he would undoubtedly remain safe. Chapter 16. A cannibalistic world outside Tongan Town. The dawn had broken, and wisps of smoke from cooking fires rose into the air. Amidst the frail and emaciated populace, a young man clad in coarse linen stood out remarkably, his tall stature accentuated by a large, broad blade wrapped in rough cloth slung across his back. This sight prompted those traversing the muddy path to steer clear of him. The brigands of the Green Woods often wield their martial prowess, mercilessly taking lives as they please. An ordinary individual, should they falter in vigilance, risk becoming a victim beneath their blades. Thus, they tend to maintain their distance from such figures. The young man, undoubtedly, was perceived by the surrounding townsfolk as one of these brigands. Qin Zheng surveyed the humble town with a slightly furrowed brow. Since his arrival in this world, he had acted hastily to preserve his life, yet he had yet to fully comprehend the circumstances of this realm. In Haiyan City, the architecture and the mental state of the people had not fallen below his expectations. However, upon reaching Tongwan Town, he found himself questioning whether he had indeed arrived at the right place, confronted by the muddy roads, the haggard and stooped citizens, and the dilapidated buildings. Could this truly be classified as a town? Moreover, it lay merely 10 miles from Haiyan City, yet the disparity was staggering. It appeared that the state of this world was far worse than he had anticipated. With a heavy heart, Qin Zheng acknowledged his limitations. He possessed no capability to save the world and could only strive to safeguard his own existence in such a grim reality. As he felt the surging power coursing through his lean physique, a modicum of reassurance washed over him. In no time, he traversed the entirety of Tongwan Town without encountering any unusual occurrences. Upon reaching a stall, he ordered 2 meat pies and inquired of the vendor, an elderly man with graying temples, "Have there been any newcomers to Tongwan Town of late?" The old man furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "Tongwan is a poor town, seldom frequented by outsiders. You, sir, are the first living soul I have seen enter Tongwan in over a month." Qin Zheng nodded, understanding that Shi Dian, in evading pursuit, would naturally avoid drawing attention from the townsfolk. He must have either disguised himself to seamlessly blend into Tongwan or sought refuge in the nearby deep mountains rather than hiding within the town itself. Thus, Qin Zheng nodded once more, sweeping his gaze around before asking, "Elder, has Tongwan always been like this? It hardly resembles a town, and the spirits of the people here are depressingly low, starkly contrasting with those of the citizens of Haiyan City." Upon hearing this, the old man glanced around cautiously before letting out a deep sigh and replying, "Not quite. Esteemed guest, judging by your accent, you must be a local from this vicinity. Since you seem unaware of the situation, it is likely you reside within the esteemed confines of Haiyan City. In truth, it is not only our Tongwan town that suffers. The 4 towns and 13 villages surrounding Haiyan City are similarly impoverished and dilapidated." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The elderly vendor continued, "A decade ago, while Tongwan town was not affluent, it was certainly not as destitute as it is now. All of this transpired due to a band of ruthless bandits emerging from the mountains. The surrounding towns and villages are compelled to pay tribute annually, amounting to thousands of taels. Year after year, if the tribute is not rendered, the bandits descend from the mountains, wreaking havoc and devastation until their thirst for violence is quenched. You see, paying the tribute ensures relative peace, but refusing it jeopardizes not only one's wealth, but also one's very life. After 10 years, Tongwan town has deteriorated into its current state, and I can only surmise that the other towns are no better." The vendor sighed heavily, his form seeming to stoop even further. "Does the government turn a blind eye to such conduct by these brigands?" Qin Zheng inquired, his brow furrowing. "Such negligence will inevitably lead to an eruption of discontent among the populace. When that day arrives, merely eradicating the bandits will not suffice to quell the turmoil." The old vendor shook his head and replied, "They have come before, but to no avail. The mountains are vast, and the officials' constables cannot locate them. Moreover, each time the officials arrive, they demand a bribe before they will even begin their search. Once they depart empty-handed, the bandits, aware that we have reported them, descend once more to wreak havoc. After several such instances, we have chosen to endure in silence." From the vendor's tone, Qin Zheng discerned a sense of helplessness and despair. There was little he could do but remain silent. The inhabitants of Haiyan City, enjoying a better existence than those outside its walls, benefited from a larger population and the presence of martial experts. Moreover, with the imperial troops stationed nearby, even the boldest of bandits dared not disrupt the peace within Haiyan City. Yet, the towns and villages surrounding it were left to suffer in silence, bearing the brunt of their plight. In this world, the defenseless commoners are the most exploited and the most afflicted. Qin Zheng extracted 2 coins from his pocket and handed them to the elderly vendor, offering his thanks before turning to depart. Ah, wait, esteemed guest. At that moment, the vendor seemed to remember something and called out to Qin Zheng. Turning back, he heard the old man say, "A few days ago, a ruffian began purchasing meat pies from my stall. He buys in large quantities and appears to be quite well off, which I found somewhat peculiar. If you seek someone, perhaps you might inquire about him. It could yield some results. He is right over there." Just then, a carefree scoundrel sauntered by, approaching the elderly vendor. "Hey, old man, pack me 50 meat pies, and do it quickly. I have matters to attend to." The ruffian casually snatched a pie from the stall and devoured it greedily. Simultaneously, he fished a handful of loose silver from his pocket and tossed it onto the old man's counter. Qin Zheng observed this rogue and stepped forward, gently tapping him on the shoulder. "What's the matter?" The ruffian turned to see Qin Zheng, his gaze shifting to a wary stance. Then, noticing the large object wrapped in coarse cloth behind Qin Zheng, his eyes widened, and he turned to flee. Qin Zheng's expression hardened as he swiftly closed the distance, delivering a gentle yet decisive blow that sent the ruffian sprawling to the ground. "Tell me, where do the meat pies you purchase daily go?" Qin Zheng inquired. The ruffian trembled and hastily replied, "They're delivered to the dilapidated temple 3 miles east of the town. Please, don't kill me. I haven't done anything wrong." Qin Zheng's gaze returned to the ruffian, who was pleading for mercy. Chapter 17. The Rogue's Fortune. The appearance of Shi Dian. On the road outside Tongwan town, the rogue led the way while Qin Zheng followed closely behind. Upon reaching a large tree, the rogue halted, turning to Qin Zheng with a sorrowful expression and lamented, "My lord, I truly cannot proceed any further. The individuals within that dilapidated temple are notorious outlaws. Should they discover that I have brought you here, they will undoubtedly draw their blades against me first. If you continue down this path for about a mile, you will reach the temple. I implore you, please spare me and let me go." Qin Zheng fixed his gaze intently on him, and after a moment, his lips parted to utter a single word, "Scram." At this, the rogue's expression brightened instantaneously, and he turned to flee back the way he came. However, after only a few steps, he hesitated and turned back to Qin Zheng, cautioning, "My lord, the individuals within that temple are formidable. Unless there is a grave enmity, I advise you against going there." Qin Zheng turned to the rogue and inquired, "What is your name?" The rogue appeared taken aback, evidently not expecting such a question. After a brief pause, he replied, "I have been orphaned since childhood and chose the name Fortune for myself." Qin Zheng nodded and continued, "Very well, go forth. In the future, strive to make a living for yourself and refrain from idleness." The rogue, somewhat dazed, acknowledged and hesitantly turned to depart. Qin Zheng also pivoted away. The old vendor's 50 meat pies would not cost even a single fragment of silver. This thought flickered through his mind, and he quickly returned his focus to the path ahead. His purpose for coming this time was originally to serve as bait to draw out Shi Dian. However, the old man had not shown himself. Instead, he had stumbled upon the location of his hideout. Reflecting on this, it seemed quite reasonable. As a lone executioner in the city of Haiyan, devoid of kin in Tongwan town, having offended the Jinchang gang, it was only natural that he would not remain in Haiyan but venture into such a desolate place. There had to be something amiss in this situation. Even if Shi Dian were aware of his presence, he would likely sense a trap and refrain from emerging. What troubled Qin Zheng was how remarkably simple it had been to uncover Shi Dian's whereabouts. Merely taking a stroll around Tongwan town and casually obtaining crucial information from a vendor, followed by learning of his hideout from a rogue, seemed far too effortless. If it were so straightforward, Ji Changyin and the head of the constabulary, Su Butu, would have acted long ago, rendering his role as bait unnecessary. As this notion crossed his mind, Qin Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, and an epiphany suddenly struck him. Everything was deliberate. Upon arriving in Tongwan town, it was possible that Shi Dian's men had already taken note of him. They might have used the hand of another to lead him, or Ji Changyin and Su Butu, into that dilapidated temple. Therefore, if one were to proceed towards the dilapidated temple a mile away, the likelihood of falling into an ambush would be exceedingly high. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, intent on locating the concealed Ji Changyin. Regardless of the actual circumstances, it was prudent to share his suspicions with his companion. Moreover, it was highly probable that Shi Dian had already deduced the identities of the two and was preparing an ambush. Remaining hidden would yield little benefit. Just as he was about to call out, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. "Sir, don't go over there." Qin Zheng focused his gaze and recognized it was the mischievous Fa Kai who had lured him here. "There's a trap. They instructed me to lead you there. To give me." Before Fa Kai could reach him, Qin Zheng felt a flurry of sharp arrows suddenly released from the mountainside beside him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound. Simultaneously, the sounds of clashing weapons resonated from the mountain. "This is bad." Qin Zheng's pupils constricted sharply. He quickly tore off the coarse cloth behind him and grasped the ghost-headed saber firmly. Crouched down. With a few swift motions, Qin Zheng deflected the arrows aimed at him. He utilized all his strength to employ lightness skill, darting towards Fa Kai while shouting loudly. However, Fa Kai appeared paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events. Standing frozen in place, Qin Zheng's gaze hardened, and with renewed vigor, he propelled himself forward like a phantom, instantly reaching Fa Kai's side. He swung the ghost-headed saber, successfully blocking all incoming arrows. "Sir, thank you." Fa Kai finally reacted, his voice trembling as he spoke to Qin Zheng. "Run. Don't look back." Qin Zheng commanded him sternly. Only then did Fa Kai nod rapidly and dash towards Tongwan town. At this moment, the arrows from the mountains had ceased, leaving only the sounds of intense weapon clashes. It was likely the remnants of the Jinshan gang, along with Ji Changyin and the Constable Su, were engaged in battle. Qin Zheng did not depart immediately. For these remnants of the Jinshan gang, including Shi Dian, represented prime opportunities for accumulating merits. Common prisoners might yield only a few coins of merit each. But the two Jinshan gang members he had slain, Shi Yin and Wei Feng, provided over a tael of merit each, equating to several common prisoners. The fact that they had managed to survive until now, accompanied by Shi Dian, indicated that there were likely more, not fewer. With this in mind, Qin Zheng's resolve hardened, and he stepped forward, employing his lightness skill to swiftly navigate into the mountains. Following the sounds of the fray, it wasn't long before he spotted Ji Changyin, alongside a man clad in constable attire. Both wielded long sabers, fending off 5 or 6 remnants of the Jinshan gang, with several of their corpses already littering the ground. Witnessing this, Qin Zheng quickly concealed his presence and, upon nearing the battlefield, set his sights on the target. He suddenly leaped into action. The ghostly blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of white in its wake. Seizing the moment when the opponent was caught off guard, it swept across the foe's neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth, sending the head soaring away. "Beware! Arrows may strike at any moment." Upon witnessing Qin Zheng join the fray, Ji Changyin called out. Swiftly, as his voice faded, an arrow was launched toward them. Qin Zheng deftly deflected the remaining scoundrels before pivoting his blade to intercept the arrow. These rogues were not without strength. They were seasoned martial artists. Coupled with archers lurking in the shadows, it was no wonder Ji Changyin and his companion struggled to subdue them swiftly. At this moment, Qin Zheng chose to conceal his true prowess and refrained from unleashing a devastating onslaught. Nevertheless, despite this restraint, the trio swiftly vanquished the scoundrels, who could not withstand their combined might. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zheng diverted a portion of his focus to the merit scroll, noting that he had slain 3 enemies, earning a total of 4 taels and 3 coins of merit. This revelation filled him with joy, for this brief moment of triumph surpassed his gains from several days of effort. "Why do you not flee?" Ji Changyin inquired, glancing at Qin Zheng after confirming the demise of the scoundrels. "Your Excellency, I wish to contribute to the eradication of the remnants of the Golden Cicada gang." Qin Zheng replied with resolute dignity. "Is this the so-called little executioner you spoke of?" On another front, the tall head of the yamen, Su, regarded Qin Zheng with interest. Nodding in approval, he continued, "Indeed, your blade technique is sharp. You are a promising talent. Thank you for your kind words, Head Su." Qin Zheng responded with a respectful clasp of his fists. "Let us proceed. This Shi Dian dares to summon us, which suggests he is nearing a breakthrough. We must exercise caution," Ji Changyin declared, leading the way as the two of them refrained from scavenging the bodies and returned to the path toward the dilapidated temple. Qin Zheng felt a twinge of regret at this decision. However, just as the trio had taken a few steps, they encountered a familiar figure approaching them, the leader of the Golden Cicada gang, Shi Dian. Chapter 18, Ascend. Ascend. Shi Dian, A robust figure strode forward with great strides. Though initially appearing distant, he swiftly approached the trio within mere moments. At that moment, his aura was tranquil, resembling that of an ordinary person, as he held a lifeless body resembling a tattered sack. This wretched being, having taken my money, dared to betray me, truly deserving of death. Shurdian maintained a composed expression, gazing at the three with a faint smile before tossing the corpse before them. Humph, old man, today my companion and I shall undoubtedly claim your head. The head of the magistrate, Su Wei-san, disregarded the body that had been thrown at his feet, fixing his cold gaze on Shurdian. Ji Changyin remained silent, his focus unwavering on Shurdian, his aura pulsating with intensity, emanating a searing bloodlust. Only Qin Zheng stood there, staring blankly at the twisted form of the corpse before him. It was none other than the scoundrel Fa Kai. With a broken spine and contorted limbs, the body still bore a faint trace of breath. Qin Zheng stepped forward, crouching down to examine Fa Kai, placing a hand on his wrist in an attempt to gauge his heartbeat. It was so feeble that it was nearly imperceptible. There was no hope left but to await death. Qin Zheng's expression darkened instantly. At that moment, Shurdian noticed Qin Zheng, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. There is a saying, when the tiger falls to the plains, it is subjected to dogs. I can comprehend why Su Wei-san and Ji Changyin have come, but how dare you, a mere executioner, approach? Truly an ant attempting to swallow an elephant, bold, yet with a fragile life. Qin Zheng ignored him, directing his gaze towards Fa Kai's face. The barely alive Fa Kai's lips trembled slightly as he whispered, in a voice barely audible to an ordinary person, "Master, run." After uttering those three words, his breath ceased, and thus his life came to an end. A surge of rage erupted within Qin Zheng's heart. Struggling to contain the fury that surged from within, he extended his hand to close Fa Kai's eyes and meticulously realigned his distorted limbs. As he did so, Shurdian let out a derisive laugh, then turned his attention to Su Wei-san, his expression gradually darkening. "Why is this?" Shurdian suddenly inquired. "I have served the Gao family for decades, yet merely because my son insulted a maid in your household, you seek to kill him." Su Wei-san, maintaining a calm demeanor, sneered, "A dog is a dog. Should it dare to overstep its bounds, it shall be met with a thunderous warning." Upon hearing this, Shurdian erupted into laughter, then looked at Su Wei-san and retorted, "Am I a dog? Then you, Su Wei-san, are nothing but a dog as well." As these words escaped his lips, a chill flashed in Su Wei-san's eyes, and he bellowed, "Presumptuous!" In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from him, and he lunged forward with great force. Ji Changyin, witnessing this, felt a spark in his eyes and quickly followed suit, brandishing his blade. Swish, swish. Two shadowy figures surged forth from either side of Qin Zheng, the gusts they created lifting his dark hair in a wild dance, obscuring his features and rendering his true visage unrecognizable. With a thunderous roar, Shurdian, his massive hands outstretched, summoned a tempest of energy. "Come forth." In an instant, three formidable practitioners of the body refinement realm collided, resembling three ferocious beasts, their clash raising clouds of dust and echoing with thunderous sounds. As the battle raged on, the golden aura surrounding Shurdian intensified, his breath growing ever more potent. Although he originally fell short of Ji Changyin's strength, he now stood against two adversaries without faltering in the slightest. This unforeseen turn of events sent a wave of unease through Su Wei-san and Ji Changyin. The old rogue had indeed made a breakthrough. Yet, such advancement is not achieved in an instant. It requires gradual cultivation over time. Thus, despite Shurdian's apparent elevation to the bone refinement stage, the augmentation of his power would not be instantaneous. Given the brevity of time, even if he had broken through, his strength should not have reached an insurmountable level. Exchanging a glance, both men recognized the resolve reflected in each other's eyes. This old rogue must be eliminated. With this thought, Ji Changyin's aura erupted, a tide of murderous intent surging forth, accompanied by the phantom sounds of an army's charge. In an instant, his momentum shifted and the techniques of his blade transformed, imbued with a newfound ferocity that dramatically escalated their potency. Su Wei-san too adapted his swordplay, weaving in a sinister cunning akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. Under such pressure, Shurdian found himself forced back, the faint golden light emanating from him flickering as though on the verge of shattering. Observing this, Ji Changyin and his companion felt a spark of hope. However, this fleeting joy was swiftly extinguished when Shi Dian roared, his golden radiance surging to an unprecedented level. With just the two of you, you dare to take me down? Such delusion. 2,000 pounds of strength is enough to obliterate you both. With that, Shi Dian's energy surged, eclipsing Ji Changyin and Su Weisan in an instant. In a blur, he darted forward, standing before Su Weisan, bellowing, "Prepare to die." The swiftness of his assault left Su Weisan no time to react. As he swung his long blade towards Shi Dian's neck, the latter's massive hand shot out, gripping the blade with an iron grip. The immense force rendered Su Weisan's weapon immovable. In the next moment, Shi Dian's other hand transformed into a fist, striking towards Su Weisan's heart. "You dare!" Su Weisan's face twisted in rage as he cried out, dropping his long blade and attempting to flee. Yet, his speed fell short, and he was struck squarely in the back. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, cascading like mist. Soon after, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After Shi Dian severely injured Su Weisan with a powerful punch, he abruptly turned, swinging his fist. He was met by the incoming blade of Ji Changyin. "You struck me yesterday. Today, you shall receive my blow." Shi Dian sneered, allowing Ji Changyin's long knife to strike him while delivering a forceful punch to Ji Changyin's body. However, this blow appeared to have little effect after being hit. Ji Changyin staggered backward. Without further ado, he swiftly retreated, vanishing from the area in an instant. Shi Dian observed Ji Changyin's departure without pursuing him, his gaze shifting to Qin Zheng, who was busy tending to the ruffian Fa Kai. Such worthless and contemptible beings. If you hold him dear, then go down and accompany him. Shi Dian chuckled sinisterly, taking several strides forward before delivering a punch towards Qin Zheng. Bang! Yet, this punch did not produce the expected eruption of blood or shattered skull. His fist was seized by a hand that, though not particularly robust, held him fast, preventing his strike from descending further. "You!" Shi Dian's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the youth before him, fear evident in his eyes. His fist had been thwarted by this seemingly insignificant executioner. A sense of absurdity washed over him, and before he could articulate a word, a fist suddenly struck his chest. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling Shi Dian backward. Subsequently, Qin Zheng rose, casting a cold, piercing gaze at the fallen Shi Dian. Simultaneously, he shouted inwardly, "Enhance my martial prowess, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill." Chapter 19. The Great Sun Golden Cicada Technique. A thunderous roar emanated from within Qin Zheng's body, as if a mighty river had burst its dam, surging with overwhelming force. Having elevated his power once more, Qin Zheng now possessed a tremendous strength of 3,000 pounds, rivaling that of a practitioner at the bone refining stage. However, concurrently, his muscles, bones, and internal organs cried out in anguish, overwhelmed by the strain. This formidable power had transcended the limits of what his body could endure. He could feel the excruciating pain rippling through his organs under the relentless pressure of this force. Yet it was momentarily suppressed by the fury in his heart and the exhilaration of his newfound strength. With a swift stride, Qin Zheng closed the distance to Shi Dian, who was hastily rising to his feet. The punch Qin Zheng had delivered earlier, with only 2,000 pounds of force, had not inflicted severe damage. The primary reason Shi Dian had been sent flying was his astonishment at Qin Zheng's strength, which had caught him off guard. As Qin Zheng approached once more, Shi Dian exclaimed, well, who would have thought that this mere executioner from Haiyan City is actually a concealed master of martial arts? Today, I shall see just how formidable you truly are." With a resounding roar, Shi Dian's entire being radiated with golden light, resembling a resplendent golden cicada. He launched another punch toward Qin Zheng, but before he could complete it, his fist was seized by a powerful grip. "You?" In that moment, he sensed the overwhelming strength contained within Qin Zheng's grasp, far surpassing his own. Under this force, his fist was crushed, his bones shattering like glass. Shi Dian let out a tortured scream, attempting to escape Qin Zheng's hold, but found himself utterly immobilized by a strength that eclipsed his own. Qin Zheng's expression was icy as he harnessed the surging power within him. His body could not withstand a single blow from Shi Dian. Thus, the only way to vanquish his opponent was to crush him with even greater force. This was the very reason he had risked enhancing his dragon-elephant prajna technique once again. Tell me, what is it that you deem unworthy and despicable? Qin Zheng bellowed at Shi Dian, tightening his grip until Shi Dian's right hand was reduced to a pulpy mass, erupting in a violent explosion of blood and flesh. The connection between heart and fingers made this agony even more profound, eliciting a more harrowing scream from Shi Dian. Qin Zheng, however, did not afford him the chance to struggle further. He seized Shi Dian by the shoulder and began to rain down punches upon his chest. Bang! Speak! What is despicable? Bang! Tell me! Speak, you wretch! Bang! 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 Qin Zheng felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, his blood surging with fervor as he relentlessly struck at Shi Dian's heart. With a resounding thud and a splatter, when he swung his fist once more, his entire arm plunged through Shi Dian's chest, causing blood to gush forth like a spring. Gasping for breath, Qin Zheng withdrew his hand, and at that moment, Shi Dian lay lifeless, his eyes wide open, filled with resentment and struggle. Qin Zheng discarded the corpse onto the ground, his arms smeared with the viscous blood. He extended his other hand to brush away the fragments of the heart clinging to his arm. Then, he crouched down to search Shi Dian's belongings. In a short while, he uncovered 2 silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels, and a jade vial containing several pills exuding a potent aura of blood. Finally, he discovered an object resembling leather, inscribed with characters, the foremost of which boldly proclaimed, Great Sun Golden Cicada Technique. This was the cultivation method of the old rogue Shi Dian. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly tucked it into his bosom, along with the jade vial and the 2,000 taels in silver. Rising to his feet, he turned to glance back. Ji Changyin, having fled, left 3 bodies on the ground: the slain Shi Dian, the ruffian Fa Kai, and the unconscious constable Su Sanwei. Approaching Su Sanwei, Qin Zheng assessed his condition and found that the force had entered his body, injuring his internal organs, but he was not fatally wounded. After pondering for a moment, Qin Zheng seized Su's dagger and approached Shi Dian's corpse, plunging the blade into his chest and twisting it. Once the wound, created by his own fist, resembled one inflicted by a long knife, he proceeded to carve several deep gashes into Shi Dian's vulnerable areas with the dagger. After completing this task, he returned the dagger to Su Sanwei's hand, arranging the corpse to suggest a mutual demise. Qin Zheng then wrapped the ghostly blade in coarse cloth once more and slung it over his shoulder. Next, he walked over to Fa Kai's body, sighed softly, and bent down to lift it. Utilizing his lightness skills, he swiftly leaped into the mountains, departing from this treacherous place. Ji Changyin remained unaware of whether he would return. He felt that staying here would make explanation difficult. He did not wish to expose his abilities so soon. After all, just a few days prior, he had been an utterly ordinary executioner. Regardless of his innate talent or profound comprehension, mastering a technique of the ghostly blade was already his limit. If others were to learn that he had elevated his strength to the 3,000 gene typical of the bone refinement realm in just a few days, it would not be something easily brushed aside as mere talent. At that point, he would undoubtedly face the greed of the entire martial world. Currently lacking internal power, he could not rapidly advance his realm or adapt to the swift progression of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Thus, it was best to proceed discreetly, patiently awaiting the time when he could act more boldly once his realm had been sufficiently elevated. Regarding this course of action, whether it may arouse suspicion is a matter that Qin Zheng can no longer afford to ponder. The very fact that he has managed to survive poses a question in itself. However, in light of the significant achievement of eliminating the remnants of the Jinshan gang, namely the traitor Shi Dian, it is unlikely that Captain Su would expose himself. As long as he acknowledges this merit, he possesses ample justifications to dispel any suspicions. For instance, he could assert that he discreetly fled during the confrontation between the two. Qin Zheng had contemplated emulating Shi Dian's method, directly eliminating the unconscious Captain Su. With both men dead, the circumstances of the battle would remain unverified, allowing him to narrate whatever he wished. Yet, as Qin Zheng focused his attention and gazed at the other, he found no information pertaining to the captain on the merit scroll. Clearly, this Captain Su was not a man deserving of death. Thus, Qin Zheng opted for a different approach. Utilizing his lightness skill, he swiftly maneuvered to a remote and desolate mountainous area. Drawing forth his ghostly blade, He hastily excavated a pit to inter the unscrupulous Fa Kai. After laying him to rest, he exhaled softly, settling down onto the ground. Forcing his way through the dragon-elephant Prajna skill had already pushed his body beyond its limits. Now, as he attempted to regain his composure, he had yet to allocate any focus to assess the extent of his accrued merits. An unbearable wave of excruciating pain surged forth from every part of his body, overwhelming him like a tide. Just before losing consciousness, Qinzheng faintly heard a distant chant of Buddha's name. Amitabha. Chapter 20. The Old Monk of Chongming. 100 Tales of Merit. Grandfather, grandfather. He is about to awaken. In a state of disorientation, Qinzheng perceived the tender voice of a child ringing in his ears. After a few blinks, he abruptly opened his eyes, instantly sitting upright. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a dilapidated temple. Encircling him were several children, ranging from 3 to 9 years of age. His sudden movement startled them, causing the little ones to tumble to the ground in fright. Where am I? This was the foremost thought in Qinzheng's mind. He only vaguely recalled hearing a Buddhist chant just before losing consciousness. Immediately, he glanced down at himself, reaching into his garments. His clothing remained undisturbed, and nothing was amiss in his possession, which alleviated his anxiety somewhat. Benefactor, you have awakened. At that moment, an old monk appeared at the entrance of the crumbling temple. His figure was gaunt, and his tattered robes made him resemble a beggar rather than a monk. He approached Qinzheng, holding a bowl of medicine. As the old monk drew near, the frightened children scurried behind him, peering at Qinzheng with trepidation. Very well. You may go out to play now, the old monk said kindly to the children. With that, the little ones giggled and dashed out of the temple. Pray tell, master, where's this place? Qinzheng inquired, finally breaking his silence to address the old monk. Amitabha. A humble monk does not presume to call himself a master. My monastic name is Chongming. You may call me by that name, the old monk replied. Before continuing, you are currently within the city of Haiyan, in a temple located to the east. Upon hearing this, Qinzheng nodded, realizing that it was indeed this venerable Chongming who had brought him back. As he studied the old monk before him, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that this was the very monk who had recited scriptures at the execution grounds each time he had carried out a sentence in recent days. As this revelation dawned on him, he gazed into the monk's eyes, which were clear and pure, reminiscent of a child's innocence untainted by the world. Simultaneously, the merit scroll within his heart trembled slightly, revealing a line of text. Chongming the monk, a latecomer to monastic life, possesses a virtuous character. Should you slay him, 100 tales of merit will be deducted. The moment these words appeared, Qinzheng's heart jolted. Previously, the merit scroll had only displayed the names of those burdened with sin, indicating that they were worthy of death for the sake of merit. Or, like the Constable Su, there had been no information at all, indicating a lack of guilt or merit in their character. However, the appearance of the old monk Chongming introduced a new circumstance. If he were to strike down this monk, he would incur a loss of 100 tales of merit. Currently, Qinzheng has not accumulated 100 tales of merit. If he were to lose this 100 tales, it is uncertain what consequences would ensue. Nevertheless, this also serves to affirm that the venerable monk from Chongming possesses a truly compassionate heart, engaging in virtuous deeds and acts of kindness. Such a righteous individual need not be doubted in terms of their intentions. Trust can be placed in them. Qinzheng reflected upon this. Benefactor, you have exerted yourself excessively, causing harm to your inner self. You need to rest and recuperate for a time. The venerable monk from Chongming spoke slowly, extending the bowl in his hands toward Qinzheng. He continued, this medicinal broth will aid in nurturing your internal well-being. Qinzheng reached out to accept the bowl, which contained a thick, dark concoction emanating a warm, aromatic steam, evidently freshly brewed. However, he refrained from drinking it immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment and gazed at the monk, inquiring, I am grateful for your assistance, master, in bringing me back. However, how did you happen to be there at that time? Although he felt assured of the monk's benevolence, he felt compelled to ask. After all, the last place he had collapsed was in the depths of the mountains beyond Tongguan town, a location not frequented by travelers. The monk's presence there surely had some purpose. Upon hearing Qinzheng's question, the venerable monk clasped his hands together, softly reciting a Buddhist chant before responding, the benefactor Shi Dian bears grave sins. I journeyed to awaken him from his delusions, to prevent him from continuing down a path that harms both himself and others. Yet, I did not anticipate encountering you along the way. At this, Qin Jing's expression darkened slightly, and he pressed further. So, Master, you witnessed the entire incident? Does this not mean my circumstances cannot be concealed? Amitabha. The monk recited another Buddhist chant. When he turned his gaze back to Qin Jing, it was filled with admiration. You possess a connection with our Buddhist order, endowed with martial prowess reflecting the essence of the Vajra. Coupled with your compassionate heart, you are destined for great wealth and success in the future. However, Qin Jing furrowed his brow upon hearing this, lifting his gaze in surprise at the monk. The fact that the monk had witnessed his confrontation with Shi Dian was one thing. It was evident that the monk's martial abilities were formidable as well. After all, what ordinary monk would dare to speak of awakening a tyrant grieving the loss of a child? Moreover, he could discern that Qin Jing's skills were intertwined with the Buddhist teachings. Considering this, Qin Jing hesitated before speaking. Master, I kindly ask that you keep my actions confidential. The monk nodded in response, smiling as he said, as a humble practitioner, I am inconspicuous in this vast city of Haiyan. Being a monk, I shall not indulge in idle gossip or disclose the benefactor's information. You may rest assured. Qin Jing nodded, then turned his attention to the bowl of medicinal broth in his hands, raising it to his lips and consuming it in one swift motion. Indeed, as the medicinal broth coursed through his system, a soothing warmth radiated from his stomach. Waves of warmth swiftly permeated every part of his being, nurturing and alleviating his pain. His physical condition markedly improved. Qin Jing placed the bowl aside, rose, and bowed respectfully to the venerable monk, expressing his gratitude. I thank you, Master. The monk reciprocated the gesture. Now that he had awakened and experienced a modicum of recovery, Qin Jing had no intention of lingering, and thus he took his leave. However, before departing, the monk presented him with a prescription, instructing him to procure the ingredients and brew them, which would aid in healing his internal injuries. He further advised, your natural talent is exceptional, and your comprehension is commendable. The ability to swiftly cultivate martial prowess should indeed be a cause for celebration. Yet, without a foundation in inner strength, forcing the enhancement of your physical abilities will only lead to harm and disrupt the essence of your being. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from exerting powers that exceed your bodily limits to avoid further misfortune. Qin Jing nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the sage's genuine concern for his well-being. After bowing once more, he departed from the dilapidated temple. He first ventured into the streets to acquire the medicinal ingredients as per the monk's prescription. Upon returning home, he prepared the herbs over a flame. In his leisure, he then retrieved the martial techniques acquired from Shi Dian, while also allowing a fragment of his consciousness to delve into the depths of his mind's sea. Chapter 21. The Art of Spiritual Martial Arts. Qin Jing. Lifespan, 70-17. Martial Arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art. Third Layer. Black Fiend Palm. Minor Achievement. Golden Cicada Shedding Shell. Perfection. Ghost Head Blade Technique. Perfection. Merit. 7 tails and 2 mace. Current Martial Art. Black Fiend Palm can be upgraded. Requires 8 mace of merit. Shall I proceed with the enhancement? Current Martial Art. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art can be upgraded. Requires 1 tail of merit. Shall I proceed with the enhancement? The Dragon Elephant Prajna Art has been elevated to the 3rd layer. My accumulated merit now stands at 7 tails and 2 mace. Apart from the 2 mace of merit I had before leaving, I acquired 4 tails and 3 mace of merit from vanquishing the remnants of the Golden Cicada Gang. After deducting the 1 tail required for enhancing the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art, my merit from slaying Shi Dian amounts to 2 tails and 7 mace. Although this is the most substantial merit Qin Jing has ever obtained in a single endeavor, the effort required seems disproportionately minimal. Nonetheless, Qin Jing understands that the merit rewarded by the scroll is measured by the sins of those slain, rather than their strength. Thus, the weak yet deeply sinful villains are the most fruitful targets for merit harvesting. Contemplating this, Qin Jing turns his attention to the leather scroll detailing martial arts. Great Sun Golden Cicada Art. The first sight is dominated by these 5 robust characters. Following this, Qin Jing immerses himself in the cultivation methods below. Moments later, the merit scroll gently quivers, revealing a new line of text. Discovered Martial Art. Great Sun Golden Cicada Art. Can be refined. Requires 1 tail of merit. Shall I refine it? Without hesitation, Qin Zheng declares, refine. With merely one tael of merit required, and possessing a total of 7 taels, he feels no reluctance in spending it. Subsequently, with the deduction of 1 tael of merit, a warm current swiftly courses through his body, continuously merging with his skin. Moments later, the enhancement concludes, and this martial art is fully mastered. Rising to his feet, Qin Zheng prods his skin, feeling a remarkable toughness akin to that of leather beneath his wheat-colored epidermis. Yet, this is not the most significant transformation. With a mere thought, a faint golden glow begins to emanate from his skin. In that instant, he perceives a substantial increase in the hardness of his skin by several layers. The Great Sun Golden Cicada art indeed proves to be a martial art that enhances one's defensive capabilities. A flicker of joy stirs within Qin Zheng's heart, as he temporarily cannot elevate the dragon-elephant prajna art further and must strive to exert over 1,000 pounds of strength. The acquisition of a protective divine skill at this moment is exceedingly fortuitous. Moreover, with Shi Dian's demise, the peril that has loomed over him since his arrival has dissipated. Without immediate danger, there is no rush to enhance his martial arts. He can now gradually nurture his inner self, accumulate merit, and refine his vitality to strengthen his body. For now, the emphasis lies on slow growth and subtle prosperity. Meanwhile, he endeavored to explore the possibility of discovering inner strength. The possession of a merit scroll did not necessarily imply that one must possess a tome detailing martial arts to cultivate and master them. Whether it was the ghostly blade technique acquired during his initial refinement or the dragon-elephant prajna skill, which currently constituted his foundation for survival, both had been extracted from various items. He could also seek out other objects to experiment with, hoping to unearth further martial skills from them. With this thought in mind, Qin Zheng once again directed his gaze toward the merit scroll. The Great Sun Golden Cicada technique, as a defensive art, was only at its nascent stage and required further enhancement. However, at this moment, advancing the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique on the merit scroll demanded 3 taels of merit, a considerable expenditure that Qin Zheng had not encountered until now. Even the dragon-elephant prajna skill required merely 1 tael of merit for each enhancement. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, puzzled by this predicament. Fortunately, his merit was currently abundant, and after a brief contemplation, he chose to proceed with the enhancement. This time, a more potent and surging warmth enveloped him, significantly increasing the strength of his skin. Yet, the transformation extended beyond mere epidermal fortification. At that moment, Qin Zheng felt his spirit suddenly emptying. Subsequently, a warm current surged forth from the void, continuously nourishing his spirit. The sensation of comfort nearly tempted him to succumb to its embrace. After a brief period, Qin Zheng emerged from this state. However, he soon realized that his senses had undergone a transformation, each one enhanced to varying degrees. Furthermore, he vaguely sensed a subtle swelling at his brow, as if something was being nurtured there. This entity would enable him to foresee danger and discern details with remarkable clarity. The Great Sun Golden Cicada technique was not merely a martial art for enhancing defense, but also a spiritual technique that fortified mental strength. A sudden brilliance ignited in Qin Zheng's eyes. Spiritual martial arts were exceedingly rare in the martial tales he had encountered in his previous life, and it was evident that even in this world, they were not commonplace. Particularly, the ability to anticipate danger was far more formidable than mere defensive techniques. Truly, the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique lived up to its name. The cicada senses the autumn breeze before it stirs. Should he face danger in the future, he would be able to sense it beforehand and evade it directly. And this was only the initial stage of the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique. If it were to reach completion or perfection, one could only imagine its immense power. A surge of excitement coursed through Qin Zheng, and he turned his attention to the merit scroll, eager to see if further enhancements were possible. Unfortunately, advancing the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique again required 5 taels of merit, while he currently possessed only 3, insufficient for the enhancement. Alas, one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. There was ample time ahead, and there was no need to rush. With a soft sigh, Qin Zheng consoled himself with this thought. He pondered whether perfecting this martial art might awaken his spiritual abilities, enabling him to manipulate objects in the void. Although the likelihood seemed negligible, who could assert with certainty? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zheng retracted his thoughts and regained his composure. He retrieved the jade bottle of mutton fat that he had discovered on Shurdian and opened it to inspect the elixirs within. These should be capable of replenishing vital energy, as Shurdian had needed to tirelessly transport qi and blood to expedite his breakthrough. For Qin Zheng, it was indeed a valuable find. A faint smile graced his lips as he stowed the elixirs away and rose to check the herbal concoction he had been simmering. At this moment, his injuries had yet to heal, requiring a considerable period for recuperation. Fortunately, tranquility had returned, and he was no longer confronted with the imminent peril of losing his life. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon soared from the heart of Haiyan City, gliding across the expansive skies, sweeping over the fields and forests below. After covering a distance of 100 miles, it arrived at a remote encampment nestled deep within the mountains. The pigeon descended gracefully, and a robust man extended his hand to receive it. He then removed the note from the bird's leg. After a brief glance, he turned and bellowed to the bandits within the stronghold, "Brothers, prepare to descend the mountain." The atmosphere within the encampment ignited like a conflagration, erupting into a fervent frenzy. Chapter 22. The Fist is Might. The crowing of roosters echoed throughout the vast expanse of Haiyan City. The pitch-black night sky was illuminated by the first rays of dawn emerging from the east. Qin Zheng had already risen, consumed his medicinal soup, and commenced his martial arts practice in the small courtyard, channeling his vital energy. The dragon-elephant prajna skill comprises 13 transformations, seemingly corresponding to 13 realms of mastery. The practice of this martial art stimulates the body's vital energy far more powerfully and effectively than others. Therefore, after testing several martial arts he had mastered, Qin Zheng primarily focused on this skill to cultivate his qi and blood. As he completed a set of movements, white mist began to envelop him, with blood coursing rapidly through his veins, invigorating his inner strength. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the courtyard was rapped upon once more. Qin Zheng ceased his practice and approached the entrance, opening the door to reveal the earnest and dark-complexioned Wang Er. "Brother Wang, what brings you here?" Qin Zheng inquired, his brow slightly raised. Then, as if a thought occurred to him, he continued, "Is it that an execution is to take place today?" Although Haiyan City is one of the principal execution sites in Qingzhou, executions do not occur daily. Whenever an execution is scheduled, the executioner is usually notified in advance. Previously, it was the constables from the Yamen who delivered such news, as the execution ground lies outside the city, and the Yamen is more conveniently located within. However, on this occasion, it was Wang Er, a soldier from the execution site, who brought the message. "Yes, several prisoners are to be executed today," Wang Er affirmed, a gleam of excitement lighting up his countenance. "Brother Qin, did you hear? Sure, Diane is dead. The leader of the Golden Cicada gang who stormed the execution ground that day and was repelled by Captain Ji. I heard that he was killed by Captain Su outside Haiyan City, pierced through the heart with a single knife, leaving a wound as large as a bowl, and he died with his eyes wide open." As he spoke, Wang Er animatedly gestured, clearly exhilarated. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. Captain Su has indeed claimed this achievement. Thus, I am relieved of considerable trouble. I know you've been on edge lately, fearing that old man would come seeking revenge. Upon hearing this news, I hurried over to inform you. Now you can live a little more peacefully, Wang Er added. A warm current surged through Qin Zheng's heart. He raised his hands in salute, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for this news. I can finally sleep soundly." Wang Er burst into hearty laughter and said, "Quickly prepare yourself. Accompany me to the execution ground outside the city." Qin Zheng nodded, returned to his room to retrieve the ghost head broadsword, wrapped it in coarse cloth, slung it over his shoulder, and set off towards the execution site. Upon reaching the military camp, the two parted ways, with Qin Zheng striding directly into the execution ground, the broadsword resting upon his shoulder. While awaiting the arrival of the prisoners, his gaze wandered toward the execution platform. Seated with an air of composure, Ji Chang displayed no surprise at the appearance of Qin Zheng, his demeanor unperturbed as he gazed steadily at the center of the execution ground. It was evident to Qin Zheng that news of his survival must have reached the other party without delay. Shortly thereafter, 3 prisoners were led forth from their confinement. The foremost among them was a young man, his expression serene, as if it were not he who faced the guillotine. The 2 others behind him, however, were also young yet appeared utterly lost and profoundly haggard, resembling soulless corpses. Once the trio was subdued, the soldiers who had escorted the prisoners departed. Having inherited the memories of his previous incarnation, Qin Zheng had served as an executioner, severing several heads in his past. Thus, he had witnessed various reactions from condemned prisoners, some weeping inconsolably, others despondent, and many cursing wildly. However, it was rare to encounter someone facing death with such calm, particularly at such a young age. With this thought, Qin Zheng turned his gaze toward the lead young man. Notably, the merit scroll revealed no new inscriptions, indicating that this individual was not deserving of death. Qin Zheng then shifted his attention to the other two young men, only to find the merit scroll unresponsive once more, confirming that they too were not fated to die. This marked Qin Zheng's first encounter with such a peculiar situation on the execution ground. The prisoners he had previously executed, though varying in the merits awarded, had all been deemed deserving of their fates, unlike the three before him. After a moment of hesitation, he let out a soft sigh. In any era, injustices were inevitable. It could only be stated that in the eyes of powerful families, the so-called truth of facts and distinctions between good and evil were merely their perspective. The three young men, perhaps not inherently virtuous, also did not merit execution. What they had endured remained known only to themselves. Yet this situation served as a cautionary tale for Qin Zheng. If one day, a prisoner reminiscent of the venerable monk from Chongming appeared on this execution ground, requiring him to forfeit 100 taels of merit for the execution, how would he respond? Should he let his blade fall? Qin Zheng regarded himself as no savior of the world, incapable of rectifying all injustices or rescuing every wronged soul. To ensure his own survival was his utmost priority. It seemed that in the future, he could not execute every prisoner indiscriminately. At the very least, he needed to ascertain whether a prisoner deserved death before the act, considering the potential loss of his merits. Equally, he must continue to strengthen himself. He needed to remember that power equates to strength. Only by continually growing stronger could he hope to prevent such situations from befalling him. As thoughts swirled in Qin Zheng's mind, the auspicious moment arrived. Execute. With the command for execution given, the death token was cast. On the execution ground, a resounding voice echoed. Qin Zheng's mind regained focus as he swung the ghostly blade. 3 of you, embark on your journey. At the same moment, he spoke aloud for the 3 condemned prisoners to hear. Subsequently, whoosh, 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 3 swift arcs of the blade flashed, and 3 heads fell to the ground with a thud. After that, the matter no longer concerned Qin Zheng. He wiped the blade clean, wrapped it in coarse cloth, and slung it over his shoulder. Raising his gaze, he noticed that Ji Chong, the executioner, had already departed, seemingly uninterested in summoning him. As Qin Zheng exited the execution ground, the onlookers had dispersed in small groups. Only a modestly dressed woman remained, sitting forlornly on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. She cried out words like, "Brother, and it is I who harmed you." Meanwhile, a pallid young master lounged in a chair, flanked by burly bodyguards. His gaze, filled with malice and satisfaction, fixated on the 3 decapitated corpses on the execution ground. Noticing Qin Zheng's gaze upon him, the young master turned with disdain, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Get lost, you wretched thing." He then shifted his attention to the sobbing woman on the ground, sneering, "Your 3 brothers are dead. Let us see how you escape my grasp now. Go, bring this woman to me. We shall have our fun tonight." One of the guards beside him immediately approached the woman with a lewd grin, ready to seize her. However, at that moment, a hand clasped the guard's shoulder, rendering him immobile. The guard's expression changed, and before he could utter a word, a tremendous force surged forth, lifting him off the ground. After a dizzying spin, he crashed down before the young master, crying out in agony. Chapter 23. A sudden turmoil outside the city. The bandits descend. The unexpected turn of events left the young master visibly startled. Before he could utter a word, the executioner had already approached him with swift strides. In an instant, a hand struck him, sending his body hurtling from the chaise to the ground. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain radiated from his face, prompting him to emit a heart-wrenching scream. "Quick! Someone restrain this wretch!" the young master shouted, clutching his face with malice as he glared at Qin Zheng. However, the surrounding guards, having witnessed the previous altercation, hesitated to advance. Momentarily taken aback by the scene, the young master bellowed, "Old Liu, please reveal yourself." Qin Zheng let out a cold chuckle and stepped forward once more. Standing before the young master, While he sought to remain inconspicuous, he refused to allow himself to be subjected to humiliation. It was imperative for him to gradually showcase his strength, maintaining a delicate balance to avert suspicion and avarice from others. He had no intention of masquerading as an ordinary executioner. If he could be bullied by someone as insignificant as the young master, what value would there be in his martial training? With a renewed resolve, he raised his hand to deliver another blow to the young master's face. Wait! A voice suddenly rang out, as a figure darted from the shadows, attempting to intervene. Yet, Qin Zheng's strength was formidable. Even the leader of the Golden Cicada gang, Shi Dian, had met his demise at Qin Zheng's hands. What chance did this nameless individual possess? Even if Qin Zheng refrained from exerting his full power, he could still summon immense force. Consequently, as the figure reached out to stop him, they were violently propelled backward by an overwhelming force. A resounding slap echoed through the air as the young master was once again sent reeling, crashing to the ground. This time, he was unable to scream before losing consciousness. The figure that had attempted to intervene rolled several times before springing to their feet and hurriedly stated, "I am Lu Sheng, and this young man is the son of the second-in-command of the Chao gang. I implore you to show mercy." In Haiyan City, a river flowed, giving rise to various factions within the martial world. The Chao gang controlled the livelihoods along this river, rivaling the power of the Golden Cicada gang. However, Qin Zheng, who had already slain the leader of the Golden Cicada gang, had no reason to fear a mere scion of the Chao gang. Qin Zheng replied coldly, "Tell this cur to mind his tongue." Having already rendered his opponent unconscious, this served as a minor reprimand. As for any potential retaliation, Qin Zheng remained unconcerned. Having spoken, he disregarded the reactions of those behind him and turned to walk away from the execution ground. As Qin Zheng passed by a woman who had collapsed on the ground, he contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Make your way to the dilapidated temple in the eastern part of the city and seek out an elderly monk named Chongming. He will ensure your safety." Although Qin Zheng was reluctant to involve himself in her plight, he understood that if he did not intervene, the woman would undoubtedly perish before nightfall. He offered her a glimmer of hope, leaving the choice of her fate in her own hands. As for the monk Chongming, his prowess was certainly formidable, and he had taken in a group of homeless waifs at the temple. A person of such strength and compassion would likely not refuse to shelter a soul in distress. After imparting this guidance, Qin Zheng chose not to linger any longer and departed. After receiving his wages and returning to the city, he procured some medicinal herbs, grains, and fine meats, preparing to return home to brew potions and nourish himself. Along the way, he overheard the townsfolk discussing the Jinshan gang and praising Captain Su. It seemed that the news of Captain Su's slaying of Shi Dian was gradually spreading throughout the city, likely fueled by those with ulterior motives. This suited Qin Zheng's intentions perfectly, should it become known that he was the one who had killed Shi Dian. The renown gained from such an act would be far overshadowed by the suspicion and greed his rapid ascent in power would incite. Just as Qin Zheng was about to leave the bustling market, carrying medicinal herbs in one hand and provisions in the other, a commotion erupted in the distance. He turned to see a figure on a galloping steed suddenly come into view. It was a constable, his face etched with urgency. "Giddy up, giddy up." Even within the city, the rider showed no inclination to slow down, continuing to accelerate. Fortunately, the streets were wide enough for pedestrians to scatter, avoiding any mishaps. Though dust swirled about, and the scene descended into chaos. Once the horse had dashed away, Qin Zheng squinted in the direction it had gone. A constable riding through the city was surely on an urgent errand, and the expression of anxiety on his face had been unmistakable. Moreover, the constable was headed towards the military camp outside Black Goose City. Piecing this together indicated that a significant upheaval was occurring, either within the city or beyond. One that the authorities could not manage alone and thus needed to seek assistance from the station troops. This realization weighed heavily on Qin Zheng's mind. Having just resolved one crisis, he had scarcely enjoyed a few days of tranquility before yet another situation arose. He hurried back home, set down his burdens, hesitated for a moment, and then grasped the ghost-headed broadsword wrapped in coarse cloth, departing from his small courtyard. He pressed on towards the eastern part of the city, and during this journey, a palpable tension seemed to envelop the atmosphere. He faintly heard the townspeople engaging in conversation. "Why does everyone look so hurried this morning? Don't you know? The bandits from the mountains outside Black Goose City have descended." "So what if they have?" Isn't it the towns beyond Black Goose City that will suffer? Do they dare to invade the city itself? Indeed, that is the case. The leader of that band of brigands is none other than the former head constable of our Black Goose City, a formidable practitioner of the bone refinement realm. It is said that he has issued a call to arms, summoning the most notorious and ruthless individuals within the borders of Qingzhou to join his ranks. First, he intends to subdue the 4 towns and 13 villages surrounding Black Goose City, and then he will intimidate our city itself. Is this not akin to treason? Alas, what has become of our situation? How can they even pay heed to our humble Black Goose City? We must hasten. This news has spread from an unknown source, and now everyone is flocking to the rice shop to stockpile supplies in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. If we delay any longer, we shall find nothing left to purchase. Come, let us go. Qin Zheng followed the 2 men, absorbing their conversation before changing direction and continuing eastward towards the city. The brigands have breached the city. No wonder the constable's expression was fraught with anxiety. Black Goose City has become one of Qingzhou's infamous execution grounds precisely because it is encircled by areas rife with banditry. The court established this setup to instill fear in these lawless scoundrels. However, while the court's deterrent was once formidable, its influence has waned over time. I fear it may no longer suffice to keep these savage brigands at bay. If what that man spoke of regarding the call to arms is indeed true, and if many brigands have truly rallied to his cause, then the invasion of Black Goose City by these outlaws may not be mere empty threats. Chapter 24. The attitude of the old monk. Without further delay, Qin Zheng swiftly made his way to the dilapidated temple in the eastern part of the city, the residence of the venerable monk Chongming. At that moment, the air was filled with the aromas of smoke and a faint scent of food wafting from within the temple. Upon entering, Qin Zheng beheld a group of children sitting obediently, enjoying their porridge. Beside them sat a weary woman, her demeanor somewhat restrained. However, upon catching sight of Qin Zheng, her eyes sparkled with recognition, indicating she had taken his words to heart. Qin Zheng mused to himself, then shifted his gaze to the venerable monk Chongming, who was tending to the pot of porridge by the fire. The ingredients, vegetables and rice, were meager, and it was rare to find any meat. The porridge, while not devoid of flavor, was distinctly thin and lacking in richness. "Benefactor Qin, you have arrived," the old monk greeted, raising his head and joining his hands in a gesture of respect. Qin Zheng returned the gesture, approaching the monk and inquiring, "Master, have you heard the rumors circulating in the city?" Chongming nodded thoughtfully and replied, "This morning, as I ventured outside, I caught wind of certain whispers. I had already intended to leave the city to ascertain the truth of the matter. Rest assured, should these rumors prove to be true, I shall not stand idly by." The monk's tone was resolute, yet his countenance remained remarkably serene, as if this matter posed no challenge to him. Seeing this, Qin Zheng felt a weight lift from his heart. In his understanding of the situation in Haiyan City, the old monk's strength appeared unfathomable. Both Ji Changyin and Su Weisan, as well as Shi Dian, were merely cultivators at the 3rd level of the refinement realm. This suggested to Qin Zheng that the peak of martial prowess in Haiyan City was confined to the refinement realm, although he had yet to witness the monk's martial capabilities. The monk's demeanor and discourse conveyed that he was indeed extraordinary. Whether discussing Shi Dian or the bandits outside the city, the monk remained unfazed. Thus, if the venerable monk chose to intervene in this matter, the outcome would likely not be as dire as the rumors suggested. The monk's steadfastness brought Qin Zheng a sense of reassurance. He then turned his gaze to the pot of porridge, contemplating before retrieving a few pieces of silver from his possession and offering them to Chongming. "These children are still young and require proper nourishment to thrive. Please accept this contribution, master." Though the monk possessed great strength, he lacked the means for sustenance, his own attire tattered and his abode a mere ruin. Now, he was tasked with providing for these children, which must surely be a challenge. While Qin Zheng could not emulate the monk's benevolence in adopting the homeless, he felt compelled to offer assistance to such a noble soul. The monk accepted the silver graciously, joining his hands in deep reverence. "Amitabha, benefactor Qin, your compassionate heart is greatly appreciated by this humble monk." Qin Zheng nonchalantly waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for excessive formality. Relying on the golden cicada gang, he had acquired a considerable sum of silver after eliminating Wei Feng and Shi Dian, and was not currently in want of funds. Had he not been carrying only a few taels of silver, He could have presented more. After all, Shi Dian alone had contributed 2,000 taels and silver notes to his coffers. However, recalling the scene from earlier that day, Qin Zheng cautioned, "Master, there are rampant rumors within the city, and many citizens are hoarding grain. If we do not procure some food soon, I fear that prices will soar. And even possessing wealth may not guarantee access to grain." The old monk Chongming nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Thank you for your reminder, benefactor. I shall venture out shortly to procure some provisions." He then suggested, "Since you have arrived at such an opportune moment, why not partake in a bowl of thin porridge?" Just as Qin Zheng was about to agree with enthusiasm, he noticed the monk's gaze shift towards the entrance of the dilapidated temple. Taken aback, Qin Zheng instinctively turned his attention to the door as well, his heightened senses, enhanced by the golden cicada technique, allowing him to perceive something amiss. This caused the old monk to glance at him with mild surprise. Before long, a figure clad in black robes, with a long knife at his waist, emerged into view. It was Su Wei-san. Has he arrived so soon? Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight seriousness settle in. Su Wei-san, upon spotting Qin Zheng, mirrored his raised brow, seemingly taken aback. However, his gaze soon shifted past Qin Zheng to the old monk. "Might I inquire if I am in the presence of Master Chongming?" he asked, stepping forward, clasping his hands in salute to the monk. "Too kind. I am indeed called Chongming," the monk replied, returning the gesture before shaking his head and speaking calmly. Su Wei-san, undeterred by the formalities, surveyed Qin Zheng and the group of children behind him. "I am Su Wei-san from the Yamen, and I wish to speak with the master privately. I trust the master will grant me this favor." In his words, there was no mention of Qin Zheng. The monk nodded in response and glanced at Qin Zheng before stepping out with Su Wei-san, leaving the dilapidated temple. Although Qin Zheng felt overlooked, he harbored no grievances. This was precisely what he desired. While Su Wei-san had taken credit for the achievements, he had not neglected to investigate the underlying truth of the matter. By coming directly to the temple to seek out Master Chongming, it was evident that he suspected the monk's involvement without connecting the dots back to Qin Zheng, which was indeed fortuitous. Qin Zheng nodded, satisfied with this development. Thus, his own suspicions were thoroughly dispelled. As long as Master Chongming refrained from betraying him and revealing the truth behind Shi Dian's demise, this matter could be considered resolved. At that moment, a woman, who had been sitting timidly behind him, stepped forward, her demeanor slightly anxious as she looked at Qin Zheng and inquired, "Excuse me, was that gentleman just now the head constable from the Yamen?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Indeed, it is Captain Su." He turned to gaze at the woman. Previously, he had merely noticed her delicate beauty outside the execution grounds. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that her figure was rather striking. He sighed softly, reflecting on the age-old adage that beauty can bring calamity. Though her visage could only be deemed passable, her physique was undeniably remarkable. Had she hailed from a family of wealth, all would be well. Yet, if she were of humble origins, it was inevitable that she would attract the attention of licentious young masters, leading to potential tragedy. "The three from this morning, they must be your brothers?" Qin Zheng inquired. Upon hearing this, the woman began to weep once more, her sobs interspersed with fragmented narratives directed at Qin Zheng. As he had surmised, her name was Qi Yan, and the three who had met their grisly fate that day were indeed her brothers. Coming from a modest background with deceased parents, it was her brothers who had raised her. Recently, while out purchasing vegetables, she had unwittingly caught the eye of the second-in-command's son from the Sanbong gang, who subsequently orchestrated her abduction and attempted to force his desires upon her. Upon learning of her plight, her brothers had been consumed with rage and, seizing an opportunity when the debauched youth was alone, they confronted him and delivered a severe beating. Yet, in avenging her honor, they lost their own lives. After listening to her tale, Qin Zheng sighed and replied, "For now, stay with Master Chongming. Perhaps in the future, we shall find a way to escape from Haiyan City." Qi Yan nodded, tearfully, while the nearby children gathered around to offer her comfort. Though young, these street urchins were wise beyond their years. Qin Zheng silently observed this scene. And after a moment, the old monk returned alone, his expression noticeably somber. "Master, what has transpired?" Qin Zheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Do not worry, benefactor Qin. Master Su did not press me for details. He merely requested that I refrain from revealing that I was the one who killed Shi Dian. And to help conceal this fact, the old monk replied, Sure, Dian was indeed slain by you, not by my hand, so there shall be nothing to disclose. With these reassurances, Qin Zheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, if the matter were truly as straightforward, why then did the venerable monk bear such a heavy countenance? This was the first time Qin Zheng had observed such an expression on the monk's face. However, the old monk chose not to elaborate further, and Qin Zheng refrained from pressing for more information, his previously eased heart now tightening once again. Chapter 25 Invitation from the River Gang. Bidding farewell to the old monk, Qin Zheng swiftly returned to his humble courtyard. Following his usual routine, he busied himself with concocting medicinal brews and preparing meat, all the while nurturing his vital energy. Given the uncertain circumstances prevailing outside the city, it was imperative to heal his internal injuries promptly. While elevating his cultivation was not the immediate goal, he aspired to regain the ability to harness the third layer of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. With a strength of 3,000 pounds, he would be capable of shattering the barriers of the bone refinement realm. The bandits beyond the city, no matter how formidable, would unlikely possess power that transcended this realm. Thus, whatever challenges arose, he would be well equipped to confront them. By afternoon, a knock resonated at the door of the courtyard, revealing an elderly man with a goat-like beard, who respectfully presented an invitation to Qin Zheng. Behind him trailed several attendants. At the forefront, one was carrying a tray laden with glimmering silver ingots, 10 taels each, totaling 30. Further back, 2 men bore a freshly slaughtered pig, while another pair carried a butchered cow. A few others held various grains and oils. The total value was equivalent to 300 taels. Clearly, the second-in-command of the River Gang was not a foolish figure. They must have assessed his strength before orchestrating such a gesture. Young Master Qin, the goat-bearded elder addressed him with deference. Our second-in-command has expressed his gratitude for your guidance towards the young master's unruliness. Please accept these offerings as an apology for his disrespectful remarks. Qin Zheng, not one to refuse, accepted the invitation and gestured for his servants to bring the livestock and provisions into the courtyard. Given the recent rumors swirling in the city, with the populace scrambling for food supplies, these offerings would spare him the trouble of competing for overpriced provisions. Very well, I shall accept this gesture of goodwill. Kindly inform the second-in-command that I will attend as scheduled, he replied. The goat-bearded elder nodded with a smile and respectfully stated, Thank you, young Master Qin. We shall return to report. Go ahead, Qin Zheng nodded, closing the door after they departed. Both the beef and pork were remarkably fresh, evidently just slaughtered. The River Gang, while a force within the martial world, primarily engaged in commerce, thus their dealings bore the hallmark of business acumen. Qin Zheng then unfolded the invitation to examine its contents. In light of my son's indiscretion, a banquet is to be held at the Heroes Building on the west side of the city tonight at the hour of the dog. We await your esteemed presence. As night fell over Black Goose City, the riverside on the western edge transformed into the liveliest locale of the entire city. The throngs of people surged, illuminated by a myriad of lights. In this moment, the tension of the day faded, and it seemed as though the citizens had collectively forgotten the bandits lurking beyond the city walls. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere, the intoxicating aroma of makeup mingled with the rich scent of fine wine, creating an enchanting allure. Wealthy patrons clad in silken garments and scholarly figures in their scholarly robes lingered here, lost in the revelry. At this moment, Qin Zheng, clad in coarse linen garments, appeared strikingly out of place. Particularly notable was the large, ghost-headed saber, wrapped in rough cloth, that hung diagonally across his back, further distinguishing him from the crowd. However, the aura he exuded now was markedly different from that upon his arrival in this realm, compelling those around him to cast curious glances without daring to utter a word. The Kunying Tower was not a conventional building, but rather a splendid flower boat operated by the Grain Guild. The vessel measured 20 meters in length and 16 meters in height, boasting 8 levels that resembled a towering edifice afloat. This spot was the most bustling treasury along the riverside of the western city, where throngs of people converged. At the entrance, a crowd surged with vitality. Upon Qin Zheng's arrival, the man with a goat-like beard, who had greeted him earlier that morning, was already waiting. Upon spotting Qin Zheng, he swiftly approached and respectfully said, Young hero Qin, please follow me. Behind him trailed several subordinates. Qin Zheng nodded and followed the man as they ascended into the boat. The bustling hall on the first floor was filled with patrons, with a stage erected in the center where alluring dancers performed. Surrounding them were numerous wealthy clients and courtesans. The air was thick with the heady scent of liquor and the fragrance of cosmetics. Observing this scene, Qin Zheng maintained a serene demeanor, his eyes revealing no hint of disturbance. This way, young hero Qin, the man urged as they continued to ascend the stairs, reaching the 7th floor. With each level, the crowd diminished. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they found it nearly empty, populated only by the disciples of the Grain Guild. Subsequently, they entered a lavish chamber, where Qin Zheng finally encountered the principal figure of the gathering. There sat a middle-aged man, stout and astute, at the forefront of the room. Behind him stood a young man with one side of his face swollen and bruised, a fearsome sight indeed. Clearly the young master of the Grain Guild whom Qin Zheng had dealt with earlier. This man was undoubtedly the second in command of the guild. Flanking him were several figures exuding a formidable presence, likely his subordinates. "Ah, so this is the most infamous butcher of Haiyan City," a voice interjected from the side. Qin Zheng turned his gaze to the source and beheld a burly man seated to the right of the second in command, his body rippling with muscle and emanating a palpable aura of menace. "What is the meaning of this, Captain Liu?" he questioned, addressing a lean middle-aged man opposite him, who appeared unremarkable at first glance, but, upon closer inspection, revealed hands as delicate as jade, with nails as dark as ink. Does Captain Zhang not know that while other butchers slaughter pigs, cows, and livestock, this one here slaughters men? The muscular man chuckled. At this remark, the room erupted with laughter, the sound reverberating through the air. Observing Qin Zheng's predicament, the debauched disciple standing behind the second in command displayed a glimmer of malicious delight on his face. "Is this amusing?" At that moment, a calm voice resonated, shattering the prevailing atmosphere. Laughter ceased abruptly as all eyes turned towards Qin Zheng. "You find this amusing?" The muscular man's gaze darkened with a hint of frost. Instantly, a menacing aura emanated from him, resembling a ravenous beast fixated on its prey. The second in command, seated prominently, appeared disinclined to mediate, instead observing the scene with palpable interest. As the son of the second in command of the gang, he was not someone to be trifled with lightly. By luring individuals into his lair with offerings, he dictated their fates. This petty executioner, emboldened by an unforeseen opportunity to learn martial arts, dared to behave so insolently. Utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation, Qin Zheng regarded him with a tranquil gaze before shifting his attention to the second in command. To his surprise, he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Evidently, he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. A light chuckle escaped Qin Zheng's lips as he took a step forward, activating his lightness skill to swiftly traverse several paces, arriving before the muscular man. Without hesitation, he struck downward with his palm. The muscular man let out a sinister laugh, then taunted, "Let us see how much strength your little frame possesses." Simultaneously, he extended his enormous hand to meet Qin Zheng's palm. However, his hand was as insubstantial as a withered branch, and upon contact with Qin Zheng's hand, it was swiftly neutralized. Following that, Qin Zheng's palm descended upon his head. With a resounding impact, it burst open like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. "Not amusing," Qin Zheng stated. Retracting his hand, the room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Chapter 26. Pleading for mercy? Too late. Silence reigned supreme. The entire room was enveloped in an eerie stillness, broken only by the sound of blood trickling to the ground like water. "Make your move." After a brief pause, a thunderous shout suddenly erupted, reverberating throughout the chamber. In an instant, several figures lunged forward, directing their assault towards Qin Zheng. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent swiftly descended upon him, ensnaring him in its lethal grip. The second in command of the Chao gang had orchestrated a veritable banquet of doom. Fully prepared for what lay ahead, those gathered here, seated at this ominous table, were all formidable martial artists who had transcended the second realm of physical refinement. They were far from the likes of Liu Shang, who remained at the skin-refining stage. With nearly 10 experts of physical refinement present, they would not hesitate to confront even those who had crossed the third threshold of tendon refinement. Moreover, they were certain that this mere executioner could barely reach the level of physical refinement. While other factions might tread carefully and seek to forge alliances, the Chao gang felt no such necessity. Indeed, the Chao gang was exceedingly powerful, Yet Qin Zheng was even more formidable. A martial artist of the physical refinement stage could muster a maximum strength of around 500 pounds. Although Qin Zheng's internal state was compromised, he could still unleash at least 1,000 pounds of force. Thus, when these esteemed members of the Chao gang, renowned throughout Haiyan City, converged, Qin Zheng remained unperturbed, his visage betraying no emotion. With a graceful extension of his palms, he activated his lightness skill, moving through the ranks of Chao gang experts as though strolling through a garden. Each time his palm struck down, it heralded the shattering of a foe's skull. In mere moments, the attacking Chao gang experts had transformed into headless corpses, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Crimson blood splattered across the room, and the stench of gore permeated the air. Yet, Qin Zheng's coarse linen garment remained immaculate, untouched by a single drop of blood. When the onslaught ceased, he turned to face the second-in-command, whose position had remained unchanged throughout. The debauched youth behind him now wore a pallid expression, as if the horrific scene had stolen his very soul. As Qin Zheng's gaze fell upon him, the second-in-command trembled, a mix of rage and fear flickering across his face. His complexion flushed crimson, yet he struggled to suppress his emotions. Forcing a smile as he spoke, "Let us cease hostilities. We shall hold no grievances from this point forward. What do you say?" Qin Zheng shook his head, then, in a graceful leap, he appeared before him in an instant. His hand extended, and he declared, "Too late. If you wish to summon me, then summon me. If you wish to kill me, then kill me. If you desire me to halt, I will not stop. I am not your father. How dare you bully me so? Since you have chosen to strike, let it be to the bitter end." In such a world, possessing martial prowess is the first step to establishing oneself, and being ruthless is the second. At this moment, Qin Zheng paid no heed to the identity of his opponent, nor did he concern himself with the consequences of taking a life. Once the intent to kill was established, the only outcome was death. The notion of letting bygones be bygones and debts being settled was one that Qin Zheng had never subscribed to. The only true way to leave the past behind was to eliminate those who harbored murderous intent towards him. With a mighty hand, Qin Zheng struck down, accompanied by a fierce gale that swept through the air. Witnessing such ruthlessness, the second-in-command's expression shifted dramatically. The smile vanished, replaced by a sinister glare. He swiftly recoiled, grasping his son, who stood behind him, and forcefully pulled him in front as a shield. A son could be replaced, but his own life was irreplaceable. The young scion, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, barely had time to process the fear on his face before Qin Zheng's palm shattered his chest, extinguishing his breath in an instant. Seizing this moment, the second-in-command evaded the full brunt of Qin Zheng's strike. Hissing, he emitted a peculiar sound, a signal to summon his allies. Qin Zheng's countenance darkened as he recognized the tactic. With a shake of his shoulder, his formidable blade, the ghost head broadsword, fell into his grasp, ripping through the coarse cloth that covered the blade. Its cold, gleaming edge reflected a soul-chilling light. In an instant, Qin Zheng moved, becoming a fleeting shadow as he appeared before the second-in-command. The broadsword swung down towards his neck. "Do not overstep your bounds, Qin," the second-in-command bellowed, crouching low to evade the deadly strike. A mere practitioner of the flesh refinement stage, he had witnessed Qin Zheng effortlessly dispatch the other captains of his rank and had no desire to engage. His only goal was to evade and buy time for reinforcements. Yet, Qin Zheng would not grant him such leniency. Having evaded the first strike, would he allow him to escape the second and third? With both hands gripping the broadsword, Qin Zheng moved with swift, lethal precision. The weighty blade, angled with ferocity, was propelled by overwhelming force. The second-in-command had no opportunity to defend himself under this strike. He would be cleaved in two, separating the realms of yin and yang. Boom. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as a figure descended from above, crashing through the floorboards, landing precisely where Qin Zheng stood. In an instant, without hesitation, Qin Zheng pivoted the blade and struck upwards. Clang! Bang! The weapons collided and separated instantaneously. The descending figure was sent hurtling back, crashing through the wall. At this juncture, the second-in-command had already reached the doorway. There, he saw a burly, dark-faced man, wielding a large blade, his expression grave as he regarded Qin Zheng. "Boss, this scoundrel seeks to annihilate our Tsang gang," the second-in-command shrieked, scrambling behind the imposing figure for protection. Having occupied a position of power for many years, He had weathered numerous storms. Yet, he had not confronted the specter of death so closely in a long time. In that fleeting moment, he nearly believed he was destined to have his head severed by Qin Zheng's fearsome blade. Fortunately, the associates within the hall rallied in time, and even the formidable leader of the muscle refinement realm made his presence known. With that, he felt assured of his safety. "Why do you cause trouble in my Gang?" the burly man demanded, his voice resonating with authority. Qin Zheng maintained his composure, fixing his gaze upon the man before him, then shifting his attention to the second-in-command standing behind him. "What unfolds today concerns not the Gang, but the grievances with the swine behind you," he stated deliberately. Merely from the aura emanating from the man before him, he discerned that this individual was a formidable warrior who had transcended 3 formidable barriers in the muscle refinement realm. If it could be avoided, he had no desire to engage in combat at this moment. However, if circumstances left him no choice, then he would have no recourse but to eliminate them all. Chapter 27. Dissuading the Gang and retreating with composure. As time progressed, the members of the Gang swiftly gathered within the confines of the vessel, encircling the entrance and the recently appeared gaping hole above. In an instant, Qin Zheng found himself ensnared in a siege, wielding a formidable blade, the ghostly-headed saber. Amidst the throng of adversaries, a weighty atmosphere permeated the air. Observing the unfolding scene, Qin Zheng realized that the night promised a formidable battle. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he prepared to summon 3,000 pounds of force to swiftly resolve the conflict. Suddenly, a flash of steel illuminated the darkness. A head, marked by expressions of resentment, rolled across the floor. The second-in-command had yet to react in panic. Perhaps he had never anticipated that the blade that severed his head did not belong to Qin Zheng, but rather to his elder brother. Even Qin Zheng was momentarily taken aback, casting a sidelong glance in surprise. "I am Zhang Wei. May I inquire your name?" After decapitating the second-in-command, the leader maintained an unflinching countenance and spoke calmly. He was indeed a true, ruthless individual. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "I am Qin Zheng." The leader nodded, then bent to retrieve the severed head, tossing it so that it landed at Qin Zheng's feet. "Based on my conjecture, this scoundrel initiated the assault first. I have avenged you, brother Qin. Thus, may our grievances be laid to rest." Upon uttering these words, not only was Qin Zheng taken aback, but the surrounding Gang members gazed in disbelief at their leader. Having ascended to the position of second-in-command, he had undoubtedly devoted himself entirely to the Gang. Yet, the leader had now turned his blade against his own and severed the second-in-command's head for the sake of an outsider. This act instilled a flicker of fear within the eyes of the gang members. Meanwhile, some of the higher-ups present exchanged glances, their expressions growing solemn, hinting at an unspoken understanding. In that fleeting moment, the thoughts of those present diverged, each mind racing with myriad intentions. Nevertheless, the Gang members continued to fix their gaze upon Qin Zheng, a palpable pressure emanating from their collective stance. "And if I am to be troubled by your Gang in the future, what then?" After a moment of silence, Qin Zheng posed the question. The Gang leader had already taken such drastic measures. Should Qin Zheng respond with further aggression, it would only lead to a disadvantageous position. Moreover, the leader's act of decapitating the second-in-command clearly signified a desire for peace. Otherwise, the price for a mere temporary cessation of hostilities would indeed be exorbitant. Once Qin Zheng spoke, the leader replied, "If you are ever troubled by my Gang again, Zhang Wei shall personally present the head to you." Hearing this, Qin Zheng chuckled softly, sheathing his ghostly-headed saber, deliberately stepping over the severed head of the second-in-command as he made his way towards the entrance. As he approached, the tension among the Gang members escalated, their anxiety palpable. The scene within the room was utterly terrifying. The floor was drenched in crimson blood, and nearly 10 headless corpses lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a hellish nightmare. Moreover, the bodies scattered across the floor were predominantly those of the skilled subordinates of the second-in-command of the Chaobang, all of whom were formidable practitioners at the flesh refinement stage. Clad in coarse linen and wielding a large ghostly blade, Qin Zheng appeared to them as a veritable deity of death. As he approached the main entrance, aside from the chief Zhang Wei and a few high-ranking members, the remaining gang members instinctively stepped back several paces. Qin Zheng's gaze locked with that of the chief for several heartbeats. Then, with a swift motion, He reached for a long knife at the waist of one of the high-ranking members. This action sent a jolt of alarm through the ranks of the Chaobang. The individual from whom the knife was drawn instantly turned pale. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Subsequently, before the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Qin Zheng twirled the long knife in his hand and then hurled it downward with great force. Bang! 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 The knife pierced through the floor, echoing 6 thunderous strikes. Almost immediately, terrified cries erupted from below. "I hope you can uphold your word," Qin Zheng stated calmly, then sidestepped the chief and exited the room, making his way downstairs. Outside, the Chaobang members armed with weapons had formed a blockade. Yet they swiftly parted to create a passage for Qin Zheng to pass through. Each movement was executed with haste, as if they feared that even the slightest contact with Qin Zheng might result in a swift demise. Once Qin Zheng had fully departed, leaving the Kuning building, the atmosphere gradually began to ease. The chief then turned to the members behind him and spoke. "Disperse, check each floor for casualties, reassure the guests, and bring me that knife from earlier." "Understood." The gang members responded, and like a receding tide, they scattered. Moments later, only the chief and a few high-ranking members remained. "Do you think that by severing the second-in-command's head, I have left you feeling resentful and disheartened?" The chief asked the others, his expression tranquil. "We do not," they replied. Without the chief, there would be no Chaobang today. Each member promptly voiced their loyalty, denying any thoughts that had been alluded to. "Humph." The chief scoffed, then continued. "You have all grown accustomed to tyranny. Widen your eyes and think carefully. The individuals who perished in this room were all experts at the flesh refinement stage. Moreover, each of their heads has been completely obliterated, clearly indicating they were crushed in one decisive blow. Do you truly believe that such a person could merely be an ordinary practitioner at the flesh refinement stage?" As his words fell, several high-ranking members exchanged grave glances and spoke with solemnity. "Are you implying that the individual just now is a martial artist of the muscle refinement realm who has broken through 3 significant thresholds?" The moment these words were uttered, the others seemed to awaken from a stupor, followed swiftly by a wave of cold sweat. I sensed from that person's gaze that he harbored no fear of the Tsang gang. In fact, he appeared fully prepared to engage in combat. "Humph. Had I not acted as I did, I fear the heads of you few would have already rolled to the ground." The leader snorted coldly, casting an unsatisfied gaze upon the group. They quickly realized the gravity of the situation and expressed their gratitude profusely. Yet, the leader's countenance remained fraught with concern. It is not entirely their fault, for within the entirety of Haiyan City, few martial artists possess the capability to traverse 3 major thresholds and attain the muscle refinement realm. Each individual here, including himself, is well known within the confines of Haiyan City. Who could have anticipated that such an obscure and unremarkable individual would also be a practitioner of the muscle refinement realm? "Leader, the knife has arrived." At that moment, a gang member approached, brandishing a blade before the group. Fortunately, no casualties had occurred. He continued to speak. The leader accepted the knife, scrutinizing it meticulously, and then inquired, "Where was this found?" The gang member's face revealed a hint of terror as he responded. "It was on the 1st floor, the blade nearly embedded in the ground." That individual, situated on the 6th floor, casually threw it, allowing the blade to pierce through 6 stories and plunge into the 1st floor surface. It is as if a single strike could penetrate the entirety of the Kuning building. Such terrifying power is beyond human comprehension. Upon hearing his words, astonishment overtook the expressions of the high-ranking members present, and the leader's demeanor grew increasingly grave. He approached the head of the second-in-command and, with a decisive stomp, the sound of a violent impact resonated, scattering red and white everywhere. Chapter 28. Organizing Gains, Virtue Source. Happy New Year. The upheaval within the Kuning building drew the gaze of the entire western riverbank of the city. The long blade that nearly pierced the entire vessel was truly terrifying, instilling fear in many affluent patrons who had come to indulge at the Kuning building. Such an incident, naturally, spread like wildfire, quickly circulating throughout the western riverbank. In no time, various factions within the city of Haiyan were eager to uncover the identity of the individual who had dealt a significant blow to the once mighty Tsang gang. Was it the military officer Ji Changyin stationed outside the city, or the head constable Su Weisan? However, upon investigation by the various factions, it soon became evident that neither was present at the western riverbank. The remaining few practitioners of the refinement stage and high-end also stepped forward to deny their involvement. Thus, this suddenly emerged mysterious powerhouse immediately captured the attention of the entire city's factions. Yet, the Tsang gang remained tight-lipped, leaving no one the wiser about the identity of this new refinement stage warrior. As the instigator, Qin Zheng seized the moment amid the chaos and discreetly departed from the western riverbank, returning to his home in the southern part of the city. Gulping down several doses of medicine, Qin Zheng exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although he had not exerted himself too greatly that evening, the final strike had indeed surpassed 1,000 pounds of force. Consequently, his still recovering internal injuries had been slightly exacerbated. Nevertheless, the impact was not severe. A night's rest would suffice for recovery. However, the fact remained that he had taken action this evening, and under his true identity, no less. It would not be long before this incident was uncovered by those with ulterior motives, thereby exposing his strength to the public eye. Fortunately, the leader of the Tsang gang had demonstrated a modicum of wisdom, choosing to retreat and endure the situation. Had he not shown restraint, Qin Zheng would have been compelled to eliminate all Tsang gang members present. At that point, his full strength would have been laid bare before the world, making it impossible to live quietly in Haiyan City, forcing him to flee to distant lands and conceal his identity until his power was formidable enough to disregard the avarice of the entire martial realm. However, Qin Zheng was not yet inclined to live such a life. Nonetheless, the confrontation that evening bore a silver lining. The opponents he faced were not particularly strong, merely a group of refinement stage warriors who had barely crossed into the second threshold. Yet, the intimidation he established was profound. The ability to deter the Tsang gang and retreat with composure would, when disseminated, obscure his true strength, preventing the full extent of his capabilities from being revealed. Moreover, it would allow the various factions within Haiyan to recognize him, ensuring that they would no longer provoke him over trifles. Coupled with the rising rumors of bandits from outside the city, should his name resonate, it would serve to instill a sense of reverence. Even if it could not entirely deter the bandits, it is essential for them to comprehend that within the Black Goose City, there are individuals who may be provoked, while others demand a considerable price for such provocations. Nevertheless, Qin Zheng found himself uncertain whether he had truly instilled fear in the Chao gang. He pondered whether his decisive strike, which pierced through 6 floors, would yield the anticipated outcome, especially if the leader of the Chao gang were to employ duplicity, presenting one facade while concealing another. Should that be the case, it seemed inevitable that he would face retaliation from the gang. At such a juncture, with no retreat left, he would be compelled to take drastic measures to annihilate the entire Chao gang. With this thought, Qin Zheng let out a soft sigh. The root of his dilemma lay in his insufficient strength. Had he possessed the necessary power, he could have swiftly obliterated the Chao gang that very night. Such a feat would resonate through the city, deterring any from daring to provoke him further. One adversary would meet their end with a single strike, and 2 would fall together. With sufficient might, these gangs would voluntarily present themselves as opportunities for merit. However, to achieve such effortless prowess, he found himself lacking only in the acquisition of internal martial arts. If only he could master inner power, he would swiftly enhance and fortify his inner being, thereby elevating his various martial skills to their utmost potential. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill comprises 13 tiers. Each ascension grants an additional 1,000 pounds of strength. Should he perfect this technique, he would wield an immense force of 13,000 pounds. With such formidable strength at his disposal, every movement would exude unparalleled might. At that moment, Qin Zheng's yearning for internal cultivation reached its zenith. Yet, he understood that such arts were tightly held by aristocratic families and sects, rarely imparted to those outside the inner circles. They were far more precious than external techniques, cherished 1,000-fold. As a mere executioner in Black Goose City, his path to acquiring internal martial arts would be fraught with challenges. Nonetheless, equipped with a merit scroll and boundless potential, he believed that gradual accumulation would eventually grant him the opportunity to obtain internal skills. At that time, he would break free from his constraints and soar to new heights. For now, he resolved to remain in quiet seclusion, patiently gathering strength and awaiting the opportune moment. After replaying the events of the night in his mind, Qin Zheng turned his focus inward, contemplating the merit scroll. Despite the night's perils, the rewards had been substantial. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 70-17. Martial Arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, 3rd Tier. Great Sun Golden Cicada Skill, Minor Accomplishment. Black Fiend Palm, Perfected. Golden Cicada Shedding Shell, Perfected. Ghostly Blade Technique, Perfected. Merit, 14 tails and 8 coins. Current Martial Arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill can be upgraded, requiring 1 tail of merit. Would you like to upgrade? Current Martial Arts. Great Sun Golden Cicada Skill can be upgraded, requiring 5 tails of merit. Would you like to upgrade? Upon seeing this information, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. His accumulation of merit had reached a new pinnacle, totaling an impressive 14 taels and 8 coins. The individuals he had dispatched that night, including the Chao Gang's second-in-command and his son, numbered only 9 in total. Yet these 9 individuals have caused his merits to surge directly to 14 taels and 8 coins. Qin Zheng recalled that after elevating the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique to a minor accomplishment and achieving perfection in the Black Fiend Palm, he was left with merely 1 tael and 2 coins of merit. Thus, by eliminating these 9, he augmented his merits by 13 taels and 6 coins. Indeed, these wretched creatures, akin to swine and dogs, were all tainted and deserving of death. At that moment, Qin Zheng was suddenly overcome by a thrilling sensation, as if the act of killing brought immediate gratification, an exhilarating cycle of relentless slaughter. As long as he acquired internal power, he could pursue and vanquish those vile members of the nefarious gangs. For those with tarnished reputations, he would be certain to strike them down without fail. In such a scenario, his relentless killing spree would yield an unending increase in merit, facilitating his swift ascent in strength. Contemplating this, a gentle smile graced Qin Zheng's lips, as he envisioned a life steeped in such fulfillment. However, this ambition hinged upon the acquisition of internal power. Moreover, his time since crossing over had been rather brief, and his understanding of martial arts was still insufficient. All of this necessitated careful deliberation and a gradual approach. Thus, Qin Zheng retracted his thoughts, focusing his mind on the merit scroll and silently intoned, "Enhance martial arts, Great Sun Golden Cicada Technique." Chapter 29. A true man should live thus. In the city of Haiyan, at the break of dawn, the lingering chill of the night forced passers-by to instinctively draw their necks in. Wang Er made his way towards a modest courtyard in the southern part of the city, his mind replaying the rumors he had heard the previous night, invigorated by them. A lone figure had pierced through the Kunying building, single-handedly overpowering the Chaohang. Such a heroic character epitomized the true spirit of the martial world. He could only lament that he could not take their place. If he could achieve such a feat, it would render his journey through this life worthwhile. Lost in such fantasies, he soon caught sight of the courtyard, and as he approached, the familiar figure emerged, the door opening slowly. The person turned to him, offering a gentle smile. Having reached a high level of mastery with the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique, the enhancement to his mental acuity surpassed that of his physical defenses. At that moment, nothing within a 10-meter radius escaped Qin Zheng's perception. Furthermore, the essence nurtured at his brow appeared to have received a significant boost, evolving considerably, enabling him to foresee the events that might unfold next. Thus, when Wang Er approached the courtyard, Qin Zheng was already attuned to his presence and opened the door ahead of time. "Brother Wang, is it the same as usual today?" Qin Zheng inquired as Wang Er drew closer. Whenever there was a need for an executioner, Wang Er would come early to inform Qin Zheng. Wang Er nodded, a smile gracing his face. "What a coincidence. I just arrived, and you've already opened the door." Qin Zheng smiled without elaboration. The two then proceeded to the military camp outside the city, during which Wang Er recounted the events at the riverside on the western side of the city the previous night. In the end, a sense of longing filled Wang Er's dark, unadorned visage as he sighed. A true man should live thus. Hearing such praise, Qin Zheng felt a touch of embarrassment. However, he deliberately probed further. Who exactly is that person? Has anyone uncovered their identity? Wang Er shook his head and replied, "Few possess the strength to overpower the Chaohang in all of Haiyan. Neither Captain Ji nor Head Su was present in the western part of the city last night. The other few in the refining stage, while not fearing the Chaohang, would not be able to completely dominate them. After all, the leader of the Chaohang is a solid practitioner who has broken through 3 major barriers. Everyone is speculating about this individual's identity, yet the Chaohang has remained tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper. Perhaps they are merely a wandering hero visiting Haiyan." After finishing his thoughts, Wang Er let out a wistful sigh. Qin Zheng nodded, his gaze flickering slightly before he fell silent. That Cao Hong's reticence regarding their information was somewhat unexpected for him. Yet, regardless of the secrets hidden within their schemes, he remained contemplative. This aligns quite well with Qin Zheng's intentions, allowing for a delayed revelation and affording him additional time to develop. Last night, the banks of the river to the west of the city were crowded, and his attire was markedly incongruous with the atmosphere, drawing the attention of many. Thus, his exposure was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time, regardless of whether the gang would speak up or not. Upon arriving at the execution ground, the two parted ways once more, with Qin Zheng making his way to the center of the arena. The man to be executed today was a tall and robust figure, clearly possessing considerable martial prowess. Iron chains pierced his shoulder blades, and a specially crafted iron collar confined him, with two iron balls shackled to his feet. His eyes bore no semblance of fear. When he looked at Qin Zheng, he even sneered and boasted, "With this little brat, I doubt he can even break my skin." With that, he erupted into a wild laugh. Qin Zheng remained calm, ignoring the man destined for death. For soldiers approached and restrained the man, then turned their gaze towards Qin Zheng, their eyes silently inquiring whether he was capable of severing the man's head. Qin Zheng nodded. Given his current strength, this mere practitioner of the skin refinement stage posed no challenge. Even a tiger before him would submit. After receiving Qin Zheng's affirmation, the soldiers secured the man and departed. Qin Zheng slowly raised the formidable blade, awaiting the signal to execute. "Little brat, if I die today, everyone in Black Goose City will accompany me to the grave." At that moment, the man suddenly spoke, his voice filled with provocation. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. "The auspicious time has arrived, execute." Just then, a resounding voice echoed, accompanied by a token thrown from the execution platform. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng traced a crescent arc with the blade through the air, and a grotesque head rolled to the ground. Indeed, a martial artist at the skin refinement stage has skin significantly thicker than the average person, requiring a bit more force. Yet, that was all there was to it. Qin Zheng sheathed his blade, wiped it clean, and wrapped it in coarse cloth. "Brother Qin, your formidable blade grows ever sharper. Even a practitioner of the skin refinement stage cannot withstand a single strike," remarked a soldier who approached to collect the body, grinning at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng waved his hand and replied, "Do you know where this man was captured?" The rough demeanor of the condemned man, coupled with his earlier words and the rumors of bandits in the city, involuntarily led Qin Zheng to a realization, causing a slight frown and an unsettling premonition. "Oh, isn't this a bandit from outside the city descending upon us, seemingly testing our strength within?" A group of bandits came to the city yesterday, robbing and murdering a wealthy family, and were captured by the authorities and brought here. Aside from this fellow, the others were executed on the spot by the head of the constabulary. This has revealed our strength to those scoundrels. I suspect they will now retreat back to the mountains. A few soldiers jested, yet upon hearing their words, Qin Zheng felt an increasing weight upon his heart. A palpable throb manifested at his brow, revealing an ominous premonition of an unfavorable future. The situation was undoubtedly far more complex than the soldiers had suggested. The 4 towns and 13 villages outside Black Goose City remained eerily silent. At this juncture, it would be utterly futile for a handful of relatively weak bandits to infiltrate the city merely to pillage and murder. Alternatively, it could be surmised that their entry was deliberate, intended to be apprehended by the city's officials. Coupled with the words spoken by the condemned prisoner moments ago, a sense of foreboding enveloped Qin Zheng. The notion of a just cause in warfare holds significant weight in the realm of martial affairs, a principle that even applies to bandits. The leader of the bandits outside Black Goose City had issued a call to arms, rallying the banditry of Qingzhou to unite. With their brethren executed within the city, they would seize the opportunity to launch a fierce assault on Black Goose City under the guise of avenging their fallen comrades. This indicated that these bandits were genuinely intent on targeting Black Goose City, and the rumors circulating within its walls held a kernel of truth. Chapter 30. The bandits make their move. Turmoil begins to emerge. Upon this thought, Qin Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of oppression within his heart. With the ghostly blade slung diagonally across his shoulder, he strode purposefully towards the execution ground's exit. Such a situation, he surmised, would undoubtedly be apparent to the astute minds within the city. They too would grasp the implications. Yet, the authorities still chose to execute the bandit at the execution ground. Was it truly a failure to perceive the underlying scheme, or did they arrogantly believe that Black Goose City was impervious to a mere band of brigands? Qin Zheng remained uncertain about the thoughts of the officials and the station lieutenant, Ji Chong. All he knew was that the premonitory abilities bestowed upon him by the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique rendered him acutely aware of the high likelihood of impending events. Turmoil was inevitable for Black Goose City. Furrowing his brow slightly, Qin Zheng began to mentally prepare for the possible siege by the bandits. As he exited the execution ground, he chanced upon a gaunt figure, clad in tattered garments. His eyes brightened, and he hurried forward, greeting the figure, Master. At that moment, Monk Chongming had just completed reciting the Rebirth Sutra. Upon seeing Qin Zheng, he offered a faint smile, clasped his hands together in salutation, and replied, Amit Ba, Benefactor Qin. The old monk was, to Qin Zheng's knowledge, the most formidable martial artist he had encountered thus far. He had become increasingly convinced that the ruthless bandits outside the city would indeed launch an assault on Black Goose City. He felt compelled to relay this information, curious to see how the monk would react. Thus, Qin Zheng proceeded to share the intelligence he had gathered, entwined with his own speculations. Naturally, throughout this exchange, he omitted any mention of his cultivation of the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique. The monk's expression grew gravely serious upon hearing this. He gazed intently at Qin Zheng and said, What you say bears merit, Benefactor. It appears I can no longer delay. I must swiftly venture outside the city. With that, the two turned in unison, intent on making their way toward Black Goose City. However, just as they were about to leave the military encampment, a fierce steed suddenly burst into the camp, ridden by a constable whose face was etched with urgency. They exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Consequently, they hastened their pace, eager to return to Black Goose City as swiftly as possible. Their martial prowess allowed them to employ lightness techniques, rendering their speed unmatched by ordinary folk. As they approached the southern gate of the city, they encountered constables stationed at the entrance, seemingly preparing to close the city gates. Realizing the urgency, they quickened their steps and entered the city just in time. May I inquire, good sir, why are the gates closing at this hour? The monk stepped forward to address one of the constables. The constable, displaying goodwill, glanced at the monk and replied hastily, Quickly, retreat into the city and refrain from wandering about. The bandits from the mountains have descended and have laid waste to Tongwan town. This lawless rabble seems intent on a serious assault. The constable's expression was grave as he urged the monk to enter the city, then returned to his post alongside his fellow constables, who stood vigil at the city gate, their demeanor tense as if awaiting an inevitable confrontation. The elderly monk approached, casting a glance towards Qin Zheng, and spoke, Master Qin, it appears that I must depart today. The children I have taken in at the temple to the east of the city are under the care of Master Qi Yan. They should have no issues with food and drink. However, given the current circumstances, I fear that the populace within the city may be in a state of panic, with treacherous individuals lurking about, posing a threat to them. I kindly ask for your assistance in keeping an eye on them. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's expression turned solemn, and he replied earnestly, Rest assured, Master. While I am present, they shall encounter no troubles. However, the bandits are cunning and perilous. You must exercise caution as you venture forth. The old monk nodded, then, with a swift motion, turned and darted away like an arrow, his speed far surpassing that of Qin Zheng. The prowess of this monk was indeed remarkable. Observing this, Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, swiftly concluding that such velocity was beyond what he could achieve even at full capacity. The monk's strength was likely even greater than he had initially surmised. With that thought, he dismissed any further contemplation and turned towards the eastern part of the city. Should the bandits seek to invade Hein City, there is no certainty that some would not take advantage of the ensuing chaos to commit nefarious acts. The young ones in the decrepit temple were certainly incapable of defending themselves. Having acquiesced to the monk's request, Qin Zheng was determined to uphold his promise. Upon entering the city, Qin Zheng acutely sensed a heavy atmosphere enveloping the streets. The usual throngs of people had diminished significantly. Passers-by hurried along, either on their way home or procuring essential supplies. He swiftly made his way to his own abode, slicing some beef and pork, and gathering a portion of rice and grains. After packaging the items, he locked the door and proceeded towards the eastern part of the city. Before long, he arrived at the dilapidated temple, where the sounds of children crying could be heard, alongside Qi Yan's shouts and several men's voices. To his dismay, news of the bandits leveling Tongguan town had already incited the ruffians within the city to lose control. His expression darkened, and he employed his lightness skill to swiftly traverse to the temple. There, he beheld several ruffians encircling Qi Yan, their faces twisted with greed as they attempted to lay hands on her. With a single stride, Qin Zheng positioned himself before the miscreants and seized one of them, forcefully hurling him towards the wall. With a resounding crash, the ruffian was sent hurtling back, slamming against the temple structure. "How dare you!" The sudden turn of events startled the remaining ruffians, who then sought to retaliate against Qin Zheng. However, these scrawny, starving individuals posed no threat to him. One by one, they too were sent flying, crashing against the temple walls, and upon landing, they fell unconscious to the ground. Qin Zheng then paused to observe the children nearby, who were now gazing at him with wide eyes, their tears having ceased. Upon discovering that they bore no injuries but were merely startled by the recent events, Qin Zheng turned his attention to Qi Yan, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" At that moment, Qi Yan's eyes still glistened with remnants of tears, clearly indicating she had been frightened. Nevertheless, upon hearing Qin Zheng's question, she hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head, replying, "I am fine. They just arrived when Brother Qin showed up." Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, then extended the beef, pork, and grains he held towards her, suggesting, "Please take care of these provisions. We shall eat shortly." He then pivoted and approached the unconscious ruffians scattered about, picking up several as if gathering tattered rags, before making his way outside the temple. Within the temple, several children fixated their gazes on the beef and pork in Qi Yan's possession, their mouths watering incessantly. Meanwhile, Qi Yan remained momentarily lost in thought, staring blankly in the direction of Qin Zheng's departure. Chapter 31. The government's movements and the dispatch of troops to eliminate bandit steam rose from the pot, and the rich, enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. In the dilapidated temple to the east of the city, 2 adults and 6 children, including Qin Zheng, were gathered around the pot, eagerly awaiting their meal. After a few moments, Qi Yan glanced at the children who were swallowing in anticipation, smiled gently, and announced, "All right, let's begin." Upon hearing this, the children picked up their chopsticks but remained motionless, their gazes fixed on Qin Zheng. Confused, Qin Zheng chuckled and said, "Why are you looking at me? You can eat the meat now." Yet, even after his words, the children shook their heads, hesitant to begin. They wished for him to eat first. Qi Yan discerned their unspoken request and promptly conveyed it. Seeing Qin Zheng prepare to eat, the children hesitated, feeling intimidated. Qin Zheng, noticing their apprehension, smiled again, picked up his chopsticks, and placed a piece of beef into his mouth, encouraging, "All right, eat up." With Qin Zheng taking the first bite, the children's eyes shifted back to Qi Yan. She smiled softly, took a small piece of meat herself, and reminded them, "Be careful, it's hot. Remember to eat slowly." The children's eyes sparkled with delight as they turned their attention to the bubbling pot before them, eagerly starting to serve themselves. In an instant, the temple was filled with the mouth-watering scent of meat and the warmth of steam. Qin Zheng was pleasantly surprised by Qi Yan's culinary skills. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to savor such a delectable meal, prompting him to indulge a bit more. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of meat and managed to exercise some restraint. Otherwise, given his enhanced appetite from training, there would be little left for anyone else. The feast continued for some time, and even though the children's bellies were full and round, they still licked their lips, yearning for more. Content. Qin Zheng laid down his bowl and chopsticks. Regardless of their cravings, the children's age and physical limitations meant they could consume only so much, and Qi Yan, being a woman, could not eat much either. Thus, the majority of the meat had found its way into his stomach. Feeling the warmth enveloping his body and the invigorated flow of blood, Qin Zheng rose and addressed Qi Yan, "Please tidy up. I will practice to aid digestion." The consumption of meat was indeed an opportune moment for circulating energy and blood. Qi Yan nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Don't worry, Brother Qin, I will take care of it." He then moved to the open space in front of the broken temple, with his posture aligned and his mind focused. The 13 movements of the dragon-elephant prajna technique materialized in his thoughts. With a swift motion, Qin Zheng began to execute the technique. channeling his vital energy throughout his body. He could feel the energy within him no longer merely residing beneath his skin. It began to permeate into his flesh. This indicated that he was on the verge of completing the first significant threshold, preparing to enter the second threshold of refining his body. As for practicing martial arts directly in the open space before the dilapidated temple, he harbored no fear of others learning from him. These were merely fundamental movements, rather than advanced techniques. For ordinary individuals, mimicking them would yield little benefit, at best merely invigorating their muscles and bones. Thus, in that vacant area before the decrepit shrine, Qin Zheng channeled his vital energy, gradually fortifying his inner being. A few children sat at the temple's entrance, gazing at Qin Zheng with curious expressions. Inside the temple, Qi Yin and several slightly older children were tidying up the remnants of their meal. This was merely lunch, as they would soon need to prepare for dinner. While cleaning, Qi Yin's gaze drifted to the figure in the open space. She felt as if she had returned to her former home, that person in the clearing resembling her elder brother, instilling in her a profound sense of security. Yet, there was a subtle difference when compared to her brother. A trace of barely perceptible tenderness flickered in Qi Yin's eyes. As time passed slowly, after half an hour, Qin Zheng sensed that the stimulation within his body had reached its zenith. He ceased to forcibly channel his energy, gradually calming himself and allowing his vital essence to settle. With a heavy exhale, he expelled a breath of turbid air, and the clearing felt as if a gentle breeze had swept through. In a few days, he should be able to break through to the flesh refinement stage. With this thought, Qin Zheng felt his spirits lift. Advancing to the flesh refinement stage signified an enhancement in the strength of his inner being, raising the limits of the power he could endure, thus enabling him to unleash even greater strength. "Brother Qin, have some water," a voice broke the silence, and Qi Yin approached him, holding a bowl of water. Qin Zheng accepted the bowl with gratitude and drank it all in one go. At that moment, his body was aflame with heat, and the cool water brought him immense relief. "Please look after these children. I shall step outside to assess the situation," Qin Zheng said, handing the bowl back to Qi Yin. He had already informed her of the bandit situation earlier. After speaking, he slung the wrapped ghost-headed saber over his shoulder and strode out of the temple with purpose. Once outside, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. But after a brief moment, he sighed and continued onward toward the southern part of the city. Having just arrived in this realm, amidst perilous times, and yet to witness the vastness of martial arts, it was not a time for romantic entanglements. His only uncertainty lay in how to dissuade Qi Yin from such thoughts. Lacking experience, he could only feign ignorance. He then suppressed these thoughts, refocusing his attention on the activities within the city. He observed that, compared to the morning, there were now more people on the streets. Stalls had begun to reappear along the sides of the road. Passing by a tea house, he noticed it was filled with small groups of patrons discussing the bandits outside the city. Qin Zheng entered discreetly, paid a small fee, and found a seat, attentively listening to their conversations. Inside the tea house, the primary speaker was a portly gentleman who, with a self-satisfied expression, proclaimed, "These tidings are beyond doubt. The troops stationed outside the city have commenced their march towards Tongguan town to eradicate the bandits, and the authorities have dispatched numerous constables to accompany them. With the esteemed officers, Captain Ji and Head Constable Su, leading the charge, that gang of ruffians shall surely stir no significant upheaval. Rest easy, everyone." Curious voices arose from the crowd, inquiring, "Master Chiu, we are unaware of such news. From whence did you acquire this information?" Upon hearing this, the rotund man beamed with even greater pride. Casting a glance around at the assembled townsfolk, he loftily declared, "My youngest daughter has recently secured a position within the government, elevating her status. It is she who has imparted this news to me." At this revelation, a chorus of congratulations erupted from the surrounding patrons. "Congratulations, Master Chiu. Your daughter has entered the government and taken flight like a phoenix. Your days ahead shall be filled with ease. Congratulations, Master Chiu. Our best wishes to you." However, Qin Zheng paid no heed to the ensuing accolades and promptly departed the tea house. It seemed that Black Goose City was indeed not idle, proactively engaging in the eradication of bandits rather than passively awaiting their assault. This realization eased a measure of tension within Qin Zheng's heart. At that moment, he faintly caught snippets of conversation mentioning something akin to Little 18. Chapter 32. The Dual Great Trials, the Realm of Flesh Refinement. This magistrate Gao is indeed an old libertine. Upon a fleeting thought, Qin Zheng comprehended the meaning behind this little 18. However, it is a matter of personal freedom and bears no connection to him. He then proceeded towards his modest abode in the southern part of the city. Tonight, he might seek refuge in the dilapidated temple in the east, necessitating a tidy-up at home. After all, aside from provisions, he also had 300 taels of silver stored away. Upon returning home, he first kindled a fire to brew medicine and then concealed valuable items that could not be carried on his person in a discreet corner. After completing these tasks, Qin Zheng proceeded to slice off 2 substantial chunks of beef and pork. The weather has been mild these past few days, so there was no need for salting to prevent spoilage. After consuming his medicine and securing the door, he turned back towards the eastern temple. In the ensuing days, Qin Zheng traversed between the southern and eastern parts of the city. During this period, news of Haiyan City dispatching troops to eradicate bandits gradually circulated. Coupled with the absence of any sightings of marauders, the tense atmosphere in Haiyan City began to dissipate. Moreover, the individual who had subdued the transport guild along the western riverbank was discreetly discovered to be an ordinary executioner from Haiyan City. To the astonishment of many, this formidable figure, who had silenced the transport guild, prompted various factions to seek to recruit Qin Zheng into their ranks. Consequently, during this time, apart from the officials and the station troops outside the city, nearly all factions made their way to him, offering treasures that would take a lifetime for an ordinary person to amass in an attempt to entice him to join. Yet, Qin Zheng declined each and every overture. While these factions may hold some standing within Haiyan City, they were insignificant in the grand scope of the entire Great Jin. Furthermore, they were incapable of providing the internal strength Qin Zheng sought. As this matter gradually settled, the citizens of Haiyan City slowly returned to their routine lives. Nevertheless, Qin Zheng did not relent. In fact, his foreboding intuition intensified. The troops stationed outside the city had not returned with any news from their campaign against the bandits. Moreover, the esteemed monk Chongming had yet to make his return. Chongming's strength was at least that of the bone refinement realm, having traversed 4 significant thresholds. Such a master could easily dominate a region within and beyond Haiyan City, impervious to threats. The ability to delay or even confine him surely indicated the presence of beings of equal or greater caliber. Thus, it implied that the dangers outside the city had not truly waned. During this time, Qin Zheng remained in the dilapidated temple in the east, providing shelter to a group of helpless beggars. One day, after finishing his meal, he, as usual, ventured to the open space before the temple to circulate his vital energy. As the 13 postures unfolded gradually, they stimulated the hidden vital energy within his being. These energies then began to coalesce, akin to a river surging forth, cleansing Qin Zheng's skin from within. During this process, a considerable amount of vitality gradually permeated into the skin, rendering it increasingly resilient. At last, it seemed as though he had reached a critical juncture. Qin Zheng could feel his skin as if it possessed its own breath, with the skin breathing in unison. The vital energy coursing through his body was swiftly absorbed. After a few moments, the majority of his vitality had been completely assimilated by his skin. The remaining energy, as if seeking a new destination, began to diffuse throughout his flesh and blood. He had attained perfection in the skin refinement stage and was poised to step into the second major threshold, the flesh refinement stage. A gleam of brilliance sparkled in Qin Zheng's eyes, and he ceased his cultivation, gradually withdrawing his energy. At that moment, Qi Yan, who had been waiting patiently nearby, approached briskly with a bowl of water. "Brother Qin, you must be tired. Please drink some water," she urged. Qin Zheng turned to her, nodded, and expressed his gratitude before draining the bowl in one go. The cool spring water soothed the heat within him, invigorating his spirit. "You are too modest, Brother Qin." "It is merely my duty," Qi Yan replied, taking the bowl from his hands before turning and walking into the dilapidated temple. Qin Zheng, undistracted by anything else, began to assess his physical condition. His skin appeared as delicate as jade, akin to that of a woman, yet it was tougher than cowhide. Should he activate the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique, it seemed unlikely that any ordinary blade could pierce his skin or inflict harm upon him. Joy surged within Qin Zheng as he contemplated the extent of power his body could now withstand after the internal fortification. With a single thought, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique commenced its operation, and waves of strength surged forth within him. 1,000 pounds, 1,100 pounds, 1,200 pounds, 2,000 pounds. With each increment of 100 pounds, the burden on his body increased correspondingly. When the force reached 2,500 pounds, he maintained control, halting any further enhancement. The burden on his body had reached its limit. Any additional force would risk injuring his internal structure. Thus, having perfected the skin refinement stage and ascended to the flesh refinement stage, Qin Zheng could now harness 2,500 pounds of strength without harming his internal structure. This capability far exceeded that of a practitioner at the muscle refinement stage, and he was a mere 500 pounds shy of matching those in the bone refinement stage. Furthermore, following the internal enhancement, Qin Zheng could elevate the dragon-elephant prajna technique to a new level. In a full eruption of strength, he would be able to unleash 4,000 pounds of tremendous force. At this moment, Qin Zheng felt a newfound confidence. Unafraid of any external forces and ready to navigate the tumultuous landscape of Black Goose City. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. Gathering his thoughts, he turned to the children and women in the dilapidated temple and smiled, saying, "I will go out to buy some groceries shortly. Tonight, we shall dine well." Upon uttering these words, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from a group of children. In recent days, they have experienced the most sumptuous feasting of their lives. The daily indulgence in meat and the ability to satiate their hunger was a notion once deemed inconceivable. Qi Yin observed this scene, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with contentment. However, as her gaze inadvertently drifted toward a figure in the open space, she instinctively averted her eyes upon sensing the other's stare. When she glanced back, the figure had departed from the dilapidated temple, vanishing from view. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng made his way toward the southern part of the city. Although the distance was somewhat greater, the quality and variety of produce available there surpassed that of the eastern market. Additionally, there was still some meat at home, and he intended to bring it back to the temple. Having recently achieved a breakthrough, he felt invigorated and yearned for a delightful meal to satisfy his culinary cravings. After a round trip, having procured the desired vegetables, he chanced upon a fishmonger approaching. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up as he approached the vendor, for it had been a long time since he had savored fish, and he found himself quite tempted. He soon purchased a plump catfish weighing around 5 pounds. While he was purchasing the fish, the vendor, glancing around furtively, deliberately revealed a piece of intriguing news to Qin Zheng. He recounted that earlier that morning, while fishing on the river, he had spotted a floating corpse clad in the black robe of a constable from the local magistrate's office. Chapter 33. The Invitation from the Yamen, the Hero's Post. The news of the garrison outside the city being besieged by bandits swiftly spread throughout the entire Black Goose City. Among the 18 constables dispatched by the Yamen, only the head constable, Su Weisan, survived. The rest fell victim to the bandits' ruthless blades. Their bodies discarded into the Black Rock River to the west of the city, where fishermen later discovered and retrieved them. In an instant, the previously calm Black Goose City was once again engulfed in tumult. Compared to the earlier rumors, the threat of the bandits now loomed ominously over the city's gates. As if suspended above the necks of its citizens, anxiety gripped the populace, with those of means beginning to lavishly hire martial protectors, seeking to flee Black Goose City for safer havens. However, when the corpses of the first wealthy family were arranged neatly before the city gates the following day, the resolve of the affluent to escape was swiftly extinguished. It was evident that Black Goose City had been encircled by these marauders. Anyone attempting to leave would meet a grim fate. Amidst such a display of brutality, the atmosphere within the city grew increasingly oppressive. With the garrison trapped and nearly half of the constables slain, Black Goose City could no longer muster the strength to deter the bandits. Should this situation persist, the moment the bandits discerned the city's vulnerability, they would likely breach its walls without hesitation. At this juncture, Black Goose City resembled an unarmed individual, surrounded by ravenous wolves, poised to pounce at the slightest misstep. In the dilapidated temple to the east of the city, the atmosphere among the gathered individuals had shifted from lightheartedness to an oppressive weight, mirroring the turmoil outside. "How many days can the provisions I brought sustain us?" Qin Zheng inquired of Qi Yin after their meal. Upon hearing the news from the fishmonger that day, Qin Zheng had sensed the impending crisis and had procured a substantial amount of rice, flour, and meat. Yet, no matter how much he had stockpiled, the sheer number of people here and his own considerable appetite as a martial practitioner rendered it insufficient. Qi Yin hesitated briefly before responding. If we maintain our current consumption, we could last for about 3 more days. However, Brother Qin, as a martial artist, you require more meat. We need not consume as much. If we exercise some restraint, we should manage to stretch it to 5 days. Currently, with the atmosphere in Black Goose City rife with fear and anxiety, the gates and waterways were blocked by the encroaching bandits, preventing any food supplies from entering. Consequently, the citizens scrambled for provisions, driving prices exorbitantly high, leaving the impoverished unable to afford even a meal. Acknowledging Qi Yan's words with a nod, Qin Zheng replied, "No need to conserve. I have more supplies elsewhere. I will fetch them shortly." The food in the southern courtyard had been depleted, yet he possessed enough silver to acquire additional provisions. Following his declaration, Qi Yin refrained from contesting and quietly listened to Qin Zheng's plans. As for the remaining children, they have become perceptive enough to understand the crisis looming over the city. They recognize that this elder brother before them is their current source of support. Consequently, during meals, they deliberately eat a little less, ensuring there is more for Qin Zheng. Although they may not grasp the distinctions between the strengths of warriors, they are aware that only by being well-fed can they gather strength. Qin Zheng subsequently arrived at the open space in front of the dilapidated temple, once again commencing the movement of his vital energy. Without internal cultivation, relying solely on external techniques requires a protracted and painstaking effort. One cannot be impatient or lethargic. It is imperative to practice daily with unwavering dedication. Fortunately, the quality of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique is exceptional, and the efficiency of the 13 movements in circulating vital energy exceeded Qin Zheng's expectations. At this moment, he could distinctly feel that with each completed movement, each circulation of vital energy, his inner being grew stronger. If this continued, even without internal cultivation, he might ascend to the realm of muscle refinement within a few months. Half an hour later, Qin Zheng gradually concluded his practice. Unlike before, when his entire being was awash with vital energy, emitting white smoke and heat, he now appeared entirely composed while circulating his energy. Upon achieving perfect skin refinement, he could control his skin pores, retaining his essence within. Thus, the vital energy surged within him like mighty rivers, yet to an outsider, there was no indication of any disturbance. "Brother Qin, here is some water." As usual, after he finished his practice, Qi Yin brought him a bowl of water. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Zheng drank the clear water in one gulp and returned the bowl to Qi Yin, saying, "Stay here in the temple. I will return shortly." His reputation had already spread. In Black Goose City, no one would dare to disturb the temple, who would provoke a formidable figure capable of silencing the local gang for the sake of a few beggars and a woman. Such a thought would not occur to anyone. Therefore, Qin Zheng harbored little concern for the safety of those within the dilapidated temple. Qi Yin nodded, reminding him to be cautious. Qin Zheng slung the coarse cloth-wrapped ghost-head broadsword over his shoulder and stepped toward the temple's entrance. Yet, just as he was about to cross the threshold, he furrowed his brow and halted. "What's wrong?" Qi Yin inquired. Qin Zheng shook his head and slowly approached the front of the temple. At that moment, a constable appeared at the doorway. His gaze first swept over the interior of the temple, and upon spotting Qin Zheng, a flattering smile adorned his face. "Lord Qin." After Qin Zheng's reputation spread, those who spoke to him now referred to him as Lord Qin. Qin Zheng nodded and inquired, "What is it?" At such a critical juncture, the arrival of officials could hardly bode well. As anticipated, after he posed the question, the constable glanced at the few individuals inside the temple and declared loudly, "Lord Qin, County Magistrate Gao requests your presence." While speaking, he also retrieved a note from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly as he accepted the invitation, subsequently unfolding it to reveal its contents. The letter, issued under the authority of the county magistrate, extended a grand invitation to the martial arts masters within Haiyan City to gather at the Yamen tonight. This missive was commonly referred to as a hero's invitation. A flicker of intrigue danced in Qin Zheng's gaze, yet his expression remained unchanged as he nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Please inform Magistrate Gao that I, Qin, shall certainly arrive on time." A smile emerged on the face of the constable, who then clasped his fists and bowed deeply before gradually retreating. Qin Zheng remained stationary, contemplating the invitation in his hands, his eyes reflecting a depth of thought. The troops stationed outside the city were trapped, and with half of the Yamen's constables incapacitated. It was evident that the official power within Haiyan City had been severely diminished. Thus, it was clear that the Yamen was casting its gaze upon several factions and martial arts experts within the city. This represented a formidable force, one that did not belong to the official Yamen, yet was not to be underestimated. However, engaging with the outlaws outside the city, who were desperate and reckless, was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, fraught with the risk of fatal consequences. One could only wonder how many factions and masters would be willing to accept this invitation. Chapter 34. The Heritage of Black Goose City. Brother Qin, what troubles you? Qi Yin approached with a hint of concern in her voice. Qin Jing shook his head, tucking away the notice, and replied, "It is nothing. I shall step outside to procure some grain." With that, he strode out of the dilapidated temple. The county office had not concealed its intentions or plans, widely disseminating hero notices to summon various factions and martial experts within Black Goose City, all aimed at addressing the current crisis of banditry. The local forces, however, had already established their roots in the city and melded into its fabric. Now, facing such peril, if the bandits were to breach the city, these forces too would suffer grievously. Should the county office extend promises of benefits, they might very well agree to venture forth and combat the bandits. Yet, Qin Zheng felt it unnecessary to take such risks. A moment of hesitation clouded his mind. Enough. The county office's true intentions remain unclear. All I possess are mere speculations. There is no need to dwell on this now. I shall confront the matter when the time arises. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and proceeded towards the western part of the city. Currently, Black Goose City lay under siege by bandits, and after a round of plunder, only the western district offered any grain for purchase. The streets were sparsely populated. Aside from those compelled by necessity, it was evident that the citizens were reluctant to leave their homes. However, just as he was about to exit the eastern sector, he noticed a gathering in a corner of the street. A group of emaciated, poorly clothed individuals, evidently suffering from malnutrition, sat encircled around a young monk clad in white robes. Their faces bore expressions of reverence as they chanted along with the monk. These people, unable to meet their material needs, turned to prayer and supplication, seeking solace for their troubled souls. Yet, no matter how many times the scriptures were recited, food would not materialize from thin air, nor would divine beings descend to shield them in times of peril. Qin Jing shook his head, diverting his gaze and hastening towards the western district. Subsequently, he purchased a substantial quantity of grain at a premium price. His generous demeanor caught the attention of the townsfolk lingering in the area, prompting them to glance back repeatedly. During this time, a few unscrupulous individuals contemplated stealthily following him to seize his grain and silver. However, they were often restrained by their companions, who cautioned them in hushed tones. "Are you seeking death? That is Qin the executioner, who even the Tsang gang dares not provoke." Besides these, some factions recognized Qin Zheng and approached him with offerings of grain, including prominent powers like the Tsang gang, a leading force in Black Goose City. This situation terrified those grain merchants who had sold to Qin Zheng at inflated prices, prompting them to refund the silver. Thus, this venture cost Qin Zheng little while yielding a bountiful harvest of grain. This illustrates the advantages that come with an enhancement in one's capabilities. The fist represents authority. Qin Zheng has gained some insights in this regard. He transported the provisions back to the dilapidated temple in the eastern part of the city, while Qi Yin swiftly prepared dinner. After their meal, as night descended, Qin Zheng rose and addressed Qi Yin, saying, "I must step out for a while. Please take care of them. The county office lies to the north of the city, and the timing of my departure is opportune." Qi Yin nodded in agreement, offering her usual admonition, "Brother Qin, please be cautious." With the ghostly blade strapped to his back, Qin Zheng exited the temple and quickly vanished into the night. The night enveloping Black Goose City grew increasingly silent and profound, particularly upon entering the northern district, where this sensation intensified. Were it not for the occasional sounds emanating from the houses lining the road, Qin Zheng might have mistaken his surroundings for a ghost town. Upon his arrival, an uncomfortable feeling washed over him, akin to being observed from the shadows, which stirred a faint unease within. He felt a subtle throbbing at his brow, prompting him to remain vigilant and cautious. Before long, Qin Zheng arrived at the county office, where a few individuals had gathered at the entrance. His appearance immediately attracted considerable attention, largely due to the distinctive ghostly blade he carried, an unusual weapon for an ordinary martial artist. Thus, his identity was readily discernible. As he approached the entrance, several figures advanced toward him. "Brother Qin, you've come as well." Zhang Wei, the head of the River Transport Guild, was the first to greet him, his tone warm and friendly, as though they were close comrades rather than adversaries who had recently clashed. Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, adhering to the principle of not striking at those who offer a smile. The other party had honored their promise, refraining from further harassment and even providing him with ample provisions during the day. Consequently, Qin Zheng deemed it appropriate to reciprocate and avoid causing embarrassment in front of the assembled crowd. "Come, let me introduce you," Zhang Wei continued. "This is Chief Wei of the Black Tiger Gang, and this is Chief Xing of the Vermilion Bird Gang, along with Chief Xiong of the Senyuan Gang." The head of the River Transport Guild introduced the martial artists surrounding him, most of whom were around 50 years of age and were practitioners at the muscle refinement stage. This marked Qin Zheng's first acquaintance with the various factions wielding influence in Black Goose City, as well as the formidable martial artists backing them. He did not adopt an air of superiority, but instead returned their gestures of respect and introduced himself in turn. Thus, in front of the county office, Qin Zheng made thorough acquaintances with the influential figures covertly controlling Black Goose City. In addition to these leaders, there were also some independent martial artists among them, including those who had surpassed the second refinement stage and even those who had transcended the third refinement stage. The concealed power within Black Goose City is indeed formidable. The presence of such numerous individuals at the muscle refinement stage was something Qin Zheng had not anticipated prior to his arrival. Reflecting on the skilled fighters dispatched to quell the bandits, only Ji Changyin and Su Wei came to mind. If all those present at the muscle refinement stage were willing to intervene, perhaps addressing this bandit menace would not pose a significant challenge. Just as the thought crossed Qin Zheng's mind, a figure emerged from within the gates of the yamen, hastily exclaiming, "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. The banquet is ready inside. Please, do come in." Lu Shiya, along with Zhang Wei and the others, greeted the newcomer with respectful bows. Qin Zheng turned his gaze to see a lean figure with a goatee, bright eyes reflecting shrewdness, clearly an astute individual. "Please, come in, come in. It is my oversight that you have waited outside for so long. Master Zhang, Leader Wei, Leader Xing, and young hero Qin." Lu Shiya cordially and efficiently welcomed everyone. Upon entering the yamen, he guided them through a secluded path, leading to a magnificent garden. At that moment, the area was aglow with light, filled with songstresses, dancers, and an abundance of fine wine and exquisite dishes. The guests were astonished to discover such opulence within the yamen. Qin Zheng, however, kept his gaze fixed on a figure dressed in white monk-esque robes, who was already seated not far away. Chapter 35. The monk of the Pure Land Temple dressed in a flowing white monk's robe, with lips like rubies and teeth like pearls, he was indeed a striking figure. As Qin Zheng's gaze fell upon him, the monk lifted his head and met Qin Zheng's eyes. "Ba, benefactor, we meet again," the monk said, a broad smile illuminating his face as he nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with surprise. How could this monk recognize him? Earlier that day, he had encountered him in the eastern part of the city, yet the monk had been deep in prayer, eyes closed, seemingly unaware of his presence. Could it be that after he had walked past, the monk opened his eyes and glimpsed his silhouette? Contemplating this, Qin Zheng recalled the imposing ghost-headed saber strapped to his back, which provided a plausible explanation. It was indeed a distinctive weapon. "Young Master Qin is acquainted with the Saint Monk of Impermanence?" Lu Shiya inquired with a grin upon witnessing this interaction. "I saw him earlier in the eastern part of the city," Qin Zheng replied with a nod. "Excellent, excellent." Lu Shiya's smile widened as he arranged for everyone to take their seats. He then turned to the dancers and musicians nearby, urging, "Louder, more jubilant." Addressing the gathering, he added, "Esteemed guests, County Magistrate Gao will be arriving shortly. Let us indulge in some fine wine and enjoy the performance." "Indeed, no rush," came the enthusiastic chorus from the assembly. Qin Zheng, swept up in the revelry, turned his attention to the dancers on the stage. He could not help but admire the county magistrate's discerning taste. The dancers were all exquisite, their skin as smooth as cream, their movements enchanting, each glance and smile stirring the heart. Throughout this spectacle, Qin Zheng noticed that the monk in white had his eyes shut tight, reciting sutras. seemingly disinterested in the sensuous display before him. It seemed he adhered to the precepts of the monastic life. After a brief glance, Qin Zheng shifted his focus away. As the performance concluded, he sensed a commotion and slightly turned his head toward the source. Moments later, a slightly plump figure arrived, panting and slightly out of breath. Upon seeing the assembled guests, he clasped his hands in apology, saying, "I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed heroes. I shall first drink to atone for my delay." As he spoke, he approached the head of the table, filled a cup with wine, and downed it in one go. No need for such formality, County Magistrate. With the arrival of the magistrate, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the revelry intensifying. This was Qin Zheng's first encounter with the governor of Haiyan City, and he was surprised to find him not as aged as he had anticipated. In fact, he appeared rather youthful, perhaps in his early 30s. However, his narrow, slanted eyes bore a shadowy demeanor that suggested he might be somewhat difficult to approach. Moreover, Qin Zheng's senses were heightened, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. At this moment, he detected a faint scent of women's cosmetics and an indescribable allure emanating from the esteemed county magistrate. He subtly furrowed his brow. The gathering awaited his discourse. Was the pressing matter he referred to merely the indulgence of such desires? Especially within the confines of this official hall. No wonder. Even with 18 wives and concubines, he was indeed a glutton for pleasure. As the county magistrate took his seat, Lu Shirya promptly urged everyone to partake in the feast. He then gestured towards the stage, proclaiming loudly, "Let the music play on. Let the dance continue." The atmosphere surged with enthusiasm. The banquet lasted nearly half an hour. Although none present were destitute, their appetites were remarkable, being martial practitioners. Thus, as they dined, the cooks continually brought forth dishes. Once they had indulged sufficiently, the servants came forth to clear the tables, and the expressions of the guests grew serious. The situation in Black Goose City was well known to all, requiring no further elaboration. The purpose of today's gathering was to address this very matter. The county magistrate cleared his throat, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly, and spoke. With his words, the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, breaths audible in the stillness. Everyone's attention was fixed upon the county magistrate, awaiting his further remarks. The intentions of the officialdom were clear to all present. The question was how much sincerity the authorities could muster to persuade them to commit themselves. The bandits outside the city were exceedingly brazen, having besieged the garrison led by Captain G within the mountains, and had brutally slain 18 of our constables, casting their bodies into the river. What many were unaware of was that the leader of these bandits, Zhang Xiuwen, had sent me a letter of warning. He stated that if the gates of Black Goose City remained closed for 3 days, they would march their forces to breach the gates. Furthermore, they would unleash their troops to pillage the city for 3 days. The county magistrate's voice rose steadily, culminating in righteous indignation, his face flushed with anger. The crowd's demeanor shifted abruptly, growing grave. The various enterprises within Black Goose City were, without exception, theirs. Should the bandits invade and ravage, they would bear the brunt of the losses. While each of them had numerous gang members, they paled in comparison to the bandits capable of surrounding the garrison in the mountains. Following the magistrate's statement, some individuals, previously inclined to assess the sincerity of the officialdom before making decisions, began contemplating strategies to fortify against the impending threat. Qin Zheng remained silent, observing the assembly. The purpose of today's convening was to collaborate in devising a resolution to this predicament. You are the pillars of my Black Goose City. Without you, our city would not flourish as it does. However, should Black Goose City fall, it is likely that you too would not fare well. As the county magistrate spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd. Why does the county magistrate not write to the court for assistance? Just as he was about to cast his eyes toward Qin Zheng, a voice rang out. Qin Zheng turned to see that it was none other than Zhang Wei, the leader of the Tsang gang, who had spoken. The crowd turned their attention to the county magistrate. The official, the guardian of Black Goose City, shook his head and replied, "Since the incident occurred, I have penned no less than 30 letters requesting aid from the court." At this point, his expression darkened. Yet, at this moment, they all lie neatly upon my desk. The crowd narrowed their eyes in response. Among the bandits, there are several skilled archers. At this juncture, Master Lu interjected to clarify for those who had not understood. Therefore, we must rely on the strength within the city, on all of you. The county magistrate looked at the assembly and continued, if everyone is willing to lend a hand, The bandits outside shall pose no challenge. My office will not be stingy. Those who participate in driving away the bandits will enjoy a 3-year tax exemption. Individuals who partake in this endeavor will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. His demeanor was serious, his gaze fixed intently upon the crowd. Just as the room fell into a heavy silence, a figure clad in white slowly rose. Amitba, allow this matter to be resolved by my monastery. Chapter 36. The bandits approached the city. At the moment the steady voice resonated, all eyes turned toward its source. Qin felt a flicker of surprise as he regarded the young monk. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The county magistrate expressed his excitement with 3 exclamations of approval. Lu Shiya, swiftly bring forth the silver notes for the holy monk. He turned to Lu Shiya beside him and commanded. Certainly. Lu Shiya promptly departed. Yet just then, the monk's brows furrowed, and he spoke. There is no need for such generosity. Alleviating suffering is the humble monk's true calling, not a matter of monetary reward. The county magistrate chuckled. I was mistaken in my thinking. However, the monk must accept this silver as my tribute to the incense offerings at the Temple of Rebirth. Upon hearing this, the monk's expression softened slightly. The spectators observed this exchange with varied thoughts, yet none dared to voice their opinions. When Lu Shiya returned with the silver notes, the county magistrate personally handed them to the monk before addressing the assembly. As you can see, my prior promises stand true. I will personally participate in the eradication of bandits, offering a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. And any gang that joins in will be exempt from taxes for 3 years. He reiterated the terms of his pledge. Several gang leaders, including Zhang Wei of the Tsang Gang, began to show interest. The Tsang Gang's profits were substantial, and the taxes they paid to the authorities each year were considerable. If they could eliminate 3 years' worth of tax, it would amount to a significant sum. Moreover, if they did not intervene, the Black Goose City would surely fall to the bandits, and their fortunes could be plundered. With this in mind, Zhang Wei slowly rose, his expression serious as he declared, "This matter shall involve the Tsang Gang." Following his declaration, the remaining factions promptly voiced their agreement. In these perilous times for Black Goose City, the Black Tiger Gang shall not remain idle. The expulsion of bandits shall also involve the Vermilion Bird Gang. As for the San Yuan Gang, in an instant, the attendees expressed their willingness to participate. The county magistrate's smile grew ever more pronounced. Excellent. With such commitment from all of you, I shall not be stingy. Lu Shiya, quickly distribute the silver among these brave heroes. He gestured grandly. Lu Shiya immediately began to hand out stacks of silver notes one by one. Qin, mingling among the crowd, silently accepted a note. Given his current capabilities, venturing beyond the city to confront the bandits posed little danger. It was, in fact, an opportune moment to accrue merit. With everyone in agreement and no opposition, Qin ultimately chose to remain silent and acquiesce. With each person receiving 1,000 taels, it seemed the treasury would dispense no less than tens of thousands of taels today. Truly, the Black Goose City officials were wealthy. Greetings, noble warriors. For the next few days, let us remain within the city to recuperate. 3 days hence, when the bandits approach the city, we shall venture forth to eradicate them. With this decree from County Magistrate Gao, the evening banquet drew to a close, and the assembly dispersed. While the others retreated to the western part of the city, Qin made his way to the eastern quarter, thus finding himself solitary on the journey home. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the impending conflict with the bandits, rendering him oblivious to the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, he felt a chill as mist coalesced behind him, taking on a humanoid silhouette as if it were watching him from the shadows. At that moment, Qin's brow twitched slightly, jolting him into awareness. He turned abruptly, only to be met with the evening fog, devoid of any other presence. Furrowing his brow, he dismissed thoughts of the bandits and swiftly employed his lightness skill to hasten towards the dilapidated temple in the east. The northern part of the city felt decidedly eerie, an unsuitable place to linger. Upon returning to the temple, he found several children sound asleep under Qi Yin's watchful care. Yet, Qi Yin awaited his return with a hint of unease clouding her demeanor. When she saw Qin arrive, her expression softened, the worry in her eyes dissipating. "Brother Qin." She approached him. "Yes," he nodded thoughtfully before continuing. 3 days from now, I shall leave the city to confront the bandits. In the meantime, I will seek a safer place for you all to stay." Uncertain of the duration of his absence, he deemed it unwise to leave them in the dilapidated temple, opting instead to find a cleaner refuge. With that, Qin Zheng excused himself to rest. Qi Yin remained momentarily stunned, her gaze following him, filled with concern. Time passed swiftly, and barely had 3 days elapsed when, on the second day, a multitude of bandits began to gather outside Haiyan City. Tension surged once more within the city walls. Qin Zheng secured a larger courtyard in the southern part of the city, accommodating the group from the temple. Shortly thereafter, he was summoned by the officials to rendezvous at the western city gate. As he prepared to depart, Qi Yin hurriedly sought him out, her cheeks flushed and demeanor shy, her words caught in her throat. Finally, she produced a small sachet from her bosom and handed it to him, whispering, "Brother Qin, this is a sachet I embroidered over the past few days. Inside, I have placed a talisman for peace that I obtained from the temple. The bandits are fierce, and I cannot aid you in any other way. I hope this sachet brings you safety on your journey." Receiving the sachet, Qin Zheng smiled and replied, "Thank you. Please take care of yourselves in the coming days." With that, he departed, leaving Qi Yin standing there, her eyes filled with worry. When Qin Zheng arrived, bearing the ghost-headed blade, he found the area teeming with signs from various factions. Among them were several young monks clad in white robes, presumably from the Wanxing Temple. Qin Zheng was somewhat perplexed. Had these monks long since infiltrated Black Goose City, or had they only recently appeared? He couldn't shake the feeling that they had emerged abruptly. This doubt flickered briefly in his mind. Meanwhile, Master Lu awaited him, respectfully guiding Qin Zheng to the city wall. There stood the impermanent monk from the Wanxing Temple, the leader of the Chaobang, and Wei, the chief of the Black Tiger Gang, among others, an assembly of formidable figures who had transcended 3 great thresholds of cultivation, now gathered in this very place. Qin Zheng approached, exchanging greetings with the group before directing his gaze downward. The western gate served as the main entrance to Black Goose City, and it was here that the bandits concentrated their assault. As he looked, he beheld a throng of brigands gathering ominously beneath the city gate. A towering figure among them brandished a crescent-shaped blade, his eyes shut tight, as if he were gathering momentum. This was none other than the leader of the bandits, Zhang Xiuwen. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Zheng's expression subtly darkened. It seemed the giant had sensed his gaze. He opened his eyes and looked up. In an instant, their eyes met in a silent clash. "Boy, open the city gate, and we shall spare your life." The giant's voice rumbled like thunder, clearly reaching the ramparts. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, choosing to remain unresponsive. "Give us another half an hour. If the gates remain shut, our army will storm the city. During this interval, I invite you to witness a performance." The giant's voice resonated once more. As he concluded, the crowd behind him parted, creating a pathway. Soon, several captives, their hands bound and leashed like dogs, were led to the giant's side. "These are your soldiers who ventured forth to quell the bandits. Now they are all in our custody. Every minute that passes, I shall sever the head of another. If the gates do not open within half an hour, I shall commence the assault." Chapter 37. A Fatal Wound to the Bone Refinement Realm. With a swift motion, a large blade descended fiercely. In an instant, heads rolled and fell to the ground, while blood gushed forth like a fountain from severed necks. Zhang Xiuwen moved with remarkable agility, under the cold gleam of the crescent blade. There was not a hint of life left. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zheng felt his pupils constrict sharply. The act of decapitation was all too familiar to him. Yet seeing the innocent heads fall, those of familiar faces, sent a rush of blood coursing through his veins, igniting a fervor within him. The soldier who had just met his demise was the very one who had praised Qin's swordsmanship and reminded him to collect his wages. In a moment of desperation, Qin Zheng lunged forward, ready to leap off the city wall. With his physical strength honed to the refinement of flesh stage, and by invoking the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique, he believed the height would pose no danger to him. Moreover, with his current martial prowess, rescuing these familiar soldiers from the bandits seemed entirely feasible. Just then, a powerful hand grasped him. It was Zhang Wei, the leader of the Tsang Gang, shaking his head and signaling him to halt. Turning around, Qin Zheng spotted County Magistrate Gao hurriedly making his way to the city wall. With his enhanced senses, he immediately caught the fragrance of rouge and a hint of intoxication emanating from Gao. At such a critical moment, he was still indulging in frivolities. Anger surged within Qin Zheng. Magistrate Gao first clasped his fists in greeting to the crowd, then directed his gaze downward. At this juncture, Zhang Xiuwen raised his crescent blade once more, preparing to behead a second victim. Upon seeing the magistrate's arrival, he smiled lightly before bringing the blade down again. Another head rolling away. "Open the gates, Gao Wuxing, and I shall let you go," the bandit leader said leisurely to the magistrate atop the wall. "Zhang Xiuwen, I advise you to turn back from this misguided path. Do not persist in your folly, or you shall find no escape from the calamity that awaits you today." Magistrate Gao replied, his brow furrowed as he shouted in anger. At that moment, Zhang Xiuwen swung his blade twice more, severing the heads of 2 remaining soldiers. "Should you continue this entanglement, so be it. However, my bloodthirsty blade knows no restraint," he warned. After dispatching the 4 soldiers, he clapped his hands, signaling for a new batch of captured soldiers to be brought forth. As the new captives were brought up, Qin Jing's expression darkened instantly. Leading the group was none other than Wang Er, the honest man who had willingly purchased provisions for him upon his arrival in this world. At this moment, Wang Er appeared downtrodden, having endured considerable torment, dragged forth like a dog before Zhang Xiuwen. He lifted his head, momentarily startled upon seeing Qin Zheng on the city wall, quickly turning embarrassed, as if caught in a state of disarray by an acquaintance. At last, he shook his head slightly towards Qin Zheng, his lips parting silently to convey 4 words: "Do not leave the city." At this moment, Zhang Xiuwen raised his crescent blade with a slow deliberation. Upon the city wall, the county magistrate continued to shake his head, speaking in a languid manner. "I am merely advising you to choose the righteous path, but where?" Whoosh! Below the city wall, Zhang Xiuwen swung down his great blade. Bang! A sudden sound tore through the air atop the wall. An acute sense of danger surged within Zhang Xiuwen, prompting him to swiftly redirect his long knife and deliver a fierce slash. Clang! The ghost-headed blade clashed violently with the crescent blade, igniting a shower of sparks. They then separated, Zhang Xiuwen's body jolting backward several dozen meters, crashing into the crowd behind him. Meanwhile, the ghost-headed blade flew back, spinning through the air before landing in the grasp of another individual. Boom! At that moment, Qin Zheng descended from midair, radiating a faint golden glow, resembling a war deity. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. From the moment Zhang Xiuwen lifted the crescent blade to Qin Zheng suddenly hurling the ghost-headed blade, followed by his leap from the city wall, it transpired almost instantaneously. So swift that the county magistrate atop the wall had yet to complete his words. Immediately thereafter, Qin Zheng's foot struck the ground, causing a large crater to erupt beneath him as he shot forth like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he reached Wang Er and the others, decisively severing the chains that bound them. "Run!" Qin Zheng urged in a hushed voice. At that moment, the surrounding bandits reacted, lunging towards Qin Zheng. Observing the advancing foes, Qin Zheng's gaze turned steely as he plunged into their midst, wielding his blade. With nearly 3,000 pounds of overwhelming force, the ghost-headed blade carved through the bandits as if they were but mere shadows, mercilessly dispatching them one by one. Upon the city wall, witnessing the interruption of his speech, the county magistrate's expression darkened instantly. Observing Qin Zheng, a solitary figure amidst the bandits, he delayed issuing orders. Beside him, Zhang Wei, the leader of the transport guild, turned to the county magistrate and implored, "County magistrate, please open the city gates." Several warriors of the bone refinement realm atop the wall echoed, "County magistrate, please open the city gates." At this moment, seeing Qin Zheng's valor as he single-handedly pushed the bandits back, it was indeed the opportune moment to ensnare the foes entirely. Faced with such a consensus, the county magistrate had no choice but to nod with a grim countenance. Thus, the city gates opened, and several warriors of the bone refinement realm, accompanied by their disciples, charged forth, shouting in unison. With the arrival of reinforcements, Qin Zheng's burden was significantly alleviated. Whoosh! Just then, a sound sliced through the air. He swiftly turned, retaliating with a decisive slash. The assailant was none other than the bandit leader, Zhang Xiuwen. The two blades collided once more. This time, it was Qin Zheng who was forced back. Without harming his internal faculties, he could only muster a maximum of 2,500 pounds of strength. Yet, Zhang Xiuwen, a genuine practitioner of the bone refinement realm, possessed 3,000 pounds of might. Consequently, Qin Zheng found himself under relentless pressure, each move fraught with peril. However, to outsiders, the two seemed like monstrous beings, each collision stirring up clouds of dust and sparks flying. Remarkable. I never anticipated that such a master would exist in the Black Goose City, Zhang Xiuwen shouted as he unleashed his attack. Meanwhile, Qin Jing's expression remained frosty as he wielded his ghostly blade with fervor, replying, "There are many things you have yet to fathom." Channeling the fourth layer of the dragon elephant prajna, he summoned a colossal force of 4,000 pounds. In a sudden surge, Qin Jing broke through his limits, channeling all his strength. With a decisive step forward, his ghostly blade sliced upward like a crescent moon, striking fiercely towards Zhang Xiuwen's crescent blade. Zhang Xiuwen let out a sinister laugh, bringing his blade down. However, the moment their blades met, his expression shifted dramatically. An unstoppable force surged from his crescent blade into his limbs, shaking his very core. In an instant, his crescent blade slipped from his grasp, and he was violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground several meters away. With a gasp, he uncontrollably spewed a mouthful of blood. That single strike had left him grievously wounded. Chapter 38. No one can halt my bloodshed. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiuwen continuously lowered his head, coughing up blood, struggling to rise. When he lifted his gaze towards Qin Jing once more, his eyes were filled with terror. Simultaneously, this abrupt transformation rendered the battlefield before the city gate eerily silent. Neither the bandits outside the city nor the inhabitants within had anticipated that Zhang Xiuwen, a master of the bone refinement realm, would be grievously wounded by a mere stroke of a blade. Moreover, the assailant appeared to be nothing more than a slender youth. The leaders of various factions, including Zhang Wei of the Tsang Gang, Wei of the Black Tiger Gang, and Xing of the Vermilion Bird Gang, alongside numerous disciples and fierce bandits, were equally astonished as they beheld Qin Jing. In that moment, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Black Goose City would be preserved. Kill. Suddenly, someone shouted, shattering the silence that enveloped the city gate. The battlefield erupted once more. Yet this time, the bandits fought while retreating, their earlier arrogance completely vanquished. Zhang Xiuwen managed to stand, his gaze subtly sweeping over the city wall before he turned and fled with agility. Witnessing this, Qin Jing immediately pursued him with equal swiftness. The surrounding bandits were but insignificant adversaries, yielding little merit in their defeat. However, Zhang Xiuwen, burdened by his myriad sins, represented the most formidable foe Qin Jing had encountered thus far. The demise of one such as him equated to vanquishing dozens of ordinary bandits. Now that Qin Jing had committed himself fully, he was resolute in delivering the final blow. Thus, on this battlefield before the city gate, two figures raced away from the city, one in pursuit of the other. As Zhang Xiuwen fled, fear gripped the hearts of the bandits, causing them to turn and flee in panic. Under such circumstances, the tide of battle tipped dramatically. On the city wall, the High County Magistrate observed the carnage below, where fierce bandits lay scattered and the disciples of various factions suffered losses. A profound sense of joy illuminated his eyes. Meanwhile, the monk of the Temple of Rebirth, having dispatched a bandit of the flesh refinement realm with a single strike, paused to regard the direction in which Qin Jing and Zhang Xiuwen had departed, a hint of unintentional malice flickering in his calm gaze. Moments later, the bandits at the city gate were nearly eradicated, and jubilant cries of celebration resonated throughout the area. Yet, at that instant, Qin Jing's focus remained undivided, fixated solely on the figure ahead. In the instant of their confrontation, a new line of text materialized on the merit scroll within his mind. Zhang Xiuwen, the bandit leader, notorious for his numerous murders. Slay him to earn 9 taels and 8 coins of merit. This represented the most substantial merit reward Qin Jing had encountered thus far. Even the elimination of Shi Dian from the Golden Cicada Gang had only yielded him 2 taels and 7 coins of merit. Thus, it is evident that the current fugitive leader has committed immense atrocities. 9 taels and 8 coins. If we were to calculate the merit based on the usual beheading practice, with each prisoner yielding 3 coins of merit, Qin Jing would need to execute a total of 33 prisoners to accumulate such a vast amount of merit. This is precisely why Qin Jing has abandoned the other bandits and is fixated on Zhang Xiuwen. Under the enhancement of the 4th layer of the dragon elephant prajna, the so-called 4th heavy barrier of bone refinement is scarcely different from ordinary skin and flesh refinement. Qin Jing can dispatch them with ease. Therefore, expending energy to eliminate those individuals is less efficient than singularly targeting the one before him, thereby conserving his strength. Two figures darted through the mountains with the swiftness of arrows, each footfall erupting into a spray of mud. In a mere moment, they had distanced themselves from the gates of Haiyan City and plunged into the depths of the mountains. Although the golden cicada's shedding of its shell may not be the most exquisite of lightness techniques, Qin Zheng had perfected it to its zenith. Consequently, the gap between the two was closing at a visibly rapid pace. When the two figures were within a mere blade's breadth of each other, Qin Zheng did not hesitate. He unsheathed his sword, its cold blade glinting ominously, and struck down towards Zhang Xiuwen. Swish! When Zhang Xiuwen pivoted, his blade meeting Qin Zheng's strike. Harnessing this force, he abruptly accelerated backward, increasing the distance between them. Yet, he too suffered. Having braced against Qin Zheng's strike, he felt his hands tremble and go numb, nearly losing grip on his crescent moon blade. When did such a monstrosity emerge from Haiyan City? Zhang Xiuwen's complexion paled, and he lamented inwardly. Soon after, he had not fled far when Qin Zheng caught up, delivering another lethal strike. And then, when the blades clashed again, and he propelled himself forward using the momentum, though his internal injuries worsened with each encounter. After several repetitions, the crescent moon blade slipped from his grasp. Upon reaching a valley, he abruptly halted his flight. Almost simultaneously, as Qin Zheng pursued closely behind, a sudden flicker crossed his brow. His senses heightened. He retreated a step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows, nearly a meter long and as thick as a finger, plunged into the ground where he had just passed. Had he continued forward, he would have been pierced by these deadly arrows. Quite perceptive, cough, cough. Zhang Xiuwen observed Qin Zheng, now relaxed, and coughed as he spoke. Is this your confidence? Qin Zheng's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, looking across at him. At this moment, the two found themselves in a valley surrounded by towering mountains. Several skilled archers among the bandits were likely concealed in the vicinity. Thus, should Qin Zheng make any sudden movements, they would not hesitate to unleash their arrows. However, do you truly believe these archers can prevent me from slaying you? Qin Zheng spoke once more, taking a sudden step forward. At this moment, arrows flew through the surrounding valleys once more. Yet, Qin Zheng remained unfazed, leisurely striding forth, wielding his great sword to sever each arrow as it approached. Empowered by the formidable daylight golden cicada technique, his mental acuity had significantly heightened. The instant the arrows were loosed, he sensed their presence, enabling him to either evade or deflect them with preternatural ease. Moreover, within a 10-meter radius of Qin Zheng, even an ant could not escape his perception. Thus, he advanced step by step, seemingly unimpeded, toward Zhang Xiuwen. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xiuwen's complexion turned increasingly grim. His internal injuries were severe, and maintaining his stance required the last vestiges of his strength. As Qin Zheng drew near, he felt as though a shadowy cloud loomed overhead, a palpable threat of death surging within his heart. In such dire circumstances, Zhang Xiuwen finally succumbed to desperation, pleading for mercy. Spare me. I will grant you anything you desire. Wealth, beauty, martial prowess, even internal cultivation. I can provide them all. Upon uttering the last phrase, Qin Zheng's stride faltered momentarily. Internal cultivation? He fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xiuwen, inquiring. Indeed, it is the internal cultivation that a high martial artist once offered me to persuade me to become an outlaw and work for him. Zhang Xiuwen grasped at this glimmer of hope, hastily nodding in affirmation, fearful that a single misstep would lead to his demise. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, suppressing the tumultuous waves of surprise within, and spoke. Are you implying that you are affiliated with the high martial artist, County Magistrate Gao? Chapter 39. The inner cultivation of the 5 organs. The band of ruthless marauders encamped outside Haiyan City has inflicted immense suffering upon the local populace. Each year, the 4 towns and 13 villages surrounding the city are forced into a state of frugality, rendering them incapable of resisting the exorbitant protection fees imposed upon them. Those who dare to defy are met with arson, murder, and plunder. Even the magistrate's constables, when dispatched, return empty-handed, leaving the citizens of over a dozen locales to silently endure their plight. Before me stands the leader of these brigands, brazenly proclaiming himself to be a man of Gao County, affiliated with the infamous Gao Wuxing. A surge of indignation wells up within Qin Zheng as he demands, "Are you asserting that your band of brigands is in league with the county magistrate?" Zhang Xiuwen hastily nods in affirmation. Indeed, This assault on Haiyan City has been orchestrated at the behest of Gao County Magistrate. I was forewarned of an impending monk's intervention, but I was only instructed to feign retreat when the moment arose. A glint of malice flickers in his eyes. Gao Wuxing evidently intends to eliminate me through your hand. If he shows no mercy, he shall not expect it in return. A monk? Could it be the unchanging monk from the Wangxing Temple? Has he engaged in clandestine dealings with the county magistrate? A flurry of thoughts cascades through Qin Zheng's mind. Young hero, spare me this time, and I shall divulge all the misdeeds committed by Gao Wuxing over the years. He implores, but abruptly falls silent. Suddenly, the brigand leader's eyes roll back, his body convulsing as if gripped by an invisible hand, gasping for breath. Alarmed, Qin Zheng's senses heighten. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiuwen extends his hands toward Qin Zheng, struggling to utter, "Save me." With those words, his trembling ceases, and his breath rapidly dwindles, signaling his impending demise. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng lunges forward, wielding his ghostly blade with fervor. In an instant, blood sprays forth like a fountain, and a severed head rolls to the ground. The merits are gained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The once silent archers, having regained their composure, knock their arrows and turn their sights on Qin Zheng once more. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Qin Zheng steps forward, his form darting like a shadow into the adjacent thicket. With his heightened spiritual perception, he anticipates the archers' trajectories and, upon entering the forest, finds refuge among the trees, significantly reducing the arrows aimed at him. Within moments, amidst panicked cries, the arrows cease entirely. After a brief interlude, Qin Zheng emerges from the woods, flanked by a lean man, and once again stands before the headless corpse of the brigand leader, Zhang Xiuwen. It is said that in the southern realms, the Miao people possess an extraordinary talent for raising and refining poison. Zhang Xiuwen's earlier affliction bore a striking resemblance to that of a cursed individual afflicted by the explosive effects of poison. It appears that this high martial artist employed his means of control. Just moments ago, he had a change of heart, revealing the matters concerning the high martial artist, which triggered the poisonous curse that led to his demise. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng's expression grew somber. The depths of Black Goose City seemed far more intricate than he had anticipated. However, as long as he possessed sufficient strength, no cunning schemes could prevail against absolute power. Qin Zheng then used his ghost head broadsword to prod the corpse, confirming there were no abnormalities before proceeding to search the body. He found a handful of scattered silver coins, several banknotes, and a jade bottle containing medicinal pills, but nothing else of significance. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed the adversary had not kept the inner strength on his person. Rising to his feet, he deduced that it was likely hidden in their lair. This was the first time Qin Zheng had obtained information related to inner strength. Regardless of the truth of what Zhang Xiuwen had spoken, he felt compelled to verify it personally. With that thought, he hoisted Zhang Xiuwen's lifeless body and carelessly discarded it into the forest. The scent of blood would soon attract beasts to feast upon the remains. Turning his attention to the archer, whom he had struck with his black sha palm, he commanded, "Lead me to your lair, and I shall spare your life." The archer's face was filled with despair, having just experienced the excruciating pain of the black sha palm. He felt utterly miserable. Yet upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Could this hero's words be genuine? Qin Zheng inclined his head slightly and urged, "Guide me." He had anticipated the possibility of finding no inner strength on Zhang Xiuwen's body when he struck. Thus, he had deliberately spared one of the archers, allowing the black sha palm to erode his body, instilling fear that would prevent any reckless movements. The two traversed the mountains. Though the archer was not particularly skilled, he possessed a level of training sufficient for navigating the rugged terrain at a decent pace. In less than half an hour, they arrived at a secluded stronghold deep within the mountains. Due to an impending assault on Black Goose City, most of the bandits were absent, leaving only women and children behind. Upon seeing Qin Zheng's arrival, they displayed looks of wariness. "Take me to Zhang Xiuwen's residence," Qin Zheng stated, disregarding their presence. Since Zhang Xiuwen was affiliated with the high martial artist, his death would surely prompt an investigation from his associates. Qin Zheng needed to act swiftly to locate the inner strength and depart before their arrival. Under the archer's guidance, Qin Zheng soon reached Zhang Xiuwen's dwelling. This was the leader's abode, where no one could approach without his command. The archer, pale and trembling, stammered to Qin Zheng, The power of the black sha palm is currently corroding my body, and the pain is unbearable. Qin Zheng nodded slightly. This was an attic nestled deep within the village. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of wild animal hides adorning the walls. He furrowed his brow momentarily before expanding his senses, meticulously searching every corner of the room. From the bed to the table, and across the floor, he scoured every inch until, upon flipping over the bed, he discovered signs of a loose floorboard. Lifting it revealed a descending passageway. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he bent down and ventured into the corridor. Beneath lay a small chamber filled with boxes of gold, silver, and jewels, alongside various paintings and calligraphy. These bandits, in addition to extorting protection fees from the 4 towns and 13 villages, also frequently raided merchant caravans, amassing considerable wealth. Yet, despite the impressive spectacle before him, Qin Zheng's thoughts were not fixated on the riches. His gaze swept the room until it fell upon a jade box perched on a shelf. He hurried over, took the box, and opened it. Inside lay a slender booklet, prominently inscribed with the words, Internal Cultivation of the 5 Organs. Chapter 40, The King and Gao, United Under Heaven. Upon glimpsing the tome, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with sudden brilliance. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of joy surged through him like a tidal tide, igniting a tempest of exhilaration. Since embarking on his martial arts journey, he had always been constrained by the limitations of his inner realm. Had it not been for the uniqueness of the dragon-elephant prajna skill, with each layer weighing 1,000 pounds, the 13th layer would amount to a staggering 13,000 pounds. Without such inner constraints, he would have long since elevated this martial art to perfection. With a strength of 13,000 pounds, few in Qingzhou could rival him. With such colossal power at his disposal, the vast world would be his to explore. At last, a glimmer of hope illuminated his path. By refining this internal skill, he could swiftly enhance his inner realm and elevate his standing. Simultaneously, he could unreservedly advance the dragon-elephant prajna skill, augmenting his strength, suppressing his emotional tumult. Qin Zheng carefully extracted the internal skill from its jade box and began to peruse its contents. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from one side of the secluded chamber. The sound sent a jolt of tension through Qin Zheng's mind. He tucked the internal skill into his bosom and listened intently toward the source of the noise. Knock, 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 clank. After holding his breath for several moments, the knocking resumed, accompanied by the sound of chains. Qin Zheng discerned the precise location of the noise. He approached the wall from which the sound emanated, sensing the presence of someone beyond. Recalling the long-absent monk Chong Ming, a suspicion arose within him. He fumbled along the wall until, after a few breaths, he discovered a peculiar stone. Upon twisting it, the wall slowly opened like a door, revealing a tranquil passageway. Knock, 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 clank. The sounds of impact and clashing chains grew increasingly distinct. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Zheng gripped his formidable knife and stepped into the passage. The corridor spanned approximately 10 meters, and with just a few strides, Qin Zheng emerged on the other side, finding himself in another serene chamber. However, the individual present was unexpected. The person imprisoned here was not the anticipated monk Chong Ming, but rather the precinct head, Su Sanwei. He was restrained by iron chains. Even his mouth bound, forcing him to produce sounds by striking his head against the confines. Su Sanwei? Qin Zheng approached and removed the gag from his mouth. Curse Zhang Xiuwen. I will surely kill him. Once able to speak, Su Sanwei erupted into a tirade, his chest heaving with anger. Qin Zheng remained silent, though a sense of confusion welled within him. This Su Sanwei was affiliated with the county magistrate Gao Wuxing, and the bandit leader Zhang Xiuwen was also under Gao's influence. It puzzled him as to why Su Sanwei found himself imprisoned in this place. If it were due to Ji Changyin being imprisoned here, Qin Zheng could still understand. Once Su Weisan's anger subsided, his spirit seemed to plummet to its lowest ebb, his face devoid of color, appearing ghastly pale. He turned to Qin Zheng, his gaze betraying a hint of astonishment, as if shocked by Qin Zheng's presence in this place. However, as if recalling something, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you kill Zhang Xiuwen?" This was Zhang Xiuwen's forbidden ground. Apart from him, no one else could enter this domain. Qin Zheng did not respond, but instead surveyed the dim surroundings and asked, "Where is Captain Ji?" Upon hearing his question, Su Weisan fell silent for a moment before replying. "He is dead." This struck Qin Zheng like a thunderbolt, causing him to whirl around to face Su Weisan. Ji Changyin was a military officer appointed by the court, responsible for overseeing the punishments in Haiyan City. His death here was no trivial matter. His status was far beyond that of ordinary constables and soldiers. With Ji Changyin deceased, the court would undoubtedly send someone to investigate this incident. Could that Gao Wuxing truly dare to act with such impunity? How could he possibly manage this situation? Su Weisan seemed to grasp Qin Zheng's thoughts and chuckled softly, saying, "From what I know of Zhang Xiuwen, he likely revealed certain matters to you. Do not underestimate Gao County Magistrate's background. It is far more terrifying than you imagine. You, my friend, are quite the talent. Possessing such formidable martial skills, yet content to remain a mere executioner in this Haiyan city. Come, assist me in severing these chains. Being bound is quite unbearable." At Su Weisan's words, Qin Zheng remained motionless. Su Weisan sighed ruefully and continued, "Rest assured, while I do work for Gao Wuxing, I do not comply with his every command. Otherwise, I would not be confined here. Consider it a warning from him. Help me break these chains, and I shall divulge whatever I know." Only then did Qin Zheng step forward, wielding his blade to sever several chains binding Su Weisan. Once liberated, Su Weisan appeared to lose all support, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. After several moments, he mustered the strength to sit up. "You killed Zhang Xiuwen. Gao Wuxing will surely take notice, and his men will likely arrive shortly." Su Weisan's initial words served as a warning to Qin Zheng, and he added, "So, feel free to ask whatever you wish. However, I must inform you that I have not ingested Gao Wuxing's brain-eating pill, so my knowledge is limited, mostly conjecture." Nodding, Qin Zheng posed his question, why would Gao Wuxing send bandits down the mountain to attack the city? The treasures he had glimpsed in Zhang Xiuwen's secret chamber were ample evidence of the wealth this band of marauders had helped him plunder. Yet, sending bandits to assault the city seemed to offer him no benefits whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Su Weisan's eyes flickered momentarily before he remarked, "He undoubtedly possesses his own rationale, and I believe I can surmise one of them. Consumption. By inciting the bandits to descend from their mountains and assault the city, he aims to exploit this opportunity to deplete the strength of the station troops outside the walls, while simultaneously neutralizing the dissenters within the authorities. If I am not mistaken, he has certainly summoned the various factions and martial experts within Black Goose City, offering conditions for them to venture forth and exterminate the bandits. Thus, he can also use the bandits to weaken the influence of these factions within the city. Black Goose City has always been his domain. Now, with both obedient and disobedient factions diminished, it shall become a realm ruled by his singular decree. Moreover, by annihilating such a multitude of bandits, he stands to gain considerable renown within the court. This singular endeavor marks him as a true victor. Such cunning, such strategy." Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, suppressing the tumult within. He then inquired, "You mentioned that his background is formidable. Which family stands behind him?" Su Weisan paused thoughtfully before responding. "Are you aware of the adage circulating among the populace of Great Jin? Kings and nobles share the world." Chapter 41. Refinement, Cultivating the Inner Organs. The royal surname of the Great Jin dynasty is Wang. Wang and Gao, united they rule the realm. The implications are already abundantly clear. Qin Zheng's pupils constricted slightly, suppressing the shock within. He had not anticipated that such influential figures existed in the small town of Haiyan. Su Weisan continued, "The Qianyuan Gao family is a prestigious lineage, with its bloodline already permeating the court of the Great Jin. Moreover, are you aware that among the 18 revered martial saints of our empire, 6 hail from the Qianyuan Gao family? Tell me, is such power and background not formidable?" Qin Zheng furrowed his brow slightly and then inquired, "Why then would he come to such a remote place as Haiyan? With such noble origins, why would he choose this small town?" Su Weisan shook his head, indicating his uncertainty, but ultimately speculated, perhaps the Gao family's descendants are numerous, and this county magistrate Gao is simply not favored. After a brief hesitation, he added, "Our county magistrate might not have pursued martial arts, which could be a significant factor. In a top-tier aristocratic family replete with resources, neglecting martial cultivation speaks volumes. It is quite possible that this county magistrate was born unsuited for the path of martial arts, leading to his abandonment by the family and his placement in this insignificant locale. Nevertheless, even so, as a scion of the Gao lineage, The resources at his disposal are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Upon reaching this point, Su Weisen looked at Qin Zheng and said, "You have killed Zhang Xiuan. If Gao Wuxing learns of this, he will undoubtedly seek you out. However, he is likely to offer various promises, attempting to recruit you as his subordinate." As he spoke, he glanced around before continuing, "You should leave at once, and do your utmost to ensure he does not realize you have been here. I will take care of those who have seen you in the village." Qin Zheng nodded in response. If Gao Wuxing's background was indeed as Su Weisen described, then he was currently ill-equipped to contend with him. However, before departing, Qin Zheng still asked, "Why help me?" Su Weisen shook his head and replied, "Consider it a repayment for your credit in slaying Shi Dian. I am not one to enjoy being indebted to others." Qin Zheng expressed his gratitude and then employed his lightness skill to swiftly depart. This time, he moved like a shadow, ensuring that none in the village caught sight of him. He could trust Su Weisan's words, but he remained cautious. No matter how formidable Gao Wuxing might be, he merely employed schemes to eliminate disobedient subordinates rather than resorting to direct confrontation. This indicated that within Haiyan, he could not act with impunity. Furthermore, since he had only slain the bandit leader Zhang Xiuan and had not directly offended Gao Wuxing, as long as he maintained silence about the details, he would be safe. Simultaneously, he resolved to elevate his martial prowess as swiftly as possible. This would mitigate any potential repercussions. As it stood, the inner strength he had long yearned for was finally within his grasp. The merits collected this time should be sufficient to support the refinement and enhancement of this internal skill, provided both conditions are met. Thus, I should soon experience a rapid increase in strength. If I can swiftly fortify my internal essence and break through the 4 significant barriers, it should be enough to propel my dragon-elephant prajna skill towards perfection. By that time, I shall have no fear of any conspiracy or deceit. With this thought, Qin Zheng felt a heightened sense of urgency. Having acquired this internal skill, he sought a tranquil place to begin his refinement. Hence, the direction he was heading was not towards Black Goose City, but rather in the opposite direction. In other words, as Qin Zheng deftly executed his lightness skill, he was moving further away from Black Goose City. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at an uninhabited area in the mountains and discovered a natural cave. Within the depths of the cave, a massive brown bear was tearing apart and consuming its prey. Upon Qin Zheng's entrance, the bear sensed the dangerous aura emanating from him and immediately rose, emitting a loud roar and assuming an aggressive stance. However, given Qin Zheng's current strength, especially while wielding the ghost head broadsword, the bear posed no threat to him. With a slight shake of his shoulder, the broadsword fell into his grasp, and with a swift step, he charged forward. The chilling gleam of his blade illuminated the dark cave. Moments later, he plunged the ghost head broadsword into the ground beside him. He then gathered some dry grass to sit upon, positioning himself next to the headless bear carcass, and retrieved the internal skill manual from his robe. 5 organs, internal refinement. Zhang Xiuan had indeed not deceived him. This was a manual capable of enhancing one's internal essence. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. After all, it was the esteemed Quan Yonggao clan, renowned for their saying kings and high ones share the world, that so casually bestowed such a treasured skill upon a bandit. This fleeting thought vanished as Qin Zheng reopened the manual and began to read its contents in detail. After a brief moment, upon finishing the last page, the merit scroll above his mind's sea trembled gently. Gradually, a line of text emerged. Discovered martial art. 5 organs internal refinement. Can be refined. Requires 10 taels of merit. Do you wish to refine? 10 taels of merit? Qin Zheng's heart jolted. This was, thus far, the martial art requiring the most merit for refinement that he had encountered. The ghost head blade technique required merely 1 qian for refinement, while the dragon-elephant prajna skill needed only 1 tael. The initial merit required for the 5 organs internal refinement was a staggering 100 times that of the ghost head blade technique and 10 times that of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. However, typically, the higher the merit consumption, the greater the quality of the martial art. Therefore, Qin Zheng felt no regret and immediately recited in his heart, "Refine." In an instant, a warm current manifested out of thin air, circulating throughout his entire being, nourishing every sinew and flesh of his body. Concurrently, within him, the 5 vital organs began to resonate at a specific frequency. These organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, are aligned with the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They maintain the delicate balance of yin and yang within the human body, representing its most crucial components. At this moment, guided by the internal cultivation within these organs, Qin Zheng's vital organs commenced their rhythmic vibrations. Beneath this pulsation, a torrent of vitality surged forth from his body, coalescing like a mighty river. With each tremor of the organs, this life force seemed to be drawn forth, flowing along a distinct trajectory, cleansing and invigorating Qin Zheng's flesh and blood. As the organs continued their unique oscillation, Qin Zheng could feel his internal essence being amplified at an astonishing pace, resembling a metamorphosis. Chapter 42. Promotion to the muscle refining realm. Thunderous roars echoed within Qin Zheng's body as the method of internal cultivation continued to operate, accompanied by the sounds reminiscent of rushing rivers. Qin Zheng understood that these noises were the result of his internal organs vibrating and the flow of blood energy. As the commotion intensified, he could sense his internal strength gradually increasing. Beneath his skin, the flesh, under the immense wash of blood energy, gleamed like blood jade. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a phantom sound seemed to resonate in Qin Zheng's ears. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that the internal cultivation had ceased its operation. Unbeknownst to him, his muscle refining had quietly reached perfection, successfully breaking through the three major barriers and ascending to the muscle refining realm. Although Qin Zheng had anticipated the strength of his internal power, he was still profoundly shocked at this moment. Merely half a day of practice equated to several months of external cultivation efforts. This was partly due to his first experience of releasing the long-accumulated blood energy within him. Yet, to achieve such a feat was undeniably extraordinary. No wonder the aristocratic families insisted on tightly controlling the practice of internal cultivation. The speed of advancement was indeed astonishing. If anyone could practice internal skills freely, the number of martial artists across the realm would likely experience an explosive surge. As the saying goes, heroes violate the law with their martial prowess. An increase in the number of martial artists would inevitably lead to chaos throughout the world. Rising to his feet, Qin Zheng felt the strength of his internal body, now that he had perfected his muscle refinement and ascended to the muscle refining realm. His internal body could withstand even greater forces. He could now effortlessly mobilize 4,000 pounds of strength, and with sheer force, he could summon an overwhelming 5,000 pounds. This power far exceeded the 3,000 pounds achievable in the bone refining realm. Thus, in terms of strength, Qin Zheng had already transcended the first realm of martial arts. However, what lay beyond this realm was something that Ji Chong had not mentioned during their discussions on martial arts. Qin Zheng had not gathered any additional information from other sources. In a remote town like Haiyan City, the first realm of martial arts, encompassing the four major barriers of flesh, muscle, and bone, was a peak that was almost unattainable for most. Few dared to aspire to understand what lay beyond the bone refining realm. Perhaps upon his return, he could endeavor to discover what realms existed beyond the four major barriers of flesh, muscle, and bone. With this thought, Qin Zheng directed a fragment of his mind into his heart SC, gazing upon the swirling scroll of merits. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 70-17. Martial arts, internal cultivation method, beginner, dragon elephant prajna skill, 4th level, great sun golden cicada skill, accomplished. Merits, 11 taels and 8 coins. Current martial arts, dragon elephant prajna skill can be upgraded, requires 1 tael of merits. Would you like to upgrade? Current martial arts, the great sun golden cicada technique can be enhanced, requiring 8 taels of merit. Should it be improved? The internal refinement method for the 5 viscera can also be upgraded, needing 10 taels of merit. Should it be enhanced? The internal refinement method for the 5 viscera is at its initial stage. The great sun golden cicada technique has reached perfection, and the dragon elephant prajna technique is at the 4th level, with the remaining martial arts perfected. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Zheng has cultivated a considerable array of martial arts, each at a formidable level. However, his remaining merit stands at just 11 taels and 8 coins. Of this sum, at least 1 tael must be allocated to elevate the dragon elephant prajna technique. Thus, he is left with 10 taels of merit, from which he must choose between enhancing either the internal refinement method for the 5 viscera or the great sun golden cicada technique. Each offers distinct advantages, One accelerates the refinement of his internal body, while the other strengthens his spiritual perception. Both are crucial for Qin Zheng's current aspirations. Yet, the merit falls short. With a faint sigh, Qin Zheng is overcome by a sense of impoverishment. After some contemplation, he resolves to prioritize the enhancement of the internal refinement method for the five viscera. After all, the strength of the internal body serves as the foundation for all external martial arts. Only with a robust internal body can one support formidable external techniques. Thus, without hesitation, he silently recites, "Enhance the internal refinement method for the five viscera." Instantly, 10 taels of merit are deducted from the merit scroll. Correspondingly, a faint glow begins to emanate from within his five viscera. In that fleeting moment, Qin Zheng perceives that his five viscera have undergone fortification. The five viscera, being the repository of spirit, blood, energy, and soul. The instant they are strengthened, Qin Zheng's mental and physical being experiences a sudden surge, also fortified. Subsequently, the five viscera begin to vibrate with renewed vigor, as if drawing forth the deep-seated energy and blood hidden within his body. Akin to mighty rivers cleansing his flesh and blood along extraordinary paths. Following this enhancement, the efficiency of his martial arts practice accelerates, and the speed of internal body fortification increases correspondingly. At this rate, it is likely that soon he will achieve perfection in the muscle refinement stage and advance to the bone refinement stage. Qin Zheng senses that within a maximum of 3 months, he will break through 4 significant barriers, reaching the bone refinement stage. Should he possess ample merit to further elevate the internal refinement method for the five viscera, perhaps even 3 months would be unnecessary. However, not long into the practice of internal martial arts, Qin Zheng discovers that the energy and blood within him are waning. The five viscera gradually return to a state of calm. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness surges into his mind, accompanied by a sense of weakness akin to anemia. This cannot do. The pace of internal cultivation is too rapid. The consumption of energy and blood has accelerated. The reserves of energy and blood accumulated within him are no longer sufficient to sustain the operation of his techniques. He must replenish his flesh and blood to bridge the deficit. Qin Zheng swiftly turns to gaze upon the headless bear carcass beside him, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger, resembling a famished ghost. Freshly made buns, with thin skins. Candied hawthorn berries. Selling candied hawthorn berries. At midday, the streets of the southern part of Black Goose City were alive with the clamor of various vendors, clad in coarse hemp garments and wielding a formidable sword. Qin Zheng ambled toward his home. Remarkably, in just 3 days since his departure, the city had returned to its usual vibrancy, as if the recent siege by bandits had never occurred. The entire town seemed to pulse with renewed vitality. However, Qin Zheng observed that, in addition to the common folk, a number of monks donned in white robes had appeared on the streets. Their attire closely resembled that of the monk from the Temple of Rebirth, suggesting they were indeed affiliated with that temple. Groups of townspeople gathered around these monks, their faces reflecting sincerity as they quietly chanted scriptures. In the end, they offered coins, eggs, or meat to the monks, who accepted these gifts with cheerful smiles. Recalling Zhang Xiuwen's words about the monks from the Temple of Rebirth seemingly engaging in transactions with the martial artist Gao Wuxing, Qin Zheng felt a growing disfavor toward these monks. Witnessing this scene only intensified his suspicions. Yet, as their actions did not directly concern him, he decided to proceed toward his small courtyard in the southern part of the city. During his 3-day retreat in the mountains, he had not only focused on his training and consumed meat, but had also attempted to trace the whereabouts of the old monk. Though he found no trace of him, he did eliminate several bandits who had fled into the depths of the mountains, thereby accumulating some merit. Returning to Black Goose City and finding everything seemingly normal, he felt a sense of relief. He approached the small courtyard where Qi Yan and the others resided, and after a brief moment, he arrived at the gate. He knocked a few times, but received no response. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened, and he immediately extended his spiritual perception, only to discover that the courtyard was utterly deserted. Chapter 43. The Surge of Malevolence. With a forceful push, Qin Zheng flung open the door. Before him lay a scene of utter devastation. Fragments of food and shattered bowls littered the ground, alongside dried bloodstains. Witnessing this grim tableau, Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed sharply as he dashed into the courtyard. Upon activating his senses, He discerned the absence of any presence within the courtyard and conducted a thorough scan of the area. He bent down to gather the scattered remnants of food, which appeared to have been left untouched for 2 days. This indicated that the upheaval had occurred the day after the bandits attacked the city, following his departure. Yet the entire Black Goose City knew that Qi Yin and the others were under his protection. After his reputation had spread, no one dared to disturb them. How could it be that, after merely a few days away from the city, someone would dare to target them? Did they truly believe he would perish in the process of subduing the bandits? A deepening shadow fell across Qin Zheng's eyes as a torrent of fury surged within him. Upon confirming the lack of further clues in the courtyard, he promptly turned and made his way westward through the city. Alone, he realized that locating these few individuals in the vast expanse of Black Goose City would prove challenging. However, he could initiate inquiries into potential suspects as a starting point. As far as he was aware, the only conceivable adversaries he had made during his time in the city were the Chaobang. Thus, his destination was clear. He would confront the Chaobang for answers. Despite the warm reception from the Caobang's leader, Zhang Wei, during their recent encounters, wherein he made no mention of past events, Qin Zheng could not shake the suspicion that the man was duplicitous. It was entirely feasible that, believing him to have perished at the hands of the bandits after witnessing his pursuit of Zhang Xiuwen, Zhang Wei had seized the opportunity to capture Qi Yin and the others as an act of vengeance. The more Qin Zheng contemplated this, the heavier his heart grew. 2 days had already passed, and he feared that Qi Yin and the unfortunate children had suffered unspeakable torments, perhaps even meeting their demise. The mere thought intensified the fury within him. Initially, he had simply acquiesced to the old monk's plea to ensure their safety. Yet after sharing a life together for some time, he was not a heartless creature. Bonds had formed. The images of those young, understanding faces, possibly facing cruel execution after enduring torturous trials, filled him with an indescribable anguish. He recalled the figure who hurriedly prepared meat for him by the stove, always reminding him to take care during his departures. As his eyes grew colder than ice, an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from him, causing passers-by on the street to cast wary glances and hastily retreat to avoid his presence. Amitabha, this benefactor, your aura of malevolence is alarmingly potent. It is truly not a good sign, truly not. At that moment, a figure clad in a white monk's robe stepped forward from the side of the street, blocking Qin Zheng's path. A humble monk requires only 100 taels of silver. By reciting the sutras with me, you shall surely dispel the malice within your heart and restore tranquility to your murderous intent, he said with a smile, palms pressed together in reverence. Qin Zheng regarded the monk across from him, sidestepped, and continued toward the western part of the city. However, the monk audaciously reached out and firmly grasped Qin Zheng's shoulder. The smile on his face was now tinged with a hint of coldness as he reiterated, "Benefactor, I only require 100 taels of silver. Get lost." Qin Zheng's eyes blazed with fury. He shrugged his shoulder violently, shaking off the monk's grip. The monk's expression darkened, transforming into one of ferocity as he lunged forward, aiming for Qin Zheng's eyes. Yet, he had gravely misjudged his adversary. With a swift motion, Qin Zheng extended his hand, striking the monk's chest with the force of an apparition. Bang! In an instant, the monk was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Without a glance back, Qin Zheng continued his stride toward the west of the city. His strike had been controlled, ensuring the monk sustained only minor injuries, sparing him from immediate death. Nevertheless, having infused some power from the black evil palm, the monk would endure excruciating heart pain for the next few days. Whether he would survive was of no concern to Qin Zheng. Filled with rage, Qin Zheng acted with a ferocity that surpassed his usual restraint. As he walked, he unconsciously employed his lightness skill, gliding through the city like a wraith. Moments later, he arrived at the riverbank in the western district. First, he approached a dock, seizing a disciple of the cargo gang and demanding, "Where is your leader?" The disciple, who had been shouting orders to a group of porters, was suddenly lifted by an overwhelming force, his heart swelling with anger. However, upon catching sight of Qin Zheng's menacing visage, he nearly lost control of his bladders. Wasn't this the very man who had pierced through the Kunying Tower just days prior? Had the leader provoked him again? Fear surged within him, and he trembled as he stammered, "Master Qin, the leader is recuperating in the hall. He is not here. Take me to him." Qin Zheng commanded, releasing the disciple. The little head of the cargo gang nodded frantically, leading the way to the gang's hall. Onlookers at the dock turned their gazes toward the commotion, bewildered by the unfolding events. Under the guidance of the disciple, Qin soon arrived at the gang's hall. The guards stationed at the entrance, initially intent on halting his advance upon seeing his rough attire, were rendered speechless upon recognizing his countenance, their icy expressions swiftly morphing into obsequious smiles. Qin disregarded the individuals around him and strode directly into the confines of the Chaobang Hall. As he made his way, the sight of his fierce countenance, radiating an overwhelming aura of impending violence, sent a chill down the spines of the Chaobang disciples. Shortly thereafter, Qin encountered Zhang Wei, the leader of the Chaobang. At that moment, Zhang was ensconced in a reclining chair, his body wrapped in bandages, attended to by two beautiful women. Upon seeing Qin, a look of surprise crossed his face, and he promptly gestured for those around him to withdraw. "Brother Qin, you have returned?" Zhang Wei inquired with a smile as he rose to his feet. Yet, without hesitation, Qin took a decisive step forward, his shoulder tensing, and the ghostly blade fell into his grasp. As the long knife sliced through the air, it seemed capable of cleaving the very atmosphere itself. The razor-sharp edge came to rest perilously close to Zhang Wei's neck. The swiftness and ferocity of the movement left even this seasoned martial artist, a veteran of the muscle refinement realm, utterly unprepared. In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Zhang Wei's forehead, and an intense sense of mortal peril surged within him. Has he truly grown this formidable? At that moment, Zhang Wei's heart was consumed by a whirlwind of astonishment and profound fear. "Where are the people I have sheltered in the southern courtyard?" Qin's gaze fixed on him, his words succinct and chilling. Chapter 44. The blade strikes the unruly. What? Upon hearing Qin's words, Zhang Wei's thoughts instantly shifted, his expression one of bewilderment. This caused Qin to furrow his brow slightly. As the leader of the foremost gang in Black Goose City, he was acutely aware of every subtle movement within the city. Even if Qi Yin and the others were not taken by him, he should still know who was responsible. Thus, Zhang Wei was merely putting on an act. Qin's eyes narrowed, a more pronounced chill emanating from them. Accompanying this was the ever-closer blade of the ghostly head knife, which pressed against Zhang Wei's neck. "Hey, wait. Brother Qin, let us discuss this amicably. There is no need for such fury. First, tell me what has transpired, and I may assist you. If people have gone missing, rest assured, my gang has numerous disciples. I can have them search for you. It won't take long for the entire city to be scoured." Feeling the coldness at his throat, Zhang Wei hastily spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Zhang Wei's expression. After a few moments, the ghostly head knife was slowly lowered, and Qin began. "The individuals I had sheltered in the dilapidated temple in the east of the city. Before the bandits attacked, I had arranged for them to stay in a courtyard in the south. Upon my return today, I discovered that they were no longer there. Remnants of shattered bowls and food, along with bloodstains, remained on the ground. Clearly, someone struck while they were dining and abducted them." Zhang Wei's expression grew grave upon hearing this. He nodded and replied, "Brother Qin, do not worry. I will gather the disciples of the gang to assist you in the search." With that, he rose and summoned several stewards to his side, informing them of the situation. He then commanded, "Gather the disciples within the gang and scour the entire city. I want them found as swiftly as possible. Do you understand?" The stewards promptly nodded in agreement and quickly departed. Throughout this, Qin remained rooted in place, observing Zhang Wei's actions. When Zhang Wei turned back to him, Qin spoke, "I apologize for my earlier actions. It appears that this matter is not of your doing, and your demeanor suggests genuine ignorance of the situation." Zhang Wei shook his head nonchalantly and replied, "It is only natural for you to suspect us, given our past disagreements. However, these are trifles. The primary concern is to locate the missing individuals." Qin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, merely noting this favor in his mind. Though they were not related by blood, and he had previously intimidated Zhang Wei, the latter's willingness to assist was commendable. While Qin understood that Zhang Wei's actions were motivated by a desire for favor, one must ponder, in this current world, who would selflessly aid others without seeking recompense. Perhaps only the venerable monk Chongming could be an exception. Thoughts raced through Qin's mind. "Brother Qin, come and rest for a moment. My men have gone to inquire, and news should arrive before nightfall, Zhang Wei beckoned Qin Zheng to take a seat at a table. He simultaneously called upon the servants to prepare food and drink. Brother Qin, your valor on that day was truly remarkable. You single-handedly pursued the bandit leader, Zhang Xiuwen, earning our utmost admiration. After Qin Zheng was seated, Zhang Wei gazed at him, expressing his sentiments. Zhang Xiuwen has indeed traversed 4 formidable barriers to reach the bone refinement realm, a warrior of great might, far surpassing us in power. Yet, astonishingly, this fearsome figure was vanquished by the slender, seemingly delicate youth before me, who wielded a single blade with such prowess, relentlessly pursuing him. May I inquire, was Zhang Xiuwen dead? Qin Zheng responded succinctly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's pupils constricted, his heart surging tumultuously. That was a man who had shattered 4 barriers to reach the bone refinement realm, capable of delivering a blow that could crush 3,000 pounds. To think he had truly been slain by the individual before him. What realm of power could this young man possibly possess? Zhang Wei could not help but reflect on his earlier decision made at the gathering of Heroes Pavilion. Had he truly crossed this individual, he and the other disciples of the Cangbang would likely have met their demise that day. After I pursued Zhang Xiuwen away, what transpired in Black Goose City? Qin Zheng inquired, keen to uncover any traces of information. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment before responding. On that day, your display of might forced Zhang Xiuwen to flee, causing the bandits to scatter in disarray. We pursued them relentlessly, slaying numerous bandits, ultimately alleviating the crisis in Black Goose City. Subsequently, the county magistrate summoned us for commendation, and the entire city celebrated. At this point, he looked at Qin Zheng and continued. On that day, the people of Black Goose City, having narrowly escaped disaster, celebrated with great fervor, leading to a noticeable relaxation in the city's oversight. Could it be that on that very day? His implication was clear. The relaxation of oversight presented an opportune moment for criminal elements within the city to strike. Qin Zheng had arranged for Qi Yin and others, who were defenseless and fragile, to stay in the southern courtyard. If someone truly set their sights on them, they could very well seize that opportunity to act. Hearing this, Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, then closed them, calmly stating, "Let us wait and see." He had managed to suppress the fury and hostility within him, allowing himself to think and assess the situation calmly. However, this did not signify a cessation of his anger or a withdrawal from seeking justice. Rather, it was a temporary stifling of his rage, which would erupt with even greater ferocity once he identified those responsible for the assault. Noticing Qin Zheng's current demeanor, Zhang Wei refrained from saying much more, hoping that the assailants were merely common thugs and ruffians. If they were eliminated, it would bear little consequence. However, should his suspicions regarding the identities of those involved prove correct, it would indeed spell trouble. Zhang Wei could sense that the individual beside him harbored murderous intentions. As time gradually elapses, Qin Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Zhang Wei abruptly rose to his feet, only to witness several disciples of the Chao gang being hurled inside, crashing to the ground and rolling to his feet. His expression instantly darkened with fury as he prepared to step outside to confront the source of the disturbance. Just then, a group of monks clad in white robes appeared, supporting a pallid monk who pointed towards Qin Zheng and inquired, "Is it him?" The pale-faced monk was none other than the one whom Qin Zheng had just sent flying with a single strike. Upon seeing Qin Zheng, a malevolent and vengeful expression crossed his face as he exclaimed, "It is indeed him." Having confirmed Qin Zheng's identity, the white-robed monk spoke with an air of authority. "This benefactor, we monks recite scriptures to transcend the mortal realm, serving as saviors. You have harmed us, marking yourself as a wretched soul unworthy of redemption. Today, we shall escort you to meet the Buddha." With that, one monk surged forward, his hands resembling large fans, descending upon Qin Zheng's head with lethal intent. Suddenly, a flash of steel glimmered, and a head rolled onto the ground. Qin Zheng, his countenance dark and brooding, rose with a cold voice. "Such arrogance from these monks. But do you not realize that I, Qin, am currently in a rather irritable state and am quite inclined to commit murder?" Chapter 45. The False Monk. The True Demon. The remaining monks, upon witnessing the scene, were immediately taken aback with wide eyes filled with fury. However, Qin Zheng did not afford them the opportunity to utter a second word. The ghostly blade cleaved through the air, descending upon them with lethal intent. In an instant, A profound sense of impending doom enveloped them, awakening the monks from their stupor. Hey! Together, they wielded their Vajra pestles, attempting to parry Qin Zheng's formidable strike. Yet, under the overwhelming might of Qin Zheng, they could not withstand the force. Their pestles shattered into fragments, and they were sent sprawling backward, landing just outside the entrance of the Chaobang Hall. Coughing, they struggled to rise. That single blow had inflicted grievous injuries upon them. Nevertheless, they seemed undeterred by fear. Their faces contorted with rage as they cursed vehemently. Suddenly, a sharp rush of wind heralded an impending disaster. The monks looked up towards the hall's entrance only to behold a severed head and a mangled body, propelled by an overwhelming force, barreling towards them. Crash! The speed was so astonishing that they barely had time to react. Thus, they were struck by the head and the corpse, the force propelling them again through the air. The head shattered upon impact, splattering a gruesome mix of crimson and ivory across the ground. This time, they lacked the strength to rise, writhing on the ground in agony, groaning in pain. The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding townsfolk, who paused to witness the unfolding spectacle. After all, this was the Chaobang's territory, and few dared to instigate trouble here. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. A cold, indifferent youth, shouldering the ghostly blade, emerged slowly from the Chaobang Hall. Observing the monks writhing in torment upon the ground, Qin Zheng spoke slowly. "Do you still wish to send me to meet the Buddha?" Faced with his chilling voice, even the most arrogant monks understood the necessity of silence. Otherwise, they risked having their heads severed on the spot. They realized they had encountered something formidable and dared not continue their brazen behavior. Just then, several more monks hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, their expressions shifted from shock to fury. They glared at Qin Zheng, exclaiming, "You wretch! How dare you so brazenly insult our temple's monks? The impermanence saint will not spare you." Yet, despite their vehement outcry, they dared not advance a single step towards Qin Zheng. When he turned to face them, they flinched, retreating several paces in fright. Qin Zheng scoffed, and then turned back to the writhing monks on the ground, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Though clad in white monk robes, their conduct was tyrannical, resembling bandits more than monks. They paled in comparison to the venerable monk Chongming, a disparity as vast as heaven and earth. "Allow me to ascertain whether you are indeed the wayward disciples beneath the Buddha's gaze, or mere brigands masquerading under the auspices of the Buddhist faith," Qin Zheng murmured, his gaze sweeping over the congregation of monks on the ground. As his thoughts stirred, the merit scroll above his heart responded in kind. "Lu Min, half-demon attendant, burdened with transgressions, slay him to obtain 1 tael and 2 coins of merit. Chu Yong, half-demon attendant, burdened with transgressions, slay him to obtain 1 tael and 8 coins of merit." Upon witnessing the contents unfurl upon the merit scroll, a wave of surprise washed over Qin Zheng. Half-demon attendants? He promptly withdrew his gaze from the monks below and turned it towards the group of monks who stood hesitantly at a distance. The separation was too great to invoke the merit scroll. However, it was reasonable to assume they were of a similar ilk. All these individuals had entered Black Goose City alongside the monk of impermanence. Thus, it follows that this monk of impermanence is a half-demon. This world harbors demons, a truth Qin Zheng had already grasped upon his arrival. Hence, he was not taken aback. Yet, what could a half-demon, disguised as a monk, seek within a human city? In pondering this, Qin Zheng suddenly recalled the words of Zhang Xiuwen before his demise. The magistrate of Black Goose County, Gao Wuxing, seemed to be engaged in some clandestine dealings with this monk of impermanence from the Temple of Rebirth. What sort of transactions could transpire between humans and demons? Qin Zheng furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of unease stirring within him. At that moment, Zhang Wei stepped forth from the hall, approaching Qin Zheng from behind. Observing the moaning and wailing monks on the ground, alongside the predatory monks on the other side, he frowned slightly, hesitated, and eventually spoke. "Brother Qin, perhaps we should let them go." Qin Zheng turned to Zhang Wei, immediately noticing the flicker of avoidance in his eyes. In an instant, a premonition surged within Qin Zheng's mind. "Do you know where those people I am sheltering in the south of the city are?" Qin Zheng demanded sharply. A look of turmoil crossed Zhang Wei's features, but he ultimately sighed and nodded. Yet, he refrained from disclosing their identities, instead gazing earnestly at Qin Zheng and imploring, "Brother Qin, do not pursue this matter. it will invite calamity upon you. With your martial talent, given time, you shall soar to great heights. You can always return to this later. Qin Zheng, however, turned his attention back to the monks below, and after a moment's silence, declared, "It is these monks, or rather, the monk of impermanence from the Temple of Rebirth." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's brow furrowed deeper, and he responded, "The monk of impermanence is a favored figure in front of the county magistrate, with equally profound connections. Even if you confront him, it is likely that you will achieve nothing, and may even endanger yourself. It is not worth it for a few beggars and widows." Qin Zheng chuckled softly at the remark. Not worth it? A few beggars and widows. It may seem trivial to speak of, yet they are living beings. Individuals with whom one has shared sustenance and cohabitation. Perhaps in the future, Qin Zheng may become indifferent, devoid of compassion. But the present him is unequivocally not so. The pent-up fury within him, suppressed for far too long, now erupts uncontrollably in this moment. What purpose does he have in seizing these individuals? Qin Zheng's voice is calm, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Zhang Wei, witnessing this, sighed and shook his head, stating, "I am not privy to that." Qin Zheng nodded. A half-demon capturing people, what could they possibly do? Ultimately, it is merely for sustenance. He took a few steps toward the monk on the ground. Then, bang! The head of a monk was crushed beneath Qin Zheng's foot, akin to a watermelon bursting. This spectacle instantly sent the surrounding populace into a frenzy of screams. The monk on the ground, witnessing this, began to weep and plead in desperation. However, Qin Zheng remained resolute, methodically approaching each monk, delivering a fatal blow to their heads in turn. Moments later, the ground was stained with crimson and ivory, alongside several headless corpses. After completing this grim task, Qin Zheng turned to face the now dumbfounded monks. Thus, with life for a life, let me first collect a bit of interest. Qin Zheng's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Chapter 46. Monstrous Beasts, Meet Your End. In the depths of the northern gate of Black Goose City, a scene of extravagance unfolded, with graceful dancers swaying and beautiful companions by their side, accompanied by exquisite delicacies and fine wine. The unchanging holy monk, having perfected his technique of summoning souls, acknowledged the significant contribution of his companion. The martial artist, Hai Wuxing, raised a wine jug and beckoned a nearby beauty to pour the liquor into her mouth. Subsequently, she lowered her head, parted her ruby lips, and transferred the wine into his own. "Delicious wine, truly delightful," he exclaimed, laughter spilling forth. Opposite him sat the unchanging monk, clad in white robes and possessing a handsome visage. The monk, however, adhered to the precepts of Buddhism, keeping his distance from the enchanting women and abstaining from indulgent drinks. "Not at all, good sir," the monk replied with humility. "We are merely fulfilling our respective needs." Hai Wuxing waved his hand dismissively and sighed. "Since childhood, I have lacked the innate talent for martial arts. Despite my parents exhausting their resources, there was no response, akin to a bottomless pit. Yet, unexpectedly, while my physical prowess faltered, I discovered a remarkable aptitude for the art of soul summoning. With the secret technique bestowed upon me by the unchanging monk, I have absorbed a significant number of souls, sufficient for my next transformation." With that, he raised another cup of wine toward the monk. "Come, holy monk, I toast to you." The monk smiled, nodded, and lifted a cup of crimson liquid, offering a salute before tilting his head back to swallow. Instantly, a rich metallic taste burst forth in his mouth. His cheeks flushed slightly as a look of satisfaction crossed his features. After savoring the flavor for a moment, he remarked, "Indeed, fresh maiden's blood is truly exquisite." Turning his gaze to Hai Wuxing, he continued, "After this endeavor, my temple will spread its teachings throughout Black Goose City, and I kindly ask for your assistance in facilitating this." Hai Wuxing waved his hand again, casually replying, "What are you saying, holy monk? The dissemination of your teachings benefits the populace. Why would I ever oppose it?" With shared laughter, the two men exchanged glances before Hai Wuxing inquired, "Does your family know of your journey?" The monk nodded, responding, "Before departing, my mother informed the esteemed ones." "You need not worry." Hai Wuxing acknowledged this with a nod. His features slightly flushed with intoxication as he pulled the beauty beside him into his embrace, teasing her. She giggled and gasped in delight. At an opportune moment, the unchanging monk rose to express his gratitude and took his leave. Lu Shiye, who had been waiting nearby, approached to escort the monk outside the office. "Walk slowly. "Holy monk," Lu Shiye said respectfully. The monk turned and returned the gesture of courtesy before making his way back to his residence in Black Goose City. Once Lu Shiye returned, High County Magistrate was nearing the climax of his revelry. With a low growl, he discarded the unconscious beauty to the side and turned his attention to Lu Shiye. "Sir, shall we truly not inform him?" Lu Shiye inquired. "Do not concern yourself with such matters. We are merely spectators in this affair," Gao Wuxing replied, a hint of derision gracing his lips as he spoke. The monk Wuchang ambled along the dimly lit path of the night. His dwelling was a newly constructed temple situated in the northern part of Haiyan City, erected under the personal directive of County Magistrate Gao to commemorate his arrival. Its secluded location and expansive grounds were conducive for his endeavors. Having fasted for a day, he pondered what culinary delights awaited him upon his return. Though Gao Wuxing was merely a scion of the inconspicuous Gao clan of Kuanyan, he was astute and seasoned in both conduct and dealings, leaving no room for reproach. As Wuchang traversed the path, the human presence dwindled, drawing him ever closer to the temple. Suddenly, he halted, a familiar scent wafting through the air, seemingly emanating from the temple itself. Could it be that Gao Wuxing had prepared a sumptuous feast for himself once more? With this thought, Wuchang's eyes brightened, and he hastened towards the temple. Bang! As he eagerly pushed open the temple's grand door, an overpowering stench of blood assaulted his senses. Before him lay a ghastly tableau, a veritable mountain of corpses, each clad in white monk robes, their heads severed. In front of the temple's main hall sat a figure draped in coarse hemp garments, expressionless, methodically manipulating two incense pouches. Beside him, a gleaming ghostly blade was plunged into the earth, exuding an aura of malevolence. This sight sent a jolt through Wuchang's heart. "You have finally returned," Qin Zheng remarked, his demeanor composed as he regarded the monk entering the temple. After slaughtering the false monks in their sanctuary, he had stumbled upon the very thing he had dreaded finding: a heap of tattered garments, a bloodied incense pouch, and a collection of shattered bones. This revelation extinguished any lingering fantasies in Qin Zheng's heart and unleashed the full force of his pent-up rage. He tucked the two incense pouches into his bosom and drew the ghostly blade from the ground. "Do you know who I am?" he demanded. Observing his demeanor, Wuchang furrowed his brow and coldly retorted. Qin Zheng shook his head, his mind flooded with vivid memories of the dilapidated temple to the east of the city. He recalled children whose eyes sparkled at the sight of meat, yet pretended to let him eat first. He remembered the moments when food was scarce, and the children suppressed their appetites, feigning satisfaction to ensure they could consume all the meat for themselves. He envisioned them watching him train, their innocent faces filled with wonder. And he could never forget the figure that busied itself by the hearth, always waiting for his return, finding solace only upon his arrival. "Every time I step outside, I find myself consumed by worries, admonishing my own appearance. When I glance at my reflection, a blush invariably creeps onto my cheeks, compelling me to avert my gaze. During our final parting, words linger unspoken on the tip of my tongue, yet I suppress my emotions, handing over the charm bag imbued with a talisman of safety." In that moment, their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope for life. Yet, why does it ultimately culminate in such despair? A furious roar erupted within Qin Zheng's heart. All the images swirling in his mind coalesced at that instant, transforming into the most resplendent blade of light. "Wretched beast, perish before me," Qin Zheng bellowed fiercely, the brilliance of the blade illuminating the darkness around, casting it aside and ushering in clarity. Chapter 47. The Half-Demon Black Bear, the Execution of the Wretched. With a swift motion, the ghost head broadsword sliced through the air, producing a thunderous roar. In an instant, Qin Zheng appeared before the monk Wuchang, the blade imbued with a chilling brilliance poised to strike down. This blow, laden with overwhelming force, was also infused with a fierce malevolence. It transcended the realm of martial arts, surpassing the four great thresholds. Consumed by rage, Qin Zheng unleashed his full might without reservation. Wuchang had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the impending strike. Boom! He was sent flying like a mere sandbag, crashing through the newly erected temple wall. Mud and bricks crumbled, sending plumes of dust into the air. Fortunately, this remote location was devoid of any inhabitants, so the cacophony drew no attention. After delivering his strike, Qin Zheng showed no signs of restraint. Wielding the ghost head broadsword, he stepped forward, preparing to deliver another blow. Seizing the opportunity to claim a life, he vowed that today would witness blood for blood, a life to enter and none to leave. Roar. At this critical juncture, a beastly roar erupted from beneath the ruins of the wall. The sound surged forth like waves, echoing outward. Suddenly, a massive black paw emerged from the debris, gleaming with a cold, iron-like sheen, and struck towards Qin Zheng's broadsword. Clang! A resounding and crisp collision reverberated through the air. Qin Zheng staggered backward, seemingly losing control for a moment. Concurrently, from beneath the rubble, a towering figure shrouded in darkness gradually rose. In the pitch-black night, this silhouette almost melded into the shadows. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was discernible that it was a black bear spirit, standing at approximately 3 meters tall. "You wretched beast, you have truly provoked my wrath." The black bear spirit gazed at the bloodstains on its paw, deep enough to see bone, and unleashed an enraged roar directed at Qin Zheng. In contrast, Qin Zheng maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes glinting with a piercing cold light. Above his heart, the merit scroll gently trembled, revealing a new line of text. Bear spirit, half-demon, deeply sinful. Slaying it will yield a merit of 21 taels and 3 coins. What a half-demon indeed. Qin Zheng tightened his grip on the ghost head broadsword, stepping forth to deliver yet another strike. The black bear spirit, in turn, took a great leap, covering an immense distance in an instant. The two collided once more in a heartbeat. Bang! This time, the black bear spirit's massive form was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently against the ground and sliding to the edge of the temple. A new, horrifying wound, deep enough to see bone, marred its body once again. Roar! How is this possible? You possess no aura of the life wheel activated, and lacking mastery. How could you wield such strength? The black bear spirit, despite the pain, quickly regained its footing, unwilling to accept defeat as it roared defiantly at Qin Zheng. As a half-demon, particularly one from the strength-oriented black bear lineage, how could it possibly be bested in strength by a mere human still refining his physique? Yet, Qin Zheng remained utterly unfazed by the furious outcry. With a decisive step, he charged once more towards the black bear spirit. The great blade cleaved the air, as if imbued with a palpable aura of sharpness. A fierce glint flickered in the depths of the black bear spirit's eyes, its form swelling with an ominous dark glow. The bear's paws expanded again, crashing down towards Qin Zheng's formidable blade. However, this time, Qin Zheng did not retreat as he had before. The sharp blade, infused with immense force, swiftly severed the descending paws, then descended towards the bear's head. "Stop!" the black bear spirit exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Yet, such cries bore no weight. With a single stroke, the enormous head of the black bear was sent tumbling away, while torrents of foul, thick blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The massive, headless body of the black bear spirit trembled a few times before settling into silence. Though Qin Zheng's demeanor remained composed, a barely perceptible shiver coursed through him. After all, it was a creature of great strength. The cost of vanquishing this black bear spirit was greater than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, this concern was rendered trivial. He approached, grasping the bear's head, and made his way into the main hall of the temple, placing it before a heap of tattered garments and shattered bones. In that moment, memories of the old monk reciting scriptures outside the execution ground flooded his mind. He set the blade aside, joined his hands in prayer, and began to chant softly. Once finished, he collected the remnants of the torn garments and bones, clutching the bear's head as he exited the temple. Utilizing his light-footed skills, he darted away like a shadow. With the assistance of Zhang Wei, the chief of the Chaobang, he sought a suitable location to lay the remnants to rest. "Brother Qin, this time, sigh." Zhang Wei stood beside Qin Zheng, gazing at the massive bear's head upon the ground, heaving a deep sigh. He had not expected that the seemingly elegant and striking monk was, in fact, a fiend. The sight of Qin Zheng carrying the head had startled him initially, followed by awe at his prowess. Such a formidable bear head indicated that this creature was no ordinary beast, beyond the reach of typical martial artists. Simultaneously, a profound sense of worry enveloped him. The black bear spirit had managed to don a human guise to infiltrate Haiyan City and had become a favored figure before the local magistrate. Clearly, it was no ordinary demon, but one with connections. By slaying the black bear spirit, Qin Zheng had undoubtedly offended its powerful backing. Yet, Qin Zheng appeared unconcerned by this reality. With dawn still a distant prospect, after addressing the immediate matters, Qin Zheng expressed his gratitude to Zhang Wei. He then grasped the massive bear's head in one hand and the ghostly blade in the other, swiftly departing. Moments later, in a small courtyard to the south of the city, Qin Zheng's figure materialized. He casually tossed the bear's head to the ground before entering the dwelling, where he sat heavily upon the bed, exhaling a deep sigh. He had not anticipated that a half-demon could fully manifest its demonic form. Thus, while slaying this black bear spirit appeared deceptively simple, it was, in truth, fraught with peril. After the opponent materialized its demonic body and sent him reeling with a single strike, Qin Zheng hesitated not for a moment, immediately elevating his dragon elephant prajna skill. Consequently, the act of vanquishing this black bear had already pushed Qin Zheng to the limits of his power. With this thought, he focused his mind and began to examine the merit scroll. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 70-17. Martial arts, internal refinement method, minor accomplishment. Dragon elephant prajna skill, 6th layer. Great Sun golden cicada skill, major accomplishment. Merit, 54 tails and 8 coins. Current martial skill, dragon elephant prajna skill can be enhanced. Requires 1 tail of merit. Would you like to enhance it? Current martial skill, Great Sun golden cicada skill can be enhanced. Requires 8 tails of merit. Would you like to enhance it? Current martial skill, internal refinement method can be enhanced. Requires 10 tails of merit. Would you like to enhance it? Having slain a group of false monks and now a genuine demon, his merit was more abundant than ever before. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zheng silently resolved, enhance the martial skill, internal refinement method. Chapter 48. The transformation of the internal organs, the great millstone of vitality in a fleeting moment. 10 tails of merit were deducted from the merit scroll once more. At that instant, a faint luminescence emanated from within Qin Zheng's internal organs, which began to exhibit the colors of the 5 elements. The slight fissures that had appeared due to the overexertion of his vital energy swiftly healed in this moment. A more vigorous vibration resonated from his internal organs. Qin Zheng did not hesitate. With sufficient merit at hand, when else could he elevate his internal cultivation to perfection? Thus, with another thought, he propelled the refinement of his internal organs once more. Another 10 tails of merit were deducted from the scroll, and the refinement of the internal organs reached its ultimate completion. In an instant, a tremendous transformation surged within Qin Zheng's body. The radiance emanating from his internal organs suddenly intensified. It was as if they had undergone a metamorphosis, acquiring their own breath. With each breath, a rich essence of life surged forth from within. Yet the transformation did not cease. As the vital essence overflowed from the internal organs, it reached a critical threshold. In that moment, the 5 streams of essence converged, merging into a singular form resembling a millstone. As the millstone gradually turned, it began to draw the vital essence of the heavens and earth, channeling it into Qin Zheng's body. His skin's pores opened wide, welcoming the celestial essence within. These essences, akin to fish, began to thrash violently upon entering his body. Fortunately, the millstone, in its rotation, ground and tempered this vital energy, rendering it gentle, before it gradually infused into his internal organs, muscles, and bones. In that fleeting moment, Qin Zheng felt his corporeal form fortifying at an astonishing pace. Within mere breaths, not only did he completely heal from the injuries sustained in his battle with the black bear spirit, but he also emerged significantly stronger than before. The technique continued to operate, and the internal organs persistently inhaled and exhaled the essence of life. The millstone, forged from this life essence, continuously absorbed and refined the vital energies of the universe. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Zheng sensed a wave of fatigue sweeping through his body. His internal organs gradually calmed, ceasing their intake of life essence, and the millstone consequently receded, returning to his internal organs. The skin's pores closed, and the celestial essence ceased to flow into his body. However, as Qin Zheng rose to his feet, he became acutely aware of his own physique. The true pinnacle of internal cultivation was not merely the circulation of blood and energy within, but rather the direct attraction and acceptance of the vital essence of heaven and earth. By absorbing this essence directly to fortify his internal constitution, he no longer needed to consume flesh to replenish his vitality, significantly enhancing his efficacy. In just a brief moment, he sensed a remarkable elevation in his realm. Pursuing cultivation in this manner, the formidable barriers of the first realm of martial arts would pose no challenge whatsoever. Qin Zheng silently assessed that at this pace of cultivation, within merely 7 days, he would achieve the perfection of muscle refinement and step into the realm of bone forging. Furthermore, by relying not on external flesh and blood, but rather drawing from the omnipresent essence of the universe, he had undoubtedly saved an immeasurable amount of time. At that moment, Qin Zheng was assured that he possessed the confidence to establish his foothold in this world, regardless of how the formidable martial artists might act, or the powerful background of the half-demon monk. He could simply wield his ghostly blade and walk away into the world, forsaking the confines of Haiyan City. The world was vast, and with his ghostly blade in hand, he would not find himself without a place to belong. Moreover, through the recent bandit suppression and the experience of slaying the half-demon's minions, Qin Zheng was no longer content to merely be an executioner. What merit could he possibly gain from taking a few heads daily? Actively seeking out those burdened by sin would yield bountiful merits with every strike of his blade. In the past, when he had just traversed into this realm, he was frail and merely sought stability. Now, armed with a sharp weapon and possessing immense strength, he could seize the world. A formidable weapon bolstered one's courage. Martial prowess inspired confidence. As long as he grew stronger, his spirit would naturally transform, altering his thoughts and aspirations. With this realization, Qin Zheng turned his gaze once more to the merit scroll. With the internal refinement of his 5 organs reaching completion, he still had over 30 tales of merit remaining, ample enough to elevate the great sun golden cicada technique to perfection. With a mere thought, Qin Zheng enhanced this skill, ostensibly one of physical refinement, but truly a spiritual cultivation, to its fullest potential. In an instant, a warm current surged through his body, flowing gracefully and eventually converging at his brow like a torrent. A sudden sensation of swelling emerged. As the warm current continued to flow in, this sensation of swelling became increasingly pronounced. After a brief moment, the warmth gradually dissipated and the swelling sensation began to subside. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. He had expected this experience would lead to something burgeoning at his brow, but it seemed apparent that his spiritual fortification was still insufficient. With his eyes narrowing, Qin Zheng's vision expanded as if through a magnifying lens, allowing him to discern the minutiae within the room. His heightened spirit significantly enhanced his perception. He then gently closed his eyes, relying solely on the feedback from his remaining senses to imprint the surrounding scenery into his mind. This time, the distance was greater, encompassing nearly 20 meters, and all the elements within that range materialized in Qin Zheng's consciousness. The enhancement of his spiritual power rendered his sensory perceptions markedly sharper. Likewise, his control over his body became increasingly adept. Qin Zheng concluded that the perfected Great Sun Golden Cicada technique granted him the ability to see with piercing clarity and attention to detail, as well as to encapsulate the surroundings within a 20-meter radius into his awareness. This capability filled him with great satisfaction. Now, apart from the dragon-elephant prajna technique, all his other martial arts had been elevated to a level of perfection, further augmenting Qin Zheng's strength. In just a few days, Qin Zheng would ascend to the realm of bone refinement, at which point his strength would undoubtedly experience a remarkable leap. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of confidence within. After concluding his training, he exited his chamber and beheld the imposing bear's head. His gaze flickered momentarily before he returned indoors to heat water, indulging in a cleansing bath to rid himself of the sanguine stains and grime that clung to him. He donned a fresh garment and wrapped the formidable ghost head blade in coarse cloth, slinging it over his shoulder. As dawn approached and the city began to stir with life, Qin Zheng grasped the massive bear's head and made his way towards the northern magistrate's office. Having acted without discretion the previous day, many had witnessed his actions, and he had no intention of denying or concealing them. Regardless of the nature of the transaction between the high martial artist and the half-demon black bear, or the depth of the half-demon's affiliations, he intended to present the bear's head at the magistrate's office and expose the identity of the monk from the Temple of the Departed as a bear demon. Even if he could not evade hidden threats, he would certainly evade numerous open attacks. As Qin Zheng walked unabashedly, the early risers in the town gazed in astonishment at the bear's head he carried. By the time he arrived at the northern magistrate's office, The entire Black Goose City was already abuzz with the news of a demon's demise within the city. Chapter 49. The Trial of the High Martial Scholar. There are bear demons causing havoc within our Black Goose City. No wonder there have been frequent disappearances lately. It appears they have been devoured by these creatures. From where did you acquire this information? Today at the hour of the rabbit, a man was seen carrying the head of a bear demon, making his way towards the northern gate of the city. That head was so immense it was nearly half my size. It must weigh several 100 pounds at the very least. Truly terrifying. Who was this valiant demon slayer? Alas, we are not entirely certain. But he bore a striking resemblance to the executioner from the gallows. The speed at which rumors spread is indeed swifter than Qin Zheng had anticipated. At this moment, as he reached the northern gate of the city, the rumors had already swept through Black Goose City like a whirlwind. After all, matters concerning the demon race are quite rare in Black Goose City, with few having witnessed them. Upon arriving at the gate, Lu Shiya had been waiting there for quite some time. "Young Master Qin, you've arrived," Lu Shiya greeted, wearing his customary cheerful smile. Qin Zheng nodded slightly, and then tossed the enormous bear demon's head before the gate. The monk from the Temple of Oblivion is a man-eating half-demon, and those monks he brought along are a rather unsavory lot. At the same time, Qin Zheng gazed at Lu Shiya and spoke. Lu Shiya smiled and nodded, then extended his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Young Master Qin is truly a paragon of virtue, ridding the world of evil. Please, follow me. County Magistrate Gao has arrived early and is waiting for you inside." Qin Zheng's eyes flickered momentarily, then he nodded and stepped into the gate. The atmosphere within the magistrate's office was not as fervent as he had anticipated. Rather, it appeared quite tranquil. However, this was by no means a good sign. Qin Zheng remained vigilant, his mind alert, constantly attuned to the surroundings. Lu Shiya led the way, guiding him deeper into the magistrate's garden. At this early hour, the garden was devoid of the usual lively throngs, songbirds, and sumptuous feasts. Beside a rockery and flowing water in the garden, there stood an octagonal pavilion. At this moment, a somewhat portly high martial scholar was seated within, boiling a pot of steaming water, seemingly preparing for tea. As Qin Zheng followed Lu Shiya's guidance and arrived at the pavilion, the high martial scholar immediately rose, smiling and beckoning. "You've come? Please, take a seat." Qin Zheng nodded and entered the pavilion, settling across from the scholar. As it was still early and drinking alcohol would be rather inappropriate, let us substitute tea for wine. The high martial scholar lifted the kettle, skillfully preparing the tea before presenting a cup of steaming brew to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng inclined his head slightly, but refrained from raising the cup to his lips, instead directly inquired, "How does County Magistrate Gao intend to handle the matter of the half-demon from the Temple of Oblivion?" He could not remain an outsider in this matter. He was keen to observe how the esteemed county magistrate would address the situation. "Patience, patience." Gao Wuxing waved his hand and casually remarked, "If memory serves me correctly, Sir Qin hails from our very own Haiyan city. Ever since the court designated Haiyan as one of the execution grounds in Qingzhou, your family, the Qin clan, has served as executioners here for generations. Before that, you were merely migrants from Yanzhou, lacking a notable lineage yet deemed loyal and virtuous." As he spoke, he nodded in approval. Qin Zheng maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by the implications of the other's words. The message conveyed was merely a display of power. He scrutinized every aspect of his own existence, while simultaneously reminding himself that he was but an ordinary individual without connections. "If you have something to say, why not speak plainly?" Qin Zheng interjected, interrupting the subtle probing. Upon hearing this, Gao Wuxing offered a gentle smile and continued, "Haiyan City lies on the outskirts of Qingzhou, bordering the northwestern edge of the Great Jin. If one were to proceed 100 miles westward, they would encounter the towering and endless Moxu mountain range, inhabited by countless wolves and beasts, as well as ferocious, man-eating demons. What I wish to convey is that the black bear demon you slain is the offspring of a master human warrior. Its mother is a formidable shape-shifting demon residing within the Moxu mountains, a being even more powerful than a master. You have taken their child's life, and neither the human master nor the shape-shifting demon will allow you to go unpunished. Alone and without any backing, how do you expect to escape their relentless pursuit, even with some martial talent?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, "What is the implication behind your words, County Magistrate?" Gao Wuxing smiled faintly and then produced a delicate small box from his bosom. Upon opening it, a blood-red pill emanating a strong metallic scent lay within. This extraordinary pill, known as the Great Restoration Pill, was crafted from numerous rare herbs and commanded a price of 100 gold pieces in the market. For an ordinary person who ingested it, their vitality would surge, enabling them to swiftly traverse the 4 significant thresholds of the martial realm. Sir Qin possesses commendable talent. After consuming this Great Restoration Pill, I believe you will soon break through and ascend to the rank of a master. Moreover, from that moment onward, you shall be under my patronage. The Gao family of Kuan Yin is renowned throughout the realm. Even the enraged human master and the shape-shifting demon would think twice before acting against you. This is a transaction from which you will incur no loss, Sir Qin. What do you think? Truly of the Kuan Yin Gao family, such a valuable Great Restoration Pill, worth 100 gold pieces, offered so freely to entice others. Reminiscent of the internal cultivation technique 5 organs refinement granted to Zhang Xiuan. In the eyes of the Gao family from Kuan Yin, the extraordinary and elusive treasures found beyond were merely commonplace objects. Qin Zheng felt a surge of emotion and rose to his feet. He shook his head and remarked, "I am but a mere commoner, unworthy of invoking the name of the esteemed Gao family." Indeed, as predicted by Su San, this individual made no mention of the bandit leader Zhang Xiuan, but instead sought to recruit him as a subordinate. Moreover, the so-called Great Elixir was not a true panacea, but rather a brain-devouring pill infused with parasitic insects. Should he consent, he would inevitably become a puppet, subject to the whims of another for the remainder of his days. This was something Qin Zheng could never acquiesce to. Gao Wuxing's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "You must consider carefully. Without the protection of the Gao family from Kuan Yin, how will you escape this calamity? You need not trouble yourself with such concerns, County Magistrate Gao," Qin Zheng replied, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. Once Qin Zheng's figure had vanished, Lu Shiya slowly approached. "My lord," his tone carried a hint of tentative inquiry. Let his reputation for slaying demons within the city spread even further. After all, he was but a frog at the bottom of the well, a wretched being whose life was as fragile as paper, unaware of the true significance of the title master. Gao Wuxing, watching the direction in which Qin Zheng had departed, scoffed mockingly and coldly remarked. Chapter 50. The bone-chilling blade of the demon slayer, Qin's decapitation. The reaction of the Yamen, or perhaps more accurately, the response of the martial artists, was somewhat more favorable than Qin Zheng had anticipated. They refrained from immediately resorting to violence or forcing him to ingest the brain-eating pill. As he exited the somewhat gloomy edifice, his thoughts drifted in this direction. The reasoning behind such restraint was not lost on him. It was likely due to his public declaration of intent to slay the bear demon, which rendered them hesitant to act. Alternatively, it might be that the transaction between the bear demon and the martial artists had already concluded. For them, Qin's act of slaying the bear demon was not of paramount significance, and they could leverage the half-demon's background to coerce him, instilling fear. According to the martial artist's words, the half-demon's lineage was notable, his father a master of humanity, and his mother a formidable shape-shifting demon. They sought vengeance for their offspring and aimed to hunt him down. The martial artist intended to compel Qin Zheng to capitulate under immense pressure, seeking refuge, and willingly consume the brain-eating pill. However, Qin was not naive. Why should he linger in Black Goose City, awaiting the arrival of those he currently could not contend with? After all, in this city, he was essentially alone, with few familiar faces. He could pack his belongings, depart from the city, and immerse himself in the vastness of the world. The expanse of the realm held no bounds for him. Why remain here, anticipating retribution from 2 formidable adversaries? Perhaps for the inhabitants of this world, it was a place of origin, a person's roots. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, one would not abandon their homeland. Yet for Qin Zheng, such mental constraints did not apply. He was a traveler from another realm, and this place held little allure for him. With formidable foes approaching, if not now, then when should he leave? Exhibiting his lightness of foot, Qin Zheng swiftly returned to his modest residence in the southern part of the city. He hastily prepared a bundle, securing the silver and notes he had acquired, along with provisions and clothing. As he glanced at the small courtyard where he had resided for only a brief period, he let out a soft sigh before turning to depart. Meanwhile, throughout the day, the name of Qin Zheng had already resonated throughout Black Goose City. The bone-chilling blade of the demon slayer, Qin's decapitation. This was the saying among the townsfolk as they disseminated his notoriety. Thus, as he strolled through the streets of Black Goose City, he was instantly recognized by the populace, who erupted in cheers and shouts in his honor. This unexpected attention caused Qin to feel a twinge of embarrassment, and a shadow flickered in his gaze. How could the masses have recognized him so swiftly without guidance? Clearly, there were those who purposefully propagated his demon-slaying fame, illuminating him like a beacon in the night, attracting malice. It was evident that such orchestrated efforts could only be the work of the martial artist from the Yamen. Qin Zheng dealt with the crowd that had gathered around him with minimal engagement. Subsequently, he employed his lightness skill, swiftly breaking free from the throng and racing towards the outskirts of the city. This high martial artist's sudden maneuver suggested that circumstances had shifted. It was undoubtedly prudent for him to depart with haste. Originally, Qin Zheng had intended to leave some information at the dilapidated temple in the east of the city before visiting the new grave to pay his respects. However, given the present situation, it seemed he would no longer be afforded such an opportunity. As he sensed the change, a subtle tremor manifested between his brows, indicating an ominous premonition. Qin Zheng's expression darkened immediately. Upon his arrival at the southern city gate, he discovered that several constables were already loitering there, an unusually large number. Was this high martial artist attempting to forcibly detain him within Black Goose City, awaiting the arrival of his half-demon parents? Qin Zheng quickly discerned the high martial artist's intentions, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet, it was not the moment for retaliation. The background of this high martial artist was far too formidable. The weight of the phrase kings and the high, ruling the world was exceedingly oppressive. For the time being, he would allow this dog of a life to persist. Once he had grown stronger, he would return to confront his adversary. With this resolve, Qin Zheng's body tensed slightly as he prepared to employ his lightness skill to burst through the city gate. Just then, a figure unexpectedly entered his line of sight. The person gently waved, clearly signaling him. "Su Captain, Su Wei-san." Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow slightly and approached the individual. All 4 city gates of Black Goose City were sealed, and officials were present along the western riverbank. Upon noticing Qin Zheng's approach, Su Wei-san immediately spoke. Qin Zheng regarded him and inquired, "Can I still trust you, Captain Su?" The last time he departed, Su had claimed he would consume the brain-eating pill upon his return, thus becoming a true subordinate of the high martial artist. Su Wei-san, taken aback by the question, quickly chuckled. He displayed his attire, ordinary clothing, not the black robe of a captain. "Today, I have come quietly. You need not worry, given the numerous matters at hand. The high martial artist has yet to feed me the brain-eating pill, so I can still be trusted." Simultaneously, Su Wei-san extended his hand to grasp Qin Zheng's arm, stating, "I am aware of your circumstances. Time is of the essence. Allow me to escort you out of Black Goose City." Qin Zheng subtly sidestepped the outstretched hand and replied, "I appreciate your concern, Captain Su, but..." He glanced at the group of constables at the city gate and chuckled softly. "Such a rabble, whether they seal the gate or not, makes little difference." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than bang, the stone bricks beneath them fractured. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the city gate like an arrow, leaving the constables stationed there momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Wei-san's gaze darkened, a hint of somberness flickering in his eyes. Yet, concurrently, a deeply concealed sense of relief emerged within him. "He has fled. Quickly pursue him. Mount your horses and chase after him." At that moment, the multitude of constables at the city gate finally reacted, their voices rising in a cacophony of urgency. Su Wei-san took several steps forward, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of profound authority. "Enough. There is no need to chase. Remain here obediently." He regarded the flustered constables before him and spoke with commanding firmness. Truly, they were a disorganized rabble. Such a thought surfaced in his mind simultaneously. "But Captain Su, that man is formidable," a constable interjected, his face etched with reluctance. "That individual severed the head of a powerful bone refinement realm warrior and also claimed the skull of a bear demon. What good would it do to catch up? Would you be seeking death?" Su Wei-san fixed his gaze upon the reluctant constable and delivered a sharp reprimand. These words instantly jolted the surrounding constables into awareness. Although the bounty promised by the Yamen was substantial, one must possess life to spend it. Meanwhile, 100 miles outside Haiyan City, a pair of immaculate white shoes emerged from the towering mountains, stepping onto the path leading to Hind City. Chapter 51. The Letter from the Toad Monarch, the River Fish Demon. The crystalline stream cascaded gracefully through the mountains. A plump fish swam within its waters, seemingly in search of delectable shrimp to feast upon. Suddenly, a splash erupted. A branch, as thick as a finger, plunged into the stream. Qin withdrew the branch, revealing a succulent fish still thrashing vigorously at the end. He turned and made his way back to the riverbank, where a bonfire had already been kindled. After a simple preparation, he skewered the fish with the branch and positioned it beside the fire, patiently awaiting the moment it would be perfectly roasted. This marked the second day since Qin departed from Black Goose City. He followed the tributary of the Black Rock River, journeying towards the heart of the Great Jin's central plains. Qinzhou lay in the northwest of the Great Jin, with Black Goose City positioned at its fringes, a mere 100 miles from expansive, undulating mountains, being part of a region with diminished power under the Great Jin's jurisdiction. It was not surprising that demons roamed freely here. As he ventured deeper into the heartland of the Great Jin, even if there were demons causing disturbances, they would undoubtedly be of a far less formidable nature. Upon his arrival, the formidable transformation demon of Mashu Mountain would likely think twice before crossing paths with him. As for the human master, to be frank, with Qin current combat prowess, he had long surpassed the realm of the first stage of martial arts, transcending the boundaries of the four great passes. According to the teachings of the past, the bone-refining stage of the four great passes could unleash a force of 3,000 pounds with a single punch. However, he had elevated his dragon elephant prajna skill to the 6th layer. This meant that in a full eruption, he could potentially unleash a staggering 6,000 pounds of strength, double that of the bone-refining stage. Moreover, as the internal cultivation of his organs reached perfection, his progress in training had accelerated remarkably, and he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. With such advancements, the dragon elephant prajna skill could be further enhanced. Thus, Qin was eager to ascertain how his current strength compared to that of the eminent human master. Rather than fear, he felt a thrill of anticipation at the thought of the impending encounter. However, it would be prudent for him to achieve his breakthrough in the bone-refining stage before that moment arrived, as this would bolster his confidence. With these thoughts in mind, Qin chose to continue along the tributary of the Black Rock River. Nestled in the wilderness, this path was sparsely populated, minimizing the risk of encountering others and exposing himself. Before long, the fish roasting by the bonfire was ready. The flesh was tender and devoid of any fishy odor. Even without seasoning, it was delicious. After devouring the fish in a few swift bites, Qin began to practice in place, within his body. As the internal cultivation of his organs gradually progressed, they began to emanate a radiant glow of 5 colors. It was as if they had awakened, breathing and exhaling, as streams of vital energy converged, forming a millstone that drew in the essence of heaven and earth. A resonant hum echoed in Qin ears, as if he could hear a phantom vibration. The grinding stone resembled a powerful engine, fervently drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. It subsequently shattered the rampant fury within, tempering the celestial energy into a gentler form, which then integrated into the very core of his being. Qin could distinctly perceive the enhancement of his physical body, visibly augmenting from within. The elevation of his realm was imminent. In the northern precinct of Black Goose City, a mournful cacophony emanated from within a chamber. Steward Lu silently stood guard outside the door. After a brief interval, the tumultuous sounds gradually subsided, ultimately coming to a halt. The door then creaked open, revealing the disheveled figure of a martial artist emerging slowly. "What is amiss?" he inquired, adjusting his attire. Steward Lu promptly responded, "That young man, upon departing Black Goose City, appears to be heading towards the central plains. Should we intercept him? If he strays too far from the Moxa mountain range, the great demon may be unable to reach him, and thus unleash its wrath upon Black Goose City." The martial artist chuckled lightly, then remarked, "Do not underestimate the prowess of a master. Opening the human life wheel and harnessing the essence of heaven and earth is not something an ordinary practitioner at the first stage of martial arts can compare to. Moreover, with that shape-shifting demon present, the young man cannot venture far, rest assured." "Very well, is there anything else?" Steward Lu nodded and retrieved a letter from his robe, presenting it to the martial artist. "This is a missive from Lord Chan." The martial artist raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. He took the letter, opened it, and perused its contents. Moments later, a grin unfurled across his face, which swiftly transformed into uproarious laughter. How delightful! It has indeed been long since I encountered such a frenzied creature. He appeared almost deranged with glee, while Steward Lu bowed respectfully. Lu. Suddenly, the martial artist turned to him, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Yes, my lord. Steward Lu responded hurriedly. Pen a response for him, will you? Steward Lu nodded in acquiescence, taking the letter back from the martial artist's hands. His curiosity piqued, he glanced at its contents. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and he looked up, astonished at the martial artist. My lord. Leave. With a deep breath, Qin Zheng exhaled slowly. The luminescence of his internal organs faded, returning to tranquility, signaling the conclusion of a day's cultivation. He opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within. A single day of practice equated to months of prior effort. In comparison to those of mediocre talent, one day of his training surpassed their years of toil. Such astonishing progress was truly remarkable. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Qin Zheng's mouth. He then withdrew his focus, casting his gaze upon the nearly extinguished campfire before him. Having satisfied his hunger and completed his daily training, Qin Zheng decided to continue his journey with the remaining time. He raised his gaze to the sky, noting that afternoon was gradually approaching. Rising to his feet, he gathered his belongings and slung the coarse cloth-wrapped ghost-headed broadsword over his shoulder. He then employed his lightness skill, swiftly gliding along the stream towards the distant horizon. With his current stamina, traversing several hundred miles in a day was far from a daunting task. His figure moved with remarkable speed, and before long, he had covered nearly 50 miles. The stream beside him seemed to converge with several tributaries, gradually transforming into a surging river. Concurrently, the surroundings began to show signs of habitation, with wisps of smoke curling into the air, indicating proximity to the next town. As Qin Zheng pondered this, he soon spotted a group of children playing by the riverbank. He promptly altered his course, intending to avoid the children and pass by unnoticed. However, at that moment, a colossal shadow suddenly emerged from the turbulent waters beneath. With a resounding splash, the massive figure leapt from the surface, sending waves cascading around it. Glimmering with water, it was revealed to be a gigantic catfish. The creature opened its gaping maw, poised to devour the children on the riverbank. Was this a fish demon? Chapter 52. The eerie fishing village. The catfish was colossal, measuring nearly 3 meters in length. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and its body was adorned with bizarre patterns, creating an exceptionally terrifying appearance. By the riverbank, a few children seemed utterly paralyzed by fear, remaining frozen in place. Suddenly, in this critical moment, a flash of blade appeared. Almost instantaneously, the catfish was cleaved in two, sliced cleanly down the middle, falling apart into 2 smooth halves that tumbled to the ground. Even then, the fish continued to writhe and convulse, blood gushing forth like water, pooling on the earth. With the imminent danger abated, the children finally snapped out of their stupor and burst into loud sobs. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng's gaze swept over the massive fish on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite its enormous size and eerie appearance, the creature seemed rather feeble. The skin, flesh, and bones were quite ordinary, not significantly tougher than those of common fish. His previous strike had initially employed 80% of his strength, but upon sensing something amiss, he had quickly tempered his force, ultimately using only a fraction to sever it in two. It appeared to be merely an oversized catfish. However, they were merely 50 miles from Black Goose City. How could such a gigantic catfish be found here? In Black Goose City, he had never heard of any fisherman discovering or catching such a large fish. As Qin Zheng pondered this, the children's cries soon attracted the villagers from the nearby hamlet. Who are you? The villagers, armed with harpoons, cautiously called out upon seeing Qin Zheng. However, their expressions shifted to alarm as they beheld the enormous fish carcasses strewn about. Their gazes turned hostile as they regarded him, further deepening Qin Zheng's confusion. Yet, he maintained his composure and explained, these children were playing by the riverbank and were nearly devoured by this large fish. I happened to pass by and intervened to save them. His explanation, however, did little to assuage the villagers' wariness. Each of them, still gripping their harpoons, assumed defensive postures. The now crying children were hurriedly taken away by the adults, their faces a mixture of terror and anger. Anger the villager's demeanor only intensified the sense of strangeness that Qin Zheng felt. Nevertheless, the world is vast, and peculiarities abound. Seeing that the villagers appeared not only ungrateful but also somewhat enraged, Qin Zheng decided against further discourse. He sheathed his ghostly blade and turned to leave. Yet just then, the villagers shouted, "You shall not depart. You have killed the fish of our riverside village, and you cannot leave." This proclamation ignited a spark of anger within Qin Zheng. His expression growing cold, he turned to face the villagers, who were encircling him with their harpoons, gradually closing in. He let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Truly, you are unappreciative." With that, he shook his shoulder, and the fearsome ghost-headed saber fell back into his grasp, emanating an intense aura of menace. This ghost-headed saber, a treasured heirloom passed down from Qin Zheng's ancestors, had severed countless heads. At this moment, as Qin Zheng's energy surged, the malevolent aura from the saber began to overflow wildly. "Get out of my way," Qin Zheng barked, then took a decisive step forward. Under the weight of his imposing presence, the villagers turned pale with fear, trembling slightly in their entirety. Yet, they still clutched their harpoons, confronting Qin Zheng without yielding an inch. How peculiar. Indeed, it was most curious. Qin Zheng felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. These villagers were not entirely unafraid of him. Their expressions and actions clearly indicated that they had just been intimidated. Yet, even so, they dared not move, or perhaps they were too fearful to let him pass. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickering within them. "What are you doing? Cease at once." At that moment, a deep and aged voice resonated with authority. Soon, an elderly man with graying hair, supported by a young girl, hurried towards Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng keenly observed that as this voice echoed, the villagers, who had been brandishing their harpoons against him, seemed to relax their expressions considerably. "What are you doing? Put down those harpoons. Have you finished your chores at home? Step aside and go back." The old man swiftly reached Qin Zheng and scolded the villagers encircling him. Then, he turned to Qin Zheng with a countenance full of apology, saying, "Young hero, these country bumpkins are uncouth. I hope you will forgive them." The old man's demeanor was remarkably sincere, while the girl assisting him lowered her head, not daring to meet Qin Zheng's gaze. "Since you are aware, I shall not pursue the matter further," Qin Zheng replied, his gaze flickering as it swept over the old man before lingering momentarily on the Buddhist beads on his wrist. Immediately thereafter, he sheathed the ghost-headed saber, preparing to leave. "Ah, young hero, please wait a moment." The old man's voice continued, filled with earnestness. "You have slain this great fish and saved the children of our riverside village. We must express our gratitude, lest it be deemed impolite. How about this? Nightfall is approaching, and the nearest town is about 30 miles away. Why not stay in our riverside village for a while? We will treat you well, as a token of our appreciation and apology. What do you think?" The old man smiled benignly, appearing harmless and full of goodwill. Qin Zheng looked up at the sky, pondered briefly, then nodded and said, "Very well. I shall trouble you, old sir." The old man's smile brightened even further. Come, young hero, please follow me." The young girl assisted the elderly man as they made their way toward the village. "May I inquire about your esteemed name, young hero?" "Zhang Xiuwen." "Ah, I see. With such youth and impressive martial skills, you must be a wandering knight of the realm." "Not quite. I reside in a humble village 20 miles beyond Haiyan City." "Oh, ha. It seems we are not so different from your village by the river. I am the village chief of Yena village, and this is my granddaughter. Rest assured, we shall treat you well tonight." As the old man walked alongside Qin Zheng, he engaged in light conversation. Before long, they arrived at a quaint settlement. Under the old man's guidance, Qin Zheng was soon shown to an empty room in one of the houses. "Young hero, please take a moment to rest here. I shall have someone prepare a meal, and I will call for you when it is ready," the old man said with a warm smile. Qin Zheng nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "Old village chief, that prayer bead of yours appears quite remarkable. May I ask where you acquired it?" The old man paused, glancing at the prayer bead on his wrist, and then smiled. "Oh, you mean this? My wayward grandson obtained it for me from the Cold Mountain Temple, located 800 miles away. It is indeed precious." As he spoke, a hint of pride and satisfaction crept onto his face. Qin Zheng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then added, "I once served as an executioner for a time and lost considerable virtue in the process. Thus, I have a fondness for such items. I hope you do not take offense." The old man chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern to him. He then slowly departed with the assistance of the young girl. Once the figures disappeared from sight, Qin Zheng closed the door, and his expression darkened abruptly. Master Chongming, he murmured into the shadows. Chapter 53. The Demon Tamer's Slave. Chongming appears. The Buddhist beads upon the old man's wrist were unfamiliar to Qin Zheng. Yet, he could sense the lingering aura of the venerable monk Chongming upon them. This signified that the beads belonged to the monk himself. It was no wonder he had not returned to the city of Haiyan. He had instead sought refuge here, amidst the lair of bandits. Simultaneously, a new line of text materialized upon the merit scroll within his mind. Xiao Qian, Demon Tamer's Slave, burdened by sin. Slay him to gain 5 taels and 8 coins of merit. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The villagers armed with harpoons, confronting him, did not trigger the appearance of text on the merit scroll. This indicated that they were not the wretched souls burdened by sin. Rather, it was the seemingly benevolent village elder who chastised the villagers that was truly deserving of death. This was precisely why Qin Zheng had decided to investigate. He sought to uncover the truth behind the occurrences in this quaint village and to discern what kind of demon the tamer was harboring that could cause even the venerable Chongming to falter. As time gradually passed, the sun swiftly descended beyond the mountains, enveloping the world in darkness. At that moment, a figure approached the room, softly calling out, "Young Master Zhang, dinner is ready." Inside the dim room, Qin Zheng was meditating with his eyes closed, but upon hearing the voice, he instantly opened his eyes. 2 glimmers of light illuminating the shadows. Rising to his feet, he slung the ghostly-headed saber over his shoulder and strode forward, pushing open the door. Before him stood the young girl who had earlier assisted the village elder. She still dared not meet Qin Zheng's gaze, speaking in a timid whisper, "Young Master Zhang, the meal is prepared. Please follow me." Qin Zheng nodded and followed her lead. This riverside village was larger than Qin Zheng had anticipated, with at least 20 households lining the path. However, at this moment, every door was tightly shut, and no lights illuminated the homes. "Pray tell, has a monk visited your village recently?" The atmosphere was notably quiet as they walked. The girl, head bowed, remained silent, focused on guiding him. Qin Zheng's eyes flickered with intrigue as he inquired. Like the villagers, this girl had not triggered the merit scroll, indicating her innocence. Such individuals possess moral boundaries and conscience. With the village elder absent, Qin Zheng decided to probe further. Indeed, upon mentioning the word monk, the girl visibly flinched, startled. Yet she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Young Master Zhang, no monk has visited us." With that, she noticeably quickened her pace. Qin Zheng's gaze was slightly cold, yet he refrained from further inquiries, choosing instead to remain silent. Before long, the bright glow of lights and the lively sounds of chatter reached them. Ahead lay the ancestral hall of our riverside village, where guests were traditionally entertained. As they approached, the young girl suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, hastily urging, "Do not eat the dishes, run quickly." Moments later, her tone returned to normal as she gestured invitingly, saying, "Young hero Zhang, this way, please." Qin Zheng maintained an impassive expression, nodded slightly, and followed the girl into the banquet area. They entered a spacious square in front of the ancestral hall, where a large bonfire blazed at the center, roasting an exceptionally plump fish. The flickering flames dispelled the darkness, casting a warm and brilliant light while wafting the enticing aroma of sizzling fat. Surrounding the fire were tables laden with fine wines and exquisite dishes, flanked by clusters of villagers. Everyone appeared exceedingly joyful, engaging in hearty conversations and merriment. The girl led Qin Zheng to the largest round table in the square. At this table, the village elder sat in the place of honor, flanked by several lean, elderly men. Besides them, a few elegantly dressed young men and women, equipped with swords and daggers, clearly not from this village, added to the assembly. "Young hero Zhang has arrived. Please, take a seat." Upon noticing Qin Zheng's arrival, the village elder promptly stood, eagerly inviting him to sit. Qin Zheng nodded and chose an empty spot beside the young men and women. "Young hero Zhang, allow me to introduce you," the elder began. "The 5 individuals beside you are all formidable martial artists hailing from Xuanyang Prefecture." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng turned to observe. 3 men and 2 women, all of similar age, appeared to be in their mid-20s, their bright eyes and vibrant spirits indicating their considerable prowess. I am Zhu San. A pleasure to meet you, Brother Zhang. I am Ma Si. Honored to meet you, Brother Zhang. I am Yo Wu. As the elder introduced them, the 5 individuals smiled and cupped their fists in greeting. Qin Zheng reciprocated the gesture, though he felt a slight embarrassment at their rather straightforward aliases, which made conversation awkward. However, he understood that in the world of martial arts, it was common practice to adopt pseudonyms, and few would use their true names. Thus, he bore no ill will. And after exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats, and the banquet commenced. The array of dishes on the table was sumptuous, featuring chicken, duck, beef, lamb, and generous portions of pork, accompanied by fine wine. Everyone eagerly dug in, and the 5 young men and women beside Qin Zheng relished their meal with great enthusiasm. Delicious, truly delightful, exclaimed Zhu San, a portly figure, as he nodded approvingly between bites. Qin Zheng heeded the maiden's counsel, feigning a few bites before excusing himself to relieve himself. Once outside, he discreetly disposed of the concealed food. With a grave expression, Qin Zheng cast a solemn glance towards the ancestral hall behind the crowd. Since his arrival, a persistent throbbing had plagued his brow, and within his heightened senses, he perceived the source of danger emanating from that very hall. Thus, the creature nurtured by this village was likely lurking within its confines at this very moment. At this juncture, Qin Zheng's senses were acutely attuned, striving to detect any movement within the ancestral hall. The perfected sun-gold cicada technique allowed him to imprint the scenery within a 20-meter radius upon his mind. However, it seemed as if some formidable force within the hall obstructed his perception, rendering the interior a mystery. A slight furrow appeared on Qin Zheng's brow, and his entire being tensed in response. The inability to sense danger served as a grave warning. These 2 factors alone were sufficient for him to ascertain that the ancestral hall was indeed the lair of the creature. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the area surrounding the hall was imbued with the most potent remnants of the venerable monk Chongming. Given these circumstances, a glimmer of icy resolve flickered in Qin Zheng's eyes. Just as he prepared to take action, a lean, shadowy hand grasped him from the darkness. Amitabha. Chapter 54. The Mountain Lord and the Tiger Demon. The old monk's quest for redemption. Amitabha. A familiar voice resonated in his ears. Qin Zheng promptly turned his head, his face lighting up with joy. Master Chongming? Before him stood a figure clad in simple monk's robes, emaciated yet dignified. It was indeed the venerable old monk Chongming. Benefactor Qin. We meet again, the monk said with a gentle smile. Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement and replied, I sensed the aura of your prayer beads on that old man and feared something had befallen you. Chongming maintained his serene smile, as though no matter the gravity of the situation, it could not perturb him. However, his next utterance caused the smile on Qin Zheng's face to freeze in place. I am deeply ashamed. I have indeed departed from this world. Departed from this world, meaning he has died? Yet how could he still stand before me at this moment? Qin Zheng's heart was momentarily thrown into disarray. He was aware that this world harbored demons and monsters, but he never anticipated the existence of spirits. Chongming once again joined his hands in prayer, murmuring a Buddhist chant before continuing. After leaving Haiyan City that day, he gradually recounted his recent experiences to Qin Zheng. It turned out that upon leaving Haiyan City, he had not yet reached Tongguan Town when he sensed a formidable demonic presence in the mountains. Weighing his options, the old monk resolved to confront the beast first, for it bore a strong scent of blood, likely indicative of human consumption. In pursuit, he eventually arrived at the riverside village, where he encountered the creature. It was revealed to be a tiger demon, colossal in size, akin to an elephant, with half a human thigh clamped in its jaws. Yet, the tiger demon bore several grievous wounds, suggesting it had fled from a battle with other powerful demons. Its presence in the riverside village was simple, to consume humans for healing. The venerable monk, naturally, refused to comply, leading to a confrontation. However, despite its severe injuries, the tiger demon was not something a monk of the bone refinement stage could contend with. After a fierce struggle, the monk was gravely injured and on the brink of death. To prevent exacerbating its own wounds, the tiger demon conceded not to devour the villagers. Yet, it imposed a condition. The monk must become its reluctant spirit guide. Faced with death and the desire to save the villagers, the monk acquiesced to the terms. Little did he know, The tiger demon's promise not to consume the villagers was a ruse, as it sought to lure outsiders into the village for its own feasting, thereby healing its injuries. The plump catfish in the river were also a product of the tiger demon's secretive methods, bred by the villagers for the demon's consumption. Listening to the monk's account, Qin Zheng could sense the deep regret and remorse in his tone. I never anticipated that in saving this village, I would inadvertently endanger others. The villagers have thus become tainted by sin, and the distinction between right and wrong eludes me, the humble monk lamented with a sigh. This was the first time since their acquaintance that Qin Zheng sensed a feeling of helplessness emanating from the other. Even in death, there is no solace. Qin Zheng gazed at the old monk, now transformed into a sorrowful, ghostly figure, his heart a tumult of emotions, regret, sympathy, and anger. Such a benevolent monk, and yet he met his demise at the hands of a monstrous beast. Qin benefactor, you must depart swiftly. This is not a place for lingering. That tiger demon is ferocious, and no human master can contend with it. The old monk spoke slowly after a brief silence. Qin Zheng hesitated, his gaze shifting toward the young men and women indulging in lavish feasting at the banquet. Qin benefactor, with a heart as kind as yours, I have misjudged many in my life, but I have not erred in my judgment of you on this final journey, the old monk said, a trace of a smile gracing his features upon seeing Qin Zheng's countenance. He continued, rest assured, though I have become a sorrowful ghost, the recitation of sutras over many years has embedded these scriptures deep within my soul. These teachings preserve my essence, allowing me to temporarily escape the tiger demon's control. Though I have lost my corporeal form, I still possess the strength to act. I shall rescue those young heroes, and once I vanquish the tiger demon, the remainder shall be in your capable hands. With that, the old monk chanted a brief prayer before making his way toward the lively gathering. Beneath the moonlight and the flickering flames, the old monk cast no shadow upon the ground. The monk suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought, and turned back to Qin Zheng with a gentle smile. The Qi Yin benefactor and those children entrusted me to convey to you that their fate is not your fault. They hope you do not burden your heart with guilt because of it. Moreover, they wish for you to know that the days spent living in the eastern part of the city with you were the happiest moments of their lives. At that instant, a jolt of electricity coursed through Qin Zheng's body. No wonder the old monk had not inquired about the children from the east. They had already met. Yet, when they reunited, neither was among the living. Qi Yin, those children. For reasons unknown, Qin Zheng felt his eyes moisten. The old monk smiled softly once more and turned to stride toward the lively banquet, heading towards the ancestral hall. At the banquet, as the food and drink diminished from the tables, the 5 young men and women began to show signs of intoxication, their faces flushed and their senses dulled. Observing this, the young girl behind the village elder's back grew slightly somber. Meanwhile, a smile crept upon the elder's lips as he raised his gaze to the large fish roasting over the bonfire. Upon catching the alluring aroma wafting from the large fish, he spoke, "The time has come. We may now present our offerings to the Mountain Lord." At the utterance of his words, the previously lively and boisterous atmosphere fell abruptly silent, and all the villagers rose to their feet. Their faces bore expressions of struggle, hesitation, indifference, and tranquility. The village chief was absent, and at that moment, a villager stepped forward and spoke. "No worries, that one will handle it deftly." The old man waved his hand dismissively and remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, 5 young men and women, their eyes glazed and faces flushed with inebriation, gazed at the assembled crowd and the suddenly hushed ambience. With a sense of weakness, they drooped their heads and murmured, "Mountain Lord? Who is the Mountain Lord? What offerings shall we present?" The old man, with a kindly demeanor, glanced at them and replied, "The fish roasting over the bonfire, along with all of you, is the offering to the Mountain Lord." At this revelation, glimmers of awareness sparked in their eyes, hidden beneath their disheveled hair. They were far from intoxicated. In fact, they were acutely alert. Excellent. The tiger demon is indeed present. This thought surged in their minds as they prepared to act. Suddenly, a resonant and majestic chant of a Buddhist invocation filled the air. Amitabha, Mountain Lord, this monk has come to claim your life. Chapter 55. The interplay of life and death, body and soul, entwined in the wheel of destiny in the northwestern outskirts of Qingzhou, 50 miles beyond Xuanyang Prefecture. A tiger demon wreaked havoc, suspected to be gravely injured. Promptly upon receiving their assignment, Situ Ching and his companions hastily set off, determined to arrive before nightfall at this remote locale bordering Qingzhou. However, the tiger demon had entrenched itself within a human village, its malevolent aura concealed, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, the villagers, coerced by the tiger demon, lured unsuspecting travelers into the village to satiate the creature's hunger. Thus, they decided to play along, donning disguises to blend in, awaiting the emergence of the tiger demon. Despite the unexpected arrival of a young man, who, displaying a modicum of intelligence, sensed the danger and fled early, they no longer needed to divert their attention to protect the young warrior. As the feast concluded, the true nature of the villagers was revealed, their facade dropping at last. The five had already consumed detoxifying pills beforehand, rendering the food and drink harmless to them. Just as they were poised to act, a thunderous voice boomed, piercing through the tension. "Amit Ba, Mountain Lord, I have come to claim your life." The exclamation, resonating like thunder, interrupted their imminent explosion of violence. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, where a gaunt old monk, clad in tattered robes, approached step by measured step. The villagers recoiled in disbelief, their pupils constricting at the sight of him. "Monk, I thought you were the village elder," trembled, pointing a shaking finger at the monk. Fear etched on his face. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, the fierce authority of a tiger reverberating through the air. Many villagers collapsed in terror, some paling to the point of losing control of their bowels. At the table, Situ Ching and his companions ceased their charade, rising in unison, drawing their swords under the astonished gaze of the village elder. The elder's complexion drained further, his mind racing as he realized the dire turn of events. Even if the mountain lord were to vanquish these intruders, he feared he would still incur the wrath of the demon, sealing his own fate. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, his body succumbing to the overwhelming dread as he fell to the ground. Boom! At that moment, the ancestral hall erupted in a violent explosion. In the astonished eyes of Situ Ching and his companions, a colossal tiger, resembling an elephant in size, emerged, its cold gaze piercing through the chaos. The overwhelming presence of the tiger instilled a paralyzing fear, sending chills down their spines. "Monk, you possess something that has made my restless spirit, yet you still manage to evade my grasp." The tiger's jaws slowly parted, articulating human speech as it stepped forward from the hall. The venerable monk, unmoved, maintained his serene demeanor, advancing with unwavering calm. Upon reaching the side of the five young heroes, he paused and spoke. "Esteemed warriors, I shall take on this tiger demon. It is you who must attend to these villagers." Without awaiting their response, he strode forward, surpassing the fallen village chief, and approached the tiger demon directly. In the clearing before the ancestral hall, a confrontation ensued between man and beast. "You are no match for me in life. How do you presume to challenge me in death?" The tiger demon's cold, contemptuous gaze fixed upon him. It lowered its head to regard the old monk, who, to the others, appeared as ordinary as any man. Yet the demon discerned the ethereal quality emanating from the monk, akin to a rootless weed, as though a mere breath could disperse him. For the demon, devouring humans and spirits was second nature. Confronting a being stripped of flesh, left with naught but a spiritual form, was, in its estimation, a trivial matter. "I dare to come forth, for I possess the courage to do so." The venerable monk, Chongming, pressed his palms together and softly intoned a Buddhist chant. Suddenly, a radiant golden light began to emanate from his being. Meanwhile, in a realm invisible to ordinary eyes, a wheel pulsating with immense vital energy materialized within the depths of his body, at the dantian. In an instant, the essence of heaven and earth surged into him, amplifying the monk's presence exponentially. The wheel of fate. The sight widened the tiger demon's eyes, filled with astonishment. "You are but a disembodied spirit. How could you possibly awaken the wheel of fate?" The monk's expression remained serene as he replied, "Cultivation is rooted in life, spirit and body, soul and existence. All possess the wheel of fate." With that, he took a decisive step forward, his entire form glowing brilliantly. In an instant, he stood directly before the tiger demon, and with a swift motion, he struck. The tiger demon's eyes flared with fury as it retaliated with a fierce swipe of its claws. A thunderous crash resounded. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the massive form of the tiger demon was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the dilapidated ancestral hall, before skidding across the ground. The assembled crowd fell into stunned silence. The tiger demon shook its head and rose, casting a cold yet perplexed glance at the old monk. To awaken the wheel of fate and ascend to mastery, such power is bestowed so readily. Yet before the demon could fully contemplate this, the monk stepped forward once more, reappearing before it. His palm, as expansive as a fan, shimmered with golden light, imbued with formidable strength, and descended once again with unyielding force. Roar! The tiger demon's eyes surged with primal rage, its instinct for survival overwhelming any trace of reason. It lunged forward, engaging the monk in a fierce battle. Boom, boom, boom. Each clash between man and beast produced an earth-shattering resonance. Dust billowed, and structures crumbled. Under the monk's deliberate guidance, the battlefield gradually shifted away from the crowd. Not far off, Qin Zheng observed the entire spectacle, his gaze sharpened with a mix of confusion and speculation. The aged monk, with but a remnant of his soul, is still capable of activating the wheel of fate, and upon his ascension to the rank of a master, he can crush the tiger demon with a formidable demeanor. This indeed seems somewhat incredible. Yet, considering the resplendent golden light emanating from the monk, along with the insight gleaned from the merit scroll, which revealed that slaying the monk would require the forfeiture of 100 taels of merit, a gradual understanding dawned upon Qin Zheng. Perhaps the monk, transformed into a lingering spirit, could still retain his lucidity and break free from constraints not due to the scriptures he had chanted throughout his life, but rather because of the profound merit he had amassed over his lifetime. It is the power of merit that has enabled him to preserve his intellect and evade the grasp of the tiger demon. Moreover, it is also this same power of merit that has significantly augmented the monk's combat prowess, allowing him to overpower and thrash the tiger demon. This scenario is one that Qin Zheng is most familiar with and comprehends fully. However, such a monumental enhancement must surely demand a considerable expenditure of merit. The merit the monk has accumulated over his life should not be squandered on such a mere tiger demon. At the very least, some should be reserved to ensure his rebirth into a noble family in his next life. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and then, with a swift step, employed his lightness skill to dash towards the battlefield. Chapter 56. I offer the tiger head as a sacrifice to the great monk. The mountain lord emerges. Run for your lives. In the open space before the ancestral hall, as the tiger demon departed, the villagers seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. They screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. Seeing this, Situ Qing's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Stay here, do not flee. With that old monk's intervention and our presence, this place remains relatively safe. However, if you scatter and enter the battlefield, you may very well be caught in the crossfire and lose your lives." Regrettably, no one heeded his warning. Witnessing the chaos, Situ Qing's countenance grew grim. "Brother Situ, let us not concern ourselves with these villagers who aid the malevolence. We should hasten to the battlefield and see if we can earn some merit. Indeed, a master-level demon, even if we assist that monk in slaying it, it would still be a significant achievement," spoke Wu Meng, known as Zhu San, and Xine, known as Ma Si. The remaining two women, Lu Yi and Zhou Shi, though silent, gazed intently at Situ Qing, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Suddenly, a figure darted past them, resembling a fleeting shadow, racing toward the nearby battlefield. "This lad hasn't left," Wu Meng exclaimed in surprise. Situ Qing glanced around at the nearly empty village, steeling himself as he declared, "Let us go." With that, the five swiftly moved towards the battlefield, leaving behind the bewildered village elder, who looked down at his chest with confusion. It seemed someone had just patted him. "Roar! Old monk, your strength is waning." The mountainous tiger demon, like a titan, roared amidst the ruins of the battlefield. Opposite it stood the monk Chong Ming. His golden aura slightly dimmed, yet his expression remained calm and unwavering. He stepped forward, palms raining down upon the tiger demon with rapid strikes. "Fear not. I shall dispatch this vile creature." The diminishing strength necessitated an increase in the frequency of his assaults. It was imperative that the tiger demon was not afforded a moment's respite. The consumption of merit was far more rapid than he had anticipated. To maintain his clarity of nature required merit, and to sustain his current combat prowess demanded merit as well. The merit consumed every moment was immense. Thus, he could no longer afford to delay. He must swiftly slay this tiger demon. Otherwise, when his merit was depleted, he would no longer be able to uphold his clarity of nature or retain his present strength. The repercussions would be dire. Although Qin's martial talent was commendable, his training time was still too brief to contend with this tiger demon. Thoughts raced through his mind in swift succession. In the depths of the old monk Chongming's eyes, a subtle yet discernible gravity flickered briefly. Simultaneously, each of his movements grew increasingly ferocious. Under such circumstances, the tiger demon found itself retreating repeatedly, its aura becoming increasingly disordered. I have struck a chord. A glimmer of understanding passed through the tiger demon's eyes. With a fierce roar, it ceased direct confrontation with the old monk and turned to flee deeper into the mountains. Though the old monk's strikes were formidable, it was evident that he had his limitations. If only time could be drawn out, the old monk would eventually crumble under the pressure. The tiger demon felt its mind racing, reaching the pinnacle of its life. Boom! The echo of successive impacts resonated through the mountains. The massive tiger demon, upon entering the forest, charged forth like a bulldozer, swiftly carving a path through the terrain. Behind it, the expression on Chongming's face grew heavy, the golden light surrounding him dimming once more. Amitba, the old monk murmured a prayer. He understood that the tiger demon had discerned his vulnerabilities. Thus, a resolute determination flickered in the depths of Chongming's gaze. Boom! In the void, a thunderous sound seemed to reverberate. The dimming golden light surrounding the old monk suddenly flared brightly once again. Simultaneously, the golden radiance blazed like flames, enveloping him in a fervent embrace. In that moment, he truly resembled the legendary Buddha descending to the mortal realm. Then, the old monk's gaze shifted towards the fleeing tiger demon, and with a swift step, he launched himself forth like an arrow. From above, a streak of golden light surged with astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star, crashing into the foremost tiger demon. Bang! The sound of flesh shattering echoed. Following that, the sound of trees in the forest collapsing resonated. In that nearly exhaustive strike, the tiger demon was sent flying, crashing through a swath of trees. Its colossal eyes widened, gasping for breath as it seemed to draw vitality from the very air around it. Meanwhile, the golden light surrounding the old monk rapidly dimmed. He gazed at the wounded tiger demon not far away, a hint of regret etched upon his countenance. In his final, desperate strike, though the tiger demon was gravely injured and on the brink of death, it had managed to survive. Yet he, himself, was utterly spent. He could no longer unleash the same ferocity as before. Moreover, he sensed that without the support of his virtuous merits, his true nature seemed to be sinking into a quagmire, gradually descending into despair. It seemed that before long, he would lose his reason and completely devolve into a mere specter of the tiger demon. However, with the tiger demon gravely wounded, it was likely bereft of any real fighting power. If Master Qin were to arrive, he should be able to slay it. With this thought, Chongming's heart eased a little. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from within the wounded tiger demon on the ground. Subsequently, the dilated pupils converged once more, revealing a chilling glimmer within the tiger's eyes. It turned its head towards the old monk, a cunning glint surfacing in its gaze. "I intended to deceive you, but it seems you are truly beyond hope." The tiger demon spoke slowly, its tone laced with frost. Simultaneously, its massive form rose again, aside from a portion of its tail that had been severed. There were no severe injuries on its imposing body. "As the last remnants of your consciousness fade, I shall compel you to slaughter those innocent citizens you once protected." The tiger demon's voice was icy, and a cruel, sinister smile spread across its feline visage. Upon witnessing this scene, the old monk's face betrayed a flicker of panic for the first time. He had misjudged his own strength and underestimated the cunning and might of the tiger demon. He found himself unable to continue the fight, and the grim reality dawned that he might become a mere specter bound to the will of the tiger demon. The villagers of Yinha, Master Qin, and those few gallant heroes were likely to fall victim to the tiger demon's massacre, becoming innocent souls lost to tragedy. At this thought, a pang of sorrow pierced the old monk's heart, and tears began to stream down his cheeks. "I am a monk burdened by profound sins." He felt utterly powerless to continue the battle. Meanwhile, the tiger demon approached him with disdain. It then opened its maw, preparing to swallow the old monk whole. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the forest like an arrow. With an unstoppable force, before the tiger demon could react, a hand pressed down upon its head. Boom. With the surge of immense power, the tiger demon's body was driven into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Then, a blade of light, as radiant as the full moon, flashed into existence. Master Chongming, may your journey be smooth. Whoosh. The blade fell, severing the massive tiger's head from its body, which rolled to rest before the old monk, its once fierce eyes still gleaming with a remnant of savage triumph. Chapter 57. The Demon-Slaying Officer of the Rin Character Camp. Master Qin gazed at the colossal tiger's head that had rolled before him, and the old monk, Chongming, was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a look of serene contentment graced his features. "Amitabha," he proclaimed, and gradually, his form began to grow translucent. With the demise of the tiger demon, he was liberated from the shackles of the restless spirit, destined to vanish from the realm of existence. Holding the ghostly blade, Qin Zheng felt a subtle stir within his heart upon witnessing this scene. At that moment, the merit scroll within his mind quivered slightly. Golden light began to descend like rain upon the old monk, enveloping him entirely. The once dim and transparent soul began to shimmer with golden radiance. Noticing this transformation, the old monk was momentarily stunned, then turned his gaze toward Qin Zheng, his eyes reflecting gratitude. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Qin Zheng, before slowly fading away from the world. "Namo Amitabha, Du Di." Qin Zheng planted the ghostly blade into the earth beside him, joining his hands in prayer as he recited the scriptures. The old monk, who had guided souls for half a lifetime, was now embarking on his own journey. At that moment, Situ Qing and his entourage of 5 hurriedly approached. The actions of the monk and the tiger demon had unfolded with such swiftness that even Qin Zheng had arrived at the last possible moment, swiftly severing the tiger demon's head without a hint of hesitation. Arriving a step too late, the 5 could only behold the grotesque tiger head, nearly the size of a human, lying on the ground. Behind it lay a lifeless tiger corpse, as massive as an elephant. The young man who had arrived before them was with his hands clasped, lips moving as if he were reciting some scripture. "This tiger demon is truly a formidable creature," Wu Ming remarked, his brow furrowed in discontent. Assisting in the slaying of a master-level demon would have garnered them substantial merit, but arriving late meant that the honor would now elude them. Situ Qing frowned slightly at Wu Ming's words, then surveyed the battlefield, taking stock of the surrounding devastation. They were well aware of the tiger demon's prowess. Following the trail of destruction, the scenes of violent ruin were enough to instill fear in their hearts. A demon capable of matching a master-level warrior was not as feeble as Wu Ming had suggested. The swift defeat of the tiger demon surely indicated the presence of a more powerful individual who had decisively struck it down. The manner in which the demon's head had been severed with such precision indicated the work of a sharp weapon, not merely human strength. The old monk, unarmed, could never have achieved such an outcome. Gazing at the ghostly blade beside the young man from afar, Situ Qing's mind began to form a conjecture. Yet, it remained just that, a mere conjecture. His gaze initially searched for the figure of the old monk. After scanning the surroundings without success, it settled upon the young man who was reciting scriptures, exuding an extraordinary aura. He had overheard the conversation between the old monk and the tiger demon earlier. Although he grasped only fragments and was somewhat bewildered, he understood enough to conclude that the old monk was no ordinary individual. Now, witnessing the young man with his palms pressed together in prayer, his suspicions began to solidify. This tiger demon had indeed been slain by the young man before him. Curiously, where had the old monk gone? Did he leave after vanquishing the tiger demon? Wu Ming muttered to himself, while Xine, intrigued, posed a question. At this remark, Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback, quickly glancing around. Upon realizing the absence of the old monk, a smile brightened his face as he boldly declared, "The old monk killed the tiger demon and departed, leaving us to handle the carcass, which will surely earn us considerable merit. Do not be so hasty. The one who slayed the tiger demon has not yet left." Lu Yi and Zhou Shi exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's skepticism, before disdainfully addressing Wu Ming. This left Wu Ming momentarily speechless. Confusion etched on his face as he replied, "But the old monk is gone." As he spoke, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened as he turned to the young man, still in prayer. At that moment, Situ Qing stepped forward. The remaining 4 followed suit, gradually approaching the figure of the young man. Once Qin Zheng completed his recitation, he turned to face Situ Ching and his entourage. "I am Situ Ching, Demon Slayer Ensign of the Rin Battalion from Qingzhou," he announced. Following him, the others introduced themselves in turn. "I am Xa, Demon Slayer Ensign of the Rin Battalion from Qingzhou." "I am Lu Yi, Demon Slayer Ensign of the Rin Battalion from Qingzhou." "I am Zhou Shi, Demon Slayer Ensign of the Rin Battalion from Qingzhou." "I am Wu Meng, Demon Slayer Ensign of the Rin Battalion from Qingzhou." "Demon Slayer Ensign? Rin Battalion?" Qin Zheng was momentarily astonished. He had not encountered such an organization since his arrival. However, clarity soon emerged within him. Having spent so long in Black Goose City, he had not witnessed much of the world beyond. Now, merely 50 miles from Black Goose City, he encountered a tiger demon, which suggested that the menace of demons and monsters in this realm was far greater than he had previously comprehended. Thus, it was only reasonable that the Great Jin Court established a specialized institution for the extermination of demons. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Zheng responded with cupped fists. "Qin Zheng, from Qingzhou." The earlier introductions had been aliases. This time, they were using their true names. "May I inquire, young hero Qin, we have arrived a bit late. What of the tiger demon?" Although he had already formed a conclusion in his mind, Situ Qing still asked. "Let us say it was I who dealt the final blow." Qin Zheng reflected for a moment before nodding in affirmation. At the last moment of arrival, the old monk's merits were evidently exhausted, and he was clearly at the end of his strength. Meanwhile, the tiger demon still possessed a formidable fighting spirit. Upon hearing his admission, Situ Qing's pupils constricted slightly, and the expressions of those behind him shifted dramatically. This was a creature capable of rivaling a master. Only a master could have dispatched it so effortlessly. This implied that the young man before them was a master-level martial artist who had traversed the 4 formidable barriers and unlocked the cycle of human destiny. Observing Qin Zheng's youthful visage, a pang of bitterness surged within the hearts of the onlookers. To have attained such a level at such a tender age, he was undoubtedly a disciple from some prestigious sect. As for the aristocratic families, within the borders of Qingzhou, there was not a single family bearing the surname Qin. These convoluted thoughts flashed fleetingly through their minds. That eminent master? Following this, Situ Qing spoke again, probing for answers. Qin Zheng's gaze shifted to the spot where the old monk had stood. The grotesque and massive head of the tiger demon lay directly opposite that position. "It has departed." Qin Zheng sighed softly and spoke. Meanwhile, 20 miles outside of Yinhe village, a man clad in a white robe, bearing a great bow upon his back, lifted his head. His gaze as piercing as the stars. The direction of his sight was fixed upon Yinhe village. Not far now. His expression was indifferent, yet there lingered a hint of a sinister smile at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 58. The Master approaches, on the eve of great battle. The demon-slaying prefect, also known as the Demon Slayer, is an institution established by the Great Jin Dynasty, aimed at quelling the havoc wrought by malevolent creatures within its borders. In Qingzhou, the demon-slaying prefect operates under the command of the overall military general, overseeing 10 esteemed demon-slaying generals, each presiding over the 10 most afflicted areas in the province. These regions serve as focal points, radiating influence throughout Qingzhou, with the military camps named after the 10 heavenly stems, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and so forth. Sima Qing and his companions belong to the Rin camp of the demon-slaying prefect. After a brief introduction from them, Qin Zheng gained a fundamental understanding of the role and responsibilities of the demon-slaying prefect. Young hero Qin, since you have slain this tiger demon, the responsibility of dealing with it falls upon you. Although demons are notoriously fierce and brutal, their essence is rich with treasures, valued beyond measure. This particular tiger demon, akin to a master-level creature, holds immense worth. Its hide can be fashioned into armor, enhancing one's defense. Its flesh can be refined into pills that bolster vitality. Its tendons and bones can be crafted into unique medicines or resilient weapons. One might say the value of this tiger demon is no less than 100 gold pieces. While the group eyed the prize with covetous glances, they recognized that the demon, having been vanquished by Qin Zheng, rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, given Qin Zheng's formidable prowess, they dared not snatch the demon's remains from him. Qin Zheng nodded thoughtfully before turning his gaze to the enormous carcass of the tiger. With its size comparable to that of an elephant, handling such a massive body was indeed a daunting task for him alone. Presently, he considered only one course of action: consumption. He would devour its flesh, tendons, and even bones. The blood and meat of demon beasts are imbued with potent vitality, serving as a natural tonic. However, having perfected his internal cultivation, Qin Zheng could now condense vital energy within his body, drawing from the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, the method of replenishing his vitality through the consumption of flesh was no longer necessary for him. Contemplating this, he looked towards Sima Qing and the others and inquired, "Would any of you desire this tiger carcass?" No one could refuse the offer of a master-level tiger demon's remains. As Qin Zheng's words echoed, Sima Qing and his companions immediately displayed keen interest. Nevertheless, the carcass's immense value was daunting. They were merely ordinary prefects at the bone refinement stage, lacking sufficient funds. Yet, the prospect of bringing the tiger demon's body back, whether for personal use or to present to the military camp for accolades, was undeniably appealing. Gathering together, they deliberated and each produced items from their pockets to present to Sima Qing. Ultimately, Sima Qing turned to Qin Zheng, hesitating momentarily before retrieving a wooden box and a token from his attire. He then spoke, "Young hero Qin, this is a small returning pill, rich in vitality, capable of nourishing and enhancing the human body. It was originally intended to facilitate a breakthrough to master-level cultivation. If you are amenable, we could exchange this small returning pill with you. We are aware that the weight of this minor elixir is insufficient to exchange for the tiger's corpse. However, we currently possess nothing else of value. This token, which signifies my position as the Demon Slayer officer, is of utmost importance to us. I can offer you this token first, and upon our return, after we have dealt with the tiger demon's remains, I shall make amends. At that time, I propose 3 major elixirs, along with 5,000 taels of silver. What say you?" Although Situ Qing spoke hastily, his meaning was clear. Yet, for Qin Zheng, the so-called minor elixir that could replenish vitality, as well as the major elixir, were no longer of significant use. No matter how potent the vitality contained within the elixirs, could it truly rival the boundless essence of heaven and earth? Nevertheless, one cannot be overly calculative, be it minor elixirs, major elixirs, or 5,000 taels of silver. While they may not serve much purpose for him at present, they represent the utmost goodwill from the other party. If he were to express dissatisfaction or alter the terms now, it would undoubtedly place the other party in a difficult position. Moreover, as the Demon Slayer officer, the other party held a certain status. Establishing a friendship with him through this easily dispatched tiger demon's corpse would not be considered a loss. Thus, Qin Zheng nodded and accepted the wooden box containing the minor elixir, refraining from taking the token from the other party's hand. He then remarked, "There is no need for the token. I shall remain in Xuanyang Prefecture for a time, and you may visit me there." Upon his words, smiles appeared on the faces of Situ Qing and the others. "Excellent. Young hero Qin is truly magnanimous. When we complete our task and seek you out in Xuanyang Prefecture, we shall ensure you are well entertained." Wu Ming exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He was particularly delighted to acquire the tiger demon's corpse, for it signified that they could leverage it for merit. Consequently, the group expressed their gratitude to Qin Zheng, and this matter was thus concluded. Situ Qing left 4 individuals behind to handle the tiger's remains while he accompanied Qin Zheng back to the riverside village. Upon returning, Qin Zheng first sought out the village elder, who was hanging by a thread. Before departing, he had dealt the elder a fatal blow, leaving him unlikely to survive until dawn. Under Qin Zheng's pressing inquiry, they uncovered the relics left behind by the old monk, a string of prayer beads and a simple monk's robe, nothing more. Qin Zheng then returned to the place where the monk had departed. Under the watchful eyes of Situ Qing and the others, he set these items ablaze, turning them to ashes. This revelation left the group with deeper understanding. It became evident that the old monk was truly no longer human. They were filled with a sense of wonder, realizing that after years of slaying demons, they had never encountered such a situation. Simultaneously, they felt a tinge of regret for the old monk, who, even in death, returned to drive away demons. A truly poignant tale. Having concluded these actions, Qin Zheng did not linger excessively. Rewrapping the ghostly saber in coarse cloth, he slung it across his shoulder and, after shouldering his burdens, bid farewell to his companions. This battle had granted him a clearer understanding of his own prowess. Simultaneously, it allowed Qin Zheng to sense that he was a step closer to a breakthrough. In his haste to depart, He sought a tranquil place to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, completing the final phase of his corporeal transformation. The realm of bone refinement was now within his grasp. This tiger demon is quite large. Transporting it back will pose some difficulties, remarked Wu Ming with a chuckle as they bound the beast's carcass with coarse ropes in the wilderness. Enough of that. Your grin is practically reaching the heavens. You hardly seem bothered by the trouble, teased Lu Yi from the side, eliciting laughter from the others. Bringing back a creature of such caliber, comparable to a master, would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Yet, no one had inquired precisely which sect this young hero, Qin, belonged to, considering he had achieved mastery at such a tender age, a fact that had eluded their knowledge. Perhaps he is not a disciple of any particular sect, but rather a wandering martial artist, suggested Zoshi suddenly, stirring a ripple of intrigue among the group. If this Qin was indeed merely a wandering practitioner, then enlisting him into the military camp would surely be a remarkable feat. Enough with the speculation. Our priority is to transport the tiger demon back, interjected Situ Qing, prompting the group to chuckle and dismiss the thought. They then moved forward to carry the carcass of the tiger demon, first transporting it to the main road before arranging for a cart. As they worked in unison, a figure suddenly appeared before them. They looked up to see a person clad in a white robe, bearing a great bow, who revealed a gentle smile upon noticing the group. Author's note. It is once again time for an author's note, a moment filled with trepidation for every writer. Thus far, the performance of this book has surpassed that of my previous 2 unsuccessful works. Of course, it has its flaws, though fewer than in the earlier volumes. At least this book has garnered a 3rd round of recommendations in the fantasy genre, whereas my prior attempts fell short in the 2nd round. Perhaps the nature of each failure and subsequent reflection has contributed to this progress. I shall summarize these learnings to avoid repeating mistakes in future narratives. In essence, I write this note to seek your initial support. Whether you are a reader from Qidian, QQ Reading, or someone accustomed to pirated content, if you have engaged with my story, you are my reader. I do not require everyone to accompany me on this journey, but I earnestly hope that you will visit the Qidian app tomorrow and offer a subscription to the author. 3 chapters, 10,000 words, for just 50 cents. I earnestly implore everyone to visit the starting point and invest a mere 50 cents to grant me an initial subscription. This is truly, profoundly significant for an author. I am overwhelmed with emotion, and I beseech your support, as it will ignite within me the motivation and passion to narrate the tale of Qin Zheng for all of you. 1. Additional update rules. My aspiration is to reach 500. Once the initial subscription surpasses 500, for every additional 100, I shall provide an extra chapter, each comprising 3,000 words. As for monetary rewards, I hope that your subscription will suffice. There is no need to squander money on gratuities. However, as an aspiring author who has penned works for a year without receiving any rewards, I do not harbor expectations in this regard. 2. Daily updates. Following the official launch, I will guarantee a minimum of 6,000 words daily, divided into 2 chapters of 3,000 words each. Should the performance be favorable, I will undoubtedly provide even more, with 10,000 words a day being entirely feasible. 3. Launch time. Tomorrow at noon, approximately at 12 o'clock. There is no need to wait until the early hours. Rest assured, I will not be delayed. As I often say, a true man never becomes a eunuch. Furthermore, concerning the plot, rest assured that the creatures of Mosum Mountain will face demise, and the county magistrate shall also meet his end. It will come swiftly, so do not be anxious. Chapter 59. Am I satisfied with this strike? The moonlight gradually dimmed, and a faint glimmer emerged on the distant horizon. Qin Zheng's silhouette darted swiftly through the mountains. After slaying the tiger demon with a single stroke, he gained a more precise understanding of his own strength. The typical bone refinement realm cultivator could muster no more than 3,000 pounds of force. Yet, under his full exertion, he could unleash 6,000 pounds of power, far surpassing the bone refinement realm. Previously ignorant of the prowess of a master, having now vanquished a tiger demon that could rival one, he fully comprehended that his current strength was indeed sufficient to contend with a master. This realization instilled a sense of stability within Qin Zheng. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a human master would likely pursue him relentlessly. Reflecting on this, Qin Zheng suddenly recalled the uncertain monk shedding his human guise, revealing the form of a black bear spirit. What could that human master possibly be thinking to align himself with a black bear spirit? Although that creature was a formidable shape-shifting demon, potentially manifesting a strikingly beautiful form, the thought of its true appearance compelled Qin Zheng to exclaim, "Truly a courageous warrior." Such thoughts flickered through Qin Zheng's mind before he soon discovered a vacant cave amidst the mountains. He strode confidently inside, took a cursory glance around, and promptly seated himself in a meditative posture. Gradually, he sank his consciousness inward, channeling his energy within the 5 organs. Buzz! In an instant, his internal organs seemed to awaken, emitting a faint glow of the 5 elements, consciously beginning to breathe in a unique rhythm. Waves of vital energy, synchronized with the breath of his organs, surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a sphere of refined energy. The essence of heaven and earth began to pour rapidly into Qin Zheng's body, ground and integrated throughout his form. His physique commenced an observable enhancement at an astonishing pace. Inhale, exhale. With every breath, it felt as if the cave itself stirred with a gust of wind. This wind did not emanate from his mouth or nostrils, but from his entire being. It was as though every inch of his skin was engaged in this act of respiration. Even the moonlight seemed to be drawn into the cave, illuminating Qin Zheng's figure. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones. For formidable barriers. Within Qin Zheng's perception, as the essence of heaven and earth surged into him, his sinews received profound nourishment and refinement. Boom, boom, boom. A series of subtle sounds resonated within his body, each affirming that his sinews, like dragons, were being elevated. With each resonant sound, Qin Zheng's aura grew increasingly potent. Finally, as the last sound reverberated, Qin Zheng abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant glimmer shining forth from his gaze. He had attained the bone refinement realm. In that moment, his sinew refinement reached its pinnacle, officially stepping into the realm of bone refinement. However, Qin Zheng did not take the time to assess his own transformation. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through his brow, and an unprecedented sense of crisis emerged within him. Without hesitation, he executed his lightness skill and swiftly turned to flee. Whoosh! Bang! At that moment, a sharp arrow pierced the cave, narrowly missing where he had just stood, detonating a cluster of rocks. Fragments exploded in all directions. The father of the black bear demon was pursuing him. This thought surged through Qin Zheng's mind. He immediately drew the ghost-headed saber from the ground, amplifying his spiritual awareness to its maximum capacity. As expected, several more arrows soon followed. The cave he occupied was shallow, entirely exposed to the outside world, devoid of any concealment. Thus, wielding his saber, Qin Zheng meticulously tracked the trajectory of each arrow, employing his agility to evade them. For those arrows he could not dodge. He swung his saber to cleave them down. Clang, clang, clang. After severing several arrows, he seized the opportunity to step forward and dashed out of the cave. Once amidst the forest, his vision was obscured by the trees, rendering it impossible to shoot such dense and precise arrows. Qin Zheng darted through the shadows, saber in hand, racing towards the direction indicated by his senses. Judging by the force behind the arrows, this master could kill. Fury surged in Qin Zheng's eyes. Being hunted felt akin to a stray dog. Although he bore no affection for Black Goose City, he certainly despised the sensation of being pursued. Previously, uncertain of his own strength and unwilling to confront his assailant directly, he had no choice but to flee. However, after vanquishing a tiger demon on par with a master, Qin Zheng had come to realize his own capabilities. He was no longer the frail individual who had just crossed over, unable to withstand even a single palm strike from Shi Dian. What of the human masters? Can you withstand the 6,000 pounds of force behind my blade? Even if you could withstand it, 7,000 pounds, 8,000 pounds, 9,000 pounds, even 10,000 pounds. Can you endure it? Qin Zheng roared within. And with a mere thought, he began to elevate his dragon-elephant prajna skill. Buzz! As a torrent of ferocious energy surged into him, Qin Zheng's body began to resonate like an engine, emitting a low hum. The internal cultivation of the 5 elements commenced its autonomous operation. His heart raced faster, propelling blood through his veins with renewed vigor. His lungs expanded and contracted, drawing in copious amounts of air. Qin Zheng's body rapidly heated, his muscles and sinews tightening to their utmost limit. In this brief moment, he optimized himself to his peak, his most formidable state. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! Arrows imbued with immense power continued to rain down. Each time Qin Zheng evaded, the arrows obliterated the surroundings. Great trees, muddy ground, rocky outcrops. Unquestionably, he is a masterful powerhouse, with each arrow striking with utmost precision and ferocity. Should Qin Zheng be struck, he would undoubtedly burst apart on the spot. Even if his body did not shatter into fragments, a gaping hole would surely emerge. However, under the perfected technique of the great sun golden cicada, the spirit at his brow became extraordinarily vibrant. The surrounding landscape within a 20-meter radius was vividly etched into Qin Zheng's mind at all times. These arrows posed no threat to him whatsoever. They merely served to slow his pace, delaying his imminent demise of this human master. Qin Zheng's movements were swift. The technique of the golden cicada shedding its shell was executed to its fullest extent beneath his feet. Trees on either side blurred past him, while the frequency of incoming arrows diminished. The moment a figure clad in white robes, wielding a great bow, came into view. Boom! The ground beneath Qin Zheng erupted violently. Thousands of pounds of force converged beneath his feet, and the resultant reaction propelled him forth like a cannonball. The distance of several hundred meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. With both hands gripping the ghost head great knife, he aimed at the white-robed figure, executing a powerful horizontal slash. If you wish to kill me, first receive this blade. Boom! Bang! The first sound was the air being cleaved by the ghost head great knife. The second was the thunderous crash as that white-robed figure was sent hurtling back, crashing into the mountainside. What of the master? Am I to your satisfaction with this blow? Qin Zheng's gaze flickered like lightning, fixated on the place where his opponent had been sent crashing into the mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened his grip on the knife and leapt forward, racing toward that spot. In the midst of battle, there is no time for pause. He granted his adversary not the slightest opportunity to breathe. As Qin Zheng surged forth, weaving past the splintered trees, he arrived at the mountainside, now marred by a gaping hole. The human master was just managing to rise from the rubble. Yet, despite his tattered white robes and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he appeared relatively unscathed. This made Qin Zheng narrow his eyes slightly. Truly, he is a master. Such a physique is certainly not possessed by ordinary warriors. Had any ordinary bone refinement practitioner endured that blow, they would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mist of flesh. As Qin Zheng's figure emerged, the human master, upon seeing him approach, bellowed, "I am Xiongqi, the demonic protector of Mo Su Mountain. Do you dare to kill me?" The response he received was the cold indifference of Qin Zheng's gaze, accompanied by the chilling glimmer of his blade. A mere human master has become the protector of a great demon? How utterly laughable. Boom. Once again, the blade cleaved through the air, descending upon the head of the human master. Seeing that Qin Zheng remained undeterred, the human master, without a moment's thought, summoned his strength and raised his great bow to defend. Clang! A clear and violent collision resounded across the mountains and fields. The human clan master hastily retreated in the opposite direction from Qin Zheng. At this moment, the calm demeanor he once exhibited had vanished, along with the initial arrogance and the condescending pleasure of toying with his prey. Instead, his face was now painted with profound astonishment and sheer terror. He had journeyed from the Moxum mountain, pursuing an unfathomable monstrosity. How could a being, whose life will remain unopened, possess such unparalleled strength? This power eclipsed his own. He could neither afford to linger nor engage. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. Regret flooded his mind as he quickened his pace towards Moxum Mountain. Once he reached that sanctuary, he would no longer need to flee. There, formidable creatures would handle this audacious aberration. Such thoughts occupied his mind. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng, gripping his ghostly blade, relentlessly pursued the fleeing figure. The human clan master, in a desperate bid for escape, unleashed his full might, making it seem as though Qin Zheng might not be able to catch up. The perfected technique of the golden cicada's shedding of its shell appeared to hold little efficacy at this moment. With determination, Qin Zheng exerted his strength, shattering the ground beneath him to gain a formidable thrust, maintaining his rapid speed. The two figures, like fleeting phantoms, raced through the wilderness. As Qin Zheng's explosive might propelled him forward, the distance between them dwindled swiftly. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, and finally 10 meters. With a sudden brightness in his eyes, Qin Zheng surged forward once more. Simultaneously, he roared within himself, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Elevate. Chapter 60, Slayer, Qin Zheng. Buzz. Once again, power surged forth, propelling Qin Zheng's speed to new heights. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind the human master. With a swift motion, his ghostly blade cleaved through the air, producing a resounding crack. Then, boom. At this critical moment, a bear demon suddenly charged from the shadows, swinging its palm menacingly at Qin Zheng. With no choice, he swiftly altered his trajectory, slicing through the bear demon with a single strike, sending a torrential rain of blood cascading down, reeking of a foul stench. This human master had come to hunt him down, accompanied by a bear demon. Such an eagerness to preserve one's life. Qin Zheng couldn't help but find it laughable. He planted his foot firmly, shattering the ground beneath him, and resumed his pursuit of the human master. Before long, the outline of the riverside village came into view. Simultaneously, the figure clad in white reappeared before him. However, this time, the human master did not continue his flight. Instead, he halted. Beside him, several bear demons were feasting upon the carcass of a tiger demon. Before him, 5 severely injured figures were bound, barely clinging to consciousness. Take another step forward, and I shall sever the head of one of them. 2 steps forward, and I shall take 2 heads. 5 steps forward, and you may kill me, but these 5 shall accompany me to the grave. The human master, disheveled and exuding chaotic energy, bellowed furiously at Qin Zheng. How many years had it been since awakening the wheel of fate and attaining mastery? He had never felt so utterly defeated. To be pursued by a mere novice, one who had yet to awaken his own wheel of fate, was indeed a source of profound ridicule. In the midst of his rage, Qin Zheng gradually came to a halt. He first glanced at the 5 figures on the ground, their bodies marred with wounds, breath shallow, and consciousness lost, clearly gravely injured. It seemed they had been pursued not long after his departure. As this thought crossed his mind, he shifted his gaze to the human master. On the surface of his mind's sea, the merit scroll trembled gently, revealing a line of text. Li Yi, Guardian Bear Demon. Deeply sinful. Slay him to gain 32 tails and 8 coins of merit. Ah, yet another wretch steeped in sin. Qin Zheng's anger surged anew, and he cast his eyes toward the bear demons gnawing at the flesh of the tiger demon. The merit scroll quivered once more, unveiling a series of lines. Each bear demon bore grave transgressions, none less than 20 tails of merit. As his gaze lingered, the bear demons ceased their feasting and approached Li Yi. Li Yi, I see this boy has yet to awaken his wheel of fate. How could he drive you to such desperation? Do not tell me you are so fearful of death. A dignified master, deceived by a mere child who has not even opened his wheel. Several bear demons spoke up, exuding an air of nonchalance, devoid of any tension. These creatures were evidently formidable beings, rivaling the mastery of the highest realms. Are there any more? Qin Zheng inquired, his voice as frigid as a biting wind, sending a shiver through both the humans and demons present. What do you mean? One bear demon questioned, rising to a towering height of nearly 5 meters, instilling fear with its imposing presence. Unfazed, Qin Zheng surveyed his surroundings and continued, Is there anyone else who has come to hunt me? At this proclamation, the standing bear demon erupted into a hearty laugh, as if it had heard an amusing jest. Soon after, the other bear demons also rose to their feet. These towering figures, akin to colossal trees, obscured the sky, their foul stench wafting through the air. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes as the bear demons charged towards him. The overwhelming force surged through him like a tidal wave. Yet he clutched his ghostly blade tightly, preparing to respond. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed with a chilling brilliance, reminiscent of the bright moon illuminating the night. A grotesque bear head tumbled to the ground. Despite their strength matching that of the masters, these creatures lacked any martial training or technique. Before a warrior of equal might from the human race, they were utterly and mercilessly slaughtered. Not to mention, Qin Zheng's power surpassed theirs significantly. In an instant, Qin Zheng's figure darted like a shadow, leaving behind several grotesque bear heads and a few headless bear corpses. Li Yi, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with fear. Grabbing a nearby human, he hastily fled towards the direction of Imo Su Mountain. However, Qin Zheng had remained vigilant, his focus keenly tuned to Li Yi's movements. The moment Li Yi began to move, Qin Zheng hurled his ghostly blade with ferocious intent. With his heightened spiritual perception and physical prowess, the blade pierced through the air, transfixing Li Ye's chest before embedding itself into his flesh. This overwhelming force, propelled by sheer inertia, sent him hurtling forward several dozen meters, causing the demon-slaying blade he had grasped to plummet to the ground. Li Yi, however, found himself too weak to retrieve it. Straining to rise, he clung to life, bolstered by the vitality inherent to the master realm. The life wheel within him surged with vigor, replenishing his waning strength and urging him to continue fleeing towards Mo Su Mountain. Qin Zheng's gaze darkened as he scanned the vicinity, confirming the absence of other demons before pursuing Li Yi. In a final burst of energy, Li Ye's speed surged, even exceeding his initial pace. Yet, with every step, blood spilled from his chest, marking his desperate flight. The blow had undeniably inflicted a grievous wound, rendering him incapable of controlling his own flesh and blood. As he dashed forward, his lifeblood spilled forth, and consequently, his pace gradually diminished. A scent of death began to permeate his nostrils, an aroma both familiar and long forgotten. He could scarcely recall the last time he faced mortality. Perhaps it was when the bear demon had forcibly dragged him up the mountain? The vital essence from within his life will dwindled, unable to compensate for the waning vitality. Ultimately, his form collapsed into the mud beside the stream. At that moment, a silhouette captured his gaze. "You have slain me, and surely, the great demon of Moxum Mountain shall pursue you. With my demise, your days are numbered." He clung to the last vestiges of hope, striving for a final chance at survival. Yet, Qin Zheng remained cold and unyielding, entirely unfazed. He lowered his head and wrenched his ghostly blade from the adversary's chest. Blood gushed forth in torrents. "Ah!" Li groaned, acutely aware that his dwindling life force was dissipating at an alarming rate. "Remember this, the one who slays you is Qin Zheng." With a swift motion, akin to a crescent moon's gleam, the blade shimmered, and soon after, a head filled with unfulfilled resentment rolled away. Li Yi, the master of the human clan, had perished. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of miles away from Haiyan City, deep within Moxum Mountain, a cavern resembling a stronghold erupted with a thunderous roar. Li Lang. The furious demon energy instantly stirred numerous creatures within Moxum Mountain, drawing their attention to the source of the chaotic aura. What has happened to Bear Lord? Is it true that his human lover is in peril? How intriguing that a noble demon would consort with humans. Such misfortune seems a fitting retribution from the heavens. Silence. Bear Lord is likely in a rage. Should he hear your words, he may well come looking for you. Humph. Yet, that human is a master, and has remained within Moxum Mountain. How could he possibly encounter trouble? I have heard that he pursued the murderer responsible for an incident involving Bear Lord's offspring in Haiyan City, accompanied by several formidable warriors under Bear Lord's command. Such audacity. Could it be that Qin Lihu has arrived? That remains uncertain. Within Moxum Mountain, a multitude of demons engaged in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, in a swampy mire, surrounded by human bones, a robust toad, as powerful as an ox, gazed on with a hint of disdain. Having slain a master-level warrior, Qin Zheng could not help but reflect on his journey. Once, he had been a frail being, uncertain if he would survive to see the next day. Now, he had emerged capable of vanquishing master-level fighters. It is not merely a creature that stands shoulder to shoulder with masters, but one that has truly slain a master. Moreover, it did so with an almost overwhelming demeanor. This Li Yi was only audacious at the outset, when he unleashed his arrows. Once engaged in close combat, he was no match for his opponent, reduced to merely fleeing for his life. Qin Zheng reflected on the entire process, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief for having ascended to the bone refinement realm just moments earlier. During the pursuit of Li Yi, Qin Zheng intermittently elevated his dragon elephant prajna skill from the 6th level to the 10th. This advancement meant that his strength surged from an initial limit of 6,000 pounds to an astounding limit of 10,000 pounds. With such formidable power, dispatching Li Yi, a master-level adversary, as well as those bear demons that rivaled masters, was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. However, this experience also illuminated Qin Zheng's shortcomings. He realized that the golden cicada's shedding shell technique was no longer sufficient to support his desire for greater speed. In the latter half of the chase, he relied almost entirely on the reactive force generated by his immense strength against the ground to accelerate. Otherwise, he would have been unable to keep pace with Li Yi. Furthermore, he lacked a means of ranged attack. Witnessing Li Yi drawing his bow at a distance of 1,000 meters, instilling fear within him, Qin Zheng felt a pressing need to master such a technique. Therefore, it became imperative for him to seek out a more advanced lightness skill, as well as a superior archery technique. With the bountiful rewards he had reaped from this encounter, his merits had already accumulated to several hundred taels, allowing him to rapidly perfect any martial art he desired. Resolute in his decision, Qin Zheng directed his gaze toward the headless corpse of Li Yi. The treasures he sought were all visible upon the remains of this human master. He hoped to uncover the lightness skill and archery techniques he yearned for from this fallen master. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips as he began to bend down, searching the body for treasures. Chapter 61. Harvest, Thunderous Flowing Arrow. A vial of elixir and a martial arts manual were all that remained. After thoroughly searching the lifeless body of Li Yi, Qin Zheng could find no other possessions. How could a formidable master be reduced to such poverty? This left Qin Zheng feeling a tinge of disappointment, as he had anticipated uncovering a treasure trove of valuables on Li Yi's person. With a soft sigh, Qin Zheng turned his gaze to the martial arts manual in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. The thunderous flowing arrow was indeed a manual of archery techniques. While Li Yi's close combat skills were lacking, his prowess with the bow was undeniably formidable. Had it not been for Qin Zheng's mastery of the great sun golden cicada technique, which heightened his senses to perceive danger, he might have found it difficult to evade the barrages of arrows that rained down upon him. Fortunately, the victor was he, and he would now put the opponent's archery skills to his own use. A slight smile adorned Qin Zheng's face as he disregarded his surroundings and delved into the manual, studying it intently. As he turned to the final page, a tremor coursed through the merit scroll within his heart. Gradually, a new line of text materialized before him. Discovered martial art, thunderous flowing arrow, can be refined, requires 10 taels of merit. Would you like to refine it? Once again, a martial art requiring 10 taels of merit for refinement. Qin Zheng smacked his lips, then, without hesitation, silently commanded, refine. Outside the riverside village, Si Tuqing, in a daze, felt someone loosening the bindings that restrained him. Suddenly, his consciousness jolted awake. He opened his eyes wide to find none other than the young hero. Qin Zheng, untying the ropes that bound him. Awake? Seeing him regain consciousness, Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow and inquired. Given the severity of his injuries, his swift awakening suggested that these demon-slaying lieutenants were no ordinary warriors. Si Tuqing, still somewhat bewildered, nodded. Hadn't he this person left? Memories of his grievous state before losing consciousness flooded his mind. The white-clad master, the bear demon, the struggle, the fainting. They had been grievously injured and rendered unconscious by the bear demon of Mount Emosu and that white-clad master. With this realization, a surge of fury filled his heart. As a demon-slaying lieutenant, he had risked his life for humanity. How could it be that one day, he would fall victim to his own kind? That white-clad traitor had infiltrated Mount Emosu and allied with demons. Truly, a traitor to humanity, deserving of death. His emotions ran high, exacerbating his injuries. And Si Tuqing erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood spilling from his lips. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth against the pain and urgently addressed Qin Zheng. Young hero Qin, you must flee. In the depths of Moxa Mountain, a human clan master has been seen consorting with malevolent bear demons, descending the mountain to wreak havoc and assault our demon slayer officers. You must swiftly make your way to the Renzi camp, located 200 miles east of Xuanyang Prefecture, and inform them of the tragedies we have encountered here. Reinforcements will surely mobilize to eradicate the disobedient creatures lurking within Moxa Mountain. Here is my token. Present it to them, and they will believe your words. Hurry. With an anxious countenance, Si Tuqing spoke rapidly, but then he noticed that Qin Zheng, standing before him, wore a peculiar expression, as if he were suppressing laughter. How could this be amusing? This is a matter of life and death. Just as he was about to express his anger, Qin Zheng calmly advised, take a look around. At this, Si Tuqing was momentarily taken aback, before turning his gaze to the surroundings. Before him lay the massive, headless corpses of bears, their grotesque heads scattered across the ground. The acrid stench of demon blood, combined with this gruesome scene, surged through Si Tuqing's mind. Were these formidable bear demons, rivals to clan masters, truly slain? Stunned, he turned to Qin Zheng. who was busy freeing the others from their bindings, and hesitated before speaking. Young Master Qin. They are all dead. I killed them. Without turning around, Qin Zheng replied calmly, I have also killed. This scene etched itself into Situ Qing's memory with the permanence of a chisel upon stone. All dead. I killed them. Such assertive words delivered with such tranquility. The prowess of young Master Qin surpassed even his wildest imaginations. However, he quickly added, young Master Qin. Among them was a human clan master. A human clan master is far more formidable than any demon of the same realm. Many demons rely solely on their innate strength to match the power of clan masters. Yet, a true clan master possesses profound martial arts and techniques, making them exponentially more powerful than mere demons. While young Master Qin may have vanquished these bare demons, he might not be able to contend with that traitorous clan master. In response to his words, Qin Zheng offered only 3 calm words. I have killed him too. Situ Qing was momentarily rendered speechless, standing there in bewilderment, gazing blankly at Qin Zheng. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng paid him no mind, continuing to untie the remaining captives and gently laying them on the ground. It must be noted that the predicament of these individuals was partly due to his own actions. Li Yi had pursued him with bare demons, leading them to cross paths with these demon slayer officers. Fortunately, although Li Yi had severely injured a few, he had not killed them outright, providing an opportunity for Qin Zheng to rescue them. Though the 5 individuals were gravely injured, they were all formidable practitioners of the bone refinement realm, endowed with a vitality far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, and thus were unlikely to perish easily. Qin Zheng estimated that it would not be long before they regained consciousness. Until then, he resolved to keep watch over them. In this remote mountainous area, should these severely wounded individuals encounter wolves or leopards, they would truly lack the strength to resist, potentially leading to their demise. After ensuring the group was settled, Qin Zheng turned his gaze to the now upright Situ Qing. Qin Xiaoxia, I must express my profound gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Once the 4 awaken, I shall convey my thanks in detail. Situ Qing proclaimed. Although we 5 possess no notable background or power, should you require assistance in the future, merely call upon us, and we shall not hesitate to plunge into perilous waters for your sake. Situ Qing stepped forward and, after delivering his heartfelt thanks, bowed deeply. Qin Zheng smiled gently and replied, enough. Since you have awakened, please attend to the others while I take my leave for a moment. With that, he employed his lightness skill and swiftly departed along the path he had previously traversed in pursuit of Li Yi. While he had obtained Li Yi's archery technique, the great bow that could harness a master's strength remained elusive. Such a bow, capable of containing immense power, was undoubtedly not an ordinary item and must not be discarded. Qin Zheng's figure darted through the trees, retracing the route he had taken to chase Li Yi. Eventually, amidst the debris of a shattered mountainside, he discovered the great bow belonging to Li Yi. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with delight as he grasped the bow in his hands. A familiar sensation surged through him. With his current abundance of merit, he felt no hesitation in immediately elevating the thunderous flowing light arrow to perfection. Though it cost him several dozen merits, the results were immensely gratifying. He planted the hilt of his ghost-headed saber into the ground, then gripped the bow with his left hand while pulling back the string with his right. As his strength flowed into it, the resilient bowstring gradually stretched. 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds. Only when Qin Zheng channeled his strength to 5,000 pounds did the bowstring reach its full arc. A gleam of brilliance ignited in Qin Zheng's eyes. The power of an arrow released from a bow capable of withstanding 5,000 pounds would be extraordinary. Although Li Yi's arrows were indeed formidable, they had not fully unleashed the bow's potential. A master-level practitioner would certainly possess the strength to exert 5,000 pounds. Thus, it appeared that the limitation lay within the thunderous flowing light arrow technique itself. By enhancing it to perfection, Qin Zheng could draw the bowstring to its fullest while maintaining remarkable accuracy. In contrast, Li Yi, not having mastered the technique, could only stretch the string as far as he could while ensuring precision. Otherwise, even if he drew the string fully, lacking accuracy would render his efforts futile. With newfound understanding, Qin Zheng gradually released his strength and let go of the bowstring. He carefully scrutinized the formidable longbow. Its body was rigid, crafted not from iron but a rare type of wood, enveloped in the hide of some beast. It was evident that only an exceptionally rare tree could yield a bough of such magnitude. Earlier, during the pursuit, Li Yi had withstood 2 strikes against this very bough, leaving merely 2 scratches upon its surface, with little else to mar its integrity. However, this revelation sparked a pang of regret within Qin Zheng. Previously, when it belonged to another, he had wielded it without hesitation. Now that it was his own, he lamented not moderating his strength during the previous encounter. Upon inspecting the bowstring, he discerned it to be crafted from the sinew of a great demon, forged with a special technique. Its ability to withstand a force of 5,000 pounds without breaking was a testament to its extraordinary quality. Qin Zheng caressed the bow, growing increasingly fond of it. He then searched the vicinity and discovered the quiver left by Li Yi, which contained only a few scattered arrows. Drawing one forth, he knocked it onto the string and pulled back, achieving a full draw. The various archery techniques danced in his mind. At that moment, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the air. With a sudden surge of intuition, Qin Zheng raised his bow and aimed at the majestic bird. Then, boom, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating across the mountains and valleys. An arrow sliced through the air, shimmering like a streak of light, and struck the soaring eagle, resulting in a spectacular explosion mid-flight. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with joy. Meanwhile, over 10 miles away, Situ Qing had just managed to tend to his wounds with some medicinal herbs. As he prepared to rise and attend to the injuries of his companions, a colossal sound thundered from the distant horizon, startling the birds into flight. Situ Qing shuddered slightly and turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. What had transpired over at Qin Xiaoxia's location? As for the progress report, there have been 545 initial subscriptions to date. Although it did not surpass 600, the goal of 500 has been achieved, marking the best result in my year of writing. Therefore, I shall continue to provide additional chapters. The updates will likely be fixed at 5 p.m., with 2 chapters totaling 6,000 words released simultaneously. Should there be any changes, I will notify in advance. As for the additional chapters, if written swiftly, they will be released together. If delayed, they will be posted later in the evening at an uncertain time. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. Thank you. Chapter 62. The monsters of Moxum Mountain. Outside the village of Yanhe, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. As Wu Meng and his companions gradually regained consciousness, they were greeted by a horrifying sight. A collection of bear demon heads lay neatly arranged before them, their ferocious visages emanating a chilling aura, as if they were still alive. The sight startled them, causing them to leap back in terror, nearly fainting once more. Thankfully, the laughter of Situ Qing helped them regain their composure, allowing them to survey their surroundings. Scattered across the ground were 5 or 6 enormous bear demon corpses, their necks slashed open, continuously oozing foul, demonic blood. The ground beneath their feet had become a vivid crimson, saturated with the essence of these fallen creatures. Overwhelmed by intense shock, they turned to Situ Qing with astonishment. "Brother Situ Yu." Their voices were tinged with disbelief, curiosity, and a flicker of hope. Could it be that Situ Qing had transcended his limits, unlocking the cycle of fate to ascend to the realm of masters? Yet, they clearly recalled that he too had been subdued in just a few blows, not much different from their own plight. Situ Qing shook his head, preparing to explain when footsteps echoed from the nearby forest. A lean and upright figure gradually emerged into their view. "You're all awake?" Upon returning, Qin Zheng noticed that the 5 demon-slaying officers had regained consciousness and nodded slightly, inquiring, "Truly remarkable. Your physical prowess as practitioners of the bone refinement realm surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Young Master Qin, you have returned." Situ Qing immediately rose, speaking respectfully to Qin Zheng. This demeanor, coupled with the familiar large bow in Qin Zheng's hands, made their understanding of the situation crystal clear. Both the bear demons before them and the human master allied with the demons had been vanquished by this young hero. Realizing this, they initially felt a profound shock at Qin Zheng's strength, followed swiftly by a surge of gratitude. They approached him earnestly, expressing their thanks in a manner similar to Situ Qing, as expected from members of the same team. Qin Zheng waved his hand dismissively and then inquired, "Given your injuries, it seems unlikely you can swiftly return to the military camp. What are your plans?" The group exchanged glances before Situ Qing slowly responded. We should send a message to the Renzi camp and temporarily rest and recuperate here in Yina village. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Zheng then glanced at the bear demon corpses surrounding them and stated, "You shall be responsible for dealing with these bear demon remains." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the demon-slaying officers from the Renzi camp widened in surprise, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. Qin Zheng observed as the previously pallid faces of the few individuals before him transformed with remarkable swiftness into a vibrant crimson. Their evident excitement, a result of heightened blood flow, was palpable. This was no ordinary occurrence. They were in possession of 6 corpses of bear demons, each comparable to a master of the realm. Coupled with the earlier tiger demon's remains, they had amassed a total of 7 corpses of demonic beings of formidable stature. For these individuals, it felt akin to an unexpected windfall of unimaginable riches. Sima Qing, filled with enthusiasm, hastily assured, "Rest assured, young hero Qin. Once we have processed these 7 beastly corpses, we shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory reward." Qin Zheng merely nodded in acknowledgement. To him, the bounty he had garnered was already substantial. Including the bear demon he had vanquished en route, he was now associated with 7 bear demons, contributing nearly 300 tales of merit. Furthermore, the human master, Li Yi, had not only offered over 30 tales of merit, but also imparted a martial art technique of archery and a magnificent bow. Qin Zheng had grown somewhat disdainful of these bear demon corpses. After all, his previous exploits in Haiyan City had filled his coffers with several thousand tales of silver, rendering monetary gain rather unappealing to him. Potions that could aid in cultivation and enhance vitality were also of little consequence. At this juncture, what Qin Zheng sought most were high-quality lightness techniques and blade skills. His current ghostly blade technique was somewhat lacking in quality. Each strike aimed directly at the enemy's neck, yet the limited variations constrained his movements. After some contemplation, he addressed the group. "I have no need for potions or silver at this moment. Could you procure for me 2 martial arts techniques? One for lightness and one for blade skills?" The control over martial arts in the Great Jin was exceedingly stringent, predominantly held by noble families and martial sections. Thus, he was uncertain whether these few demon-slaying officers, merely at the bone refinement stage, could fulfill his request. As anticipated, upon hearing his request, Sima Qing and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting some hesitation. However, they nodded in agreement, affirming, "Very well. We shall do our utmost to accommodate your request." Qin Zheng smiled faintly. Presently, he possessed close combat skills with his blade technique, palm technique, and protective divine arts. He also excelled in archery, having achieved perfection in that art, which allowed him to consider himself fully developed in terms of combat prowess. Moreover, with the dragon elephant prajna art elevated to the 10th layer, he had acquired an astounding strength of 10,000 pounds. In light of this, Qin Zheng suddenly grasped a profound realization. Why should he flee? With his current strength, he could dispatch demons comparable to masters with a single strike. Even masters were no match for him. Why should he retreat like a cornered dog? The demons dwelling in Moxa Mountain presented a harrowing peril for ordinary individuals. Yet for him at this moment, it was a treasure trove brimming with boundless merit. With this thought, a shift occurred within Qin Zheng's mindset. He turned to Sima Qing and the others, inquiring, "What do you know about the demons in Moxa Mountain?" A few individuals were momentarily taken aback. Yet they soon spoke. The Mosu mountain range is exceedingly vast, concealing an immeasurable number of lurking monsters. However, the formidable beasts residing deep within the mountains are deterred by the presence of the national martial sage, and they do not dare to venture even a step into the Great Jin territory. Mosu Mountain serves as the juncture between Qingzhou and the mountain range. Although the creatures found there are far inferior to the great monsters dwelling deeper within, they are still quite powerful, capable of dominating their territory, often rivaling the strength of human masters. Our Renzi camp exerts influence over the monsters in Mosu Mountain, preventing them from descending to harm the common folk. Our visit here was prompted by reports of a tiger demon descending from the mountain, which led us to undertake this mission of capture. As they spoke the last sentence, a sense of embarrassment washed over them. After all, this tiger demon was also an entity comparable to human masters, and had it not been for the intervention of the old monk and Qin Zheng, they feared they might have perished at the jaws of the Tiger Mountain Lord. Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, gaining a general understanding of Mosu Mountain. Thus, It was clear that the creatures within the mountain had a ceiling of power equivalent to that of the Master Realm. Subsequently, Situching pondered for a moment before continuing. The monsters in Imo-Su Mountain are numerous, yet a few of the strongest dominate much of the territory. There is a black bear, a toad, and a vulture, referred to as Bear Lord, Toad Lord, and Eagle Lord. These three monsters possess strength surpassing that of ordinary masters, which allows them to reign supreme in Imo-Su Mountain. However, it is also due to their relatively sensible nature that they have managed to govern the majority of the other monsters, thus maintaining order within the mountain on behalf of the Renzi camp. Furthermore, since they have not descended to cause trouble, the Renzi camp has refrained from conducting a purge. However, this time, not only has the tiger demon descended to wreak havoc, but the Bear Lord has also sent subordinates to cause mischief, with even human masters among them. The Renzi camp will certainly not turn a blind eye. Once we relay this information via carrier pigeon, they will take action against Imo-Su Mountain. At this juncture, Situching cast a tentative glance at Qin Zheng and inquired, "Young hero Qin, do you intend to?" Qin Zheng shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "If I slay these bear demons, how could the Bear Lord possibly spare me? Rather than waiting for them to come knocking, I might as well seek them out directly. At the very least, I can prevent these brutes from harming the innocent along the way." In Imo-Su Mountain, within the depths of a cavern, a large eagle, approximately 3 meters in wingspan, soared through the air before landing steadily within the cave. "What news? Have you managed to eliminate that she-bear's mate? Is it Qin Lihu?" Meanwhile, in the dark cavern, a pair of golden eyes opened, radiating an otherworldly light, as a voice inquired. The great eagle trembled slightly and swiftly responded, "In response to your majesty." While traces of the monster-slaying officer have appeared, the assailant is not Qin Lihu. The individual who struck appeared remarkably youthful, garbed in ordinary attire that did not suggest he belonged to the Ren camp. Upon this revelation, the pair of golden eyes within the cavern narrowed slightly, as if deep in contemplation. The great eagle then continued, "I must report to the king, Eagle 16, has also fallen to that man's arrow." "What?" Within the cavern, the golden eyes suddenly sharpened, and a voice inquired, "Are you asserting that Eagle 16 was slain by him as well?" The great eagle promptly nodded in affirmation, stating, "It seems that this individual possesses proficiency in archery, far surpassing that of the venerable Xiong-jun." One arrow released, and it was as if the heavens themselves had split apart. Eagle 16 was caught unawares, and in an instant, was reduced to a crimson rain. Inside the cavern, the atmosphere shifted, the golden eyes now heavy with gravity. While Li Ye's archery was commendable, it was inconceivable that he could strike down Eagle 16, let alone obliterate him with a single shot. The prowess of this human being could very well rival that of Qin Lihu. Indeed. That bear demon had instructed Li Yi to descend the mountain, seemingly because someone had slain their progeny below. Could it be this very man? Eagle 12. Summon Eagles 17 and 18 to investigate the identity of the assailant. Additionally, call upon Eagles 13 and 14 to maintain vigilant observation of the area surrounding Imo-Su Mountain, particularly for any signs of that individual. If my suspicions prove accurate, this mother bear shall find herself in dire straits. The great eagle accepted the command and soared into the heights. Within the cavern, the golden eyes remained lost in thought for an extended period before slowly closing once more. Soon, Chapter 63, Alone with a Blade, approaching the demons. The essence of life radiated from within, as the organs glimmered, pulsating with pure vitality. The essence mill turned slowly, grinding the celestial energy that surged like a tidal wave, which was subsequently absorbed by every inch of bone. The essence of life stems from one's inherent source, while the celestial energy is the free-floating energy between heaven and earth. One serves as the root, the other as nourishment, with the human body acting as the trunk. By absorbing celestial energy, one replenishes their intrinsic essence while simultaneously fortifying their internal organs, flesh, and bones. On the riverbank, Qin Zheng meditated with closed eyes, steadily advancing his cultivation. After gathering information about Moxa Mountain from Situching and his companions, he did not linger, but continued his journey toward the mountain. However, this time was different from his previous flight for survival. His purpose now was to ascend the mountain and vanquish demons. With a shift in objective, his mindset naturally transformed, and thus his pace was markedly different. There was no longer a need for relentless travel day and night, nor the constant worry of potential dangers lurking behind him. Consequently, Qin Zheng cultivated while journeying, gradually approaching Moxa Mountain. 2 days later, he arrived at the mountain's edge. Gazing upward, he beheld an endless expanse of towering peaks, shrouded in darkness. Resembling a beast ready to devour, Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He chose not to enter directly, but instead set up a campfire at the foot of the mountain to rest and prepare. The crackling flame roasted several wild chickens and rabbits, while Qin Zheng stared into the fire, momentarily lost in thought. He was not unprepared for this expedition. He had already inquired thoroughly about Moxa Mountain. Through the explanations of Situ Qing and others, he had gained insight into the martial arts of this realm. Firstly, in terms of cultivation levels, beyond the foundational realm of physical strength, one ascends to the Master, Grandmaster, and the National Protector Martial Saint. As one climbs higher, the numbers dwindle significantly. A master may number in the hundreds among 1,000,000 in a province, while grandmasters are even rarer, with only a handful in each province. The National Protector Martial Saints are a mere 18 throughout the entire Great Jing. Thus, upon ascending to the level of master, one would be among the elite martial artists of Great Jing. The strongest demons within Moxa Mountain would not exceed the master realm. There would be no creatures surpassing that threshold. Furthermore, had there been any Grand Master-level demons within Moxa Mountain, the Ren Corps would have long since mobilized to eradicate this perilous place. As Qin Zheng pondered, he recalled the astonished expressions of Situ Qing and the others. These demon-slaying officers had initially believed themselves to be disciples of some martial sect on a journey. However, upon his inquiries into such seemingly fundamental matters, they realized he was merely a solitary cultivator. In response, Situ Qing warmly extended an invitation for him to join the Ren Corps, to become part of the demon hunting team. The demon hunters, supported by the Great Jin, possessed various martial arts and precious medicines that were hard to find in the world. As long as one possesses sufficient merits, redemption is possible. Initially, Qin Zheng felt a flicker of excitement upon hearing this. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that such rewards were not easily attainable. At this moment, he enjoyed a life of freedom and ease. To accept the role of a demon slayer would be akin to shackling himself. Moreover, if he desired martial arts and elixirs, he could collaborate with these demon-slaying officers. By assisting them in vanquishing monsters, they would in turn help him acquire the martial skills he sought. Their methods and resources were undoubtedly more comprehensive and abundant than his own. This was the solution that Qin Zheng proposed after much deliberation. Although Situ Qing and the others felt a tinge of regret, they soon found joy in the realization that they now had a master as a support. Each time they undertook a mission and encountered formidable creatures, they could simply summon Qin Zheng. In such instances, they would earn their merits, while Qin Zheng would obtain what he desired. A mutually beneficial arrangement, indeed. Thus, the agreement between Qin Zheng and Situ Qing swiftly came to fruition. However, this time, as Qin Zheng ventured to Moxa Mountain, he did not formalize any arrangement with them. He was bound to slay Xiong-jun, which inevitably meant he would also have to eliminate the monsters under her command. In that event, the mountain would be awash with blood and corpses, a feat that Situ Qing and the others would struggle to claim the immense merits from. The flames flickered, dripping oil that produced faint crackles. An enticing aroma of meat began to waft in all directions. Simultaneously, wisps of faint demonic energy reached Qin Zheng's nostrils. How could there be such a foolish human, daring to venture alone into Moxa Mountain? A robust leopard, resembling a bull, slowly stepped out from the forest. Its sinewy muscles and skin, akin to copper coins, exuded a captivating vigor. Yet, the foul stench accompanied its opening jaws, permeating the air. Qin Zheng remained composed, utterly unfazed, as if he were oblivious to the presence of the leopard demon. As the leopard emerged, pairs of glowing eyes suddenly appeared in the surrounding woods. Upon closer inspection, they too were leopards, exuding the same repulsive odor. These leopard demons had silently encircled Qin Zheng. Receiving no response, the coldness in the leopard demon's eyes intensified. It stealthily approached Qin Zheng's back and continued, "I've feasted on dead flesh for too long. Today, I shall indulge in the flesh of the living." With a ferocious roar, it lunged forward, jaws agape, aiming for Qin Zheng's neck. Just then, a broad blade suddenly materialized, wielding an overwhelming force that slammed the beast to the ground. Simultaneously, the sharp edge rested firmly against its neck. The chilling aura of the blade seemed to seep into its very bones. It was evident that should the creature show any sign of resistance, the blade would unhesitatingly descend, severing its head from its body. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding forest erupted into chaos as the accompanying leopards fled in terror. With a firm grip on the ghostly blade, Qin Zheng instilled fear among the leopard demons sprawled on the ground and surrounding him, while his other hand lifted a roasted chicken from the campfire. As he savored the meat, he spoke casually. The leopard demons, now acutely aware of their precarious situation, realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. The mere fact that a human dared to venture alone into the treacherous Mo-Su mountain suggested he was no ordinary being. Consequently, their demeanor shifted, like a timid cat. One of them cautiously rolled over, exposing its belly to Qin Zheng. With a fawning tone, it implored, "My lord, anything I know, I shall certainly divulge." Observing the leopard demon's subservient posture, Qin Zheng remained unfazed and inquired slowly, "Where might Xiong be located?" Upon hearing the name Xiong, the leopard demon's expression shifted dramatically. In recent days, Xiong wrath had reverberated throughout Mo-Su mountain, leaving no creature unaware of his fury. Here stood the very human who had slain Xiong son and beloved consort. In that instant, the leopard demon trembled, gripped by an overwhelming fear. Xiong former partner was a true master among humans, second only to the three great demons, Xiong, Chan, and Ing. This master was undeniably the fourth strongest in Mo-Su mountain. The thought that such a formidable figure might have perished at the hands of this human sent chills down its spine. At that moment, the leopard demon abandoned all fanciful notions of deceit, such as feigning submission to catch the human off guard before launching a surprise attack. All it yearned for was survival. Without hesitation, it confessed, "Xiong wields immense power, occupying the finest location in Mo-Su mountain. From here, ascend the mountain for 60 miles, and you shall find a cave halfway up the slope." It withheld no details regarding Xiong whereabouts, driven by the fear that this human master might detect any inconsistency and strike it down in wrath. Moreover, Xiong long-standing dominance over the mountain had bred a sense of resentment within it. After listening intently, Qin Zheng nodded and then asked, "How many lives have you taken?" The leopard demon's eyes flickered momentarily as it responded, "Not many. I only consumed the dead that Xiong and Chan refused to eat. I have never feasted on the living." Its heart raced, acutely aware that a misplaced word could seal its fate. "Are you implying that Xiong and Chan only feast on the living?" Qin Zheng inquired, lowering his gaze with a calm tone. The leopard demon nodded in affirmation. In a swift motion, the ghostly blade fell. The head of the leopard demon rolled to the ground, its eyes wide in shock. Its robust body, akin to a bull, trembled a few times before succumbing to stillness, blood gushing forth from its severed neck like a dam burst. The pungent scent of blood overwhelmed the noxious odor of demon energy. With a soft sigh, Qin Zheng set aside the remnants of the roasted chicken and rose to his feet. The lair of the fiends, the den of ogres. He had already anticipated this scenario prior to his arrival. Yet, upon receiving confirmation of these creatures' existence, a chill still coursed through him. Remarkably, these beings discerned between the living and the deceased based on their own strength. How intriguing indeed. A glimmer of icy resolve flickered in Qin Zheng's eyes as he gazed upon the abyss-like Mount Mo-Su. Without hesitation, he slung his great bow across his back and grasped his ghostly blade, stepping boldly into this realm of monstrous congregations. Caw! Under the night sky, several great eagles circled above Mount Mo-Su. With a swift application of his lightness skill, Qin Zheng hurried towards the location indicated by the leopard demon. 60 miles later, the half-demon cavern. His form darted forward like a phantom, the dense trees on either side retreating rapidly behind him. Howl! In the distance, the eerie cry of wolves echoed. Simultaneously, pairs of green lights flickered to life amidst the shadowy forest, resembling ghostly flames. Qin Zheng tightened his grip on the ghostly blade and leapt forward with a powerful thrust. Whoosh! The sharp gleam of his blade flashed like a sudden downpour. Once his figure vanished, heads of wolf demons tumbled to the ground. A pungent, acrid scent of demon blood began to permeate the air within Mount Mo-Su. Meanwhile, within a cavern at some point in the mountain, Su Wei anxiously surveyed the encircling creatures, forcing himself to suppress his trembling form. Before him, Master Lu was merrily toasting with a portly brute, reveling in their indulgence. Chapter 64. Under Pressure, The Fall of the Bear Sovereign. Xiongbai, where is the information I requested? The voice, imbued with a brutal intensity, reverberated through the half-mountain cave, reminiscent of a bandit's lair. The atmosphere was stifling, akin to an impending volcanic eruption. In a moment, a robust black bear hurried to the innermost recess of the cavern, where a throne constructed of human bones awaited. Upon this throne sat a voluptuous woman, her countenance alluring yet marred by a tempest of fury, savagery, impatience, and wrath. As the black bear approached, she cast a fierce glare, demanding, "Where is the information I seek?" The bear, startled, quivered and hastily replied, "Report to Xiong. The individual initially escaped from Haiyan City, but was captured by Lord Li 60 miles outside the city, and then..." Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly, her form trembling with intensity as she urged, "Continue." He then altered his course towards Armaksa Mountain. In 2 days' time, he should have arrived in the mountains, though I am uncertain of his exact location. Upon hearing this, Xiong's eyes flew open, flickering with a savage light. Excellent, excellent. Were it not for the pact made with Qin Lihu, restricting our descent from the mountain, I would have already dispatched forces to annihilate this wretch. Now, this fool dares to approach Moxu Mountain of his own volition. Truly, he seeks to tread upon paths untraveled by the living and trespass into the realm of the dead. The pent-up wrath I have amassed over these days is finally poised for release. Deep within the cave, upon the throne of bones, Xiong's voice rang coldly, her formidable aura unabashedly radiating a murderous intent. "Xiong, you have not feasted for several days. The Gao clan from Haiyan City has sent another batch of offerings. Shall I select the most tender for you?" The black bear's spirit, trembling in reverence, spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, Xiong furrowed her brow slightly before inquiring, "When did they arrive?" The black bear's spirit replied with utmost respect, "Earlier today, Master Lu intended to pay his respects, but considering your recent fatigue, I advised against his visit. They have since gone to visit Changchun, yet all due tributes have been delivered. There are 20 offerings, the youngest being a 6-month-old cub, and the oldest barely in their 20s. The Gao clan's efficiency is commendable." Xiong nodded in acknowledgement, then contemplated before commanding, "Bring forth the youngest cub first. These wretched creatures are frail, and a lifeless offering lacks flavor. Furthermore, once I have dined, ensure that the rest are dispatched, and invite Master Lu to join us." The black bear's spirit nodded in agreement, promptly turning to depart, fully aware that Xiong favored the taste of live offerings, refusing to consume those already deceased. In that very moment, only the formidable bear lord remained seated upon the throne of bones, his visage twisted in a grimace, as if suppressing a tempest of murderous rage. The air was thick with a pungent stench. Amidst the wilderness, a figure darted through the trees with remarkable speed. Abruptly, this figure came to a halt. Qin furrowed his brow slightly, his ears twitching ever so slightly. Among his heightened senses, his auditory perception was the most expansive. At this moment, it seemed as though he could faintly discern the cries of an infant echoing in the distance. Qin's gaze sharpened with icy intensity. He was now less than a few miles from the cave where the bear demon resided. Thus, the sound of the infant's wailing was certainly not a figment of his imagination. With this thought, Qin summoned the full might of his being. Unperturbed by the prospect of alerting his adversary, his feet crashed against the ground, unleashing tremendous force that shattered the earth beneath him. Simultaneously, a massive backlash propelled Qin forward like a swift arrow. A thunderous boom resonated through the tranquil mountains, swiftly reverberating across the landscape. Within the half-demon's cave, before the throne of bones, a clean and well-cared-for infant was placed in a dish and presented to the bear lord. The expression on her face had lost its previous ferocity. As she gazed upon the infant, she instinctively licked her lips, as if beholding a delectable feast. Just as she extended her hand to indulge, a sudden explosion pierced her ears. In that instant, she sensed a figure approaching her cave at an alarming speed. It was that wretched human. In a heartbeat, the bear lord's eyes blazed crimson, a torrent of fury swelling within her. She immediately rose, disregarding the tempting morsel before her, seized a nearby wolf-toothed iron club, and departed the throne, intent on exiting the cave. Meanwhile, creatures of various kinds outside the cave also heard the explosive sound and became alert. Yet, Before they could react, a shadow streaked past them with incredible speed, akin to a flying arrow, and surged into the cave. Qin Zheng wielded his ghostly blade, his speed reaching its zenith in that moment. Ignoring the surrounding beasts and minor demons, he surged into the cave that had just come into view. Without hesitation, he swung the ghostly blade, aiming a lethal strike at the voluptuous woman who was about to exit the cave, her face contorted in malice. Boom! With unparalleled force, the ghostly blade cleaved the air. The overwhelming ferocity of the strike caused the Bear Lord's expression to shift dramatically. She hastily raised her wolf-toothed iron club in a desperate attempt to parry the blow. Boom! An unstoppable torrent of power surged into her body, sending the Bear Lord hurtling backward like an apparition, crashing deep into the recesses of the cave. Having landed a successful strike, Qin Zheng wasted no time allowing for respite, and once again propelled himself deeper into the cave. The broad and formidable blade sliced through the air like a full moon, its sharp edge glinting with a chilling light. With a single stroke, the air erupted with a thunderous roar. Under such immense pressure, the heart of the Bear Lord resonated with a roar of unwilling fury. Who is this person? How can they possess such strength? She had no choice but to wield the Wolf Fang iron rod once more, bracing herself against Qin Zheng's descending blade. Whoosh! Bang! As the blade struck down, the Wolf Fang iron rod was cleaved in two. Simultaneously, the blade continued its descent, aiming straight for her head, sending the Bear Lord crashing deep into the cave. The shattered rocks swiftly cascaded down, burying her completely in an instant. Was she dead? That last blow had nearly split her in half. Qin Zheng gazed at the rubble that engulfed the Bear Lord, his eyes flickering with realization. No, not yet. Boom. At that moment, the pile of stones suddenly exploded, sending debris flying. Amidst the chaos, a colossal black bear spirit, towering at around 8 or 9 meters, sprang up from the rubble, adorned with 2 torn pieces of human skin. It let out a frenzied roar. Human, have you angered me? With paws as dark as obsidian, it swiped down at Qin Zheng. The bear demon thrived on strength, and such a massive form only amplified its terrifying power. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, the sheer force compressing the air as if it were about to collapse. With a single paw, the Bear Lord's face twisted in a snarl, her eyes filled with rage. She envisioned Qin Zheng being reduced to a mere pulp beneath her might. Whoosh! However, a brilliant flash of light from a blade interrupted her dark fantasy. Almost instantaneously, an excruciating pain radiated from her wrist. A large blade had embedded itself into her paw, piercing deep into the bone. Blood gushed from the wound. Roar! She opened her mouth to unleash a heart-wrenching howl. Simultaneously, her fury intensified, and the monstrous energy coursed through her body, constricting the muscles and bones of her paw, preventing the human from withdrawing the blade. She swung her other paw down towards Qin Zheng. Without the blade, without a weapon, how could a mere human contend with her? Such thoughts screamed within her mind. Yet, just as her paw descended, poised to crush Qin Zheng, she saw the diminutive figure of the human raise one hand. Then, boom, the sound of their palms colliding resounded. She felt her paw strike something as unyielding as solid rock, unable to penetrate further. This human had effortlessly blocked her descending strike. The immense power of her attack felt like stones sinking into the depths of the ocean, causing not a single ripple. How could this be? This was merely a human without a destiny wheel. A wave of absurdity washed over her. Almost immediately, a powerful force surged from her paw, infiltrating her body and spreading through her limbs. In the next moment, her massive bear form seemed to be wrenched from her control, flipped over by this overwhelming power. After a tumultuous upheaval, its massive bear body suddenly crashed to the ground. A fierce pain radiated throughout its entire being. Before it could muster any resistance, an overwhelming force rendered it immobile. A flicker of fear and panic surged within the bear demon's heart. How could this human be so formidable? In this realm, apart from Qin Lihu, could there truly be another of such strength? The bear's trepidation eclipsed all thoughts of vengeance for lost offspring and slain kin. It yearned to plead for mercy. Just then, a great blade was abruptly drawn from its paw, tearing through flesh and sinew. The glinting, cold blade of the ghostly sword loomed menacingly before its head. Spare me, spare me. If you let me go, I will do anything you desire. I look splendid in human skin. Whatever you wish of me, I shall comply. It implored, gazing at the immovable human who had pinned it down. Yet, the human's eyes shimmered with a chilling light, utterly unmoved. In an instant, a blade of moonlit brilliance flashed, and the bear lord's enormous head detached from its body. Rolling aside, the tyrant of Moxum Mountain had met its end. After successfully delivering the fatal strike, Qin Zheng exhaled lightly. The bear demon's might was indeed formidable. Even with his current strength, he had nearly been overpowered. Otherwise, the blade that had struck its paw would not have been caught. Though the inadequacy of his technique played a part, ultimately, it was a lack of strength that hindered him. Otherwise, even the strongest of entities could be severed. He reflected on this, then turned to gaze at the cave's entrance, where dozens of demons had gathered, all glaring at him with predatory intent. Chapter 65. High Martial Student, you await my wrath. The master had perished by his own hand, yet these lesser demons dared to threaten him? Qin Zheng felt a flicker of astonishment within. However, since the confrontation had commenced, he resolved to annihilate the den of these bear demons entirely. Yet, as he tightened his grip around the great blade and stepped forth towards the cave's mouth, the lesser demons immediately scattered in a frantic exodus. Nevertheless, Qin Zheng keenly observed that, before their departure, their covetous gazes lingered upon the bear demon within the cave. It became apparent that these lesser beings were not intent on engaging him, but were instead lusting after the corporeal form of the bear demon. Although Qin Zheng was not well versed in the cultivation practices of the demon race, he surmised that the essence encapsulated within the flesh of such a powerful demon would confer immense benefits upon them. This fleeting thought crossed Qin Zheng's mind. Subsequently, he turned and followed his instincts towards the direction of the infant's cries. During the previous skirmish, he had deliberately led the bear demon away from the infant. Now, hearing the faint cries of the child, which seemed to have waned slightly, it appeared as though the infant had grown weary from weeping. The cave was vast, and surrounding it were several wooden huts, likely the dwelling of Li Yi. As Qin Zheng surveyed the surroundings, he followed the sound to a throne constructed from human bones. Upon the throne, he discovered a tender, white-skinned infant placed within a serving platter, who, sensing Qin Zheng's presence, began to wail anew. He stepped forward, cautiously lifting the child into his arms. With nightfall upon them, the temperature in this deep mountain forest and demon cave was frigid. Such a young child could scarcely endure it. Raising his gaze, Qin Zheng noticed a large tiger skin draped over the bone throne. He swiftly seized the tiger skin, enveloping the child within its warmth. The infant seemed to sense the newfound warmth, or perhaps the safety Qin Zheng provided, for it ceased its cries and gazed intently at him with wide, round eyes. Qin Zheng smiled gently and spoke, "Sleep well, little one." Whether the child comprehended his words or was simply fatigued, it slowly closed its eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. At that moment, Qin Zheng diverted his gaze from the infant, his expression growing solemn. Such a diminutive child had become a potential morsel for the demons. As he scanned the cave once more, he noticed a considerable number of bones littered about. A sense of confusion stirred within him. Hadn't Sidu Qing and the others stated that the creatures of Moxum Mountain were relatively docile, which was why the Ren division had not intervened? Yet, the words of the leopard demon he had previously encountered and the scene before him conveyed a different narrative. These creatures feasted upon humans with no shortage of prey. Indeed, formidable beings like the Bear Lord feasted solely on the living. This contradicted entirely with what Sidu Qing had communicated. This was hardly the demeanor of a docile creature. If this was deemed docile, then surely the entirety of the Great Gene would have long been overrun by demons. Thus, the situation here suggests either that Sidu Qing and his companions are lying, or that someone is covertly providing for these malevolent beings, rather than these creatures descending from the mountains to plunder, which would explain why the Renzi camp remained oblivious. As Qin Zheng pondered this, the image of Gao Wuxing suddenly materialized in his mind. He recalled that Haiyan City is the closest settlement to Moxum Mountain in Qingzhou, and Gao Wuxing is a descendant of the Gao clan from Quanyang. Given both the geographical circumstances and personal influence, he certainly possesses the capability to orchestrate such an affair. Qin Zheng closed his eyes, a tempest of fury swelling within him. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, amplifying his perception to its utmost. Since this bear demon relishes consuming the living, it was certain that the individuals brought here must still be alive. Through his heightened senses, the scene within a 20-meter radius crystallized in his mind. Concurrently, he inhaled deeply, striving to discern the pungent aura of the demons in the air, seeking the faintest trace of human presence. At long last, after several breaths, Qin Zheng detected the emanation of human essence wafting through the air, originating from outside the cavern. Grasping the formidable ghost-headed blade embedded in the ground with one hand while cradling the infant in the other, he ventured toward the cave's entrance. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky, shrouded in ethereal mist, enveloping the surroundings in profound stillness. The demons that had congregated here moments ago had long since scattered, leaving not a single one behind. Following the trail of his perception, Qin Zheng traversed several miles to arrive at another opening, obstructed by a massive stone. Here, he discerned the sounds of weeping emanating from beyond the stone. This must be the place. He set down the ghost-headed blade, placed one hand upon the boulder, and gradually exerted force to shift it aside. As the stone shifted, the moonlight streamed into the cavern, revealing a passageway before him. Immediately, frightened screams erupted. "My child! I want to go home. Woo-woo." Various cries filled Qin Zheng's ears. "If you shout louder, the one who screams the most pitifully shall be quietly released." A mocking voice followed. Qin Zheng picked up the ghost-headed blade, his expression impassive as he advanced into the dimly lit corridor. After a few steps, the view before him opened up, and the scene within the cavern came into focus. The chamber was modestly sized. To the left stood a cage crafted from stone, while to the right appeared to be a kitchen with several stoves ablaze. There, a pig demon, approximately 2 meters tall with a swine's head and a human body, wielded a cleaver, incessantly hacking at some form of flesh. This sight was truly reminiscent of hell itself. The infant in his arms stirred at the cacophony, its brow furrowing as it stirred, on the verge of awakening. "Continue to sleep," Qin Zheng whispered gently, patting the child's back. He wished to shield the child from such a grotesque tableau of human suffering. However, his movement caught the attention of the pig demon, which turned its gaze toward him. "Another one? Lu Shirye is indeed gracious." The pig demon burst into a broad grin, subsequently seizing the bone-chopping knife and striding toward Qin Zheng. "Do not scream. Simply walk obediently into the cage, and I, Lord Pig, may consider you as the last to be consumed." As the pig demon approached, it suddenly let out a piercing roar just a few meters away, baring its razor-sharp fangs while brandishing the knife towards Qin Zheng. The tiger skin wrapping the infant was all too familiar to it. The mere presence of this individual, wielding a great blade, indicated that something had indeed gone awry with Xiong Jun. This human, armed with a formidable weapon, was certainly no ordinary foe. However, whoosh, bang, Qin Zheng took a step forward, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful slash. The pig demon was instantly sent crashing to the ground. Following this, Qin Zheng delivered a fierce kick, propelling the creature into the air. Fueled by rage, Qin Zheng, despite his attempts to restrain his strength, unleashed a force that was nothing short of overwhelming. The pig demon slammed against the cavern wall, causing rocks to cascade down, and subsequently lost consciousness. The captives nearby watched in stunned silence, seemingly rendered voiceless by the spectacle. Within the cavern, the only sound was the bubbling of the meat stew simmering over the fire. Approaching the stone prison, Qin Zheng revealed the child cradled in his arms, inquiring, "Whose child is this?" The cage contained young individuals ranging from several years to their 20s. The moment Qin Zheng displayed the child, a young woman in her 20s rushed forward, taking the child into her arms and breaking into tears. This action shattered the tension, awakening the others within the cage. "Hero, are you here to rescue us? Big brother, please save us. I don't want to die." Qin Zheng sought to comfort the now nearly distraught crowd, assuring them, "Do not worry, I will lead you to safety." Once the crowd had calmed, he lifted his ghostly blade and turned toward the unconscious pig demon. He raised his foot, pressing it down upon one of the demon's hands, and with a sudden force, crushed it into a pulpy mass. The excruciating pain jolted the pig demon back to consciousness. Qin Zheng hovered over its neck, the chilling intent of his blade rendering it immobile. "You mentioned Lu Shirye?" Qin Zheng spoke calmly. The pig demon hastily nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, it is Lu Shirye. All these individuals were sent by Lu Shirye. It has always been Lu Shirye who delivered them. We truly did not descend the mountain to capture anyone." "Cavalry officer." "No, General, spare me. I merely prepare meals for other demons. I am just a chef. I have committed no crime. I am a good demon." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng could scarcely contain the fury swelling within him. "High martial student, it is indeed you." The image of that corpulent figure flashed vividly in Qin Zheng's mind. The surging intent to kill surged from him like a flood breaching a dam. He then inquired, "How long ago did Lu Shiya visit?" The pig demon, with a swift flick of its eyes, replied, "Lu Shiya and a constable arrived in the morning. After delivering the person, they proceeded to Changchun. If the general departs now, he should still have time to meet him. Otherwise, he will return to Haiyan City." Qin Zheng nodded and continued, "Where is Changchun?" The pig demon promptly responded, "Changchun is located at the marshland at the foot of a mountain, 20 miles from here. The path is somewhat treacherous. Shall I lead the general there? As long as we do not perish now, there remains a chance to escape." However, no sooner had he uttered these words than a flash of a blade illuminated the air, and a pig's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth in a foul torrent. Qin Zheng turned to gaze upon those who had been offered as sustenance to the demons. He was determined to slay Changchun and capture Lu Shiya. At this moment, these individuals could not accompany him, but without his protection, their safety was in jeopardy. "General, please go without worry. We shall wait here for your return." At that moment, the mother of the infant looked at Qin Zheng and spoke, "Indeed, General, you may go with peace of mind. Here, apart from that pig demon, no other creatures have come." Soon after, several others echoed her sentiments. They recognized that this solitary hero, who had come to their aid, could not remain by their side. However, beyond their plight, there were others who had been taken elsewhere and required rescue. Thus, within a few breaths, many voices arose in unison. Qin Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but he nodded and assured them, "Rest assured, I shall return swiftly." With that, amidst their gazes, he grasped his ghostly blade and turned to depart. His eyes now brimmed with a chilling, murderous intent. "Gao Wuxing, prepare your neck for a clean wash. I shall return shortly." Chapter 66. The demon-slaying general and the alliance of humans and demons. Time rewinds to 2 days prior. After Qin Zheng departed, Situ Qing and the others remained in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure. With no formal sect or school, relying solely on personal endeavor, he had ascended to the level of a master. The most astonishing aspect was his youth. Such terrifying talent filled them not only with awe, but also with envy. Had they possessed such formidable abilities, they would have surely contended for a position among the top 10 demon-slaying generals. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Wu Meng took a deep breath and spoke with a tone of resignation. Such talent, if it were to remain unassisted and unsupported, would be a tragic waste. Situ Qin gazed in the direction Qin Zheng had taken, contemplating for a long while before he slowly articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, the others instantly grasped his meaning. "But, Brother Situ, didn't the young hero Qin express his reluctance to join our ring camp?" Wu Meng interjected. "Just moments ago, they had reached an agreement with him. If they encountered formidable demons during their missions, they could call upon Qin Zheng. They would offer appropriate compensation, and he would assist them in slaying the demons." It seemed advantageous for both parties. However, it appeared that Situ Qing was having second thoughts. Situ Qing shook his head, directing his gaze toward the others, and continued, "In truth, we all understand that the resources at our disposal, given our limited connections, are exceedingly scarce. With Qin Zheng's prodigious talent, it is likely he will soon require more advanced martial arts and elixirs, which we cannot afford. Moreover, the truly powerful techniques are predominantly controlled by established clans and sections. The martial arts we could exchange for merit cannot be privately bestowed upon him, for that would be detrimental to his growth. Thus, I am inclined to attempt to bring him into the ranks of the demon slayers. The demon slayers are backed by the great Jin. As long as one's merits are sufficient, a variety of martial arts and elixirs can be exchanged. Additionally, there are formidable mentors to guide him. Here, the young hero Qin's martial aptitude could be fully unleashed." As Situ Qing paced, his voice grew increasingly resolute. At the culmination of his speech, he suddenly turned to the others and declared, "You shall remain here to tend to your wounds and guard the bodies of these demons. I will hasten to the Ren camp and personally report this matter to the general. The young hero Qin is about to confront the treacherous Mo Su Mountain, which surely harbors numerous dangers. I must act swiftly." With that, after exchanging meaningful glances with the others, he did not linger but swiftly departed, using his lightness skill to leave. Although his injuries were severe, the presence of such a talent compelled him to act with urgency. To allow such an individual to remain without a suitable faction for growth would be an egregious waste. After his departure, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, followed by gentle sighs. Subsequently, without further ado, he sought a clean place to rest and awaited the arrival of the Renzi camp. Situating himself, Situ Ching employed his lightness skill and journeyed to the nearest county town, where he retrieved the horses he had temporarily left. He then galloped forth, finally arriving at the Renzi camp just before sunset. This military encampment was established deep within the mountains. As he approached at full speed, 2 soldiers at the main gate called out, "This is a restricted military area. Dismount and proceed on foot." Situ Ching promptly dismounted and produced his Demon Slayer Lieutenant token before entering the camp. The Renzi camp was vast, as were the other major military camps in Qingzhou. After all, it was necessary to suppress the myriad of demons throughout Qingzhou, and thus the ranks of the Demon Slayer lieutenants were certainly substantial. He made his way directly to a familiar tent, entered, and spoke. "General Wang, I wish to see General Qin." In the Qingzhou Demon Slayer hierarchy, the highest authority was the commander, followed by 10 generals, below whom additional commanders were appointed according to the size of the camp. The present General Wang Weiqian was one of the 5 deputy generals in the Renzi camp, and was also Situ Qing's direct superior. Noticing Situ Qing's urgency, Wang Weiqian quickly inquired, "General Qin is currently absent from the camp. What is the matter?" Situ Qing immediately conveyed the situation to Wang Weiqian. With General Qin away, the deputy general before him should also be able to make a decision. "Is what you say true?" Wang Weiqian asked, fixing his gaze on Situ Qing for confirmation. If true, such a talented individual joining the Renzi camp would undoubtedly bolster its strength significantly. The old flood dragon in the cold refuge pool was growing increasingly formidable. And currently, General Qin was striving to suppress it, but was stretched thin. The Renzi camp was in dire need of combat prowess surpassing that of a master. Not to mention, with Qin Zheng's exceptional martial arts talent, his future achievements would surely surpass that of a master. Situ Qing nodded swiftly and added, "There are 6 demon corpses he has slain outside Heihe village, all comparable to the strength of a master." Wang Weiqian narrowed his eyes slightly and then inquired, "You say he is now heading to Moxa Mountain with the intention of slaying the bear demon there?" Situ Qing hesitated for a moment before affirmatively responding. "That is indeed what he communicated to us before departing, and his direction was also toward Moxa Mountain, so it should be accurate." Wang Weiqian nodded, then muttered to himself, "The 3 demons within Moxa Mountain, while not exceedingly powerful, are not something an ordinary master can contend with." Furthermore, at this point, his brow furrowed slightly, as if in hesitation. "What is it?" Situ Qing asked. "The nearest county town outside Moxa Mountain is called Haiyan City, and the magistrate's surname is Gao. Gao, as in Gao of Gao Prefecture, is also the Gao of the Quan Yang Gao clan." Wang Weiqian stated to Situ Qing, enunciating each word carefully. "What relevance does that have?" Situ Qing queried, somewhat perplexed. Wang Weiqian sighed softly and chose not to pursue the topic further. After a moment of contemplation, he steadied his gaze and proclaimed, "Convey my orders and summon the 20 demon-slaying lieutenants from the camp. In 1 hour, we shall depart for Moxa Mountain." "Yes." A gleam of joy appeared on Situ Qing's face as he swiftly complied. Amidst the mountains and forests, a figure darted through the shadows with remarkable speed. The art of evasion, akin to the perfect shedding of a golden cicada, was executed to its utmost by Qin Zheng. Trees whizzed past him, as he moved with the swiftness of an arrow in flight. Yet, this was insufficient. His current speed was inadequate. Qin Zheng's expression grew solemn. This skill and lightness of foot could no longer meet his urgent demands. He must hasten to the location of the Toad Monarch. He needed to capture Master Lu and slay the Toad Monarch, rescuing those who had been taken captive for consumption. Then, he would return to Black Goose City. Qin Zheng's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. In the wilderness, aside from the demons, untamed beasts roamed. At this moment, any creature bold enough to confront Qin Zheng met a swift demise, their heads severed and bodies collapsing to the ground. Moments later, the malevolent aura in the air thickened again, and Qin Zheng sensed the faint presence of human life beneath the overwhelming demon energy. They were drawing closer. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the ghostly blade, a surge of power coursing through him like a raging river. "Ha ha, drink up." The Toad Monarch, a rotund man with a round face and large eyes, boomed with laughter in his cavern. Opposite him, Master Lu's cheeks flushed, his eyes glazed, evidently intoxicated and somewhat tipsy. The Toad Monarch has a remarkable capacity for liquor. Alas, I, Lu, am no longer in my prime and cannot keep up. Lu waved his hand, signaling his inability to continue drinking. The Toad Monarch raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin, "What nonsense is this, Master Lu? Once our endeavor succeeds, you shall regain your youthful vigor for another 60 years. When you add a new member to your family, do not forget to invite me to celebrate." At these words, Master Lu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Then let us toast to the Toad Monarch's auspicious words." The two exchanged glances, their laughter echoing through the cavern. Behind Master Lu, Su Wei-san buried his head, desperately suppressing his trembling body. He was oblivious to what the two were referring to as their success. However, he understood all too well that the group he had brought up the mountain today would become the feast for these demons. Along the way, he had witnessed too many chilling white bones. This scene shattered his understanding cultivated over decades. It also transformed his perception of the high martial artists. Indeed, there were those who would conspire with demons, even offering humans as sustenance. How could a person sink to such depths, such malevolence? Though he considered himself no saint, for otherwise he would not have joined the ranks of the high martial artists. However, the scenes he witnessed along the way still stirred the remnants of his conscience and moral integrity, filling his heart with turmoil. Why not join us for a drink? Despite having never met before? After the laughter subsided, the corpulent figure transformed from the Toad Lord turned his gaze towards Su Wei-san and spoke. Suddenly mentioned, Su Wei-san's form quivered slightly, jolted by the unexpected attention. Master Lu, smiling, introduced, "This is Su, the head constable of our Black Goose City, who valiantly resolved the recent troubles caused by bandits and is highly regarded by Lord Gao." "Head Constable Su, why not share a couple of drinks with Lord Toad?" Master Lu beamed as he turned to Su Wei-san. Mustering his courage, Su Wei-san managed a faint smile and replied, "Then, it would be my honor to comply." Given the circumstances, he was merely an ordinary man. Even after consuming the grand elixir bestowed by the martial arts master and advancing to the bone-refining realm, he remained just a commoner. Even if he wished to take action, relying solely on his own strength would only serve to provide additional sustenance for the monstrous beings lurking within the Mount Mo-Su. In that moment, Su Wei-san reconciled himself with this truth. He stepped forward, preparing to lift the wine cup from the table. The thought of drinking with a voracious, master-level demon made his form tremble even more noticeably. The smile on the Toad Lord's face widened. Just as the man and the demon were about to clink their cups, a shadow darted into the cave like an arrow. It crashed violently against the cave's stone wall. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, followed by the shattering of rocks. The crowd was startled, their gazes drawn to the fallen shadow. Scattered across the ground lay severed limbs and fragments of flesh, evidently obliterated by the violent impact. From the remnants on the ground, it was clear that it was a toad demon. Chapter 67, Thunderous Radiance, the might of a single arrow. A sudden transformation occurred. The expressions of the two men and one demon darkened instantaneously. Before they could ponder the implications, several shadowy figures surged into the cavern like arrows. Bang, bang, bang. It was akin to fireworks bursting forth. One by one, the toad demons crashed against the stone walls deep within the cave, subsequently exploding into showers of crimson. "Captain Su, we must depart at once." Upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Lu Shire's pupils constricted sharply, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Without regard for the presence of the Toad Monarch, he turned to Su Wei-san and urged, "Let us leave immediately." Su Wei-san nodded fervently. Clearly, the toad demons being hurled into the cavern indicated that the Toad Monarch had enemies at the gate. If they did not hasten their departure, remaining here could put them in harm's way, a risk not worth taking. Noticing the urgency in their actions, a glint of coldness flickered in the Toad Monarch's eyes. Nevertheless, he spoke calmly. "There is a narrow path within this cave that can lead you to safety. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. Please depart first, and I shall pay my respects and apologize in due course." Lu Shire forced a smile and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There is no need for such formality. Toad Monarch." He simultaneously urged Su Wei-san forward as they made their way toward the small passage within the cavern. Su Wei-san swiftly utilized his lightness skill. leading Lu Shiye away and vanishing into the depths of the cave. At this moment, only mere moments had elapsed since the first toad demon was hurled into the cavern. Humph. Humans. The toad monarch let out a cold snort before turning his gaze toward the entrance of the cave. No further toad demons were being thrown in. Curiosity piqued within him. Who dared oppose him in this Moxum mountain? Could that she-bear have lost her sanity? However, to brazenly attack his domain. Even she would experience the wrath of his claws today. A surge of fury welled within the toad monarch, his eyes glinting with frost. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he cautiously emerged from the cave to survey the outside world. This was a marshland within Moxum Mountain, shrouded in miasma. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, a jolt raced through his brow. An unprecedented sense of impending doom enveloped his spirit. Without a moment's thought, his body instinctively reacted. His legs expanded, propelling him into the air. A streak of brilliance flashed forth, akin to a falling star. Boom! At that instant, a thunderous roar reverberated across the mountains and fields. What is happening? What was that just now? The toad monarch bellowed in disbelief. Suddenly, he lost control of his form, revealing his true nature, and fell to the ground. He attempted to steady himself, but felt as though he had lost all awareness of his body. Lowering his gaze, he was struck with astonishment to find that everything below his abdomen had vanished, leaving only his upper half intact. A wave of bewilderment surged within him. When did this occur? He had just narrowly escaped, hadn't he? Thud! A severed half of his body plummeted to the ground. Yet, the innate vitality of the demon allowed him to persist in a state of undying existence. He turned his gaze towards the entrance of the cave, only to find it collapsing amid a cacophony of sound. A pool of blood and flesh lay at the very spot where he had stood moments before. Was that my lower half? The thought flickered through the mind of the Toad Lord. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged before him, wielding a great bow and bearing a large blade on his back. Who are you? The Toad Lord felt bewildered. He did not recognize this individual. His mind was awash with a plethora of questions, overwhelming even the anger that should have arisen within him. Qin Zheng's gaze was frigid as he looked down at the Toad Lord, whose half-severed body lay at his feet, and spoke. Where is that Lu? At these words, the Toad Lord was taken aback, swiftly engulfed by a surge of fury. This man had come seeking the Lu. Was he an enemy of that Lu? Had he unwittingly become a victim of circumstance? Countless profanities surged through the Toad Lord's mind. The intensity of his thoughts quickened the flow of blood from his wounds, hastening his loss of vitality. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, perceiving the turmoil within the Toad Lord, and calmly stated, having devoured so many, "It is time for you to die." With that, he shook his shoulder, the ghostly blade falling into his hand as he returned the bow to his back. He pressed the tip of the blade against the Toad Lord's head, seemingly capable of piercing the skin and entering the brain with the slightest exertion. In that instant, the Toad Lord snapped out of his stupor. The overwhelming anger and the imminent threat of death drove him into a frenzy. He did not wish to die. He had just struck a deal with the martial master. If he could endure for 7 days, he would undergo a transformation, becoming the true sovereign of the Black Mustache Mountain. He could even delve deeper into the Moxum Mountains, joining the ranks of those demon kings. The path before him was rife with promise. So why must he die now? All of this was due to this human before him. His enormous eyes fixated on Qin Zheng as he laughed maniacally. Seeking that Lu, are you? I tell you, they just left. You still have time to pursue them. But do you dare to kill? He is one of the martial master's people, the Qianyuan Gao family. You are a human, and you should comprehend the weight of those 4 characters better than I, a demon. Do you dare to kill? Ha ha. I will further inform you that the demons within Moxum Mountain can feast on human flesh without descending the mountain, all thanks to the martial master. He delivers a batch of humans to us every month, ensuring we never lack for sustenance. I'll even tell you that, at the hour of the rat 7 days hence, he will sacrifice the entire population of Haiyan City to cultivate his techniques of the Shadow Soul. At that moment, he would allow me and the other monstrous beings to descend the mountain and indulge in the delights of Black Goose City for 3 days and 3 nights. I have shared all this with you, but do you dare to kill? Do you dare to seek out Gao Wusheng? If so, you shall meet your demise. Just as the words of the Toad King were about to conclude, a flash of blade light suddenly illuminated the scene. In an instant, the remaining half of his body was cleaved in two, leading to his complete demise. Silence. Qin Zheng calmly sheathed his blade and subsequently heightened his spiritual perception to its utmost capacity. Amidst the air thick with demonic energy, he meticulously sifted through the chaos to uncover the essence of humanity. After a brief moment, Qin Zheng directed his gaze towards the cave, which he had partially collapsed with a single arrow, and took a step forward, pursuing the source. As for the human populace here, he had already dispatched the remaining monsters, ensuring their temporary safety. Meanwhile, several miles away at another cave entrance, Su Wei-san, carrying Lu Shiya on his back, employed his lightness skill, dashing towards the direction of the Mo Su mountain. The expressions of both men were grave, and silence enveloped them. The thunderous explosion they had just witnessed, though its cause remained a mystery, was evidently of tremendous destructive power. What kind of enmity had the toad incurred to provoke such an attack? They were uncertain whether it was a human or a demon behind it. Regardless, judging by the tumult, the toad was likely beyond salvation. With these thoughts in mind, Su Wei-san quickened his pace. If it were a human who discovered their collusion with the monsters, or worse, if they were perceived as offerings to the beasts, it could incite the wrath of their adversaries. Conversely, if it were a demon, they would find themselves as mere morsels, fleeing from peril. In such dire circumstances, Su Wei-san felt his lightness skill reach its zenith, moving as swiftly as a shadow. Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air erupted from behind. Su Wei-san's expression darkened as he leapt high to evade the incoming arrow. However, an unexpected figure materialized before him. A palm strike descended, and Su Wei-san plummeted to the ground, violently coughing up blood. Lu Shiya, who was being carried on his back, also fell, trembling and wailing in agony. Qin Zheng. Su Wei-san clutched his chest, blood spilling from his lips, his face a canvas of shock as he beheld the figure before him. Upon hearing his incredulous voice, Lu Shiya, despite the excruciating pain, raised his head to look. Upon seeing Qin Zheng's icy demeanor, his pupils constricted in alarm. This young executioner had only been away from Black Goose City for a few days. How had he undergone such a profound transformation? His arrival here could only imply. He dared not delve deeper into the implications. Struggling to stand, he forced a feigned smile and spoke. "Ah, it is you, young hero Qin. Captain Su and I have come to Mo Su Mountain to investigate the disappearances of the populace around Black Goose City. What a coincidence it is to encounter you here." A hint of derision flickered across Qin Zheng's visage. "Wasn't it you who was drinking with that toad just now?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Shiya's face instantly vanished, replaced by a somber gloom. "You are already aware, then? It seems that Toad has met its demise at your hands." As he spoke, his gaze fixated on Qin Zheng, attempting to glean the information he sought from the latter's expression. Regrettably, Qin Zheng's countenance remained icy, betraying no sign of change. However, this too conveyed a message. Lu Shiya suddenly exhaled a long sigh, the darkness on his face transforming into resignation. "Cough, cough. Since you have arrived here, witnessing the myriad of monsters that roam these hills, you must be aware of the threat facing Haiyan City. County Magistrate Gao, in his desperation, proposed this course of action to prevent these creatures from descending to hunt humanity and ravaging our cities. Cough, cough. This is indeed a last resort. County Magistrate Gao means well." He coughed, blood spewing forth, while addressing Qin Zheng, his words laden with helplessness, resembling a decrepit elder, utterly pitiable. Yet, Qin Zheng paid him no heed, stepping forward to gently strike his palm against Lu Shiya's neck. Lu Shiya promptly collapsed. A man on the brink of death has no need for further words. Qin Zheng grasped Lu Shiya with one hand and turned to Su Wei-san, inquiring, "Will you walk on your own, or shall I carry you?" Su Wei-san's expression was fraught with complexity. He understood Qin Zheng's implication. Nevertheless, he could not restrain himself from speaking. "Qin Zheng, do you realize the calamity you are inviting upon yourself with such actions? You will meet your end." Chapter 68. The Esoteric Spirit Book of Concealed Mysticism. Death. Qin Zheng chuckled lightly. The great sun golden cicada technique sharpens the spirit, allowing him to foresee dangers in advance, projecting a 20-meter radius into his mind. The thunderstorm-flowing arrow, with its formidable might, could obliterate one of the three lords of Moxa Mountain, the Toad Lord. The Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique has now endowed him with an unparalleled strength of a full 10,000 pounds. With these three enhancements, death, not only high martial practitioners, But even the powerful Kuan-Yang Gao clan behind them would find it challenging to extinguish his life. At worst, he could retreat into the world of martial arts. The vastness of the Great Jin means that the Kuan-Yang Gao clan cannot dominate everything. Otherwise, why would the Great Jin bear the surname Wang rather than Gao? The notion of Wang and Gao sharing the world is likely a fabrication by those with ulterior motives to elevate the Kuan-Yang Gao clan. As Qin Zheng slaughtered the tiger demon in River Village and subsequently crushed the human master Li Yi and several bear demons, his understanding of his own strength became increasingly clear. Consequently, his perspective on human affairs naturally shifted. However, there was no need to explain these matters to Su Weisan before him. With a light chuckle, Qin Zheng turned to return to the Toad Lord's domain, where the high martial practitioner had delivered human meat for him. A cold glimmer flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. Su Weisan, witnessing Qin Zheng's demeanor, opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent, rising to follow closely behind him. The two executed their lightness skills, darting through the forest like shadows. Moments later, within a cavern resembling a hell on earth, dozens of terrified individuals were dragged out. Have you witnessed such scenes before? Qin Zheng spoke coldly. Beside him stood Su Weisan, pale-faced, and Lu Shiye, who had just awakened, trembling violently and retching, having witnessed scenes of humans being consumed. Qin Zheng was determined to show these two accomplices the grim reality. Ugh. Unfortunately, Su Weisan seemed too frightened to speak, while Lu Shiye continued to vomit. Qin Zheng let out a cold laugh. He then turned, his expression softening as he addressed the rescued individuals. Follow me. I will take you back. With that, he stepped forward. Aside from this location, in the cavern of the Bear Lord, there were also others being brought forth. Though their faces were marked by trembling fear, they could feel the profound sense of safety emanating from Qin Zheng. They promptly quickened their pace to keep up with him. Su Weisan also helped Lu Shiye, trailing behind the throng. Qin Zheng was unperturbed by the potential for escape. His senses were ever vigilant, monitoring the movements within a 20-meter radius. Whether it was the demon beasts attempting to attack or Su Weisan and Lu Shiye contemplating flight, he would detect them at the first opportunity. The two demon nests were several dozen miles apart, and with Qin Zheng's lightness skills, he would not require much time to traverse the distance. However, now behind him trailed a group of frail commoners, causing the pace to inevitably slow. Yet these citizens did not move too slowly. Perhaps driven by an urgent desire to escape the treacherous land of Moxu Mountain, they exerted every effort to hasten their steps. The procession was enveloped in silence. Qin Zheng had just vanquished the two monstrous beings, the Bear Lord and the Toad Lord, instilling fear in the remaining lesser demons of the mountain, who dared not reveal themselves. Thus, the journey remained tranquil, devoid of any reckless creatures daring to cause havoc. Master Lu, Qin Zheng suddenly spoke. At the rear, Master Lu, being carried by Su Weisan, lifted his head. Aged and untrained in martial arts, he had sustained several broken bones from his fall earlier. Consequently, he was being supported by Su Weisan as they traveled. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's call, Su Weisan, understanding the cue, quickened his pace until he stood beside Qin Zheng. Young hero Qin, what commands do you have for me? A faint smile appeared on Master Lu's pallid face. As far as I know, the demons within Qingzhou are kept in check by the demon-slaying constables, and Moxu Mountain is no exception. Why then have the constables not detected them? Have you managed to deceive them by sending offerings to the demon clan over the years, or do they turn a blind eye to your dealings? Qin Zheng gazed ahead, calmly posing the question as if it bore little weight. The information imparted by Situ Qin contrasted starkly with what he had witnessed here. He sought to discern whether the Ren battalion truly served as guardians against demons, protecting the common folk, or if they were complicit with the forces of high martial arts. Indifferent to human life, a malevolent tiger. Were the demon-slaying warriors of the Great Jin truly as he had envisioned? Master Lu, upon hearing this, fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment before exhaling a long sigh and responding. These individuals are not registered citizens of Haiyan City. Their deaths would not raise any alarms. Implicitly, he suggested that the Ren battalion remained oblivious to these matters. Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, at that moment, Master Lu appeared to have an epiphany, breaking his silence to continue speaking. Lord Gao is a descendant of the Gao clan of Kuan-Yang, his father being Gao Wenyu, the provincial governor of Qingzhou, and he is the 8th son of the Gao governor. Born into such a prestigious family, his life was destined to be rife with both overt and covert struggles. To outsiders, being a scion of the Gao family means one can attain whatever one desires, evoking envy. However, those endowed with exceptional talents naturally attract adoration and garner connections with the powerful. Yet, for those of ordinary aptitude or lacking any talent, the scenario shifts dramatically. Lord Gao lacks martial prowess, his body frail and incapable of cultivating martial skills, and thus he has faced discrimination from a young age. It was only upon reaching adulthood that he recognized his deficiencies in martial talent, albeit possessing a commendable aptitude in spiritual cultivation. Nevertheless, he had squandered over a decade. How could he hope to compete with the other offspring of the Gao governor if he were to start his training now? Thus, he willingly ventured to the remote locale of Black Goose City, seeking to harvest souls for the acceleration of his cultivation. As Qin Zheng listened to the voice of Master Lu, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Do you believe that the esteemed martial artist is pitiable, and that I should refrain from slaying him? Qin Zheng's voice was laced with iciness. Master Lu shook his head and turned to Qin Zheng, stating, I merely wish to inform you of Lord Gao's formidable background, and he has been cultivating for many years, mastering the art of soul harvesting to an extraordinary extent. What gives you the confidence to think you can defeat him? Young hero Qin, your martial prowess is exceptional. You are destined for greatness. Why sacrifice yourself for these insignificant commoners? Master Lu's complexion flushed, as if he were gripped by deep sorrow. However, Qin Zheng merely chuckled lightly, offering no response. Insignificant commoners? Even in this small corner of Qingzhou, a border town of the Great Jin, Master Lu deemed the ordinary populace as mere ants, as beings whose lives could be extinguished with ease, or treated as livestock for trade or cultivation resources. Qin Zheng felt a surging fury ignite within him, akin to a raging inferno. It appeared that what the Toad Lord had mentioned, Gao Wuxing's intent to harvest the souls of all of Black Goose City within 7 days, was no mere fabrication. Sensing the chill emanating from Qin Zheng, Master Lu opened his mouth, but fell silent once more. It seemed that Qin Zheng would not heed his counsel and was determined to proceed to Black Goose City to confront Gao Wuxing. Yet, even if Qin Zheng spared him, his failure in this endeavor would not go unpunished by Gao Wuxing. Regardless, he could not escape death. Contemplating this, his expression darkened, and his eyes grew murky. Su Wei-sen remained silent, lost in his thoughts. The group returned to a tranquil state. Qin Zheng harnessed the power within his body, his internal organs emanating a faint glow as they began to resonate. The essence of heaven and earth gradually flowed into his form, nurturing his physique. Once the cultivation within his internal organs reached completion, he could practice while walking or reclining. However, sitting in meditation would yield greater efficiency. After a time, before the cave of the Bear Lord, Qin Zheng pushed open the massive stone door, allowing those who had been hiding within to emerge. They trembled with fear, especially upon seeing Master Lu, their trepidation intensifying. Only upon glimpsing Qin Zheng did they find solace. Is there anyone else? Qin Zheng directed his gaze toward Master Lu. The 3 lords of Mo Su Mountain, Bear Lord, Toad Lord, and Eagle Lord. Now, with the Bear Lord and Toad Lord slain by my hand, the Eagle Lord has yet to reveal himself. Master Lu shook his head and replied, the Eagle Lord's lair is perched upon a cliff. We cannot send anyone up there. Qin Zheng nodded. The inability to reach it did not imply that it was not a threat. Yet, he had little time to eliminate it on this occasion. Once he resolved the issue with Gao Wuxing, he would reassess the situation. After all, it was a creature capable of flight, unlike the terrestrial beings of the Bear Lord and Toad Lord, making it considerably more challenging to pursue. However, possessing the art of archery, one could surely exploit the element of surprise to vanquish foes with arrows, presenting little challenge. Thus, I have successfully rescued the high-tier martial artist sent here. The next step is to prepare for the journey to Black Goose City. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with intent as his thoughts whirled, subsequently directing his gaze towards the Bear Lord's cave. In the haste of the rescue, he had yet to explore the several wooden cabins within the cave, which were likely the residence of Li Yi. Having already discovered the thunder flow archery technique from him, he wondered if other martial arts could be found here as well. A master-level warrior should possess more than just one archery technique. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng turned to Su Wei-san and instructed, protect everyone and await my return here. With that, he stepped forward, utilizing his lightness skill, and swiftly vanished from sight. In his absence, Lu Shiyu's gaze flickered momentarily before he struggled a few times, ultimately succumbing to despair. Qin Zheng soon returned to the Bear Lord's cave. At this moment, several audacious creatures were feasting upon the flesh of the Bear Lord. Upon noticing Qin Zheng's return, they emitted a fearful shriek, only to be swiftly dispatched by his blade, losing their lives. Qin Zheng lingered not, swiftly rummaging through the various rooms, where he uncovered dozens of well-crafted arrows, alleviating his current shortage. Additionally, he stumbled upon an ancient piece of animal hide, densely inscribed with intricate characters. Upon closer examination, he realized it was a martial art, the secret techniques of the mind and spirit. Chapter 69, Spiritual Enhancement, Nourishing the Flesh. This is a form of spiritual martial art. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened as he picked up the bear's skin and began to peruse it. In just a few moments, he had skimmed through the essence of this martial art. Simultaneously, a tremor rippled across the scroll of merits in his mind. Soon, a new line of text emerged. Discovered martial art, Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manual, can be refined, requires 1 pound of merit. Would you like to refine it? The unit of measurement for merit has changed? Qin Zheng immediately focused a fragment of his consciousness and delved into the scroll of merits. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 17. Martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 10th level. Merit, 23 pounds, 6 tails. 3 Qian, current martial art, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill can be enhanced, requires 1 tael of merit. Would you like to enhance it? Discovered martial art, Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manual, can be refined, requires 1 pound of merit. Would you like to refine it? 1 pound equals 10 taels. Thus, 23 pounds amounts to approximately 230 taels. This is slightly less than I anticipated. But considering that enhancing the Thunder Flow arrow technique to perfection cost me several dozen taels of merit, it seems reasonable. Qin Zheng mused, then silently intoned, refine. Buzz. As the merit was deducted from the scroll, this spiritual martial art instantly became accessible. Qin Zheng felt as though his third eye had been invigorated by a potent elixir, suddenly becoming significantly stronger. In that fleeting moment, his 5 senses were notably heightened. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng continued to expend merit to elevate this spiritual martial art. Current martial art, Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manual can be enhanced, requires 10 pounds of merit. Would you like to enhance it? Enhance. Current martial art, Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manual can be enhanced, requires 100 pounds of merit. Would you like to enhance it? Enhance. Insufficient merit, unable to enhance. Qin Zheng, confident in his ample merit, had not paid much attention, merely fixating on the thought of enhancement. It was only after the scroll of merits delivered its warning that he suddenly realized that enhancing this martial art required 100 pounds of merit. That equates to a staggering 1,000 taels of merit. This revelation sent tumultuous waves through Qin Zheng's mind. What caliber of martial art requires such an immense amount of merit? This is merely for enhancement to great accomplishment. If perfection is sought, would it not demand 1,000 pounds or more? As Qin Zheng experienced the rapid enhancement, the effects surged forth like crashing waves. Boom! In an instant, he felt a force erupt within his mind. His spiritual power soared swiftly. At that moment, his brain became clearer than ever before. Qin Zheng's vision expanded rapidly in this fleeting moment. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. Upon reaching 50 meters, it felt as though he had encountered an invisible barrier, preventing any further expansion. However, in the absence of an increase in quantity, the quality began to ascend. Thus, Qin Zheng sensed a transformation in his mental prowess, as if it had materialized from the void into something tangible. With a mere thought, a small stone within the cavern began to levitate slowly, as though gripped by an unseen hand. This was psychic telekinesis. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Zheng's heart surged with astonishment, swiftly followed by an overwhelming joy. His mental force had transitioned from ethereal to a form capable of manipulating the physical world. No wonder this martial art required such an immense expenditure of merit. It surely transcended the realm of ordinary martial skills. Qin Zheng then attempted to lift a heavier stone. Yet, at that moment, under the immense pressure of his psychic force, he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, as if he were bearing an insurmountable mountain. The potency of his mental energy was too great. His current physical form could not withstand such overwhelming force. Instantly, Qin Zheng found himself half kneeling on the ground, his body drenched in sweat. How careless! The enhancement of martial skills should be approached gradually and with caution. He had presumed that accelerating the cultivation of psychic martial arts would bear no adverse effects. Yet, he had not anticipated that this formidable skill, even at a nascent stage, would inflate his psychic energy to such an extent. A grimace crossed Qin Zheng's face. The immense power of his mental energy seemed to stretch his mind to its limits. Buzz! Suddenly, his third eye pulsated. In an instant, the flood of psychic energy began to be rapidly absorbed at that point. The pressure exerted by his mental force on his body swiftly diminished. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded in Qin Zheng's mind. The psychic energy surged continuously, only to be drawn in by his third eye. This process persisted for a brief while, until the changes brought about by his martial enhancement gradually ceased, and his mental energy no longer expanded. Subsequently, his third eye stirred, releasing waves of warmth that coursed throughout his entire being. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Bathed in this warm flow, he could feel his physical form ascending at a remarkable pace. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, the internal organs. When this warm current finally converged within his organs, they radiated with a brilliant light. A rich essence of life surged forth. Under the influence of this warm flow, Qin Zheng's life essence was significantly replenished. Subtly, this essence began to gather towards his dantian, as if to unlock something profound. The psychic energy nourished him, the cycle of life within the human body. Upon perceiving the scene, Qin Zheng immediately grasped the essence of the moment. This formidable force stemmed from an overwhelming mental energy that, upon transmutation at the center of his brow, transformed into a power that nourished and fortified his physical form. Thus, within mere breaths, Qin Zheng achieved the pinnacle of the bone refinement realm. Now, he stood but a step away from unlocking the cycle of human destiny and ascending to the master realm. With a heavy exhale, Qin Zheng rose to his feet. The martial art inscribed on the animal hide was indeed extraordinarily potent. Despite the considerable merit required for refinement, the results were immediate and compelling. As he attuned to his mental acuity, Qin Zheng noted that, in comparison to before, there seemed to be little change. However, he understood that the excess mental energy was temporarily stored at the center of his brow. Moreover, his sensory perception had significantly heightened, rendering him far more acute than previously. The vision that filled his mind expanded from a prior range of 20 meters to an impressive 50 meters, allowing the world to appear more vividly before him. Then, with a mere thought, Qin Zheng allowed his mental energy to flow outward, extending like tendrils into the environment. He began to experiment with lifting stones from the ground using his mental will. Initially, he attempted to levitate a stone weighing about a pound, and with a slight exertion, it wobbled into the air. Next, he tried a stone weighing around 10 pounds. It trembled upon the ground but did not ascend. Increasing the output of his mental energy, the stone gradually lifted. After several repetitions, Qin Zheng discerned the limits of his mental prowess. Under maximum output, he could lift a stone weighing approximately 100 pounds, but anything heavier remained immovable. This weight was cumbersome to maneuver, easily susceptible to damage, and placed considerable strain on Qin Zheng himself. It seemed of little practical use. Yet, he recognized that mental energy was merely one facet of transformation, with many other potential variations yet undiscovered, possibly obscured by the energy's temporary storage at his brow. Furthermore, the reciprocal enhancement of his physical form through mental energy had rendered him far more powerful than before, indicating an increased capacity to endure greater forces. Subudu, you must depart swiftly. With your agility, if you conceal yourself, you should remain undetected. Qin Zheng had been absent for a moment, causing Lu Shiyu's thoughts to stir with renewed intrigue. He yearned to witness Su Weisan's audacity, whether he would dare to flee at this moment. Upon hearing these words, Su Weisan's eyes brightened slightly, and he surveyed the surrounding common folk. Yet, these individuals, who had almost succumbed to the bloodthirst of monstrous beings, were hesitant to voice their thoughts even as they heard Lu Shiyu's words. They averted their gazes, feigning ignorance of the conversation. Su Weisan immediately spoke. However, Qin Zheng is skilled in archery. We have run several miles, yet he has caught up with us. Lu Shiye shook his head and quietly replied, just now, he was alone, relying on his own strength to chase us swiftly. But look around. With these dozens of men unguarded by him, how can we escape from Moxa Mountain? If we attempt to flee now, even if he notices us and wishes to pursue, he will be powerless to do so. Su Weisan's expression flickered with contemplation. Observing this, Lu Shiya's eyes gleamed slightly as he urged, "Let us depart quickly. I can contact Eagle Lord. He will escort us back once we return to Haiyan City. Regardless of what Qin Zheng intends, he will first have to face Lord Gao, and we shall be uninvolved. However, if we do not leave now and are taken back to Haiyan City by him, our lives may very well be in jeopardy." Under Lu Shiya's urging, Su Weisan grew increasingly tempted. Having consumed the brain-biting pill, he now stood within the ranks of the high martial students. If he did not flee at this moment, he feared for his very life. Thus, he promptly declared, "All right. Then quickly contact Eagle Lord." Lu Shiya assured him, "Rest assured, he can arrive at any moment." With that, he lifted his gaze to the sky above, where several large eagles were circling. Su Weisan looked up and, making a decision, immediately employed his lightness skill to make his escape. Simultaneously, the circling eagles suddenly swooped downwards. Near the Bear Lord Cave within Moxa Mountain, a group of over 20 demon-slaying lieutenants quietly dispersed into the night. Situ Qing led the way, accompanied by the Deputy General Wang Weiqian. They had encountered numerous demon corpses along their journey, yet now, in this eerie stillness, did it imply that the young hero Qin had met his demise? Situ Qing's expression was grave. Beside him, Wang Weiqian remained silent. As a deputy general and a master who had unlocked the fate wheel, he could sense far more than others. The foul stench of demon blood in the air almost indicated that many demons had perished within Moxa Mountain. Had Qin Zheng truly swept through the demons single-handedly? Suddenly, the sound of an eagle's cry echoed from above. At the same time, a figure dashed out rapidly from the distant mountains and forests. Chapter 70. This blade will not strike. My heart remains unsettled. A sharp cry of an eagle echoed from the skies above, causing a shiver to run through the crowd, who swiftly and silently drew their long blades from their waists. Within the confines of Mosu Mountain, there lurked a formidable eagle demon, more powerful than the average master. Just then, a sound emerged from the nearby thicket. The onlookers turned their gazes towards it, and soon enough, a burly figure appeared before them, carrying an old man on his back, hastening towards the group. What business could an ordinary person have in Mosu Mountain? Were the eagles overhead in pursuit of these two? Such thoughts flickered in the minds of the demon-slaying officers. Suddenly, a streak of light darted across the sky, followed by a resounding boom that reverberated from afar, echoing through the heavens and earth. The entire Mosu Mountain seemed awakened by this thunderous sound, sending countless beasts and birds into a frantic scatter. Situ Qing's expression brightened. He recognized that sound all too well. Young hero Qin was indeed unharmed. However, he quickly noticed that the man rushing towards them turned pale upon hearing the thunderous clap. Collapsing to the ground, the old man he carried rolled in the dirt, becoming coated in mud. Beside him, Wang Weiqian's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly looked up at the sky. The previously hovering eagle had now exploded, scattering blood like rain across the sky. To others, it appeared as if a beam of light had shot up from the ground, piercing the circling eagle. Yet, Wang Weiqian discerned that this radiant streak was none other than an arrow swift as light, a sound like thunder. What formidable archery skills and immense power could accomplish such a feat? Wang Weiqian was astonished, and at the same time, his anticipation for the young man, named Qin Zheng, grew. This arrow's prowess was enough to demonstrate that he was no ordinary master. Regrettably, the blasted eagle was merely a common demon, not one of the three lords of Mosu Mountain. Wang Weiqian mulled over this, then shifted his gaze back to the scene before him. Meanwhile, several demon-slaying officers encircled Su Weisan and Lu Shiya, demanding, "What are you two doing in Mosu Mountain at this late hour?" The two trembled, yet had yet to answer when a voice rang out from a distance. "These two are disciples of the High Martial Sect, offering human sacrifices to the demons of Mosu Mountain, guilty of heinous crimes." The demon-slaying officers immediately looked towards the source of the voice, where they beheld a young man bearing a large bow and wielding a great blade. With the grace of a shadow, he swiftly approached the group. "Who are you?" one of the demon-slaying officers inquired. "Qin Shao, you truly are unscathed." At that moment, The delighted voice of Situ Ching interrupted their inquiries. Subsequently, Situ Ching approached with enthusiasm, grasping Qin Zheng's arm, and began to introduce. These are the demon-slaying officers of our Renzi camp. This is General Wang from our camp, a true master who has unlocked the wheel of fate. Qin Zheng nodded to the surrounding individuals, then turned his gaze to Wang Weiqian and clasped his hands in salute. I am honored to meet you, General Wang. Wang Weiqian nodded in acknowledgement and was about to speak when the young man before them interjected, 3 miles from here. There are human citizens who nearly became fodder for the demons. Since you have arrived, I would appreciate your protection in escorting them out of Moxa Mountain. With that, the young man turned and lifted the pale, fallen elder from the ground, adding, I have use for these too, so I shall take my leave first. Qin Zheng had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation with these demon-slaying officers. He believed that once they entered the Xiangjun Cave and the Chanjun Cave, coupled with the presence of those citizens, they would naturally comprehend the gravity of the situation. As for Qin Zheng himself, he was eager to hasten to Black Goose City. From Chanjun's words, he had learned that the high martial artist sought to absorb the souls of the citizens of Black Goose City for his cultivation. Having caused such turmoil in Moxa Mountain and having defeated both Xiangjun and Chanjun, he wondered whether the high martial artist would be alerted and take preemptive action. Thus, Qin Zheng resolved not to linger any longer in Moxa Mountain and aimed to return swiftly to Black Goose City. After he finished speaking, at Wang Weiqian's silent queue, several demon-slaying officers quickly departed for the location Qin Zheng had mentioned. However, just as he was about to leave, Wang Weiqian stepped forward, blocking his path. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. Wang Weiqian then spoke earnestly. Do you understand the background and caliber of the adversaries you face? Your martial talent is commendable. If you were to join my Renzi camp, you would undoubtedly receive the general's devoted mentorship. When the time comes, acting as a demon slayer would be far more advantageous than your current status as a commoner. Qin Zheng shook his head. He had no desire to involve himself with such official organizations. Even if he were to receive protection, would he truly be able to confront the high martial artist? General Wang of the Renzi camp was well aware of the nature of the high martial artist, yet still had no intention of taking action. Such an environment, he feared, would merely shackle him, dulling the edge of his blade. In that eventuality, even if he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the likes of the high martial artist, it would likely be these very organizations that would suppress him first. However, this was merely his inner contemplation. At this moment, General Wang's counsel stemmed from a recognition of his martial aptitude, which could be seen as a gesture of goodwill. Thus, after a moment of reflection, Qin Zheng spoke. I wonder if General Wang and the others have ever encountered stewed meat. The broth, a pristine white, emanates a fragrant aroma. Beneath the intense heat, it churns, revealing a grotesque human head, or perhaps a severed hand or foot. Alternatively, there hangs the dried and darkened meat, fully intact, suspended within the cavern, complete with limbs and head. The butcher of the pig demons wields a cleaver, reveling in the chaotic dance of flesh and blood, a truly sinister lair of demons. A veritable hell on earth. Qin Zheng's words grew increasingly serene, yet the chilling intent underlying them intensified with each syllable. This ghastly scene, however, did not depict demons descending to snatch away innocence. Rather, it illustrated humanity consorting with demons, delivering the unsuspecting populace to the mountaintop as sustenance for the fiends. General Wang, he implored, how can my heart find solace if this blade does not descend? The souls of those who perished in the bellies of demons over the years, how shall they find peace? Qin Zheng's gaze bore into Wang Weiqian, his aura formidable enough to stifle the latter's presence. The demon-slaying lieutenants around them shifted uneasily upon hearing his words. Wang Weiqian's pupils constricted in shock, suddenly realizing the dire severity of the situation in Moxa Mountain. That martial practitioner, emboldened by the influence of the Qinyang Gao clan, truly dared to act so recklessly. I have slain 2 of the 3 lords of Moxa Mountain. Only the Eagle Lord remains elusive. I have neither the time nor the inclination to pursue him now. Once I deal with the martial practitioner, I shall return to address this, or perhaps I would request your esteemed assistance, General Wang. With that, Qin Zheng declared, and after uttering those few words, he swiftly departed, carrying Su Weisan and Lu Shiya with remarkable agility. Wang Weiqian made no attempt to halt him. General Wang? Situ Ching stepped forward, his urgency palpable. Qin Zheng's intent was unmistakable. Yet, Given that the martial practitioner was a descendant of the Qingyang Gao clan and the progeny of the current governor of Qingzhou, did he truly believe he could be slain without consequence? Even if Qin Zheng succeeded in dispatching him, how would he confront the wrath of the Qingyang Gao clan and the governor of Gao afterwards? Such talent, such temperament. To perish within this meager Haiyan city would indeed be a grievous loss. Wang Weiqian's expression darkened, his eyes glimmering with resolve. Moments later, a departing demon-slaying lieutenant returned, his countenance ashen as he nodded solemnly at Wang Weiqian. What Qin Zheng had spoken was indeed no mere fabrication. It was a veritable hell on earth. With a heavy sigh, Wang Weiqian's demeanor shifted, becoming razor-sharp. Relay the events here to the Grand General. Do so with haste. Qin Zheng moved with remarkable swiftness, the ghostly cleaver and great bow slung across his back, his hands gripping Su Weisan and Lu Shiya. Within the Moxa Mountain, he darted like the wind, racing towards Haiyan City. Previously, upon hearing of the martial practitioner's pursuit of the path of the Yin spirits, Qin Zheng had felt a semblance of uncertainty regarding his opponent. However, upon acquiring the concealed wisdom of spiritual awareness, he was finally at ease. The cultivation of the ethereal spirit is equally rooted in mental fortitude. How can a martial artist, who is inherently disconnected from the path of combat and possesses a frail physique, possibly harness a formidable mental strength? My current mental prowess, when fully unleashed, can transcend the boundaries of illusion and reality, wielding the power to influence the tangible world. The superiority or inferiority of our strengths is self-evident, requiring no further comparison. Moreover, my physical might has surpassed 10,000 pounds, and I am on the verge of unlocking the cycle of life within the human form, poised to ascend to the realm of mastery. I have even perfected a technique in archery to its fullest extent. I have vanquished the formidable Toad Lord, who surpasses ordinary masters with a single arrow. How could the frail body of that martial artist withstand even half of my arrow? At this moment, I stand unprecedentedly powerful. Before long, Qin Zheng's figure darted out from the depths of Moxa Mountain, swiftly making his way towards Haiyan City. As he drew closer to the city, Su Weisan and Lu Shiya, who were in his grasp, felt their spirits plummet, their faces ashen. Qin Zheng, this is merely my first ascent to the mountain. I harbor great resentment. Yet, I am powerless. I do not possess martial prowess like yours to slay these demonic creatures. Should I resist? Before the martial artist can summon the insects within me, these monsters would end my life, turning me into their meal. I am utterly helpless, Su Weisan exclaimed, struggling momentarily before succumbing to his despair. At that moment, it seemed as though Qin Zheng had heard his lament, abruptly coming to a halt. A flicker of hope ignited in Su Weisan's eyes. However, the words that Qin Zheng uttered extinguished that hope entirely. I did not expect to find you here. County Magistrate Gao. Chapter 71. How could this child be so terrifying? In the grand expanse of Qingzhou, within the Yongli County of Xianin Prefecture, lies the political and economic heart of the region, the largest city in Qingzhou, flourishing beyond comparison to the other prefectures. At this very moment, within a vast mansion, a brightly lit room emanates the soft murmurs of scripture being studied. A figure approaches the study's entrance and softly proclaims, "My lord, someone from Qin Lihu's faction has gone to Moxa Mountain." Inside the study, the murmurs cease, followed by a brief silence before continuing. Has the misdeed of that wretch been exposed? The figure outside replies, a young talent has emerged in Haiyan City, possessing remarkable martial prowess, and has entered Moxa Mountain to slay demons. It is likely that Qin Lihu's men are seeking him. However, this may also reveal the deeds of the eighth young master. The voice from within the study responds, "Humph. That wretch, with his sinister thoughts and arrogant demeanor, deserves to suffer a bit." After a moment of contemplation, the voice instructs, "Send Su Wu and Su Mu to warn Qin Lihu's subordinates not to meddle unnecessarily." Following this, the sound of scripture reading resumes. Yes, the shadow outside acknowledges before vanishing into the night. With a resounding thud, Qin Zheng releases his grip, and both Su Weisan and Master Lu fall to the ground. He then shakes his shoulder and grasps the ghost head blade firmly. Before him, dense mist gathers in an irregular formation, coalescing into a shadowy figure. "You managed to detect me?" A voice tinged with surprise emanates from the mist. Soon after, a figure that fills Qin Zheng with an urge to strike down on the spot slowly emerges from the fog. It is Gao Wuxing. However, Gao Wuxing's current state is peculiar. With chains and whips in hand, clad in blood-red armor, he emanates a chilling aura, far from the frail appearance he once bore. I underestimated you. You have grown to this extent right under my nose. Yet it ends here. Submit and consume my great elixir, and I may spare your life. Gao Wuxing sneers arrogantly at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng's gaze grows increasingly icy as he tightens his grip on the ghost head blade. Feeling a surge of power coursing through him like a mighty river. Boom. The ground suddenly erupts. Like an arrow, Qin Zheng's figure bursts forth. Nonsense. The moment he lays eyes on his adversary, the fury within him finds its outlet. A tremendous force roars within him, as if it seeks to tear everything asunder. There is no room for dialogue. Tolerating Gao Wuxing's taunts is already an act of mercy. Boom. The blade gleams like a crescent moon. Qin Zheng unleashes his full might, channeling an immense force that shatters the air itself. Witnessing Qin Zheng's overwhelming presence, Su Wei-san and Master Lu, carelessly discarded on the ground, stare wide-eyed in terror. The force of this strike left them utterly bewildered, unable to fathom who could possibly withstand it. Under the might of Qin Zheng's great blade, Gao Wuxing's pupils narrowed slightly, as if he had not anticipated Qin Zheng's strength to be of such magnitude. However, his expression was more one of astonishment than panic. In the moment the great blade descended, Gao Wuxing's body suddenly became translucent, swiftly transforming into mist. Boom! With a single stroke, a fissure spanning over 10 meters appeared in the ground. A powerful gust swept across, causing the surrounding branches to sway violently. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened, a hint of astonishment flickering within, soon replaced by a weighty realization. Gao Wuxing had practiced the path of the Yin Soul, and it appeared that what manifested here was indeed his Yin Soul. His physical form was likely still within the confines of the office in Black Goose City. Qin Zheng abruptly lifted his head, a surge of vitality coursing through him at that moment. Waves of heat radiated from his body. Opposite him, Gao Wuxing reformed, and seeing Qin Zheng's state, he disdainfully remarked, having reached this realm of Yin Soul separation, I no longer fear the bloodlust of martial artists. He then grinned cruelly, adding, no matter how great your strength, if you cannot strike me, it is all in vain. Furthermore, I can directly assault your feeble spirit. With that, he violently swung his chain whip towards Qin Zheng. Bang! Contrary to expectations, the chain failed to pierce through flesh and strike at Qin Zheng's spirit. Instead, Qin Zheng's left hand firmly grasped the chain, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Gao Wuxing. How is this possible? Gao Wuxing's expression shifted dramatically. The path of the Yin Soul he practiced was far more arduous than the martial path of the physical body. Yet, correspondingly, once mastered, its effects were profoundly uncanny. For instance, his attacks directly targeted the opponent's spirit rather than their corporeal form. In such circumstances, any martial artist opposing him could not hope to obstruct his chain whip, for it was crafted from condensed soul energy, not a tangible weapon. Unless one had specifically trained in techniques to defend their spirit, they would appear before him as an unguarded puppet, vulnerable to his lashes. Even a martial artist enveloping themselves in blood energy could at most only diminish the power, unable to halt it entirely, let alone someone like Qin Zheng, who had merely grasped his chain whip with his hand. How did you accomplish this? Who are you? Fear etched across Gao Wuxing's face as he bellowed at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng offered no reply, simply yanking the chain, causing Gao Wuxing's figure to uncontrollably hurtle towards him. The weight of the spirit was lighter than he had envisioned. Then, with his right hand, he swung the ghostly blade. This time, Qin Zheng did not summon the overwhelming might of thousands of pounds. He merely executed a gentle swing, as if it were an exceptionally ordinary strike. However, the terror etched on Gao Wuxing's face intensified at that moment. This strike could not only strike him, but might even lead to his demise. He pleaded fervently, I am a descendant of the Gao family from Quanyang, the son of the current governor of Qingzhou. Spare me, and I shall grant you a lifetime of wealth and glory. Yet, his words bore no fruit. Qin Zheng's gaze remained icy, and in an instant, he severed Gao Wuxing's ethereal form with a single stroke. Whoosh! Sizzle! It sounded akin to heated iron gliding over ice and snow, emitting a sizzling noise. Immediately after, a horrifying scream erupted from Gao Wuxing. With that single strike, his soul was cleaved in twain. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, there was no sign of him dissipating. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed, and he prepared to strike again. Buzz! Suddenly, a searing white light emanated from within Gao Wuxing's soul. His bisected form swiftly rejoined, enveloped by the white light, transforming into a streak of brilliance that broke free from Qin Zheng's grasp and surged toward the direction of Haiyan City. Qin Zheng swiftly seized his great bow, nocked an arrow, and drew the bowstring to a perfect crescent. Then, boom, a beam of light shot forth, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated in all directions. The arrow, transformed from that streak of light, soon caught up and violently pierced through the white radiance. Gao Wuxing's piercing wail resounded once more. The white light dimmed significantly, yet it did not shatter. Instead, it continued on towards Haiyan City, vanishing into the horizon. On the spot, Qin Zheng squinted, his complexion slightly pale. In that fleeting moment, he not only invigorated his own vitality, but also summoned the mental energy from his brow. By enveloping his hands with mental force, he successfully grasped the chain whip formed from Gao Wuxing's soul energy. Subsequently, he also covered his great blade with mental power, thereby cleaving Gao Wuxing in half. Ordinary martial arts could not contend with ethereal souls, yet mental energy proved effective. Even the final arrow bore a fragment of mental force, achieving its purpose as well. Thus, the so-called methods of ethereal cultivation, once the appropriate means are discovered, are mere paper tigers, capable of inflicting harm. Regrettably, such methods could not fully harness Qin Zheng's martial prowess. After all, his current combat strength was primarily derived from the immense power of the dragon elephant Prajna, with other perfected martial arts as extensions. Furthermore, the application of mental energy, while inflicting damage on Gao Wuxing, would also deplete Qin Zheng's own mental reserves. Fortunately, under the enhancement of the Concealed Secret Awareness mental treatise, both the quantity and quality of his mental energy had seen considerable improvement. At the very least, eliminating a being like Gao Wuxing posed no challenge. With this thought in mind, Qin Zheng sheathed his bow and drew his blade, stepping forth and employing his lightness skill to swiftly dart towards Haiyan City. Gao Wuxing, having suffered consecutive injuries, would surely be exceedingly weakened, requiring a substantial amount of soul energy to mend himself. Should one delay even slightly, numerous innocent lives may fall victim. As for Su Wei-san and Lu Shiya, one has suffered the brunt of his own dark palm. If I do not intervene, he is doomed to await his demise. The other, already advanced in years, has endured several tribulations this night, and I fear his life has been irrevocably diminished, leaving him with but a fleeting existence. At this moment, Qin Zheng cannot afford to divert his attention to these two individuals. Meanwhile, within the confines of Haiyan City, an exceedingly faint white light traverses the void before descending into the local magistrate's office, specifically into a quietly secluded chamber. Within this chamber, a rotund figure clad in resplendent garments sits cross-legged. The white light instantaneously merges with his being. Suddenly, the high martial artist expels a copious amount of blood, his complexion pale and veins bulging. He clutches his head, howling in agony. Qin Zheng's previous strikes, both blade and arrow, have inflicted grievous wounds upon him. Were it not for the protection of a precious artifact, he surely would not have returned. Yet now, even in his return, he is beset by a splitting headache, as if his skull were being violently torn asunder. With no time to languish in the chamber, he musters his strength and emerges. Qin Zheng will undoubtedly pursue him, and he fears that he is hastening towards Haiyan City even now. With his soul significantly depleted, he urgently needs to absorb life force to replenish himself. Otherwise, he will possess not the slightest means of resistance. Contemplating this, his countenance darkens profoundly. In his investigations, he has discerned that Qin Zheng is merely an ordinary executioner, devoid of any notable lineage. How could he possibly possess such terrifying martial prowess? In such a short span of time, he has acquired such formidable strength. As he ponders, he strides toward the adjacent room. Lord Gao, is it time? A somewhat attractive woman, roused from her slumber, gazes at the high martial artist with bleary eyes and inquires. She is one of his concubines. Gao Wuxing offers no reply, extending his hand to rest upon the woman's forehead. The soul absorption secret technique begins to unfold. Chapter 72. A single arrow shatters the high martial scholar. In the city of Black Goose, within the confines of the official residence, the high martial scholar released the last lifeless body, still warm to the touch, with a deep exhale. Thud! He carelessly discarded it upon the ground. This was his most cherished concubine, a vision of exquisite beauty, a true enchantress. Yet in this moment, her very soul had been seized by him, serving as sustenance for his recovery. The expression on the high martial scholar's face softened slightly as he exited the chamber into the vast hall. Within the grand official residence, he found himself utterly alone. No living soul remained besides him. Every being imbued with life and spirit had already fallen victim to his insatiable hunger for souls. Yet, it was still insufficient. The high martial scholar's countenance darkened. The wounds inflicted upon his spectral form by Qin Zheng's blade and arrow had been devastating. Merely consuming the souls of a few individuals, or even a dozen, would not suffice for his restoration. Furthermore, even if he regained his strength, he would inevitably face death if Qin Zheng pursued him once more. From within his robes, he produced a shard of white jade, marred by countless fissures. This was the precious artifact that had sheltered his soul during its retreat, yet now it lay shattered, rendered utterly useless. His expression grew increasingly grim. Mere recovery would not be enough. He needed his own soul to undergo a metamorphosis. Transforming into a yang soul would render him impervious to the blazing sun, allowing his spirit to embody flesh. At that point, even if a grandmaster were to confront him, he could contend with them. All that remained was to absorb the souls of the entire populace of Black Goose City. Only then could he achieve this ambition. The gleam in the high martial scholar's eyes flickered. Initially, he had intended to attribute the destruction of Black Goose City to demons, but time was of the essence. Regardless of the consequences that may ensue, he could simply retreat home for a while. After all, it was merely a small county on the periphery of Qingzhou. He did not believe anyone would dare oppose the Gao clan of Quanyang over this. Moreover, the governor of Qingzhou also bore the surname Gao. As for the royal family of Dejin, the current state of affairs within Dejin was fraught with demonic threats, necessitating the suppression by the 6 martial saints of the Quanyang Gao clan. It was unlikely that this incident would lead to a rift between them. With these thoughts in mind, the high martial scholar swiftly made his way to the innermost sanctum of the residence. Upon pushing open a grand door, he was met with a ritual altar sealed by layers of talismanic paper. The flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes. The Bear Lord of the Moxa Mountains was a descendant of the great demons hidden deep within those mountains, possessing a trove of rare treasures. Whether it be the soul-capturing secret arts or the altar before him, both had been acquired over the years from the Bear Lord. To absorb the souls of the citizens of Black Goose City, he would need to rely on this very artifact. He hurried to the altar, hastily tearing away the talismanic seals. Buzz! In an instant, the altar emitted a resonant hum, beginning to tremble. Following this, wisps of ethereal light erupted from the altar, swirling around the high martial scholar like wandering spirits. He began to chant incantations under his breath. This is a gateway to the secret art of soul capture, a technique that grants control over this altar. As the incantation was uttered, ethereal lights resembling wandering souls swiftly returned to the altar. Subsequently, boom! In an instant, countless spectral lights erupted from the altar. These lights would siphon the life essence of the citizens of Black Goose City. For every life essence taken, he would claim 60% while yielding 40% in exchange. However, if he could swiftly extract the life essences of all the citizens, even 60% would amount to a truly formidable figure. Such a multitude of life essences would allow his dark soul to rapidly transform into a luminous one. At that time, even if that young man named Qin were to come, he would be left with no choice but to meet his demise at his hands. All he needed was to be quick. Bang! Boom! Just as Gao Wuxing entertained such thoughts, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Before him, the altar that housed all his aspirations violently exploded, scattering fragments across the sky. It was only then that the thunderous roar of the air, akin to a clap of thunder, reached his ears. Ah! Gao Wuxing immediately clasped his ears in agony, blood streaming from them. His physical form was unremarkable, merely that of an ordinary mortal. At such close proximity to the explosive sound of arrows piercing the air, his eardrums ruptured, causing blood to flow. Moreover, the shards flung from the altar grazed his body, leaving behind horrific lacerations. In mere moments, he was nearly transformed into a figure drenched in blood. Trembling, he turned to look behind him. There stood a silhouette wielding a great bow, perched upon a nearby rooftop, cold eyes fixed upon him. It was that young man named Qin. He had arrived far too swiftly. In an instant, his mind was shaken, enveloped by an intense dread. Qin Zheng's gaze was icy. With all his agility exerted, he had arrived just in time. Upon witnessing the ethereal lights ascending from the yamen, he felt an ominous foreboding and immediately leaped high into the air. He soon beheld the scene unfolding deep within the yamen. The spectral lights emanating from the altar sent a chill through him. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and unleashed an arrow, shattering it instantly. Fortunately, the altar was not constructed from particularly resilient material, and upon its destruction, the myriad of ethereal lights dissipated. Qin Zheng's gaze shifted to the bloodied and disheveled Gao Wuxing. Their eyes met in the air, one cold and resolute, the other filled with terror. Qin Zheng drew his bow once more, aiming at the blood-soaked Gao Wuxing. This arrow, imbued with spiritual force, could not only obliterate his physical form, but also his dark soul. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. Boom! An arrow was released, akin to a flash of thunder. Almost simultaneously, Qin Zheng stepped forth, employing his lightness skill, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. Whoosh! A slender man appeared in the blink of an eye, occupying the spot where Qin Zheng had just stood. His skin was dark, and he was clad in black garments, seemingly merging with the night. How dare you defy my command? He exclaimed, abruptly lifting his gaze to Qin Zheng on the opposite rooftop, his expression frigid. Qin Zheng's countenance slightly tightened. The grand bow in his hand had been replaced with a formidable saber. With his current mental acuity, even without deliberately extending his spiritual perception over a 50-meter radius, he could effortlessly sense the movements surrounding him. However, the other man's appearance was as if conjured from thin air, having instantaneously materialized behind him from afar. The swiftness surpassed that of any martial artist Qin Zheng had ever encountered. The speed achieved after utilizing every ounce of his strength against the ground for propulsion was nearly identical. Thus, after releasing the arrow, he had no time to observe the situation with the high martial student and had to abandon his position, drawing his saber and fixing his gaze upon the man in black. Given that this individual had chosen this moment to obstruct his assassination of the high martial student, and with an air of superiority that suggested all others were to heed his command, he mirrored the high martial student's callous disregard for life. The identity of the newcomer required no further contemplation. Undoubtedly, he was a member of the Gao clan. The high martial student, as a descendant of the Gao family and son of the provincial governor, indeed had protectors by his side. Qin Zheng's eyes turned icy as he gripped the saber tightly, and with a determined step, he surged deeper into the magistrate's office. The identity of the opponent was unmistakable, and their prowess was the most formidable Qin Zheng had ever witnessed. Thus, he resolved not to linger. He would first eliminate the high martial student, and whatever followed could be dealt with in due course. Qin Zheng had no intention of leaving the high martial student with even a shred of life, fearing that it would only incite a more frenzied retaliation. Moreover, allowing such a monstrous existence to survive could result in further atrocities against innocent lives. Boom! Qin Zheng shot forth like a sharpened arrow, leaving a fleeting shadow in midair. At this moment, he not only executed his lightness skill to its utmost potential, but also harnessed the recoil from the ground to accelerate his advance. His position was right before the magistrate's office, and with one powerful step, the structure collapsed thunderously. The man in black, witnessing this, let out a derisive laugh and then moved with a swiftness that surpassed even Qin Zheng's, darting forth like an apparition. Mere moments later, Qin Zheng reached the innermost part of the magistrate's office. What greeted his eyes was a gruesome scene. Blood splattered everywhere, along with a mass of flesh and dismembered limbs, and a crater nearly a meter wide. Yet, Qin Zheng did not relax. His gaze deepened with concern. Among the remnants of flesh, he discerned the absence of a head and hands, or indeed, any part of the upper body. What lay on the ground were merely legs and feet. The untrained high martial student had somehow evaded the thunderous arrow he had loosed. Whoosh! At that moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept in from behind. Qin Zheng swiftly turned and swung his blade, unleashing an immense force without reservation. Boom! A vast crack abruptly appeared on the ground. The figure clad in black, however, had already reversed direction and leapt onto a nearby building. Gripping dual swords with a face full of astonishment, as he gazed upon Qin Zheng. Could this lad be a monster? Despite not yet awakening the aura of the life wheel, he possessed such formidable strength. This power was no less than 10,000 pounds. Such might was beyond the reach of many masters. Why had the eighth young master attracted such a formidable adversary with such terrifying physical prowess? At this moment, Qin Zheng refrained from continuing his assault. Given the opponent's agility, it would be difficult to pursue unless he wished to engage. Thus, a standoff was established. Simultaneously, he activated the spiritual energy at his brow, quickly absorbing the surrounding scenery into his mind. The esteemed martial artist was surely not dead. At least, there were no merits recorded on the merit scroll at this moment. Noticing Qin Zheng's sudden stillness, the black-clad figure's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. However, in the blink of an eye, Qin Zheng instantly sheathed his sword, grasped his bow, nocked an arrow, and drew the string, all in one fluid motion. This is bad. The black-clad man's expression changed dramatically. He stepped forward, his figure blurring like a phantom as he tightened his grip on his swords, charging towards Qin Zheng. Concurrently, utilizing his mental acuity, Qin Zheng aimed at his target and released the taut bowstring in an instant. Boom! The bowstring sang like thunder. A streak of light pierced through the dense buildings. Crash! The sound of collapsing structures echoed as houses crumbled. This arrow, in the blink of an eye, traversed from deep within the government office to a house dozens of meters away. Inside, a man clad in white was tending to a severely injured individual, whose body was barely clinging to life. It was none other than the esteemed martial artist. Chapter 73. Alone against the master of combat, severing the head with a blade. Bang! An arrow, akin to a streak of light, pierced through the wall. The figure clad in white suddenly extended both hands, grasping the incoming arrow. Sizzle! A sound reminiscent of flesh being seared by intense heat resonated. The friction between the arrow and air generated an overwhelming warmth, continuously pouring forth from his hands. The white-clad individual maintained a serene countenance, as faint white light emanated from his grasp. After a few breaths, he fully absorbed the force carried by the arrow. The ground beneath him, unbeknownst to him, had cracked open in several places. He had released a portion of the power contained within the arrow while enduring the remainder with sheer will. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, which he calmly wiped away. He then turned to regard the severely wounded Gao Wuxing, whose upper body lay in tatters, and spoke. "Young Master Ba, hold on." Had he not arrived alongside Su Wu in time, this descendant of the Gao family from Quanyang, the son of the current governor of Qingzhou, would have been obliterated by a single arrow within this city of black geese. However, that arrow had been too swift and formidable, and he could only barely maneuver Gao Wuxing to evade a fatal strike to his upper body. As for the lower half, it had been violently shattered, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Now, the assailant seemed unfathomably elusive. At this moment, escaping felt rather impractical. It was prudent to deal with that individual first, although young Master Ba was the least favored son of the governor. Witnessing him reduced to such a state would surely incite great fury. Presenting the assailant's head would likely quell some of the governor's wrath. With this thought, he grasped the spear resting nearby and turned to stride toward the exit of the chamber. With Su Wu holding the enemy at bay, there was no possibility of a second arrow being loosed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a decisive step, he surged forth like a phantom into the depths of the Yamen's battlefield. At this moment, deep within the Yamen, buildings lay in ruins, collapsed into mere wreckage. After releasing the arrow, Qin Zheng found himself beset by the figure in black. Unable to unleash a second arrow due to the ensuing confrontation, he reluctantly set aside his great bow and drew his blade to engage. Though the opponent lacked his raw strength, their speed and agility far surpassed his own. Coupled with his inadequate swordsmanship and limited techniques, he struggled to compensate for his shortcomings in speed and nimbleness. As Qin Zheng wielded his ghost-headed saber, he felt a sense of helplessness in the clash. The adversary could not overcome him, yet he too found himself equally stymied. Nevertheless, he had fully activated his mental prowess, locking onto Gao Wuxing's location, thereby preventing any possibility of escape. Furthermore, the white-clad guardian of Gao Wuxing, armed with a spear, was advancing toward him. The severely injured Gao Wuxing could not flee alone. "Not as quick as I am, nor as agile, and you dare to be distracted?" Suddenly, the voice of the figure in black echoed behind him. Qin Zheng's expression darkened abruptly, leaving him with just enough time to raise his blade in defense. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth, causing him to stagger several steps forward. Immediately thereafter, the black-clad assailant unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, leaving Qin Zheng to grapple with the onslaught. This approach is untenable. With a heavy heart, Qin Zheng realized that under such circumstances, he might not withstand the dual assault. Truly, the master of the Kuanyang Gao clan is far superior to the likes of Li Yi and his ilk. Boom. At that instant, a figure clad in white, wielding a spear, charged forth, the weapon striking with the ferocity of a dragon, aimed directly at Qin Zheng's heart. Su Mu, this fellow possesses immense strength. Be cautious. The black-clad man, Su Wu, warned loudly. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly countered with a blade, forcing Su Wu back. At the same moment, he seized the spear as it lunged towards him. He sank his body low, his muscles and sinews tightening with an explosive intensity. A resonant hum reverberated within him, as an overwhelming force surged like a mighty river through his being. Flesh, sinew, and organs seemed to roar in unison, as an extraordinary strength exceeding 10,000 pounds erupted from within. Su Mu's countenance shifted dramatically. He felt as though his spear had sunk into a quagmire. No matter how he exerted his strength, he could not budge an inch. How could this young man possess such prodigious power? This thought reverberated within him. Suddenly, an immense force surged from the spear, pulling him forward. Simultaneously, Qin Zheng's other hand swung the ghost-headed blade downwards with ferocity. Boom! The blade sliced through the air, leaving a white streak in its wake. Even the air could not withstand the force contained within, exploding under the blow. Su Mu had no choice but to relinquish his spear and swiftly retreat. Crash! The blade narrowly grazed his face, then struck the ground, creating a fissure several meters long. A crimson line appeared on Su Mu's face, blood oozing from the wound and dripping downwards. This ignited a fierce anger within him. As a formidable master, how could he have been wounded by a mere country bumpkin? How would he face others upon returning to the Xinan prefecture? How would he confront the governor of Gaozhou? Before he could act on his fury, he witnessed Qin Zheng wielding his spear like a staff, swinging it in a full arc to once again force Su Wu back. Then, with a sudden motion, he hurled the spear towards Gao Wuxing's direction. Boom! The spear tore through the air, transforming into a streak of light. Su Mu and Su Wu's expressions shifted dramatically. In an instant, Su Wu pursued the spear at breakneck speed. Renowned for his agility, he now displayed his lightness skill to its utmost, surpassing the speed of Qin Zheng's thrown spear. Having thrown the spear, Qin Zheng exhibited no hint of hesitation. As the situation shifted, taking advantage of Su Mu's momentary distraction, Qin Zheng swung his ghostly blade towards Su Mu's neck. Having already slain a formidable martial artist, he deemed it essential to eliminate these two individuals to avert future troubles. After all, they were masters of their craft, particularly the cloaked figure known for his agility. Should he launch a surprise attack, it would be exceedingly difficult for Qin Zheng to defend himself. Thus, at that moment, he resolved, Gao Wuxing must perish, as must these two masters from the Qianyuan Gao clan. As Qin Zheng's blade descended, an acute sense of danger ignited within Su Mu, prompting an immediate response. Lacking a weapon, he swiftly resorted to his lightness skill to evade Qin Zheng's strike. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Zheng resembled a human bulldozer, toppling governmental structures with each swing of his blade. Suddenly, a spear hurtled towards him. Su Mu instinctively caught it, and with the weapon in hand, he no longer needed to retreat, confronting Qin Zheng's ghostly blade directly. Armed now, he was emboldened, no longer constrained by caution. Su Wu entered the fray, but a quick glance from Qin Zheng revealed a gaping wound in his chest, indicating that he had paid a hefty price for seizing the weapon. In that moment, three titanic figures engaged in fierce combat within the Black Goose City's governmental office. The thunderous clashes echoed throughout the northern part of the city as Qin Zheng faced off against the two masters of the Qianyuan Gao clan. His formidable strength was well known, but as the two masters adapted to his style, they began to counter his might with their agility, suppressing his advantages. Under such circumstances, Qin Zheng was compelled to fight with greater fervor. As his physical potential was relentlessly drawn upon, his internal energy began to autonomously circulate. His organs emanated a faint glow, and life essence surged in and out, drawing the energy of the heavens into his being, where it was refined and assimilated throughout his body. With this spiritual nourishment, his already honed physique began to evolve to the next level. The life essence that overflowed began to converge towards his dantian in delicate streams. Qin Zheng sensed this transformation within himself. Not only he, but even Su Mu and Su Wu, who were engaged in battle with him, felt the shift. This young man had yet to unlock his life wheel. To possess such formidable strength and terrifying physical talent at the bone-refining stage was astonishing. This young man was indeed a monster. As they exchanged glances, a notion of retreat flickered in their minds for the first time. However, they quickly dismissed it. If he were to break through, they feared escape would become impossible. Su Wu uttered a low warning, and Su Mu, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. At that moment, both resolved to act decisively. Almost simultaneously, a shiver ran down Qin Zheng's spine. A visceral sense of impending danger surged within him. Were these two holding back their full strength? A thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Almost immediately, two muffled sounds emanated from the abdomen of the two individuals before him. In an instant, the momentum of Su Wu and Su Mu surged dramatically. At that moment, their strikes became bold and expansive. Qin Zheng swung his blade, while Su Mu thrust his spear. In that fleeting moment, a force greater than his own surged into Qin Zheng's body. Simultaneously, Su Wu leaped forward, swiftly arriving before Qin Zheng, his twin swords like shadows, slashing towards Qin Zheng's neck. Qin Zheng could only desperately pull back his large knife to block the attack. Boom! Instantly, Qin Zheng's figure was sent flying backward. Su Mu and Su Wu did not relent, continuing their assault with relentless vigor. Under such circumstances, Qin Zheng could only manage a hasty defense, retreating while fending off their blows, and soon, wounds began to mar his body. The battle appeared to lean overwhelmingly against him. Bang! As the two launched another strike, Qin Zheng's figure was once again hurled backward, crashing into a heap of ruins. However, this time, he did not immediately reappear. Su Wu and Su Mu's expressions changed drastically. They stepped forward, only to find no trace of Qin Zheng amidst the rubble. Suddenly, they turned their gaze towards the building where Gao Wuxing resided. There stood Qin Zheng, battered and bruised, with the remnants of his half-destroyed body beneath his feet. His face a mask of desperation, clutching the ghost head knife tightly in his right hand. As their eyes fell upon him, Qin Zheng infused his spiritual energy into the blade and swung the ghost head knife down towards Gao Wuxing's neck, as though executing a prisoner on the gallows. No! Su Mu and Su Wu shouted in unison. Swish! The knife gleamed ominously, and a head filled with reluctance tumbled to the ground. Gao Wuxing, a demon who devours the living, steeped in sin. His death shall yield 32 pounds, 7 ounces, and 8 coins of merit. Chapter 74. The completion of the dragon and elephant, the might of 13,000 jin. Gao Wuxing met his demise the moment Qin Zheng's blade fell, severing the head of the pleading figure at his feet. An unexpected sensation of liberation surged within him. This wretched soul, burdened with sin, had finally been brought to justice by his own hand. In the ethereal realm, it seemed as if countless vengeful spirits, who had perished due to him, were celebrating beneath the netherworld, offering their gratitude to Qin Zheng. Rest in peace, my dear souls. Qin Zheng silently expressed within his heart. He had not intended for Gao Wuxing to die such an easy death. At the very least, he wished for him to experience the excruciating agony of being devoured by a monstrous beast. Alas, the two masters of the Gao clan who protected Gao Wuxing proved to be formidable opponents. They surpassed the despicable Li Yi, leaving Qin Zheng weary from the confrontation. Having successfully severed Gao Wuxing's head was a result achieved at great cost. Delaying any further would invite unforeseen consequences, and he could not predict whether more masters would emerge. After all, they were from the deeply rooted Gao clan of Quanyang. Thus, Qin Zheng was compelled to choose the swiftest means to ensure his complete annihilation. At that moment, Su Mu and Su Wu stood across from him, their expressions darkened with fury. Gao Wuxing had been slain before their very eyes by this wild youth. The 8th son of the current governor of Qingzhou, of the Quanyang Gao lineage, had met his end in their presence. They could already envision the brutal storm awaiting them upon their return. Even if Gao Wuxing was not favored by the governor, his noble bloodline could not be disregarded. They would face severe repercussions for failing to rescue him, especially for witnessing his execution firsthand. Only by bringing back this young man's head could they hope to quell the wrath of the Gao clan. Thus, in that instant, without a moment's hesitation, they grasped their weapons and charged at Qin Zheng with ferocity. Their spears shot forth like dragons, and their swords sliced through the air like shadows. United in purpose, they unleashed a power that surpassed their previous display. Qin Zheng immediately swung his formidable blade, struggling to contend with the onslaught of these two foes. The two, previously subdued, seemed to have undergone a sudden transformation, their strength surging rapidly. Qin Zheng surmised that it must be related to the mysterious cycle of life within them. Meanwhile, he had elevated his own power to the current physical limit of 11,000 Jin. To attempt further enhancement would risk injuring his internal organs and delay his awakening of the life cycle, prolonging his ascension to mastery. While fending off the attacks, Qin Zheng hesitated. The awakening of the life cycle was tantalizingly close, and enhancing the dragon and elephant prajna seemed a less prudent endeavor. Yet, could he afford to be distracted? At that moment, Su Mu bellowed fiercely. His spear shot forth like a streak of light, aimed directly at Qin Zheng's heart. Su Wu approached silently, crossing his dual swords to strike at Qin Zheng's neck. In an instant, a crisis loomed. Qin Zheng's pupils slightly constricted, forcing him to wield his ghostly-headed blade in a sweeping arc, deflecting the dual swords and long spears aimed at him. Simultaneously, the great sun golden cicada technique surged to its pinnacle, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. Clang, whoosh, boom. Qin Zheng's figure shot backwards like a streak of light, crashing violently into a building. The three of them, akin to humanoid behemoths, burst forth from the yamen, leaving a significant portion of the northern city in ruins. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, preventing any casualties. Enduring a strike from both a spear and a sword, even a master would be severely injured at this moment. Su Wu stepped forward, his voice cold as he fixed his gaze on Qin Zheng. Su Mu, silent, gripped his long spear tightly and advanced swiftly. In the heat of battle, there was no time for idle chatter. Eliminating the opponent was the true path to victory. Boom. Just as he was about to reach the debris where Qin Zheng had fallen, a figure suddenly erupted from beneath the rubble. Shattered bricks and tiles flew like projectiles. At that moment, the aura surrounding the figure intensified, even more formidable than before. A dazzling blade of light surged forth, causing Su Mu's eyes to darken. With a fierce shout, he swung his long spear towards the ghostly-headed blade. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated. Su Mu's expression changed instantly, as if he could not withstand the tremendous force, and was forced to retreat repeatedly from a single strike. This boy has broken through. Witnessing this scene, not only Su Mu, but even Su Wu beside him, wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Given the innate physical prowess displayed by this young man, should he activate his life wheel and ascend to master level, they would have no choice but to flee. He hadn't broken through, but his strength had increased significantly. Su Mu, regaining his composure, let out a low growl. Both men internally roared in frustration, while others might break through in the midst of battle. How could this boy grow stronger while fighting? At this moment, Qin Zheng's eyes glimmered crimson, his blood coursing rapidly, and white steam began to rise from his body. The dragon-elephant prajna technique had reached perfection. In the instant he was sent flying, Qin Zheng suddenly awakened to his needs. He must detain these two esteemed masters before him, rather than remain stationary to activate his life wheel and ascend to mastery. To swiftly enhance his combat prowess in a short span, he could only amplify the dragon-elephant prajna technique and augment his strength. Thus, Qin Zheng resolutely maxed out the dragon-elephant prajna technique. 13 levels, 1,000 pounds each, totaling 13,000 pounds. Such immense power surged within him, as muscles, bones, and internal organs seemed to roar in protest under the strain. Yet, at this moment, Qin Zheng was beyond caring, as he swung his long blade, unleashing a torrent of formidable force. In an explosive display, Qin Zheng overwhelmed Su Wu and Su Mu, forcing the two masters to retreat repeatedly. Truly, was this boy a monster? The two individuals, suppressed, let out a roar of indignation. Yet, they exerted even greater effort to counter the surging strength of Qin Zheng. In that instant, the three reached a peculiar equilibrium. Qin Zheng's gaze deepened, realizing that even with a force of 13,000 pounds, He could not overpower the two adversaries before him. If this stalemate continued, it was likely that his physical body would falter first. After all, he was merely at the bone refinement stage, while his opponents were true masters. Just as the three were about to demolish the northern part of the city, a figure rushed into the battlefield with great speed, wielding a massive halberd. The figure swung it in a sweeping arc, abruptly sending Su Wu and Su Mu flying, before standing imposingly before Qin Zheng. General Wang? Qin Zheng recognized the figure, recalling the identity of the person who had previously ascended the mountain with Situ Qing. However, he had assumed that this individual would not wade into such murky waters. Wang Weiqian, do you realize what you are doing? He killed Gao Wuxing. You cannot be unaware of the consequences. The retreating Su Wu and Su Mu, upon recognizing Wang Weiqian's visage, exclaimed in anger. Wang Weiqian met their gaze with a cold glare and replied, Gao Wuxing conspired with demons, using humans to feed them, which is a grave violation of moral and natural law, and his death brings great relief to the populace. This statement caused Qin Zheng's eyes to narrow, and it similarly stunned Su Wu and Su Mu. The two immediately fixed their gaze on Wang Weiqian. Speaking with malice, the wrath of the Gao family in Quanyang and the fury of the Gao prefect are burdens too great for a mere subordinate to bear. Wang Weiqian let out a chilling laugh and then proclaimed loudly, If I, Wang Weiqian, cannot bear it, I wonder if my commanding general, Qin Lihu of the Ren Division, can withstand it. I also wonder if the Grand Commander of Qingzhou, Wei Wuj, is capable of bearing it. His voice grew louder, echoing with each word. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng fell into a momentary silence. Meanwhile, Su Wu and Su Mu narrowed their eyes, coldly inquiring, What do you mean by that? Wang Weiqian promptly retrieved a piece of fabric from his bosom, upon which intricate characters were inscribed. Qin Zheng of Haiyan City in Qingzhou, arising from humble beginnings, harbors righteous intentions, and has repeatedly achieved merit in slaying demons. Thus he has been specially summoned to the Ren Division, appointed as Demon Slayer Lieutenant. Wang Weiqian declared, his icy glare fixed on Su Wu and Su Mu. This is the personal decree of our General Qin of the Ren Division. Qin Zheng's actions are indeed the business of our Ren Division. His slaying of Gao Wuxing was justified due to the latter's grave sins, as he was fulfilling his duty as Demon Slayer Lieutenant. If the Gao prefect seeks to exact punishment, he must first consider whether the Grand Commander of Qingzhou will acquiesce to that. The final statement resonated thunderously, echoing like a clap of thunder above the crowd. Su Wu and Su Mu fell silent. They were already aware of Gao Wuxing's actions before their arrival. This matter, concealed in the shadows, is not of great significance given the influence of the Quanyang Gao clan. However, should it be brought to light, it would amount to treachery against the human race, a heinous crime deserving of severe punishment. It could even provoke the court's direct retribution, a grave offense that endangers the 9 generations of one's family. Now that the demon slayers have entered the scene and made this matter apparent, taking sole responsibility for it, if the two of them continue to entangle themselves, they risk being labeled by Wang Weiqian as accomplices of Gao Wusheng, leading to their collective punishment. At this moment, the conflict has transcended their personal rivalry with that wild boy, evolving into a struggle between the demon slayers and the Quanyang Gao clan. It is a confrontation between the general of Qingzhou and the governor of Qingzhou. Contemplating this, both individuals felt a sense of despondency, their auras slowly retracting. They gazed at Wang Weiqian and spoke with an inexplicable tone. From what we know, General Qin is stationed at the Baihan Pool and is not present in the Renzi camp. We cannot ascertain the authenticity of your decree. However, upon our return, the governor of Gao will certainly dispatch someone to investigate. If it is false, fabricated by you, then prepare for the consequences. With that, the two turned and departed without delay, their destination not being outside Haiyan City, but rather the Yamen, clearly intending to retrieve Gao Wusheng's remains. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow. At that moment, Wang Weiqian turned to him and remarked, while I too would relish the thought of Gao Wusheng suffering 1,000 cuts, having come this far is already an extreme. Leaving his corpse behind would create an entirely different scenario. Hearing this, Qin Zheng extinguished his lingering thoughts. With the situation resolved, he felt his strength waning, pain radiating from various parts of his body. Yet he maintained his composure, clasping his fists and expressing his gratitude. I am deeply thankful to General Wang. Without you, the battle might have lingered far longer, and my body may not have endured." Wang Weiqian smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. We shall be comrades working together henceforth." Chapter 75. Entering the Ren character camp, renowned in Qingzhou. Qingzhou comprises a total of 12 prefectures, among which Huaiyan Prefecture encompasses 3 estates and 16 cities. Haiyan City stands as a frontier county under the jurisdiction of Huaiyan Prefecture. At this moment, under the fierce combat between Qin Zheng and the two masters, the majority of the northern region of Haiyan City has been reduced to ruins. Such a terrifying sight, coupled with the immense noise heard earlier, has instilled such fear in the hearts of the townsfolk that they dare not venture a single step northward. Amidst the ruins to the north of the city, 2 figures sat casually. The populace had already been escorted down the mountain, and our forces had sealed off Moxa Mountain. Preparing to eradicate the threat, I hastily glanced at the situation with the Eagle Lord. It seemed to have sensed your movements and had already departed. Wang Weiqian slowly recounted the circumstances surrounding Moxa Mountain to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng nodded in understanding, and before departing, he loosed an arrow that struck down a large eagle. Perhaps it was this very shot that alerted the Eagle Lord to danger, prompting its early retreat. Gao Wuxing's actions were utterly absurd, even going so far as to feed humans to demons. His execution, therefore, would leave even the Gao clan of Kuan Yin reluctant to voice any objections. Presently, the Great Jin remains under the rule of the royal Wang family, rather than under the complete dominion of the Gao clan of Kuan Yin. Once you enter the Ren character camp, you need not worry on the surface. However, Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, grasping the underlying implications of the words spoken. While there may be no overt concerns, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the Gao clan of Kuan Yin or the governor of Gaozhou might secretly conspire against him. After all, regardless of how incompetent or reckless Gao Wuxing may be, he is still a scion of the Gao lineage, the biological son of the governor of Gaozhou. The enmity of a father avenged for his son cannot be overlooked entirely. Thus, it is highly probable that, while he may not pursue the matter overtly, he might secretly send formidable assassins to eliminate Qin Zheng. Wang Weiqian's remarks served as a reminder to Qin Zheng. Regardless of the circumstances, once you enter the Ren character camp, focus first on recuperating your injuries, then activate your life wheel and elevate to the level of a master. I never anticipated that. With your extraordinary martial prowess, you are merely at the bone refinement stage, without even having activated your life wheel. Your physical aptitude is truly remarkable. As Wang Weiqian spoke, his gaze fell upon the somewhat subdued Qin Zheng, his eyes still brimming with disbelief. With a body at the bone refinement stage, wielding a strength of 10,000 pounds, entering the Demon Mountain, vanquishing the Demon Lord, returning to the county to eliminate traitors and battling masters. All these feats seem beyond the capabilities of a mere bone refinement martial artist. Wang Weiqian found it difficult to associate these accomplishments with someone of the bone refinement stage. Initially, upon hearing the news from Sidu Qin, he instinctively believed the individual to be a young master-level powerhouse. This was precisely why he had come to Moxa Mountain in person. Such a talent would not be easily overlooked by those who hunt demons. When he first encountered the individual in the mountains, he was overwhelmed by the aura emanating from him and was unable to ascertain whether he truly belonged to the master level. Now, with all matters settled, the pressure of that aura had diminished. He was astounded to discover that this young man had not even awakened his life wheel, remaining merely a practitioner at the bone refinement stage. This revelation plunged him into a sea of self-doubt. Could it be that his own perception was flawed? Yet, alongside this uncertainty, a profound excitement welled within him. A being of exceptional talent is indeed a rarity, akin to finding 1 in 100, a prodigy like Qin Zheng, endowed with inherent divine strength, is a true marvel, nearly 1 in 10,000. Within the 10 major military camps of Qingzhou, individuals with such gifts are exceedingly scarce. Whenever such a talent emerges, they are either claimed by the commanding general or swept away by the more formidable camps, such as the A and B divisions. Without exception, these individuals have become renowned powerhouses among the demon-slaying warriors of Qingzhou. The most illustrious among them, although still a master, possesses combat prowess rivaling that of a grand master. It is said that he is currently seeking to challenge the weakest among the 10 generals, aspiring to become the new grand general and command a vast army. Such a terrifyingly potent combat talent. At long last, the Ren division would welcome such a genius warrior. Once he awakens his life wheel and fully steps into the Master Realm, his combat strength will likely soar even higher. At that point, the burdens upon General Qin can be somewhat alleviated, granting him a measure of ease. In recent years, the scourge of demons has escalated. Yet the Great Jin has yet to see the ascension of a new national guardian martial saint. Wang Weiqian's thoughts began to unfurl slowly, spiraling into deeper contemplation. Observing Qin Zheng's somewhat dazed expression, he pondered for a moment before speaking. When I battled those two earlier, I initially suppressed their strength. However, as the fight progressed, an unexpected sound emanated from their bodies, and their power surged drastically, even reversing the tide to press me down. General Wang, do you know the reason behind this? This was the foremost enigma occupying Qin Zheng's mind. Initially, he had intended to retain those two masters here. Yet, in the later stages, they suddenly erupted with strength that nearly overturned him. Even after he elevated his dragon elephant prajna skill to the 13th level, he could only manage a stalemate against both. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned the notion of keeping those two masters. However, this encounter left him with a flicker of frustration. Since embarking on the path of martial arts, he had always relied on sheer strength, crushing all obstacles in his way. Be it the initial clash with the Black Sha Palm's Wei Feng, or later against the Golden Cicada Gang's leader, Shi Dian, not to mention the bandit chief Zhang Xiuwen, the half-demon monk, and the various human masters and monsters. He had always bulldozed through. To face a setback against these two masters was, naturally, rather disheartening. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiqian's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but laugh heartily, disregarding his demeanor. After several moments of laughter, he finally composed himself, remarking with a sense of wonder, "Those two old dogs have been driven to such straits by young hero Qin." Upon noticing the look of confusion in Qin Zheng's eyes, he proceeded to elucidate. The human life wheel resides within the dantian, akin to an inexhaustible spring that continuously generates vital life essence. The strength of one's mastery in the Grandmaster realm is reliant upon this very life wheel. As you mentioned earlier, those two aged hounds employed secret techniques to exploit their life wheels, temporarily augmenting their capabilities in various aspects. However, once this period elapses, they will succumb to an extended phase of weakness, requiring a substantial replenishment of life essence to barely recover. Furthermore, this is a method of squeezing one's potential. Even after recovery, the life will be affected, rendering advancement exceedingly unfavorable. Their resorting to such desperate measures indicates that they truly found themselves at an impasse with you, compelled to take a risk. Qin Zheng nodded in understanding. However, why did Li Yi not utilize such methods at that moment? Had he unleashed his full potential then? It is likely that Qin Zheng would not have been able to subdue him. He immediately posed this question. Wang Weiqian, with an enigmatic smile, responded, "In the realm of martial arts, whether external or internal, or various secret techniques, they are all concealed within esteemed families and sections. The two individuals had the backing of the Gao family, which is why they mastered such secret techniques. It is not a method accessible to every grandmaster." Observing Qin Zheng's nod of comprehension, Wang Weiqian's gaze flickered, and he continued, "We, the demon slayers, are supported by the entire Great Jin, thus possessing martial arts, secret techniques, and elixirs in abundance. Young hero Qin, upon entering the Ren camp, with your merits, you shall undoubtedly be able to exchange for a formidable martial art. Perhaps you may even acquire a large elixir infused with life essence. In that case, you could swiftly ascend to the Grandmaster realm and confront the Gao family's underhanded schemes with greater equanimity. After all, even with Gao Wuxing's esteemed lineage, it is improbable that they would deploy a great Grandmaster to hunt down Qin Zheng. Great Grandmasters are few, numbering only in the dozens across a province. The 10 generals commanding the 10 military camps belong to this echelon." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng nodded, then fell into a momentary silence. Entering the Ren camp now seemed to be his most prudent choice. Firstly, being backed by the Great Jin would provide him protection, shielding him from overt attacks by the Gao family. Secondly, possessing resources means that as long as he slays demons, he can accrue merits to exchange for more resources. Of course, these factors were not the primary reasons compelling Qin Zheng to decide on entering the Ren camp. After all, he had previously declined the initial invitation from Sidu Qing. What ultimately swayed him was Wang Weiqian's timely intervention. Without hesitation, he stood firmly by Qin Zheng's side. Even when the two Gao grandmasters issued threats, unwavering in his resolve, he presented the personal edict of General Qin from the Ren camp, retaliating without mercy. To Qin Zheng, this realm was an unfamiliar world. Here, he had few acquaintances. He felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Since his arrival in this world, he has always acted alone in every endeavor. The prospect of meeting like-minded companions within the Renzi camp, united in the noble pursuit of vanquishing demons and evil spirits, seemed to him a most delightful possibility. As Qin Zheng pondered this, Wang Weiqian ceased to speak further. Time passed slowly under these circumstances, and the dawn gradually illuminated Haiyan City. When the demon-slaying officer from Moxu Mountain entered Haiyan City, Si-Tu Qing and others were taken aback by the sight of the ruins in the northern part of the city, their expressions reflecting profound shock. Upon learning the details of the events, their gazes toward Qin Zheng turned increasingly reverent. The inclusion of such a formidable individual in their Renzi camp was undeniably a thrilling development for the entire group. The tale of the high martial practitioner, who used humans to feed demons and harvested their souls, ultimately meeting his demise at the gates of Haiyan City, spread rapidly throughout Qingzhou. As the eighth son of the Gao clan, a lineage of the Quan Yang Gao family, his death garnered more attention than the malevolent deeds he had committed, igniting greater intrigue among the populace. Although it was known that Qin Li, who from the Renzi camp, had issued the order for this action, the name of Qin Zheng could not be concealed from those who sought the truth and swiftly circulated throughout Qingzhou. It was he who had annihilated the demons of Moxu Mountain and valiantly battled against two masters of the Gao clan without succumbing, ultimately slaying Gao Wuxing before their very eyes. Countless individuals began to take notice of this emerging name. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng's thoughts delved deep into his inner realm. Examining the contents of the merit scroll, Qin Zheng, lifespan, 17. Martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, level 13. Secret Tibetan consciousness mental scripture, minor accomplishment. Merit, 56 gene, for Liang, 1 Xian. Current martial arts Dragon Elephant Prajna skill can be upgraded, requiring 1 gene of merit. Do you wish to upgrade? Current martial arts Secret Tibetan consciousness mental scripture can be refined, requiring 100 gene of merit. Do you wish to refine? The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Can it truly be enhanced? Qin Zheng's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. Chapter 76. The 4 Symbols and 6 Harmonies Blade. Step into the sky and soar among the clouds. A majestic eagle soared across the vast sky, sweeping over endless expanses of land, and eventually descended into a grand and flourishing human city, landing within the opulent confines of a lavish estate. At this moment, a woman of around 40 to 50 years, possessing a lingering charm of youth, was tending to the flowers and plants, watering them with care. Upon the eagle's arrival in the garden, it spoke in human tongue. "Young master, it was my oversight that led to the demise of the young lord. I beg for your punishment." This eagle was none other than the eagle lord from the depths of Moxu Mountain. The woman did not turn around, seemingly oblivious to its presence, continuing her task of nurturing the flora. However, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had thickened, making it difficult to breathe. "Have you broken through?" the woman finally inquired. Her words sliced through the suffocating air like a sharp blade, allowing the essence of the heavens and earth to flow freely once more. The eagle lord involuntarily shuddered before responding. "Thanks to the fortune bestowed by the young master, I have managed to break through, albeit by mere chance." The woman nodded thoughtfully and continued, "In your youth, you were ambitious. And even during the time of your martial progeny, you did not rest. You sustained grave injuries that compromised the foundation of his martial body. Despite the use of various precious medicines to remedy this, the results were minimal, leaving him unable to tread the path of martial arts throughout his life." Martial progeny. Martial saint. I once harbored such profound hopes for him. Alas, this is something I owe him. You have watched him grow since childhood, and your journey to Moxu Mountain was to protect him. Given the circumstances, you should return to the sect for punishment. However, considering your recent breakthrough, go forth and avenge the martial progeny. Eliminate that scoundrel Qin Zheng. Bring his head before me. I wish to place it upon my son's grave as an offering to his aggrieved spirit. The blood flowing through the martial progeny is not only that of the Gao clan, but also of our Qingwan sword sect. The Renzi camp, one of the 10 military camps in Qingzhou, is tasked with overseeing and suppressing all malevolent creatures within Huayan County. It is nestled amidst the mountains between Xianyang, Kaiyuan, and Ming'an prefectures. Qin Zheng, accompanied by Wang Weiqian, departed from Haiyan City on horseback and arrived at the Renzi camp near midday on the third day. Upon sighting the military encampment, Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. The Renzi camp did not resemble his preconceived notions of a military stronghold with dark bricks and towering walls. Rather, it appeared akin to a large village hidden deep within the mountains, sprawling in area and far beyond the scale of an ordinary encampment. The military camp's location was not fixed and would shift according to the strength of the malevolent creatures, hence its somewhat arbitrary nature. Wang Weiqian spoke beside him. "Let us proceed directly inside. I will arrange a place for you to stay." Qin Zheng nodded in agreement. Behind them, Situ Qing addressed Qin Zheng, "Young hero Qin, please accompany General Wang. I shall seek you out later." He had already been gravely injured by Li Yi, and in the subsequent days, disregarding his wounds, he had tirelessly traversed day and night, having reached the limits of his physical endurance. Upon returning to the Renzi camp, it was only natural that he would need to recuperate. Qin Zheng nodded, clasped his fists, and advised, "Take care of your health." At this, Situ Qing smiled and waved his hand dismissively before departing in another direction. Qin Zheng retracted his gaze and matched his pace with Wang Weiqian. Along the way, many passing demon-slaying lieutenants cast curious glances at Qin Zheng. After all, it had been over 2 days since he had valiantly battled the 2 masters of the Gao family and decisively slain Gao Wuxing. News of his exploits had already spread throughout Qingzhou, and the demon-slaying lieutenants in the Renzi camp had certainly heard of him. However, within their gazes lay not malice, but rather scrutiny and intrigue. The presence of such a formidable individual joining the Renzi camp would undoubtedly bolster their safety in times of crisis. Thus, they welcomed Qin Zheng's addition with great enthusiasm. Moreover, individuals like them, who spent their days battling demons, lived perilously, always with their lives on the line. They had long grown weary of the actions of the privileged classes and the children of noble families, while they risked their lives to slay demons. These scions of aristocracy would brazenly offer others as sacrifices to the demons. Did this not render their own sacrifices absurd? Yet, despite their simmering anger, they felt constrained by the towering presence of the noble families, refraining from taking action. The emergence of a person brave enough to disregard the nobility and wield a blade with lethal intent commanded their respect. Qin Zheng sensed the gazes of the demon-slaying lieutenants and responded with a nod. Following Wang Weiqian, the 2 soon arrived at a tent. The matter of Gao Wuxing had not been reported to the court and was suppressed within Qingzhou. Wang Weiqian spoke up, and Qin Zheng had anticipated this. Nodding in acknowledgement without displaying much emotion, Wang Weiqian continued, "However, with the general taking charge, Gao Zhemu has no choice but to swallow his pride and has promised not to pursue the matter further." Qin Zheng nodded. While there would be no overt pursuit, what lay beneath was uncertain. Seeing that Qin Zheng understood, Wang Weiqian shifted the conversation. "Now that you are part of the Renzi camp, we have assessed the demons you have slain and converted them into merit. Is there anything you desire that I may procure for you?" Currently, Qin Zheng remained in a precarious situation, so enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. Thus, upon hearing this, he promptly replied, "I require a technique for swordsmanship and a method of lightness." In his encounters with the 2 Gao masters, he had recognized his shortcomings in these areas and felt an urgent need for improvement. Wang Weiqian nodded in response, saying, "The sword embodies agility while the blade represents valor. Your innate physical talent is remarkable. Wielding a sword would suit you well. However, if possible, I believe you could also practice with weapons such as spears and halberds, as that would fully unleash your physical talents." A contemplative glimmer appeared in Qin Zheng's eyes. He too recognized that weapons like spears and halberds seemed capable of harnessing and manifesting his formidable strength. Nevertheless, having grown accustomed to wielding a blade, he resolved to first refine his swordsmanship, postponing the matter of spears and halberds for another time. Wang Weiqian, who merely alluded to the idea without imposing his choices upon Qin Zheng, continued, "Let me first explain. In the Great Jin, martial arts are categorized into 3 tiers: inferior, intermediate, and superior. Each level of martial arts exhibits distinct power and naturally requires different merits. As of now, our Rin character battalion has amassed a total of 180 volumes of inferior martial arts, 72 volumes of intermediate martial arts, and 10 volumes of superior martial arts. Your merits can be exchanged for 2 volumes of intermediate martial arts, and additionally, you should be able to receive a Qi Essence pill. Wang Weiqian pondered for a moment before adding, I will have someone lead you to select your residence, along with the 2 martial arts volumes and the Qi Essence pill. For the time being, concentrate on recuperating from your injuries, and after consuming the Qi Essence pill, see if you can activate your life wheel. Qin Zheng nodded in agreement, and under Wang Weiqian's arrangements, he was escorted by a soldier to a residential area. After casually choosing a single room, he felt a sense of stability within the Rin character battalion. Before long, someone arrived, delivering the 2 martial arts volumes he required, along with a Qi Essence pill, a token, and a set of clothing. Wang Weiqian had previously explained that since he had not activated his life wheel, he could only serve as a Demon Slayer lieutenant for the time being. As for the position of assistant general, it required the activation of the life wheel, after which General Qin would personally confer the rank. This detail held little significance for Qin Zheng, whether as a Demon Slayer lieutenant, an assistant general, or even a general. These were merely nominal positions. Only by cultivating his own strength could he possess the confidence to face potential crises. Once the messenger departed and he closed the door, Qin Zheng set aside the attire and token of the Demon Slayer lieutenant, and then picked up the 2 volumes of martial arts from the tray, for symbols and 6 harmonies blade and sky-treading cloud-leaping steps. One was a blade technique, and the other a light-footed skill. The blade technique, encapsulating the 4 symbols, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, implied ferocious divine might. The 6 harmonies encompassed the vertical and horizontal, signifying the universe itself. This blade technique thus embodied both ferocity and agility. The blade technique was fierce, capable of striking anywhere. The light-footed skill was evidently extraordinary, as its name suggested, sky-treading cloud-leaping, indicative of lofty aspirations, far surpassing his own technique of golden cicada shedding its shell. Qin Zheng swiftly began to peruse the 2 volumes of martial arts. Moments later, the merit scroll within his heart trembled gently, revealing 2 new lines of text. Martial art discovered, for symbols and 6 harmonies blade, can be refined, requires 1 pound of merit. Would you like to refine it? Upon discovering the martial art treading the heavens with cloud-like steps, he realized it could be refined, requiring a merit of 1 pound. Was he to proceed with the refinement? 1 pound equates to 10 taels. The merit required for the 2 intermediate martial arts had increased significantly compared to the past. This implied that the techniques he had previously practiced, such as the Great Sun Golden Cicada technique and the Golden Cicada shedding, were merely of the lower tier. Furthermore, the Ghostly Blade technique, which had only required a mere penny for entry, was likely inferior even to lower-tier skills. Such thoughts danced through Qin Zheng's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he silently intoned, "Refine." Following this, Qin Zheng elevated both martial arts to perfection. The consumption was not as monumental as he had anticipated, yet it remained considerable. Refining 1 pound yielded a minor success of 3 pounds, a major success of 5 pounds, and perfection at 8 pounds. Elevating a single martial art to perfection consumed 17 pounds of merit, equivalent to 170 taels. Thus, the total for both martial arts amounted to 34 pounds, or 340 taels. However, this substantial expenditure brought forth equally significant rewards. As he felt the transformation within his body and the profound essence of martial arts circulating in his mind, Qin Zheng could confidently assert that if he were to engage in combat with those 2 esteemed masters of the Gao clan once more, he would undoubtedly prevail in Haiyan City. The enhancement from these 2 martial arts was indeed extraordinary. The elevation of his prowess filled his spirit with elation. Qin Zheng then turned his gaze toward the vital essence elixir beside him. Next, he would tend to his injuries, then activate his fate wheel to ascend to the master level. Chapter 77. Unveiling the Wheel of Destiny, Ascending to the Mastery. In the northwestern region of Qingzhou, a rodent plague erupted within Kaiyuan Prefecture, suspected to be the work of a rat demon. Upon receiving the dispatch order, Qin Zheng found Wang Weiqian preparing to depart the camp for a mission. The old flood dragon at the cold avoidance pool had grown increasingly audacious, inciting other demons to launch proactive attacks. General Qin, feeling overwhelmed, required additional generals for support, and had also reassigned a significant number of demon-slaying officers. Consequently, the strength within the Ren regiment had been considerably diminished. Even Qin Zheng was summoned for the task. "I apologize, given the current circumstances. You should have waited a while longer," Wang Weiqian remarked, casting a regretful glance at Qin Zheng. At this moment, Qin Zheng stood at a pivotal juncture and should ideally remain in the Ren regiment to solidify his mastery before undertaking any missions. Shaking his head, Qin Zheng replied, "No worries, my injuries have healed, and I am but one step away from unlocking the Wheel of Destiny." In recent days, while nursing his wounds, he had diligently practiced the internal refinement techniques, accumulating the essence of life from his corporeal origin, thus advancing closer to his breakthrough. Although the mission came hastily, it did not significantly hinder Qin Zheng's progress. He planned to find a moment to consume the essence pill, which should enable him to unlock the Wheel of Destiny and ascend to mastery in one swift motion. Indeed, the rat plague in Kaiyuan Prefecture is allegedly orchestrated by a rat demon of master level, a task that should have fallen to us generals. However, that old flood dragon at the cold avoidance pool is truly despicable. I must trouble you with this matter. I will assign Situ Qin and his companions to accompany you. They are promising practitioners at the bone refinement level and hold significant potential for future breakthroughs, which should aid you. Qin Zheng nodded in agreement, accepting the mission before turning to exit the tent. Though it was a task at hand, there was no pressing urgency. He resolved to consume the essence pill upon his return, unlock the Wheel of Destiny, and ascend to mastery thereafter. As the camp grew increasingly deserted, Qin Zheng employed his lightness technique, soaring back to his quarters like a wisp of smoke. Upon closing the door, he retrieved the essence pill from its box and settled on his bed. This pill, unlike others designed to replenish blood vitality, was a secret concoction of the great Jin dynasty, regarded as a rare gem in the martial world, often unattainable. The essence pill's efficacy lay in its ability to directly replenish the life essence inherent in the human body. Cultivation is fundamentally a process of continuously accumulating and strengthening this life essence. To unlock the Wheel of Destiny and ascend to mastery, one must amass life essence to a certain threshold, using robust vitality to breach the barriers of the Dantian and unveil the Wheel of Destiny situated within the turbulent sea of the Dantian. Demon slayers, backed by the great Jin dynasty, could naturally exchange their merits for such extraordinary pills. Qin Zheng had initially intended to rely on his internal refinement to elevate his life essence further before consuming the essence pill, thereby ensuring a greater chance of success in unlocking the Wheel of Destiny. However, faced with the current situation, he had no time for gradual accumulation. Today, he would consume the pill and unlock the Wheel of Destiny. With a flicker of his gaze, Qin Zheng promptly placed the essence Great Dan into his mouth. Boom! As it was swallowed, a warm current erupted from his stomach, swiftly permeating every part of his being, his flesh, bones, and vital organs. In an instant, the life essence within Qin Zheng surged, accumulating at an astonishing pace, far exceeding the speed of his usual cultivation. A soft luminescence began to emanate from his entire body, as if his internal organs had developed sentience, actively inhaling and exhaling the dense life essence. This life essence did not coalesce into an essence wheel, but rather converged towards his Dantian like myriad rivers flowing into the sea. Bang! A resounding thud resonated from within Qin Zheng's body. The rich life essence collided against the barriers of his Dantian, striving to shatter them. Following this, waves of life essence continuously surged forward, relentlessly battering against the Dantian walls. Fueled by the essence Great Dan, Qin Zheng's life essence seemed boundless, incessantly assaulting the barriers. Crack! At long last, after repeated collisions, fissures began to appear on the barrier. As time passed, the cracks multiplied. Boom! In a fleeting moment, the Dantian barrier shattered explosively. Simultaneously, an almost tangible surge of life essence erupted from his Dantian. If the life essence from his organs was akin to a gentle stream, then the essence from his Dantian resembled a mighty river. This potent life essence exploded within Qin Zheng, instantaneously radiating throughout his entire body. He instinctively constricted his pores, withholding even the slightest release of life essence. With the replenishment from the Dantian, he felt a profound metamorphosis taking place within him. His organs, muscles, bones, and even his mental strength were undergoing a transformation. Qin Zheng closed his eyes, centering his mind, fully immersing himself in the sensations of his body's changes. After what felt like an eternity, the metamorphosis gradually slowed. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The profound life essence served as a foundation, also enhancing his mental strength. Thus, when his eyes fluttered open, it was as though a flash of brilliance had momentarily illuminated the surroundings. Subsequently, Qin Zheng rose, surveying the changes within himself. First and foremost, his dantian had been activated. As he gazed inward, he beheld a pool of water. Within it lay a wheel of destiny, resembling a grinding stone, continuously drawing in and exhaling copious amounts of life essence. This life essence was of exceptionally high quality, nearly liquid in form, perpetually merging into the pool, expanding its capacity. Qin Zheng could also sense that as the life essence increased, so too did his strength. This was the essence of the Wheel of Destiny. Qin Zheng slightly narrowed his eyes, then withdrew his focus, contemplating his physical state. Ultimately, whether it be the trials of flesh and bones or the mastery of the Wheel of Destiny, the fundamental distinction lay in the transformation of the physical body itself. In addition to this, the growth of mental strength enables one to sense things within a limited range, which embodies the essence of a grandmaster. Whether it be spirit or power, with the aid of martial arts, Qin Zheng has long possessed these attributes, allowing him to battle beyond his rank. At this moment, upon awakening the Wheel of Fate and ascending to the status of grandmaster, his physical form underwent a remarkable transformation. He extended his hands, clenched his fists, and sensed the power that had surged within him. Previously, relying on the 13th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, he wielded a strength of 13,000 pounds. However, this force would impose pressure upon and harm his body. Yet at this moment, Qin Zheng felt that this strength of 13,000 pounds no longer posed any threat to him. With his ascension to Grandmaster and the enhancement of his physique, this amount of power was easily bearable. Moreover, his strength had also seen a significant increase following his elevation. Upon careful introspection, he realized that his current strength was now a staggering 15,000 pounds. Yet, this was far from his limit. The Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, which he refined from the sacred monk's relic, albeit incomplete in its essence, could only augment his power without enhancing his physique. It seemed that this was the reason he had broken free from constraints, no longer bound by the 13th level. Even after reaching the 13th level, further advancement was still possible. The only difference was that the merit required for enhancement had escalated from 1 tael to 1 pound. However, this level of consumption was not a significant burden for the current Qin Zheng. Thus, at this moment, he silently chanted, "Enhance martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Go, go, go." Several fierce steeds galloped swiftly along the official road, stirring up a cloud of dust. Racing against the setting sun, they arrived at the city gates of Kaiyuan Prefecture, where they all reined in their horses. "Old Qin, let us head in first, and once we settle down, we shall assess the situation," said Situ Qing, casting a glance at Qin Zheng, who was mingling among them. This mission still comprised the 5 of them: Situ Qing, Wu Ming, Xian Yi, Lu Yi, and Zhou Shi, but now with the addition of Qin Zheng. Initially, this task appeared to be quite daunting for them. After all, missions involving the prefecture city were typically executed by experienced demon-slaying officers or deputy generals. However, at this moment, a significant number of demon-slaying officers had been withdrawn from the Ren division, and even Wang Weiqian had been called away to the cold refuge pool. Consequently, the Ren division's strength was somewhat diminished, leaving it to them to manage the situation. Yet upon learning that Qin Zheng would accompany them, their worries dissipated, especially for Situ Qing. He had witnessed Qin Zheng's prowess in slaying tiger demons, bear demons, and the human grandmaster Li Yi at the riverside village. He had also observed the former rulers of Moxum Mountain, where 2 had perished and 1 had fled. Moreover, in Haiyan City, he had seen the destruction that had befallen the northern part of the city. Such a formidable individual, akin to a tyrant cloaked in human guise. With him by their side, the remaining members felt an overwhelming sense of security. With such thoughts in mind, they willingly accepted the task. At this moment, Situ Qing considered that it was Qin Zheng's inaugural mission. Although he was quite capable, he lacked experience in undertaking such endeavors, which prompted him to offer a suggestion. Qin Zheng nodded in agreement, naturally not dissenting. The group exchanged glances and then dismounted before the city gate, proceeding through it into Kaiyuan Mansion. Upon entering, Qin Zheng was immediately captivated by the bustling scene before him. Although the sun was setting, the streets remained alive with a throng of people, and the rich aroma of human activity filled the air. Among the three mansions in Huayan Prefecture, Kaiyuan Mansion was undoubtedly the most prosperous and lively. Louis, leading the horse, began to explain to Qin Zheng, who had never ventured beyond Black Goose City and thus had never witnessed such a spectacle. Qin Zheng nodded in understanding. "Let us find lodging at the Laifu Inn," he suggested. At that moment, Wu Ming interjected. As demon-slaying officers, they were well acquainted with the ins and outs of Kaiyuan Mansion. Thus, under their guidance, Qin Zheng arrived at an inn. However, upon their arrival, they found the entrance firmly shut, with only a sparse trickle of passers-by. Those who did happen to walk by hurriedly scurried away, as if lingering here might bring some misfortune upon them. "Pray tell, old sir, what has befallen the Laifu Inn? The last time we visited, business was thriving." Xin inquired, hastening to a nearby elder. The old man sighed heavily, responding, "You should leave quickly. The Laifu Inn is steeped in ill fortune." The group furrowed their brows at his words, and the elder continued, "Just a few days ago, all the guests within perished overnight, devoured entirely by rats. This inn harbors both monsters and ghosts." Chapter 78. The Rat Demon Plague, Crisis Lurking. Is there a demon or ghost in the inn? Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He then heard the old man continue. "It's not just this inn. In recent days, many households have been besieged by rats. Already, no fewer than 10 families have been completely devoured by these vermin, leaving them shattered and destitute. Some individuals, still lost in slumber, have been gnawed upon by the rats, their horrific screams chilling us to the bone, making us tremble." Hearing the slight tremor in the old man's voice, the group frowned in unison. The Kaiyuan Prefecture appeared normal, yet the rat infestation had escalated to such a dire extent. "Elder, do you know where the outbreak of this rat plague is most severe?" Xin inquired thoughtfully. The elderly man pondered for a moment before replying. "This old fellow is uncertain, but you all do not seem to be from Kaiyuan Prefecture. It would be wise to seek refuge in larger establishments where martial artists are stationed. Those places should be safeguarded from such rat calamities." Xin nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude before turning back. The conversation had been overheard clearly by the others standing outside the inn. It seemed the rat plague in Kaiyuan Prefecture was even more alarming than they had anticipated, reaching a point where it threatened lives. Si-Tu Qing's expression darkened as he spoke. "We must find a place to stay before we investigate further." He contemplated for a moment and added, "Let us select a location near where the rat infestation is most prevalent." The group nodded in agreement without objection. The sky had begun to darken, and nightfall was when these hidden creatures in the city's shadowy corners became most active. As they prepared to depart, they noticed Qin Zheng still lingering, intently observing the Laifu Inn. "Brother Qin?" Si-Tu Qing called out, while the others looked at Qin Zheng with curiosity. The Laifu Inn before them had been sealed by the authorities, and there surely were no demons within. The tales of ghosts were merely rumors among the common folk, and they did not believe such nonsense. Moreover, standing before the inn, they sensed no demonic aura, indicating it should be devoid of any malevolence. However, Qin Zheng, being a figure of mastery, might perceive an essence that eluded their senses. Indeed, he detected something amiss. Unlike Si-Tu Qing and the others, who relied on their sense of smell to detect demon presence, his spiritual awareness allowed him to perceive every subtle movement within a 50-meter radius. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the scenes within the inn. There, a rat the size of a human was clinging to a window on the second floor, quietly observing their movements. Behind this rat demon, a massive tail coiled around a child of about 10 years, whose face had turned ashen, having been choked into unconsciousness. How dare they brazenly feast under their very noses? It is truly laughable. With a slight tremor of his shoulder, Qin Zheng effortlessly grasped the great bow, nocked an arrow, and in a single fluid motion, launched it towards the second floor above him. A thunderous roar echoed in the ears of those present. The arrow, akin to a streak of light, pierced through the second story of the Laifu Inn, followed by the sound of flesh and bone shattering, accompanied by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The expressions of Si-Tu Qing and the others shifted instantly. They swiftly drew their long knives and charged into the live Fuin before them. The commotion soon attracted the attention of those nearby. Qin Zheng had not exerted his full strength with that arrow, employing less than 10% of his power. Thus the thunderous sound produced was not overly loud. Yet, to the ordinary onlookers, it appeared almost miraculous. The arrow shot forth like thunder. Such a figure must undoubtedly be an exceptionally formidable martial artist. They gazed at Qin Zheng with excitement, but upon realizing that the arrow had struck the Lai Fu in, their expressions changed dramatically, and they retreated hastily. Something was amiss. Observing the change in the citizen's demeanor, Qin Zheng's countenance darkened slightly. Just then, Zhou Shi and Lu Yi emerged from the inn, cradling a child in their arms. Urgency etched on their faces. I must take this child to find a physician. The boy, merely around 10 years old, had been tightly bound by the tail of the rat demon, resulting in broken ribs and internal injuries, and it seemed he would not survive much longer. Qin Zheng nodded, and the two executed their lightness skills, departing swiftly. At that moment, Situ Qing, Wu Ming, and Xian Yi also emerged from the inn. Their faces were ashen, evidently having encountered the corpse of the rat demon. A creature of such size, akin to that of an adult man, had loomed above them unnoticed. Upon reaching Qin Zheng, Situ Qing shook his head and spoke. We did not find any other rat demons. Qin Zheng squinted slightly, pondering before replying. The demonic aura of this rat demon is very faint, resembling an ordinary rat, merely mutated in size. I initially did not detect its demonic presence. It was only after extending my spiritual perception that I became aware of its existence. Hearing this, the expressions of Situ Qing and the others eased slightly, yet remained grim. After all, even if it were only an ordinary rat, its sheer size was alarming, and they ought to have sensed it. Given that such a large rat demon resided within the Lai Fu Inn, could there be similar ones lurking in the homes of other victims? Qin Zheng's eyes flickered with insight as he inquired. The locales afflicted by rat plagues were shunned by the local populace of Kaiyuan Prefecture, who dared not approach. Thus, these places became the ideal hiding spots for the vermin emerging from the sewers. Upon hearing his words, the others quickly grasped the implication. Situ Qing immediately proclaimed, "Then let us swiftly investigate the locations in Kaiyuan Prefecture that have experienced such rat plagues, and examine them one by one." As soon as the words fell, several individuals no longer hesitated. They led their steeds to a nearby inn, where they stored their belongings before promptly departing. Having already slain a rat demon, they could not guarantee that these creatures would not communicate with one another, causing the remaining rat demons to retreat into hiding. Thus, their actions needed to be expedited. The location of the rat infestation was nearly common knowledge within Kaiyuan Prefecture, and they did not expend much effort in gathering information. Consequently, employing their lightness of foot, they swiftly arrived at residences that had previously experienced incidents of man-eating rats. In these places, they indeed discovered numerous rat demons of varying sizes. Some were as small as children, others as large as adolescents, and some even comparable to adults. All were concealed within these residences, which had been sealed off by the authorities and were avoided by the common folk. After a fierce battle, the trio feared they had slain no fewer than 20 rat demons. This commotion in Kaiyuan Prefecture was not insignificant. However, the expressions of the group did not lighten. Rather, they grew increasingly grave. The number of rat demons in Kaiyuan Prefecture was likely more than they had anticipated. Moreover, each was of considerable size, the smallest being comparable to a child. If there were thousands or tens of thousands, it could easily lead to a calamity capable of engulfing an entire city. With only their small group, they could not possibly withstand such an onslaught. Only with the personal intervention of the Grand General could they hope to suppress it. Even if these rat demons were not particularly strong, the sheer volume would be sufficient to neutralize any disparity in individual strength. Let us proceed to the government office. They must have already conducted an investigation into the rat plague that has arisen in Kaiyuan Prefecture, declared Situ Qing resolutely. Just as they prepared to head to the government office, several constables from Kaiyuan Prefecture approached them. The leader, wearing a broad smile, spoke. I have long heard that the esteemed officers from the Ren Corps would be visiting. I did not expect you to arrive and already take action to resolve the rat plague afflicting our Kaiyuan Prefecture. I am Su Mushin, the head constable here. Your arrival, to clear the rat menace, has prompted my superior to request that I extend the hospitality of our land and host a banquet in your honor. I kindly ask that you, esteemed officers, allow me the pleasure of hosting you tonight. The demeanor of the visitor was amiable, and his tone sincere, appearing genuinely grateful for their intervention. However, Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent. Situ Qing exchanged glances with the others. Given that they had no accompanying generals on this mission, it was understandable that the prefect of Kaiyuan had not personally appeared. Situ Qing discreetly observed Qin Zheng, and seeing he remained silent, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That would be acceptable. We also have some inquiries we wish to discuss with Constable Su. Of course. Whatever questions you esteemed officers have, I will answer to the best of my ability. Constable Su Mushin replied with a beaming smile. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the dimly lit room. Moments later, a disheveled man was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his face in agony and groaning. I have warned you time and again. You may come here, but you must learn to restrain yourself. Do you think this is still Tsangfing Mountain? At the same time, a tall and handsome man, with a serious expression, glared at the fallen figure, his voice low yet filled with fury. Brother, there are so many people here. What harm is there in indulging a little? The man on the floor retorted defiantly. Moreover, in this vast capital, there is only Su Mushin at the master level. I do not understand your fear. The handsome man's expression darkened further. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly sighed heavily, his voice tinged with resignation. It is not Su Mushin that I fear. You must understand the existence of the Demon Slayer. I fear the Demon Slayers from the Rin Battalion. Do you know how close they are to this Kaiyuan prefecture? Are you aware that General Qin Lihu of the Rin Battalion is a Grand Master? Even his subordinates include 5 seasoned commanders, each a master trained with the resources of the Great Jin, far beyond the capabilities of a worthless man like Su Mushin. If they are alerted, we will have no means of escape. On the ground, the man chuckled and crawled closer, saying, Brother, do not worry. I have investigated. The ones who attacked us are merely Demon Slayer lieutenants, with no commanders among them. They are powerless against us. And isn't sister-in-law about to give birth? Why are you here? You should return and help take care of my dear nephew. Upon hearing this, a hint of tenderness appeared in the handsome man's eyes. He then spoke. I have already sent your sister-in-law to deal with those Demon Slayer lieutenants. For the time being, you must keep a low profile and refrain from causing any more disturbances. With that, he pushed open the door and left the darkroom, leaving the disheveled man sitting on the floor, his face marred by a sullen expression. Chapter 79. The Governor's Daughter, Married to the Rat Wife. In the grand establishment of Kaiyuan Prefecture, the magnificent Qingyuan Tower stands among the top 3 luxurious taverns. Each day, as the doors swing open, a continuous stream of guests fills the hall, creating an atmosphere of vibrant merriment. The courtesans here are selected annually, ranking among the top 3, resembling celestial beings with their enchanting beauty. At this moment, within a private room of Qingyuan Tower, Su Mushin, the head constable of Kaiyuan Prefecture, was warmly welcoming the assembly. Come, esteemed gentlemen of the Renzi camp, who have traveled from afar to assist Kaiyuan in eradicating the rat menace. Your hard work is greatly appreciated. Please indulge in these exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Before the guests, a round table was adorned with an array of visually stunning and aromatic gourmet dishes. Surrounding them were graceful maidens poised to refill their cups, amplifying the lively ambience. Situ Qing and his companions, visibly delighted, relished the feast, seemingly immersed in the joyous atmosphere. As demon slayers who spent their days battling against malevolent creatures, they embraced the moment of enjoyment without hesitation. Qin Zheng, too, partook heartily of the meats, savoring the flavors as they rapidly transformed within him into warm currents, nourishing his body. However, the group tacitly refrained from consuming any alcohol. Although they had ingested specially crafted detoxifying pills prior to the meal, rendering them impervious to any potential tricks hidden within the food. They understood that alcohol could dull their senses, compromising their sharpness in battle, a dangerous flaw that could lead to fatal consequences. Noticing the guest's state of indulgence, Su Mushin's expression relaxed. Shedding some of his earlier tension, he mused that the demon-slaying captains of the Renzi camp were not much more formidable than his own constables. As this thought crossed his mind, he slowly settled into his seat. Su Captain, might you enlighten us as to why you bear the scent of demons? At that moment, an incongruous voice pierced through the merriment, instantly silencing the room. Su Mushin felt an electric shock race down his spine. jolting him to attention as he turned toward the source of the voice. There he saw the young captain, who had been quietly feasting on meat, now directing his gaze towards Sue. As he spoke, the other captains, previously absorbed in their meals, shifted their attention to Sue with expressions of vigilant scrutiny. This young captain is the leader of the demon-slaying squad. A thought suddenly struck Sue Mushin. He had previously assumed that the older-looking Sidu Ching was in charge, but it seemed that this young man held that position. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Sue smiled and replied, "You jest, Captain." He then gestured for the serving maidens to leave the room. Once only a few constables and the demon-slaying captains remained, he continued. With the outbreak of the rat infestation in Kaiyuan Prefecture, as the head constable, it is only natural that I investigate each area, inevitably coming into contact with rat demons. It seems quite normal to me to acquire some of their essence, does it not? Su Mushin turned to Qin Zheng, feigning innocence as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Sidu Qing and the others furrowed their brows slightly. The assertion seemed somewhat reasonable, yet there lingered an unsettling feeling. Qin Zheng nodded, then articulated. We have traversed nearly 10 locations plagued by rodent calamities, vanquishing over 20 rat demons. We discovered that the demonic aura emanating from these creatures was exceedingly faint, almost non-existent, while the aura surrounding Captain Su was even more potent. To acquire such a dense demonic aura merely from engaging with rat demons appears implausible. One must frequently consort with demons to achieve such a state. As Qin Zheng's words resonated, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Mushin, an overwhelming aura surging forth, intimidating the latter. It was at that moment that Sidu Qing and his companions began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the demonic energy from those rat demons was remarkably sparse. Otherwise, they would not have nearly allowed a man-eating rat demon to escape prior to arriving at the Rifu Inn. To accumulate such an aura, one must regularly associate with demons. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Su Mushin, and the atmosphere in the private room grew tense. Su Mushin's expression stiffened, then darkened as he surveyed the crowd. You have all successfully eradicated the rodent infestation in Kaiyuan Prefecture today and may return to report your accomplishments. Should this matter continue to escalate? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura burst forth from Su Mushin, resembling the fierce flames of a roaring furnace, making it difficult to behold. At that moment, a figure rose and, like a fleeting shadow, dashed towards Su Mushin's rear. Before he could react, a palm struck down, rendering him unconscious. The rising tension was abruptly interrupted, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. The accompanying constables, who had initially considered drawing their blades, hesitated, realizing that if their own master was incapacitated with a mere strike, what could they possibly achieve? We must head to the prefectural office. Something is amiss at the Kaiyuan Prefecture. Qin Zheng seized Su Wei San by the collar, lifting him up as he addressed Sidu Qing and the others. The gravity of their expressions deepened. If the issue extended beyond mere rodent problems to involve the prefectural office, it was no trivial matter. Yet, upon seeing Qin Zheng, they felt a profound sense of security. The might of a master, capable of incapacitating with such ease, was something they had never dared to envision. I shall send a message to General Wang, Xin proposed after a moment of contemplation. Qin Zheng nodded, then turned to the restless constables, commanding, "Lead the way." The constables, filled with trepidation, promptly rose to escort them. Before long, they arrived before the prefectural office. Two imposing stone lions standing sentinel on either side of the grand entrance, exuding an air of majesty. In the heart of it all, the crimson door appeared exceptionally weighty. This was the government office of Kaiyuan Prefecture. Without a moment's hesitation, a few individuals, under the guidance of several constables, promptly pushed open the grand entrance and ventured inside. The office occupied a vast expanse, serving not only as the administrative center of the prefecture, but also as the residence of the prefect. As Qin Zheng stepped into this official domain, he immediately sensed a more potent aura of malevolence, though it seemed masked by an unusual floral fragrance. It could not escape the perception of a master like him. There was indeed something amiss within the government office of Kaiyuan. At that moment, several constables halted, kneeling before Qin Zheng in supplication. "Esteemed sir, we can take you no further. Beyond this point, it is beyond our capacity, and we shall perish." Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and commanded sharply, "Leave." The constables promptly fled towards the entrance. Qin Zheng then turned his gaze to Sidu Qing and the others. Aside from Xine, who had gone to send a message, Wu Ming, Zhou Shi, and Lu Yi remained present. He immediately instructed, "Guard this entrance well. No one must escape." With that, he activated his lightness skill, gliding forward like a fleeting shadow into the depths of the government office. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed that, upon their arrival, a man and a woman within the depths of the office seemed to be making a hasty retreat. As he darted like a specter to the prefect's residence, he beheld an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, seated alone under the moonlight, sipping tea. The aura of malevolence surrounding this prefect was even more pronounced. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Upon noticing his arrival, the old man maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the head constable Su Mushin that Qin Zheng held in his grasp. "You are a master, yet you do not belong to any of the 5 prominent generals of the Ren division. You must be the rising star, Qin Zheng, am I correct?" Prefect Zhang Kaijian regarded Qin Zheng with unwavering confidence as he spoke. Qin Zheng casually tossed Su Mushin at Zhang Kaijian's feet and declared, "The highest official of a prefecture consorting with malevolence. If this were to spread, it would be the subject of ridicule. We have reported the situation here and provided the location of that rat demon. Perhaps leniency can be afforded." Zhang Kaijian's gaze flickered with a hint of hesitation at these words, yet he ultimately shook his head and replied, "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Moreover, your Ren division possesses only the authority to slay demons and must not interfere in the internal affairs of our Jin officials. Depart now, and I shall not pursue you. Else, I will ensure the state governor punishes you severely." Qin Zheng's eyes turned icy upon hearing this. This old scoundrel, refusing to heed his offer and employing threats instead? "I offered you a chance, yet you have squandered it," Qin Zheng retorted coldly. He then vanished from his spot like a shadow. With his current speed and mental acuity, the man and woman who had just fled appeared to him as beacons of light in the darkness. How could they possibly evade his pursuit? He halted to exchange a few words with the magistrate solely because he sensed something peculiar within his spiritual perception, which caused him to hesitate. Thus, he left Situ Qing and the others at the entrance of the yamen and approached alone, intending to gauge the old man's attitude. Unfortunately, concern led to confusion. The old man had lost the sagacity expected from a magistrate. Upon witnessing Qin Zheng's abrupt departure, heading precisely towards the direction he dreaded, he immediately disregarded his dignity, rising to his feet and exclaiming, I say. However, at that moment, Qin Zheng had ceased to listen. The location of the rat demon was now vividly clear within his spiritual perception. There was no need for the old man to speak further. With a swift motion akin to a shadowy arrow, he darted through the night. Employing his lightness skill, he quickly exited the yamen, traversing the rooftops as he approached the 2 auras he sensed. His Tianlinian step, a technique of mid-tier martial arts, outpaced the Jinshan Tua Qiao of lower-tier martial arts by several measures. In no time, 2 figures became discernible, a man carrying a woman hastily fleeing towards the outskirts of Kaiyuan Prefecture. Qin Zheng readied his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the target before releasing it. A resounding boom followed the streak of light, as the air erupted explosively. The arrow pierced through the man's leg as he ran. Thud! His calf exploded, and he collapsed to the ground. Chinger, the handsome man, disregarding his leg injury, looked frantically at the woman who had also fallen. In that instant, a sharp, ghost-headed saber was poised at his neck. Qin Zheng regarded the man, whose calf he had just shattered with his arrow, and the delicate woman now sprawled on the ground. His gaze sharpened slightly, and he let out an inconspicuous sigh. The man exuded a strong demonic aura, clearly a transformed creature, while the woman's demonic energy emanated from her abdomen. This daughter of the magistrate was, indeed, the offspring of a sinister entity. Chapter 80. A love between human and demon? I shall sever it with one stroke. The daughter of the esteemed magistrate finds herself with child, born of a demon. Truly, this is the height of absurdity. A chilling light flickers in Qin Zheng's eyes. Do not harm Qinger. Sensing the cold aura emanating from Qin Zheng, the handsome man bellowed in agitation. Yet, as his expression contorted into one of fury, a surge of demonic energy enveloped him, ready to manifest his true form. Qin Zheng turned, delivering a swift blow with the flat of his blade to the back of the man's head. Instantly, he fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Jin Lang. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman cried out in alarm. disregarding the pain radiating from her abdomen as she staggered towards the fallen man. Her pallid face bore an expression of panic as she cradled him in her arms, repeatedly calling his name. "What are you doing, you brute? We are truly in love. Must you be so intolerant of our affection? Return my Jean Lang to me." Seeing the man remain unresponsive, the woman's heart raced with fear as she looked up at Qin Zheng, her voice rising in desperation. Qin Zheng's gaze was icy. Judging by the reactions of the head constable and the magistrate, they were well aware that this man was a demon. How could a dignified magistrate shield his own daughter while she consorted with a demon, even bearing a half-demon child? If not for the recent rat infestation that had stirred the demon slayers, this scandal might have remained hidden indefinitely. Zhang Qing'er, in tears, confronted Qin Zheng with a voice trembling yet defiant. "Is it so terrible to consume a few humans? There are countless people in this world. What harm is there in taking a few? And you demon slayers, do you not also hunt and consume demons? What of it if humans eat demons? Or demons eat humans? Our love is genuine. Not even the divide between our kinds can hinder our affections." Qin Zheng nodded, choosing not to prolong the discourse. With a swift motion, he brought his blade down upon the corpse of the rat demon lying on the ground. "Your love may be unproblematic, but I shall not hesitate to eradicate any man-eating demon." Boom. At that moment, the ground beneath him trembled violently. A potent surge of demonic energy erupted from the depths below. Bang! Suddenly, a tail as thick as an arm and as hard as iron pierced through the earth beneath Qin Zheng, thrusting towards him like a lance. His eyes narrowed as he quickly adjusted the angle of his blade, striking at the incoming tail. Clang! The blade met the tail with a resounding clash of metal. The ground heaved as if some colossal creature were about to emerge from the depths. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow and leaped aside just in time. Simultaneously, a rat the size of a bull burst forth from the earth, its tail having been the source of the earlier assault. To think that 2 rat demons were concealed within the confines of this magistrate's estate. Upon seeing the massive rat demon, Zhang Qing'er, the magistrate's daughter, screamed in terror. Though she was aware that her husband was a demon and that he had a brother of the same ilk, she had never witnessed their true forms manifest. Thus, when a large rat suddenly appeared before her, she felt herself on the verge of fainting. The rat demon gazed at her with a flicker of greed in its eyes, but quickly suppressed it, turning its attention to Qin Zheng, who had leapt aside, and coldly declared, "If you dare to harm my elder brother, I, that Songfing Mountain, shall not spare you." At that moment, the sound of rat squeaks echoed from all directions. Instantly, a horde of enormous rats surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly charging toward Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng let out a chilling laugh, tightening his grip on the ghostly blade, his spiritual awareness enveloping a radius of 50 meters around him. He spoke, "How amusing. A demon dares to threaten a demon slayer captain. Let me see how your Songfing Mountain can contend with me after I eradicate you 2 rat demons." A resonant, formidable power surged within him, akin to a mighty river rushing forth. With a flash in his eyes, he became a mere phantom, darting toward the rat demon in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, swinging his ghostly blade like a crescent moon, rising sharply from below. To the rat demon, it felt as though Qin Zheng's strike was imbued with boundless divine might, akin to a divine beast roaring, sweeping toward it from all directions. The rat demon's heart swelled with dread. This was no ordinary demon slayer captain. This was a terrifying entity, formidable enough to rival any mid-ranking general. Swiftly, it lashed out with its tail, honed to a steel-like sharpness, attempting to parry the incoming blade. Yet this time, Qin Zheng showed no mercy. The moment the tail made contact with the ghostly blade, it was cleaved in 2, twitching as it fell to the ground. Before it could utter a cry of pain, the chilling blade had already sliced through the air, descending upon its head. How could this be? Its beady eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. The previous confrontation had not seemed so disparate, yet now the chasm felt insurmountable. A profound sense of impending doom exploded within its heart as the blade's light flashed. With a swift motion, the robust rat demon, akin to a bull, found itself utterly defenseless, beheaded by Qin Zheng in a single, decisive stroke. Thud! The demon's body crumpled to the ground, the foul blood gushing forth from its severed neck. Qin Zheng then shifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. The once formidable horde of giant rats stood still, as if in shock, frozen in place upon witnessing the demise of their leader. In that moment, He realized that these creatures were not true demons yet, but merely ordinary rats with the potential to evolve into demons, easily dealt with by a martial artist at the meat refinement stage. He withdrew his gaze and turned towards Zhang Qing'er, the daughter of the governor, who appeared utterly stunned, frozen in place. In her arms, the rat demon showed no signs of awakening. Although Qin Zheng had not exerted much force with his strike, the blow was still decisive, and it was likely that the rat demon would never recover. He stepped forward, swiftly positioning himself before her. At that moment, Zhang Qing'er seemed to come back to her senses, her demeanor shifting from earlier chaos to a more subdued state. She opened her mouth as if to speak, yet no words escaped her lips. "Stand up and step aside," Qin Zheng commanded coldly. Zhang Qing'er's eyes were filled with conflict. She first glanced at the handsome face of the man in her arms, then turned to the lifeless body of the rat demon, slain by Qin Zheng, her pupils constricting slightly as fear washed over her features. Ultimately, she relinquished the man, gritting her teeth against the pain in her abdomen, and rose to her feet. With a swift motion, Qin Zheng unleashed a casual strike, and the man's head was severed from his body, revealing his true form as a demon, a rat of considerable girth, akin to a bull. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Qing'er's expression shifted, a realization dawning upon her, and she doubled over, retching. Qin Zheng paid her no mind, turning his attention to the mutated large rats that had emerged, his footwork transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he darted forward. Simultaneously, the glimmer of his blade fell like a torrential downpour. This locale lay on the outskirts of Kaiyuan Prefecture, sparsely populated and compounded by the night's veil. No one was aware of the commotion taking place. Otherwise, the sight of such numerous large rats would surely induce fainting in the unprepared. At that moment, Situ Qing and the others hurriedly arrived, their eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before them. Two headless rat corpses, massive like bulls, lay sprawled out. Never had they encountered rodents of such size. Sensing the potent aura of the demons emanating from the carcasses, they quickly deduced that these two rat demons were the culprits behind the pestilence plaguing Kaiyuan Prefecture. Their attention then shifted to the woman beside them, doubled over and dry heaving, exchanging knowing glances that spoke volumes. Thus, Zhou Shi and Lu Yi approached, offering their support to Zhang Qing. Meanwhile, Situ Qing, Wu Meng, and Xin Yi drew their blades, engaging the mutated rats that continued to emerge. After a brief skirmish, the large rats were vanquished, and Qin Zheng was the first to sheath his sword. He observed Zhang Qing'er, still clutching her abdomen, her complexion pale and etched with pain. Zhou Shi and Lu Yi, standing beside her, appeared at a loss, uncertain of how to assist. Within her, the half-demon offspring sensed its father's absence and began to stir restlessly. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly before speaking. His spiritual awareness could perceive what others could not. At his words, Zhang Qing'er looked up at him, her gaze filled with anguish as she pleaded, "Please help me. My stomach hurts so much. Help me." Qin Zheng averted his gaze, choosing not to respond. Though the fetus within her is a half-demon, it poses no threat to Zhang Qing'er, for it still requires her body for gestation. This momentary suffering serves merely as a lesson for this ungrateful woman. He turned his gaze towards the two demon corpses, while a fragment of his consciousness delved into the depths of his mind, scrutinizing the two lines inscribed on the merit scroll. Shu Yin, inherently fierce and burdened with sins. Slaying him yields 3 Jin and 3 Liang of merit. Shu Jin, fond of human flesh and laden with sins. Slaying her yields 2 Jin and 4 Liang of merit. By vanquishing these two rat demons, one would acquire 5 Jin and 7 Liang, equivalent to 57 Liang of merit. Indeed, these creatures could be dispatched with certainty, and the rewards are bountiful. Such thoughts meandered through Qin Zheng's mind. At that moment, Situ Qing and the others returned their blades, approaching Qin Zheng. "What of the governor of Kaiyuan?" Qin Zheng inquired. "He came seeking us, claiming he had no other recourse. Pleading that we spare his daughter," Situ Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing'er's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Let us return. It is indeed suspicious that a dignified governor would tolerate, even protect, his daughter's affair with a rat demon and the offspring it bore." Chapter 81. The Great Demon of Songfeng Mountain and the Crisis of the Renzi Camp. "I am in pain. Help me. Father, I am in agony." Deep within the government office, The anguished cries of Zhang Qing'er reverberated through the air. At this moment, the once leisurely Zhang Kaiyuan, the governor, was now a quivering figure, heartbroken as he gazed upon his struggling daughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. He quickly turned to Qin Zheng, who sat calmly on a stone bench, and implored, "I will divulge everything. Please, save my daughter. I will tell you anything if you rescue her." Upon returning to the office, this elder had seen Zhang Qing'er unharmed and had instantly donned a different facade, denying everything and saying nothing. It was only when the fetus within Zhang Qing'er began to stir once more, causing her unbearable pain, that he became frantic again. Yet, Qin Zheng did not rush to act. The attitudes toward both Zhang Qing'er and Governor Zhang Kaiyuan had never been favorable. Despite being a demon slayer whose life was dedicated to maintaining peace in the Great Jin and ensuring the safety of its citizens, he was treated like a mere unrefined peasant. Though it was Qin Zheng's first mission, being so underestimated left him feeling quite displeased. However, he had kept his feelings concealed until now, and as he observed the punishment that was due, he rose slowly and spoke. "Then you shall honestly confess why you chose to shelter a rat demon, allowing your daughter to fall in love with it, and even bear its child." Zhang Kaiyuan's expression fell, and he turned to Zhang Qing'er, letting out a long sigh. "How I wish that rat demon were dead. Yet, I am utterly powerless." Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and signaled to Zhou Shi and Lu Yi. They understood and produced a pill, placing it into Zhang Qing'er's mouth. Demon slayers always carried various elixirs, and after she consumed the pill, the pain in her abdomen gradually subsided, and she no longer struggled or cried out. This pill temporarily subdued the demon fetus within her, but to truly save her, they would need to extract the demon fetus from her body. Louis looked at Zhang Kaiyuan and spoke calmly. The elder's face showed signs of pain, but also a hint of relief as he nodded. He then turned to Qin Zheng and continued, "That rat demon hails from Songfeng Mountain, the nearest demon mountain to Kaiyuan Prefecture, or rather, a den of demons. After descending the mountain, it deceived my daughter with sweet words, and under my nose, she became pregnant. When I first learned of it, I was furious. As the head of a prefecture in Qingzhou, how could my own daughter engage in such morally repugnant acts with a demon? I attempted to send word to the Renzi camp, seeking your assistance to slay this rat demon, but..." At this point, his eyes darkened slightly, revealing a trace of barely perceptible fear. Qin Zheng squinted and asked, "Did that rat demon threaten you?" Zhang Kaiyuan nodded slightly and continued, "Songfeng Mountain is home to 9 formidable demon lords, among which the Mouse Demon King stands as the most powerful, a being on the precipice of reaching the realm of a demon king. The hierarchy of demons is categorized as Demon Soldier, Demon General, Demon King, and Demon Saint, corresponding to the martial realms of humanity, flesh and bone, Master, Grandmaster, and Martial Saint." This information was revealed to Qin Zheng only after he entered the Renzi camp. Thus, the 2 mouse demons he had slain were but a step away from rivaling the Grand Master level of beings. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Kaiyuan went on, "The Mouse Demon King personally visited Kaiyuan Prefecture, standing before me. It warned me that should I divulge this matter, it would flay my daughter alive and consume her before my eyes. However, it also promised that if I feigned ignorance, it would restrain the demons of Songfeng Mountain, preventing them from bringing calamity to Kaiyuan Prefecture. I dared not gamble with such a threat, so I could only nod in agreement." Wu Ming furrowed his brow and interjected, "You should send word to the Renzi camp. Once we suppress Songfeng Mountain and slay that mouse demon, how could it possibly threaten you?" A contemplative expression flickered in Qin Zheng's eyes. Zhang Kaiyuan chuckled softly and replied, "Does the Renzi camp even possess the capability to suppress Songfeng Mountain at this juncture? The old Jiao of the Bihantang grows ever stronger, consuming all of General Qin's focus. In Huayan Prefecture, there are 3 counties and 16 cities, harboring no fewer than 10 demon mountains. Aside from General Qin, there remain merely 5 master-level subgenerals to maintain order, even though each of them is a seasoned master. Bolstered by the support of the Great Jin and their profound martial arts, their strength far surpasses that of demons of the same rank. Yet, under such circumstances, one person alone must suppress at least 2 demon mountains. In this situation, who would dare to launch an assault on a demon mountain so readily? Moreover, I have just heard that General Qin has dispatched several subgenerals and a contingent of demon-slaying officers to the Bihantang. Your Renzi camp is in a state of fragility. Maintaining stability is already an arduous task, let alone mobilizing an army to flatten Songfing Mountain. Zhang Keiyuan's words struck deep, laying bare the current state of the Renzi camp, leaving Wu Ming momentarily speechless, unable to muster a counterargument. The truth was evident. The Renzi camp was indeed unprecedentedly weakened. Merely managing to suppress the demons of Huayan Prefecture and maintain a facade of stability was already pushing their limits, let alone attempting to lead a grand army to conquer a demon mountain. As Zhang Keiyuan narrated, it was the first time Qin Zheng grasped so clearly the precarious situation of the Renzi camp. No wonder Si Tuqing, upon learning of his status as a wandering martial artist, despite being gravely injured, rushed back to the Renzi camp to inform Wang Weiqian, urging him to include him in their ranks. Even though Wang Weiqian harbored irreconcilable conflicts with the Quan Yanggao clan, he felt compelled to endure the pressure and integrate himself into the Renzi camp. This necessity arose from the undeniable frailty of the current Renzi camp, which was in desperate need of a formidable warrior to quell the tumult in Huayan County. Zhang Keiyuan surveyed the assembly, then exhaled deeply, lamenting, "Now that you have slain the two offspring of that rat demon, I must divulge the situation here. The rat demon king of Songfing Mountain will not easily let this transgression slide. I must resign from my position as the prefect of Keiyuan and hasten with my daughter to Yongla County. That place is the heart of Qingzhou, and with the general overseeing it, the rat demon would think twice before venturing there." The weight of his words hung in the air, and Zhang Keiyuan sighed heavily once more. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, while Si Tuqing shifted his gaze toward him. As the sixth master-level warrior within the Renzi camp, Si Tuqing possessed the capacity to rival masters even before his ascension. Should Qin Zheng choose to intervene, he would undoubtedly be able to subdue the rat demon king of Songfing Mountain. Although this demon stood on the precipice of becoming a true demon king, equating himself with the great human masters, one must remember that in battles of the same realm, the demon race inherently falls short compared to humanity. Otherwise, 5 subcommanders would not be able to suppress over 10 demon mountains. Moreover, Qin Zheng's formidable prowess, which had already been evident before his ascension, would surely have surged even further after his promotion. Confronting the rat demon king should pose little challenge. However, this endeavor was not solely at Si Tuqing's discretion. It depended on Qin Zheng's willingness and the response from the Renzi camp. After all, this matter entailed the prefect of a province and a demon on the verge of ascension, making it far from a simple task of drawing a blade. Numerous thoughts swirled in Si Tuqing's mind at that moment. Qin Zheng then spoke, "Si Tu, my brother." The unexpected address jolted Si Tuqing back to the present, causing him to stammer, "What? In the coming days, I would appreciate it if you and the others could remain at Keiyuan and await my return," Qin Zheng stated, turning to face Si Tuqing. This proclamation startled those present, particularly Prefect Zhang Keiyuan, whose expression was one of astonishment. However, upon contemplating Qin Zheng's formidable achievements, he fell silent. While others may falter, this man had genuinely obliterated the multitude of demons at Moxum Mountain, possessing a reputation that commanded respect. In his previous frustrations, Zhang had articulated the dire circumstances of the Renzi camp, momentarily overlooking this fierce individual, who, despite holding the rank of a captain, likely wielded strength rivaling that of any subcommander. After all, he had annihilated a demon mountain, fought valiantly against 2 masters of the Gao clan without defeat, and even decapitated Gao Wuxing before their very eyes. Reflecting on his own Keiyuan County's captain, Su Mushin, who was also a master but had been treated like a dead dog by Qin Zheng, still lay unconscious and unresponsive. Such a significant disparity in strength renders the prospect of vanquishing the Songfing Mountain Rat Demon King not entirely implausible. At the very least, it would suffice to instill fear in the creatures inhabiting Songfing Mountain, preventing them from behaving so audaciously. Consequently, his demeanor underwent a transformation, and he gazed at Qin Zheng with eyes brimming with anticipation, inquiring, "Is this truly the case, young hero Qin?" Qin Zheng cast him a glance, choosing to remain unresponsive. The words spoken by the prefect of Keiyuan were 7 parts genuine, 3 parts fabricated. His reluctance to relay the information regarding the rat demon's mischief to the Renzi battalion likely stemmed not solely from a fear of retribution from the rat demon king, but also from a dread that disseminating such news would utterly tarnish his reputation. After all, The daughter of a dignified prefect had become entangled with a rat demon and was even bearing its offspring. The revelation of this scandal would undoubtedly provoke ridicule and scorn. In an effort to preserve his dignity, he chose to shield the rat demon, even contemplating the suppression of the matter. However, he had not anticipated that the indiscretion of the rat demon's kin would ultimately draw the attention of the Renzi battalion. Moreover, the demon-slaying officer who had come here possessed the formidable presence of a master. These thoughts swirled in Qin Zheng's mind. Subsequently, he disregarded the man and approached Zhang Qing'er. At this moment, the woman who obstinately pursued a romance with a demon was utterly weakened and tormented by the half-demon fetus within her. Truly, one can defy the heavens, but one cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds. Regardless of Zhang Qing'er's fate, the half-demon within her must undoubtedly be terminated. Qin Zheng extended his hand to her abdomen and applied gentle pressure. In an instant, a surge of power surged into Zhang Qing'er's body, swiftly obliterating the half-demon fetus within. Assist her in extracting the remnants, Qin Zheng instructed Zhou Shi and Lu Yi, before turning and striding out of the government office. The potential retribution from the rat demon against Zhang Kaijin and Zhang Qing'er was of no concern to him. However, the brazen invasion of the human city, disregarding the Renzi battalion, could not be tolerated. Should this audacity continue unchecked, the plight of demons would inevitably escalate, leading to the demise of countless innocent citizens. Furthermore, Qin Zheng himself harbored a desire to test the extent of his newfound strength after ascending to the rank of master. Chapter 82. The beasts lurk at the cold avoidance pool, dominance of Wang Weiqian. A mountain ape leapt into the air, its powerful fists descending like hammers. In a swift motion, a great halberd shot upwards, piercing the creature instantly. With a flick of the halberd, the lifeless body of the ape was hurled back into the towering mountains. This strike immediately instilled fear among the multitude of beasts atop the mountain, bringing them to a halt as they exchanged glances. Wang Weiqian's gaze was as cold as ice, gripping the blood-stained halberd, clad in armor soaked in crimson. His fierce eyes scanned the creatures hidden within the mountain, resembling a demon of chaos, radiating overwhelming authority. With just his presence, he completely suppressed the horde of beasts. As one of the 5 esteemed generals of the Ren division, his reputation was well-deserved. Do you truly believe that you alone can thwart us? A voice echoed from within the mountains. As the beasts parted, an aged ape slowly stepped forward. Though its figure appeared gaunt, its fur glistened like polished steel, and its tail could easily snap a tree. With a grave expression, it regarded Wang Weiqian and issued a threat. Unfazed by the elder ape's intimidation, Wang Weiqian swung his halberd down with a resounding thud against the earth. Care to try? He replied, his 4 words dripping with menace, evoking images of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood in the minds of the beasts. The elder ape's eyes flickered with fear, prompting it to retort. The Dragon King is on the verge of a breakthrough. Let us see how long you can hold out. Wang Weiqian maintained his calm demeanor, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the elder ape. Should you dare to prattle on, this old ape shall perish here today. With that, he slashed the ground with his halberd, carving a fissure. Step beyond this line, and I shall slay every last one of you. His words roared like a tiger's growl, infused with a fierce aura that made the elder ape's pupils constrict as the other beasts recoiled in fear. Seeing the beasts remain motionless, the elder ape fell silent. Wang Weiqian snorted softly and turned to leave. Beneath him lay a gruesome sight, with dozens, if not hundreds, of beast corpses sprawled across the ground. Among them were several formidable beast generals at the master level. No wonder he alone could intimidate the horde of mountain beasts into submission. After a brief walk, several tents came into view. This was the encampment of the Ren division at the cold avoidance pool. As he entered the main camp, he observed many demon-slaying officers bustling about, nestled among the mountains. The cold avoidance pool was surrounded, and the creatures wishing to descend from the heights were not limited to the apes he had just subdued. In Wang Weiqian's eyes, a grave expression flickered, laden with deep concern. He then cast his gaze toward the nearby cold shelter pool. Although termed a pool, it resembled more of a lake, its surface shimmering with a resplendent emerald hue. The ancient flood dragon lay hidden beneath the waters of this very sanctuary. Wang Weiqian promptly shifted his focus upward, to the figure seated cross-legged upon the low cliff above. Clad in a flowing black robe, The visage was resolute, chiseled as if sculpted from stone, particularly the thick brows that resembled sharp blades, exuding an aura of formidable vigor. Yet at this moment, the figure's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in meditation, rendering the brilliance of its gaze hidden from view. Upon beholding this figure, Wang Weiqian felt a surge of confidence welling within him, grounding his spirit. Report. General Wang. A message has arrived from Kaiyuan Prefecture. A soldier hastened to his side, presenting a letter with both hands. Wang Weiqian's expression hardened as he reached out to accept the letter, swiftly unfolding it to scrutinize its contents. As he perused the missive, his countenance grew increasingly frigid. Do these creatures in Huayan County truly believe that my Ren division cannot contend with them? Wang Weiqian suddenly exclaimed, his voice a sharp reprimand that stirred those around him. What has transpired? At that moment, another figure, bloodied and battered, entered the camp, raising an inquisitive brow as he approached. Lu Mingyi, one of the 5 deputy generals of the Ren division, had also been assigned to the cold shelter pool alongside Wang Weiqian, tasked with slaying the monsters summoned by the ancient flood dragon from the surrounding areas. A rodent plague has erupted in Kaiyuan Prefecture, and it is suspected that the officials are collaborating with the fiends. I am certain it is the rat demon from Songfing Mountain testing our resolve, Wang Weiqian declared, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The weakened state of the Ren division was no secret, but if the demons were beginning to probe their defenses, it portended dire consequences. Upon hearing this, a flicker of chill crossed Lu Mingyi's gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he suggested, should we send a message to Chu Yu and the others, instructing one of them to venture to Songfing Mountain and eliminate that rat demon to instill fear? With only 3 deputy generals remaining at the cold shelter pool after the 2 had arrived, the prospect of losing another posed a significant risk. Wang Weiqian pondered briefly before shaking his head, a mysterious glint crossing his eyes as he replied, there is another individual dispatched to address the rat plague in Kaiyuan Prefecture. His strength is on par with ours, and should suffice to deal with the rat demon. Lu Mingyi furrowed his brow and inquired, are you referring to Qinzheng? Wang Weiqian turned his gaze towards him and nodded slightly. The exploits of Mo Su Mountain and Haiyan City had solidified his confidence in Qinzheng's prowess. However, Lu Mingyi hesitated and remarked, but if we send him alone, what of the Gao clan's side? Wang Weiqian was immediately taken aback. Indeed, as he ventures alone into Songfing Mountain, with the Renzi camp currently unable to offer assistance, is it not the opportune moment for the Gao clan to act? His countenance suddenly shifts, revealing a turmoil of indecision etched across his brow. The Grand Master represents a strategic echelon of martial prowess. Any movement from such a figure would not escape the scrutiny of the entire Qingzhou. Therefore, the Gao clan could only muster their master-level warriors. Should Qinzheng awaken his destiny wheel and ascend to the rank of master, his inherent physical talents would surely render him impervious to any threats posed by the Grand Masters, allowing him to disregard the Gao clan's pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to Lu Mingyi, yet in the end he could not suppress a long, resigned sigh, murmuring, we are truly out of options. Galloping forth, a fierce steed kicked up a cloud of dust along the path. Qinzheng, with a bow and sword slung across his back, grasped the reins with one hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. His journey to Songfing Mountain was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. The audacity of the rat demon to descend from the mountain and threaten a prefect was an ominous signal. If the Renzi camp remained inactive upon learning of this, it would not only embolden the rat demon of Songfing Mountain, but also other malevolent creatures, all sensing the weakness of the Renzi camp and following suit. In such a scenario, it would inevitably be the powerless common folk who would bear the brunt of the calamity. Thus, the rat demon must be slain. The insidious intentions of these creatures must be crushed beneath foot. They shall not be allowed to raise their heads. Furthermore, having practiced the 4 symbols and 6 harmonies blade as well as the step to heaven and cloud, he has addressed his shortcomings. With the awakening of his destiny wheel and ascension to master, Qinzheng's combat prowess has surged dramatically. At this moment, he is uncertain of his own strength. Yet, he is assured that if he were to face the 2 Gao clan masters in Black Goose City as he is now, even if they unleashed their secret techniques in unison, they would not survive 3 exchanges against him. Qinzheng's expedition to Songfing Mountain serves to rattle the tiger and to validate his own might. The steed raced onward, and as the full moon hung high in the sky, he entered the domain of Songfeng Mountain from Kaiyuan Prefecture. The signs of human habitation dwindled, and upon crossing into Songfeng Mountain, there was not a single trace of human presence. A thick aura of demonic energy permeated the air, accompanied by the roars of various beasts, and pairs of ghostly lights flickered amidst the forest. Should an ordinary person find themselves here, such sights would likely induce terror, causing them to tremble and collapse. However, those who arrive are far from ordinary. Qin Zheng raised his gaze to the towering mountains surrounding him, extending his mental acuity to sense the movements around him. Songfeng Mountain, a den of demons, bore a striking resemblance to Moxa Mountain, with myriad demons concealed within the imposing peaks before him. Ascending Songfeng Mountain now mirrored his previous entry into Moxa Mountain, both occurring under the cloak of night. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng smiled gently, but then his gaze turned cold as he employed his lightness skill, swiftly merging into the shadows of the towering mountains before him. At the very moment he entered Songfeng Mountain, countless creatures, sensing the presence of a human, were already lurking, eager to pounce. With a subtle shake of his shoulder, the ghost head blade fell into his grasp. In an instant, a flurry of blade light surged forth like a tempest, cleaving these beasts mercilessly. Subsequently, he seized a creature that had gained sentience and inquired, "Where is the lair of the Rat Demon King of Songfeng Mountain?" The creature, trembling with terror, stammered in response. "The 9 demon lords are currently deliberating significant matters in a cave halfway up the mountain." Significant matters? They are likely scheming on how to probe the limits of the Renzi camp, endangering more of the human race. With a swift stroke, Qin Zheng severed the creature's head and then lifted his gaze towards the darkened forest ahead. With a decisive step, he surged forth. Meanwhile, within a vast cave at the mountainside of Songfeng, countless creatures had gathered, resembling a bustling human banquet, filled with raucous revelry. At the center of the cave stood a colossal wooden cage, imprisoning several hundred humans, both old and young. Outside the cage, a few pig demons wielded large blades, akin to butchers, as they slaughtered fresh meat and distributed it among the creatures in the cave. The scene was grotesquely bloody. Upon receiving the flesh, the creatures erupted in loud expressions of gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, 9 demon lords. Thank you, Rat Demon King." The atmosphere was lively yet eerily unsettling, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. High above in the cave, 9 figures surveyed the scene below. Among them were a tiger, a deer, a fox, and at the center loomed a massive rat. They were none other than the 9 great demon lords of Songfeng Mountain. Chapter 83. Today, Qin single-handedly pierced through Songfeng Mountain. Let us first extend our congratulations to the Rat Demon King. The Rat Demon King has indeed become the father-in-law of the governor of Kaiyuan Prefecture. By having the governor's daughter bear offspring for the Rat clan, the Rat Demon King has executed a truly remarkable maneuver. Below, the myriad of demons revel in a frenzy of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the 9 demon lords above are also in high spirits, collectively extending their felicitations to the central figure, the Rat Demon King. Once the governor's daughter gives birth, the Rat Demon King will be able to devour the governor, transforming into his likeness and assuming a role in the esteemed court of the great Jin dynasty. With the protection of the Rat Demon King, Kaiyuan Prefecture will become a granary for our Songfeng Mountain, a most delightful prospect. A yellow weasel, swaying its head and sparkling eyes, spoke up. Upon hearing this, the other demon lords were equally stirred with excitement. However, the Rat Demon King, amidst the congratulations, did not share in their exuberance. Being on the brink of ascending to Demon King status, its spiritual senses were far more acute than those of the other lords. For some inexplicable reason, it had felt a sudden jolt in its spirit, as if a thick, dark cloud was looming ominously overhead. A sense of impending crisis surged within its heart. The other demon lords, amidst their merriment, gradually sensed the Rat Demon King's unease and inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you, Rat Demon King? You seemed well just moments ago." At this, the Rat Demon King abruptly snapped back to attention, shaking its head as it replied, "I do not know. My heart has become restless all of a sudden. I cannot shake the feeling that something may have happened to my 2 children in Kaiyuan Prefecture." Despite the rising sense of peril, it was not concerned about the prowess of the Ren battalion approaching Songfeng Mountain. They were well aware of the current situation. The Grand General was stationed at the cold refuge pool, and had recently dispatched 2 subordinate generals along with a cohort of demon-slaying officers. Presently, only 3 subordinate generals remained in the Ren Battalion's camp. They would not dare to send even one of them to Tsungfing Mountain, for doing so would leave their camp dangerously vulnerable. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that something had befallen its 2 children in Kaiyuan Prefecture. Realizing this, the Rat Demon King came to understand that perhaps this was a warning from the Ren Battalion. As its thoughts swirled, the other demon lords erupted in laughter, assuring it, "Fear not, Rat Demon King. We are well aware of the current state of the Ren Battalion. If those remaining 3 subordinate generals dare to take action, I guarantee their camp will face a siege from a horde of demons. Even if we were to head to Kaiyuan Prefecture right now." Boom! Before the demon lord could finish his sentence, a streak of light shot from outside the cave, piercing through its heart and pinning it firmly against the stone wall of the cavern. In a single arrow, one of the 9 demon lords of Tsungfing Mountain, a being on par with a master, was utterly vanquished. In an instant, chaos erupted within the demon lair. Many of the creatures below were oblivious to the unfolding events, only sensing a streak of light flash overhead, followed by a thunderous roar. Above, "The Fox Lord has been slain," one of the demons cried out, and the horde looked up, immediately witnessing the Fox Lord pinned to the cavern wall by an arrow. In that moment, pandemonium ensued, as the horde surged forth like a tidal wave, desperate to flee the lair. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, 3 thunderous booms resounded. 3 streaks of light shot through the cavern, piercing all demons attempting to escape. The arrows seemed to contain boundless power. Merely grazing the demons caused the energy within to infiltrate their bodies, resulting in explosive bursts of blood. The might of the 3 arrows instantly quelled the horde's attempts to escape. Meanwhile, above the lair, as the Fox Lord fell, the remaining 8 demon lords quickly regained their composure, unleashing their most formidable aura. They turned their gazes toward the entrance of the cavern, only to behold a young man, his expression icy, drawing back a great bow aimed at the depths of the lair. Clad in the garb of the Demon Slayer Lieutenant from the Ren Battalion, he stood resolute. How outrageous! In that moment, a surge of fury erupted within the minds of the demon lords. Did the Ren Battalion truly dare to send someone to Tsungfing Mountain? Did they truly believe that the current Ren Battalion, with Qin Lihu commanding the main camp and 5 subordinate generals free to act, could be so easily trifled with? Blinded by rage, they failed to comprehend how a mere Demon Slayer lieutenant could shoot down a demon lord on par with a master. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, streaks of lightning materialized, and a rain of arrows flooded into the cavern, slaughtering the remaining demons. Simultaneously, the arrows surged toward the 8 remaining demon lords. The overwhelming force contained within the arrows jolted several of the lords back to their senses, compelling them to evade. Moments later, the number of demons remaining in the cavern dwindled to nearly nothing, with almost half of the demon lords also felled. It was only then that Qin Zheng slung the great bow across his back and grasped the ghostly blade in his hand. Subsequently, the broad blade, glinting with a chilling light, slowly scraped against the ground. Accompanied by a figure cloaked in black, he emerged into the remaining demons' line of sight. At that moment, this figure appeared to them as a harbinger of doom, instilling in their hearts a primal fear and trepidation. Not a single demon harbored even a flicker of defiance. Even the remaining half of the 9 great demon lords were filled with dread. Having entrenched themselves in Tsungfing Mountain, they had never encountered such a formidable warrior. With just a volley of arrows, nearly all the demons in the cavern had been annihilated, and half of their own ranks had been slain. Such overwhelming combat prowess could only signify that this individual possessed the strength of a subgeneral. However, this individual bore no resemblance to any of the minor generals they had envisioned, possessing such formidable strength, yet clad in the attire of a demon-slaying captain. In an instant, a name that had recently gained renown in Qingzhou echoed within their minds. Qin Zheng. This solitary figure had single-handedly annihilated Moxum Mountain and had valiantly fought against 2 masters of the Gao clan, mercilessly severing the bloodline of the Gao family. To think that he had also joined the Ren Battalion. In that fleeting moment, the hearts of the demon lords were inundated with boundless regret. They had been so fixated on the 5 minor generals that they had overlooked the existence of this ruthless individual. Thus, several demon lords turned their gazes toward the Rat Demon King. This being was the mightiest among them in Tsungfing Mountain. mere steps away from attaining the realm of a demon king, standing shoulder to shoulder with the great masters of humanity. Yet, as they scrutinized the surroundings, they discovered an enormous hole had inexplicably appeared within the cavern, and the figure of the rat demon king had vanished into the depths of the cave. The strongest of the rat demons had fled without their notice. In an instant, all that remained in the hearts of the demon lords was a torrent of furious curses as they contemplated following suit in their escape. However, at that very moment, a shadow suddenly flashed into view. Before they could react, a blinding arc of light swept through, and the demons' corpses were severed, their consciousness obliterated. Of the 9 demon lords of Songfing Mountain, aside from the fleeing rat demon king, all 8 remaining were slain on the spot. Qin Zheng's original aim had merely been to eliminate the rat demon and intimidate the horde of demons. Never did he anticipate that the 9 demon lords of Songfing Mountain, along with awakened demonic entities, would be assembled in such proximity. Such a rare opportunity. If he did not pierce through Songfing Mountain, would it not be a lamentable waste? He withdrew his gaze from the corpses of the 8 demon lords and turned his attention to the wooden cage within the cavern, where hundreds of human captives were imprisoned. Before the cage lay several overturned bone-cutting knives and some unfinished remnants of limbs, fueling the flames of fury within him. He leaped, employing his agility to eradicate all remaining demonic creatures in the cavern. Then, he cast his gaze upon the cage, observing the ragged and terrified humans, their spirits seemingly numbed by fear. Qin Zheng's expression was frigid. Today he alone would ensure that Songfing Mountain was thoroughly vanquished. At this moment, the rat demon king was darting swiftly through the muddy terrain. It could almost hear the frantic beating of its own heart. Did the Ren battalion truly dare to take action? The visage of the rat demon king was marred by a mixture of rage and profound dread. It had failed to discern the identity of that person, having escaped into the earth before the second wave of arrows descended. Thus, its heart was filled with uncertainty. The attire worn by that individual was merely that of a demon-slaying captain. How could they possess the combat prowess of a minor general? Could it be that another captain had surreptitiously ascended to the rank of minor general within the Ren battalion? And since they had ventured into Songfing Mountain, they must have been aware of the events transpiring within the Kaiyuan mansion. In the palace of Kaiyuan, one fears that one's 2 offspring have already met with misfortune. It appears that my probing has indeed touched upon the threshold of the Renzi camp. Remaining in Songfing Mountain is no longer tenable, necessitating a change of location. With a thunderous sound, its massive rodent form suddenly burst forth from the ground. At this moment, it found itself on level terrain, already several miles away from the half-mountain demon den. However, this was not truly safe, for its subterranean traversal was relatively sluggish. What took several miles for a human expert to traverse with agile grace could be accomplished in mere moments. It was about to plunge back into the earth, tunneling away from its current position. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past, accompanied by the distant sound of thunder. An arrow struck with ferocity, piercing its body, and, propelled by tremendous inertia, yanked it from the depths of the ground. As a creature on the brink of ascending to the status of Demon King, it did not perish from this single shot. Yet, almost immediately, a figure with a frigid demeanor appeared before it, and a cold blade of light swept through the air. The massive rodent head, bereft of its body, plummeted to the ground. The rat demon king opened its mouth, as if to utter something, but its eyes gradually dimmed. The headless rodent body struggled a few times before finally succumbing to stillness. In this moment, all 9 demon lords of Songfing Mountain were utterly annihilated. Chapter 84. Slaying the master of the Gao clan. Qin Zheng's name resounds in the Demon Mountain. Weak, utterly feeble, despite the so-called 9 great demon lords, Qin Zheng has yet to unleash even half of his strength, and already he has pierced through the entirety of Songfing Mountain. After severing the head of the rat demon king with a single stroke, Qin Zheng cast a glance at his fallen foe, confirming his demise. He then turned and, employing his lightness skill, swiftly returned to the demon lair. The surviving human citizens still required his guidance to descend the mountain and return to their city. However, just as he approached the demon lair, he sensed a disturbance in the air, and in an instant, he vanished. Whoosh! An arrow whistled past, striking the very spot he had occupied moments before. An archer? Almost immediately, a glimmer of cold light appeared, followed by the swift emergence of a spear, aiming directly for his heart. Qin Zheng's gaze hardened, and a golden sheen enveloped his skin as his body, akin to a long-dormant machine, roared to life. His muscles and bones tensed in an instant, unleashing a torrent of power akin to a bursting dam. The Gao clan was indeed keeping a close watch on him. Now that they had come, there would be no retreat. He sidestepped, twisting his form to evade another incoming arrow. Then, with lightning speed, he grasped the spear imbued with immense force. In that moment, Su Mu's previously grim expression shifted dramatically. Unlike their last encounter, this time he had held nothing back, unleashing his full strength from the outset. Yet, even so, he felt as though his spear had become ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immovable. What extraordinary physical talent did his opponent possess? Had his strength increased? No, wait. This aura. He had ascended to the rank of master. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Su Mu's mind. Gazing at the cold expression of Qin Zheng across from him, he opened his mouth to issue a warning, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by an irresistible force surging through the spear and into his body, propelling him violently towards his adversary. Swish! A flash of blade light emerged. A thin line of blood appeared at Su Mu's neck. At that instant, in Qin Zheng's mental perception, a figure burst forth from the forest, rapidly approaching his rear. He swiftly turned, delivering a lethal strike toward the agile silhouette wielding twin blades. Clang! Whoosh! Boom! The clash of blade and sword echoed, and the shadow that had charged at him was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a rocky cliff with a resounding thud, thereafter falling silent. The master of the Gao clan, Su Wu, had perished. At that moment, Su Mu, behind Qin Zheng, was met with a brutal fate, his head severed and his body collapsing to the ground. The expression on Su Mu's face was one of disbelief, unable to fathom how, in merely a few days, his opponent had undergone such a monumental transformation. Yet, no matter how reluctant he was, the divine light in his eyes gradually faded, ultimately dimming to complete darkness. Master Gao, Su Mu has fallen. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry resounded from above, accompanied by a flurry of arrows that descended rapidly like a torrential storm. The Gao clan, it seemed, was resolute in their intent to eliminate him, deploying two masters, a master archer, and a formidable beast. Qin Zheng heightened his spiritual perception to its maximum as he executed his lightness skill to its utmost. His figure darted through the air like a wraith, swiftly advancing towards the oncoming arrows. With a flash, Qin Zheng's silhouette appeared before the master archer. In an instant, a blade of light sliced through the air, dispatching the archer with ease. In the bone refinement realm, he lacked even the strength to draw a bow. Qin Zheng scoffed, sheathing his blade and grasping his bow. He swiftly knocked an arrow, aiming at the great eagle that charged toward him. With a thunderous roar, the arrow shot forth like a streak of light, followed by a resounding boom. In the eagle's eyes, darkness mingled with an uncontrollable shock. This individual had advanced astonishingly fast. In such a short span of time, he could effortlessly slay two masters of the Gao clan. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the arrow now dominated its entire field of vision. In a split second, it soared upward, evading the deadly projectile. This evasive maneuver caused Qin Zheng, who held the great bow on the ground, to narrow his eyes slightly. The speed of the eagle surpassed that of his arrows. To possess such velocity, it must not merely be a demon commander on par with a master, but rather a demon king, rivaling a grand master. Excellent. This was fortuitous, as he had yet to unleash his full potential. The emergence of such a formidable beast presented an opportunity for him to unleash his power without restraint and truly test his abilities. Qin Zheng immediately continued to knock and draw arrows, sending forth a barrage of luminous projectiles toward the soaring eagle. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless thunder echoed throughout the mountains, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Qin Zheng's bowstring was drawn to a perfect crescent, the force increasing with each shot. A myriad of lights ascended from the ground, soaring into the sky. The great eagle, constantly maneuvering to evade, relentlessly ascended in height. Under this relentless rain of arrows, it was unable to approach Qin Zheng. The sheer force contained within those arrows instilled a sense of dread, even within the creature that had broken through to the Demon King realm. How could this human possess such overwhelming power? Consequently, it was forced to evade time and again, seeking an opportunity to dive down. However, amidst this torrential barrage, it suddenly fell victim to an arrow that pierced through its abdomen. In agony, it let out a piercing cry, swiftly elevating its form before hastily fleeing. The creature possessed tremendous strength and an exquisite mastery of archery, which effectively countered it. Unable to vanquish the adversary today, it resolved to seek another opportunity in the future. Observing the great eagle preparing to escape, Qinzheng narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. He once again drew an arrow, knocking it with increasing force until the bow and string resembled a full moon. This marked the first occasion since acquiring this formidable bow that Qinzheng exerted such strength in drawing the string. Boom! A thunderous brilliance erupted. The air was pierced, producing a sharp roar. In an instant, a streak of light surged from the ground to the sky, fiercely penetrating the rapidly fleeing great eagle. Its feathers scattered, mingled with droplets of blood plummeting from the heights. Yet, despite staggering in midair, the great eagle persisted in its frantic escape. On the ground, Qinzheng refrained from loosing another arrow, for the bowstring had snapped under the strain of the previous shot. Without his bow, he could only watch helplessly as the great eagle soared away, realizing this was indeed the very creature that had fled from Moksu Mountain. As he gazed at the figure dwindling into the night sky, a thought crossed his mind. The Gao family was undeniably entangled with the beasts. They were not the only ones in league with the fiends. A chilling resolve flickered in Qinzheng's eyes. In a single night, all 9 demon lords of Songfeng Mountain were eradicated. One individual had pierced through the entire mountain, effectively removing it from the ranks of demon lairs in Huayan County. Upon returning to Kaiyuan Prefecture, news of this event spread like wildfire throughout Huayan County, hinting at a potential reach across the entirety of Qingzhou. The reason was simple. One person had subdued an entire demon mountain, and among the 10 military camps of Qingzhou, there were certainly individuals of such ruthless caliber. Yet, if this individual had recently annihilated Moksu Mountain, fiercely battling 2 masters of the Gao family and severing the bloodline of the Gao clan, many would undoubtedly take an interest. How could the Gao family, so publicly humiliated, refrain from retaliating? Although Gao Wuxing's actions had drawn the ire of heaven and man, preventing the Gao family from acting openly, they possessed their own formidable experts in the shadows. Why had they not eliminated this young man? Was it possible that the governor of Gaozhou still feared the general of Qingzhou? Many awaited to see how this confrontation between the 2 fierce tigers of Qingzhou would unfold. Yet, for now, all appeared tranquil, with no signs of conflict between the 2. Only those in high positions with keen insight would realize that the Gao family had indeed made a move. A skilled archer, 2 masters, and a demon king-level great eagle. This configuration was more than sufficient for an ambush against a mere subgeneral. This time, the attempt to assassinate a mere demon-slaying captain was clearly a testament to the resolute determination of the Gao family. However, the outcome astonished everyone. A master archer and 2 grandmasters perished, while the formidable demon king, the great eagle, fled severely wounded. Rumor has it that had Qinzheng's bowstring not snapped, even that demon king would have remained ensnared in Songfeng Mountain. With this singular battle, Qinzheng's name once again resonated throughout the entirety of Qingzhou. Moreover, this name transcended mere human circles, swiftly spreading across the demon mountains within Qingzhou, instilling a powerful aura of intimidation that rendered many demons trembling in fear. With the might of a single individual, he obliterated 2 demon mountains in such a brief span of time. Who would not be daunted by such ferocity? Thus, upon the announcement of the massacre at Songfeng Mountain, both the demons within Huayan Prefecture and those beyond began to pay heed to the name Qinzheng and his whereabouts, anxious that he might one day appear upon their own demon mountains. As Qinzheng's reputation soared, the demons within Huayan Prefecture fell into an eerie silence. Those who had initially contemplated testing the limits of the Renzi camp quickly abandoned such thoughts. Although Qinzheng was merely a demon-slaying captain, his prowess rivaled that of 5 lesser generals, if not surpassing them. After all, while the 5 lesser generals boasted considerable might, none had achieved the monumental feat of annihilating a demon mountain. It can be said that Qinzheng's triumph at Songfeng Mountain has decisively stabilized Huayan Prefecture, which had been teetering on the brink of demonic turmoil. This news swiftly reached Wang Weiqian at Bihan Pond. Chapter 85. The 6th Deputy General of the Run Camp in the depths of the Cold Retreat Pond, within the Grand Encampment. News arrived that Qin Zheng had vanquished the 9 great demon lords and pierced through the windy warehouse mountain. Wang Weiqian, having just returned with his great halberd for a brief respite, was struck with astonishment upon learning that Qin Zheng had also slain 2 masters of the Gao clan and gravely injured a demon king. Despite his preparation, his spirit was shaken, and he found it difficult to quell his tumultuous thoughts. How little time had passed since the battle at Black Goose City. After joining the Ren camp, it had barely been 10 days. Yet, in this short span, such earth-shattering changes had transpired. While the sweeping of the 9 demon lords and the slaying of 2 Gao masters fell within the realm of his understanding, the grievous wounding of a demon king was beyond his imagination. This was a being on par with grandmasters. Although it was true that human grandmasters could easily slay demon kings of the same realm, a demon king represented a level of existence equal to that of a grandmaster. Even he could not confidently face such a formidable entity. How could that young man have so severely wounded a demon king that it fled in defeat? Such prowess, it seemed that within the Ren camp, he might only be second to General Qin. In that moment, Wang Weiqian was engulfed by a torrent of mixed emotions, falling into silence. His martial talent was commendable, yet he had toiled for years, enduring the harshest of winters and sweltering summers, before finally joining the Ren camp at a tender age, honing his skills over the years to achieve his current standing. Yet, Qin Zheng, merely a lowly executioner from Black Goose City, had surpassed him in such a brief time. While perseverance in martial arts is crucial, it is the extraordinary talent that incites greater envy and admiration. With a soft sigh, Wang Weiqian lamented. He felt no envy towards Qin Zheng, but rather a deep-seated admiration. Had he possessed such innate ability, he too might have already reached the grandmaster level, commanding a camp and safeguarding a prefecture as a general. What happened? Is there something amiss on your end? At that moment, Lu Mingyi returned to the military camp. Upon seeing Wang Weiqian's demeanor, his expression darkened, and he hurriedly inquired. Wang Weiqian did not withhold the truth, relaying all the news he had just received. After listening, Lu Mingyi appeared utterly stunned. For him, the shock of this revelation surpassed even that of Wang Weiqian. It had only been a few days since he first heard the name Qin Zheng, and he had yet to even see what the man looked like. Now, this individual had already ascended to such heights. This was no longer mere martial genius, but an extraordinary prodigy. He reflected on the unfairness of fate, lamenting that in this world, there are always some prodigious talents, serving as a stark reminder of the chasm that exists between the ordinary and the extraordinary. In the Ren camp, there lingered a foreboding sense of inevitability. Lu Mingyi cast a glance at Wang Weiqian and spoke. Such a prodigy will either be taken away by the commander or absorbed by the formidable A and B camps. Our Ren camp is simply too feeble to retain such a celestial talent. Wang Weiqian sighed softly in response. Despite the fact that all 10 military camps fell under the command of the general and were backed by the great Jin dynasty, the disparity in strength among the camps led to differences in treatment. At the very least, within the top-ranked camps, certain martial arts elixirs could be obtained without the need for merit-based exchange. Both men fell into a contemplative silence, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. A resounding roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, erupted from outside the camp. Is that old Jiao stirring trouble again? They exchanged a glance and quickly buried their concerns for Qin Zheng, grasping their weapons as they hastened from the camp. Meanwhile, in the cold avoidance pool, plumes of steam surged forth, revealing a colossal shadow moving beneath the water's surface. Perched above the pool, a figure clad in a dark robe slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of icy light glimmering within. Rising to his feet, he unsheathed the coiling dragon golden spear embedded in the earth beside him. With a swift motion, he waved the spear, leaving a white streak in the air that pointed menacingly towards the ground. Simultaneously, beneath the cold waters, a head resembling that of a dragon, devoid of horns, broke through the surface. The sheer size of this head rivaled that of an ordinary great demon, measuring 5 to 6 meters. It was the old Jiao of the cold avoidance pool. Fixing its gaze upon the figure, it coldly declared, "Qin Lihu, even if you can guard me here for a moment, do you truly believe you can do so for eternity? I advise you to depart quietly and tend to your Ren camp, lest you squander your formidable mastery in vain." How lamentable that would be. Qin Lihu let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on the spear. If you seek battle, then let it be so. Do you truly think I cannot contend with you merely because you hide beneath the waters? The old Jiao's vertical pupils shimmered with malice, and it let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the mountains surrounding the cold avoidance pool. The sound, akin to a dragon's lament, summoned the creatures lurking within the mountains. A chill crept into Qin Lihu's eyes. In a single stride, he leaped into the air, thrusting his spear towards the Jiao's head. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the spear tip, crashing forcefully against the old Jiao's cranium, interrupting its roar. The water erupted violently, and the old Jiao, in pain, surged towards Qin Lihu. Although he could not fly, the surrounding energy allowed him to tread upon the water's surface as if it were solid ground. In an instant, a fierce battle ensued between man and Jiao upon the expanse of the cold avoidance pool. At this moment, Wang Weiqian, wielding a great halberd, had already arrived at the base of the mountains surrounding the cold avoidance pool. His aura surged forth, standing resolutely against the monstrous beings that lurked within the mountains. Surrounding him were numerous demon-slaying officers, all armed and poised to confront the creatures descending from the peaks. Further back, ordinary soldiers aimed their stone-throwing machines and crossbows toward the mountains. At this instant, every demon-slaying officer in the camp had joined the fray, preparing to engage in a fierce battle against the fiends. Wang Weiqian sensed the increasing presence of these malevolent beings and felt a heavy weight in his heart. The mountains surrounding the cold avoidance pool had not previously harbored such a multitude of demons. Their burgeoning numbers indicated that creatures from distant lands were converging here. What power did that old dragon possess to summon these monsters, even at the cost of their own lives, to restrain the Renzi camp? With the second roar of the old dragon echoing, accompanied by the earth-shattering sounds of combat emanating from the cold avoidance pool, the mountain-dwelling fiends surged downward. Charging toward the pool, Wang Weiqian's gaze darkened, and he too plunged into the fray with his halberd. All the demon-slaying officers followed suit, engaging in a fierce slaughter against the descending horde of monsters. Behind them, the stone-throwing machines and crossbows commenced their operations under the command of the ordinary soldiers. In that instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the roars of the demonic entities. Wang Weiqian and Lu Mingyi, two of the 5 chief commanders of the Renzi camp, possessed formidable strength that required no further elaboration. They moved like phantoms, appearing in various locations amidst the mountains, dispatching fiends that rivaled the mastery of the grandmasters. The lesser demons were dealt with by the ordinary demon-slaying officers, while the even weaker beasts, scarcely considered true demons, were annihilated by the stone throwers and crossbows. Through the concerted efforts of the Renzi camp, they managed to hold the demonic forces firmly on the mountains, preventing any from breaching the boundaries and encroaching upon the cold avoidance pool. This fierce battle raged on for nearly half an hour. Wang Weiqian lost count of how many fiends he had slain. The crimson demon blood nearly stained the entire mountain red. It was only after a piercing cry of anguish resonated from the direction of the cold avoidance pool that the demonic entities began to retreat, ceasing their assault. Wang Weiqian, his halberd drenched in blood, emanated an air of invincibility, resembling a deity of slaughter. He fixed his gaze upon the retreating fiends, ensuring they would not return to the fray before he finally turned to withdraw his forces. This battle marked the first significant onslaught of demons since his arrival at the cold avoidance pool. Many demon-slaying officers had fallen in this conflict, leaving him feeling somewhat weary and fatigued. Such a state could not persist. Wang Weiqian pondered. Raising his eyes, he beheld a figure clad in a dark, mysterious robe who had ceased lingering on the low cliff and returned to the main camp. General Qin. Wang Weiqian immediately saluted, addressing him with utmost respect. Qin Lihu nodded thoughtfully and spoke. From what you have just recounted, that young man single-handedly vanquished all the monsters of Tsangfeng Mountain? Wang Weiqian was momentarily taken aback, his heart trembling at the realization that, despite the distance, the other party had overheard their conversation. Fortunately, they had never spoken ill of this esteemed general. He nodded in affirmation and added, not only did he eliminate all the monsters of Tsangfeng Mountain, but he also dispatched 2 masters of the Gao clan and severely injured a formidable demon of the royal realm. Qin Lihu nodded, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. After a brief pause, he declared, relay my command, appoint Qin Zheng as the 6th Deputy General of the Ren Division, and instruct him to hurry to the cold pool. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiqian abruptly raised his head to gaze at Qin Lihu. He suddenly sensed that this formidable general seemed resolute in his decision to eradicate that old crocodile once and for all. His intuition stirred, and as he lowered his gaze, he noticed drops of blood falling beneath him. This blood was not from the old crocodile, but from himself. In the recent battle, this general, who commanded the Ren division and was a grandmaster warrior, had sustained grave injuries. This command shall be executed by you. Remember, swift in your journey, swift in your return. At this moment, Qin Lihu's voice resonated once more, drawing Wang Weiqian's focus back to the task at hand. He lifted his gaze to the general once more, nodded solemnly, and replied, "Understood." Chapter 86. The Serpent's Tendon as a Bowstring. Qin Zheng's Ambitions. In Huayan County, Kaiyuan Prefecture, the demon slayer from the Ren Battalion had completed the task of eradicating the rodent plague, but had yet to depart from Kaiyuan. Zhang Kaiyuan, as the prefect, could not remain indifferent to the association between individuals of his stature and the demonic entities, especially with the recent demise of the vermin from Tsongfing Mountain. Although Tsongfing Mountain had fallen, other demon-ridden mountains still existed. If Zhang Kaiyuan dared to consort with the rodent demons of Tsongfing Mountain, who could assure that he would not forge alliances with other malevolent beings in the future? Thus, the group was compelled to remain in Kaiyuan Prefecture until the court rendered judgment upon Zhang Kaiyuan before they could finally leave. At this moment, within the prefectural office, Qin Zheng's gaze was slightly focused as he caressed the great bow he had obtained from Li Yi. This bow had proven itself invaluable, achieving remarkable feats in his recent battles. The thunderstorm arrow technique had reached its pinnacle of expression with this bow. However, it had its limits. It could not withstand the magnitude of Qin Zheng's current power, and the bowstring snapped after releasing the final arrow aimed at the eagle monarch. Without the great bow and its long-range offensive capability, Qin Zheng's combat prowess had been significantly diminished. He stroked the bow's body, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. The bow itself remained intact and functional, indicating that with a superior string, it could continue to serve him. Yet, despite his ignorance regarding bowstrings, Qin Zheng understood the immense difficulty in finding one that could endure his strength. The battle at Tsongfing Mountain had provided him with a preliminary understanding of his capabilities after ascending to the master level. He had become nearly invincible beneath the Grand Master tier. The 9 demon lords of Tsongfing Mountain, including the rodent demon king on the verge of ascending to demon king status, had been effortlessly vanquished by him. Even the 2 Gao clan masters had been swiftly eliminated with a single strike. Remarkably, even the eagle monarch, already a demon king, had fled in disarray before his formidable archery skills. The source of such unparalleled might lay in his immensely potent strength. With a thought, Qin Zheng directed a fragment of his consciousness towards the merit scroll suspended above his heart. See. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 150-17. Martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 18th layer. Secret Tibetan Awareness Mental Sutra, minor completion. Merit, 93. 8 pounds. Current martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, can be upgraded, requires 1 pound of merit. Do you wish to proceed? Current martial arts, Secret Tibetan Awareness Mental Sutra, can be upgraded, requires 100 pounds of merit. Do you wish to proceed? Upon his ascension to master, his lifespan had increased from 70 years to 150 years, gaining an additional 80 years. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had surged directly to the 18th layer. At the time of his elevation to master, Qin Zheng's strength had skyrocketed to 15,000 pounds. Building upon the foundation of the 13th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, having ascended to the 18th tier, his strength has naturally surged to an astonishing 20,000 pounds. Such formidable power raises the question, what kind of bowstring could possibly withstand the full force of Qin Zheng? Yet, if such a bowstring indeed exists, it would enable Qin Zheng to unleash the complete mastery of the thunderous flowing arrow technique, paired with an unparalleled strength of 20,000 pounds. With this combination, even in the presence of a grandmaster, Qin Zheng would dare to boldly declare a battle. However, where could such a bowstring be found? As Qin Zheng pondered this, several figures swiftly approached, each bearing a few bowstrings. Brother Qin, we have searched the Kaiyuan Prefecture and found some bowstrings. See if any might be suitable, said Sidu Qing. Upon learning that Qin Zheng's bowstring had snapped, the members of the Renzi camp volunteered to assist in the search. Qin Zheng's eyes brightened slightly as he stepped forward to accept the bowstrings offered by Situ Qing. However, as each bowstring passed through his hands, his expression gradually shifted to one of disappointment. The strength of these bowstrings was inferior to his original one. Even if he were to use them reluctantly, they would fail to unleash the arrow technique's full potential, and a moment's carelessness could lead to another breakage. Finally, Qin Zheng shook his head and spoke. None of these are suitable. Let them be returned. Though these bowstrings did not meet his expectations, they were still rare quality goods in the mundane world, undoubtedly priced handsomely. It would be unwise for him to insist, incurring great costs for Situ Qing and the others. Situ Qing and the others nodded in understanding. They were well aware of the caliber of bowstring Qin Zheng required given his current strength. However, these were the finest bowstrings they could procure from the Kaiyuan prefecture. There was no way to find anything better. Generally speaking, the best bowstring materials are the tendons found within great demons. Brother Qin, having slain the 9 demon lords of Tsongfeng Mountain, their tendons might fulfill your requirements. Xin suggested after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful expression crossed Qin Zheng's face. Wu Ming shook his head and added, "The 9 demon lords of Tsongfeng Mountain are merely at the level of demon generals. Their tendons likely won't meet Brother Qin's needs. Moreover, crafting a bowstring is not simply a matter of extracting the tendons and binding them to the bow. It requires an exceedingly intricate process." After this statement, Xin sighed softly and nodded in agreement. Divine archers are inherently rare, as mastering archery is significantly more challenging than other martial arts, making advancement difficult. Consequently, many martial artists do not invest time in archery, preferring to hone their skills in more accessible and easily advanced martial arts like fist, foot, sword, and knife techniques. Thus, finding bowstrings suitable for use by practitioners above the level of Grandmaster is indeed a formidable challenge. In truth, there exists a type of demon tendon that is most suitable for use as a bowstring. At this moment, Situ Qing reflected for a moment before speaking again. The others turned to look at him immediately. Qin Zheng cast a curious glance at Situ Qing. However, Situ Qing, with a wry smile, responded, "Yet, that demon is not something an ordinary person can covet." Qin Zheng's curiosity intensified, prompting him to inquire, "What kind of demon is it?" "A jiao." Situ Qing's expression grew solemn as he spoke. The tendons of a jiao are naturally perfect bowstrings, requiring no craftsmanship whatsoever. They are among the rarest of exquisite strings in the world. Should one be able to craft a bowstring from jiao tendons, it is likely that even if Brother Qin were to ascend to the rank of Grandmaster in the future, you would still be able to wield it. At this point, Situ Qing sighed with a bitter smile, adding, "However, jiao demons are exceedingly rare. Any that exist are ferociously powerful, beyond the capability of ordinary men to slay. Take the old jiao in the cold avoidance pool, for instance, within our Renzi camp guarding Huayan Prefecture. It stands as the sole jiao demon. Its strength is at the pinnacle of the Demon King realm, on the verge of ascending to Demon Saint status. Such a formidable creature would not even guarantee victory against a great general. Extracting its tendons for bowstrings would be a challenge akin to ascending to the heavens." As Situ Qing spoke, he lamented that a significant portion of the forces within the Renzi camp were currently constrained by the old jiao in the cold avoidance pool. Had it not been for Qin Zheng's sudden emergence, displaying an overwhelming prowess by annihilating the 9 demon lords of Tsongfeng Mountain in a single night, the chaos wrought by the demons would have escalated, placing the lives of these demon-slaying officers in even greater peril. "Young hero Qin, if you are in need of bowstrings, I wonder if my ancestral bowstring could meet your requirements?" At that moment, the prefect Zhang Kaiyuan approached, holding a somewhat decayed longbow in one hand. Behind him were 2 servants supporting a pale and weakened Zhang Qing'er, who appeared almost devoid of color. "You have slain the rat demon that harmed my Zhang family, making you a benefactor to us," Zhang Kaiyuan declared. "This longbow is a family heirloom, said to have once felled a demon of the Saint realm at its peak. Each generation of our descendants has meticulously preserved and maintained this bow to ensure its immortality." Zhang Kaiyuan reverently extended the longbow to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow slightly before accepting the precious bow. His first thought was that the bow had not been properly maintained, as it had begun to decay internally, unable to withstand its own strength. However, when he placed his hand on the bowstring, his expression subtly shifted. This bowstring was not inferior to Li Ye's longbow, and perhaps even superior. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zhang Kaiyuan and asked, "Are you certain you wish to give me the bowstring from this ancestral longbow?" Zhang Kaiyuan nodded and then turned to Zhang Qing'er, saying, "Hurry and kneel to our benefactor." Zhang Qing'er, pale and weak, had recently endured the loss of the half-demon within her. However, upon hearing Zhang Kaiyuan's low growl, she gritted her teeth and knelt down, speaking. Qing'er was previously ensnared by that rat demon, speaking disrespectfully to the benefactor. "I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I express my gratitude for your rescue." After uttering these words, she bowed her head to the ground 3 times. Qin Zheng's gaze flickered slightly, and he replied, "Now that this matter is settled, focus on recuperating." With such a grand gesture and sincere demeanor, Qin Zheng could not remain indifferent. Upon receiving his response, a glimmer of joy appeared on Zhang Qing'er's face. Zhang Kaiyuan also felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Both Qin Zheng and Situ Qing understood that the transformation in the attitude of the governor Zhang Kaiyuan was a direct result of Qin Zheng's formidable display of strength in penetrating Songfeng Mountain. In the presence of such a powerful figure, a shift in demeanor was only natural. At this moment, Qin Zheng was unreserved. He was in need of a superior bowstring, and the opportunity presented itself, which he could not let slip away. In a swift motion, he deftly stripped the rotting bowstring from the decayed bow and affixed it to his own grand bow. In an instant, the bow was restored, and a faint smile graced Qin Zheng's lips. The bow and arrow had become one of his primary means of combat, significantly enhancing his prowess. With the bow restored, his strength naturally surged back. However, just then, Qin Zheng's ears perked up, and he instantly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the government office. Simultaneously, clad in armor and wielding a great halberd, Wang Weiqian rode his steed at full gallop towards the entrance. Reining in the horse, it reared up majestically. "Hiya!" Wang Weiqian's expression was grave as he called out towards the interior of the government office. "By order of the Grand General, seal the Renzi camp and appoint the demon-slaying officer Qin Zheng as the 6th Deputy General. Let us hasten to the cold avoidance pool." His voice thundered, resonating throughout the entire government office. Chapter 87. The matter is settled. I shall take you to meet the general. In the majestic residence of Qingzhou, Yongli County, and Xianan Prefecture, floral splendor abounds, with artificial mountains and flowing waters creating a picturesque scene. Within a pavilion, a towering man with a crimson-stained abdomen kneels before a woman. Useless. The atmosphere hangs heavy in silence for an indeterminate time before the woman slowly utters these 2 words, her tone devoid of warmth. The man trembles, afraid to utter another word, lest he provoke her further. A master archer, 2 grandmasters, and you, a formidable demon of the Demon King realm, could not even contend with a mere rustic. You say, they are all dead. What use is it for me to keep you alive? The woman's voice continues, with the chilling finality of her statement penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones. The man, transformed from an eagle, suddenly raises his head and gazes at the icy-faced woman before him, fear evident in his voice. "Young master, I was careless this time. I underestimated that boy's archery skills. Give me another chance, and I shall surely bring back his head." He hastily pleads for mercy. The once mighty eagle demon now quivers before the woman like a frightened chick. After a moment of silence, the woman finally speaks. "This is your last chance. If you fail to kill him, do not return." The eagle demon's eyes gleam with determination as he assures her, "Rest assured, young master. This time, I will certainly eliminate that boy." The woman does not respond verbally. Instead, she extends her hand, presenting a small jade sword to the eagle demon, and states, "This sword talisman contains a fragment of my father's sword energy. This time, failure is not an option." Upon seeing the talisman, the eagle demon's expression transforms into one of unrestrained joy. At that moment, his confidence surges to its zenith. He nods vigorously, declaring, "Fear not, young master. With this sword talisman from the master, even Qin Lihu stands no chance against me." "Very well, go," the woman commands. The eagle demon promptly rises and departs the pavilion, manifesting his demonic form and soaring into the sky. Alone in the pavilion, the woman's eyes shimmer with a chilling resolve. The one who has slain her son must pay the price. "Warrior, my son, if your father does not avenge you, then your mother shall. Go, go." 2 spirited steeds galloped down the road, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon their backs are Wang Weiqian, clad in armor and wielding a great halberd, alongside Qin Zheng, who carries a large sword and bow. After issuing orders at the government office, Wang Weiqian, without a moment's rest, urges Qin Zheng onward toward the cold refuge pool. The great general has sustained grave injuries in his battle against the old flood dragon, and it is uncertain how much longer he can endure. Wang Weiqian dares not delay, having failed to provide Qin Zheng with an explanation, and hastens him toward the cold refuge pool. With this thought, a grave expression fills Wang Weiqian's eyes. The old flood dragon is on the verge of transcending to the demon sage realm, growing increasingly powerful. Should this stalemate continue, it is feared that even the great general may not be able to subdue it. It appears that the Grand General has realized this and intends to initiate a final battle. The reason for summoning Qin Zheng to the cold avoidance pool likely stems from his formidable and overwhelming strength, as well as his terrifying lethality against monstrous beings. The demon lords of Mo Su Mountain and Songfeng Mountain can be dispatched at will. With such a presence, his ability to instill fear in the monstrous creatures surrounding the cold avoidance pool surpasses that of both himself and Lu Mingyi. Regrettably, although they could subdue a mountain of demons, they could never do so with the same decisive ease and overwhelming force as Qin Zheng. Coupled with various reservations, they had never undertaken such an endeavor. Now that Qin Zheng has done it, his deterrent power in the hearts of the demons is undoubtedly stronger than that of the several subordinate generals. This is the conjecture held in Wang Weiqian's heart. Otherwise, the Grand General would not have summoned him to assist in slaying that ancient flood dragon, would he? At this moment, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with intensity, and myriad thoughts surged within him. Just a moment ago, he was contemplating how to acquire a bowstring that met his requirements. In the next instant, Wang Weiqian arrived at the mansion, instructing him to head to the cold avoidance pool. The ancient flood dragon at the cold avoidance pool is the only flood demon within Huayan County, and it is on the verge of transformation, poised to ascend to the realm of the demon sage. A significant portion of the forces in the Ren division are constrained by this flood demon. If he could obtain the sinew of this flood demon to craft a bowstring, his combat prowess would likely experience a considerable enhancement. An arrow released with a draw weight of 20,000 pounds would be nigh impossible for anyone under the heavens to withstand. At the very least, this subordinate general, Wang Weiqian, would be utterly incapable of doing so. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Zheng cast a discerning glance at Wang Weiqian. Noticing his gaze, Wang Weiqian's attention returned, and he spoke earnestly. The situation at the cold avoidance pool is somewhat tense. Your presence is required to subdue the demons, and you must prepare yourself. For Qin Zheng, subduing demons is an exceedingly simple task. He nodded and then inquired, how formidable is that ancient flood dragon, General Wang? To speak candidly, during the battle at Songfeng Mountain, aside from the demon king-level Great Eagle, he hardly exerted any effort against the others. The Great Eagle soared in the sky, and Qin Zheng was constrained by his bow, unable to unleash his full strength. Now, facing a demon of the same caliber, he felt a surge of eagerness. Wang Weiqian, naturally unaware of Qin Zheng's true thoughts, assumed he merely sought to understand the strength of the ancient flood dragon. After a moment of contemplation, he replied gravely, that ancient flood dragon is currently in a transformative phase, with its power increasing daily. As you know, within the same realm, demons are generally weaker than humans, but this is merely a generalization for ordinary demons. However, for a flood demon like this one, which possesses a trace of dragon blood and has the potential to transform into a true dragon, it will, conversely, be stronger than the human race. In the depths of the cold retreat pool, the ancient dragon, known as Lao Jiao, is a formidable being, rivaling the grandmasters of the human race. Now, on the verge of transformation, its power is set to increase, causing even the general to struggle with control. Thus, the hurried summons for you to proceed to the cold retreat pool signifies the general's intent to eliminate the threat posed by Lao Jiao without granting it any further opportunity. Therefore, upon your arrival, a fierce battle is likely to ensue. Wang Weiqian's voice was laden with gravity. Qin Zheng, ever perceptive, seized upon the mention of the term true dragon. His brow arched in intrigue as he queried, do true dragons truly exist in this world? Despite having encountered numerous mythical creatures, the notion of a true dragon remained akin to a legend for Qin Zheng. These majestic beings are said to soar through the heavens, traverse the seas, and wield the forces of wind, rain, and thunder. At his inquiry, Wang Weiqian momentarily paused, seemingly taken aback by Qin Zheng's focus. However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded, responding, "While true dragons may not yet exist, there are indeed dragon-like creatures. The ancient dragon in the cold retreat pool is currently undergoing a transformation towards becoming a true dragon. Moreover, within the Tsangyuan River, the foremost river of Qingzhou, resides a long-established dragon, formidable in strength, kept in check by the commanding general himself." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng nodded thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing as he pondered the implications, then fell into a contemplative silence. Observing his quietude, Wang Weiqian likewise lapsed into silence, the only sound being the thunderous hooves of their steeds racing towards the cold retreat pool. After several hours, the duo finally arrived at the encampment station near the cold retreat pool. Dismounting, Qin Zheng was immediately captivated by the verdant expanse of the pool. A pulse of unease surged within him, a warning that an existence capable of jeopardizing his life lurked there. Creatures that could threaten even a grandmaster are indeed extraordinary. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Zheng withdrew his gaze and followed Wang Weiqian into a tent within the camp. A faint scent of blood wafted from inside, markedly different from the overwhelming stench of demon blood outside. This was the metallic tang of human blood, albeit subdued to an almost imperceptible degree. With his acute senses, Qin Zheng detected this scent the moment he entered. As his gaze adjusted, he beheld a man clad in a dark, ornate robe, his countenance stern, with brows like swords. Seated at the head of the tent, the source of the blood scent emanated from him. The Grandmaster guarding Huayan had sustained grievous wounds. "General, I have brought Qin Zheng." Wang Weiqian stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute to Qin Lihu. "Thank you for your efforts," Qin Lihu acknowledged with a nod, then turned his attention to Qin Zheng, stating, when General Wang relayed the discovery of an uncut jade, "I was eager to meet you and discuss the potential of incorporating it into our operations. Regrettably, bound to this place. I remain a guardian of the old serpent and cannot depart. It has not been long since I heard the news of your vanquishing a mountain demon, instilling fear among the myriad demons in Huayan County. Your talent surpasses even my expectations." A faint smile gradually appeared on Qin Lihu's face. Qin Zheng immediately clasped his fists and replied, "You flatter me, General." Qin Lihu chuckled and shook his head, continuing, "Once matters here are settled, prepare yourself. I shall take you to meet the commander." Upon hearing this, not only Qin Zheng, but even Wang Weiqian was momentarily taken aback. The commander? Such a figure oversees the military affairs of an entire province, holding a status equivalent to that of the provincial governor. Moreover, he is the foremost leader among the demon slayers in Qingzhou. Rumor has it that he is merely a step away from entering the realm of the martial sage. A pinnacle figure. The implication of Qin Lihu's intention to introduce Qin Zheng to the commander was unmistakable. He wished to entrust Qin Zheng to the commander for his training. "General." Wang Weiqian opened his mouth, eager to voice his thoughts. The commander is not lacking in prodigies. The most exceptional talents from across Qingzhou have already been gathered under his command. Yet, the Ren Battalion is currently weak and desperately in need of someone like Qin Zheng to stand guard. A spark of determination ignited in Qin Zheng's eyes. For him, the destination mattered little. As long as there exists a place to hone his formidable skills and accumulate merit, even a return to Black Goose City would bear no significance. However, in this moment, he could truly sense that this general of the Ren Battalion, whom he met for the first time, genuinely had his best interests at heart. Qin Lihu raised his hand, silencing Wang Weiqian, and spoke, "Enough of this. Let us refrain from further discussion. Go and rest. Tomorrow at noon, I shall enter the pond to slay demons." Chapter 88. Offspring of the Jiao Dragon, great demon of Qingzhou on this tranquil night, where all was still and the moon shone faintly among scattered stars. Creatures of the dark began to converge around the cold avoidance pool, nestled within the towering mountains. In the depths of night, pairs of eyes, aglow with an eerie light, fixated intently on the large encampment beside the pool. The air grew thick with a pungent blend of demonic energy and the scent of blood, making it almost viscous and foul. Within the confines of the encampment, flickering bonfires cast warmth and illumination. Qin Zheng strolled through the camp, surveying the remaining personnel and military supplies. "Are you not going to rest?" A voice broke the silence from behind him. Qin Zheng, unperturbed, had already sensed the approach through his heightened spiritual awareness. I have rested sufficiently, he replied. After achieving a minor success in the hidden secret awareness mental tome, his spiritual strength surged, and following his elevation to a master, his physical form transformed, allowing him to endure days without rest. Turning to face Wang Weiqian and another deputy commander from the Renzi camp at his side, he acknowledged them with a fist salute, introducing himself. I am Qin Zheng. At this moment, Qin Zheng had ascended to the position of the 6th deputy commander within the Renzi camp, standing on equal footing with the two men before him. Thus, there was no need for excessive formality. They could engage as equals. Brother Qin, you truly are a dragon among men. To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age, and in merely a few days, your name has already reverberated throughout Huayan County. Lu Mingyi, a man of affable disposition, could not help but express his astonishment at Qin Zheng's youth and achievements. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, both Lu Mingyi and Wang Weiqian had only reached their current stature by their 30s. Yet here stood a youth who appeared no older than 20. It was no wonder the general had sought to introduce him to the commander at first sight. With such prodigious talent, he was indeed on par with the exceptional individuals of the Jiaji and Yiji camps. Remaining in the Renzi camp would surely be a disservice to his potential. Qin Zheng, however, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let us not dwell on such matters. The gathering of creatures in the surrounding mountains is increasing. The old Jiao in the cold avoidance pool has likely sensed the general's intentions and is preparing for a desperate final stand. Having been stationed here for some time, could you impart some wisdom on how I should proceed when the time comes?" he inquired. With the overwhelming number of demons, it would be impossible for the three of them alone to fend them off. Qin Zheng had previously cut through a significant portion of the demons at Songfeng Mountain. Aided by the geography, he had not anticipated that all the creatures would converge within a single cave, allowing for a continuous barrage of arrows aimed at them. However, the vast expanse of the mountains surrounding the cold avoidance pool permitted the demons to disperse freely, making it unlikely to achieve a similar outcome as before. Thus, regarding the method to vanquish these demonic entities, he remained somewhat uncertain. Wang Weiqian spoke up. At that time, the Grand General will enter the pool to slay the flood dragon, while the rest will prevent the surrounding demons from descending the mountain. The three of us will be responsible for targeting the demon generals, those comparable to grandmasters, while the remaining demon soldiers and primitive beasts will be left to the demon-slaying lieutenant and ordinary soldiers. Wang Weiqian's words were concise and clear, instantly enlightening Qin Zheng. He nodded, realizing that if the three were solely tasked with eliminating the demon generals, it was indeed achievable. Moreover, he held a distinct advantage over the two before him. With his consummate archery skills, he could simply stand at the foot of the mountain, continuously knocking arrows and drawing the string, thereby slaying the demon generals from a distance. He would not need to charge into the mountain like Wang Weiqian and the other two, but could instead maintain control over the battlefield. Should a single demon slip past, he would be able to detect and eliminate it in time. This, he mused, was the very purpose of his presence at the cold avoidance pool. The three stood within the camp, their shadows cast by the flickering flames. The Grand General has been injured. After a moment of silence, Lu Mingyi spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three darkened slightly. Qin Zheng was particularly acutely aware that within the tent where the Grand General resided, a pungent scent of blood could no longer be concealed. The inability to contain one's vital energy, especially in a grandmaster who had long since perfected mastery over his own body, was self-evident. The Grand General was not merely injured, he was gravely wounded. In such a state, the odds of successfully entering the pool to slay demons were uncertain. After all, beneath the cold avoidance pool lay not an ordinary demon, but a flood dragon evolving towards the realm of demon saints. Tomorrow, the Grand General will enter the pool to slay demons, while Lu and I will ascend the mountain to combat the demons. Qin Zheng, your archery is exceptional. You may strike from afar without needing to enter the mountain. If any situation arises with the Grand General, do not worry about us. Focus your arrows on that old flood dragon, assisting the Grand General in slaying it. Wang Weiqian narrowed his eyes, contemplating before speaking solemnly. Qin Zheng nodded, intent on seeking an opportunity to confront the old flood dragon, which had already been his intention. Through their brief exchange, the three had clarified their battle strategy for the morrow. They should return to rest, preparing for the impending fierce battle. However, the trio ultimately remained. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surrounding darkness, noticing pairs of ghostly eyes lurking in the shadows. Slowly, he voiced his concerns. The number of demons surrounding the cold avoidance pool has continued to increase since my arrival. This leads me to believe that these demons are not native to the mountains, but have come from outside. Though the old flood dragon is powerful, can it truly command these demons to march to their deaths merely to delay us? Moreover, if the old dragon has been in a constant state of metamorphosis, why did the general not eliminate it at the outset? This perplexity arose in Qin Zheng's mind upon his arrival. Prior to this, he had assumed that the creatures surrounding the cold avoidance pool existed solely within this realm, obedient to the old dragon's command. However, upon his arrival, it became evident that the situation was not as he had envisioned. The general's actions also left him bewildered. If he was aware that the old dragon was continuously evolving and growing stronger, why did he not decisively subdue it from the beginning, only to resolve to act now after sustaining severe injuries? This sentiment felt as though it were a reluctant necessity. Could it be that this general did not wish to eradicate the old dragon? Hearing Qin Zheng's inquiry, Wang Weiqian and Lu Mingyi exchanged a brief glance of surprise. Wang Weiqian then spoke. The reason these creatures have converged from all directions, obeying the old dragon's command, is to assist in the old dragon's ascension to a demon sage, so that upon its transformation into a true dragon, they might beseech a fragment of dragon saliva. This essence contains a trace of the potent dragon aura, capable of enhancing their bloodlines and rendering them more formidable. Thus, the influx of creatures continues unabated. As for your second question, Wang Weiqian paused thoughtfully before continuing. When you inquired about the true dragon, I informed you that there exists a long-established dragon in the Tsangyuan River, personally suppressed by the commander. I can further reveal that this dragon is on the cusp of metamorphosis, transforming from a dragon into a true dragon. The old dragon within the cold avoidance pool is a descendant of that dragon's bloodline. To recklessly slay this old dragon could provoke the wrath of that formidable dragon. By the end of his discourse, Wang Weiqian's countenance was grave, evidently concerned about the impending operation. Fearing that the general's compromised state might prevent the complete subjugation of the old dragon, he was equally apprehensive about the series of complications that might arise from slaying it. Qin Zheng nodded, enlightened. Thus, the old dragon beneath the cold avoidance pool possesses a background and a protector, unlike other creatures that could be easily dispatched without concern for the repercussions. The general's reluctance to execute the old dragon stemmed from this very reason. However, such indecision had evidently led to his current grievous injuries. Nonetheless, the fact that this general had cultivated to the level of Grand Master and commanded one of the 10 military camps indicated he was not truly a vacillating individual. His decision would have been born out of careful consideration of various circumstances. Qin Zheng sighed softly. In that moment, he too reflected on his own predicament. The day he severed Gao Wuxing's life had irrevocably positioned him in opposition to the formidable Gao family of Kuan-Yin. However, as a solitary individual, bolstered by the presence of a merit scroll, he believed he could swiftly ascend in strength, thus feeling untroubled by the threats posed by the Gao family. In contrast, Qin Lihu bore the weight of the entire Ren battalion, and indeed, the populace of the Huayan region. Should he recklessly slay the ancient serpent residing in the cold refuge pond, he might provoke the wrath of the dragon in the Tsangyuan River. The repercussions would not only befall him, but also the Ren battalion and the citizens of Huayan. Although, as Wang Weiqian stated, the dragon was under the direct guard of the commander, the myriad of demonic threats plaguing the great Jin dynasty rendered this situation precarious. In Qingzhou alone, there existed not only this formidable dragon, but also other extraordinary demons requiring the commander's vigilance. Moreover, a demon on the brink of transformation into a dragon could wreak havoc upon the Ren battalion and the populace of Huayan with little effort. After all, Huayan was crisscrossed by numerous mighty rivers. Should the dragon unleash its fury, it could inundate the land. Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. It was precisely these dilemmas that constrained the general, preventing him from taking action. Until now, the ancient serpent had grown powerful enough to inflict severe injury upon him. If he delayed any further, even before the dragon of the Tsangyuan River could become enraged, the serpent in the cold refuge pond would surely stir chaos in Huayan. the general was forced to resolve to act. Upon reflecting on these matters, Qin Zheng gained a clearer understanding of the severity of the demonic afflictions plaguing the great Jin dynasty. Even a formidable general of such mastery, possessing the capability to vanquish these creatures, had to exercise caution, refraining from action unless absolutely necessary. The demon slayers, the 10 great military camps. It appeared they were not as invincible and unrestrained as he had initially imagined. Chapter 89. The Rain of Bullets, the Might of the Grandmaster. As the moon, resembling a jade plate, gradually descends, a ray of light emerges from the distant horizon, illuminating the heavens. Within the encampment beside the cold avoidance pond, an atmosphere thick with foreboding permeates the air. All are acutely aware of the impending events. Whether they are the demon-slaying lieutenant or ordinary soldiers, they await the moment with heavy hearts. However, upon glimpsing 3 imposing figures outside the camp, a slight sense of relief washes over them. Among the 2 well-known generals, their strength is already a given. The third, who arrived just yesterday, is a formidable warrior who has single-handedly pierced through 2 demon mountains. His prowess is undoubtedly on par with, if not greater than, the 2 established generals. The presence of these 3 generals, coupled with the commanding general's involvement, instills a greater sense of security in their hearts. Qin Zheng and his companions vigilantly guarded the general's tent throughout the night. As dawn broke, they exchanged glances, noting the relaxation in each other's eyes. Throughout the night, the old dragon of the cold avoidance pond did not emerge to wreak havoc, granting the general an additional night to recuperate. Moments later, a figure clad in a black robe, wielding a coiling dragon spear, emerged from the tent. Upon seeing the 3 silhouettes, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. "You need not worry about me. This minor injury is inconsequential. Besides, the old mud eel has sustained far more severe wounds than I," he called out, raising his brows, and strode a few steps closer to the trio. "General," they greeted, clasping their fists in salute. Qin Zheng's nostrils flared slightly, and then he narrowed his eyes, noticing the diminished scent of blood on the general. It appears that a day of rest has allowed the general to somewhat suppress his injuries. No wonder he dares to proclaim a demon-slaying mission in the pond today. He seems to possess considerable confidence. "Well, it seems your senses are no less acute than mine now. You can surely perceive that my injuries have improved significantly," Qin Lihu remarked with a light chuckle, directing his gaze towards Qin Zheng. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiqian and Lu Mingyi immediately turned their attention to Qin Zheng. This young man's senses have reached a level comparable to that of the general? Ignoring the astonishment of his companions, Qin Zheng shook his head, quickly responding, "General, you flatter me. I am still far from your level." Given the current intensity of his spiritual power, his senses indeed surpass many within the same realm. Yet, to claim parity with a grandmaster would be a gross exaggeration. At the very least, he would need to elevate the secret book of hidden awareness to a consummate level to even faintly rival a grandmaster. Qin Lihu smiled and chose not to linger on this topic. He turned his gaze toward the cold avoidance pond, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes as his expression gradually hardened. His mentor once remarked upon him, decisive in minor matters but hesitant in significant ones. This trait is neither wholly good nor entirely bad. In retrospect, the teacher's assessment of me back then was indeed incisive and profoundly accurate. Qin Lihu spoke up immediately. The expressions of the 3 individuals grew solemn as they attentively listened to the words of this great general. Within the territory of Qingzhou, the 10 commanding generals overseeing the 10 military camps were all disciples of the supreme commander. Qin Zheng had already gleaned this information during his casual conversation with Wang Weiqian and others. Yet, upon hearing Qin Lihu speak of himself in such a manner, the others found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Lihu continued, "These past few days, I have pondered whether, had I been more resolute and taken action sooner to slay the Frosty Pool's serpentine demon, I might have spared myself such grievous injuries. Perhaps the Ren Battalion would not have suffered such heavy casualties, nor would the demon creatures in Huayan County have seized the opportunity to wreak havoc." As he spoke, he swept past the 3, advancing step by step towards the Frosty Pool. Concurrently, his aura began to rise, akin to bamboo flourishing after spring rain. When he uttered his final words, an intense crimson energy enveloped him, his presence reaching its zenith. "Today, there will be no delay. Old Mudloach, come forth and meet your demise." Qin Lihu's voice erupted like thunder, causing the frosty pool to churn with waves. In the next moment, he leaped forward, arriving above the pool, and thrust his spear forcefully towards the depths. Boom! A scarlet spear energy surged forth like a raging dragon plunging into the water below, instantly creating colossal waves upon the surface of the frosty pool. Roar! Beneath the waters, a sudden agonized howl emerged. Qin Lihu, you seek death. A furious roar reverberated from the depths. Shortly after, a massive shadow swiftly shot up from below. Bang! A colossal serpentine head emerged into view. Before it could utter another word, Qin Lihu had already leapt onto the water's surface, soaring high, as the energy of his coiling dragon spear erupted. Whoosh! He thrust his spear fiercely at the serpent demon. Following this, a rain of spear energy cascaded down, bombarding the demon relentlessly. In that moment, to Qin Zheng's eyes, Qin Lihu resembled a divine warrior. The energy, the form of battle had transformed in such a manner. Indeed, the path of martial arts unfolds in stages. The human body undergoes continuous metamorphosis, never ceasing to merely enhance physicality and strength. The transformation of the Grand Master was already so spectacular. What then of the martial sage who surpasses the Grand Master? Qin Zheng's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Roar! The serpent demon, in pain, bellowed in rage. Then, its massive body surged forth from the water, colliding fiercely with the energy-wreathed Qin Lihu. Boom! 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 The clash of man and serpent resonated like thunder, shaking the very earth. Roar! At this moment, upon the surrounding mountains, countless malevolent creatures awakened, unleashing a cacophony of roars as they surged towards the base of the mountain. Before the encampment, the expressions of the three men instantly turned serious, bracing themselves for battle. Wang Weiqian surveyed his surroundings and spoke loudly. Continuous engagements had rendered the demon-slaying officers and ordinary soldiers within the camp well-versed in the established protocols. Thus, when Qin Lihu acted with sudden ferocity, it elicited no immediate response from those in the camp. In truth, for the soldiers, the situation felt no different. The instant Qin Lihu's formidable aura erupted, everyone was already poised for action. One by one, the demon-slaying officers employed their lightness skills, weapons in hand, swiftly darting towards their designated areas. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers hurried to the prepared catapults and crossbows, commencing their operations. Wang Weiqian and Lu Mingyi executed their lightness techniques, resembling phantoms as they plunged into the mountains, targeting and eliminating the beastly foes that rivaled the mastery of a grandmaster. At this juncture, Qin Zheng withdrew his focus from the fierce battle above the cold avoidance pool, gripping a great bow firmly in his hands. He then employed his lightness skills to find an open vantage point, elevating his senses to their zenith, his gaze sharp as lightning, knocking an arrow. Boom! A streak of light flashed, followed by the resounding clap of thunder. Within the mountainous expanse, a wolf demon akin to a grandmaster was struck and exploded by a single arrow. Subsequently, boom, 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 the relentless thunderclaps echoed, and beams of light pierced into the mountains. With each flash, another grandmaster-level demon met its demise. Qin Zheng's arrows rained down like a tempest, allowing him to swiftly shift his focus and command the battlefield. Thus, with his involvement, the burden on Wang Weiqian and Lu Mingyi was significantly alleviated. They even found moments to slay demons beneath the grandmaster level. After all, despite the multitude of demons present, it was improbable that there were truly hundreds or thousands rivaling grandmaster strength. The Songfeng Mountain housed merely 9 demon generals, while the Moxum Mountain contained only 3. Although the demons here had come from various locales in Huayan County, there was a finite limit to their numbers, making it impossible for them to continuously swarm in. Consequently, for the time being, the demons across the mountains were suppressed by the Renzi camp, unable to advance an inch. Meanwhile, the clash between a man and a flood dragon above the cold avoidance pool had grown exceedingly fierce. This ancient flood dragon, being a descendant of the Zhongyuan River's lineage, possessed a trace of dragon blood within its veins. Thus, its size and physical strength far surpassed many of its peers. At this moment, its serpentine form surfaced, as thick as a water vat and spanning dozens of meters. Each struggle and twist it made unleashed tremendous force, causing the waters to churn and the earth to tremble. Its densely packed scales glimmered with an ethereal light, akin to a formidable armor, repelling the encroachment of the Crimson Spear's might. At first glance, Qin Lihu, ensconced in his aura, seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, in this moment, the flood dragon's eyes were filled with a grave intensity. The foremost distinction between human martial artists and monstrous creatures lies in their mastery of martial arts, an ability utterly beyond the grasp of the latter. Even when assuming human form, their physiological structure remains dissimilar, rendering them incapable of cultivation. At this moment, although it may appear that the creature holds the upper hand, leveraging its formidable physique to relentlessly suppress Qin Lihu, it is simultaneously engulfed in trepidation and caution. Presently, Qin Lihu is still engaged in combat, relying solely on the physical prowess and vital energy of a Grand Master, yet to unleash his formidable techniques. Qin Lihu, I have afforded you an opportunity, which you have squandered. Thus, do not blame me. The dragon demon roared, its scales rising like the sharpest blades, striking down upon Qin Lihu with its serpentine form. The scales glimmered with a piercing cold light, slicing through the air as if a multitude of blades descended simultaneously. A grave intensity flickered in Qin Lihu's eyes. He sensed the imminent danger of the dragon demon's assault. He swiftly stepped onto the water's surface and propelled himself backward, evading the impending strike. In tandem, he swung his spear in a sweeping arc, gathering his strength. A torrent of crimson vital energy coalesced, forming a colossal spear phantom over 10 meters long, identical in appearance to the coiling dragon spear he wielded. With a decisive thrust, the immense crimson spear shadow surged forth, crashing violently into the dragon demon. The impact was thunderous. In an instant, flesh and blood erupted as the demon's body was pierced and shattered, even plunging directly into the frigid waters beneath. Observing the creature descend into the depths, Qin Lihu noted its rapidly diminishing aura. His eyes narrowed, his breath quickened, and blood dripped from his wounds into the water below. Clearly, this strike bore a significant toll on him as well. However, the outcome was exceedingly remarkable. The dragon demon's essence swiftly waned, evidently rendered near death by the blow. Qin Lihu felt a slight easing of tension at this juncture. Yet, in that very moment, a massive tail suddenly pierced the water's surface, ensnaring him and violently dragging him beneath the waves. General Wang Weiqian and Lu Mingyi, distracted by the commotion, gasped in horror and shouted. Chapter 90. The bowstring snaps? Qin possesses immense strength. The situation took a sudden turn. The ancient dragon, feigning death to evade the perception of General Qin Lihu, seized the moment of his relaxed vigilance to launch a swift ambush. Wang Weiqian's exclamation resonated throughout the expanse of the cold refuge pool. In an instant, Qin Zheng executed his lightness skill, stepping forward to gaze into the depths of the pool. A grandmaster possesses protective energy and can traverse water with ease. Logically, he could also enter the pool unscathed. However, beneath the waters lies the lair of the dragon demon, where its power would undoubtedly be significantly augmented. The general, already gravely injured, had just expended his vital energy to execute a technique, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. Should he be forcibly dragged into the water now, his life would be in grave peril. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, promptly unleashing the mental energy stored within his brow, directing it swiftly towards the depths of the pool. With the enhancement from the secret mental awareness book, his mental prowess enabled him to transform the ethereal into the tangible, manipulating objects with thought. Naturally, he could extend his consciousness into the waters below, imprinting the scene beneath the cold refuge pool into his mind. At this moment, as his mental energy flowed ceaselessly, the imagery beneath the pool vividly materialized in Qin Zheng's consciousness. General Qin Lihu, enveloped in a crimson aura, struggled against the constricting body of the dragon demon. He unleashed a barrage of spear energy, targeting the wounds inflicted upon the dragon, exacerbating its injuries. Yet, the dragon seemed impervious to pain, allowing the flesh around its wounds to be ravaged by the spear energy, remaining utterly unyielding. Moreover, the constraining body of the dragon tightened further, compelling the general to divert even more of his focus to resist its grip. Was the dragon intent on suffocating the general beneath the waters? Qin Zheng nocked an arrow, drawing back the string, mentally locking onto the dragon demon below. Gradually, he pulled the bowstring to its full moon position. To confront such a formidable creature, penetrating the water was essential. To achieve a decisive strike, one must wield extraordinary strength. Below, The dragon seemed to sense the impending threat from the shore, its head abruptly rising. Suddenly, boom, a thunderous sound erupted. A streak of light pierced the water, arriving before the dragon in the blink of an eye. Before it could react, the arrow plunged into its wound. Bang! In an instant, flesh and blood exploded. Roar! The dragon emitted a deafening howl of agony. The power of this arrow surpassed that of the spear energy unleashed by Qin Lihu beneath the water by several folds. After all, the shot fired by Qin Lihu above the pool had already depleted a considerable amount of energy. Dragged into the water, he had to expend further energy to counter the dragon's constriction. With the remaining energy already scant, diverting any to attack diminished its threat significantly. However, the arrow shot by Qin Zheng was one of sheer determination. Despite the energy expended in the water, the wounds of the serpent demon were laid bare, exposing its flesh and blood. As a result, under this arrow, the serpent demon sustained further injuries, losing its grip on Qin Lihu. Freed from its constraints, the general did not immediately surge out of the water. Instead, he wielded his spear once more, condensing the vital energy in an instant to brew his technique. The crimson energy coiled around him, coalescing into a spear shadow several meters in length, which he then thrust upward with great force, hurling the serpent demon from beneath the water's surface. Bang! The colossal serpent, stretching dozens of meters, erupted from the water, coming into Qin Zheng's view. Without hesitation, he knocked an arrow and drew the string, releasing arrows like a cascade of stars. Boom, boom, boom. In that fleeting moment, 10 streaks of light descended, violently striking the serpent demon. Bang, bang, bang. Each arrow burst forth with a spray of blood. The massive form of the serpent demon was forcibly propelled out of the water's reach, crashing heavily to the ground. Roar! The anguished roar of the serpent echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the creatures atop the surrounding mountains hesitated in their descent. They were demons, yet not devoid of reason. They had journeyed countless miles not to meet their demise, but to seek a trace of dragon's saliva. Yet, witnessing the current turn of events, with the serpent demon being struck from the water, could it truly transform into a dragon? At that moment, doubt crept into the hearts of these creatures, and their descent from the mountain slowed. Meanwhile, at the edge of the cold avoidance pool, the serpent demon writhed in agony on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and once more knocked an arrow, aiming at the serpent demon. Despicable human vermin! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? At that moment, the serpent demon suddenly lifted its head, its cold, slitted eyes filled with fury, fixating on Qin Zheng on the opposite bank. Ignoring it, Qin Zheng released another arrow. Boom! A flash of light was followed by a thunderous crack. The thunder flow arrow technique, which Li Yi had not fully mastered, was executed to perfection in Qin Zheng's hands. Crack! However, the serpent demon, now alert, swung its tail, shattering the arrow mid-air, rendering it ineffective. After all, it was a formidable demon on the verge of ascending to demon saint status, ready to transform into a dragon. By the time it reacted, the arrows could no longer inflict substantial harm. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed, his expression inscrutable, maintaining his calm demeanor. He continued to knock arrows, releasing them like a torrential rain. Crack! 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 The arrows flew forth, yet the serpent demon moved with grace, smashing the arrows as they came. The standoff between man and demon at the banks of the cold avoidance pool approached a stalemate. In the heart of the mountains, Wang Wei swung his spear, shattering the monstrous creature before him. Seizing the fleeting moment, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the cold refuge pool. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in shock. This Qin Zheng lad, astonishingly, had established a standoff against that ancient serpent. It was a creature on the verge of ascending to the rank of a demonic sage. Just how formidable was this young man as strength? Similarly, Lu Mingyi, taking advantage of the distraction, diverted his attention to the battlefield above the cold refuge pool. He was taken aback by the scene of Qin Zheng unleashing arrows like thunder, confronting the serpent demon. This lad, he might be even stronger than they had initially presumed. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng maintained a calm demeanor, relentlessly knocking arrows and releasing projectiles that streaked through the air like lightning. However, he was well aware that his situation was not as favorable as it appeared. The bowstring, recently replaced on the treasured bow passed down from the governor of Kaiyuan, was beginning to strain under the relentless tension of his continuous volleys. He could feel that if this continued, it would not be long before the bowstring snapped. Yet, the serpent demon seemed largely unaffected by his arrows. Indeed, this bow was limiting his ability to fully unleash his potential. Thoughts surged through Qin Zheng's mind, yet his hands remained unwavering in their movements. Under the relentless barrage of arrows, the serpent demon was left with little room for maneuver, forced to swat away the arrows with its tail. Just then, a figure surged forth from the water's surface. Qin Lihu, enveloped in a swirling aura, manifested a spear of over 10 meters in length, aimed directly at the serpent demon for another fierce thrust. The brief moment of respite granted to him by Qin Zheng had allowed him to regain considerable strength, empowering his strike once more. Boom! The spear's shadow descended upon the earth with the force of an arrow. In a fit of rage, the serpent demon roared, using its massive body as a whip to counter the spear shadow. In an instant, the ground trembled, dust billowing up, obscuring the serpent demon from view. However, at that moment, a peculiar scent of blood wafted through the air. The creatures surrounding the mountains, previously hesitant, became frenzied upon catching a whiff of this blood aroma, charging forward in a wild frenzy. In an instant, the pressure on the Renzi camp surged dramatically. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The serpent demon was about to undergo a transformation. We must slay it before it completes its metamorphosis. On the surface of the pool, General Qin Lihu, surrounded by a swirling aura, stood firmly upon the water. He turned to Qin Zheng and declared, "I will engage it in close combat. You provide me with long-range support using your bow." With that, he stepped forward, causing the water beneath him to erupt. In a flash, his figure darted into the swirling dust like an apparition. Then, a more intense tremor shook the ground, accompanied by the ferocious roar of the dragon demon and a thickening cloud of dust rising into the air. Qin Zheng's gaze grew heavy with gravity as he notched an arrow and drew back the bowstring, his eyes fixed intently on the swirling dust. Each time the dragon demon revealed itself, a streak of light would pierce through the haze, striking its form with tremendous force. As the dust began to disperse and visibility improved, these luminous projectiles continued to rain down relentlessly. With Qin Zheng's long-range support, the dragon demon was driven back by Qin Lihu, sustaining increasingly numerous wounds upon its serpentine body. However, the battleground between man and beast gradually shifted from the cold water pond's edge toward the depths of the pool itself. With a thunderous roar, the dragon demon's aura intensified, and it unleashed a whip-like tail strike. In response, Qin Lihu gathered his energy, thrusting his spear with equal ferocity. A colossal explosion reverberated through the air as both the dragon demon and Qin Lihu were sent hurtling backward. Yet, the trajectory of the dragon demon's retreat was directed towards the very center of the cold water pond. Alarm surged through Qin Lihu as he narrowed his eyes, forcibly pivoting his body. The crimson energy coalesced upon his coiling dragon spear, and with a fierce throw, he hurled the weapon at the dragon demon. In an instant, the spear flew forth like an arrow, piercing through the dragon's flesh and tearing away a significant portion of its mass. The dragon demon let out a howl, its vitality waning, yet it ultimately managed to escape into the depths of the pond. On the opposite bank, upon witnessing this, Qin Zheng disregarded his bowstring, locking his focus on the dragon demon. He relentlessly notched and drew arrows, targeting the creature lurking beneath the water's surface. In his perception, the dragon demon did not immediately retreat to the bottom, but rather surged rapidly towards him. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of luminous arrows erupted, striking the water's surface, yet they could not impede the advance of the dragon demon. Finally, at a critical moment, the bowstring in Qin Zheng's hand snapped, the sharp sound echoing around the cold water pond, tightening the hearts of those present. Simultaneously, the dragon demon broke through the water's surface, its massive head lunging toward Qin Zheng on the shore. Without arrows, what could he do? Prepare to meet your demise, the dragon demon roared, intent on vanquishing the mere ant that dared to shoot arrows from a distance before retreating to heal in the depths. In that instant, the pupils of everyone present constricted. Wang Weiqian, Lu Mingyi, along with several demon-slaying officers and ordinary soldiers who had diverted their attention, fixated on this scene, seemingly envisioning Qin Zheng being swallowed whole by the dragon demon. Yet, at that moment, within the dragon demon's ears, A calm yet subtly frenzied voice echoed through the chaos. Finally, it has come. Without arrows. But Qin possesses the strength of 10,000. Chapter 91. Slaying the Serpent Demon. The Eagle King strikes. What? A sudden shock coursed through the heart of the Serpent Demon. Almost immediately, within its line of sight, it beheld a figure on the shore, leaping high into the air with a single stride. Following this, a hand imbued with immense power descended upon the serpent's head in an instant. Boom! In a heartbeat, the colossal head of the serpent was forcefully struck down onto the earth by this hand, stirring up clouds of dust. Witnessing this scene, Wang Weiqian and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, quickly followed by renewed astonishment. Just how formidable is Qin Zheng's power? To have struck the serpent demon's head down to the ground with a mere palm. While it cannot be denied that this serpent demon was already gravely injured, it does not diminish the fact that it was a great demon on the verge of ascending to demon sainthood. At this moment, the serpent demon's slitted pupils narrowed slightly. Feeling a sense of absurdity, how could this mere human ant, at the level of a master, possess such overwhelming strength? Although it was now weakened to the extreme, unable to utilize even a fraction of its peak power, it was still not something an ordinary master could contend with. Yet, before it could ponder further, it felt a surge of potent energy rushing towards it again. Qin Zheng reached out with both hands, seizing one of its fangs. Buzz! Immediately, a torrent of immense power roared like a great river within Qin Zheng's body. He then twisted his form, unleashing the full force within him at that moment. Following the line of his arm, he forcefully yanked the serpent demon's massive body, propelling it out of the cold pond. The serpent demon, which had just returned to the waters, found itself once again on the shore. In that instant, the demon regained its senses, no longer astonished by the prowess of this human warrior. At this juncture, it was paramount to return to the depths of the pond to recuperate. As for this young man, since he was formidable and could not be slain at present, it would wait until it transformed into a true dragon before emerging to vanquish him. At this moment, the serpent demon had already devised its plan. It let out a furious roar, its massive serpentine body twisting as its tail, as thick as a water jug, lashed out towards Qin Zheng. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng had already gripped the ghost head blade in his hand. He was not a grand master yet, and had not yet condensed his essence. Thus he could not walk on water or hold his breath for long in combat beneath the surface. Therefore, drawing this severely wounded serpent demon back onto the shore was essential for a better confrontation. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes as he swiftly employed his lightness skill, evading the serpent demon's attack like a phantom. He then lunged towards the exposed flesh where the serpent's scales had been breached. The serpent demon's hide was too tough and thick. It would be challenging to inflict damage with just the ghost head blade. Instead, it was wiser to strike the already injured area. With all his strength unleashed in that moment, the blade had yet to descend, yet the air already crackled with explosive sounds. The serpent demon sensed the threat posed by this strike, its body rolling in an attempt to evade the impending blow. However, Qin Zheng's movements were even swifter. Before it could roll away, the blade had already descended. Boom! Roar! The great sword pierced flesh and bone. Qin Zheng's unreserved strike had delved deep into the serpent's body, injuring its very skeleton. In an instant, the serpent demon let out a thunderous roar. Its massive body writhed violently, causing the ground to tremble. Qin Zheng did not flinch. At this moment, the serpent demon was at its weakest, and its rolling was merely the last gasp of struggle, seizing the opportunity to strike when it was vulnerable. Should he retreat now, the serpent would surely seize the chance to plunge into the cold avoidance pool. With the ghostly blade in hand, Qin Zheng executed his lightness skill, deftly maneuvering atop the rolling serpent's form, occasionally delivering powerful, resounding strikes. The 6 harmonies and 4 symbols sword technique. Its true essence lies in the ability to sever all that exists, to strike from any angle, even in the most awkward positions. It could unleash a ferocious blow imbued with the spirit of the 4 symbols. Under Qin Zheng's relentless assault, the already gravely wounded serpent demon was losing vitality at an alarming rate. Qin Lihu, you dare to kill me. My father, the Dragon Lord of Tsongyuan, will not spare you. Amidst its violent thrashing, the serpent demon finally sensed panic, hastily issuing threats. At this, Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he divided a portion of his focus, sinking into his inner sea, bellowing towards the merit scroll, enhance martial prowess, dragon elephant prajna technique. Buzz. Qin Zheng's strength surged once more. He needed to swiftly slay this serpent demon. Otherwise, should Qin Lihu waver under the creature's words, all would be in vain. In Qin Zheng's mind, whether they were foes or these great demons, each one eliminated meant one less threat. To let it escape out of momentary hesitation would invite repercussions not only from the Dragon Lord of Tsangyuan, but also from this serpent demon once it successfully broke through. Its first target of vengeance would be Huayan County, specifically the Renzi camp. Layer upon layer, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique amplified Qin Zheng's strength, escalating it by thousands of pounds. At this moment, he paid no heed to whether his body could withstand such immense power. His singular focus was to bring this serpent demon down. The serpent demon felt the most pronounced change in Qin Zheng's power. It sensed that each blow from the great sword was heavier than the last. This human's aura was merely that of a master at the threshold of the destiny wheel. How could his strength reach such extraordinary heights? Moreover, it had never heard of anyone whose power could increase during battle. Qin Lihu. Under the overwhelming surge of Qin Zheng's might, the serpent demon felt its life force rapidly draining away. It howled in desperation, its roar reverberating like waves, echoing throughout the cold avoidance pool. Upon hearing the serpent's unwilling cry, countless demons atop the mountain ceased their movements, some even turning to flee. This serpent demon of the cold avoidance pool would not survive the day. Continuing to advance would not only deny them the dragon saliva, but could also lead to their demise here. How noisy! At that moment, a feeble yet chilling voice reverberated through the air. Suddenly, boom! A long spear, entwined with profound crimson energy, surged forth with unrelenting force. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the body of the serpent monster, driving it several meters away through sheer friction. With that single strike, the serpent's aura plummeted dramatically, akin to an avalanche from a snow-capped mountain, spiraling into an endless descent. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng had already executed his lightness skill upon sensing the impending attack of the spear and leaped aside. Witnessing the spear's success in wounding the serpent monster to the brink of death, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Serpent 5, known for its ferocity, devouring both humans and monsters. Slaying it would yield 31 tails and 3 coins of merit. The merit scroll revealed the details concerning this serpent monster. Qin Zheng promptly employed his lightness skill, propelling himself like a swift arrow to stand before the colossal form of the serpent. In his gaze, he observed that half of the spear's shaft was embedded within the serpent's body. That very position was where the serpent's heart resided. With a powerful step, he leapt towards the spear, channeling all his strength into a single palm strike at its base. Bang! The spear, propelled by immense force, pierced through the serpent's body, shattering its heart. In an instant, blood gushed forth from the wound as if it were flowing freely. Roar! Qin Lihu, the serpent monster, which had been languishing, let out a deafening howl towards the heavens before crashing heavily to the ground. The serpent of the cold avoidance pond was slain. The surrounding mountain beasts, sensing the shift, turned tail and fled. The soldiers of the Renzi camp, tasked with blocking the monsters from descending the mountain, had now completed their mission, exchanging joyous glances and cheers among themselves. Wang Weiqian and Lu Mingyi swiftly employed their lightness skills to arrive at the battlefield before the cold avoidance pond. Gazing at the massive carcass of the serpent monster, they could not help but swallow hard. The sheer size of such a creature instilled an overwhelming sense of intimidation. How audacious Qin Zheng was to engage in battle with it. Cough! Just then, a weak cough broke the air. The two turned their attention, witnessing the general, clad in tattered armor, staggering towards them. They rushed forward to support the commander of the Renzi camp. His already injured body had suffered further harm in the battle, making even walking a challenge. However, it was over. Within Huayan County, this ancient serpent was the most formidable foe. With its demise, the remaining monsters would scarcely pose a threat. Such thoughts lingered in their minds. At that moment, Qin Zheng also retrieved Qin Lihu's spiral dragon spear and approached the general. General, observing the pallor of the general's face, resembling that of an ordinary person, Qin Zheng felt a profound sense of admiration. The death of this ancient serpent could be attributed to a mere 10% of his efforts. The remaining 90% was the result of the general's valor, executed even in a grievously injured state. Had it not been for that final shot piercing the heart of the serpentine demon, it would not have perished so swiftly. I remained too feeble, unable to compare myself to a Grandmaster-level warrior. Qin Zheng sighed inwardly. In this battle, he had unreservedly unleashed all his might, coming to comprehend his current standing in terms of strength. To look down upon the Master Realm is feasible, but to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grandmaster is sheer folly. I must persist in my endeavors, striving for an early ascension to Grandmaster. Reflecting on the crimson aura that enveloped his adversary, Qin Zheng felt a surge of envy. You, my friend, were ultimately afraid of my compassion, were you not? Upon seeing Qin Zheng approach, Qin Lihu could not help but laugh while scolding him. He had witnessed Qin Zheng's transformation, yet his own injuries rendered him exceedingly weak. After a prolonged accumulation of energy, he had managed to muster that final shot. Fortunately, with this lad's assistance, they had managed to subdue the serpentine demon and ultimately deliver the finishing blow. Had it not been for Qin Zheng today, Qin Lihu knew full well that he would not have been able to vanquish this creature. Contemplating these thoughts, he turned to Qin Zheng and declared, "For the slaying of the serpentine demon in the frosty cold pool, you, Qin Zheng, shall be credited with the primary merit. Speak your desires. Whatever I possess shall not be withheld." Qin Zheng, upon hearing these words, did not hesitate. With a smile, he pointed to the corpse of the demon and said, "I desire its tendons. With the tendons of the serpent as a bowstring, it shall undoubtedly withstand my strength. In due time, my combat prowess shall surely ascend yet another notch." Ha! Excellent. Your archery skills are nothing short of extraordinary. The serpent's tendons shall not be wasted on you. Qin Lihu exclaimed with hearty laughter. Wang Weiqian and Lu Mingyi exchanged glances, their eyes devoid of envy or jealousy, only filled with contentment. It had been a long time since they had witnessed the Grand General in such high spirits. Just as everyone was relaxing, a piercing eagle cry resonated through the air. Following this, a small jade sword was released from the eagle's talons, descending towards the group. Boom! In an instant, a fierce sword intent surged upwards, filling the surrounding world with its formidable presence. Chapter 92. The spine as a bow, the arms as strings. A sudden surge of fierce sword intent erupted. Qin Zheng felt an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis explode within him. The target of this sword intent was none other than himself. The Eagle Demon. The Eagle Monarch. The Gao clan. In that fleeting moment, Qin Zheng's thoughts raced, and he swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Gripping the ghost head broadsword tightly, he intended to turn and wield it against this formidable sword intent, one he had never before encountered. This sword intent, born of profound energy and embodying the essence of swordsmanship, hailed from a grandmaster of great renown. A frantic warning rang in his mind, urgent enough to feel as if it might leap from his body. Qin Zheng was uncertain whether he could withstand this sword intent, but at this moment, he had no alternative but to retaliate with his blade. Buzz! Suddenly, a resonant hum emanated from his side. Following that, torrents of scarlet energy coalesced instantaneously, crystallizing upon the coiled dragon spear, which then lunged forth with ferocity. Swish! Boom! The spear's energy collided with the sword intent in midair, resulting in a thunderous clash. The violent, surging aftermath radiated outward from the epicenter of the collision. As the sword intent shattered, it transformed into shimmering threads of energy, darting out in all directions like fine arrows. In an instant, the members of the Renzi camp stationed around the cold refuge pool were caught in the ensuing chaos. Even Qin Zheng could only wield the ghost head broadsword to fend off the dispersing sword intent. In that moment, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the crowd. A heavy dread settled in Qin Zheng's heart. When the tumultuous waves subsided, his gaze fell upon a scene of utter devastation. The tents and structures of the Renzi camp lay in ruin under the onslaught of the sword intent. Many of the demon-slaying lieutenants and ordinary soldiers, who had just returned from battle in high spirits, now lay bleeding on the ground. Instantly, a fierce rage ignited within him. This fury resurfaced, reminiscent of the last time he learned of the heinous deeds committed by Gao Wuxing. "General!" At that moment, a panicked voice called out from behind him. It was Wang Weiqian. Qin Zheng hurriedly turned to face the general, Qin Lihu, who had just saved him with a timely strike. Had it not been for this general's swift action, he feared he would have been unable to withstand that overwhelming sword intent. As he turned, he was met with a horrifying sight. Qin Lihu was drenched in blood, a gaping wound torn in his chest, revealing the grisly sight of his internal organs. Such grievous injuries. His life was now in peril. Qin Jing's expression darkened profoundly. The general, already weakened from the battle, had sustained further injuries. The sudden emergence of this threat had left everyone reeling. In his grievously injured state, he had desperately harnessed his energy to launch that spear, which was already a tremendous feat yet. The last gasp of a dying Bao could not fully withstand the full force of the sword intent, absorbing the brunt of the assault. The esteemed general bore the brunt of this grievous injury for himself. Qin Zheng was acutely aware of this, and his heart blazed with a fierce and escalating fury. Cough, cough. At this moment, Qin Lihu's complexion was ghastly pale, nearly translucent, his breath collapsing like an avalanche. He struggled to stand, swaying unsteadily, but fortunately, Wang Weiqian and Lu Ming were there to support him. General. Qin Jing's expression was grave as he gazed upon the general he had only met a day prior, his eyes swirling with a profound sense of guilt. This sword intent had been directed at him. Had it not been for his presence, the general would not have sustained such severe injuries. At this moment, within the vast camp, many demon-slaying lieutenants and ordinary soldiers would also remain unscathed. Amidst the towering rage surging within Qin Zheng, there also simmered an overwhelming sense of guilt. Qin Lihu gently shook his head, signaling Qin Zheng to refrain from speaking. He then turned his gaze to Wang Weiqian, forcing himself to say, "Calm everyone down." As soon as he uttered these words, he suddenly fainted, collapsing into the arms of Wang Weiqian and Lu Ming. "General!" Lu Ming exclaimed in alarm. Wang Weiqian, his face etched with seriousness, looked at Lu Ming and Qin Zheng and quickly stated, "The general's injuries are too severe. I will take him to the chief commander immediately. You two must handle things here for now." Moreover, at the last, he looked at Qin Zheng with a grave expression and continued, "With the general incapacitated, the demons of Huayan County may stir again, and it will be your responsibility to suppress them." The battle at Ihan Pond had made them acutely aware that Qin Jing's prowess far exceeded their own. At this moment, within the Renzi camp, the only one qualified to temporarily fill the general's role was none other than Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng nodded solemnly. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle resonated through the air. The crowd looked up to see a great eagle soaring high above, and after issuing a cry, it began to dive toward the ground. In an instant, the fury within Qin Zheng's eyes flared. Good, good, good. It did not flee. Then let it remain here. Qin Zheng executed a swift movement, arriving at the embedded Panlong's spear in the ground, grasping it firmly. Then, using his spine as the bow, his arms as the string, and the spear as the arrow. At that moment, the tempestuous power surging within Qin Zheng surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, roaring wildly within his being. The eagle, akin to a sharp arrow, dove downward, and Qin Zheng locked his gaze upon it, then hurled the Panlong spear with great force. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating across the heavens and earth. At that moment, the Panlong spear shot forth like a streak of light, piercing through the descending body of the eagle in the blink of an eye. Bang! A cascade of blood and feathers rained down from the sky. Qin Zheng had already increased his strength considerably, and fueled by his wrath, this strike possessed a power far beyond that of his previous Thunderlight arrow. With a single shot, the Eagle Lord's descent was abruptly halted, thwarting its intent to launch a surprise attack. A piercing cry echoed in the air as the Eagle Lord's body seemed to be seized by the force of the dragon's spear, ascending momentarily before plummeting earthward. Witnessing this scene, both Wang Weiqian and Lu Ming felt a slight easing of the tension etched on their faces. "You take care of the remaining matters with Qin Zheng here. I shall escort the general to the commander," Wang Weiqian declared, meeting Lu Ming's serious gaze. With determination, he lifted the injured general and swiftly departed, employing his lightness skill to hasten away. The general's grievous wounds rendered him unable to endure the jolting of a galloping horse. Immediate attention was necessary before transporting him by carriage to the commander. There must be no delay. Lu Ming also rose, striding back into the camp to tend to the wounded. They had just vanquished the cold-tide serpent demon, and the surrounding mountains had only just begun to retreat their monstrous inhabitants. If these creatures sensed the current situation, they might return with vengeance, especially with the serpent's lifeless body still lying nearby. Meanwhile, after piercing the Eagle Lord with his spear, Qin Zheng gripped his ghost-headed blade tightly, poised to deliver a fatal blow once it reached the ground. Although both were formidable demon kings, the Eagle Lord and the Serpent Demon belonged to vastly different echelons. Alone, Qin Zheng could not hope to defeat the serpent. However, he felt confident in his ability to slay the Eagle Lord. Just as the Eagle Lord began its descent, it seemed to regain consciousness, flapping its wings to arrest its fall before staggering toward the exit of the cold tide pool. A chill swept through Qin Zheng's eyes. He would not allow this demon to escape. Sensing the Eagle Lord struggle to regain control, he swiftly returned to the camp, seeking a long spear. "I shall slay that Eagle Lord and return swiftly," he proclaimed to Lu Ming before vanishing like a shadow. At that moment, the Eagle Lord, laboriously flapping its wings to flee the cold tide pool, was filled with rage and indignation. Having lain in wait for a day and a night, it aimed to unleash the full potential of the sword intent bestowed upon it. It had restrained itself, biding time for the Ren camp to either vanquish the serpent or be vanquished itself, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash the sword seal imbued with the master's intent, a strike that would guarantee death. Yet, to its astonishment, despite being gravely weakened, Qin Li, who had managed to fire that shot, intercepting the sword intent meant for Qin Zheng. In that moment, the Eagle Lord's hatred for Qin Li surged, surpassing even its animosity towards Qin Zheng. Should Qin Zheng survive, it would surely meet its own demise upon returning. Thus, after circling in the air several times, it resolutely decided to dive down, preparing to launch an attack on that Qin Zheng, hoping to exploit his moment of weakness to deliver a fatal blow. However, the physical prowess of that young man was undeniably formidable. Even after enduring such a fierce battle, he was still capable of unleashing such overwhelming power. The might of that shot had nearly cost it its life. At this moment, the only thought occupying its mind was to flee. Regardless of what consequences awaited it after this failure, whether it would face execution, it understood that if it did not escape now, death was imminent. It strained to flap its wings, striving to ascend higher and faster, so that Qin Zheng could not pursue it nor pose a threat. Yet, with the loss of blood from its wounds, a chilling sensation began to envelop its body, and its consciousness started to blur. This disorientation caused its form to waver in the air, akin to a drunken flight, stumbling through the skies. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed, and the eagle's awareness snapped back to clarity, only to be swiftly followed by the agonizing sensation of its body being pierced once more. This shot not only tore away a significant portion of flesh, but also extinguished its last flicker of hope for survival. Its form began to plummet rapidly toward the mountains below. With a resounding thud, it crashed heavily onto the ground mere moments later. In the haze of fading consciousness, it beheld a young man with a ghostly blade, his face etched with coldness, approaching before it. It opened its mouth, intending to utter a final word. However, a flash of chilling steel cut through the air, and the world around it spun violently, plunging its awareness into total darkness. Chapter 93. The Path to Ascend. As a Grand Master in the Huayan Prefecture of Qingzhou, two significant events transpired within a single day. The first was the near ascension of the cold water pool's Jiaoyao, which, after years of accumulation, was but a step away from transforming into a dragon. However, just as it was on the verge of this pivotal metamorphosis, it was slain by General Qin Lihu of the Ren Battalion. The moment this news spread, countless individuals in Qingzhou became engrossed in the unfolding drama. After all, this Jiaoyao was no ordinary creature. Its lineage was noteworthy. Being the offspring of one of the most formidable demons in Qingzhou, the Dragon Lord Songyuan, the Jiaoyao was highly favored, anticipated to be a significant successor to the Dragon Lord. Now, with its demise at the hands of the Ren Battalion, one could only speculate on the Dragon Lord's reaction. The second event involved an eagle demon that inexplicably appeared and stole a sword seal from the current leader of the Qinghuan sword sect. During the Ren Battalion's moment of vulnerability, following their engagement with the Jiaoyao, the eagle demon launched a surprise attack with the sword seal, unleashing the formidable sword intent contained within. General Qin Lihu, despite being gravely wounded, managed to withstand this surge of power. Yet his injuries rendered him incapable of fully countering the attack, resulting in significant casualties among the Ren Battalion, with him himself on the brink of death. The implications of this news weighed even heavier than the earlier report of the Jiaoyao slaughter. One might even say it was magnified several times over. General Qin Lihu was not merely a figure of the Dejin court. He was also a disciple of Wei Wuji, the commander of Qingzhou. The fact that such a prominent individual could be ambushed and nearly felled by an eagle demon, utilizing the very sword seal of the Qinghuan sword sect, raised eyebrows. Though the Qinghuan sword sect promptly issued a statement disavowing any connection to the eagle demon, how many would accept this explanation? Especially considering that the one who had slain the Jiayao was none other than the rising star Qin Zheng, who had also vanquished the Gao clan's bloodline. A name now resounding throughout Qingzhou. Moreover, the young master of the Qinghuan sword sect was the mother of Gao Wuxing. Thus, the origins of this incident were clear to all. Consequently, within Qingzhou, numerous individuals were keenly observing the developments of this affair. They were eager to witness how the demon slayer would respond to such a significant setback. Both incidents intertwined with the imminent transformation of the dragon lord Song Yuan, the Qinghuan sword sect, the demon slayer, and the Gao clan of Quanyang. A tempest was brewing, as many sensed an impending storm on the horizon. In Huayan Prefecture, within the Ren battalion's encampment, Qin Zheng gently caressed the great bow in his hands. Following the battle at Cold Water Pool, where the eagle demon had struck, General Qin Lihu was gravely injured, and many officers and soldiers had suffered casualties. Qin Zheng was understandably furious. However, with General Qin Lihu absent from Huayan, it fell upon him to fill the void. Thus, despite the turmoil within, he remained stationed in the Ren battalion, both to intimidate the local demons and to await the unfolding events. Remarkably, after the battle, no disturbances arose. After soothing the casualties among the officers and soldiers in the camp and dealing with the myriad of demon corpses scattered across the mountains, the army returned to the Renzi camp. Naturally, Qin Zheng had the serpent demon skinned and its tendons extracted, allowing the craftsmen within the camp to fashion a new bowstring from it. Notably, the serpent demon had been on the brink of a transformation before its demise, with its tendons being among the first to undergo this metamorphosis. Thus, this bowstring can be said to be crafted from the essence of the serpent dragon. At this moment, in his perception, this grand bow had undergone a remarkable transformation, making it exceedingly difficult to break. Now, holding this great bow as he prepared to return to the cold avoidance pool for battle, he felt confident that with his archery skills alone, he could slay the serpent demon. Of course, Qin Zheng referred to the serpent demon after it had been gravely wounded by the general, not in its prime condition. Although he possessed considerable strength, he was still far from the realm of true grandmasters, especially when faced with a demon king like the serpent demon, imbued with a unique bloodline. Thus, his martial training required even greater dedication. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng focused his mind and sent a fragment of his consciousness into his inner sea to examine the inscriptions on the merit scroll. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 150-17. Martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 23rd layer. Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manuscript, minor completion. Merit, 146. 6 pounds. Current martial arts Dragon Elephant Prajna skill can be upgraded, requires 1 pound of merit, proceed with upgrade. Current martial arts Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manuscript can be upgraded, requires 100 pounds of merit, proceed with upgrade. The battle at the cold avoidance pool had enabled Qin Zheng's merit accumulation to surpass 100 pounds. Moreover, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had advanced to the 23rd layer during the final moments of the conflict. This indicated that Qin Zheng now possessed a strength equivalent to 25,000 pounds, akin to a ferocious beast cloaked in human guise. Yet, Qin Zheng remained unsatisfied. In his confrontation with the serpent demon, he realized his strength was insufficient to overpower the massive creature. The current might he wielded stemmed primarily from his formidable strength. Without maintaining this advantage, his combat prowess would not sustain its relentless momentum. However, his current physique had reached its limits. To further enhance the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and augment his strength would risk internal injury, yielding more harm than benefit. With this thought, Qin Zheng let out a gentle sigh. At present, the only path forward was to continue his training, allowing the life will to absorb more vital energy to nourish his body and once again elevate his strength. Moreover, Qin Zheng's ascension to the master realm had been too hasty, lacking a thorough consolidation. Upon returning to the Renzi camp, he gradually gleaned clarity from Lu Mingyi's words. The mastery of the master realm did not pertain to the physical body, but rather the life wheel. The human life will comprises 7 centers: the crown wheel, the brow wheel, the throat wheel, the heart wheel, the navel wheel, the sea-bottom wheel, and the Brahma cavity wheel. The 7 life wheels align along the human spine, forming a vertical column. The method to ascend to the Grand Master level involves unlocking all 7 life wheels, thereby establishing a bridge between heaven and earth, creating a grand cycle with the cosmos. At that moment, one's mental fortitude and vital essence will reach an unprecedented pinnacle. Consequently, the internal meridians will generate spontaneously, and the energies of the universe will infuse the body. Through the entanglement and fusion of mental power and vital essence, a unique form of qi, characteristic of a Grand Master, will emerge. However, the potency of this qi is not solely determined by the strength of the cosmic energies, mental power, and vital essence. It also hinges upon the unique internal cultivation characteristics of the practitioner. Upon reaching the master realm, reliance on external techniques becomes insufficient for further advancement. Internal cultivation must be pursued to unlock the remaining life wheels. The choice of internal cultivation characteristics at this juncture will dictate the nature of the qi that will eventually coalesce. Indeed, the internal cultivation practiced at the master level is intricately linked to that of the Grand Master level, forming a cohesive system. For disciples of prestigious families and major sects, this extends beyond internal techniques to include external ones as well, constituting a complete martial legacy. The journey begins with physical refinement, progresses to the master level, and culminates in the Grand Master level. Each stage of martial practice seamlessly connects with the next, blurring the lines between internal and external disciplines. Thus, a martial artist's potential can be fully realized, which elucidates why practitioners from renowned families possess strength superior to that of ordinary warriors. For instance, the 2 masters of the Quan Yang Gao clan, slain by Qin Zheng, exhibited greater prowess than Li Yi, who contended with the bear demon. Previously, the internal cultivation method Qin Zheng acquired, suitable only for the initial stage of martial arts, necessitated a new selection upon his ascension to the master realm. Fortunately, having joined the Demon Slayer organization and secured the backing of the Great Jin dynasty, he no longer faced the same concerns regarding internal cultivation. Moreover, given Qin Zheng's current achievements, he is well positioned to select an exceptional internal technique. Among the 10 superior martial arts in the Ren Battalion, 3 are internal techniques. However, Lu Mingyi advised Qin Zheng to defer his choice until after meeting with the general, as he would likely obtain a superior, systematic internal cultivation method then. Accordingly, Qin Zheng acquiesced to this counsel. Reflecting on this, he turned his attention to the nascent Tibetan esoteric mental cultivation technique, which significantly enhances mental power. Nevertheless, the requisite merit for advancement is substantial, being the most demanding martial art he has encountered thus far. To elevate it to mastery, one requires 100 pounds of merit. Fortunately, Qin Zheng has accumulated sufficient merit. He hesitated, contemplating whether to expend this 100 pounds of merit instantaneously to enhance this mental technique. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, he should soon meet the general and select an internal technique. Given Lu Mingyi's insinuations, the martial art obtained from the general is bound to be of exceptional quality. Even the superior martial arts within the Ren character camp today pale in comparison, and the merits required for refining and enhancement will undoubtedly be immense. Despite his arduous efforts, having gained a fleeting advantage by vanquishing the dragon demon, he has only accumulated a meager amount of merit. If he were to expend such a substantial amount at once, it would likely take a considerable time to amass it anew. This thought lingered in Qin Zheng's mind. After a moment, he chuckled softly, shaking his head as he muttered to himself, "Hesitation and indecision are not traits befitting you. Merits can always be accumulated, but life is singular. Only by striving to become stronger every moment can one continue to gather merit." With this resolve, Qin Zheng silently intoned, "Enhance martial prowess concealment of the mind's awareness." Instantly, 100 pounds of merit were deducted from the scroll. Simultaneously, within an instant, Qin Zheng felt as though a realm within his mind had erupted, resonating with a thunderous explosion. His mental strength began to ascend rapidly and infinitely once more. Both in quality and quantity, it surged uncontrollably. This time, his body seemed accustomed to the experience. The ever-increasing mental power did not merely amplify. A portion of it permeated his body, simultaneously fortifying Qin Zhang's physical form. Within his dantian, the life wheel received nourishment from the mental energy, surging forth with a rich essence of life. Qin Zhang felt as though he were a deity, gazing down upon the myriad transformations within his being. Suddenly, his spirit turned toward the dantian. There, he beheld the dense life essence and formidable mental force entwined and merging. From this union emerged a new substance. Qin Zhang's heart quivered in realization. Could this be the essence of Qi? Chapter 94. Striking the mountain to startle the tiger. The great masters gather. The Qinghuan sword sect, located in Yong'an County of Qingzhou, stands as one of the few sects within the region to be graced by the presence of a grand master. It can be regarded as the pinnacle of power in Qingzhou. Even the demon-slaying forces of the Gung Battalion, stationed in Yong'an County, must show deference to the Qinghuan sword sect. With both the Gung Battalion and the Qinghuan sword sect established in a single county, the local populace enjoys a profound sense of security. However, an atmosphere of palpable tension has recently enveloped Yong'an County. The common folk have begun to sense the unease, while numerous demon creatures remain eerily silent, refraining from descending the mountains to wreak havoc. This uneasiness stems from the appearance of the Qinghuan sword sect's sword imprint in Huayan County, which, under the control of an eagle demon, launched a surprise attack on the general of the Ren Battalion of Demon Slayers, resulting in grave injuries. Despite being a leading force in Qingzhou, the Qinghuan sword sect is under the aegis of only one Grand Master. In stark contrast, the Demon Slayers are backed by the official authority of the Great Jin Dynasty. Within Qingzhou alone, the Demon Slayers boast 10 military camps, each anchored by at least one Grand Master, including the commander. The total number of Grand Masters easily exceeds a dozen. The disparity in strength between these two factions is as clear as day, akin to comparing a vigorous young tiger to a frail, defeated hound. Nonetheless, atop Yinxing Peak, as the Great Jin faces frequent demon incursions, the situation in Qingzhou is particularly dire. The Demon Slayers are overwhelmed with their current engagements, leaving them little capacity to attend to our matters. Zhang Rujian, the contemporary leader of the Qinghuan sword sect, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the expressions of trepidation on the faces of several elders before him. Contrary to what others might expect, he exhibited a remarkable calm. It is not only the mountains surrounding various counties that harbor demons. The realm is replete with formidable foes at the Saint Demon level, such as the Tsongyuan Dragon Lord, the Four-Armed Ape King, and the Qinglin Fish King. The number of these Saint Demons in Qingzhou alone is far from trivial, not to mention those demon kings who rival Grand Masters. How could they possibly spare attention for us? Even Qin Lihu suffered severe injuries while battling a demon king-level creature. I dare say the 10 generals of the Demon Slayers are merely a band of inflated reputations. As Zhang Rujian paced thoughtfully, he continued to address the elders, his gaze piercing through their fear, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Moreover, our Qinghuan sword sect has maintained peace in Yong'an County, with our disciples frequently ascending the mountains to slay demons, ensuring tranquility for the populace. By this virtue alone, the Demon Slayers cannot justly accuse us. Thus, I urge you not to worry. Furthermore, that sword imprint did not originate from our sect. It was transmitted from Yongla County and does not pertain to us. Do you understand? As he concluded, a hint of irritation flashed in Zhang Rujian's eyes. He casually waved his hand and said, "All of you leave. Do not speak to me of the absurd notion of apologizing to the Grand General. Should this happen again, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Upon concluding his words, Zhang Rujian observed that the elders below not only remained motionless, but their expressions grew even more fearful, their gazes fixed upon him. This prompted a frown to crease Zhang Rujian's brow. Although he was incensed, he had no intention of physically reprimanding them. Why were they so terrified? No, something was amiss. In that instant, Zhang Rujian's awareness surged, his inner energy ready to burst forth. However, at that moment, a pair of hands gently rested upon his shoulders, causing his energy to dissipate as swiftly as spring snow under the sun. The formidable energy that was about to escape his body receded, curling back within him. Zhang Rujian's complexion turned ashen, and the arrogance that had once adorned his features transformed into sheer terror. To think that within the borders of Qingzhou, someone could stealthily evade his perception and appear behind him, merely placing their hands on his shoulders, had utterly disrupted his aura. He could sense that beneath those hands. His mastery as a Grand Master felt as fragile as a mere insect, ready to be crushed at any moment. You are Wei Wuji. Zhang Rujian forced himself to suppress the rising dread and managed to utter coldly. Instead of a reply, he was met with a derisive chuckle. Almost immediately, a mocking voice emerged from the front. If dealing with someone of your caliber requires the Grand General's intervention, then the monsters of Qingzhou would have long since turned the world upside down. A figure clad in a black robe, wielding a golden-patterned saber, exuded an unparalleled aura that caught his eye. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wei from the E Division, he stated coldly, regarding Zhang Rujian. At that moment, the hands that had rested on Zhang Rujian's shoulders withdrew, revealing another imposing figure, who declared, I am Yu Manshan from the Bing Division. But these were not the only voices. Before Zhang Rujian's eyes, a series of formidable figures emerged, each introducing themselves in succession. Xie Xinji from the Ding Division, Lu Yichuan from the Wu Division, Xin Xuelin from the Ji Division, Shi Xinhong from the Gung Division. With each new appearance and declaration, Zhang Rujian's pallor deepened. The 6 great military camps of the demon-slaying order, with 6 Grand Masters gathered at Yinqing Peak. The implications were unmistakable. They demanded an explanation from him. For if these Grand Masters were dissatisfied, the Qinghuan sword sect could very well face annihilation. Yet, the Great Jin was currently plagued by monstrous threats, and Qingzhou was among the most severely afflicted regions. Did these powerful guardians not fear that, in abandoning their posts, the monsters would seize the opportunity to wreak havoc upon the innocent? Zhang Rujian's mind was filled with perplexity. However, he was not foolish. He understood the gravity of the situation and recognized the appropriate words for the moment. With a forced smile, he explained, Esteemed generals, I apologize for not welcoming you properly after your long journey. He intended to say more, but a voice, brusque and unyielding, interrupted him. Select any demon of the demon saint realm within Qingzhou and slay it. We shall cease our pursuit of the sword mark. The closest to him, Yu Manshan, stood with arms crossed, his gaze cold and indifferent, exuding an aura that bound Zhang Rujian tightly. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Rujian's complexion turned even paler. How could he possibly kill a demon of the demon saint realm? He hastily replied, That sword mark has nothing to do with me. It originated from Yongli County. Yet, as his words echoed, several Grand Masters of the Demon Slayer sect remained impassive, their expressions devoid of warmth, their energies firmly locking onto him. Zhang Rujian fell silent, understanding that the sword mark had indeed breached the bottom line of the Demon Slayers. He also realized that the gathering of the 6 Grand Masters at Yinqing Peak was not solely to address the affairs of his Qinghuan sword sect, but also to send a stern warning, an intimidation tactic. Otherwise, with the formidable power Yu Manshan had just displayed, one person alone could suppress him without needing the intervention of 6 Grand Masters. This was a threat directed at Yongli County. Although the 10 camps of the Demon Slayers needed to maintain their presence in various locales, in times of urgency, they could be summoned to converge at any location. With this thought, Zhang Rujian comprehended that if he did not acquiesce today, he might not even receive a chance to confront a demon saint. At that moment, he deeply regretted giving the sword mark to his daughter. In a clash between 2 tigers, what business did a minor figure like him have meddling? His expression darkened considerably. Moments later, the Grand Masters departed from Yinqing Peak, leaving Shi Xinhong of the Gung camp to supervise Zhang Rujian. After all, Yongin County was under the protection of the Gung camp. With Qin Lihu severely injured, what would become of Huayan County? Xin Xuelin from the Ji camp inquired. As this question was posed, the gazes of those present turned toward Zhao Wei of the E camp and Yu Manshan of the Bing camp. As the top 3 camps, the strength of the Jia, E, and Bing camps significantly surpassed that of other military divisions. Given that Qin Lihu was gravely wounded and the Ren camp lacked a Grand Master to oversee it, it was clearly unreasonable. Thus, a Grand Master needed to be dispatched to Huayan County to temporarily manage the Ren camp, and the selection would have to come from these 3 major camps, as they had more than 1 Grand Master each. Zhao Wei considered the situation and remarked, The little tyrant from the Jia camp has volunteered to go. As these words were spoken, a slight frown appeared on someone's brow, who then remarked, Has he not yet ascended to the Grand Master rank? Zhao Wei shook his head and responded, That lad possesses innate divine strength, and with the martial prowess bestowed by the commander. Although he has not yet reached the Grand Master level, His capabilities are already on par with those of an ordinary Grandmaster. The Demon King within Huayan County is only slightly stronger than the Cold Pool Flood Dragon. Now that the Flood Dragon is deceased, there poses no significant threat, allowing him to proceed. Upon concluding this statement, the others nodded in agreement. Let us depart. The Sun Yuan Dragon Lord is on the verge of transformation, and the commander must keep a vigilant watch over him. The other demon saints will require our attention as well. Yu Manshan sighed softly, and the expressions of the others grew solemn. The situation regarding the demon hunters in Qingzhou was indeed dire, which had emboldened the Qinghuan sword sect. Though the sect appeared to be the primary force, it was the figure behind the scenes who held true authority. Yet, they had collectively decided to take this risk, aiming to set an example to deter others. Exchanging glances, the group swiftly employed their lightness skills, enveloped by the swirling energy, resembling a low-flying flight as they departed at great speed. A colossal rock soared across the sky, occasionally dropping remnants of human organs and limbs. Upon closer inspection, one could see the enormous creature, its beak revealing pieces of flesh as it chewed. Thick blood overflowed from its mouth, cascading down to the earth below. Moments later, the rock descended upon a mountaintop, standing tall and gazing ahead. At this moment, the rock stood upright, towering nearly 10 meters, resembling a small mountain. A short distance away lay Huayan County. Just then, an equally massive python emerged, rising to match the rock's height, and spoke. Without a Grand Master to oversee Huayan County, it becomes our hunting ground. The rock's vertical pupils shimmered with greed as it declared, as long as we arrive before that little tyrant, Chu Long, we can indulge ourselves in a feast. After uttering these words, it flapped its wings and soared skyward once more. The python, flicking its long tongue, swiftly followed suit towards Huayan County. In that moment, numerous great demons surged toward Huayan County within the borders of Qingzhou. Chapter 95. The Strengthening of True Qi. A breakthrough of 30,000 jin. In Huayan County, at the Renzi camp, Qin Zheng gazed in astonishment at the slender essence that had emerged within his dantian. The essence of a Grandmaster's formidable qi is a harmonious fusion of the energies of heaven and earth, mental force, and vital life essence. Yet, at this moment, what materialized in his dantian was merely a confluence of mental force and vital essence, lacking the celestial energy. What, then, could this enigmatic substance be? Intrigued, Qin Zheng focused his thoughts, drawing forth the essence from his dantian, allowing it to flow through his meridians and manifest in the palm of his hand. However, as soon as it emerged, the essence swiftly dissipated into the air. Frowning, Qin Zheng pondered, could this substance not materialize outside like qi? What, then, is its utility? Determined, he concentrated on his dantian, observing as the substance continuously formed within. He was eager to ascertain whether a greater accumulation would allow it to manifest externally. As the quantity grew to a notable level, the substance began to detach from his dantian, flowing into his meridians like water. At the instant he circulated this energy throughout his body, Qin Zheng felt an immediate enhancement, as if his physical form had been fortified. This substance, astonishingly, could provide instant reinforcement to his physique. A wave of exhilaration surged within Qin Zheng's eyes. Yet, as he raised an eyebrow, he mentally commanded the substance to cease its influx into his meridians. He quickly realized that the enhancement was fleeting. Without a sufficient supply of this essence, he would revert to his original state. A contemplative expression crossed Qin Zheng's features. Although this reinforcement was temporary, it did not diminish his joy. As long as the substance was abundant, the duration of his enhancement could be perpetually extended. Furthermore, the primary limitation he faced was his body's inability to withstand greater power. However, could he not transcend his current limits by utilizing this essence to bolster his physique? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zheng released his restraints once more, allowing the essence to flow into his meridians. As his body was fortified again, he divided his focus and silently intoned, "Enhance martial prowess, dragon elephant prajna skill." Boom. Instantly, a torrent of formidable power surged through Qin Zheng's body, like a dam bursting forth. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 1,000 jin, 2,000 jin, 3,000 jin. In that moment, Qin Zheng's strength continuously surpassed its limits, ascending towards an even loftier pinnacle. After a few breaths, when the familiar sensation of pressure returned, he ceased his ascent. At this moment, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with divine brilliance as he rose to his feet, unable to resist the urge to savor the magnitude of his newfound strength. The 28th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, an unparalleled force of 30,000 pounds. With the aid of that material, Qin Zheng had transcended his power to an entirely new echelon, a full 30,000 pounds, surpassing the strength he wielded when he vanquished the Flood Dragon by a whole 10,000 pounds. This power, should he return to the cold avoidance pool to slay the dragon demon, he would undoubtedly dispatch it with greater ease and swiftness. Perhaps even without the assistance of Qin Lihu's final shot, joy surged within Qin Zheng's heart. A breakthrough of 30,000 pounds signified that his prowess had ascended to a new realm. However, with a mere thought, Qin Zheng ceased the influx of that material into his meridians. In an instant, his aura plummeted, reverting to its original state. Given the potent enhancement provided by this substance, it should not be squandered at this juncture. After all, this essence required a fusion of spiritual energy and life force to manifest, and spiritual energy is finite, not an inexhaustible resource. Thus, no fragment of this material should be wasted. With this in mind, Qin Zheng began to contemplate the nature of this substance. It was unable to permeate the body, devoid of any elemental attributes, merely circulating within the meridians to fortify the flesh. Henceforth, let it be called true qi. In the martial tales of his past life, the might of those martial masters stemmed from the circulation of true qi within them, strengthening their very beings. The substance he had fused, while resembling it, was not the same as the qi of this world. Thus, it shall be named true qi. As Qin Zheng pondered, he aptly designated this essence. Once he clarified the concept of true qi, he redirected his focus to the enhancement of the secret knowledge of the mind. His senses heightened, awareness expanded, and the intensity of his mental power surged once more. Most notably, within Qin Zheng's mind, a portal-like presence materialized. Streams of spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly through this portal, flooding into his brain, converging at his brow. This signified that from this moment forth, his spiritual energy would be inexhaustible, an endless wellspring. In that instant, the first thought that crossed Qin Zheng's mind was true qi. If spiritual energy could manifest endlessly, then life force could similarly be drawn forth perpetually. Wouldn't that imply that his true qi could continue to thrive indefinitely? Exuberance, a fervent joy erupted within his soul, far more intense than before. Truly, it was deserving of the 100 pounds of merit required to elevate the secret knowledge of the mind from minor completion to grand completion. The capacity for continual augmentation of spiritual energy, incessantly fortifying it, transcended the realms of mere martial prowess. Moreover, Qin Zheng could feel that after this enhancement, the reservoir of spiritual energy at his brow had grown even more robust. In a subtle moment, one could sense that something profound was brewing within. On the day that this latent essence emerges, it is likely that an immense transformation would manifest within oneself. Qin Zheng pondered. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the tent. Before long, Lu Mingyi, clad in armor, entered. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are there demons causing chaos?" This attire clearly indicated that Lu was preparing to undertake a mission. News had arrived that demons were disturbing the edges of Huayan County. "I suspect that the absence of the Grand General has emboldened many demons from outside the county." Lu Mingyi nodded and elaborated, "Your strength far surpasses ours. You should, like the Grand General, remain stationed at the Renzi camp. Only when we encounter adversaries beyond our capabilities should you take action." At this, Qin Zheng relaxed his brow and nodded gently. "I have come to inform you that the Grand General has been sent to the commander, and his life should be secure. You need not worry." Everyone was aware of the grave injuries the Grand General sustained and the reasons behind them. However, neither Lu Mingyi nor the others in the Renzi camp harbored any resentment towards Qin Zheng. Since his arrival in the camp, he had tirelessly vanquished demons, even breaching a demon mountain, thus instilling fear among the demons of Huayan County. Consequently, any grievances were directed solely towards Yongla County. At this moment, Lu Mingyi's visit alleviated some of Qin Zheng's burdens. Warmth spread through Qin Zheng's heart, and a faint smile graced his face as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Lu Mingyi waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to linger, and turned to leave the tent. In the days that followed, Qin Zheng remained at the Renzi camp alongside several other deputy generals. Among the 5 deputy generals of the Renzi camp, aside from Wang Weiqian, who escorted the Grand General to the commander, and Lu Mingyi, who was on a mission, the remaining 3 were Chu Yu, Wang Yuan, and Jia Zhou, all seasoned masters of considerable strength. Together with Qin Zheng, the 4 deputy generals effectively maintained a period of tranquility within Huayan County, keeping the demons at bay. However, several days later, seated in his tent, Qin Zheng felt a sudden unease as a foreboding sensation gripped him. Deputy generals typically executed missions with swiftness and decisiveness, never lingering. Although Lu Mingyi had ventured to the outskirts of Huayan County on a remote mission, it should not have taken this long. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a demon-slaying lieutenant hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "General Qin, General Chu requests your presence. There is an urgent matter." Indeed, Qin Zheng's eyes darkened slightly as he swiftly rose, seized his weapon, and hastened out of his tent. Utilizing his agility, he arrived at General Chu's tent in mere moments. At this moment, besides Chu Yu, Wang Yuan and Jia Zhou were also present. The expressions of the 3 were grave, clearly indicating that a significant event had transpired. Upon his entrance, there was no time for pleasantries. Chu Yu immediately spoke up. "Lu Mingyi is in trouble. What has emerged on the outskirts of Huayan County is no ordinary demon, but a formidable demon king. A demon king, a being on par with the grandmasters of the human warriors." Qin Zheng's gaze darkened, and he turned to leave, simultaneously commanding, "Prepare the horses." In this critical moment, with the Renzi camp absent of Qin Lihu, he was the only one capable of confronting a demon king. The soldiers, who had been waiting outside the tent, promptly brought forth a steed, bowing respectfully. "General Qin." Qin Zheng nodded, swiftly mounted the horse, grasped the reins, and with a squeeze of his legs, the horse galloped forth. He had already familiarized himself with Lu Mingyi's destination over the past few days. The steed thundered ahead, stirring up clouds of dust. On the outskirts of Huayan County, at Yanyin Mountain, within a cave, a 3-meter-tall ape demon casually swung a long spear, which appeared somewhat slender for its stature. Too light, too light." After a few breaths, it shook its head and carelessly discarded the spear. The weapon spun through the air like a shadow before plunging into the ground. Beside the spear lay a bloodied corpse. "Aren't you concerned that the Renzi camp will come after you?" At that moment, a fox demon sauntered into the cave, swaying her hips and gazing at the ape demon as she spoke. The ape demon scoffed disdainfully, replying, "Qin Lihu is gravely injured and not here. That little tyrant is currently missing. There are no skilled fighters left in Huayan County to fear. Moreover, with more and more powerful demons arriving, the Renzi camp is likely preoccupied with their own safety. They wouldn't dare come looking for trouble with me." The fox demon, with an alluring tone, replied, "Oh, but I have heard of a lad named Qin Zheng in Huayan County, a ruthless killer who has instilled fear in the demons here. Are you not afraid of him?" The ape demon rose, a look of contempt on its face, declaring, "If he dares to come, I could dispatch him in 2 moves. Chapter 96. The Arrogant Ape Demon. A single blow to obliterate. The sound of galloping hooves resonated through the wilderness. A figure, gripping the reins with one hand, raced forward like a shadow. At this moment, Qin Zheng's expression was calm, yet tinged with a hint of perplexity. The news of the general's severe injury and urgent transport to the commander had spread throughout Qingzhou, an undeniable fact that everyone, both human and demon, was acutely aware of. Thus, with no Grand Master to safeguard Huayan County, it was a truth universally acknowledged. However, it was expected that the demon slayers had already taken measures to restrain the greater demons from other regions, ensuring they could not or dared not venture into Huayan County. Including himself, the several junior generals of the Ren division had instinctively believed that their sole responsibility was to defend against the lesser demons within the county, without concern for the incursion of formidable demon kings. Otherwise, relying solely on the remaining junior generals, even if the county was devoid of excessively powerful demons, they would still be incapable of preventing the entrance of greater demons. Thus, Lu Mingyi could proceed with his mission so nonchalantly. The greater demons were under focused scrutiny, and with the swift dissemination of information, only the ignorant lesser demons would perceive this as an opportune moment to invade Huayan County. Yet, it was unexpected that a demon king would be among those who had arrived. If Huayan County lacked its own defenses against such a formidable being, the other junior generals would be utterly helpless. At that point, the lives of the entire populace of Huayan County would be in jeopardy. Before the arrival of the expert demon slayers, this place would inevitably devolve into a hunting ground for demons. With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Qin Zheng's eyes. Regardless of the arrangements made by the demon slayers, he was resolute in employing ruthless measures to eradicate these formidable demons. Failure to do so would not instill fear in the remaining greater demons. With this in mind, Qin Zheng tightened his grip on the reins. His speed was swift, and the steed he rode, imbued with the bloodline of demons, possessed remarkable endurance and speed. Having departed from the central region of the Ren Division, he had galloped tirelessly for half a day, now nearing the outskirts of Huayan County, precisely the location where Lu Mingyi was to fulfill his mission. Upon arrival, a thick miasma of demonic energy permeated the air, as if the demons believed they could act with impunity in this moment. The figure of Qin Zheng, riding fiercely, gradually came to a halt before a small village adjacent to the borders of Huayan County. The scene was one of devastation. Houses lay in ruins, blood stained the ground, and chaos reigned. Several towering pig demons were methodically preparing a fire, butchering human flesh. Among them, a monkey demon, brandishing a steel rod, leisurely gnawed on a severed thigh. Evidently the leader of this grotesque assembly. The icy fury in Qin Zheng's gaze intensified. One of the pig demons turned to spot him and immediately bellowed, "There is a human over there." In an instant, before the pig demon could finish its sentence, the monkey demon reacted swiftly, charging towards Qin Zheng's position. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light surged forth, followed by a resounding thunderclap. Qin Zheng, bow in hand, cast a cold, piercing gaze upon several pig demons. The ground was stained with a pool of blood and flesh, alongside a severed steel rod, with no trace of the ape demon remaining. The pig demons were initially taken aback, but soon cried out in alarm, revealing their true forms in a desperate attempt to flee. However, as a flurry of arrows were unleashed, they erupted into a shower of gory remnants. After eliminating the demonic creatures that plagued this small village, Qin Zheng redirected his steed, pressing onward toward the source of the most potent demonic energy. This was merely a small settlement. He recalled that just ahead lay a county town. In his perception, the locus of the most concentrated demonic aura pointed directly toward that very county. Sensing the urgency in Qin Zheng's heart, his steed breathed heavily yet galloped faster. Suddenly, a sharp spear hurtled toward him with alarming speed. Qin Zheng seized the reins, thrusting his hand forward to grasp the silver spear, deftly neutralizing its force with a swift motion. Simultaneously, his expression darkened considerably. This spear was unmistakably the personal weapon of Lu Mingyi. Almost immediately, a woman of enchanting grace and ethereal beauty emerged before him, capturing his attention. It seemed that among the sub-commanders of the Ren Battalion, there existed such a striking figure. Upon her appearance, her eyes lit up upon seeing Qin Zheng astride his fiery steed. Her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, revealing a hint of bashfulness. As she whispered in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze, "Such a handsome young lord. I can only imagine the exquisite flavor of his flesh." As she spoke, a towering ape demon, approximately 3 meters tall, sauntered forth behind her. It nonchalantly brandished a massive steel rod, exuding the aura of a demon king, seemingly indifferent to Qin Zheng's presence nearby. In its other hand, it held a bloodied corpse, none other than Lu Mingyi. "It is said that you are a formidable killer, capable of instilling fear in the demons of Huayan County. Yet, in my view, aside from that serpent demon, there are no truly fearsome beings here," the ape demon scoffed, its voice dripping with disdain. With a casual flick of its wrist, it discarded Lu Mingyi's lifeless body as one would toss aside a ragged sack. "I truly cannot comprehend how you, mere masters, possess the audacity to engage with us great demons. If you dare approach, prepare to pay with your life as a lesson." At the same time, the beautiful woman chimed in sweetly, "Be gentle. If you mar his appearance, he will be less delectable." The ape demon chuckled, and in an instant, its colossal form lunged forward, gripping the steel rod with both hands, and swung it fiercely toward Qin Zheng. The air crackled as the mighty steel rod struck, producing a series of thunderous booms. In the eyes of the ape demon, a flicker of ferocity gleamed. With this strike, it envisioned Qin Zheng being reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet, to its astonishment, bang! The formidable blow it had unleashed was effortlessly caught by the diminutive human before it with a single hand. It was about to utter a word, when a force far more potent than its own surged through the steel rod and into its being. Instantly, propelled by this overwhelming power, its massive form staggered forward uncontrollably. Terror gripped the ape demon. It hastily relinquished its grip on the steel rod, regaining its balance to halt its advance. How could this human possess such remarkable strength? No, this human is suspicious. I must flee at once. A flurry of thoughts erupted in its mind almost simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, it regretted entering Huayan Prefecture, especially with so many formidable demons present. Why had it heeded the fox demon's provocation and dared to provoke this human? Just as it managed to stabilize itself, the steel rod that was rightfully its own descended once more with even greater force. The speed was nearly instantaneous. The ape demon raised its arms to shield its head, attempting to deflect the blow. If it could withstand this strike, it would turn and escape into the mountains, where none could outrun it. And thus, this became its final thought. The rod descended, instantly shattering the ape demon's arms, then continued downwards, causing its head to explode like a watermelon under the impact. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. After staggering a few steps, the massive body of the ape demon collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. In the distance, the beautiful woman transformed from the fox demon, upon witnessing the steel rod being seized, was already terrified and hastily fled. Qin Zheng stood motionless, his expression icy and unyielding, discarding the steel rod before reaching for his great bow. From the moment the ape demon struck to the instant Qin Zheng seized the rod and struck it down, mere moments had passed. Even though the fox demon attempted to flee, it had not escaped far. Drawing an arrow and stringing it, his gaze locked onto the fox demon, which had reverted to its true form and was frantically fleeing. Then he released. Boom! A streak of light appeared, followed by a thunderous roar. The arrow, like a comet, traversed the distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, piercing through the fox demon's body. Almost immediately, a significant portion of the fox demon exploded, scattering flesh and blood. The two demon kings that had invaded Huayan Prefecture had perished. Qin Zheng retracted his bow and hurried to Lu Mingyi's side, eager to ascertain whether his comrade, with whom he had fought alongside, still clung to life. Fortunately, though the ape demon's assault had been severe, it had not completely extinguished Lu Mingyi's life. Qin Zheng could still perceive the faint breaths and heartbeat of Lu Mingyi, prompting him to swiftly assist him to his feet, intending to return to the city for treatment. Just then, a hand gently rose, halting his actions. General Lu? Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, realizing it was the other party who impeded him. Do not concern yourself with me. There are great demons wreaking havoc in the county ahead. Hurry, stop them. A python and a rock, stronger than the ape demon. You must be cautious. Lu Mingyi struggled to articulate these words. Qin Zheng fell silent for a moment, then lifted him and employed his lightness skill to reach a secluded location. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly, he said, glancing at Lu Mingyi, whose breath was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. All right, Lu Mingyi replied feebly. Qin Zheng immediately utilized his lightness skill, soaring over the mountains and fields with the grace of a swallow, hastening towards the county ahead. As his figure receded, Lu Mingyi's head gradually sank. The sound of the wind howled around him. Qin Zheng abandoned the horse, relying instead on his swift agility. At this point, his physique and lightness skill allowed him to move faster than any steed. Moreover, the distance to the county was not great, making this method even more suitable. As he approached the county at the edge of Huayan Prefecture, a faint scent of blood began to permeate the air. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, swiftly channeling his mental energy into his dantian, merging with his life essence to form threads of true qi, which then surged into his meridians. Whether it be the python, the rock, or any other great demon, since they dared to disturb Huayan Prefecture today, they shall surely meet their end without return. Chapter 97. Demon and Human. Qin Zheng. A cacophony of sounds reverberated through Luoyang County. The jubilant cries of the great rock mingled with the heart-wrenching sobs of the despairing populace and the thunderous crashes of collapsing buildings. A massive python roamed the county town with impunity, effortlessly toppling structures with a flick of its tail and ensnaring several humans to devour them whole. Meanwhile, the great rock, with its sharp beak, targeted the humans below, snatching one and swallowing it in a single motion. These two colossal beasts treated the town as their hunting ground, with the townsfolk reduced to mere prey. The scene was one of utter devastation, akin to a hell on earth. On the outskirts of the town, numerous other demons gathered, their eyes fixed hungrily on the chaos within. While they dared not intervene in the feast of the great beasts, knowing that to do so would lead to their own demise, they eagerly awaited their turn. With the population exceeding 10,000, even the two great demons could not consume them all at once. Once satiated, it would be their time to revel in the bounty. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted from behind. The onlooking demons beheld the great rock circling above the town, which suddenly erupted in a violent explosion from a certain point on its body. With a piercing shriek, it plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. Had a human master arrived? The thought ignited a sense of alarm among the demons, prompting them to scatter and haste back into the surrounding wilderness. The presence of a human master, especially one who could wound the great rock with a single arrow, signified a formidable opponent. The prospect of remaining in the vicinity of such a battle, even inadvertently caught in the collateral damage, would surely spell their doom. This unforeseen development jolted the unscathed python into alertness. Its gaze first darted to the great rock, noting the gaping wound in its abdomen from which crimson demon blood flowed profusely. Turning its attention, it spotted a young man clad in a black robe, his demeanor cold and resolute, standing atop the city wall with a great bow in hand. Was that not the infamous little tyrant, Chulong? In Huayan Prefecture, there existed a human master unknown to them. In an instant, the python's wariness intensified. It coiled its massive body, flicking its tongue and fixing its chilling gaze on the figure. The great rock, struggling to suppress its injuries, cast a hostile glare at the silhouette on the wall. The entity capable of injuring it with a single arrow was undoubtedly no ordinary warrior. At this moment, atop the city wall, Qinzheng gazed down upon the county town, a scene of unimaginable suffering, akin to a hell on earth. The chill in his eyes had crystallized to its zenith. His previous arrow, though not entirely successful, was aimed to divert the attention of the great rock rather than to strike it down directly. Fearing that such an act would result in the collapse of structures and harm the innocent populace below. Yet, he had not anticipated that even a partially executed shot would bring the beast crashing to the ground. A sudden alarm gripped his heart. He feared that his arrow had inadvertently caused the demise of many innocent lives. However, upon ascending the wall and witnessing the devastation below, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. "Who are you?" the massive python inquired, flicking its tongue. The great rock, fixated on Qinzheng, hesitated to take to the skies again upon noticing the formidable bow in his grasp. In response to the python's query, Qinzheng remained silent, his expression icy as he nocked an arrow and drew the string taut. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, arrows rained down like shooting stars. Within mere moments, a deluge of arrows enveloped the two demon kings. There was no escape, no refuge. The eyes of the two great demons widened in terror, forcing them to curl up and shield themselves with their toughest feathers and scales. However, the power that Qinzheng wielded now far surpassed his former self, especially with the serpentine sinews as his bowstring, a limitation now shattered. As the arrows struck, bursts of crimson erupted from the two demons' bodies. Even as mighty demon kings, their defenses could not withstand Qinzheng's relentless assault. In the brief span of mere breaths, the two demons were left bloodied and battered, evidently suffering grave injuries. Yet, these formidable beings were still demon kings, significantly stronger than the simian demon Qinzheng had slain earlier, incomparable to the frost dragon demon he had encountered. Consequently, Qinzheng could not swiftly bring them down. He could only suppress them. This was the result of his enhanced power, a feat only achievable since he had replaced his bowstring with serpentine sinews. Had he arrived in this place in his previous state, he would have been devoured by the two demons, let alone suppressing them to this extent. As the moments passed, the two demon kings seemingly adapted to Qinzheng's onslaught. The python coiled into a formidable mass, gathering strength before launching itself toward Qinzheng with a ferocious charge, its massive body gliding through the air like a true dragon soaring through the heavens. Simultaneously, the great rock unfurled its wings, summoning a powerful gale to deflect the arrows Qinzheng had loosed. With a mighty leap, its colossal form ascended into the sky, hurtling toward Qinzheng. The counterattack from the two great demons came in an instant. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened. He retracted his bow and, with a powerful leap, propelled himself into the air. As the colossal serpent opened its gaping maw, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole, a powerful hand pressed firmly upon its head. In that instant, a resonant hum echoed as his vital energy surged forth. An overwhelming force, akin to a flood unleashed from its dam, surged wildly within Qin Zheng's body. At that moment, a staggering power of 30,000 pounds converged upon his palm. A fierce glint flickered in Qin Zheng's eyes as he exerted an immense pressure downward. With a whoosh and a thunderous crash, the massive body of the serpent, momentarily airborne, was forcefully slammed back to the ground. At that very moment, the enormous claws of the rock, forged as if from steel, descended upon Qin Zheng's head. Without hesitation, he seized the rock's talon, and, channeling his fierce vigor, he hurled it downwards with unrelenting force. Under the onslaught of his sheer ferocity, the rock lost all control, crashing down onto the serpent's back. A piercing cry of anguish erupted from both colossal beasts. Guided by Qin Zheng's deliberate maneuvering, the battlefield had shifted from within the county town to its outskirts. Though the town had suffered considerable destruction at the hands of the two great beasts, many of its inhabitants still remained. Engaging in battle within the confines of the city would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic casualties. Now, beyond the city walls, he was free to unleash his power without restraint. Vital energy continuously flowed within Qin Zheng, surging through his meridians, bolstering the tumultuous strength coursing through him. He landed upon the ground, extending one hand to grip the rock's talon and the other to grasp the serpent's tail. With a powerful swing of his arms, he began to relentlessly smash the two demon lords into the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently as a cacophony of thunderous sounds reverberated in all directions. No matter how fiercely the two beasts struggled, they could not escape Qin Zheng's grasp, being relentlessly pounded into the ground. This spectacle sent shivers of fear through the hidden creatures in the surrounding forests, who dared to observe the unfolding events. The figure of the human was dwarfed by the immense forms of the two demons, yet at this moment, he wielded them like mere toys. As crimson blood began to splatter the earth, and the struggles of the great beasts gradually waned, this human seemed determined to bludgeon the two demon lords to death. Such a barbaric approach. The creatures concealed in the forest could no longer discern who was human and who was demon. As Qin Zheng continued to slam the two beasts against the ground, their vitality crumbled like an avalanche, swiftly dwindling to its nadir. Only when he sensed that the two creatures were utterly exhausted did he slowly release his grip. At that moment, the true condition of the two great demons became starkly apparent. Before him lay a colossal python and a majestic rock, both grotesquely mangled, their flesh torn asunder, revealing a horrifying tableau of blood and bone. Witnessing this gruesome sight, the myriad of demons concealed within the mountains felt their resolve evaporate, and they hastily retreated. Should they remain, allowing this formidable sorcerer to vanquish the two great beasts, they would stand no chance against his wrath. At this moment, Qin Zheng's chest heaved, each breath seemingly drawing in vast volumes of air, only to expel it with equal force. His eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity. This method of slaying demons was novel to him, though it required more exertion than wielding arrows or daggers. He could not deny that it unleashed his power to its fullest extent, serving as a cathartic release for his pent-up fury. While this approach might seem extravagant, it was undeniably exhilarating. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Zheng grasped his ghostly blade and approached the gravely wounded python and rock. He first pressed his foot down upon the serpent's neck, then swung the ghostly blade in a sweeping arc, cleaving through the air. In a flash, two beams of light shimmered, and the heads of the two demon kings tumbled to the ground. The two demon monarchs were slain. Having completed this grim task, Qin Zheng turned his gaze towards the surrounding woodland. Yet, he refrained from further action, fixating instead on the fleeing demons. Only by disseminating news of his deeds would these creatures instill fear in the hearts of other lurking beasts. Though Huayan County had lost its Qin Lihu, it still had me, Qin Zheng. Let us discuss a matter. The updates during the Spring Festival will be rescheduled to 7 p.m., postponed by 2 hours. My apologies. Chapter 98. The plan is ruined. What punishment shall you face? Amidst the crumbling ruins and the pervasive desolation, The first words that emerged in Qin Zheng's mind upon entering this county town were these two. The once vibrant Luoyang County had been wantonly ravaged by two formidable demons, reducing it to a desolate wasteland. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and remains. The heart-wrenching cries of the surviving citizens echoed relentlessly. In this moment, despite having vanquished the two demons, Qin Zheng still felt a profound sense of unresolved anger. With a heavy heart, he made his way to the county office, where the county magistrate had not escaped the clutches of the demons, though the head constable had survived. I have dealt with the two demons. Soon, reinforcements from the Ming and prefecture will arrive. You must organize the people to comfort the citizens and tend to the wounded, he instructed, his gaze fixed upon the terrified man before him. His voice carried a sense of reassurance, soothing the constable's frayed nerves. Rest assured, my lord, I shall do my utmost, the constable replied, quickly regaining his composure. Hearing this, Qin Zheng turned and employed his lightness skill to depart swiftly. With the threat of the demons neutralized, he needed to urgently escort Lu Mingyi to the Ming Yin prefecture for treatment and ensure that the local government dispatched aid. His figure darted like a shadow until he arrived at the location where Lu Mingyi was hidden. However, what met his eyes was a devastating sight. The lieutenant of the Ren battalion, with his head drooping, lay in a pool of crimson, the earth saturated with blood. There was no breath between his lips and nostrils. Qin Zheng approached Lu Mingyi slowly. Although he had known the lieutenant for a brief time, they had fought side by side during the Battle of Yihan Pool. It was unfathomable that mere days later, he had succumbed to another demon's grip. Staring blankly at the lifeless form, Qin Zheng's mind momentarily faltered. Images flashed through his thoughts, the horrific scenes from the Bear King's cave in Moxa Mountain, the horrors within the of Songfeng Mountain, and the recent devastation in Luoyang County. The sight of the demons feasting upon the living, the high martial artists offering humans as sustenance to the fiends, and the image of Qin Lihu gravely wounded, having subdued the serpent demon, only to collapse in unconsciousness. All these memories converged upon the present, focusing on Lu Mingyi's lifeless body, slumped in the muddy earth. A fierce anger surged within Qin Zheng, his eyes igniting with flames that seemed poised to incinerate all demons and evildoers from existence. Neither demon nor traitor should remain in this world. All must be eradicated. With a stoic expression, he lifted Lu Mingyi's corpse and turned, using his lightness skill to reach the unscathed horses. He mounted swiftly, spurring the steed into a gallop. The body of his comrade should not be left to the cold embrace of this forsaken land. In this battle, Qin Zheng ruthlessly vanquished three formidable demon kings, the ape demon, the great python, and the roc. This news swiftly spread throughout Huayan County, carried by the fleeing creatures. The human race appeared even more formidable than the demons themselves, with one hand gripping the python king's tail and the other clutching the roc king's claw. He relentlessly smashed them down, brutally ending the lives of these two powerful demon kings. He was nothing short of a fiend. Amidst the terror-stricken accounts of these creatures, the formidable demons invading from outside Huayan County hastily retreated. Among the slain demon kings, although the ape demon was merely ordinary, the python king and roc king were exceptionally fierce and powerful, far surpassing the others in strength. The demise of such beings left them acutely aware that lingering in Huayan County would likely lead them to a similar fate. Having reached the realm of demon kings, their intelligence was not to be underestimated. They understood when to strike and when to withdraw. It was no wonder that the little tyrant, Chu Long, had yet to reveal himself. It turned out that there was already a figure in Huayan County whose prowess rivaled that of a grand master. Filled with trepidation, the demons scattered. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng arrived at the Mingyan mansion, where he first selected a fine coffin for Lu Mingyi and summoned the personnel from the Ren division. He then proceeded to the government office, instructing them to send aid to the inhabitants of Luoyang County, who had just suffered from the demon scourge. Following this, Qin Zheng temporarily established his command at Mingyan Mansion, the outermost city of Huayan County, allowing him to respond swiftly should any great demon attack again. However, a day later, the demon-slaying officers from the Ren division arrived to convey a command to Qin Zheng. He was to depart immediately and return to the Ren division. This order came from a master sent from the Jia division, temporarily taking over the command of the Ren division and stationed in Huayan County. Yet, Qin Zheng had just established his authority by slaying demons and instilling fear among them. If he were to leave now, it was likely that the demons would return, launching surprise attacks on the populace. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, perplexed and somewhat uncertain. Having just eliminated 2 invading demon kings in Huayan County, it seemed that the opposing side had arrived at the Ren division in a timely manner to quell these great demons. However, this was merely Qin Zheng's speculation, and he was unaware of the precise circumstances. For the moment, he could only comply with the order, departing from Mingyan Mansion and riding toward the Ren division. With unrelenting speed, Qin Zheng made no delays and returned to the Ren division's main camp in a matter of hours. Yet, upon entering, he sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss, oppressively tense. With a slight furrow of his brow, he pondered whether the master sent from the Jia division was of a particularly irritable disposition. As Qin Zheng's figure emerged within the Renzi camp, he had yet to reach his tent to disarm himself when 2 somewhat unfamiliar demon-slaying officers approached him with a frigid demeanor, declaring, "The general has issued an order for you to proceed to an audience immediately." The icy tone and haughty attitude caused Qin Zheng's expression to darken. It was evident that these 2 were not officers from the Renzi camp, but rather subordinates of the formidable expert who had arrived from the Jiazi camp. Yet, even Qin Lihu had not addressed him in such a manner. If this individual sought to assert dominance over him, he would not hesitate to respond with hostility. "Lead the way." Qin Zheng's countenance grew stern, an aura of menace emanating from him, causing the 2 demon-slaying officers to stagger back in surprise. With the elevation of his realm and the numerous demon creatures he had vanquished, he had accumulated a formidable presence. The 2 officers flushed with indignation, yet, upon meeting Qin Zheng's icy gaze, they ultimately restrained their tempers. They bowed their heads and muttered, before proceeding to guide Qin Zheng toward the tent that originally belonged to Qin Lihu. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the 3 deputy generals, Chu Yu, Wang Yuan, and Jia Zhou, who wore expressions of suppressed fury. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the imposing figure seated in the position of the general. With thick brows and large eyes, this robust individual exuded an incredibly fierce aura. He appeared even younger than Qin Zheng had anticipated, seemingly no more than 30 years of age. As Qin Zheng's eyes met his, the other man returned his gaze with a chilling intensity. Qin Zheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he was about to speak when the other man interjected, "The Silver Moon Wolf King, a demon who only recently ascended to the rank of demon sage, possesses a notoriously brutal nature, yet is also exceedingly cautious and cunning, having repeatedly evaded capture by my Jiazi camp, rising to his full height of nearly 2 meters. He cast a commanding presence over the assembly, continuing, with Qin Lihu gravely injured and absent from Huayan County, it has become an enticing target. I have been tracking the Silver Moon Wolf King for some time and discovered its intentions toward this place. Thus, I personally sought permission from the commander to assume Qin Lihu's position, with the aim of eliminating the Silver Moon Wolf King upon its arrival. Regrettably, this cunning wolf demon took precautions against traps, sending several high-ranking demon kings to probe for potential dangers before making its entrance. I remained hidden on the outskirts of Huayan County for several days, awaiting the opportune moment. He continued, advancing toward Qin Zheng with a rising aura. I was on the verge of slaying a demon sage-level creature and achieving great merit. But because of you, why did you have to slay those formidable demons? Your actions have led the Silver Moon Wolf King to believe that a trap lies in wait, causing it to depart from Huayan County. You have thwarted my plans. What punishment do you deserve for this?" The last sentence resounded like thunder throughout the Renzi camp, plunging it into an eerie silence. The 3 deputy commanders of the Renzi camp, their faces flushed and veins bulging, were evidently consumed by rage. It was utterly ludicrous. To conceal the invasion of the great demon in Huayan County, allowing the chaos of myriad demons to wreak havoc upon the innocent populace. This negligence had even cost the Renzi camp a deputy commander. All this, merely to wait for a formidable demon to lower its guard, so that he could strike and claim glory. Now that the Renzi camp had taken action and slain the invading demons, this individual dares to seek retribution. Absurd. Truly absurd. At this moment, Qin Zheng's expression was frigid, seemingly unaffected by the thunderous reprimand. He merely raised his gaze toward the fierce, wrathful figure of the Jiazi camp expert and inquired, "Why were you not in Liang County at that time?" The little overlord, Chu Long, momentarily stunned, seemed taken aback by Qin Zheng's reaction. He immediately roared in anger, What does it matter where I was? The Silver Moon Wolf King fled. Those demons were hardly worth my effort to slay. However, Qin Zheng appeared to disregard his words and continued, in that case, I could just as easily eliminate you there. As his words fell, a resonating hum echoed within the camp. An overpowering force, infused with seething fury, erupted instantaneously. Chapter 99. Enough. Strike again, and you shall truly perish. The ferocious power erupted like lightning piercing through the darkness, instantly shattering the momentum accumulated by Chu Long. In a flash, Qin Zheng reached out like a dragon, seizing Chu Long by the collar before anyone could react. What? Do you believe that having slain a few formidable beasts grants you the right to contend with me? Chu Long scoffed, preparing to break free. Yet, as he exerted his strength, he was horrified to discover that the hand gripping his collar remained unyielding. Immediately after, a tumultuous force surged forth like an overwhelming tide, engulfing him in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he found himself unable to control his own body, which suddenly veered under the immense power. Before being violently hurled out of the tent, whoosh, a massive shadow shot out of the tent, crashing onto the ground and rolling uncontrollably. Qin Zheng stepped out in a single stride, emerging from the confines of the general's tent. If a confrontation was to ensue, it could not take place within the confines of the great general's quarters. After all, this belonged to Qin Lihu, the two demon-slaying lieutenants from the Jiazi camp. Stunned into inaction, were yet to grasp the situation, drawing their long knives to follow suit. However, at that moment, two figures rushed forth, swiftly subduing the two lieutenants. Wang Yuan and Jia Zhou each restrained a lieutenant, sneering, "You dare to act so brazenly within my Renzi camp, you mere lieutenants?" Chu Yu stepped forward. Bursting out of the tent, Chu Long was indeed a formidable expert from the Jiazi camp, a candidate to take up the mantle of the general, undoubtedly possessing great martial prowess. Qin Zheng, daring to strike first, feared that he might ultimately be outmatched and suffer grievous losses. Meanwhile, outside the tent, the little tyrant Chu Long raised his head in disbelief, fixing his gaze upon Qin Zheng, and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Since his innate divine strength had been recognized by the Jiazi camp and cultivated since then, he had only ever lost to the disciples of the commander in battles against experts of the same realm. That individual, known as the Overlord, was capable of contending with the four-armed Ape King. Yet now, in this Huayan prefecture, he encountered another being whose strength surpassed his own. For a moment, he could not discern whether he was in the Renzi camp of Huayan or in the courtyard of the commander. Qin Zheng, however, did not indulge in idle chatter. He stepped out of the tent and, in the blink of an eye, stood before Chu Long. His long fingers clenched into a fist, enveloped in immense power, as he mercilessly struck down towards his opponent. Sensing the ferocious might of Qin Zheng, akin to that of a raging dragon, a tidal wave of impending doom surged within Chu Long's heart. This young man was no weaker than him. This was the first thought that coursed through his mind. This young man intended to kill him. This was the second thought that raced through his mind. In that critical moment, he let out a resounding roar, his entire being surging with power that coalesced within him. He was not merely endowed with innate strength. He was also a prodigious martial talent with exceptional aptitude. By the age of 30, he had already been on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of mastery. How could he possibly be vanquished by this suddenly emerged country bumpkin? Chu Long's aura erupted as he clenched his fist, launching a powerful strike towards Qin Zheng's fist. Bang! The moment their fists collided, a deafening roar reverberated as the air was shattered. In a flash, amidst the gaze of the demon-slaying officers and ordinary soldiers from the Renzi camp, the massive figure was sent hurtling backward like a meteor, crashing into a catapult, which splintered into pieces upon impact. Such brazen arrogance. Yet, Chu Long appeared unfazed, swiftly rising to his feet, his aura transforming. To the spectators, he seemed no longer a mere man, but had transformed into a colossal divine elephant, trampling the earth with unfathomable strength. From a young age, I possessed extraordinary might, and after joining the Jiazi camp, I mastered the supreme martial art, the divine elephant technique. Grasping its profound essence, "You are but a mere country bumpkin. How could you ever compare to me?" Chu Long bellowed like a divine elephant, shaking the very heavens and earth. He then stomped his feet, causing the ground to shatter, the camp to tremble, and he surged forth towards Qin Zheng like a speeding arrow. In that fleeting moment, He resembled an enraged divine elephant charging at Qinzheng. The hearts of the officers and soldiers in the Renzi camp raced with trepidation. "General Qin, be cautious." Chu Yu extended his hand, shouting urgently. However, the anticipated scene of Qinzheng being sent flying by a single punch did not materialize. Instead, Qinzheng extended his hands and, at the moment Chu Long attacked, seized him with a swift motion, then pivoted sharply, slamming him down onto the ground. In that instant, the momentum of the battle shifted dramatically. The once divine elephant-like Chu Long appeared to have transformed into a young beast, while Qinzheng became a formidable and robust hunter. The young beast that charged was effortlessly overturned and subdued by the hunter. Then, punches rained down like a tempest. Boom, boom, boom. Each fist, imbued with tremendous force, fell relentlessly upon Chu Long. With every strike, his imposing physique trembled, and the earth beneath the camp quaked. Initially, Chu Long could still struggle, but soon he could only passively endure the onslaught of Qinzheng's fists. This violent spectacle left the onlookers aghast, particularly the two demon-slaying officers from the Jiazi camp, who stood there, nearly speechless. When had their camp, known for its strength and home to a formidable contender against grandmasters, been so thoroughly overpowered and pressed into the ground? As Qinzheng's fists continued to rain down, the essence of the divine elephant emanating from Chu Long dissipated, his aura gradually waning. Enough. If this continues, he will truly perish. At that moment, one of the subdued Jiazi camp officers shouted anxiously. Silence. Wang Yuan forcefully dislocated his jaw, rendering him speechless. Similarly, Jia Zhou executed the same action on another individual. Despite their actions, a grave expression still lingered in their eyes. Regardless of what Chu Long had done, he was ultimately a member of the Jiazi camp, a fellow demon slayer from the same lineage. Whether punishment entailed the crippling of his martial prowess or outright execution, it was a matter that should fall to the authority of the commanding officer, not to the men of the Renzi camp. If Qinzheng truly killed him within the confines of the Renzi camp, it would not only offend the Jiazi camp, but also jeopardize his own standing as a demon slayer. As Chu Yu prepared to intervene and halt Qinzheng, he suddenly witnessed Qinzheng's movements come to an abrupt halt, ceasing his relentless assault on Chu Long. This brought a momentary sigh of relief from the onlookers. Yet, before that relief could fully settle, their hearts were lifted again in trepidation. Qinzheng's shoulder twitched, and the fearsome ghost-headed blade fell into his grasp. He then placed a foot on Chu Long's chest, immobilizing him, while grasping the blade tightly, aiming it at Chu Long's neck. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, making the severely injured and near death Chu Long acutely aware of the scent of mortality. At this moment, all pride stemming from his status as a prodigy of the Jiazi camp evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming dread that consumed his spirit. He parted his lips, wishing to plead for mercy. However, with a swift motion, the ghost-headed blade descended violently. In an instant, flashes of his life cascaded through Chu Long's mind. As a child, he had suffered under the scourge of demons, his family shattered and annihilated, until, at the brink of death, a demon-slaying lieutenant from the Jiazi camp appeared. He was subsequently brought back to the camp, where his innate strength was discovered along with his promising potential. Thus began his martial journey, which had been smooth sailing until he arrived at the grand estate of the commanding officer, where he encountered several individuals of the same realm, yet vastly superior in power. This experience unveiled to him the concept of beyond the heavens. There are more heavens. Beyond the people, there are more people. He yearned to become a disciple of the commanding officer, to master his martial arts, and to become as formidable as those he had witnessed. Alas, when he presented his aspirations, the commanding officer rebuffed him. He was indignant. He believed he was merely lacking the techniques taught by the commanding officer, not truly inferior to those individuals. To validate his worth, he sought to slay greater demons, the strongest of demons. He wanted to demonstrate to the commanding officer that he, Chu Long, was not beneath those others. To achieve this, he was willing to disregard everything else. In a daze, he envisioned a demonic calamity, a child desperately pleading for his help. Yet, in his cold indifference, he chose to wait for the greater demon lurking behind the calamity, watching helplessly as that child was dragged back into darkness. That child bore an uncanny resemblance to him in his youth. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the ground. The razor-sharp edge cut through his skin, and blood immediately flowed down the blade, pooling on the earth below. However, this strike was meant to sever his head. He could sense the murderous intent of his opponent, which was undeniably real. As the blade was swung, it was aimed directly at his neck. Chu Long weakly opened his eyes, only to glimpse a silhouette and hear a chilling command: bind him and throw him into the dungeon. Within the Renzi camp, there existed a prison specifically designed for the confinement of demons and monsters, necessitating the presence of at least 3 deputy generals to oversee the camp. Qin Zheng ultimately refrained from executing the beast that had been brought from the Jiazi camp, though anger surged within him. To slay the foe within the confines of the Renzi camp would not only bring him suffering, but all those present would also share in his punishment. This was the very reason he had initially inquired why the other had not appeared in Luoyang County. In a place plagued by the chaos of great demons, the opponent could perish at their hands, but not at the hands of a fellow demon slayer within the Renzi camp. With a soft sigh, he gained a renewed understanding of the demon-slaying organization officially sanctioned by the Great Jin. The individuals involved were not all noble souls dedicated solely to the eradication of evil. Meanwhile, as all this unfolded within the Renzi camp, a luxurious carriage slowly entered the outskirts of Huayan County. Inside the carriage, a woman's voice began to murmur softly, "My dear Wuxing, your father has failed to avenge you and has cast your mother aside. But fear not, for I shall personally exact vengeance for you this time." Her voice was cold, tinged with madness. Chapter 100. The Efficacy of True Qi, a Further Elevation. Under the command of Qin Zheng, Chu Long was swiftly bound and cast into the depths of the prison. He neither resisted nor possessed the strength to do so. Given Qin Zheng's formidable prowess, the mere fact that he was not slain on the spot within this encampment was a testament to Qin Zheng's restraint. Thus, although Chu Long remained alive, he was grievously wounded, clinging to life by a thread. The prospect of breaking free from his bonds and escaping the prison was utterly unattainable. The actions he had undertaken were meticulously recorded by several minor generals within the encampment, subsequently relayed to the commanding officer. What lay ahead for him was beyond the jurisdiction of this camp. In that moment, tranquility seemed to restore itself. Under the overwhelming might of Qin Zheng, 3 formidable demon kings had fallen in succession, resulting in a profound calm enveloping the entire Huayan prefecture. Both the demons within and beyond Huayan were acutely aware that, although Qin Lihu had departed, a far more fearsome figure had emerged in his stead. Moreover, aside from the serpentine demon residing in the cold avoidance pool, there were no other prominent demons of note within the region. Consequently, Huayan found itself in a rare period of peace, with the demons retreating to their respective mountains, too fearful to incite chaos. Within the encampment, Qin Zheng occupied his designated tent, despite the authority he had established, which could easily allow him to assume the place of Qin Lihu and temporarily govern the general's quarters. He placed little value on such matters. Status, in his view, was dictated by strength. He did not believe that occupying the general's tent would evoke greater reverence among the soldiers, nor did he feel that residing in the tent of a minor general would lead them to regard him with disdain. In a realm defined by extraordinary martial prowess, one's own strength remained paramount. The perceptions of others, whether they viewed him with awe or contempt, ultimately hinged upon his own formidable capabilities. With this understanding, Qin Zheng felt a burgeoning confidence. Following these 2 consecutive battles, he believed himself sufficiently enhanced to contend with grandmasters. However, this line of thought sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. The hierarchy of demon strength was classified into demon soldiers, demon generals, demon kings, and demon saints, paralleling the human martial arts ranks of flesh and bone, masters, grandmasters, and martial saints. Yet, through the recent skirmishes, he had discerned several peculiarities. For instance, even among those of the demon king rank, the disparity in power could be staggering. The most conspicuous example lay in the battle at the cold avoidance pool, where the targeted serpentine demon and the subsequently ambushed eagle lord exhibited marked differences in strength. At that time, the serpentine demon was far beyond his solitary capabilities, while the eagle lord was easily vanquished. Similarly, in the most recent encounter, he effortlessly dispatched the ape demon, yet found the task of subduing the great python and the giant roc to be considerably taxing. Moreover, while the martial artists of the human race, under the same realm, possess martial prowess that enables them to surpass ordinary demonic creatures, a comparison of realms reveals that the demon kings correspond to grandmasters. while the demon saints align with martial saints. Within the borders of Qingzhou, it appears that there are quite a number of demons at the saint level. However, there exists only one Grand Master who has taken a half step towards the martial saint realm. The other 10 generals are all at the Grand Master level. In such circumstances, how can they intimidate those formidable demons at the saint level? Could it be that the disparity among the human Grand Masters is greater than that among the demon kings? Is it conceivable that a powerful Grand Master could transcend one realm and dominate the mighty demons of the saint level? Qin Zheng's mind was awash with various thoughts. As for the proposition made by Zhu Long to lure the Silver Moon Wolf King of the saint level into the open for extermination and to establish merit, Qin Zheng dismissed it as mere folly. Although Zhu Long's strength was not insignificant, it was far from sufficient to slay a demon of the saint level. Qin Zheng was certain that had he not emerged to vanquish the invading demon, if the Silver Moon Wolf King had indeed entered Huayan County, Zhu Long would undoubtedly have met his end at the claws of that great demon. Nevertheless, Zhu Long had secured the approval of the Grand General to temporarily take over the position of General Qin Lihu, which undoubtedly indicated that his strength was recognized. Thus, it could be inferred that his prowess surpassed the realm of ordinary masters and had entered the domain of Grand Masters, albeit at the lowest tier. The fact that he could be subdued and even slain by Qin Zheng suggested that Qin Zheng's strength had also ascended into the realm of Grand Masters. As myriad thoughts swirled in Qin Zheng's mind, he assessed his current strength against that of various opponents. Ultimately, he focused his thoughts and directed a fragment of his consciousness into his inner sea, gazing at the scroll of merit. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 150-17. Martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, 28th layer. Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manuscript, great accomplishment. Merit, 157 Gene 4 Liang 8 Qian. Current martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique can be enhanced, requiring 1 gene of merit. Would you like to enhance it? Current martial arts, Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manuscript can be enhanced, requiring 1,000 gene of merit. Would you like to enhance it? The 100 gene of merit originally needed to enhance the Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manuscript had been replenished after slaying several great demons. However, to continue enhancing this martial art, the requirement had indeed escalated to a staggering 1,000 gene, equivalent to 10,000 liang of merit. Qin Zheng couldn't help but gasp. To amass such a considerable amount of merit, one would need to vanquish 4 or 5 dozen great demons. Even if he possessed the capability to do so, he could not currently locate such a multitude of great demons. Fortunately, the great accomplishment level of the Tibetan Secret Awareness Spiritual Manuscript was already sufficient for his current needs, so he did not intend to focus on this martial art for the time being. However, regarding the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, Qin Zheng discovered that the efficacy of his vital energy could significantly enhance his physical capabilities within a short span of time. Moreover, through continuous nurturing, one can subtly enhance the physical body, particularly in the heat of battle. When the vital energy flows swiftly, the enhancement of the corporeal form is at its zenith. In the course of these few skirmishes, the vigorous surge of vital energy has significantly elevated Qin Zheng. Without hesitation, he mentally intoned, "Enhance martial prowess, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers." With a continuous elevation of 3 layers, which equates to an increase of 3,000 gene in strength, Qin Zheng ceased only upon feeling the overwhelming pressure. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated the ability to elevate 3 layers consecutively, augmenting his power by such a considerable amount. If this were to continue, would he not become ever stronger through relentless combat? Merely slaying a few formidable demon kings had allowed him to elevate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill 3 layers in succession. What if he were to vanquish dozens or even hundreds in such intense battles? Would his physique and strength not surge dramatically? In that fleeting moment, Qin Zheng could scarcely contain his fervent desire to embark on a demon hunt immediately. However, in an instant, he quelled this restless thought. Not only is there the question of whether there is a limit to the enhancement of the corporeal form through vital energy, but he also lacked the capacity to continuously gather vital energy at present. After all, although his mental fortitude had benefited from the secret concealment and spiritual awareness tome, rendering him not devoid of it, he currently possessed only 1 life wheel, with insufficient life essence to sustain unbroken combat. Only by opening additional life wheels and increasing the intake of life essence might he fulfill such lofty ambitions. Furthermore, Qin Zheng recognized that he could not easily depart from Huayan County at this moment. Otherwise, should the formidable demons return, there would be none to impede their advance. He recalled the words of Zhu Long, who spoke of the demon sage, the Silver Moon Wolf King, casting a covetous gaze upon Huayan County. For all these reasons, Qin Zheng dismissed his impulsive thoughts, calmed his mind, and commenced his practice of internal cultivation of the five viscera. Though this internal skill had lost much of its efficacy post-master realm, perhaps due to his attainment of a consummate level, it could accelerate the accumulation of life essence. Once sufficient life essence accumulates in his dantian, he could then open the next life wheel. In Huayan County, at Haiyan City, amidst the clash of masters, vast areas lay in ruins in the northern part of the city, now undergoing fervent reconstruction. After all, this was the location of the county office and could not be neglected. Today, in this place, typically devoid of visitors aside from laborers, a luxurious carriage gradually approached. Many workers cast curious glances at this opulent vehicle, under the watchful eyes of the laborers. The carriage slowly arrived at the ruins of the northern city gate and came to a halt. Promptly, the coachman descended and deftly set up a ladder. At that moment, the carriage curtain was drawn back, revealing a middle-aged woman of chilling demeanor, who, with the support of her maidservants, gracefully alighted from the carriage. She gazed upon the ruins of the yamen, her pallid countenance betraying a flicker of emotion, tears welling in her eyes. "My son, Wuxing, are you here? Mother has come to find you." The woman spoke, her voice hoarse and piercing. This scene momentarily stunned the surrounding laborers. Wuxing, Gao Wuxing. The slain magistrate was named Gao Wuxing. Could this be the magistrate's mother? She appeared to be of a similar age to him. The woman paid no heed to the curious stares of the workers. After uttering that name, it seemed as though she had released the pent-up emotions within her. Subsequently, she turned and, with utmost respect, bowed towards the direction of the carriage, imploring, "I beseech you, esteemed one, to lend your assistance." The curtain of the carriage fluttered, and a pristine white cat emerged with grace, regarding the woman and stating, "That lad's soul has been shattered. I may not be able to restore him. Furthermore, the souls of the people in this city, as you mentioned, must be offered to me. Should the demon slayer intervene, the responsibility shall rest upon you." The woman calmly nodded, and after uttering that statement, she seemed devoid of anger. "My son was the magistrate here. He perished in this place. And the lives of these people hold no necessity. Let them descend and continue under my son's governance." Her tranquil words carried an air of inevitability, as if she had unilaterally decreed the fate of the entire populace of the county. Chapter 101. My son is dead. Why should they live? The Nine Spirits' mysterious cat, a formidable demon of the saint realm, excels in the arts of the mind and spirit. Very well, since you insist, I shall lend you my strength. The white cat nodded, then leaped from the carriage, its form swiftly enlarging into a colossal creature nearly 10 meters tall. A dense and overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth, dimming the very skies around it. In the face of such terror, the workers nearby immediately fled in panic. Boom! The great cat extended its paw and struck the ground. The earth trembled, sending many tumbling to the ground. Meow! The enormous cat let out a sound that resonated with an eerie allure. Upon hearing this feline call, the fleeing workers halted, their expressions turning blank. Subsequently, wisps of souls began to detach from their bodies, swirling through the air. Meow! The cat's voice continued to echo, cascading like waves in all directions. In mere moments, the sound permeated the entirety of Black Goose City, leaving the citizens in a state of stupor. Simultaneously, a thick black mist began to emanate from the great cat, swiftly enveloping Black Goose City. Meow! The strange cat call persisted. From a distance, the entire city appeared shrouded in this black fog, and amidst the eerie sounds, faces began to emerge from the darkness, forming what resembled a colossal feline visage. In Huayan County, at the Renzi camp, Qin Zheng was diligently practicing the internal refinement of the five viscera, accumulating vital essence. Just then, the curtain of his tent was abruptly drawn aside. In walked Zhu Yu, another officer of the camp, who looked at Qin Zheng, hesitating before finally speaking. "A visitor has arrived at the camp, requiring your attention." Qin Zheng opened his eyes, their clarity reminiscent of glass, a glint flashing within before he regained his composure. "Let us proceed," he replied, rising to his feet and gazing at Zhu Yu. It was now the third day since Chu Long had been imprisoned, and it seemed timely for someone to pay a visit. Qin Zheng strode purposefully out of the tent, and his gaze fell upon a man clad in soft armor, wielding a long red-tasseled spear. Upon meeting Qin Zheng's gaze, their eyes seemed to collide in the void. "Where's Chu Long?" the man inquired calmly. "Are you from the general's camp?" Qin Zheng asked. The man shook his head, his aura gradually intensifying as he spoke. "I am Ren Bin from the Jiazi camp, sent by the general to retrieve Chu Long, another master-level warrior." Truly, the Jiazi camp, being the foremost among the 10 military camps, possessed strength far surpassing that of the Renzi camp. Qin Zheng felt a wave of emotion, shaking his head as he said, "Only those with the rank of general can take Chu Long away." Ren Bin narrowed his eyes slightly, his grip on the red tassel spear tightening with each passing moment. In this instant, the two men's auras collided in an invisible clash. Behind Qin Zheng, Chu Yu's expression grew grave. It was precisely because the newcomer was a master-level warrior that he had sought Qin Zheng's assistance. However, this also posed a significant drawback. Qin Zheng was exceedingly resolute. Although everyone regarded Chu Long as a deserving target, he was nonetheless a master-level warrior from the Jiazi camp. Given the severe threat posed by the demonic afflictions, the Jiazi camp would undoubtedly not sit idly by while such a formidable force was executed. Therefore, they would certainly take measures to reclaim Chu Long before any action could be taken. If Qin Zheng stood in their way, it would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension and battle seemed imminent, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. A figure on horseback dashed into the scene, ignoring the charged atmosphere. The demon-slaying lieutenant dismounted with urgency and turned to Qin Zheng, exclaiming, "We've received urgent reports that a demon of saintly caliber has appeared in Haiyan City, and all the citizens there have perished, none survived." At these words, the hearts of everyone present tightened in alarm. Qin Zheng, no longer preoccupied with the matters concerning the Jiazi camp, immediately commanded, "Prepare the horses." He then strode into the tent to retrieve his weapon. Exiting the tent, he caught sight of the man clad in soft armor, wielding the red tassel spear, who galloped out of the Renzi camp. Qin Zheng's gaze flickered, but he did not linger. A lieutenant quickly brought forth a horse. In a swift motion, Qin Zheng mounted and grasped the reins, urging the steed into a full gallop. A demon of saintly caliber. A weight settled in Qin Zheng's eyes. The steed raced forward, and within half a day, he arrived near Haiyan City. As he gazed towards the city, he noticed countless crows swirling ominously above. At that moment, a figure materialized beside him, exuding an aura that was both captivating and chilling. The nine-spirit mysterious cat, indeed a demon of saintly rank. Ren Bin, gripping his red tassel spear, surveyed the lifeless Haiyan City, its vibrancy extinguished, and spoke gravely. He then turned to Qin Zheng, stating, "We shall revisit the matter of Chu Long later. Our immediate priority is to deal with that demon cat." Qin Zheng felt a twinge of surprise, although both were from the Jiazi camp. Ren Bin and Chu Long seemed to embody different essences. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Having a master-level warrior by his side was undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, the two men did not tarry, spurring their horses towards Haiyan City. Before long, they rode into the heart of the city, where a grim sight met their eyes. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, in the streets, inns, and marketplaces. The corpses of the citizens bore no visible wounds, as if they had been engaged in their daily activities just moments before, only to be suddenly struck down, leaving behind lifeless forms. As Qin Zheng's gaze swept across the unfolding scenes, an increasing number of sights rendered his expression ever more tranquil, while the aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable. The phrase "massacre the city" echoed ominously in his mind. Although there were no mountains of corpses or seas of blood, the absence of any survivors in the city rendered the situation even more tragic than that of Luoyang. Yet, Qin Zheng found it peculiar that this great demon, responsible for the carnage, had not consumed any human flesh. With his heightened senses, he detected not a hint of blood in the air of Black Goose City. This indicated that the great demon, after its slaughter, had not devoured a single soul within the city. The nine-spirit mysterious cat, known for its preference for human souls rather than flesh, was indeed a curious creature. At that moment, Ren Bin, sensing Qin Zheng's confusion, began to elucidate. It revels in feasting upon human souls. Qin Zhang's eyes narrowed at once. The last entity he had encountered with a penchant for devouring souls was the formidable Gao Wuxing. What a coincidence! Both events took place in Black Goose City. Was there a hidden connection between the two? The physical form of the nine-spirit mysterious cat was considerably weaker than that of other demons of its rank. Yet its spiritual essence was powerful and adept at soul attacks. You are not a grandmaster. Your mental fortitude is relatively feeble. Do try to stay behind me, Rinbin advised. Qin Zheng fell into silence, uncertain about the strength of a grandmaster's spiritual power, making it difficult for him to compare. However, he was confident that his own mental prowess had progressed to the point where he could manifest the ethereal into the tangible and manipulate objects with his thoughts, a level he had not witnessed even in Qin Lihu. Rinbin's remarks, thus, further reshaped Qin Zheng's impression of him, confirming that he was indeed a bona fide grandmaster. With their senses fully attuned, the two cautiously traversed the streets of Black Goose City. Suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the air, and Qin Zheng felt an invisible force surge into his mind, colliding with his very soul. Fortunately, a warmth blossomed at his brow, and his formidable mental strength shattered the intrusion, swiftly forming a barrier to safeguard his soul. Soul attack. The nine-spirit mysterious cat. Qin Zheng grasped the situation immediately. It was the demon of saintly caliber making its move. With a slight shake of his shoulder, a massive bow materialized in his hands, and an arrow was nocked with precision, aimed at the source of the sound. Then, with a resounding boom, a streak of light shot forth from his grasp, tearing through the air with a thunderous crack. His actions were decisive and unhesitating, leaving Rinbin beside him slightly taken aback. Once more, the cat's cry rang out, this time tinged with irritation. Simultaneously, a woman with a chilling demeanor gradually came into view before them. You are Qin Zheng. The woman cast a venomous glare at Qin Zheng, her voice hoarse and strained as she uttered, "It is you who has slain my son." With this declaration, both Qin Zheng and Rinbin comprehended the identity of the woman before them, one of the wives of the governor of Qingzhou, the mother of the slain Gao Wuxing. Did you conspire with the demon to murder the citizens of Haiyan City? Rinbin's voice was cold and unyielding. Yet the woman merely scoffed, retorting, "My son is dead. Why should they live?" Barely had her words faded when boom, an arrow was swiftly unleashed. In a confrontation with a foe, there is no room for mercy, especially when the adversary had sent numerous assassins after Qin Zheng, inflicting grievous harm upon Qin Lihu. Now allied with demons, they had wreaked havoc upon an entire city's populace. Such a person, now revealed before him, would certainly not be granted any leniency. Qin Zheng's decisive strike took everyone by surprise, including the woman herself. However, just then, a colossal paw emerged, slapping down and deflecting Qin Zheng's arrow as if it were mere light. The ground beneath them trembled violently. Moments later, a cat demon, nearly 10 meters in size, materialized before their eyes. It raised its massive paw, revealing a trace of blood at the center, the very mark of the arrow it had just thwarted. You, a mere human, dare to injure me? The great cat glared at Qin Zheng, its voice chillingly cold. Boom. In response, a swift arrow shot forth like a streak of light, accompanied by a chilling figure wielding a grim and formidable blade, closing in fast. At the brink of death, there was no time for idle chatter. Chapter 102. The Demon Saint Realm's Great Demon? Qin still shoots it down with an arrow. The blade gleamed brilliantly, akin to the moon illuminating the night. Swish. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light surged forth, followed by a spear that shot out like a dragon. Rinbin did not hesitate in the slightest. Almost as soon as Qin Zheng made his move, he too thrust his spear forward. The silver aura coiled around the spear, emanating a fierce intent of obliteration. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent enveloped the cat demon entirely. Meow. At this critical juncture, the large cat suddenly emitted a piercing cry. Simultaneously, its claws lunged forth, sharp as 10 gleaming swords, one to the left and one to the right, clashing against the weapons of the two men. Clang! The crisp sound of steel colliding echoed. Immediately, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, rapidly spreading in all directions. Buildings crumbled beneath the force of this tempest. Then, the massive silhouette of the cat demon was sent flying backward, crashing into a structure. Yet it quickly regained its footing and let out another chilling roar at the two men. Meow. In an instant, a formidable mental assault surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Indeed, this was a great demon of the demon saint realm, incomparable to ordinary demon kings. Qin Zheng shook his head. It was his first encounter with such an attack, and he found himself momentarily at a loss. Although his soul was protected by a barrier formed through the effects of the secret knowledge of the mind, the close-range impact was still quite uncomfortable. At this moment, Ren Bin, not far from him, was in a more dire situation, with blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Qin Zheng's expression turned grave. He swiftly sheathed his sword and drew his bow. Such a creature was ill-suited for close combat. He would resort to long-range archery instead. Seeing his actions, Ren Bin immediately spoke. "You provide long-range support with your bow, while I engage it up close." With that, a silver-white aura enveloped him, and he dashed forward like a swift swallow, charging once more towards the cat demon. Meow! The two found themselves entangled in fierce combat. However, with every roar from the cat demon, an invisible mental assault bore down upon Ren Bin, momentarily halting his movements. Fortunately, as a genuine master, he was able to rely on his experience to evade the cat demon's opportunistic strikes. Yet, he found himself increasingly constrained, soon falling into a disadvantageous position. In a direct confrontation, this Grand Master appeared to be no match for the demon of the demon saint realm. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng nocked an arrow, his internal energy surging wildly, augmenting his strength to pull the bowstring taut. He focused on the cat demon. Despite its massive size, its mental prowess was formidable, and its perception remarkably acute. Every time Qin Zheng aimed to lock onto it, the creature swiftly evaded, preventing him from releasing his arrow. "My target is that fellow over there. You better retreat obediently, and I shall spare your life." At that moment, in the heart of the battle, the cat demon gazed at Ren Bin and spoke. Unfazed, Ren Bin thrust his spear, clashing with the cat demon's sharp claws, creating a shower of sparks. He suddenly retreated, narrowly evading the cat demon's swift follow-up attack. Instantly, the silvery energy enveloping him gathered rapidly, condensing at the tip of his spear. In an instant, a sharp, cold radiance burst forth, making the cat demon acutely aware of a life-and-death crisis. With a swift motion, Ren Bin moved like a shadow, the spear tip's icy brilliance radiating with dazzling light, piercing towards the cat demon at a speed far surpassing before. Unstoppable and unavoidable, the cat demon's pupils transformed into a silvery hue. A profound mental force coalesced into razor-sharp blades within the void, piercing into Ren Bin's mind like a sudden tempest. Consequently, Ren Bin's movement faltered slightly, causing the spear tip to veer off course towards the cat demon. Boom! The spear's energy surged forth like a dragon, skimming past the cat demon's fur and tearing through the nearby buildings as if plowing the ground. At this moment, Ren Bin was utterly exhausted, his old strength depleted and new energy yet to be born. The cat demon seized this opportunity, its eyes gleaming silver once more, launching a mental assault while simultaneously striking down towards Ren Bin. With both attacks combined, even a grandmaster would likely be gravely injured, if not killed outright. However, at this critical juncture, the cat demon felt a sudden alarm within, an even stronger sense of impending doom erupting in its heart. Thunder roared. A deafening clap reverberated through the heavens and the earth, shaking the entire city of Black Goose. In that instant, a brilliant streak of light traversed dozens of meters, piercing through the cat demon's body and propelling it forward. Boom! The cat demon's massive form was hurled to the ground by the overwhelming force, crashing down and skidding for hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, the ground where the streak of light had passed seemed to lag behind, upheaving and collapsing in its wake. The might of that single arrow nearly brought half of Black Goose City to ruin. Such power! Ren Bin abruptly turned. Shock etched across his face as he looked at Qin Zheng. Having stood directly before the cat demon moments ago, he felt the sheer force of that arrow more acutely. It was no exaggeration to say that had that arrow been aimed at him, he would have been reduced to a bloody pulp, with no chance of survival. This boy emerging from the Ren camp was astonishingly powerful. No wonder that scoundrel Chu Long had been severely injured and thrown into the Ren camp's dungeon. If Ren Bin had acted forcefully today, he too would likely have followed in Chu Long's footsteps, ending up imprisoned in the Ren camp's dungeon. Such a fate would truly bring shame upon the Jiazi camp. For Chu Long, despite his remarkable talent, had yet to achieve the status of Grandmaster. yet possessed the combat prowess to rival one. Even in defeat, he could excuse himself, as he had lost to someone who was not a grandmaster either. There was no shame in that. But Ren Bin, on the other hand, was unequivocally a grandmaster. If he were to lose the fight and be thrown into the prison of the Renzi camp, the Jiazi camp would indeed suffer a tremendous loss of face. In that fleeting moment, Ren Bin had already made arrangements in his mind for what was to come. After resolving this formidable demon, he would return directly to the Jiazi camp. Upon his return, he would inform the Grand General of the events here, leaving the judgment to him. As for this brat from the Renzi camp, it seemed that only the Grand General himself could subdue him. These were the thoughts surging within Ren Bin at that moment. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng reveled in the power of the arrow he had just unleashed, a feeling of indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. For a long time, his archery had been hindered by the material of the bowstring, preventing him from drawing with full force for fear of snapping it. Now, equipped with the metamorphosed dragon tendons, he was experiencing the thrill of unleashing his full strength for the first time. With a tremendous force of 33,000 pounds behind that arrow, its power could easily claim the life of a demon saint. Had he possessed this bow on the day of the battle at the cold refuge pool, he would have needed no assistance from Qin Lihu. A single arrow would have been enough to slay that dragon demon on the spot. His eyes sparkled with determination as he prepared to retrieve the corpse of the demon saint cat. Just then, he felt a sudden, intense surge of sword intent manifesting behind him. With a swift turn, Qin Zheng flicked his fingertip lightly, shattering the nimble longsword in his opponent's grasp. In one fluid motion, he stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp the opponent's neck, lifting them effortlessly into the air. "You have slain my son. You must die. You must die." The woman struggled violently, reaching out in an attempt to claw at Qin Zheng. Her mastery of martial arts at the master level was indeed formidable for a woman. Qin Zheng's gaze flickered momentarily. With a sharp crack, he exerted just enough pressure to snap her neck. Her struggling body fell limply, her neck hanging at an unnatural angle. With such a level of skill, how could she possibly command a demon saint to act on her behalf? Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. At that moment, as the woman's body descended, a thumb-sized jade auspicious object suddenly fell to the ground. Qin Zheng released his grip, casting the woman's corpse aside, and bent to retrieve the small jade piece. As he examined the jade auspicious object, a wave of desire surged within him. This was no ordinary piece of jade. It was a treasure. In that instant, the thought struck him. Coupled with the cat demon's affinity for soul manipulation, his earlier suspicions began to crystallize. Just as Qin Zheng intended to stow the jade auspicious object for a more thorough examination upon his return to the Renzi camp, a piercing scream erupted. Meow. The cat demon was not dead. The thought flashed through Qin Zheng's mind, swiftly followed by an overwhelming onslaught of mental attacks, descending upon him like a tempest. Even with his mental fortitude bolstered by his spiritual martial arts, he felt waves of excruciating pain. As he was momentarily taken aback, a sudden movement occurred at his forehead. The jade rui in his hand swiftly melted into Qin Zheng's body, coursing rapidly to his brow and merging within. In an instant, the excruciating pain vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. However, this was not the time to indulge in such solace. Qin Zheng turned to gaze at the position of the cat demon. He beheld the enormous creature staggering to its feet, a vast void where its heart once resided, the consequence of Qin Zheng's earlier arrow. Remarkably, despite the absence of its heart, it still clung to life. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he grasped the great bow once more, preparing to knock another arrow. At that moment, however, Ren Bin gestured for him to halt, urging him to refrain from wasting his energy. It was merely a flicker of life, a desperate gasp for survival. It would not endure for long. As he spoke, blood streamed from Ren Bin's 7 orifices, his breath weak, presenting a rather tragic sight. Clearly, the final mental assault from the cat demon had taken a toll on him as well. Qin Zheng, though somewhat skeptical, shifted his gaze to the swaying cat demon that appeared ready to flee. He knocked another arrow, drawing the string taut until it resembled a full moon. Thunder erupted with a resounding boom, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was as if a cataclysmic light surged forth, once again piercing through the cat demon's form, this time aiming for its head. In an instant, the massive creature's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering in a gruesome display. The cat demon's body then collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. A fragment of consciousness settled upon the sea of his mind, and upon witnessing the increase in his merits on the merit scroll, he slowly withdrew his bow. It was but a single arrow's endeavor, not an expenditure of effort in vain. Chapter 103. The Refinement of the Demon Core, the Soul-Seizing Melody. The great demon of the demon saint realm, the nine-spirit mystic cat, has fallen. Under the relentless assault of Qin Zheng's 2 arrows, this gluttonous fiend, known for its appetite for human souls, met its demise in the city of Haiyan. Following its downfall, Qin Zheng noticed that Ren Bin had not fled. Instead, he swiftly employed his lightness skill to dash towards the corpse of the nine-spirit mystic cat, engaging in a thorough search. With narrowed eyes, Qin Zheng turned to explore whether the woman had any treasures remaining on her. After a few moments, he reluctantly withdrew his hand, realizing that the woman possessed only the previously noted small jade scepter with nothing else of value. At that juncture, Ren Bin, having executed his lightness skill, arrived behind Qin Zheng, extending his hand to present a silver-white demon core, stating, "Here, the demon core, a substance that can only be condensed by those in the demon saint realm." Qin Zheng turned to observe the demon core, approximately the size of a thumb, being offered by Ren Bin. He accepted it with curiosity, sensing a surge of spiritual energy pulsating within the core. The power contained within the demon core, infused with demonic essence, cannot be directly absorbed by us martial artists, yet it serves as an excellent material for weapon crafting, Ren Bin elaborated. At that moment, a gentle tremor coursed through the merit scroll in Qin Zheng's mind, revealing a new line of text. Item discovered. Mystic Cat Demon Core can be refined. Requires 1 pound of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note: refinement grants the martial art. Soul-seizing melody. Qin Zheng raised his brows, promptly storing the inner core in his bosom. The Grandmaster of the Jiazi camp still stood before him. Thus, direct refinement was not feasible at present. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the prospect that the demon core could yield a martial art. The phrase soul-seizing melody hinted at a mental martial art. Recalling the cat demon's every call that unleashed a wave of mental assault, Qin Zheng's mind began to strategize. Noticing Qin Zheng conceal the demon core, Ren Bin refrained from further comment. After all, the nine-spirit mystic cat was slain by Qin Zheng, and Ren Bin's very life had been preserved by Qin Zheng's intervention. Otherwise, he might not be standing here in one piece. When Qin Zheng's gaze shifted to the Grandmaster from the Jiazi camp, he observed a flicker of hesitation on Ren Bin's face. However, he soon spoke again, from a young age. Chu Long was recognized for his talent by the general and nurtured closely. Indeed, he has proven himself capable, possessing strength that rivals grandmasters even before establishing a bridge to the heavens. At this point, he turned to Qin Zheng, as if offering a warning. The general will not allow him to languish in the Renzi camp, awaiting judgment. This time I came, but the next may very well see the general himself arriving. You may not understand the vast chasm that exists between grandmasters. In response to this counsel, Qin Zheng maintained a tranquil demeanor, showing no signs of wavering. However, regarding this grandmaster, who was entirely different from Chu Long, Qin Zheng spoke up. He disregards human life, watching the citizens of the city perish in the jaws of a great demon without any sign of remorse, all to lure that so-called Silver Moon Wolf King. Such a person, if I were to let him go, would leave me deeply unsettled. His words resonated with conviction, making Ren Bin understand Qin Zheng's intentions. He sighed softly and responded, "Given the severe demonic afflictions across various regions, it would be better for him to wield his martial prowess to slay demons and atone for his sins than to perish in prison." Qin Zheng offered no reply, and Ren Bin could only clasp his hands in salute and say, "Farewell." With that, he turned and swiftly employed his lightness skills, vanishing from Qin Zheng's sight in mere moments. Once Ren Bin had completely departed, Qin Zheng did not leave, but instead wandered slowly through the city of Haiyan. This was the first city he had inhabited since his arrival in this world. Although it seemed he had not been away for long, a profound transformation had occurred in the blink of an eye. He traversed the once bustling western part of the city, the southern area where he had resided, and finally the eastern region where he first lived. Many familiar places had succumbed to ruins, and eventually, he arrived at the graves of Qi Yin and the others, which remained untouched. Qin Zheng lingered there for a long while, lost in thought, before letting out a soft sigh and turning to leave. The situation here would be handled by the Xuanyang Prefecture. Demon slayers were only responsible for slaying demons. The swift steed galloped back along the route he had come. And it was not until half a day later that Qin Zheng returned to the Renzi camp. Upon seeing him return, Chu Yu and the others felt a slight sense of relief. Yet recognizing the melancholic expression on Qin Zheng's face, they wisely chose not to intrude. Qin Zheng returned to his quarters, disregarding everything else, and took a much-needed rest. After awakening, he made his way to his own tent. He retrieved the silver-white demon core, carefully examining it. Moments later, a thought crossed his mind, and he uttered softly, "Refine." In an instant, the merit scroll trembled slightly, deducting a pound from the numbers displayed. The demon core in Qin Zheng's hand swiftly melted, merging rapidly with him. Simultaneously, a series of martial insights began to manifest in his mind. As he had anticipated, it was indeed a form of spiritual martial art, utilizing sound as a medium, capable of captivating souls and slaying unseen enemies. Upon the completion of the refinement, Qin Zheng directed a portion of his consciousness toward the merit scroll, his brow furrowing slightly. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 150-17. Martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 31st layer. Tibetan Secret Awareness spiritual text, grand completion. Heavenly sound soul snatching, grand completion. Merit, 193 pounds, 7 taels. 8 Qian, current martial art, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, can be upgraded, requires 1 pound of merit. Would you like to upgrade? Current martial art, Tibetan Secret Awareness spiritual text, can be upgraded, requires 1,000 pounds of merit. Would you like to upgrade? The current martial art, Heavenly Sound Soul Seizure, can be enhanced, requiring 100 units of merit. Should it be elevated? The refinement of this demon elixir astonishingly consumed merely 1 unit of merit, propelling it to a consummate level. However, to further augment it demands 100 units of merit, a disparity between consumption and reward that seems rather illogical. Yet, as Qin Zheng contemplated, clarity dawned upon him. The entire demon elixir had been assimilated into his being during the refinement process. This implied that the power contained within the elixir had transformed into a formidable aid, elevating his martial prowess to its zenith. Once this power was expended, any further enhancement would revert to the standard merit requirement. Notably, achieving perfection in this spiritual martial art would also necessitate 100 units of merit, underscoring the substantial toll of mental cultivation. Qin Zheng could not help but marvel at this. Fortunately, he currently possessed ample merit, sufficient to elevate this spiritual technique to its fullest potential. However, he was disinclined to do so. His present combat strength primarily stemmed from his own formidable might. Whether in swordplay or archery, this immense power manifested itself in overwhelming force. Once he reached the general and acquired internal energy, he could swiftly amass that energy to perfection using merit. At that time, he could rapidly forge a destiny wheel, enhancing his life essence and merging it with mental strength to generate more true energy, nurturing his corporeal form and augmenting his power. As for this spiritual martial art, it could serve as a means of surprise attack when least expected. Its current state of excellence sufficed, making it unnecessary to expend such a vast amount of merit for complete enhancement at this juncture. With this in mind, Qin Zheng shifted his focus away from this martial art and concentrated his spirit at his brow. The jade rui that had fallen from the woman melted away like water, quickly absorbed by his brow. At this moment, he felt no trace of the jade's presence. His brow stored his immense mental strength, rooted deeply in his soul. The origin and purpose of the jade rui remained unknown, absorbed into his being without clarity on whether it was beneficial or detrimental. Nevertheless, reflecting on his soul's yearning for the jade, he considered it perhaps a fortuitous event. Qin Zheng could only think this way for now. Subsequently, he resumed his seated meditation within the tent, commencing his internal cultivation of the 5 organs. A day later, 3 individuals arrived outside the Renzi camp. Wang Weiqian, a youth clad in a blue robe, and Ren Bin, the grandmaster from the Jiazi camp. Brother Qin, this is Mr. Fuyu, a descendant of the general. As Qin Zheng sensed the presence of the trio and stepped out of the tent, Wang Weiqian took a step forward to introduce Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng nodded and performed a respectful gesture. The youth appeared only slightly older than him, yet his formidable aura loomed like a mountain, causing Qin Zheng to tense involuntarily. This is Jiazi camp. No need for introduction. We are already acquainted. Wang Weiqian intended to introduce Ren Bin further, but Ren Bin interjected directly, interrupting Wang Weiqian's words. His expression bore a hint of reluctance, as if he had been compelled to return. To be capable of slaying a formidable demon at the saint level with 2 arrows, even without being a grandmaster, indeed showcased extraordinary talent. Fuyu gazed at Qin Zheng, offering a slight smile and nodding as he remarked, "Your praise is unwarranted, sir." Qin Zheng, unsure of how to respond, could only echo the sentiment. Fuyu continued, "The general has received communication from the Ren camp and is aware of the circumstances here. He is quite pleased with you. I have come to escort you to meet him, so please prepare yourself and accompany me." Anticipating this day, Qin Zheng was not taken aback and promptly nodded in agreement. He turned and entered the tent, retrieving his weapon, then summoned someone to bring Chu Long from the prison. When Chu Long was let out, battered and breathless, not only Ren Bin, but even Fu Yu was taken aback. In such a state, one could easily presume that anyone could dispatch him. This once promising talent from the Jiazi camp, endowed with innate strength and a profound understanding of the true meaning of the divine elephant, had been grievously wounded and brought to the brink of death. The group's perception of Qin Zheng's ruthlessness underwent a transformation. Ren Bin's gaze towards Qin Zheng now held a trace of apprehension. A person of such formidable power and unyielding heart would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Fu Yu then turned to Ren Bin and stated, before General Qin's return, "You shall remain in command of the Ren camp. I will address matters with General Su." Ren Bin, lowering his head in discontent, nodded in agreement. He had been apprehended by this general's disciple on his way back to the Jiazi camp and did not genuinely wish to return. Seeing that Qin Zheng had instructed someone to bind Chu Long to a wild steed, he could not help but smile gently before saying, "Then let us depart." Chapter 104. A Grandmaster, yet a hundredfold disparity. Amidst the verdant hills and flowing waters, 3 spirited steeds galloped forth. One rider, clad in a cerulean robe, exuded an air of calm and composure. Another, draped in a black cloak, possessed a demeanor that was steady and composed. As for the last individual, he was bound tightly upon the horse, his pallor indicative of weakness and frailty. These 3 were none other than Qin Zheng and his companions. Emerging from the Ren character camp on their way to the commander's stronghold, General Qin had timely delivered them to the commander's courtyard, where a senior sister had intervened, enabling substantial recovery from his injuries over the past few days. Though he wished to return to the Ren character camp, his injuries had not fully healed, compelling his senior sister to escort him back. Along the journey, Fu Yu shared insights regarding Qin Li Hu's situation. For the group, certain matters were well understood. Had it not been for Qin Zheng's involvement, Qin Li Hu's injuries would not have been so severe. This revelation brought Qin Zheng some solace. Although Fu Yu appeared to be only slightly older than Qin Zheng, his mature demeanor, gentle disposition, and meticulous approach to tasks made interactions with him exceedingly pleasant. During these days spent together, Qin Zheng felt himself becoming more restrained. At this moment, the trio approached Yongyuan County, the stronghold under the commander's watch. This location was peculiar, as it harbored the most formidable demon entities in Qingzhou. Legendary figures such as the Tsang Yuan Dragon Lord, the Four-Armed Ape King, and the Qinglin Fish King congregated here. Under normal circumstances, Yongyuan County would be deemed the most perilous of places. Yet, among the 12 counties of Qingzhou, it paradoxically stood as one of the safest. The other safe haven, Yongli County, had minimal powerful demons and was protected by the esteemed Gao clan from Kuanyan. Conversely, Yongyuan County, teeming with demonic beings, was rendered one of the safest locales due to the presence of the commander. Qin Zheng was curious about the commander tasked with overseeing an entire region and pondered the extent of his strength. If the disparity among Grand Masters was vast, then Ren Bin could be considered a commoner at the base level, while the commander must be the pinnacle of this realm. He yearned to comprehend the immense differences in power among martial artists of the same rank. After a moment's reflection, Qin Zheng inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Fu Yu, what manner of person is the commander?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yu discerned Qin Zheng's curiosity. He gently reined in his steed, allowing their pace to gradually decelerate. Once all 3 horses had slowed, he spoke. "Everyone's impression of the commander is uniquely their own. Ruthless and decisive, he abhors evil, remains composed and steady, and possesses a sharp intellect. These are the immediate impressions he leaves on others, though the emphasis varies from person to person. However, one aspect is universally acknowledged. At this juncture, Fu Yu turned to Qin Zheng, offering a gentle smile, and continued, "That is his formidable strength, a solitary force capable of subduing numerous top-tier demon entities. It can be said that the current stability of Qin Zhou is largely attributed to his presence." At this point, Fu Yu sighed softly, remarking, "You have not witnessed the formidable power of those top-tier demon saints. Without the general's suppression, those few great demons alone could easily overturn Qin Zhou." Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "As fellow grandmasters, what is the extent of the disparity in strength?" This was the knowledge he most desired at this moment. Fu Yu's response was straightforward. "I surpass Rinbin by no less than tenfold, and the general surpasses me by at least tenfold. We are all grandmasters." This statement instantly allowed Qin Zheng to grasp the stark differences between grandmasters. By this logic, the general's strength would exceed Rinbin's by 100-fold. Such a vast chasm of power is indeed terrifying. "Well, once you meet the general, many things will become clearer." Fu Yu smiled as he spoke, then squeezed his legs together to hasten their pace. Qin Zheng followed suit, and the three fierce steeds galloped forward once more. In Qinzhou, Yongyuan County, Linyuan City. This place is the most perilous in all of Qinzhou. A great river rushes past 50 miles outside the city, home to the demon saint, Song Yuan Dragon Lord. A towering mountain stands 30 miles away, sheltering the demon saint, Four-Handed Ape King. A vast lake stretches 100 miles out, inhabited by the demon saint, Qinglin Fish King. It can be said that Linyuan City is a fortress surrounded by formidable demons. The name Linyuan is derived from this very circumstance. When Qin Zheng entered the city, his initial impression was that it was quite small. This city is diminutive, not to mention the capital. It might not even encompass half the size of an ordinary county. Compared to Black Goose City, where Qin Zheng had resided, it perhaps only mirrors the size of a small section on the west side of that city. Moreover, the atmosphere here is thick with demonic energy. Or rather, there are numerous corpses of these creatures. In Qin Zheng's gaze, a mere glance revealed individuals carrying the carcasses of demon beasts. Even more strikingly, there are shops dedicated to selling the blood and flesh of these beasts. The pungent scent of demonic energy mingled with the unique odor of demon flesh permeates the very air above Linyuan City. Additionally, the citizens here are all practitioners of martial arts, and many possess martial prowess, although most are merely at the 4th stage of physical training, with many only at the skin refinement stage. It is noteworthy that in Black Goose City, even those at the skin refinement stage were considered formidable opponents, while those at the flesh refinement stage could ascend to the upper echelons of power, let alone those at the muscle and bone refinement stages. The scene in Linyuan City immediately reshaped Qin Zheng's understanding, igniting a deeper curiosity within him. The general occasionally imparts martial knowledge within the city, and with an abundance of nourishing demon blood and flesh, it is no wonder such a spectacle exists. Fu Yu explained this to him, and Qin Zheng nodded, though curiosity still lingered in his mind. Martial arts are under the control of prominent families, aimed at regulating the number of warriors throughout the Great Jin. Such actions as those taken by the general seem to disrupt this delicate balance. Will he not incur the wrath of these powerful clans? Despite the general's formidable strength, he is merely a grand master, and above him reside the national martial saints, who are surely not to be disregarded. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zheng voiced this concern. Fu Yu promptly elucidated that the citizens of Linyuan City are primarily the kin and relatives of demon slayers, effectively serving as reserves for these guardians. Once they attain martial prowess, they will seamlessly integrate into various military camps, becoming demon-slaying lieutenants, a privilege granted by the imperial authority of Jin. Thus, the general's imparting of martial knowledge and the training of the local populace in martial arts do not draw ire from the influential families. After all, the role of a demon-slaying lieutenant is fraught with peril. Without a robust cultivation of warriors to replenish the ranks, relying solely on individuals like Qin Zheng, who are recruited post-achievement, would render the entire demon-slaying effort untenable. Moreover, martial arts are stringently regulated by these powerful families, and common folk rarely have the opportunity to engage with martial disciplines. If they do not cultivate their own, there would be a dearth of wandering practitioners and fresh blood to sustain their ranks. This situation is not isolated to Linyuan City. It also manifests in the formidable A and B camps among the top 10 military encampments. However, these camps do not aim to cultivate every citizen into a warrior, but rather seek out those with innate potential from the populace to train within their confines. The crisis faced by the Ren camp arises from the inability to promptly replenish personnel after casualties, compounded by a temporary incapacity to cultivate new warriors. Listening to Fuyu's explanation, Qin Zheng experienced a moment of clarity and soon recognized the rationale behind this method. The trio rode through the city, greeted warmly by the surrounding citizens who called out, "Mr. Fuyu." Their curious gazes then fell upon Qin Zheng, intrigued by his presence alongside the esteemed general's direct disciple, who was known for his formidable prowess. Such an individual could not be commonplace. However, Qin Zheng astutely noticed the subtle frown of disdain that crossed the faces of the citizens upon seeing Chu Long behind them. It appeared that Chu Long's demeanor had not softened even in the presence of the general. A thought stirred within Qin Zheng's mind. Soon, under Fuyu's guidance, they arrived at a serene locale, before an expansive estate. "This is our residence, the general's base in Linyuan City," Fuyu announced, dismounting with grace. A few lieutenants stationed at the entrance approached respectfully, greeting Lord Fuyu, as they took the reins to lead the horses aside. Imitating the gesture, Qin Zheng dismounted and handed over the reins. Chu Long, however, required assistance from two lieutenants to dismount, who then supported him as they followed behind Qin Zheng into the general's compound. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, a military officer hurriedly approached Fuyu, saying, "Lord Fuyu, several formidable demons have begun to wreak havoc once again. The general has gone to the Zhangyuan River to subdue the Dragon Lord, while the other esteemed gentlemen have departed to Fengming Mountain and Fuxian Lake. However, only Lord Su remains at Fuxian Lake, and your presence is urgently required." Upon hearing this, Fuyu nodded, then turned to Qin Zheng with a hint of apology in his gaze, stating, "I must first attend to the suppression of the demons. Please wait here for a moment. We shall return shortly." He then addressed the officer who had just reported the situation, saying, "This is General Qin of the Ren Division, a person of significance to the general. Please escort him to the inner courtyard for rest." Subsequently, he turned to the two officers beside Chu Long and instructed, "You should take General Chu to receive medical attention." With that, he stepped forward and, in an instant, vanished from sight. The display of such agility caused Qin Zheng's pupils to constrict momentarily. "Lord Qin, please follow me," the officer spoke, extending a hand to guide Qin Zheng towards the inner courtyard. Qin Zheng nodded and followed suit. With Chu Long already brought here, the subsequent matters would be left to the general's men to handle. As the Zhangyuan Dragon Lord was on the verge of transformation, it was anticipated that the other demons outside Linyuan City would likewise stir in chaos alongside the Dragon Lord, attempting to disperse the general and the esteemed gentleman to afford the Dragon Lord greater opportunity. However, there is no need for concern. Once the general vanquishes the Dragon Lord, these demons will soon settle down, the officer explained to Qin Zheng, clarifying the earlier events. Chapter 105. Worthless. Is this all the strength you possess? In Qin Zheng's original conception, the general's stronghold was undoubtedly meant to be the heart of a prosperous province. However, he did not anticipate that the very location of the general would be in the most perilous area of Qingzhou. Great demons lurked from all directions, and a moment's carelessness could lead one into the abyss. The edge of the abyss, indeed, it is aptly named. Qin Zheng pondered this as he followed the centurion, gradually making his way toward the inner courtyard. The grand estate was expansive, featuring a spacious training ground. As Qin Zheng passed by, he observed numerous martial artists practicing their skills within. There were also highly skilled warriors guiding some of these practitioners in their foundational training. Such an environment lacked neither martial arts, nor ample sustenance, nor mentorship. It was no wonder that they could cultivate batches of demon-slaying centurions to be dispatched throughout Qingzhou. Occasionally, several dignitaries under the general would come here to impart their martial wisdom and experiences, resulting in rapid progress for all involved. The centurion spoke again, elucidating the purpose of the training ground to Qin Zheng. After traversing the training area, they entered a dense bamboo grove, where a winding pathway of cobblestones led to the other side. Shortly thereafter, Qin Zheng arrived at an archway. "General Qin, this is the inner courtyard," the centurion announced. Qin Zheng nodded. In contrast to the bustle of the outer courtyard, the inner courtyard exuded an air of tranquility. The two were about to step inside when swoosh. A large halberd suddenly appeared, its sharp, cold gleam manifesting like a shadow. The centurion seemed momentarily unresponsive. In a swift motion, Qin Zheng seized the centurion to prevent him from advancing unwittingly. Simultaneously, a fissure formed in the ground before them. Had the centurion not been halted by Qin Zheng, his foot might have been cleaved in two. Realizing the danger, the centurion's complexion paled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Qin Zheng's gaze shifted to the youth wielding the halberd, who bore an air of arrogance. He appeared quite young, approximately 15 or 16 years old, slightly younger than Qin Zheng himself. This is a restricted area. Ordinary people are not permitted here, the youth declared coldly, his disdain evident as Qin Zheng met his eyes. The centurion, recovering from his earlier shock, quickly interjected, "Young Master Xiang, this is General Qin, personally received by Lord Fuyu, and he was sent to the inner courtyard by Lord Fuyu." Upon hearing this, the youth furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Address me as Lord Xiang, not young master. I have caught the general's attention through my own merits, not through my brother's influence." The centurion, eager to appease, nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, Lord Xiang. This esteemed guest of Lord Fuyu deserves your consideration to allow us entry into the inner courtyard." The youth shook his head once more, his gaze fixed on Qin Zheng, laced with mockery as he spoke. "Are you the muddy-footed one who injured Chu Long? If you believe that injuring such a worthless fool will grant you entry into the inner court and capture the attention of the general, I advise you to extinguish such thoughts post-haste. I do not subscribe to the notion of Honorable Lord Fuyu's esteemed guests. Gaining entrance is quite simple. Defeat me, and you shall enter the inner sanctum." With his words, his eyes brimmed with provocation. "Do you possess the courage to do so?" The deputy's expression was one of great distress. He was uncertain of who Qin Zheng was, yet he was acutely aware that the youth before him, brandishing a massive halberd, was the brother of the overlord, a grandmaster who, before the age of 15, had already attained perfect mastery and bridged the heavens and the earth. Such extraordinary talent was not easily overcome by just anyone. As he contemplated interceding, a hand gently patted his shoulder. "It's all right." Then, under the deputy's watchful gaze, the figure beside him stepped forth, crossing the fissure marked by the halberd, the very boundary drawn by the young man. "General Qin," the deputy exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, the youth surged forward with a ferocious grin, declaring, "You are the first to seek death before me." The formidable aura of the Grandmaster erupted like a floodgate unleashed, pouring forth with reckless abandon. The overwhelming pressure caused the ground beneath their feet to tremble. The halberd descended like an ancient pillar of the heavens, crashing down towards Qin Zheng. This singular strike showcased the youth's formidable prowess. The deputy's face reflected terror and reluctance, as he envisioned Qin Zheng being cleaved in two beneath the mighty blow. However, bang! A seemingly ordinary hand effortlessly grasped the terrifying halberd, holding it firmly within its palm. The deputy's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Qin Zheng tightened his grip on the halberd's shaft, his gaze icy as he regarded the youth before him. "You." The youth's face registered shock as he looked up at Qin Zheng, but soon his expression hardened, and he prepared to withdraw the halberd for another assault. Buzz! A surge of inner energy surged within him, his entire being ignited with newfound strength. Qin Zheng yanked the halberd, causing the youth to stumble towards him uncontrollably. In a swift motion, Qin Zheng closed the distance, seizing the youth's head and lifting it slightly before forcefully slamming it down onto the ground. Boom! The resounding crash reverberated, shaking the very earth. Then, lift, slam, lift, slam. Qin Zheng's expression remained frigid as he clutched the youth's head, relentlessly driving it into the ground. As the youth emerged, he struck with ferocity. Had he truly been an ordinary master, he would have likely met his demise alongside the captain, severed at the very moment of entering the inner courtyard. For a martial artist, such a fate equated to the obliteration of one's path in the martial world. Moreover, once Qin Zheng fully stepped into this inner sanctum, the youth unleashed a lethal strike without the slightest hesitation, intent on extinguishing Qin Zheng's life. Regardless of his motives for being in this grand estate, his background, or his connection to the general, once he initiated the assault, he must brace himself for the ensuing consequences. Qin Zheng was no kin or elder to him. No mercy would be shown. Boom, boom, boom. The ground reverberated with colossal sounds. Under Qin Zheng's actions, the earth rapidly fractured, fissures radiating outward in all directions. His immense power caused the ground to tremble. The youth's struggles gradually diminished, his breath cascading down like an avalanche. Yet, what piqued Qin Zheng's curiosity was the apparent resilience of the boy's head. Despite being gripped and slammed into the ground by such tremendous force, he merely sustained a minor abrasion, with not a single drop of blood in sight. Enough. If he continued, the boy would indeed meet his end. At that moment, a cool and calm feminine voice resonated in his ear. Qin Zheng's movements gradually ceased as his gaze shifted toward a woman clad in simple white attire not far away. He had not intended to grant the boy any chance of survival. Observing her, Qin Zheng spoke with composure. The woman sighed softly and said, "A lesson to relieve some frustration is sufficient. When his brother returns, he will discipline him accordingly." Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his grip on the youth's head tightening momentarily. After several breaths, he eased his strength, casting the unconscious boy to the ground before standing upright. This lad possessed an unusual physique, astonishingly powerful. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, puzzled. He then raised his gaze to the woman opposite him, poised to inquire about her identity. Lord Sun. Behind him, the captain seemed to have just emerged from his stupor, promptly addressing her with respect, interrupting Qin Zheng's impending question. The woman nodded and spoke. "You may return. I will take this one to rest." The captain acknowledged her words with a nod. His gaze still filled with disbelief as he turned to look at Qin Zheng, the younger brother of the overlord, who had established a bridge across the heavens and earth before the age of 15, had been subdued so effortlessly. What formidable strength this must be. With both hands clasped in salute, he respectfully bowed and expressed, "Thank you, General Qin. Had it not been for your intervention, the youth's martial journey would have likely concluded just now." Though he was belatedly aware, he was not entirely ignorant. Qin Zheng nodded, and the captain swiftly departed. Sun Jilan, the third disciple of the general. As Qin Zheng turned, a woman clad in simple white garments approached him, introducing herself. "I am Qin Zheng, a subordinate general of the Renzi camp," he replied. Sun Jilan stepped forward, lifting the unconscious, severely injured youth, and remarked, "His brother is the second disciple of the general, a brute known as the overlord. Should you take his life, that savage will seek vengeance without rest." With that, she turned and walked in a specific direction. Qin Zheng's gaze flickered as he followed her. He recalled Zhu Long, infamous for his moniker, Little Overlord. Zhu Long was not easily defeated, and the true prowess of that overlord remained uncertain. Qin Zheng squinted slightly. He spared the youth not out of fear of the overlord, but because the woman had already locked onto him with her aura. Continuing to act against the youth could provoke her to strike. Moreover, this was the domain of the general. Having just arrived, he could not afford to kill a disciple's kin and engage with that disciple, regardless of the cause or outcome. Such a blatant confrontation would undoubtedly place the general in a difficult position, jeopardizing his own aspirations to acquire the unparalleled martial arts that the general could impart. Thus, weighing his options, Qin Zheng chose to release the youth. He resolved to defer all matters until he had acquired the internal skills he sought, which was his primary objective for coming here. Following the woman's footsteps, he arrived at a small courtyard. "You shall rest here for the next few days. When the general returns, someone will come to summon you," she stated, and before Qin Zheng could respond, she vanished from his sight. Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow. Once again, he encountered that enigmatic and elusive lightness of step. Truly, the disciples of the general have mastered extraordinary skills. In that moment, his anticipation for the martial arts he might obtain upon the general's return intensified. Chapter 106. The Return of the General, the Sixth Kin Transmitted. In Qingzhou, Yongyuan County, within the confines of Linyuan City, Qin Zheng had not lingered long in the inner courtyard when a familiar figure approached him. "Indeed, your talent is formidable. Even in my absence, you have captured the attention of the general," remarked Qin Lihu, who now appeared entirely unperturbed, as if he had made a complete recovery. He gazed at Qin Zheng with a sense of nostalgia. In response to the general who had saved his life, Qin Zheng immediately performed a deep bow, speaking earnestly. "If the general has any requests in the future, Qin Zheng shall exert every effort to fulfill them." Had it not been for Qin Lihu's decisive intervention, that sword imprint would have surely claimed half of his life. At that time, Qin Zheng lacked the status that would have warranted his transfer to the general for recuperation. The duration of his recovery would have been uncertain. Seeing Qin Zheng's solemn gesture, Qin Lihu waved his hand dismissively, responding generously, "It is of no consequence. Regardless of the reasons, I would have intervened against any great demon." Nonetheless, witnessing Qin Zheng's earnestness, a flicker of satisfaction shone in his eyes. After all, that sword imprint had nearly cost him his life as well. After exchanging pleasantries, the two settled in the small courtyard, initiating a dialogue regarding recent events. Qin Zheng recounted the occurrences in Huayan County, detailing the incursion of a great demon, Chu Long's in action, and the tragic downfall of Liang City, where the lives of its citizens were sacrificed in a bid to lure forth the demonic sovereign. He also spoke of the mother of a martial artist who allied herself with the great demon, directly claiming the lives of the townspeople of Huayan City. Qin Zheng refrained from discussing his own involvement, merely assuring Qin Lihu that matters had been resolved and that Grand Master Ren Bin was now overseeing Huayan County, allowing for a period of peace. Despite being already aware of these events, Qin Lihu's heart remained heavy with anger and profound helplessness. His departure had ultimately brought calamity to Huayan County. Particularly upon learning of Lu Mingyi's demise, a palpable sorrow crossed the face of the general. When the final piece of news reached him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke in a cold tone. "That madwoman inflicted grievous harm upon me. Cast out by her own husband, while my father perished battling the demons, yet she remains undeterred." Understanding the implication of this statement, Qin Zheng realized that Qin Lihu had indeed been ambushed and severely injured. The demon slayers had not been idle. The meaning behind his words suggested that the governor of Gaozhou had expelled her from his home via a divorce decree, and her father, undoubtedly the master of the sword imprint, had been forced to confront the great demon and had perished in the conflict. Indeed, Qin Lihu was one of the 10 greatest generals of Qingzhou, aligned with the demon slayers and backed by the grand court of the Jin dynasty. To injure him, even the Gao family of Kuan Yin could only choose to retreat, let alone the master of that sword imprint, who, despite being a grandmaster, held little significance in the vast organization of the demon slayers. Observing the icy glint in Qin Lihu's eyes, coupled with the palpable aura of lethal intent, Qin Zheng spoke. "That woman has already met her demise at my hands." Upon hearing these words, the chill in Qin Lihu's gaze dissipated, and he nodded appreciatively at Qin Zheng, admiration increasingly evident in his countenance. The significance of this visit from Fuyu was unmistakable. Upon their return, "You shall undoubtedly become the 6th direct disciple of the Grand General," Qin Lihu remarked with a smile, his face radiating joy on behalf of Qin Zheng. To become a disciple of the Grand General is tantamount to securing a prestigious position in the martial arts hierarchy of Qingzhou, with boundless potential for future accomplishments. At this moment, Qin Zheng felt a sense of elation, though it was tempered by the knowledge that his own merits would not be overshadowed by this apprenticeship. However, aligning himself with the Grand General at this juncture would indeed expedite his path to greater strength, as this Grand General possesses unparalleled martial skills rare in all of Qingzhou. Reflecting on this, Qin Zheng became curious about the nature of being a direct disciple. After all, it was said that the 10 generals of Qingzhou's military camps had all once been disciples of the Grand General. By this logic, even if he were to become a direct disciple, he would not rank as the 6th. He promptly voiced his inquiry, to which Qin Lihu responded with a gentle smile, elucidating, "Much like the common folk of Linyuan City, once a qualified demon-slaying lieutenant is cultivated, they are then assigned to various military camps. The same applies to the Grand General's disciples. They are continually nurtured and subsequently distributed among different camps. Once they ascend to the rank of general, they no longer refer to themselves as disciples." Concluding his explanation with a soft smile, he added, "Of course, this is merely the perception of outsiders. Privately, we remain disciples of the Grand General." Qin Zheng nodded, acknowledging the clarification of his doubt. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Might the Grand General enlighten me regarding his current 5 disciples?" Qin Lihu readily agreed, stating, "The 5 disciples of the Grand General today are even more gifted than our own cohort back in the day. The eldest disciple, Su Zimo, aged 28, excels in the art of soul manipulation, wielding a spectral form that strikes unseen. The second disciple, Xiang Qingyu, aged 26, masters the physical arts, possessing the strength of a dragon and an elephant, capable of contending with the king of apes. The third disciple, Sun Julian, age 24, specializes in medical arts, wielding the skills of Qi Huang to heal myriad ailments. The fourth disciple, Fu Yu, age 23, is adept in the swordsmanship of the classics, wielding a gentleman's sword capable of cleaving rivers. The fifth disciple, Su Qingling, aged 19, excels in the art of warfare, brandishing a blue dragon halberd that exudes an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Each of these 5 direct disciples boasts unique strengths, yet it is certain that each is a dragon among men, possessing formidable prowess. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng nodded, a contemplative glimmer passing through his eyes. Although Qin Lihu did not state it outright, Qin Zheng understood that all 5 of these direct disciples were Grand Masters. These individuals are inherently prodigious, and with the Grand General's guidance, they ascend to the realm of Grand Master. The cumulative weight of this realization instilled a sense of pressure in Qin Zheng. In the present day, he can only claim to possess slightly superior combat prowess compared to some lesser Grand Masters, akin to figures such as Renbin. The youth who previously obstructed his entry into the inner courtyard was also a Grand Master. It may have appeared that he effortlessly subdued him, yet Qin Zheng was acutely aware that he had exerted himself to the utmost in that fleeting moment. Aside from not having employed the newly acquired spiritual martial arts, he had already channeled his true energy to its zenith. Had that young man been a tad stronger, Qin Zheng could not confidently assert that he would have secured a decisive victory. Such thoughts surfaced in Qin Zheng's mind, prompting a soft sigh of resignation. He recognized that he was still not sufficiently formidable and needed to expedite his growth. Little did he realize, since his transmigration and his initial foray into martial arts through the study of a ghostly blade technique, scarcely a month had elapsed. From being an inexperienced executioner to now possessing the ability to slay a demon of the sacred demon realm, such rapid advancement was indeed astonishing. However, regardless of his internal musings, Qin Zheng maintained an outward facade of tranquility, betraying none of his thoughts. After speaking, Qin Lihu smacked his lips in contemplation and remarked, "Each generation surpasses the last. Qingzhou thus holds hope, and so does the great Jin." With that, he rose and addressed Qin Zheng, saying, "I shall not intrude any longer. You may rest here. The general and the others should return shortly." Qin Zheng stood to respectfully see General Qin Lihu off. He did not linger in the small courtyard for long. Half a day later, a lieutenant appeared before him, respectfully stating, "The general has returned. Please accompany me, General Qin." Qin Zheng's eyes brightened as he promptly rose to follow, leaving the small courtyard behind. They traversed numerous winding paths before arriving at a place reminiscent of an academy, where a colossal stone tablet stood centrally. The tablet bore the striking inscription of 4 powerful characters: "Slay demons, exterminate evil." These characters emanated an immense spiritual force, allowing Qin Zheng to sense the fervent resolve of the individual who had carved them. Before the stone tablet stood a figure clad in a dark, mystical robe, hands clasped behind his back. Merely standing there, he exuded an overwhelming presence akin to a monumental mountain, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Yet, as Qin Zheng approached, that sensation abruptly dissipated, revealing the figure to be an ordinary man. Only then did Qin Zheng truly discern the totality of the commanding presence that suppressed an entire province. The man was tall and unremarkable in appearance, with a broad face that seemed incongruous with someone capable of subduing a great demon of the province. However, upon closer inspection, he bore faint traces of blood on his dark robe, which radiated a formidable demonic aura, and one could almost hear the haunting roar of a dragon echoing from him. The lingering ferocity blended with his otherwise unassuming nature, creating an intriguing mystique about this general. This was the foremost figure of martial prowess in Qinzhou, the provincial commander, Wei Wuji. In the camp of General Qin Zheng, the officer Wei Wuji greeted him with a slight bow, hands clasped in salute. A gentle smile graced Wei Wuji's lips, as if the heavens and earth had momentarily become clearer. The powerful mental force that interfered with reality startled Qin Zheng, leaving him somewhat awestruck. At that moment, Wei Wuji spoke, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "To vanquish demons and eliminate evil, these 4 words, inscribed upon my arrival in Qinzhou, have swiftly passed through the years." There was a hint of sentiment in his tone. Qin Zheng listened in silence. Then, the esteemed general turned his gaze to Qin Zheng, admiration glimmering in his eyes. He spoke slowly, You are quite remarkable. Rising from humble beginnings, harboring the spirit of humanity, unafraid of tyranny. Such qualities are indeed rare. I have summoned you here, and I trust you understand the reason. Allow me to pose a question. Would you be willing to enter my service under Wei Wuji? Meeting the general's gaze, Qin Zheng opened his mouth to respond. However, before he could utter a word, Wei Wuji continued. Before you answer, let me share this. In my decades in Qingzhou, I have nurtured far more than merely 10 grandmasters, yet only 10 generals and 5 of my direct disciples remain. The others have perished in battles against monstrous beings. To join me means to live in the company of great demons daily, with the ever-present danger of death. Have you considered this? The voice of General Wei Wuji seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing Qin Zheng's spirit to introspect deeply. Nevertheless, without a hint of hesitation, Qin Zheng swiftly replied, I am willing. Chapter 107, Supreme Martial Arts, 9 Transmutations of the Golden Body. Throughout this journey, Qin Zheng has witnessed countless tragic scenes birthed from monsters. The image of the pig demon cooking humans in the cave of the Bear King on Mosa Mountain is etched in his mind as if carved by a chisel. Thus, Qin Zheng harbors an innate hostility towards these creatures that regard humanity as mere sustenance. Furthermore, for someone like him, who possesses a scroll of merits, these monsters represent veritable treasure troves of virtue. Slaying these beasts, acquiring merit, and growing stronger. These 3 steps constitute the path Qin Zheng had charted upon acquiring the scroll. Even in the absence of enmity between races, he would not spare these formidable demons. Therefore, when General Wei Wuji emphasized the matter, Qin Zheng did not hesitate for a moment and readily agreed. This was precisely what he intended to undertake, and agreeing to it would also grant him the opportunity to learn unparalleled martial skills directly from the general. What is not to delight in? Seeing Qin Zheng's unwavering resolve, Wei Wuji raised his brows slightly, seemingly taken aback. After all, becoming his disciple not only meant access to the finest resources in Qingzhou, but also entailed bearing the greatest risks therein. Among the 12 counties of Qingzhou, countless monsters abound, with several formidable demon saints. As the general's disciple, in addition to being a standby to command a county camp, one must also track these great demons vigilantly to prevent them from causing chaos. The perils involved are self-evident. However, this only heightened Wei Wuji's satisfaction with Qin Zheng. He nodded slightly and announced, in that case, I shall dispense with formalities. From this moment forth, you are my direct disciple, Wei Wuji. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng was about to perform the customary bow of respect, but Wei Wuji stopped him. I have just stated that I disdain formalities, and besides, the 9-spirit Xian cat you felled in Haiyan City serves as the finest tribute for your apprenticeship. The general then spoke, turning towards a particular room and instructing, Follow me. Qin Zheng promptly matched his pace, anticipation swelling within him. Having entered this new phase, it was clear that the next step would undoubtedly involve the impartation of martial arts. The environment resembled that of an academy. After walking a short distance, Wei Wuji opened a door, revealing a study. Upon entering, Qin Zheng's eyes fell upon a desk already adorned with several martial arts manuals. You began from humble beginnings. Your knowledge a hodgepodge, lacking a coherent system. At this moment, Wei Wuji turned to face Qin Zheng and spoke. Though your realm is still shallow, it is not too late to begin anew. Here lie several comprehensive outlines of martial arts that I have collected, each accompanied by corresponding internal and external techniques. Peruse them at your leisure. With that, Wei Wuji gestured, directing Qin Zheng's gaze towards the manuals on the table. It appeared that these volumes were merely outlines, not the entirety of the martial arts. In Qin Zheng's mind, a thought suddenly emerged, prompting him to step forward and scrutinize the various martial arts manuals laid out upon the table. From left to right, 5 tomes were arranged, each representing a distinct martial arts doctrine. He extended his hand and began to peruse them. The first manual, titled Wuji Shimiao Visualization, encompassed a mental discipline aimed at fortifying the spirit, primarily focusing on the path of the soul. The second manual, Xian Yuan Secret Record, presented a balanced and harmonious approach, nurturing both the mind and the body simultaneously. The third manual, Yun Lei Divine Blade, emphasized the cultivation of one's strength through the blade, asserting that a strong sword begets a strong practitioner, specializing in the art of swordsmanship. The fourth manual, Xin Yi Hun Yuan Gong, demanded an exceptionally high level of comprehension, emphasizing that where the heart and intent converge, all things become attainable. The final manual, Jiuzhuan Jin Shinju, was a corporeal cultivation technique, wherein each cycle of refinement would comprehensively enhance the physical body, specializing in the path of corporeal strength. Upon reviewing these 5 martial arts doctrines, Qin Zheng felt no hesitation and immediately made his choice. The 5th manual, Jiuzhuan Jin Shinju. He understood that the foundation of his formidable combat prowess lay in his overwhelming physical strength, surpassing that of his peers. Conversely, it was his corporeal form that had continually hindered his ascent in power. A body lacking in strength could not bear the burden of enhanced power, leading only to a catastrophic failure. After entering the Renzi camp, he had sought methods to augment his physique. However, without exception, these techniques merely bolstered the superficial aspects of muscle and bone, neglecting the vital organs. The human body's internal organs are both crucial and delicate, making them a realm that common martial arts dare not approach. Thus, Qin Zheng had relinquished this pursuit. Yet now, before him lay a manual capable of simultaneously fortifying his internal organs, muscles, and bones, a martial art he had long yearned for. In the face of this discipline, the allure of the other manuals faded entirely. Mastering this art would lead to a swift increase in his physical strength, resulting in a dramatic surge in power. Such an enhancement would undoubtedly elevate his capabilities to new heights. With this in mind, Qin Zheng promptly grasped the manual, turned to General Wei Wujie, and proclaimed, "I choose this one." Observing his decision, Wei Wujie smiled gently and nodded. In a realm abundant with people yet scarce in talent, Wei Wujie regarded the recruitment of disciples with utmost seriousness. Although it seemed he had casually placed the 5 manuals before Qin Zheng for selection, he had meticulously assessed Qin Zheng's various attributes to curate the most suitable martial arts for him. Having taken on a disciple and entrusted him with significant responsibilities, he would not allow a moment of complacency. The goal was to select the most appropriate martial arts, maximizing the potential of his disciple, enabling him to ascend further along the path of martial excellence. Simultaneously, he would be better equipped to eliminate the malevolent creatures that plague the world. This was the thought of Wei Wujie. He ventured into the depths of the study and retrieved the complementary martial arts associated with the 9 transformations of the golden body, which he presented to Qin Zheng. Upon receiving it gravely, Qin Zheng opened it and examined it closely, only to discover that it was a martial art that unified both internal and external practices. In essence, this martial skill was not only an external technique to enhance the physical body, but also an internal discipline that could assist him in unlocking his fate wheels. With each transformation of the 9 transformations, the physical form would undergo a fortification. After the 3rd transformation, upon accumulating sufficient strength, each subsequent transformation would enable the unlocking of a fate wheel. Upon completion of all 9 transformations, the physical body would reach its zenith, allowing all 7 fate wheels to open. At that point, provided one possessed adequate mental strength, a bridge connecting heaven and earth could be established, condensing vital energy, thus achieving the realm of a grand master in a single leap. Truly, this was perfectly suited for him. The more Qin Zheng perused it, the more elated he became. This martial art was impeccably aligned with his current needs, potentially allowing his strength to surge dramatically in a short span. Moreover, this martial skill was accompanied by a lightness technique and a spear technique, both designed to maximize the unique characteristics of the 9 transformations of the golden body. As Qin Zheng swiftly finished reading through the martial arts texts, a gentle tremor passed over the scroll of merits in his mind, revealing several new lines of text. Discovered martial art, 9 transformations of the golden body, can be refined, requires 10 pounds of merit. Would you like to refine it? Discovered martial art, 8 desolation hell spear, can be refined, requires 10 pounds of merit. Would you like to refine it? Discovered martial art, golden light divine steps, can be refined, requires 10 pounds of merit. Would you like to refine it? Success. Qin Zheng's heart leapt with joy. However, he did not outwardly display much emotion, maintaining a facade of calm, even though his eyes sparkled with delight. With the current general by his side, he temporarily suppressed the urge to refine and elevate his powers. Raising his head, he gazed at Wei Wujie, bowing respectfully and expressing, "Qin Zheng expresses his gratitude to Master." From the examination of these martial arts, it was evident that this mentor had indeed taken great care in his selection. as each martial art was not only suitable for him, but even more aptly aligned with his capabilities. Wei Wujie smiled gently and then spoke. Although this martial art is suitable for you, it is not without its challenges. Remember to proceed steadily without being reckless in your pursuit of achievement. Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Wei Wujie continued. Very well, let us conclude for today. You should return and familiarize yourself with this martial art. When your senior brothers and sisters return in a few days, we shall reconvene to further discuss. Understood. Qin Zheng nodded once more, then bowed respectfully before turning to leave the study, making his way to the small courtyard where he was temporarily residing. Once his figure faded from view, the smile on Wei Wujie's face gradually vanished, replaced by narrowed eyes and a hint of gravity. Transforming into a dragon. Transforming into a dragon. This is no trivial matter. After a few moments, his weary voice resonated within the confines of the courtyard. The refinement technique. The 9 transformations of the golden body. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, Qin Zheng wasted no time and immediately began to meditate inwardly, initiating the process of refinement. In that moment, after deducting 10 pounds of virtue from the merit scroll, an enigmatic force emerged from the void, coursing through Qin Zheng's corporeal form. At this juncture, every facet of his being, skin, flesh, sinews, and internal organs, was rapidly fortified under the nurturing influence of this power. Within his dantian, as his physical form strengthened, the life essence emitted from the fate will surged forth in a spectacular explosion. An abundant flow of life essence continuously spilled forth, gradually expanding within the confines of the dantian. Once this round of enhancement concluded, Qin Zheng divided his focus and gazed once more at the merit scroll. Current technique. The 9 transformations of the golden body can be upgraded. Required virtue, 50 pounds. Would you like to upgrade? Without the slightest hesitation, he resolutely thought, upgrade. Current technique. The 9 transformations of the golden body can be upgraded. Required virtue, 50 pounds. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Current technique. The 9 transformations of the golden body can be upgraded. Required virtue, 100 pounds. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Insufficient virtue, unable to upgrade. After completing the 3rd transformation, the required virtue for further enhancement had escalated to 100 pounds, a demand that Qin Zheng's accumulated virtue could no longer satisfy. However, Qin Zheng felt no regret. He silently reveled in the ongoing augmentation of his physical form. After a brief interlude, the enhancement ceased, and the life essence within his dantian surged forth, abundant as a vast ocean. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zheng continued to vocalize in his mind. Upgrade technique. The Dragon Elephant Prajna. Chapter 108. 50,000 Gene of Mighty Strength. Testing the hand of the Overlord. Happy New Year's Eve. Qin Zheng. Lifespan. 150-17. Martial Arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. 43rd Layer. Secret Tibetan Awareness Mental Sutra. Achieved. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. 3rd Transformation. Heavenly Sound Soul Snatching. Achieved. Merit. 21 Gene 7 Liang 8 Qian. Current Martial Art. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Can be enhanced. Requires 1 gene of merit. Would you like to enhance? Current Martial Art. Secret Tibetan Awareness Mental Sutra. Can be enhanced. Requires 1,000 gene of merit. Would you like to enhance? Current Martial Art. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Can be enhanced. Requires 100 gene of merit. Would you like to enhance? Current Martial Art. Heavenly Sound Soul Snatching. Can be enhanced. Requires 100 gene of merit. Would you like to enhance? Discovering Martial Arts. Discovery. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. 3rd Transformation. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. 43rd Layer. Qin Zheng calmly scrutinized the characters on the merit scroll, feeling the surging power within him. After practicing the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique to the 3rd Transformation, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill also ascended to the 43rd Layer. This meant that, in this brief moment, Qin Zheng's strength surged from 33,000 gene to an astonishing 45,000 gene. Yet, this was still not the limit. Buzz. His internal true energy began to flow like a mighty tide, surging into his meridians. In that instant, the strength of Qin Zheng's physical body rapidly ascended once more. He silently chanted in his heart, Enhance Martial Art, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers, 1,000 gene, 3,000 jin, 5,000 jin. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that accompanied his newfound strength, Qin Zheng ceased further enhancement. This time, he truly reached the pinnacle of his current state. In the state of fully unleashed true energy, his strength soared to an immense 50,000 jin. At this moment, Qin Zheng felt the roaring power within him, akin to a raging dragon, and he was seized by the illusion that a single punch could shatter the heavens. From 33,000 jin, he ultimately elevated to 50,000 jin, a direct increase of 17,000 jin. Exhaling deeply, Qin Zheng gently closed his eyes, calming the restless emotions within him. This remarkable enhancement, achieved in such a fleeting moment, could be deemed the first of its kind since embarking on the path of martial arts. Yet, this was not the current limit of Qin Zheng. As long as he accumulates sufficient merit, he could enhance the 9 transformations golden body technique at any time, thereby elevating his strength further. The constraints that had long held him back from enhancing his power had dissipated, yet his merit had become somewhat insufficient. The 2 martial arts paired with the 9 transformations golden body technique, one being a lightness skill and the other a halberd technique, also required a considerable amount of merit for refinement and enhancement. However, Qin Zheng now possessed only 21 jin of merit, barely sufficient to initiate the refinement of the 2 martial arts, and far from enough for any significant enhancement. Contemplating briefly, Qin Zheng quietly chanted, "Refined martial arts, golden radiance, divine steps." Instantly, 10 units of merit were deducted from the merit scroll. Simultaneously, a surge of martial essence flooded into his mind. With insufficient merit, Qin Zheng had no intention of switching his weapon from a saber to a halberd. However, he was resolute in enhancing his lightness skill. For whether in travel or combat, the advantages bestowed by a higher level of agility would yield superior results. At this moment, as he embarked on the practice of the Golden Radiance Divine Steps, he divided a fragment of his consciousness to observe the merit scroll. Current martial skill, Golden Radiance Divine Steps, is upgradable, requiring 50 units of merit. Do you wish to upgrade? 50 units of merit. After this upgrade, only 10 units remained, reminiscent of the days when he first traversed into this realm, meticulously calculating every ounce of merit. The more formidable the martial skill, the greater the merit required to cultivate it. Initially, Qin Zheng believed he had amassed a considerable amount of merit, approaching 200 units, equating to over 2,000 merit points. Yet, following this expenditure, little remained, rendering further enhancements to his martial skills impossible. He could not linger here for too long. Time was of the essence to venture forth and vanquish demons. With narrowed eyes, Qin Zheng murmured to himself. The following day, as dawn broke, a voice brimming with enthusiasm resonated outside his small courtyard. "Junior brother, are you awake, junior brother?" Creak. The courtyard door swung open, revealing Qin Zheng, who had already arisen, gazing curiously at the robust man before him, reminiscent of an ordinary farmer. "Greetings, junior brother. I am your senior brother, Su Zimo." The man extended his hand warmly, eager to shake hands with Qin Zheng. Hesitating for a brief moment, Qin Zheng reciprocated the gesture. This senior brother, indeed, appeared somewhat different from his preconceived image. "I just returned with the second junior brother from discussing matters with that old monkey. And upon hearing from the third junior sister that master has recently accepted a new disciple, I hurried over to see you," Su Zimo chattered excitedly, his words punctuated by flying saliva. Qin Zheng could only smile and respond while recalling what he knew about this senior brother. At 28 years old, adept in the way of the divine soul, possessing a spectral body, capable of killing invisibly, was how Qin Lihu had described this senior brother. Yet, at this moment, he seemed rather incongruous, not quite aligning with that description. As their conversation unfolded, Su Zimo took hold of Qin Zheng's arm and proclaimed, "Let us go. By my calculations, the others should be returning soon. Let us meet them." With that, he turned and led Qin Zheng away. This senior brother exuded an enthusiasm that bordered on excessive. With a sense of resignation, Qin Zheng followed suit, departing from his small courtyard. After a brief walk, they arrived at a somewhat spacious area resembling a martial arts training ground, albeit smaller in scale. At this early hour, the sky just beginning to lighten. The training ground was devoid of any presence. At this moment, Su Zimo appeared somewhat awkward, releasing his grip on Qin Zheng's hand, scratching his head and muttering to himself. At this hour, it shouldn't be like this. Qin Zheng's gaze was filled with a hint of helplessness, yet he spoke up, Perhaps it is still too early. Waiting a little longer should suffice. His initial impression of this senior brother was one of warmth and generosity, albeit somewhat unreliable. Indeed, the junior brother is perceptive. It is no wonder the master chose you. This statement seemed to alleviate Su Zimo's discomfort, prompting him to nod in agreement while his gaze towards Qin Zheng grew increasingly approving. Just then, a towering figure wielding a halberd slowly emerged in the vicinity, accompanied by a woman clad in simple white attire. "Ah, second junior brother, third junior sister, why have you only just arrived? Where have you been?" Su Zimo exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the two figures. Qin Zheng's attention shifted to the imposing man, whose demeanor exuded both valor and authority, with an air of intimidation evident in his features. "So, you are the one who injured my brother?" Su Zimo was about to introduce Qin Zheng to the man when he spoke softly, his voice deep and steady, infused with an authority that masked any trace of emotion. Qin Zheng's gaze narrowed slightly, yet his expression remained calm as he nodded and replied, "He obstructed my entry to the inner courtyard, and his attack was lethal. The injury was merely a lesson. Should there be a next time, I will not hold back." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the space grew tense, as if two invisible forces had collided in the air. Sun Jilan, dressed in her plain white garments, bore a slight smile, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Su Zimo cast a helpless glance at Sun Jilan. He had been aware of this information since his arrival, but he also understood the nature of the second junior brother's sibling. Thus, he intended to wait for everyone to gather and address Wei Wujing together in hopes of maintaining harmony. However, as for the third junior sister, Sai, he opened his mouth, hoping to mediate and diffuse the situation between Qin Zheng and the imposing figure. For the second junior brother had been in the sect for many years and had now reached the Grand Master realm, while the junior brother had only just entered and had yet to break through to that level. In a confrontation, the junior brother would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. As the senior brother, it was his duty to protect the weaker party. Yet at that moment, the formidable man spoke again. "Senior brother, do not involve yourself in this matter." With that, Su Zimo fell silent, somewhat resigned. The man continued, "My brother and I lost our parents at a young age, and it is through our companionship that we have reached this point. Under my protection, his temperament may have become somewhat overbearing. I apologize for this and promise that once he has recovered, he will come to offer his apologies to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, while Su Zimo's expression only grew more helpless. Indeed, the next words from the man surged with a potent intensity, becoming sharply confrontational. "However, you have gravely injured him, leaving him on the brink of death, and as his elder brother, I cannot remain indifferent. I grant you 3 moves. Should you manage to shake me within those 3, we shall consider this matter settled. If not, you shall also endure a near-fatal experience, for fairness must prevail." Upon finishing his words, the man clasped his hands behind his back, signaling Qin Zheng to commence. In that instant, a resonant hum pierced the tranquility of the venue. Qin Zheng's figure surged forward, arriving before the imposing man, unleashing a colossal palm imbued with immense force. Without uttering a single word, his attack was executed with utmost intensity, an ultimate strike. The vital energy within him roared ferociously, 5,000 pounds of power erupting like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom! With a single strike, the air was instantly compressed by the overwhelming force, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. 3 moves? In light of his current strength, even a formidable beast in the Demon Saint realm would perish after enduring 3 such blows. The sheer might of Qin Zheng's palm caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Swish! Boom! The countenance of the imposing man changed instantaneously, and he hastily swung his fist to block the impending strike. Yet, in his hurried response, he was no match for the ferocity of Qin Zheng's full power. As the fist and palm collided, his robust form was propelled backward, akin to a streak of light, crashing mercilessly through a courtyard wall. This transformation prompted a fundamental change in the gaze of Su Zimo and Sun Jilan as they regarded Qin Zheng. Their junior brother truly masked his capabilities beneath a facade of humility. Even before ascending to the Grand Master level, he possessed such formidable strength, such prodigious talent. The two no longer viewed Qin Zheng with the same ease as before. Their expressions now bore the weight of solemnity. All these events unfolded in the blink of an eye. After delivering his strike, Qin Zheng did not linger. He advanced with decisive steps. A killer, after all, must be met with death. Since his opponent harbored the intent to leave him half dead, it was only fitting that Qin Zheng reciprocate with equal severity. Chapter 109. The Serpent Dragon's Demon Pill. A tumultuous upsurge. Happy New Year's Eve. A resounding roar echoed, shaking the very earth beneath. At this moment within the inner courtyard, two figures clashed like humanoid beasts, their fierce energies radiating outward in tumultuous waves. The formidable Xiang Qingyu, the second direct disciple of General Wei Wujia, was no ordinary individual. Even after being sent flying by a powerful strike, he swiftly regained his composure, engaging in a fierce back and forth with Qin Zheng, neither yielding an inch. Meanwhile, standing side by side at the edge of the combat zone were Su Zimo and Sun Jilan, their gazes fixed intently on the duel. "This junior brother truly conceals his depths," Su Zimo remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. The second junior brother, proficient in the path of physical prowess, possessed strength that could rival the four-armed king of monkeys. Yet, at this moment, the still unqualified junior brother was able to contend equally with him in sheer force. A clear testament to his extraordinary physical talent, surpassing even that of the second junior brother. Yesterday, he had showcased a strength that paled in comparison to what he displayed now. Sun Jilan interjected, her expression tinged with confusion. With her level of insight, she could discern that Qin Zheng had indeed been exerting himself to the fullest yesterday. However, the stark contrast between yesterday and today was so profound it felt as though she were witnessing an entirely different person. Surely, no one could experience such a monumental leap in a single night. Thus, it seemed that her assessment yesterday had been flawed. With this realization, Sun Jilan felt a sense of relief. She had been focusing her energy on the junior brother to prevent any irreversible actions. Yet, reflecting on it now, had he not restrained himself, she might have found herself at a significant disadvantage. After all, her expertise lay not in combat, but rather in the art of healing. Just then, Su Zimo's expression suddenly sharpened as he spoke, stepping forward to intervene. Sun Jilan's mind snapped back to the scene. At this moment, before Qin Zheng, Xiang Qingyu began to emanate a faint golden glow, powerful energies surging forth in rapid succession. This energy, unique to grandmasters, could enhance one's physical form and amplify the force of attacks. In this instant, Xiang Qingyu's aura surged once again, subtly overshadowing that of Qin Zheng. With a flicker of concentration in his eyes, Qin Zheng unleashed a thunderous sound as he spoke. In an instant, an invisible mental assault flooded into Xiang Qingyu's mind. The mental martial art, heavenly sound soul-snatching. Caught off guard, a flicker of pain flashed across Xiang Qingyu's eyes, his movements slowing significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zheng executed a whip-like kick, sending him crashing backward into a courtyard wall. He intended to press forward once more, but at that moment, a voice rang out from within the courtyard. "Enough! Are you all trying to demolish my place?" The figure of General Wei Wuji had, unbeknownst to anyone, already made his presence felt in this venue. "Master," Qin Zheng immediately ceased his actions, turning to face Wei Wuji with utmost reverence. At that moment, both Su Zimo and Sun Jilan stood in stunned silence, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Not only was his physical talent formidable, but his mental prowess was equally astonishing. The recent display of mental martial arts could not have been executed without an exceptionally powerful spirit, let alone having an impact on Xiang Qingyu. Their understanding of this junior disciple was profoundly reshaped. Indeed, at this moment, Wei Wuji had shed his blood-stained dark robe and donned a flowing azure garment. The menacing aura he once exuded had dissipated, replaced by a scholarly demeanor that radiated gentleness. He regarded Qin Zheng with satisfaction, expressing his approval with repeated affirmations of "well done." "Have you entered the fold?" he inquired further. Qin Zheng nodded affirmatively. "Master, master." At this juncture, Su Zimo and Sun Jilan, having regained their composure from the shock, approached Wei Wuji and bowed respectfully. "Has the four-armed monkey king calmed?" Wei Wuji directed his gaze toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo promptly nodded and replied, "After Master subdued that Songyuan dragon lord." The four-armed monkey king returned to the mountains shortly thereafter. Wei Wuji acknowledged with a nod. Simultaneously, from the ruins of the collapsed courtyard wall, a robust figure emerged, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he approached the general. "Master," Xiang Qingyu called out somewhat dejectedly. Qin Zheng's expression remained serene. Showing no signs of change, as if the earlier confrontation had not involved him at all. Are your injuries severe? Wei Wuji inquired with a smile. Xiang Qingyu shook his head, then turned his gaze toward Qin Zheng, stating, "Let this matter rest. Once my injuries have healed, I shall bring him to apologize." He had initially contemplated allowing this junior disciple 3 moves, hoping to vanquish him convincingly and temper his youthful exuberance. Yet he had not anticipated that the latter's physical prowess was astoundingly formidable. Even without having advanced to the Grandmaster level, he was already capable of matching him. Without employing his vital energy, he could very well have found himself at a disadvantage. Most importantly, the final mental assault had further highlighted this junior disciple's extraordinary talents. With such a powerful physical endowment and exceptional mental acuity, this individual was destined to surpass their achievements in the future. "No need," Qin Zheng stated calmly. Xiang Qingyu, not one to linger, promptly retrieved an exquisite small box from within his robe and tossed it to Qin Zheng. He continued, "Inside this box lies a demon saint-grade demon core, which I acquired at the cost of half my life, as a token of my apology." As the box landed in Qin Zheng's hands, its lid sprang open, revealing a smooth demon core within, accompanied by a wave of humid vapor that greeted him. Within the confines of this essence, one could vaguely sense the surging of river waters and the echoes of dragon roars. Within the depths of his heart, the merit scroll quivered slightly, and a line of text materialized. Item discovered. Dragon Serpent Demon Dan. Can be refined. Requires 1,000 merits. Would you like to refine it? Note: refining grants the talent. Tides of change. Qin Zheng's heart trembled with astonishment. The prospect of refining a demon Dan to acquire the innate abilities of its corresponding creature was unprecedented. He had not anticipated that the refinement of a demon Dan would extend beyond mere martial prowess, allowing for the direct acquisition of a demon's innate talents. If this were the case, his future path of enhancement would indeed present an additional avenue. The Dragon Serpent Demon Dan. Tides of change. A myriad of thoughts fleetingly danced through Qin Zheng's mind. Regardless of the turmoil within, he maintained an outward demeanor of tranquility. He carefully stowed the demon Dan away, subtly concealing it within his robes, and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Very well." Such a demon Dan was certainly sufficient to earn Qin Zheng's forgiveness. His acquiescence brought a sigh of relief to his senior brother, Su Zimo. He promptly stepped forward and declared, "We are all brothers here. Let us clarify matters. Come, today, I shall treat you all to a fine meal at Fuxian Lake." Fuxian Lake, situated 100 miles from Linyuan City, harbored the azure scale fish king of the demon sage realm. The fish within this lake were renowned for their exquisite flavor, and during their leisure, they often indulged in a feast. However, intruding upon the fish king's territory invariably prompted his intervention, making the capture of the lake's fish a formidable challenge. Su Zimo's invitation implied that he would confront the fish king himself. Xiang Qingyu shook his head and replied, "I shall not accompany you. Ziyu requires care." Sun Jilan also declined, stating, "Recently, the great demons have been causing chaos, and there are many injured. I cannot leave at this moment." With 2 refusals, only the commander remained. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the formidable figure who reigned over Qingzhou, their master. "I must go. That old mudfish will not remain at ease." Wei Wuji chuckled lightly. However, he then remarked, "Considering the time, Fu Yu and Qing Ling should be returning as well." Upon hearing this, an enigmatic tension filled the air. Qin Zheng's eyes followed as the commander surveyed him and Su Zimo, and then spoke again. "Zimo, Qin Zheng, you two shall proceed to Fuxian Lake to assess the situation." Su Zimo's expression turned solemn, and he nodded gravely. "Understood." Qin Zheng followed suit with a nod. At this juncture, he was in dire need of merits. Whether for the 9 transformations golden body technique or the refinement of the Dragon Serpent Demon Dan, both demanded considerable merit. Thus, the opportunity to venture forth and slay demons was one he could not afford to decline. "Very well, then let us depart," Wei Wuji affirmed. Su Zimo turned to exchange a glance with Qin Zheng, and the two promptly made their exit. After the two departed, Xiang Qingyu turned to the general and inquired, "Master, has something transpired at Fuxian Lake?" Wei Wuji's gaze flickered momentarily. After a brief pause, he replied, "Nothing of great significance. An old fellow has come to check on my condition." He then shifted his attention to his 2 disciples and continued, "Jilan, tend to his injuries. This lad always overestimates himself. The strength of the Ape King rivals that of the Dragon Lord, and engaging in a contest with him is rather beyond your current capabilities. With that, he turned and departed. At that moment, Xiang Qingyu's aura abruptly plummeted, sinking to a nadir, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let us not linger. It would be unwise to leave behind hidden ailments, Sun Jilan remarked. After a moment's hesitation, Xiang Qingyu nodded and followed her out. In Linyuan City, 2 horses adorned with dragon scales galloped swiftly towards a certain destination. These demon steeds, possessing traces of the bloodline of the flood dragon, exhibited characteristics of the dragon race, qualifying them as dragon horses. Their speed was unparalleled, and their endurance remarkable, racing like the wind, comparable to a grandmaster utilizing lightness skills. There should be no significant issues with the 4th junior brother and the 5th junior sister at Fuxian Lake. Based on the master's tone, it seems some unwise entity has arrived. We shall deal with it swiftly, and then I will treat you to the fish of Fuxian Lake. On horseback, the eldest brother, Su Zimo, declared loudly. Indeed, Qin Zheng nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It was not merely a longing for the delicacies of Fuxian Lake, but rather an eager expectation for the formidable demon that had intruded upon the lake. May it not disappoint. Chapter 110, The Crisis of Fuxian Lake. Happy New Year. In Qingzhou, Yongyuan County, lies Fuxian Lake, the largest lake within Yongyuan County, and arguably the grandest in all of Qingzhou. This vast expanse of water stretches wide, resembling the surface of a sea. The lake's crystalline surface is bordered by emerald hills, enveloped in a shroud of mist, creating a truly ethereal scene. The name Fuxian Lake is derived from this enchanting beauty. At this very moment, however, the lake trembles, sending ripples dancing across its surface. Suddenly, 2 figures burst forth from beneath the water, sending a shower of spray into the air. As they land, one can discern that they are a man and a woman, both surrounded by an intense aura, their breath uneven and slightly disheveled. King of the Qinglin fish, do you believe this Fuxian Lake to be your personal dominion? Why then do you allow another formidable demon of the sacred realm to roam freely? Fu Yu, gripping his gentleman's sword with one hand, spoke as he surveyed the lake before him. Beside him stood the petite Su Qingling, who, though silent, exhibited signs of agitation, her chest rising and falling sharply as her fierce gaze remained fixed on the depths of the lake. A closer inspection would reveal a faint bluish tinge to her complexion, along with a stain of blood seeping through her garments at her abdomen. Little thief Fu Yu, do you think mere words can sow discord between me and my brother, the king of the Qinglin fish? After Fu Yu uttered those words, the surface of the lake erupted, and a massive head emerged, casting a derisive glance at the 2 on shore. This was a colossal white water serpent, as large as a python, its cold vertical pupils fixating on Fu Yu and Su Qingling. The serpent's gaze then shifted towards Su Qingling, a glint of greed flickering in its eyes. My dear lady, if you willingly submit to me and bear a few offspring, I shall surely remedy the serpent venom coursing through your veins. Otherwise, even your master, that esteemed general, will be powerless to save you from this poison. The serpent's tone dripped with both provocation and arrogance. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, I advise you to hand over the antidote. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to depart unscathed. The serpent let out a mocking laugh, and a massive shadow stirred beneath the lake's surface, further darkening Fu Yu's countenance. Little sister was afflicted by the serpent's venom, her combat prowess severely diminished. As time passed, the poison spread, threatening her very life. The 2 formidable demons before them were of the highest caliber, a challenge indeed, given their current state. Compelling the serpent to yield the antidote and vacate Fuxian Lake seemed a daunting task. Nevertheless, as demon slayers and direct disciples of the general, retreat was not an option. The framework of Linyuan City had been firmly established. Any foreign demon must be expelled. With this resolve, Fu Yu tightened his grip on the gentleman's sword and inquired, Sister, can you still hold on? Su Qingling nodded resolutely, declaring, I shall not return to the city without vanquishing this demon. As her words resonated, the crimson aura surrounding her surged with newfound vigor. Excellent. Let us settle this swiftly, Fu Yu exclaimed with a fierce shout, and in an instant, he leapt onto the surface of the lake. Immediately, his sword rained down like a tempest upon the serpent demon. Beneath the surface, a colossal figure roared, causing the lake waters to tremble violently. Su Qingling grasped her great halberd and stepped into the water, challenging the Azure Scale Fish King. In that fleeting moment, a fierce battle erupted anew. Azure sword energy crisscrossed, while the serpent demon's massive form writhed, creating towering waves that splashed high into the air. Two prominent generals, alongside two apex demon saints, clashed with such intensity that it seemed they might upend the very region. Growing weaker, growing weaker. Was the spiritual energy of Qingzhou truly spent? Was Wei Wujia's disciple merely of this caliber? The scales of the serpent demon, akin to armor, deflected Fu Yu's sword energy, inflicting minimal damage. As it rolled, its tail lashed out with the agility of a whip, wielding immense power that forced Fu Yu into a constant state of evasion, seizing opportunities to strike. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment when Qin Lihu vanquished the Flood Dragon demon at the Cold Refuge Pool. Yet, the Flood Dragon then was merely in the midst of transformation, not yet ascended to the realm of demon saints. In stark contrast, the formidable demon before Fu Yu was an authentic demon saint, and far superior to the likes of the nine-spirit Xian Cat. While Fu Yu evaded and struck with relentless fervor, the stalemate with the serpent demon persisted. However, as time elapsed, a growing urgency gripped his heart. His junior sister, afflicted by serpent venom and physically wounded, was now alone beneath the lake, confronting the Azure Scale Fish King, likely deteriorating in condition. Among the formidable demons surrounding Linyan City, the Azure Scale Fish King was the weakest. It understood the boundaries it could not cross to ensure its survival. Conversely, the serpent demon, having entered from outside the realm, was unbound by territorial constraints and acted more recklessly. This was precisely why Fu Yu had tasked his junior sister with facing the Azure Scale Fish King while he confronted the serpent demon. Yet, nothing is absolute, especially now, as the Tsang Yuan Dragon Lord neared its metamorphosis, drawing the full attention of the generals. In such circumstances, many matters could not be assessed through the lens of past experiences. Thus, Fu Yu's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that the Azure Scale Fish King might indeed resort to lethal force, trapping his junior sister beneath the lake. Resolving himself with steely determination, a fierce aura erupted from Fu Yu, coalescing into a sword of azure light, extending over 10 meters in length. These obstinate beasts shall be punished, he bellowed, bringing his sword down with unyielding might. Whoosh! With a single stroke, the sword descended, its chilling aura slicing through the air, causing the serpent demon's vertical pupils to contract sharply. The serpent demon's body writhed violently, propelling itself through the water like an arrow, darting toward Fu Yu. Simultaneously, beneath the surface of the lake, a tumultuous boiling ensued, crimson energy surging forth. In that instant, both disciples unleashed their most formidable techniques. Boom! The lake erupted with towering waves, crashing down like a torrential downpour. At that moment, a deep crimson hue manifested on the lake's surface, and a pungent scent of blood began to permeate the surroundings. Fu Yu, gripping the Junzi's sword with a trembling right hand, felt the fatigue from relentless combat, even as a grandmaster. Yet, he dared not relax, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixated on the scene before him. There, the serpent demon continued to thrash, its breath faltering beneath the force of that strike, yet it was not yet at the end of its tether. Meanwhile, Fu Yu's senses delved into the depths of the lake, searching for any trace of his junior sister. Just then, a colossal shadow emerged from the depths. Following closely, a massive bubble erupted from the lakebed, surfacing. In that moment, Fu Yu's pupils constricted in alarm, for within that bubble lay his junior sister, Su Qingling, her face pale and unconscious. Your junior sister has perished. Let us see how long you can withstand this alone. A voice resonated from beneath the lake, reaching Fu Yu's ears. Junior sister, Fu Yu shouted desperately. Yet, his voice bore no weight. Su Qingling furrowed her brow, attempting to rise, but her body lay immobilized. It was evident that her veins were turning dark, the discoloration spreading relentlessly. Fu Yu's expression darkened. He glared at the shadow beneath the lake, proclaiming with icy authority, Qinglin Fish King, should you allow my junior sister to perish here, you shall know the consequences. As his words echoed, the shadow beneath the lake seemed to falter. Moments later, the ripples spread, guiding the bubble containing Su Qingling closer to Fu Yu. Hurry back, do not disturb my meeting with the Serpent King. A voice emanated from below the lake. Fu Yu recognized the urgency of the moment. He needed to hasten and retrieve his junior sister to purge the serpent venom. As for the Serpent King's intrusion into Fuxian Lake, he believed his master would sense the disturbance and make necessary arrangements. At that instant, myriad thoughts surged through Fuyu's mind, though filled with resentment. As a personal disciple of the general, he was forced to retreat in disgrace by two formidable demons. Yet, the life of his junior sister took precedence. Everything else paled in comparison. Wait. Just then, the serpent demon ceased its thrashing. A deep gash marred its head, blood seeping into the flesh. A sight both horrifying and grotesque. Upon uttering these words, the serpent's tail suddenly moved, instantly ensnaring the delicate bubble that enveloped Su Qianling. A chill coursed through Fu Yu's heart as he gripped his gentleman's sword tightly, declaring once more, "You slippery eel, are you truly unafraid of death?" The serpent demon, with a sinister grin, disdainfully retorted, "With the ascension of the Zhongyuan dragon lord imminent, does Wei Wujie dare to depart from Yongyuan County? If I eliminate the two of you, I shall swiftly flee Yongyuan County, and what can Wei Wujie do to me then? Moreover, I have just mentioned that only I possess the antidote to the poison afflicting this young lady. If I were to bear a child with a general's direct descendant, surely this news would cause Wei Wujie's prestige to plummet." In an instant, Fu Yu was engulfed by a blend of shock and fury, his aura surging dramatically. As if he were on the verge of combustion, his entire being radiating with intertwining azure energy like flames. Observing his transformation, the serpent demon coldly smirked and spoke again. "I." Boom. A streak of light suddenly materialized. Following this, the sound of thunder reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Within Fuyu's gaze, he witnessed the serpent demon, which had been mocking him moments before, being pierced through by the streak of light in the blink of an eye. A massive splash of blood erupted as the demon's corporeal form was forcefully hurled away. Beneath the lake's surface, the azure scale fish king seemed to have reacted, surging forth from the water, intent on devouring Su Qianling. Buzz. A gentle breeze swept by. The fish king let out a pained roar, plummeting back to the lake's depths. All these transformations unfolded in the blink of an eye. Fu Yu immediately realized that his master had sensed the situation and sent his senior brother to assist. He abruptly turned his head, only to see two figures standing in the distance. One wielded dual swords, eyes closed in concentration, while the other held a great bow, his expression icy. It was his senior brother, and Qinzheng. Chapter 111. Single kill of the Demon Saint Realm Serpent Monarch. Happy New Year. Quickly take Qingling back to heal. At that moment, a voice resonated within Fuyu's mind. He immediately reacted, activating his lightness skill and swiftly leaping towards the bubble. After being struck by an arrow, the serpent demon retracted its tail, ceasing to coil around the bubble. With a swift thrust, he pierced the bubble and retrieved Su Qingling. Just then, the serpent demon, recovering from the previous arrow, furiously lashed its tail and bellowed, "Who is it?" Simultaneously, its massive form surged towards Fuyo. Boom! Another arrow, like a streak of light, zipped past Fuyo and suddenly pierced through the water's surface. Hiss! A piercing roar erupted from the serpent demon. Following this, a barrage of arrows shot forth in rapid succession. In an instant, the serpent demon was forced to retreat beneath the surface of the lake, daring not to show itself. Fuyo took this opportunity to carry his junior sister back to the shore, arriving before his elder brother. "Elder brother, it seems my junior sister cannot make it back to Linyuan City." He anxiously gazed at Su Zimo. At this moment, Su Qingling was suffering from the spread of serpent venom, her breath growing faint. Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked at Su Qingling in Fuyo's arms, his pupils slightly constricting. Does the serpent demon possess an antidote? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Fuyo was taken aback and turned to Qinzheng, replying, "Yes. Serpent gall can counteract it." "Good." A decisive response echoed, and the ground beneath them cracked open as a figure surged forth. Fuyo stared in disbelief at Qinzheng's darting silhouette. He knew that Qinzheng had previously slain a demon saint-level creature. However, that nine-spirit mystic cat was merely at the lowest tier of the demon saint realm. Even some extraordinary bloodline demon kings could easily overpower it. In contrast, the serpent demon in Fuxian Lake was a true top-tier demon saint, far beyond the capabilities of the nine-spirit mystic cat. Moreover, Qinzheng had yet to advance to a grand master, lacking the protective aura to traverse the water's surface as if it were solid ground. Given these factors, recklessly charging forward could very well lead to his demise. Just as he was about to shout for Qin Zheng to return, a hand grasped him. Fuyo turned, confused, to look at his elder brother. Earlier that morning, he had sparred with his second junior brother, gaining a slight advantage. Su Zimo, succinct in his words, dispelled the tumult of thoughts within Fuyo's mind. He then continued, I will assist him in suppressing that azure-scaled fish king. You focus on using your aura to protect the heart meridian of our fifth junior sister. With that, he slowly closed one eye, and a gentle breeze swept past Fuyo's side. Fuyo fell silent, suppressing his inner shock, and hurriedly set Su Qingling down, channeling his aura into her body to safeguard her heart meridian from the encroaching serpent venom. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Qin Zheng's figure suddenly surged forth, approaching the lakeside, a powerful force coursed through his feet, and with a mighty stomp, an explosive sound reverberated in the air. The ground beneath him rapidly caved in and fractured under the sheer might of his strength. In an instant, like a cannonball shattering the sound barrier, Qin Zheng traversed the lake surface and arrived at the location of the serpent demon. Simultaneously, he extended his hand, seizing the serpent demon with an iron grip, feeling the tumultuous power raging within its form. With a swift twist of his waist, he yanked the serpent demon from the water and hurled it forcefully towards the shore. At this moment, still not having reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, he lacked the protective aura of Qi to tread upon the water's surface as if it were solid ground. Thus, he took the initiative to alter the battleground, casting the serpent demon onto the solid land, facilitating his confrontation with it. The serpent demon, with its immense bulk, erupted from the water, ensnared by Qin Zheng's overwhelming strength, twisting and tumbling through the air before crashing down upon the earth with a resounding thud. Yet Qin Zheng did not descend into the water. Instead, he concentrated his power in his feet, and, with another powerful stride, the surface of the water became as firm as solid ground, propelling him once more towards the serpent demon. His movements were swift and decisive. From inquiring whether the serpent demon possessed an antidote to this very moment of extracting it from the lake and casting it onto the land, all transpiring in mere moments. On the shore, Fu Yu, while protecting Su Qingling's vital pulse, watched in astonishment at Qin Zheng's ferocious and rapid maneuvers. Such strength! It was no wonder he could contend with the second senior brother and hold the advantage. Yet how could his improvement be so rapid? Or had he been concealing his true power all along? Amidst the shock, doubts began to stir within Fu Yu's mind. Meanwhile, the enormous shadow lurking beneath the lake appeared unresponsive, perhaps stunned by Su Zimo, remaining utterly still throughout the ordeal. Upon reaching solid ground, the firm sensation beneath Qin Zheng's feet instilled a sense of reassurance within him. The torrent of power surged more recklessly within him, flowing freely. Who on earth are you? The serpent demon hissed, coiling its serpentine body, its cold, slit-like eyes fixated on Qin Zheng, betraying an unexpected terror. This man's strength was formidable. Could he be the second disciple of Wei Wuji, renowned as the Overlord, who dared to challenge the four-armed Ape King? Qin Zheng chose not to engage in further banter with the serpent demon. Upon reaching the ground, he shook his shoulder and gripped the ghost head blade firmly in his hand. In an instant, he was before the serpent demon, delivering a strike akin to a full moon descending, with overwhelming force coursing through the blade, tearing through the air and producing a thunderous roar. Upon witnessing this, the serpent demon's pupils dilated, and its form swiftly shifted, its colossal tail snapping like a whip, striking fiercely at Qin Zheng. In a flash, the chilling blade of light sliced through the serpent tail, aiming for the demon's vital point. The agonizing pain of its severed tail caused the serpent demon to rear upright, its mouth stretching wide in a primal scream. However, simultaneously, its body once again rolled violently, suddenly darting aside to evade Qin Zheng's strike. Crack! The blade of Qin Zheng cleaved the ground, instantly creating a fissure that rapidly spread forward, resembling a rift in the earth. After dodging the blow, the serpent demon swiftly maneuvered, darting away like a shadow. Attempting to flee, Qin Zheng observed coldly, stepping forward, and in an instant, he surged forth. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the serpent demon and reached out, seizing its severed tail. Buzz! Following this, his vital energy surged rapidly, a tempest of power roaring within him. Qin Zheng yanked fiercely, and the serpent demon was immediately pulled back by his immense strength. Leaping forward, He positioned himself above the demon's head. Upon seeing Qin Zheng, the serpent demon opened its maw wide, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Qin Zheng extended a hand, pressing down on the demon's upper jaw, and then forcefully applied pressure. Under the overwhelming force, the serpent demon's gaping mouth was swiftly crushed shut, shattering countless fangs in the process. Agonizing pain surged forth as the serpent demon writhed violently, yet under Qin Zheng's colossal strength, it remained utterly immobilized. With one hand pinning the demon's massive head, he gripped the ghostly blade tightly, its cold edge glimmering ominously, and in a swift motion, he struck down. Whoosh! The serpent demon's enormous head was instantly severed. Qin Zheng tossed the head aside, then stepped forward to the vital point, driving the blade down with ferocity. The heart exploded, and the serpent demon's struggling body gradually ceased its movements. A demon of the demon's saint realm had fallen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fuyu was left utterly speechless, his gaze fixed on Qin Zheng in a state of shock. Beside him, Su Zimo, who had originally closed his eyes in contemplation, slowly opened them. As his eyes turned toward Qin Zheng in the distance, they were filled with a complex array of emotions. In a mere moment, he had single-handedly vanquished a demon of the demon's saint realm. Such formidable combat prowess was on par with that of himself and Xiang Qingyu. Yet, they had trained for an extended period under the general's tutelage and had already transcended to the Grand Master realm. In contrast, Qin Zheng remained merely a master. Such talent. Truly, a true dragon is about to emerge from this shallow pool of Qingzhou. Su Zimo mused inwardly. He then shifted his gaze to Fuxian Lake, where the massive figure had already vanished into the depths, not resurfacing again. Behold, the serpent's gallbladder. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Zheng had already extracted the gallbladder from the serpent's body and approached the two men. His voice immediately snapped Fuyu back to reality. Excellent. Fuyu nodded eagerly, rising to accept the gallbladder from Qin Zheng's hand. Unlike the usual fetid odor of serpent gallbladders, this one instead exuded a refreshing fragrance that was utterly captivating. He then bent down and gently placed the serpent's gall into the unconscious Su Qingling's mouth. The gall melted instantly upon contact, swiftly permeating her entire being. Subsequently, the dark bruises that marred her body faded at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zheng averted his gaze and lowered his eyes to the remaining, still warm demonic elixir in his hand. Above his mind's sea, the merit scroll trembled slightly, revealing a new line of text. Item discovered. Serpent King demonic elixir can be refined. Requires 1 pound of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note: refining grants the skill, enigmatic venom scripture. The elixir, once refined, would transform into a martial skill, Qin Zheng pondered. At that moment, Su Zimo suddenly spoke up. Qin Zheng's thoughts instantly returned to the present as he turned to face his companion and replied, The elder brother hesitated for a moment before smiling and shaking his head, saying, It's nothing, I just think you did exceptionally well. With that, a smile graced his face as he gave Qin Zheng a thumbs up. This elder brother. Qin Zheng felt a slight flush of embarrassment, but still replied, Had it not been for your intimidation of the Azure Scale Fish King, I would not have been able to slay the serpent demon so swiftly. However, Su Zimo slowly shook his head, expressing a hint of nostalgia as he remarked, I did not play a significant role under the formidable strength exhibited by Qin Zheng. The Azure Scale Fish King, a top-tier demon of the sacred realm that had instilled fear in Linyuan City, sensed a threat and chose to retreat deep into the lake's depths. Although Su Zimo contributed somewhat, it was ultimately Qin Zheng's overwhelming combat prowess that made the difference. Chapter 112. The Spirit Mist Deer King. Storm approaches. The battle at Fuxian Lake concluded swiftly. From the moment Su Zimo and Qin Zheng arrived until Qin Zheng decisively struck down the serpent demon, the entire affair transpired in mere moments. When Su Qingling abruptly awoke and expelled a mouthful of blood laced with potent toxins, her aura returned to normal. Only then did the four companions resume their journey back to Linyuan City. Along the way, a palpable silence enveloped them. Even the usually loquacious senior brother refrained from speaking much. Qin Zheng immersed his thoughts in the depths of his mind, contemplating what to enhance next as he observed the contents of the merit scroll. Meanwhile, Su Zimo and Fu Yu remained absorbed in the astonishing display of Qin Zheng's swift and decisive slaying of the Serpent King, feeling a profound sense of pressure regarding their new commander's prodigious talent. Su Qingling maintained a calm demeanor, yet she frequently stole glances at Qin Zheng when she believed no one was watching. Following her awakening, Fu Yu promptly recounted the events that had transpired. The fact that she had just shed her identity as a junior sister only to be rescued by her junior brother left her in a state of inner conflict. Consequently, she could no longer assert her status as an elder sister before him. Reflecting on this, Su Qingling furrowed her brows, feeling a twinge of frustration. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Fu Yu inquired, having noticed her expression. Su Qingling shook her head in a calm manner, concealing the faint disarray within her heart. That was a close call. Her thoughts nearly revealed themselves. Fu Yu nodded lightly, and after a moment's contemplation, her gaze flitted between Su Qingling and Qin Zheng before she smiled gently and chose to remain silent. The journey continued without incident. As they approached Lingyuan City, the presence of demons diminished, rendering the path increasingly safe. Upon their return, the sun had already dipped low in the sky, casting a fiery hue across the horizon. "Esteemed sirs, the commander awaits you in the martial arena of the inner courtyard," one of the lieutenants respectfully announced as they arrived at the commander's estate. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Zimo led the way into the inner courtyard, returning to the arena they had visited earlier that morning. Upon their arrival, they discovered two figures, one large, one small, already present in the martial arena. Qin Zheng keenly sensed that the aura of the formidable Xiang Qingyu was considerably stronger than it had been earlier that day. It was evident that the latter had also noticed their arrival, as their eyes met across the expanse of space. "Junior brother," Xiang Qingyu greeted with a slight nod. "Senior brother," Qin Zheng responded similarly, their exchange devoid of any lingering emotions, as if all animosities had been wholly dissipated beneath the weight of the dragon demon core. As Su Qingling caught sight of another figure clad in pure white garments, she hurriedly approached, her voice tinged with despair. "Senior sister's son, I almost couldn't return." At that moment, although the snake venom had been purged from her system, the toll of a night spent in fierce battle left her exceedingly weakened, rendering her complexion quite pale. The utterance of these words bore a hint of tragic sorrow. "Do not speak. First, consume this elixir," Sun Jilan interjected, halting Su Qingling's lamentations. She produced a jade vial, delicately pouring forth a pill and placing it into Su Qingling's mouth. The instant the elixir settled within her, Su Qingling's pallor visibly transformed, her complexion regaining a healthy hue. While she had not fully returned to her former vigor, the contrast from her earlier ashen visage was remarkable. "Thank you, senior sister." Feeling the revitalization coursing through her, Su Qingling embraced Sun Jilan's hand exuberantly, her voice bright and cheerful. In that moment, she resembled an ordinary young girl, starkly contrasting with the fierce demeanor she had exhibited earlier during her confrontation with the formidable demon at Fuxian Lake. With the arrival of Qin Zheng and his three companions, the 6 direct disciples under the general were now fully assembled. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a blue robe appeared in the distance. He seemed to stroll leisurely, yet with each step, he covered an extraordinary distance. In mere moments, he stood before the group, demonstrating a level of lightness and movement that transcended ordinary comprehension. His gaze first settled upon Qin Zheng, nodding in approval. "Decisive in action, clean and efficient. Well done." This was yet another commendation. Within the span of a single day, Qin Zheng had been praised twice by this foremost martial artist of Qingzhou. He could only clasp his fists in respectful acknowledgement. "Master, you flatter me." Then, Wei Wuji's gaze swept over the 6 present, and he spoke again. "An urgent report has arrived from Yong'an County. A powerful demon of the Saint Realm has been sighted, necessitating our investigation." At this proclamation, the attendees raised their eyebrows in intrigue. Fu Yu interjected, "Yong'an County, if I recall correctly. It is under the jurisdiction of the Gung Battalion?" Su Zimo nodded, responding, "Indeed, it is the territory of the Gung Battalion. The Qinghuan Sword Sect, which previously encountered trouble, is also located there. However, their Grandmaster met his demise while pursuing the Lingming Deer King, only to be killed in return. With such a significant loss of strength in a county, which formidable demon would dare harbor designs on Yong'an County?" Su Zimo cast a curious glance at General Wei Wuji. "It is indeed the Lingming Deer King," Sun Jilan interjected. Having long resided within the main estate, she was often the first to receive news. "The tale of this demon is somewhat amusing. After slaying Zhang Ru's sword, it assumed his form and returned to the Qing Yuan sword sect. Truly, it is remarkably foolish. Sun Jilan chuckled lightly, expressing a mix of exasperation and disdain. Does it truly believe that demon slayers are blind? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly and took over the conversation, saying, the Lingming Deer King is indeed a formidable demon at the saint level, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans. It cannot be so foolish. There must be more to this matter. After finishing his words, his gaze turned towards General Wei Wujia, for the true nature of the situation likely rested with him. Qin Zheng observed the ongoing discussion among the group in silence, remaining motionless. However, when everyone directed their attention towards the general, his gaze followed suit, resting on the foremost martial artist of Qingzhou. Wei Wujia pondered for a moment before speaking. After the deer demon disguised itself as Zhang Rujian and entered the Qingyuan sword sect, its every action and demeanor were in line with Zhang Rujian. Had it not been for the confirmation from the Gung camp that Zhang Rujian had been killed in battle, even they would have found it difficult to ascertain the authenticity of that Zhang Rujian. Given the implications of a demon at the saint level, the Gung camp cannot act recklessly. Therefore, who among you shall venture to investigate the situation first? Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances. Sun Jilan, skilled in the art of healing rather than combat, would certainly refrain from participating. The eldest disciple, Su Zimo, and the second disciple, Xiang Qingyu, were required to remain in constant confrontation with the four-handed Ape King and could not afford to leave. After all, Fengming Mountain was perilously close to Linyuan City, and the Tsang Dragon Lord was on the verge of transformation. If the general were to suppress the Dragon Lord without any hindrance from the four-handed Ape King, Linyuan City would be left in great peril. Among the remaining individuals, only the fourth disciple, Fu Yu, the fifth disciple, Su Qingling, and the newly accepted Qin Zheng remained. I shall go, Qin Zheng declared, shattering the silence that enveloped the room. To him, demons were merely resources for accumulation, particularly those at the saint level, which were rare and difficult to find. With one now appearing, he certainly could not let the opportunity slip away. As he spoke, the others turned their attention to him. Although Qin Zheng had yet to advance to the Grand Master level, his prowess had already earned the recognition of his peers, having decisively slain the Snake Lord. The Deer King that infiltrated the Qingyuan sword sect was unlikely to possess greater strength than the Snake Lord. Thus, there was little danger in his undertaking. Perhaps it was the lingering impression left by the battle at Fuxian Lake that influenced Su Zimo and the others. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's proactive offer, they felt as though the matter was already resolved, even before he had embarked on his journey. General Wei Wujia, upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, fixed his gaze upon him and thoughtfully replied, "You have just entered the sect and should ideally spend some time cultivating in the courtyard. However, your strength is indeed sufficient to stand on your own. In that case, you shall go." Qin Zheng nodded, harboring no resentment, only anticipation in his heart. The only way to swiftly accumulate merit was through the continuous slaying of demons, allowing him to elevate his capabilities more rapidly. This was especially true after acquiring the 9 transformation golden body technique. Enhancing this martial art would not only bolster his strength, but also facilitate the unlocking of his fate wheel, thereby elevating his realm. Had it not been for insufficient merit, achieving the level of Grand Master overnight under the enhancement of this martial art would not have been a daunting task. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng silently resolved to eliminate the formidable demon in the sacred demon realm upon arriving at Yong'an County, as well as to cleanse the remaining demonic entities therein. Only by doing so could he accrue greater merit, facilitating his ascension. These thoughts rapidly flitted through Qin Zheng's mind, filling him with an increasing sense of anticipation. However, despite his inner musings, he maintained an outward demeanor of tranquility. ZMO, you shall designate 3 subordinate generals to accompany Qin Zheng. Wei Wuji contemplated before addressing Su Zimo naturally. Su Zimo nodded in agreement. Very well, there is no need for haste. The deer demon has not yet made any notable movements. We shall set out tomorrow morning, Wei Wuji concluded, subsequently instructing a few others before departing with hands clasped behind his back. Qin Zheng, having exchanged brief pleasantries with the others, also took his leave. Once his figure disappeared from the training ground, one of the inner disciples, Fu Yu, sighed in admiration. This junior disciple is indeed a treasure bestowed upon us by the heavens. In this era of rampant demonic afflictions across the Great Jin, And with Qingzhou situated on the fringes of danger, the emergence of a prodigy such as Qin Zheng raises questions of fate and fortune. With resolute hearts and clear minds, we shall not fall short either. Xiang Qingyu suddenly interjected before turning to depart, leaving the others with a formidable silhouette. Time passed. The following day, Qin Jing stepped out of his small courtyard early in the morning. At that moment, Su Zmo arrived with 3 men clad in dark robes. Master brother, Qin Zheng greeted as he approached. Su Zmo nodded, subsequently producing a set of attire and a token, which he handed to Qin Zheng. While we may dress casually around Linyuan City, once we leave this place, we must don the attire of the general's direct disciples to signify our status, he explained, turning to gesture towards the 3 men. These 3 are martial artists of the Grand Master realm from the academy, and they will serve as your subordinates, assisting you in eradicating demons in Yong'an County. Qin Zheng accepted the attire and token, casting a determined gaze at the 3 subordinates, who exuded a steadfast presence, truly embodying the essence of Grand Masters. As Qin Zheng regarded them, they respectfully clasped their fists and addressed him, Lord Qin. Within Linyuan City, disciples of the general hold no official titles and are collectively referred to as Lord. Qin Zheng nodded, then took the disciple's attire and retreated to his room to change. When he re-emerged before the others, he was adorned in a black robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns, complemented by his own cold and powerful aura. He appeared strikingly heroic, emanating an overwhelming sense of authority. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my junior disciple. Su Zimo immediately applauded with enthusiasm. Qin Zheng chuckled softly, shaking his head, and then spoke. I shall take my leave now. The horses are prepared outside the courtyard. All must proceed with caution. Su Zimo nodded in agreement and replied. Qin Zheng acknowledged her words and then set off with the 3 subordinate generals. Lord Qin. Upon exiting the courtyard, several lieutenants were already waiting with the steeds. Qin Zheng nodded, then mounted his horse. The 3 subordinate generals followed suit, their gazes fixed intently ahead. Go! With a low command, the 4 magnificent steeds dashed forth. With their stamina and vigor, these extraordinary horses would surely carry them swiftly to Yong'an County. As the 4 steeds vanished from the courtyard, the remaining lieutenants continued to watch the direction in which the young figure had departed. As far as I know, our Lord Qin is even younger than Lord Su. Barely over 17, someone suddenly remarked with a sense of wonder. Upon hearing this, the others joined in their musings, exclaiming, What is most astonishing is that this Lord Qin has managed to gain the upper hand against Lord Xiang. Moreover, a new formidable demon of the sacred realm emerged from Lake Fuxian, and it was this Lord Qin who swiftly dispatched it with 2 strikes. It is said that the azure-scaled Fish King was so terrified it hastily retreated to the depths of the lake, fearing it might also be dealt with by Lord Qin. Lord Qin's future could very well be more expansive than that of the other esteemed lords. Mind your words. Yong'an County, Qingluan Sword Sect. After Zhang Rujian had concluded the affairs within and beyond the sect, he returned calmly to his quarters. Creaking open the door, he was met with a scene drenched in blood. A man was bound to a pillar, ensnared by thorns, his flesh torn and bathed in blood. Most terrifying of all were the 2 peculiar antlers sprouting from his chest, emanating a crimson glow, writhing as if they were siphoning the man's lifeblood and essence. The figure was none other than the Grand Master Shixinhong, the very one who had once led the siege against Zhang Rujian. Chapter 113. Dare to pose as my demon slayer general? Seeking death. The sound of hooves echoed as 4 fierce steeds galloped down the official road, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. At the forefront, Qin Zheng gripped the reins with one hand, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The demon steeds, infused with the bloodline of a dragon, were capable of traversing 1,000 miles without pause. In the span of a single day, he had journeyed from Linyuan City in Yongyuan County to Yong'an County, accompanied by 3 subordinate generals. Without delay, Qin Zheng directed his course towards the Yunqing Peak, the stronghold of the Qingluan Sword Sect. A demon of the demon saint realm had disguised itself as a human and infiltrated the martial world, undoubtedly harboring sinister intentions. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate it swiftly to avert any unforeseen calamity. With this thought in mind, they arrived at the foot of Yunqing Peak just as the sun reached its zenith. At that moment, they beheld a throng of figures densely clustered at the mountain's base. Although their attire differed slightly from that of the Run Regiment, they unmistakably represented the demon slayers. Qin Zheng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The intelligence relayed from the Gung regiment to Lingyuan City had clearly indicated that matters concerning the Demon Saint realm were too grave for them to act without the direct orders of the commanding general. Yet, the current scene suggested a significant mobilization had occurred. Had something transpired during his journey? The four figures soon approached the base of Yinqing Peak, drawing the attention of the demon slayers from the Gung regiment. Halt! Who goes there? A master-level subordinate general emerged from the crowd, employing his lightness skill to advance. Brandishing a long spear as he called out sternly, Qin Zheng reined in his horse, coming to a stop. Behind him, one of his subordinate generals stepped forward and proclaimed, "We hail from Lingyuan City. This is Lord Qin Zheng, personally dispatched by the commanding general." The Gung regiment's subordinate general expressed skepticism, stating, "There are 5 personal envoys from the commanding general, yet I have not heard of any with the surname Qin." Dismounting, Qin Zheng produced his personal disciple token, briefly displaying it before the subordinate general and inquired, "Who ordered you to guard this place?" Upon seeing the token, the Gung regiment's subordinate general hesitated, but reasoned that no one in Qingzhou would dare impersonate a personal envoy of the commanding general. He then lowered his spear and replied respectfully, "It was the Grand General Shi who stationed us here." Grand General Shi Xinhong, the general of the Gung regiment. Qin Zheng nodded and stated, "Lead me to him." With this Grandmaster stationed in Yong'an County, matters would be much easier to address. He would undoubtedly possess the most accurate information regarding the demon. However, after Qin Zheng spoke, the Gung regiment's subordinate general exhibited a moment of hesitation. Qin Zheng's brow furrowed, his gaze piercing as he lowered his voice. "Are you unwilling?" Upon uttering these words, the 3 subordinate generals who had accompanied him from Lingyuan City stepped forward, their auras suddenly surging. The situation within the Gung unit appeared rather unusual. Observing this, one of the generals hastily shook his head and candidly stated, "The Grand General has sustained injuries from his previous battle with the Great Demon and is currently recuperating. He has issued a decree that no one is to disturb him before his recovery. Lord Qin, this is the order from the Grand General, and we are merely obeying. I hope you will not make things difficult for us." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, seemingly in contemplation. After a brief pause, he nodded and responded, "Since the Grand General is unwell, I shall refrain from disturbing him. I will handle the great demon atop the mountain." With that, he began to stride towards Yinqing Peak. However, the general once again obstructed his path and continued, "My apologies, Lord Qin. The Grand General has decreed that no one may ascend the mountain without his permission." As these words were spoken, the demon-slaying officers of the Gung unit stepped forward in unison, their energies rising. Qin Zheng's gaze turned icy. "Impudent. The actions of the chief commander are not for you to impede." Behind Qin Zheng, 3 subordinate generals stepped forward, confronting the Gung unit general. The atmosphere grew tense as they faced off. "What are you doing? Step aside immediately. Do not disturb Lord Qin." At that moment, a somewhat feeble voice rang out. The demon-slaying officers of the Gung unit turned to the source of the voice, and the crowded throng parted to create a passage. A figure clad in a silver-patterned black robe, with a pallid complexion, emerged from the other side of the crowd and approached Qin Zheng. "Grand General, Grand General." As the figure drew closer, the demon-slaying officers of the Gung unit bowed respectfully. Upon reaching Qin Zheng, the figure's pale face revealed a hint of an apologetic smile as he spoke. "My subordinates have been remiss in their discipline. I hope Lord Qin will not take offense." Upon finishing his words, his expression hardened, and he turned to the Gung unit general, commanding, "How dare you be so disrespectful? Apologize to Lord Qin at once." The Gung unit general stepped forward, preparing to speak to Qin Zheng, but Qin Zheng raised his hand to halt him and said, "It is commendable that you remain loyal to your Grand General. However, what if this esteemed general before you is not your Grand General?" Upon hearing this, the Gung unit general was momentarily taken aback, seemingly caught off guard. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng moved like a phantom, stepping forward and striking the pale-faced man in the chest with a powerful palm, tearing through the air. Swish! Boom! In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing violently into the mountains behind him. "Bold demon! How dare you impersonate me, the Demon Slayer General? Truly fearless!" Qin Zheng exclaimed coldly, shaking his shoulder as the ghostly blade fell into his grasp, stepping forth once more. At that moment, a new inscription materialized upon the scroll of merits in his heart's sea. "Qingqiu Fox Demon, feasting on human hearts, deeply sinful. Slay it to gain 32 pounds and 4 ounces of merit. The general of the Gung unit was not the true figure, but had been replaced by a fox demon of the saintly realm. Qin Zheng's abrupt strike exceeded everyone's expectations, and some uncomprehending demon slayer lieutenants immediately drew their blades, ready to act. Fortunately, the deputy commander facing Qin Zheng clearly heard his words. Demon, impersonating me, the demon slayer general. No wonder the general had shown some changes since returning to the Gung unit. It all made sense now. With this realization, he scanned the restless demon slayer lieutenants around him and bellowed, "Stand down." As his words echoed, the lieutenants halted, gazing at him in confusion. At that moment, from another direction, a piercing, beastly roar suddenly erupted, capturing everyone's attention as they turned toward the source. There stood their general, his visage contorted in agony, flesh tearing apart as he transformed into a massive fox demon. A thick miasma of demonic energy surged skyward, sweeping across the area, instilling an unprecedented fear in the hearts of all present. It was the terror of facing a ferocious tiger, akin to an ordinary person powerless before it. The general they had followed was, in truth, a formidable demon of the saintly realm. A tremor ran through everyone, and as they gazed at that youthful figure, they felt a wave of astonishment. Despite being in constant proximity to the general, they had failed to detect the fox demon's substitution. Yet this newcomer, upon their first encounter, could discern the anomaly. Truly, a prodigy of the general, possessing skills far beyond the ordinary. Why is it that, having never met Shishinin, you can tell I am not him? The fox demon roared at Qin Zheng. However, Qin Zheng offered no reply. With a swift stride, he closed the distance. The ghostly blade enveloped in immense force, descending in a swift arc. Since this fox demon had dared to impersonate Shishinin, the true general of the Gung unit was likely in grave peril. With the general in distress, it was clear that these great demons had sinister intentions. Thus, the only course of action was to sever the chaos with decisive strikes, swiftly eliminating these fiends to prevent further escalation. The blade cleaved through the air, unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it descended upon the fox demon's head. Realizing its identity had been exposed and confronted by Qin Zheng's relentless assault, the demon's instinctive response was to flee. With a mighty sweep of its colossal tail, the creature lunged forth like a serpent as Qin Zheng's blade descended. The moment the demon's great knife collided with the fox spirit's tail, it produced a resounding clang that echoed like the ringing of iron. However, the fox spirit's tail did not endure for long. In an instant, it was severed by Qin Zheng's strike. In excruciating pain, the fox spirit let out a piercing howl, its eyes turning towards Qin Zheng, revealing a mix of fear and hatred. Yet, it did not linger. It swiftly turned and darted towards the summit of Yinxing Peak like a shadow. Its speed was so formidable that it left no room for pursuit in the hearts of onlookers. Even at that moment, Qin Zheng recognized that his current agility could not match the fox spirit's swiftness. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. He plunged the demon's knife into the ground beside him, grasped his great bow, and knocked an arrow. A torrent of power surged within him, coalescing in his arms. The string, crafted from the sinews of a dragon, was drawn to its utmost limit. Then, boom, the arrow was released like a streak of lightning, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, the arrow traversed 100 feet, piercing through the fox spirit from behind and emerging at its head. Thud! A dull explosion resounded as the fox spirit erupted, disintegrating into a shower of blood and flesh. The fox spirit of the demon saint realm had fallen. After this, Qin Zheng remained composed, his expression unchanged. He turned to the 3 subordinate generals he had brought along and commanded, "Guard this place." With that, he took a step and, employing his lightness skill, soared towards the summit of Yinxing Peak like a swift swallow. Chapter 114. Slaying the Spirit Ming Deer King. On the summit of Yinxing Peak, within the esteemed Qingluan sword sect, a profound silence enveloped the vast sect, rendering it eerily quiet. Only in the depths of the sect could one discern the faint rustling sounds. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were the sounds of teeth gnashing through flesh and bone. After an indeterminate duration, the sounds ceased. It was then that Zhang Rujian, his figure stained with blood, emerged slowly. He departed from his place of feeding, his expression devoid of emotion, and returned to his chamber. Creak! As the wooden door swung open, A scene of blood red greeted his eyes. The man bound to the pillar had grown increasingly emaciated, yet the pair of antlers sprouting from his chest glowed with an even more vibrant hue. The essence of a grandmaster's flesh and blood nourished these antlers. Such an act was not within the capabilities of an ordinary beast, especially considering that this grandmaster was the formidable general tasked with slaying demons in defense of a province. Visitors had arrived from Linyuan City, but they were neither Su Zimo nor Xiang Qingyu. It was merely an unnamed junior of the Master Realm. Observing the nearly lifeless Shixin En, Zhang Rujian spoke slowly, prompting a difficult awakening of Shixin En's consciousness. In his current state, resembling a mere husk, he managed to part his lips, and a raspy voice emerged from his throat to challenge the demon slayers. You are seeking your own demise. Though his voice was faint, it was imbued with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rujian's calm demeanor shattered, replaced by a mocking sneer. Demon slayers. Huh. In this vast Qingzhou, aside from Wei Wuji, who merits our respect, the rest of the martial artists are but vermin. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you demon slayers of Qingzhou. With that, he approached Shixin En, extending his hands to gently grasp the antlers. Then, with a sudden force, he wrenched them violently from Shixin En's chest. The chest was torn open, creating a gaping wound. This excruciating injury instantly jolted Shixin En's feeble consciousness into sharp clarity, and he let out a piercing scream. Zhang Rujian, now examining the pair of antlers in his hands, reveled in the echoes of the screams that lingered in his ears. His expression was one of rapture, as if he had heard the most enchanting melody in the world. He then spoke again, slowly. By slaying you, the general of the Gung Battalion, and another true disciple, I do not believe that old coot, Wei Wuji, will continue to cower within Linyuan City, fixated on the Tsangyuan Dragon Monarch. Should he dare to venture forth, the Tsangyuan Dragon Monarch shall immediately commence his transformation, and I shall retreat deep into the Moxu mountain range. At that moment, our demon clan shall gain another great sage. The annihilation of the great Jin and the enslavement of humanity will be but a matter of time. In the end, Zhang Rujian's expression turned somewhat frenzied. Opposite him, Shi Xinhong's chest and abdomen had been violently torn open, revealing the nearly desiccated organs within, along with blood and bone. After a scream of excruciating pain, Shi Xinhong's breath diminished rapidly, akin to an avalanche, until it vanished entirely. Only then did Zhang Rujian let out a light chuckle, slowly placing the deer antlers upon his head. With a swift motion, the flesh at the base of the antlers burrowed into his scalp, merging seamlessly. Simultaneously, an aura of ferocity enveloped Zhang Rujian. This sensation was truly magnificent. His eyes glazed with an unnatural crimson hue. He maniacally extended his hands. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A radiant arrow, infused with immense power, suddenly cleaved through the air, hurtling towards him. Along its path, buildings and stones alike disintegrated under the onslaught of the arrow's wake. The final arrow shattered through the doors of a house, hurtling towards the cackling Zhang Rujian. In a split second, he pivoted sharply, grasping the luminous arrow. Its force was considerable. However, he began to speak, prepared to appraise the projectile. Just then, the roof above him collapsed, and a colossal hand, having appeared unbeknownst to him, seized the antlers atop his head. Buzz! A resonant hum emanated from above Zhang Rujian. Subsequently, a torrent of unfathomable power surged forth, akin to a deluge unleashed from a dam. Under this force, Zhang Rujian felt his body slip from his control. Then, bang, 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 whoosh, boom. His form was relentlessly battered against the ground until the room itself began to tremble precariously before he was hurled outside, crashing onto the earth. After rolling several dozen meters, his flesh had been torn into a wretched state. Zhang Rujian cried out as he rose, his body swiftly undergoing transformation into a colossal deer, towering at around 10 meters. The antlers grew rapidly, resembling two ancient trees rooted atop his head. His iron hooves and fangs seemed capable of shattering and devouring all matter in existence. The antlers above glowed a vivid crimson, exuding an aura that could daze the soul. Roar! With iron hooves striking the ground, he fixated his gaze upon the house ahead, a blend of malevolence and astonishment in his eyes. A master-level warrior possessed such formidable power. Was this what was termed innate divine strength among human martial artists? Following this, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. On this occasion, not only had he come alone, but he had also enticed a similarly formidable fox demon to accompany him. This demon was to masquerade as Shishinhong, the Grand Master of the Gung camp, deliberately reporting their movements back to Lin Yuanqing, prompting them to dispatch a direct disciple. At that moment, regardless of who among the direct disciples from Linyuan City approached, the two formidable demon saints could employ a surprising strategy to swiftly besiege and eliminate their target. Yet, at this instant, the young man had already ascended to the mountain top and made his move. Why had the fox demon below not issued a warning? Could it be that this young man had eluded the fox demon and stealthily climbed the mountain? Or perhaps, the fox demon had been swiftly vanquished by this young man in a manner so overwhelming that it was unable to send any notification. Contemplating this, a glimmer of incredulity flickered in its enormous eyes. The strength of the fox demon was not to be underestimated. Just as these thoughts crossed its mind, a figure gradually emerged from a distant room. He cradled the lifeless body of the general from the Gung character camp, his expression cold and devoid of any discernible emotion. You are already in peril. What use is it to carry that corpse out? The Lingming Deer King gazed at Qin Zheng, scoffing derisively before unleashing a taunt. At that moment, its antlers became increasingly vibrant, and a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. However, Qin Zheng paid it no mind. He gently placed the body of Shi Xinhong down in an open area. This was his first encounter with a general who commanded an entire military camp, bearing the safety of countless citizens, a grandmaster-level warrior, now lifeless before him. The gruesome sight was hard for an ordinary person to bear. The words spoken by Wei Wuji on that day echoed more profoundly in Qin Zheng's mind. Engaging in constant conflict with demons, even reaching the pinnacle of grandmaster, did not guarantee one's life. This disconcerting sensation was one that Qin Zheng deeply resented. Rising to his feet, he turned to face the massive form of the Lingming Deer King. His hands moved lightly, and in an instant, he surged forth like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the Lingming Deer King, the ghostly-headed blade instantly grasped in his hand, and then he pivoted to deliver a decisive slash. Bang! The Lingming Deer King initially lowered its head slightly, only to suddenly thrust upward. The ghostly-headed blade collided fiercely with the ancient-looking antlers, unleashing a tempestuous gust that radiated outward in all directions. Subsequently, both man and beast were propelled backward. In this clash, no clear victor emerged in terms of strength. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened. This was the first time he encountered a creature of such immense power. Meanwhile, the Lingming Deer King was filled with astonishment. It had dared to strike down a demon-slaying general and aimed to eliminate another direct disciple. Its strength was undeniably formidable. Yet, as they engaged, a realization dawned upon it. The young man before it was not to be trifled with. Not only was he immune to the soul attacks unleashed by its antlers, but his strength was equally matched with its own. Such a powerful being was still merely at the master level. If he were to ascend to grandmaster, what heights could he achieve? The most probable outcome was that Qin Zhou had gained a second Wei Wuji. His presence alone would be sufficient to instill fear in all demon saints within the borders of Qin Zhou. At that moment, Wei Wuji could finally devote himself to healing and seclusion, taking that final step to transcend into the realm of the martial sage. Various thoughts surged through his mind, and he ultimately concluded that the youth before him must not be allowed to remain. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw the figure charging towards him once more, arriving at his side in the blink of an eye. The Lingming Deer King regained its focus in an instant, letting out a roar as it prepared to launch itself forward with its antlers once again. However, at that moment, the youth opened his mouth, and a thunderous sound erupted. In an instant, a formidable mental assault invaded the Lingming Deer King's mind. A wave of excruciating pain and dizziness surged through it, causing it to lose control over its own demonic form. This boy has mastered mental martial arts as well. The Lingming Deer King let out an incredulous roar within. According to the information it possessed, the human race had methods of cultivation in both the physical and spiritual realms. However, warriors primarily focused on the physical body, gradually transforming from their initially frail human forms to eventually rival the might of great demons. Though there were practitioners in the realm of the soul and spirit, they were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, Those who excelled in both physical and spiritual cultivation were like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, extraordinarily rare. This young man before him, astonishingly, was proficient in both. Not only did he possess immense and overwhelming strength, but he also wielded equally powerful mental fortitude. Such an existence cannot be allowed to persist. Yet, Qin Zheng remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the Lingming Deer King's mind. Grasping one of its antlers with one hand, his internal energy surged wildly, unleashing an even more formidable force. He then abruptly lifted the creature's massive body and forcefully slammed it to the ground. With a single stride, he placed a foot upon the neck of the deer, gripping the ghastly blade tightly in both hands. Finally, he swung down with tremendous force. The enormous head rolled away, and blood gushed forth like a breached dam. Chapter 115. The Art of Weapon Forging. The Art of Deception. The king of the spirit mist deer has fallen. As the colossal head of the deer thudded to the ground, the aura of this formidable beast rapidly diminished until it vanished completely. It seemed oblivious to the fact that it would meet its demise at the hands of Qin Zheng. Even in its final moments, its thoughts were consumed with the desire to eliminate Qin Zheng. Alas, it was a goal it could no longer achieve. Qin Zheng's chest rose and fell subtly as his lungs exchanged air with the outside world. He sensed that this deer demon represented the pinnacle of his current combat prowess. Had the opponent been even slightly stronger, he might have found himself unable to vanquish it. Gazing at the enormous carcass of the deer demon beneath him, he took a few steps closer to its severed head and drew forth the demon core with his blade. The pulsating core radiated warmth as it landed in his palm, and simultaneously, the merit scroll in his mind gently trembled. Item discovered. Deer King Demon Core. Can be refined. Requires 1 pound of merit. Proceed with refinement? Note: refinement grants access to the art of weapon forging. The art of deception. The art of weapon forging. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Beyond martial prowess and innate talent, he now possessed a new skill in weapon crafting. He silently declared within his mind, refine. Buzz. The merit scroll quivered lightly, deducting 1 pound of merit from his reserves. In that instant, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. The so-called art of weapon forging was a method of crafting weapons. It was an even rarer skill than internal martial arts, particularly the technique known as the art of deception that he had acquired. This method allowed for the enhancement of weapons using the essence of flesh and blood as a foundation, without the need for any additional materials. The blood and flesh of demon kind were considered the best. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed further as he raised the ghostly blade in his hand, plunging it into the corpse of the deer demon before him, and began to activate this newfound art. Buzz. The ghostly blade trembled as if it had come to life, greedily absorbing the essence of flesh and blood contained within the massive carcass of the deer demon. Streams of blood essence swirled around the blade, creating a spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. Shi Xinhong, the great general of the Gung Brigade and the only grandmaster within Yong'an County, had perished at the hands of the spirit mist deer king. When the demon-slaying lieutenants ascended to the summit of Yinxing Peak and beheld the enormous carcass of the deer demon alongside Shi Xinhong's lifeless body, disbelief and horror flooded their hearts, yet they were forced to confront the grim reality. This news spread swiftly throughout Yong'an County and even across the entirety of Qingzhou. The demise of a general commanding one of the 10 military camps was an event capable of shaking the very foundations of Qingzhou. Various factions reacted with shock, indifference, and curiosity, all awaiting the unfolding of this dramatic tale. After all, a general tasked with the defense of a county had fallen to a great demon. If there were no swift retribution to uphold the dignity of demon slayers, the consequences would be dire. The remaining formidable demons are likely to follow suit, constantly probing the boundaries of the demon slayers, which would be exceedingly detrimental to the stability of the entire Qingzhou region. However, simultaneously with the dissemination of this news, another significant announcement emerged. It was reported that Wei Wuji, the Grand Commander of Qingzhou, had recently taken on a personal disciple named Qin Zheng. It was he who, under dire circumstances, was tasked with traveling to Yong'an County, where he vanquished the Lingming Deer King and a Qingxiu Fox Demon. With a single battle, he subdued 2 formidable demon sages, thereby stabilizing the perilous situation in Yong'an County and instilling a sense of trepidation in many malevolent demons. Furthermore, some perceptive individuals noted that this prodigious disciple who had triumphed over two major demon sages, was none other than the one who had recently eradicated the bloodline of the Gao family from Kuan Yin. In just a few short months, he had ascended from the realm of martial mastery to that of demon suppression. Such a monumental leap in prowess explains why the demon slayers of Qingzhou were willing to offend the Gao family of Kuan Yin to protect him. It also elucidates why Grand Commander Wei Wuji would take him under his wing as his sixth personal disciple. Given such innate talent, should he not meet an untimely demise, it is almost certain that a martial saint will soon emerge from the land of Qingzhou. A martial saint is the pillar of the nation, and thus the term martial saint is derived. Consequently, as these two pieces of news spread rapidly, a tide of undercurrents surged throughout Qingzhou. In Yongyuan County, at Linyuan City, when the news reached him, Wei Wuji was engrossed in studying scriptures in the academy within his courtyard. Upon hearing of the fall of his disciple, Shi En, he fell into a brief silence, followed by a sigh. These generals, who had once been his personal disciples, evoked a deep sense of loss. Surrounding Wei Wuji were 5 of his personal disciples, all of whom wore grave expressions as they regarded him. The Lingming Deer King had not only slain Zhang Rujian, but had also brazenly infiltrated the Qingwan sword sect. Moreover, it had colluded with other demons to harm Shi En, and that fox demon had even impersonated Shi En, sending out distress signals from Linyuan City. Such audacity truly belittled the demon slayers. Fortunately, his junior brother, Thunder, acted swiftly. Upon arrival, he discerned the fox demon's true identity and swiftly dispatched it. He then rushed to the summit of Yinxing Peak within the Qingwan sword sect, where he also eliminated the Lingming Deer King. These decisive actions reinstated the awe of the demon slayers among the demon horde. However, the demise of the Grand General tasked with guarding a county necessitated actions beyond merely slaying those 2 demons. The demon slayers must take decisive measures once more, ensuring the complete eradication of all demonic entities within Yong'an County. Only by revealing a mountain of corpses and seas of blood to the world can those demons comprehend the consequences of incurring the wrath of the demon slayers. Yet, the Dragon Lord of Zhongyuan is on the verge of ascension. At this moment, neither Grand Commander Wei Wuji nor his first disciple, Su Zimo, nor his second disciple, Xiang Qingyu, could afford to leave Linyuan City. Only the 4th disciple, Fu Yu, and the 5th disciple, Su Qingling, are capable of action. After a moment of silence, Wei Wuji slowly spoke. The 5 direct disciples were not foolish individuals. Upon hearing his words, they immediately grasped the implications contained within. Su Qingling's expression darkened as she spoke. Does that old mud eel truly possess such influence, capable of rallying so many formidable demons to his aid? Whether it be the 4-handed Ape King near Linyuan City, the Azure Scale Fish King, or the Spirit Abyss Deer King and the Qingqiu Fox Demon of Yong'an County, these mighty beings of the demon realm seem to be striving tirelessly for the transformation of the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord. When did the demon clan unite with such determination? Before Wei Wuji could respond, the eldest disciple, Su Zimo, interjected. It is not merely the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord himself. His expression grew serious as he continued. There must be a great sage among the demon clan in the Moxu mountain range who has given their approval to act. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others tightened, revealing a rare trace of anxiety as they turned their gazes toward Wei Wuji. The commander who suppressed an entire region nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement of Su Zimo's words. The Dragon Lord was but a step away from transformation. Should he succeed, the demon clan would gain another great sage. In such circumstances, it was only natural for other demon sages to intervene, both to enhance the power of their kind and to repay a debt of gratitude to that old mud eel. With his acknowledgement, the direct disciples fell into silence. Just dealing with the formidable demons within Qingzhou was already exhausting. If those great sages were to intervene, the outcome was unfathomable even to them. However, at that moment, Wei Wuji spoke again. Do not worry. With the deterrent presence of the national martial saint, those demon sages would not dare to step even half a foot into the territory of Dejin. Even if they wished to assist the Dragon Lord, they would at most dispatch their own subordinates into Qingzhou to divert my attention and energy, allowing the Dragon Lord to seize the opportunity to transform and ascend. He pondered briefly before continuing. Qin Zheng's swift elimination of 2 great demons has instilled fear in the others. But I fear it may not suffice to dissuade that intrigued demon sage. He then looked at Fu Yu and instructed, "I will write a letter. Fu Yu, you must make haste to the capital and request a master from the Taiwu Academy. The Dragon Lord cannot remain any longer." He then turned to Su Qingling and added, "Qingling, take a few of the subordinate generals and proceed to Yong'an County to assist Qin Zheng in stabilizing the situation. Since that demon sage has taken action, he will not cease his endeavors merely due to the deaths of two great demons. Surely, more will cross into our territory. Inform Qin Zheng to prepare himself. He may not return before the expert from the Taiwu Academy arrives. Furthermore, notify the Jiazi camp, Yitzi camp, and Bingzi camp to dispatch some forces to Yong'an County to cleanse the area of demons." Upon hearing these words, Fu Yu and Su Qingling immediately agreed and, without hesitation, turned to depart. The situation was urgent, and not a moment could be wasted. Inside the study, Xiang Qingyu furrowed his brow and, after a brief pause, spoke, "Master, why do you not permit me to go out? The crisis in Qingzhou is beginning to unfold, yet I remain here in Linyuan City, feeling as though I possess strength with no outlet." The four-handed ape king, though formidable, understood the limits of his power. Thus, it would not pose a significant problem for Fu Yu and Su Qingling to confront him. If he and Su Zimo were allowed to exit Linyuan City and head towards Yong'an County, their deterrent effect would undoubtedly be far greater. Wei Wujia, upon hearing this, cast a glance at him, then rose and exited the study. He left behind a voice that resonated with purpose. "Prepare yourself, and Zimo. When the time is ripe, we shall enter the river together to vanquish the demons." His intention in retaining these two most capable disciples was never to utilize them merely to intimidate the four-handed ape king. Rather, it was to involve them in the encirclement and extermination of the Tsungyuan Dragon Lord. At Wei Wujia's words, Xiang Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications. "Let us proceed. If you bear any injuries, do not be stubborn. Seek your junior sister's assistance for healing as soon as possible." At this moment, Su Zimo's voice echoed in his ears, jolting him back to reality. He opened his mouth, wishing to articulate something, but ultimately fell silent. Following the others as they left the study, a singular thought persisted in his mind. Could it be that even his master could not subdue that Dragon Lord? Chapter 116. The Purge of Yong'an County in the verdant realm of Qingzhou, atop the majestic Yinqing Peak, Qin Zheng stood upon the expansive square of the Qinghuan sword sect, his fingers caressing the sharpened, blood-tinged blade of the ghostly head saber. Behind him were three subordinate generals who had accompanied him from Linyuan City, along with two more from the Gung Battalion. Shi Xinhong, a native of Yong'an County, had met an untimely demise, his lifeless body being retrieved by the demon-slaying officers of the Gung Battalion for a proper burial. No one had anticipated that this general would fall so abruptly. With their leader absent, the remaining officers of the Gung Battalion chose to heed Qin Zheng's command. After all, aside from his prestigious lineage, Qin Zheng had swiftly vanquished two formidable demon saints, demonstrating not only his extraordinary prowess, but also avenging their fallen general. Under these circumstances, the members of the Gung Battalion willingly submitted to Qin Zheng's authority. At that moment, the demon-slaying officers of the Gung Battalion conducted a thorough search of the Qinghuan sword sect, only to discover it utterly deserted. The entirety of the sect's human populace had tragically become prey for the deer demon, consumed in its insatiable hunger. "Master Qin, what shall we do next?" inquired Pei Qing, the most formidable of the Gung Battalion's subordinate generals, who typically assumed command in Shi Xinhong's absence. It was he who had initially intercepted Qin Zheng at the foot of the mountain. He regarded Qin Zheng with respect, awaiting his orders. Qin Zheng's gaze flickered momentarily before he posed another question. "Are there still demon saints within Yong'an County? What is the quantity of demon creatures above the Demon King level? And how many demon mountains are there?" Pei Qing pondered briefly before responding. "There is indeed one demon saint within Yong'an County, and the number of creatures above the Demon King level is approximately 130. There are a total of 11 demon mountains." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng nodded slightly. He then inquired, "Are there still subordinate generals stationed within the Gung Battalion?" Pei Qing replied, "Indeed, Master Qin. There are 8 subordinate generals in total within the Gung Battalion. Besides the 2 of us, 6 others remain stationed there." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zheng sheathed the ghostly head saber and stated, "The original 8 subordinate generals of the Gung Battalion, combined with the 3 who accompanied me from Linyuan City, total 11. Since this number corresponds perfectly with the 11 demon mountains, it is fitting for each to suppress one mountain. With that, he turned to face the other subordinate generals, delivering his decisive command. From this moment forth, mobilize all forces within the Gung Battalion. Within 3 days, I aim to cleanse Yong'an County. Even though they had mentally prepared for such a grand undertaking, the subordinate generals could not suppress their astonishment upon hearing Qin Zheng's declaration. Master Qin, such a monumental endeavor. Should demon creatures from beyond the borders attack? One began hesitantly. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, then we shall deal with them as well. Understood. Upon sensing the resolute tone in Qin Zheng's voice, the subordinate generals ceased their hesitations and respectfully acknowledged his command. If the monstrous beings within Yong'an County could be completely eradicated, it would not only serve to intimidate the formidable demons eyeing Yong'an County, but also grant a period of tranquility and peace to the region. Thus, Pei Qing promptly turned around, accompanied by 3 subordinate generals who had journeyed from Linyuan City, hastily departing. After their departure, Qin Zheng produced a demon core, examining it with keen interest. Blackwood Cliff. This was the most perilous locale in Yong'an County, for it housed a demon of the sacred demon realm, the Blackwood Bat King, the sole demon of such caliber in Yong'an County. Following the news from Yinqing Peak, many of the demons within Yong'an County hesitated, contemplating their departure. After all, the spirit Mingshi Deer King had slain General Shixinhai of the Gung Battalion, an act that might provoke the wrath of the demon slayers. Should the storm of vengeance descend, numerous demon mountains in Yong'an County could face calamity, with the primary target undoubtedly being this solitary sacred demon. However, the Bat King seemed unfazed, continuing to reside in its cliffside lair, which gradually assuaged the anxiety of the observing demons. Territorial instincts among demons are profound. Venturing out of Yong'an County into unfamiliar territories would surely lead to a harsher existence than the present. Yet, their respite was short-lived as the Gung Battalion began to stir with significant activity. A cadre of demon slayer lieutenants surged forth, swiftly arriving beneath the 11 demon mountains within Yong'an County. Accompanying them were 11 master-level warriors, renowned as the demon slayer subgenerals, capable of instilling fear in the demon mountains. Instantly, an atmosphere of tension enveloped Yong'an County as silence fell like a shroud. Simultaneously, many gazes fixated intently on the direction of Blackwood Cliff. The 8 subgenerals of the Gung Battalion had emerged, and following the fall of General Shixinhai, a direct disciple from Linyuan City had taken his place. Although this disciple had swiftly slain 2 sacred demons upon his arrival, the veracity of this account remained shrouded in mystery. Save for those 2 slain demons, no others bore witness. Whispers circulated among the demons, as they had heard that this disciple was newly initiated and had yet to break through to the Grand Master realm. How could a warrior who had not yet transcended the Grand Master level so effortlessly vanquish 2 sacred demons? Such a revelation was beyond belief for the multitude of demons within Yong'an County. Thus, regarding the battle at Yinqing Peak, where 2 sacred demons perished, all demons sensed an underlying peculiarity. The true prowess of the direct disciple remained uncertain. Was he merely a paper tiger or a genuine tyrant? The answer would lie in whether he dared to confront the Blackwood Bat King at Blackwood Cliff. As the demons continued to ponder the underlying truths of the battle at Yinqing Peak, a contingent of uniformed demon slayer lieutenants galloped fiercely towards Blackwood Cliff. Leading this group was a steed imbued with a trace of dragon blood, and upon its back sat a young man clad in a resplendent robe adorned with golden patterns, emanating an aura of formidable authority. As the group of demon-slaying officers gazed upon the figure before them, their eyes brimmed with profound reverence. Ahead, Qin Zheng raised his head, surveying the precipice that loomed before him. With his keen eyesight, he could distinctly perceive a vast cavern nestled halfway up the mountainside. That was the lair of the Blackwood Bat King. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and then turned to address the gathered demon-slaying officers behind him, instructing them to wait there. With that, he dismounted, employing his lightness skill to soar forth like a swift swallow, rapidly ascending the sheer cliff face before him. In just a few moments, his figure vanished into the depths of the cave. Back at the base, the demon-slaying officers who had followed him could hardly contain their excitement. What do you think? Just how formidable is Lord Qin? They wondered. While they could not ascertain the full extent of his strength, they knew he had effortlessly unveiled the fox demon masquerading as a general and had dispatched 2 formidable demon saints with the ease of slicing through vegetables. His prowess was undeniably impressive. What was even more remarkable was his youth. One could only imagine how much stronger he might become in the future. Perhaps it was not beyond the realm of possibility for Qin Zhou to birth a martial sage. When the term martial sage was mentioned, the demon-slaying officers, despite being mere practitioners of bone refining, were ignited with fervor. The realm of the martial sage, a paragon of martial virtue. Should one attain such heights, their every gesture could wield the power to reshape mountains and rivers. Such a state was truly awe-inspiring. While they were lost in reverie about the mysterious realm of martial sages, a somewhat cold voice interrupted their thoughts. Let us proceed to the nearest demon mountain. The sudden utterance startled the officers, prompting them to turn and see Qin Zheng before them, holding a demon core radiating heat. He swiftly mounted his steed, grasped the reins, and adjusted his direction. Go, he commanded, gently squeezing his legs, and the demon horse surged forward. The officers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting unmasked astonishment. How little time had passed. They had only shared a few words, yet he had already slain the Blackwood Bat King, a demon saint that had long plagued the general in life. In that instant, they grasped just how formidable their commanding officer truly was. The Blackwood Bat King had been a persistent threat that had eluded elimination for far too long. Now, to see him so effortlessly vanquished and his core extracted, it was clear that the promise to cleanse Yong'an County of its demons within 3 days was no mere boast. With this realization, the officers quickly pulled on their reins and galloped towards his figure. Thus, the demons within Yong'an County remained silent, as one by one the demon mountains fell swiftly to the onslaught of the demon slayers under Qin Zheng's leadership. In this process, any demon of a certain caliber could not escape the arrows that resembled the flash of thunder. Before the 3rd day could arrive, on the afternoon of the 2nd day, as the sun was about to set, Qin Zheng, accompanied by 11 subordinate generals and a host of demon-slaying officers from the Gung Battalion, thoroughly eradicated the 11 demon-infested mountains. With this, the 11 malignant threats to the citizens of Yong'an County vanished completely. Although it was impossible for Yong'an County to remain devoid of demons forever, and these purged areas would inevitably attract new demons, that was a matter for the future. In the present moment, should any demon attempt to seize the opportunity to claim territory, it would only meet the formidable blades of the demon slayers. This news spread rapidly throughout the entire Qinzhou. Like a tempest, a team, hastily formed from the Jia, Yi, and Bing battalions, was just approaching the outskirts of Yong'an County. Upon receiving this news, the members of the team, though astonished, turned their gazes towards the young woman wielding a halberd at the front of the group. Their purpose for coming was to drive out and eliminate the demons within Yong'an County. Now, even before their arrival, the Gung Battalion had already fulfilled this task, expelling and slaying the demons, thus completing their mission. Su Qingling, feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, contemplated for a moment before stating, "Disband here and return to your respective camps." Though the Jia, Yi, and Bing battalions were formidable, they were stationed in areas severely afflicted by demon threats. Since Yong'an County no longer required their presence, it was best for them to return to their camps and carry out their duties. Meanwhile, within a tent of the Gung Battalion in Yong'an County, Qin Zheng reflected on the merits he had accumulated and silently intoned. Enhance martial prowess. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Chapter 117. A Further Ascension. 70,000 Gene of Strength. In the grand tent of the general's camp in Gungzi Camp, Qin Zheng quietly scrutinized the shifting information on the merit scroll. The eradication of a horde of demons in a certain prefecture had granted him nearly 500 gene of merit. Coupled with the over 100 gene he had previously accumulated, his total merit approached 700 gene. However, after the recent advancements of the 9 transformations of the golden body, which had reached its 6th transformation, the requirements for further enhancement had indeed escalated. The final 3 transformations each demanded 500 gene of merit. To fully cultivate this martial art, an additional 1,500 gene of merit would be necessary, an amount that was currently beyond Qin Zheng's reach. Therefore, he resolved to temporarily halt the enhancement of the 9 transformations of the golden body and instead focus on advancing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. With the successful enhancement, the 9 transformations of the golden body ascended to its 6th transformation, unlocking 3 more life wheels. This significantly increased his physical prowess and vitality. Concurrently, Qin Zheng elevated the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique from the 48th layer to the 68th layer. As a result, with the full circulation of his true energy, he could now wield an astounding strength of 70,000 jin. This represented yet another monumental breakthrough. Feeling the surging power within him, Qin Zheng clenched his fist slightly, momentarily experiencing the illusion that he could shatter the heavens with a single blow. After a few breaths, he exhaled gently and shifted his focus to other martial arts. Since the 9 transformations of the golden body could not be advanced in the short term, he decided to enhance the other arts available to him to their fullest potential. With resolve, Qin Zheng silently intoned, "Enhance the golden light divine steps." The merit scroll deducted 50 jin, and the martial art advanced to minor success. Current martial art, golden light divine steps, can be enhanced, requires 80 jin of merit. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. Current martial art, golden light divine steps, can be enhanced, requires 100 jin of merit. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. Through several enhancements, he consumed 230 jin of merit. Yet he successfully cultivated the golden light divine steps to perfection. Qin Zheng's lightness skill now fully matched the prowess of a grandmaster. The remaining 100 or so pounds of merit. Qin Zheng's gaze shimmered. His martial skill, the heavenly sound soul snatching, had reached a significant mastery, merely a step away from perfection. With a rustle, 100 pounds of merit were deducted from the merit scroll. Qin Zheng was left with only 35 pounds and 8 taels of merit. However, at that moment, his strength had experienced a remarkable leap. He felt that now, with a single strike, he could vanquish his former self with ease. As he sensed the surging power within him, Qin Zheng closed his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. Now, it was merely a matter of which unfortunate soul would dare to venture into Yong'an County next. Clop, clop. Several spirited steeds galloped along the official road toward the Gengzi camp. Su Qingling led the way, her petite figure astride a massive demon steed, firmly gripping a great halberd in her hand, creating a rather incongruous sight. Yet her aura radiated with the might of towering mountains, making it difficult for ordinary folk to gaze directly at her. In her eyes, a flicker of curiosity emerged. Since entering Yong'an County, she had yet to encounter a single demon. It is known that purging a county of demons typically involves exterminating the demon dens within, rather than completely obliterating every creature within the territory. To eradicate every demon would require exponentially more effort. Yet, did Qin Zheng truly lead the Gengzi camp to accomplish this feat in less than 3 days? Su Qingling's curiosity about this newly appointed commander deepened. If he could wield such combat prowess without being a grandmaster, what heights might he reach upon ascending to that level? The path to becoming a martial saint may not be as arduous for him as it is for others. Contemplating this, a hint of yearning flickered in Su Qingling's eyes. A martial saint, that is the pinnacle of aspiration for every martial artist. In the vast realm of Dejin, countless prodigies with exceptional talents exist. Yet only 18 have attained the title of martial saint. It takes the might of an entire nation and its multitude of inhabitants to yield merely 18 at such an exalted level. This underscores the arduous nature of becoming a martial saint. Without great fortune, immense perseverance, and extraordinary talent, one cannot hope to scale this lofty peak. And it seemed that all these qualities could be discerned in this newly taken disciple of her master. Just as Su Qingling's thoughts flowed, and she became slightly distracted, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. What a striking young lady, brimming with vigor. She must possess a unique flavor. Accompanying this remark, the earth trembled violently, fissures appearing as the ground quaked, and dirt flew. A thick aura of demon energy surged forth, as if a colossal entity lurked beneath the surface. In an instant, the demon steeds beneath them became startled, stumbling as if they might fall. Su Qingling and her companions leapt gracefully from their steeds, landing upon the unscathed earth below. Then, within her line of sight, the ground began to fracture, revealing a colossal centipede, measuring several dozen meters in length, that slowly slithered upwards from the depths of the earth. Its immense form seemed capable of blotting out the sun, its ebony body emanating a chilling radiance. This was a demon of the saint realm, a formidable centipede. Su Qingling's eyes narrowed instinctively. As her master had foretold, greater demons were indeed breaching the borders of Yong'an County. At that moment, a weight settled in her heart, and a sense of gravity enveloped her. The aura exuding from this great demon was at least equal to that of the serpent monarch of Fuxian Lake. She feared she might not possess the strength to contend with this demon. Boom! Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountains behind her. Whirling around, she beheld two glowing crimson lights emerging from the darkened forest. As the lights drew nearer, a multitude of trees was crushed beneath their advance. Within moments, a colossal ghost-faced spider emerged from the shadows, coming into Su Qingling's view. Yet another demon of the Saint Realm. Su Qingling's pupils constricted, her spirit plummeting to the depths of despair. If only one great demon had appeared, she might have had confidence to maneuver. But now, two top-tier demons of the Saint Realm loomed before her, one in front and the other behind. With her current combat prowess, she feared she would struggle to survive. As myriad thoughts swirled within her mind, her grip on the halberd tightened with determination. A fierce, blood-red aura emanated from her being, gradually entwining around the halberd until it enveloped her entirely. In an instant, her presence surged to its zenith. "I will hold them off for now. You must summon Lord Qin from the Gengzi camp," she commanded with urgency. Upon hearing her words, several subcommanders nodded in agreement, without a moment's hesitation, and swiftly darted toward the direction of the Gengzi camp. Out in the field, orders must be obeyed without question. As the subcommanders hastened away, the centipede demon shifted its form, intent on intercepting them. Su Qingling's gaze darkened. She stomped the ground fiercely, propelling herself forward like a streak of crimson light. Simultaneously, the aura coalesced rapidly, conjuring a halberd over 10 meters long in midair, which she then brought crashing down upon the centipede demon. Whoosh! Boom! The air was rent asunder with a deafening roar. The centipede demon was forced to abandon its pursuit of the subcommanders, redirecting its focus to counter Su Qingling's strike. Just then, the ghost-faced spider suddenly unleashed a silk thread. Swift as an arrow, it traversed the distance in the blink of an eye, pursuing the fleeing subcommanders. Su Qingling attempted to turn and intercept the threat, but found herself ensnared by the centipede demon, unable to break free. Under the strain of her limitations, the silken thread swiftly surged forth, instantaneously catching up with several departing subcommanders who were employing their lightness skills to hasten their escape. It then crashed down upon them with tremendous force, binding them firmly to the ground. Simultaneously, the thread was laced with potent venom. Upon contact, it elicited agonizing screams from the subcommanders. Their garments were rapidly corroded by the silk, which began to eat away at their flesh. Su Qingling's expression darkened as she contemplated retreating from the battlefield to rescue the subcommanders. However, the colossal centipede demon had nearly encircled her, and the ghost-faced spider began to expel a venomous silk towards her. This silk not only eroded clothing and flesh, but could also corrode vital energy. Faced with these two formidable demon lords, she found herself overwhelmed and could barely protect herself, let alone save the subcommanders. The subcommander's shrieks grew increasingly desperate. In her rising panic, Su Qingling resorted to more reckless measures, intending to exchange injury for injury in the confrontation. "You little girl, your skills may be lacking, but your temperament is quite fierce," the centipede demon remarked lightly, having maintained the upper hand in their skirmish while still possessing some energy to mock her. "Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly finish this girl off. Then we shall eliminate that lad named Qin Zheng and return to the mountains to report," urged the ghost-faced spider, who had been lurking nearby. "Alas, it is rare for me to encounter such a striking girl. It is truly a pity to kill her," the centipede demon sighed. Yet, in that moment, its body suddenly swelled, expanding in size, and an even more potent aura of demonic energy surged forth. A cloud of toxic mist rapidly enveloped Su Qingling. Under the assault of this noxious haze, her complexion turned ashen, feeling her vital energy swiftly deplete and her strength plummet. The centipede demon's form emerged entirely from the ground, seizing the opportunity to ensnare her, lifting her into the air. In that instant, a dire crisis descended. Chapter 118, Annihilation. A single strike shatters. The grotesque maw, resembling a pair of menacing pincers, exuded a foul stench that reeked of blood. The colossal centipede demon lowered its head, preparing to devour her. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon. In an instant, the earth trembled violently. A streak of radiant light surged forth. piercing through the very body of the centipede demon. With a splatter, dark, putrid blood rained down, followed by chunks of flesh plummeting to the ground. A sudden turn of events left the two demons and one human present momentarily stunned. The centipede demon let out a mournful wail. Almost immediately, a golden light rushed in from afar, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. With a swift and decisive flash of a blade, the massive head of the centipede demon fell to the earth. The bindings that had ensnared Su Qiling's body lost their strength, abruptly loosening. Regaining control over herself, Su Qiling gracefully descended to the ground, employing her lightness skill. "Who are you?" As the scene unfolded, the once mighty centipede demon lay slain before them. The ghost-faced spider, filled with dread, began to retreat into the surrounding woods, its voice trembling with false bravado. At that moment, a figure clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns materialized above it. Qin Zheng forcefully stamped his foot. Boom! The massive form of the ghost-faced spider collapsed to the ground, crushed by an overwhelming force that caused its body to explode in an instant, meeting its demise. To come to kill me, yet remain unaware of my identity? Truly laughable. Qin Zheng scoffed, then stepped forward, swiftly severing the webs, ensnaring the several subordinate generals. The venom of the webs had already corroded their flesh, exposing bone in certain areas, yet miraculously, their lives were spared. "We are grateful, Master Qin." The subordinate generals, struggling to their feet, addressed Qin Zheng with utmost reverence. "Do not be overly courteous. If you possess any healing elixirs, tend to your wounds at once," Qin Zheng advised. Shaking his head, his gaze then shifted to the young girl who stood there, somewhat dazed, staring at him. "What is your condition?" Qin Zheng's inquiry jolted Su Qiling from her reverie. How could it have only been a few days since their last encounter? Why did she feel as though he had grown stronger? The formidable demon that had eluded her grasp was effortlessly dispatched by him, as if merely chopping vegetables. Was this truly the strength expected of a martial artist at the master level? Su Qiling's heart raced with astonishment. In that fleeting moment, she found herself seeing the shadow of Wei Wuji in Qin Zheng. The same power, the same confidence, the same composure. It was as though, before them, all demons would fall beneath the blade, posing not the slightest threat. As long as they are before him, there is no need to worry about any impending crises. Her expression was somewhat dazed, staring blankly at Qin Zheng. This demeanor caused Qin Zheng to furrow his brows slightly, prompting him to inquire once more, "Are you injured?" No, not at all." Su Qiling hurriedly shook her head and continued, "My master asked me to convey a message to you, stating that during this period, you may not be able to return to Linyuan City." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng nodded gently. If circumstances permitted, he truly wished to remain outside, vanquishing the monstrous beings and accumulating merit. Once his strength had sufficiently amassed, he would return to eradicate the formidable demons that plagued Linyuan City, thereby maximizing the benefits. Especially that Song Yuan Dragon Lord, who had lived for an indeterminate time and possessed immense power. Surely, his sins were profound, and slaying him would undoubtedly yield unprecedented merit. Seeing Qin Zheng nod calmly, Su Qiling found herself at a loss for words. Wei Wuji had sent her to assist Qin Zheng in the eradication of the demons within Yong'an County, while simultaneously guarding against the impending threats from the demons of the Saint Realm. However, at present, it seemed that her presence was not particularly necessary for either task. At this moment, Qin Zheng was not preoccupied with such thoughts. After extracting the demon cores from the two great demons, the demon-slaying officers of the Gung battalion rode over. With Qin Zheng's current speed, even the demon horses infused with the blood of the flood dragon struggled to match his pace. "You should return to the Gung battalion with them," Qin Zheng instructed Su Qiling. She had suffered serious injuries in Fuxian Lake, nearly succumbing to the snake venom that had invaded her body. Although the venom had been resolved, her physical state remained exceedingly frail. Just a few days had passed since, and she could not have fully recovered. Furthermore, having just endured a joint assault from two demons of the Saint Realm, her condition was likely dire. Now was the time for her to recuperate, not to engage in further combat. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Su Qiling was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Aren't you going back?" Qin Zheng shook his head, his gaze directed toward another area. "Since you have arrived, why do you hide and not reveal yourself?" As he spoke, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark long robe, hands clasped behind his back, slowly emerged from the nearby forest. His physique was tall and robust, with thick brows and fierce eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. As he stepped out of the woods, he appeared akin to a ferocious mountain lord emerging from the wilderness. Who could have imagined that a mere executioner from High-End City would undergo such an immense transformation in such a short span? I am genuinely curious about what fortune could possibly exist in such a small place, enabling an inconspicuous executioner to evolve into the figure he is now. Upon his emergence, a rich and formidable aura surged forth unabashedly, stirring the winds and causing the branches to sway. Qin Zheng's gaze, icy and penetrating, scrutinized the individual before him, ensuring that he was indeed human and not a manifestation of some great demon. Before he spoke, "Have you come here for my sake?" The middle-aged man shook his head and, maintaining an air of composure, replied, "I am a subordinate of the governor of Gaozhou. I have heard that the master of Yong'an County, Xian Han, perished at the hands of a great demon, and I have come to resolve the demonic threat in Yong'an County." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng nodded slightly and then remarked, "You have 3 breaths to reveal your true intentions for coming here. When those 2 great demons appeared earlier, they did not take any action. Do not presume that your words will deceive me." The middle-aged man was taken aback by this, raising an eyebrow and scoffing. 3 breaths? Even if I tell you that the demon slayers lack the power to govern Yong'an County, and that the governor of Gaozhou has tasked me with overseeing the Gung Battalion, what will you do? Do you truly dare to defy the governor's orders? These words ignited the barely contained temper of Su Qingling, who immediately interjected with a loud reprimand. In the 10 military camps of Qingzhou, all matters should be decided by the commanding officer. What business do you have here? As her words fell, she tightened her grip on the large halberd, preparing to step forward. However, at that moment, Qin Zheng raised a hand to halt her movement. With a gentle rotation of his long fingers, he stepped forward calmly and declared, "If it is merely this, then today, a rogue martial artist falsely claiming to be under the governor of Gaozhou, recklessly intervening in the affairs of the demon slayers, shall be apprehended." As he uttered the final phrase, Qin Zheng's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly appearing before the middle-aged man. He extended a hand, aiming directly at the man's face. "Halt!" The middle-aged man's expression hardened as he shouted, his aura surging instantly, a silvery gray energy emanating from him. He reached out with both hands, attempting to grasp Qin Zheng's descending palm. Yet, even with some fortuitous circumstances, a mere master could never compare to a true grandmaster. He bellowed, his energy surging as his raven hair billowed wildly, resembling a ferocious lion. Bang! Qin Zheng's palm descended with a sudden force. Upon contact, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelming and unrestrained power surged through the point of contact, rapidly infiltrating his body. Faced with this immense force, he felt like a small boat tossed in a turbulent storm, unable to maintain control, a mere plaything of the tempest. Bang! His knees buckled to the ground. In an instant, he found himself unable to stabilize his body, forcefully pressed down. "Ah!" The middle-aged man cried out in desperation, a surge of energy rapidly gathering in his arms as he attempted to block Qin Zheng's palm, which felt as if it were a mountain. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not budge Qin Zheng in the slightest. The pressure intensified, forcing the middle-aged man lower and lower, his knees sinking into the earth. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng's gaze remained serene, akin to a deity gazing down upon the myriad of beings below. He gradually augmented his strength. Now, his power was so formidable that if unleashed in an instant, even the most resilient of beasts would be unable to withstand it, let alone a human body. Qin Zheng yearned to ascertain just how much strength an ordinary grandmaster could endure against his own. As he incrementally intensified his might, the middle-aged man transitioned from initial roars of fury to bitter threats, ultimately culminating in a plaintive plea for mercy. Approximately 30,000 pounds, a figure crystallized in Qin Zheng's mind, and with that, he ceased his probing and unleashed his power decisively. Bang! Before the astonished gaze of Su Qingling and the assembled demon-slaying captains, the middle-aged man's arms suddenly erupted. Subsequently, Qin Zheng's hand descended directly upon the man's head. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed, followed by a splatter of crimson and white. The headless body, bereft of vitality, collapsed onto the ground. Qin Zheng calmly withdrew his hand. Unfazed by having slain a grandmaster, he turned to face the onlookers who had yet to depart and spoke with an unperturbed demeanor. In the realm of martial arts, those who defy orders and refuse to comply must be slain. Outside Yong'an County, a lengthy procession traversed the official road. Great banners emblazoned with the character high fluttered at the front and rear of the convoy. At the center of this caravan was an exceedingly opulent carriage, from which the sound of clear reading resonated. Faintly, one could discern the content being recited. Life and death are impermanent. May one reach the bliss of the afterlife, the true homeland of emptiness. Chapter 119. The Demise of the Grandmaster Gao. 50 miles outside Yong'an County in Qingzhou, as the caravan progressed slowly, a solemn man riding a demon steed observed the procession intently. Upon the appearance of a lavish carriage, his demeanor shifted. He approached respectfully and addressed, "Third young master." The sound of reading from within the carriage ceased. The man continued, "Lord Hu, Lord Zhou, and Lord Mo have already entered Yong'an County to gather intelligence. It is said that the one who slew the spirit mysterious deer demon, coming from Linyuan City, is none other than the mud-legged youth who recently dispatched the 8th young master. His rapid ascension is remarkable. In a short span, he has already slain a formidable demon of the top-tier saint realm, indicating he must possess some grand opportunity. However, since we have arrived, this opportunity shall undoubtedly belong to the 3rd young master." After the man finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the carriage. Then, a voice filled with compassion emerged. "All beings suffer. I still lack a lamp guardian. If he is willing to take on the role, I shall spare his life." Once the voice within the carriage fell silent, the man respectfully replied, "Third young master, your compassion is boundless." On the return journey to the Gungzi camp, Qin Zheng rode his demon steed, positioning himself at the rear of the crowd to maintain control over the situation, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Soon, a figure lagged behind and approached his side. "Little master, Qin Zheng, what is your current realm?" Su Qinglei had felt somewhat disheartened throughout the journey. After much hesitation, she finally inquired of Qin Zheng. Upon hearing her question, Qin Zheng turned to look at his exceptionally youthful junior sister. At just 19, she had already attained the rank of Grandmaster and was the direct disciple of the general, showcasing her remarkable talent. However, having been injured twice by great demons and subsequently saved by him, it seemed to have affected her resolve. Yet, he considered himself exceptional, a cut above the ordinary. These thoughts swirled in Qin Zheng's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "I remain at the Grandmaster realm. However, my innate divine strength allows my combat prowess to transcend mere rank." He then glanced at Su Qinglei and smiled, "Sister, to achieve Grandmaster status at such a young age, you will surely soar to great heights in time. As for me, while I can currently suppress great demons with my innate strength, this will not suffice when faced with even more formidable creatures in the future. In this vast Jin dynasty, there are many blessed with innate divine strength. Yet you have not heard of anyone daring to challenge a martial saint, have you? The realm is the foundation of true strength. While the potency of one's power can influence combat capability, when the disparity in realms becomes too great, mere strength cannot bridge the gap. For instance, upon ascending to Grandmaster, one can manifest the aura to enhance oneself and imbue weapons, thereby augmenting combat effectiveness. Reaching the martial saint realm will surely bring about a significant transformation. Upon reaching such a realm, one's physical form undergoes a profound transformation. Even those devoid of innate divine strength will find their power magnified to an extraordinary degree. Not to mention, it is inevitable that various attributes of a martial sage will emerge. However, these considerations pertain primarily to those born with divine strength. As for oneself, lacking such innate gifts, all power is derived from the merit scrolls and the mastery of the dragon elephant prajna art. The magnitude of a martial sage's strength remains an enigma to him, yet the potential of Qin Zheng's own power knows no bounds. Provided his physique is sufficiently robust and his accumulated merit ample, he can elevate his capabilities without limit. When confronting a martial sage, is 100 layers of the dragon elephant prajna art sufficient? If not, he can strive for 150 layers, 200, or even 300. Once power reaches a certain echelon, all illusions dissolve, and anything can be shattered with a single punch. Of course, he is well aware of his own circumstances and chooses not to divulge them. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Su Qinling felt a significant alleviation within her heart. Having trained in martial arts from a young age and possessing remarkable talent, she had swept aside her peers effortlessly. Subsequently, she was taken under the wing of a grand commander, and by the tender age of 20, she had already opened 7 life wheels, bridging the realms of heaven and earth to become a grand master. Such talent could be said to dominate all of Qingzhou. However, her pride was swiftly dismantled upon Qin Zheng's arrival. Younger than herself, yet possessing greater combat prowess, she had already been rescued by him twice. This filled her heart with immense pressure. Nevertheless, after listening to Qin Zheng, clarity dawned upon her. Indeed, while her junior brother's combat strength is formidable, it is derived from his innate divine power rather than his martial realm. If she continues her training and ascends to a higher level, there will come a day when she can neutralize the advantages bestowed upon him by his innate abilities. At that time, it would be her turn to rescue her junior brother. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. Thus, she turned to Qin Zheng and declared, "Junior brother, should you ever find yourself in peril, I shall undoubtedly lend my utmost assistance." Her demeanor transformed from one of despair to renewed vitality. Even the manner in which she addressed Qin Zheng shifted, reverting back to calling him her junior brother. Qin Zheng chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. Excellent. Consequently, Su Qingling, rejuvenated, galloped to the forefront of the group. With Qin Zheng bringing up the rear and her leading at the front, they could mitigate any unforeseen mishaps. Gradually, they drew closer to the Gung camp. Half a day later, the outline of the Gung camp emerged before them, similar to the Rin camp. The Gung camp is situated amidst several cities in Yong'an County, facilitating convenient access to various locales. As their party entered the Gung camp, the demon-slaying officers ceased their activities, turning to regard Qin Zheng at the rear with utmost respect. For this individual, who had turned the tide and eradicated the demons, liberating Yong'an County from crisis, earned the admiration and reverence of all within the Gung camp. Continue to monitor the situation closely and report any developments promptly. Upon entering the Gungzi camp, Qin Zheng turned to Pei Qing, who was waiting on one side, and spoke. Pei Qing, originally the second in command of the Gungzi camp, was retained by Qin Zheng to oversee all affairs after he temporarily took command of the camp. As for the other subordinate generals, Qin Zheng instructed them to lead their respective teams to various locations across Yong'an County, maintaining vigilance for any large demons attempting to infiltrate. Should such a threat be detected, they were to utilize the unique communication methods of the demon slayers to expedite their reports. Qin Zheng intended to instill fear in any malevolent entities harboring intentions against Yong'an County. Any demon that dared to enter the region would meet a singular fate, death. This was also the reason he had hurriedly arrived to rescue Su Qingling, slaying the centipede demon and the ghost-faced spider. Having suffered the consequences of a demon's impersonation of the Grand General, the Gungzi camp's animosity towards these creatures had reached its zenith, prompting meticulous surveillance. Pei Qing nodded, though his expression betrayed some unease. "What troubles you?" Qin Zheng inquired, furrowing his brow. Pei Qing glanced at the others, then stepped closer to speak quietly to Qin Zheng. "My lord Qin, the governor of Gaozhou has dispatched 2 grandmasters to take over the Gungzi camp. They are currently in the Grand General's tent. I am uncertain how to proceed." Although Pei Qing was affiliated with the Demon Slayers, these were 2 grandmasters sent by the governor of Gaozhou. Despite his reluctance, he could not express his discontent openly and had to host the 2 guests, awaiting Qin Zheng's return. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. 2 more? It seems the governor of Gaozhou intends to solidify his control over Yong'an County. Why else would he send 3 grandmasters at once? Just then, sensing the tension in the air, Su Qingling approached and asked, "What is amiss?" Qin Zheng shook his head and replied, "There are unwelcome visitors. I advise everyone to keep their distance from the Grand General's tent for the time being. I shall confront these 2. With that, he stepped forward toward the Grand General's tent. Pei Qing watched him depart, hesitating as worry flickered in his eyes. "Do not fret. Even with 2 grandmasters added to the mix, they cannot pose a threat to him," Su Qingling reassured him, her grip on her halberd tightening instinctively. As a grandmaster herself, she had certainly heard Pei Qing's earlier words to Qin Zheng. The arrival of 3 grandmasters in Yong'an County. The governor of Gaozhou's covetous intentions were becoming increasingly transparent. If this situation persisted, it was likely to escalate into conflict between her master and the opposing party. Su Qingling's gaze grew serious. Under normal circumstances, they would not fear the governor of Gaozhou, despite his backing from the influential Quan Yanggao family. After all, the demon slayers had the mighty Jin court behind them. However, at present, the Tsang Dragon Lord is on the verge of promotion, and my master's energy is primarily consumed in dealing with him. I fear there will be no remaining strength to confront the governor of Gaozhou. I can only hope that Brother Fuyu will venture to the capital and summon a master from the Taiwu Academy to assist my master in vanquishing the Tsang Dragon Lord. Once this malignant tumor is eradicated, my master will be able to free himself and counterbalance the governor of Gaozhou. Such were the thoughts that occupied Su Qingling's mind. At that moment, Qin Zheng lifted the curtain of the general's tent and stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was chaos. Various belongings that once belonged to Master Xinhan were now carelessly strewn across the ground, with some paintings and calligraphy torn into shreds. Two figures, one on each side, continued to search for Master Xinhan's possessions, tossing whatever they found onto the floor as if discarding refuse. Upon Qin Zheng's entrance, the two finally paused, turning to face him. "You are Qin Zheng?" One of them remarked with an air of indifference. "Your arrival is timely. I trust Master who has already informed you of our purpose for coming. This Yong'an County Gungzi camp will be temporarily taken over by my governor's office. Please summon some individuals to come in and clear this mess." The speaker was a lean man with a goatee, whose gaze towards Qin Zheng was filled with casual disdain as he gestured commandingly. After speaking, he turned back to continue his search for traces left by Master Xinhan within the tent. Qin Zheng maintained a calm demeanor, offering no response, and directly approached the two. His movements immediately captured the attention of the two Gao masters. They turned to face him, the goateed man raising an eyebrow and sneering. "What do you intend to do?" He was a grandmaster, while the youth before him was merely a master. He was curious to see just how capable a master-level martial artist could be in slaying a great demon of the Saint Realm. Was he truly formidable, or merely relying on some extraordinary artifact? The other slightly plump man squinted, his gaze shifting towards outside the tent as he inquired, "Why hasn't Hu Dawei arrived yet?" Qin Zheng paid no heed to their words. As he drew closer, he suddenly reached out, like a swift arrow, and seized the goateed man's shoulder with a vice-like grip. The goateed man chuckled lightly, intending to break free with force. A master dared to grasp a grandmaster? He was prepared to shatter Qin Zheng's hand as a lesson. However, his expression abruptly changed. The force emanating from Qin Zheng's grip was not just equal to his own, it was even greater. Crack, crack. The sound of splintering bones echoed within the tent. Followed a chilling cry of agony from the goateed man. "How bold!" The other man's expression shifted drastically, his aura surging as he prepared to unleash his chi. But in that instant, as Qin Zheng held the goateed man, he unleashed all his power without reservation. Swish! Bang! In his grasp, the goat-bearded man resembled a helpless chick, first lifted violently before being forcefully slammed onto the ground. His head struck the earth, bursting forth like a watermelon, with crimson and ivory splattering everywhere. The goat-bearded man's body convulsed momentarily before settling into stillness. This transpired with breathtaking swiftness, in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the slightly plump man unleashed his inner energy, preparing to charge forward. However, upon witnessing Qin Zheng's brutal execution of the goat-bearded man, his body quivered slightly, a flicker of fear igniting in his eyes. "You have slain the Grandmaster of the provincial governor's office. Gao, the provincial governor, will not let you escape," he threatened sharply. Simultaneously, his body tensed, darting towards the entrance of the tent. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared, and a colossal hand materialized, unexpectedly seizing his head. His form halted just a step away from the tent's entrance. "Release me at once," he bellowed. But soon after, a chilling scream echoed. Qin Zheng's long fingers spread wide, firmly grasping the man's head, gradually applying pressure. In this dire circumstance, the plump man's inner energy dissipated instantly, and the excruciating pain rendered him immobile. Qin Zheng's gaze was icy, and he suddenly intensified his grip. With a resounding crack, the man's head exploded like a watermelon, scattering red and white matter across the ground. Thus, two grandmasters fell. Outside the tent, onlookers anxiously fixed their eyes upon the scene. The sequence of screams was followed by the sound of something bursting, heightening the tension among the demon-slaying lieutenants. After all, These were grandmasters dispatched from the provincial governor's office, too. In fact, Lord Qin himself was uncertain if he could emerge unscathed from this confrontation. Amidst the growing apprehension, Qin Zheng emerged from the tent, bloodied hands on display. Lord Qin. Pei Qing hastened forward, regarding Qin Zheng with utmost respect. Have someone come in to clean up, Qin Zheng instructed calmly. Chapter 120. Disturbing the Peace of Qingzhou. Where both humans and demons may be slain in the Gengzi camp of Yong'an County, an air of profound silence enveloped the scene. Although the onlookers had long been acquainted with Qin Zheng's formidable prowess in battle and had anticipated such an outcome, witnessing him dispatch two grand masters with such effortless ferocity still left the soldiers of the Gengzi camp in awe. It must be noted that from the moment Qin Zheng entered the tent to the instant he emerged, bloodied hands and all, only a fleeting few moments had elapsed. In that brief span, two grand masters, on par with the great general, had met their demise within the confines of the camp. Such unparalleled combat strength rendered the onlookers speechless, their thoughts momentarily lost in admiration and disbelief. It was not until Pei Qing stepped forward and Qin Zheng spoke that they regained their composure. Under Qin Zheng's directive, Pei Qing oversaw the arrangements, and several lieutenants entered the tent to remove the bodies and tidy the space. The remaining soldiers resumed their training, ensuring that the camp maintained its operational integrity without disruption. After cleansing his hands of the blood, Qin Zheng retreated to a newly erected tent. Shi Zinen's fate, a victim of the demon's treachery, had been one of suffering, deserving of the title Hero of Humanity. The two grand masters from the provincial governor's estate had treated his belongings with disdain, discarding them as if they were mere refuse, an affront that ignited Qin Zheng's ire. Unconcerned with the mess, he violently crushed one adversary and shattered another, an act of sheer brutality that somewhat alleviated his pent-up fury. Including the earlier confrontation, he had slain three grand masters of the provincial governor's estate within a single day, thus establishing a definitive conflict with the high provincial governor. In the barren land of Qingzhou, three grand masters represented a formidable power, sufficient to maintain regional dominance. Even with the backing of the Gao clan from Kuanyin, it would be no easy feat to cultivate three grand masters. However, Qin Zheng had already clashed with the Gao clan and felt no trepidation about accumulating further enmity. His primary concern was to restore stability to Yong'an County, or rather, to ensure the tranquility of all of Qingzhou. He could not allow any individual or demon to disturb the waters of Qingzhou, distracting General Wei Wuji, regardless of the circumstances that may arise. Swift and decisive action was imperative to maintain the peace of the region. Once General Wei had dealt with the soon-to-be promoted Songyuan Dragon Lord, he would be free to address any ensuing challenges. With a calm demeanor and a flicker of resolve in his eyes, a series of thoughts began to crystallize in Qin Zheng's mind regarding his next steps. At that moment, the tent flap was lifted and Su Qingling entered, her expression slightly grave. After all, the targets of Qin Zheng's wrath were subordinates of the High Provincial Governor, Grand Masters of the Kuanyin Gao clan. It was likely that the High Provincial Governor would not easily swallow this affront, and further actions could be anticipated in the near future. Qin Zheng raised his head, directing his gaze towards Su Qingling, and pondered before speaking. Convey the events that have transpired here to Linyuan City. His eyes turned slightly cold as he continued. Regardless of what that esteemed governor of Gaozhou intends to do, our duty is to uphold the stability of Qingzhou. Anyone, be they human or demon, who dares to disrupt this stability shall be dealt with decisively. Given the current situation, Qin Zheng could not afford to dwell on strategies or engage with various factions. Only through swift and formidable measures could he intimidate the nefarious elements and preserve the stability of Qingzhou. This would also enable Wei Wuji to focus entirely on confronting the Songyuan Dragon Lord. Upon witnessing Qin Zheng's demeanor, Su Qingling nodded and replied, Master has already dispatched Brother Fuyu to the Taiwu Academy in the capital to summon experts for assistance. Once the individuals from the Taiwu Academy arrive to aid Master in slaying the Songyuan Dragon Lord, all should be well. Qin Zheng acknowledged her words with a nod, then raised an eyebrow and inquired, Taiwu Academy? Noticing his confusion, Su Qingling elaborated, the Taiwu Academy is the sacred ground of martial arts in the Great Jin, serving as the central governing body for all martial institutions in the realm. All resources for our demon-slaying endeavors are allocated by the Taiwu Academy. My understanding is somewhat limited. However, I know it houses all the profound martial arts secrets of the great Jin, with martial saints instructing there, making it a coveted destination for all martial practitioners of the realm. Qin Zheng nodded, feigning understanding. He was not particularly concerned about the presence of martial saints teaching. Rather, the accumulation of all martial arts secrets from the great Jin was immensely appealing. With the capabilities of the merit scroll, as long as there was sufficient merit and a powerful technique, one could reach the pinnacle of martial prowess even without guidance. He made a mental note of this place, then turned to Su Qingling, whose complexion remained somewhat pale, and said, "You should also take some time to rest. Whether it be the governor of Gaozhou or the rebellious demons, they are unlikely to allow this place to settle quietly." Su Qingling solemnly nodded before turning to leave. Although she appeared frail in front of Qin Zheng, she was indeed a grand master and a direct disciple of the general, possessing formidable combat prowess. Should any situation arise, she would undoubtedly need to step into action, which was one of the reasons the general had sent her. It seemed that both she and the general had somewhat underestimated Qin Zheng's true strength. Once she departed, Qin Zheng placed the ghost-headed saber before him, gently caressing the blade. This saber, passed down through generations, had claimed countless heads and was steeped in malevolence. Now, in Qin Zheng's hands, it had severed even more lives. And having absorbed the blood and essence of 4 demon sovereigns through the weapon refinement technique, it had undergone a transformation, with a faint crimson glow emanating from the edge. Feeling the chilling aura within the blade, Qin Zheng slowly closed his eyes, allowing himself to rest and recuperate. Next, it remains to be seen whose head will fall beneath this great blade. The vast river flows with a mighty current. Lingyang River is the largest river in Yong'an County. Although this river is wide, its depth is rather shallow, which means that while numerous inhabit its waters, none are particularly formidable. Furthermore, due to its remote location, far from the cities of humankind, these creatures pose little threat to the citizens of Yong'an County. Thus, the oversight of the Gung Battalion here is not as stringent as in other demon mountains. Yet today, beneath the tumultuous waters of the river, a colossal shadow emerged, its elongated form nearly reaching several dozen meters. As this figure moved, bursts of blood erupted beneath the surface, quickly tainting the river with a thick crimson hue. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the shadow surged upward, resembling a gargantuan water tank, and burst forth from the water, creating towering waves. As it twisted and contracted in midair, it transformed into a young man clad in a black robe, his face shrouded in darkness. On his forehead, 2 slight bulges were visible, presenting a rather peculiar sight. He extended his hand, gently wiping away a trace of fresh blood from the corner of his mouth before directing his gaze towards the mountain forest across from him. "Let us go," he uttered. From the depths of the forest, amidst a flurry of light and shadow, a massive chameleon emerged. "You summon me, even as I stand on the brink of ascension?" The chameleon contorted and morphed into a short, portly man. "My bloodline is impure. I have no hope of becoming a true dragon," the shadowy man spoke calmly. He then clasped his hands behind his back and began to stride away in a certain direction, with the stout man following closely behind. It would be wise to first satiate our hunger before claiming the life of that child. The 2 great demons walked in tandem when the stout man suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the shadowy man's steps halted abruptly. The stout man rejoiced, believing he had stirred his companion's interest. However, as he followed the shadowy man's gaze towards a figure in the distant mountains, his mouth gradually closed, and his expression grew solemn. "How did you discover us?" The shadowy man, transformed from the dragon, was the first to inquire. There, a young man adorned in a golden-patterned dark robe, wielding a formidable bow, gazed coldly in their direction. With the utterance of this question, a brilliant flash shot forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Without further ado, a profound sense of life and death crisis instantaneously enveloped the hearts of the 2 great demons. Following the silent replacement of Shi Hong by the great demon, both Qin Zheng's demands and the Gung Battalion itself had conducted the most meticulous reconnaissance of the entire Yong'an County, leaving no trace of demonic presence unexamined. Even the 8 minor generals within Gungzi camp, along with the 3 minor generals brought by Qin Zheng and the 5 minor generals led by Su Qingling, have dispersed throughout the entirety of Yong'an County, each accompanied by a multitude of demon-slaying officers, diligently tracing any signs of demonic entities. Consequently, at this moment in Yong'an County, should even a single demon intrude, it would swiftly come to Qin Zheng's attention. Weaker demons are handled by the minor generals themselves, while more formidable ones are dealt with by Su Qingling. As for the most powerful adversaries, Qin Zheng personally confronts them. At this instant, as an arrow was released, two formidable demons quickly dodged. However, given Qin Zheng's current prowess, the force of this arrow was such that even the two demon saints could not easily evade its trajectory. The arrow was unleashed, shaking the very heavens and earth. In that fleeting moment, evasion was futile. Bang! The arrow suddenly pierced through the arm of a shadowy figure, erupting in a spray of blood and flesh. Roar! His expression twisted in agony as he let out a pained howl, his body contorting as he revealed his massive demonic form. The stout, rotund man, having narrowly escaped the arrow's path, felt a surge of relief, retreating a step to conceal himself amidst the wilderness. Yet, at that very moment, a colossal hand, unnoticed until now, rested upon his head, an overwhelming force surging into his body like an unleashed torrent. Then, a flash of blade light swept past. The man's expression of joy froze as his large head was severed from his neck and carelessly discarded. The figure clad in a golden-patterned robe then took a step forward, showing no hesitation as he advanced towards the manifested body of the serpent demon. Moments later, item discovered. Serpent King Demon Core can be refined. Requires 1 pound of merit for refinement. Do you wish to refine? Note: refinement grants the skill Water Shadow Sword Kill. Note: consuming similar demon cores can offset the merit required for refinement. Do you wish to consume the Serpent King Demon Core to offset the merit required for the refinement of the Serpent Dragon Demon Core? A massive serpent demon's corpse lay sprawled across the wilderness. A ghostly blade, glimmering faintly, was embedded in its carcass. Beside it, Qin Zheng held a demon core radiating warmth, his gaze fixated upon the inscriptions on the merit scroll. What astonished him the most was the final inscription. Consuming similar demon cores could offset the merit required for refining higher-level cores. Previously, Xiang Qingyu had gifted him a Serpent Dragon Demon Core, which, upon refinement, would grant the innate ability, Tidal Wave. However, refining this core required a staggering 1,000 pounds of merit, a sum that could not be amassed in a short time. Thus, Qin Zheng had set it aside, not daring to act upon it, even though the rewards from refining the Serpent Dragon Demon Core appeared enticing. The news of being able to offset the merit required by consuming similar demon cores was too fortuitous to ignore. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng silently resolved, consume. In an instant, the demon pill radiating heat in his hand vanished, replaced by a new inscription that emerged anew. Item discovered. Jiao Long Demon Pill can be refined. Requires 800 pounds of merit. Do you wish to refine it? 800 pounds. A reduction of 200 pounds. Indeed, 800 pounds is an immense figure. However, as long as he continued to slay the Jiao demons, this number would gradually diminish. Given the current circumstances faced by Qin Zhou, it may not be long before he could refine this Jiao Long Demon Pill. As Qin Zheng pondered this, his gaze shifted to another demon pill. Item discovered. i.e. Demon Pill can be refined, requires 1 pound of merit. Do you wish to refine it? Note: refining grants the martial art, Thousand-Faced Breath Concealment. Thousand-Faced Breath Concealment. Qin Zheng silently recited, refine. As merit was deducted, the essence of this martial art surged into Qin Zheng's mind. Strictly speaking, this martial art was not particularly formidable and offered little enhancement to Qin Zheng's combat prowess. However, once mastered, it allowed for the transformation of one's appearance and the concealment of one's presence. It proved to be a commendable auxiliary martial art. The refining concluded. Qin Zheng drew forth the ghostly blade embedded in the corpse of the Jiao demon. Utilizing his lightness skill, he shimmered like a streak of golden light, swiftly departing from this secluded mountainous area. At that moment, a group of demon-slaying lieutenants awaited him. His demon steed was also present. Lord Qin. A demon-slaying lieutenant stepped forward respectfully, exclaiming. Simultaneously, he produced a slip of paper from his hand and handed it to Qin Zheng, stating, "This is a message from General Pei." Qin Zheng accepted it, unfolded the note, and read the inscription. Qinyang Prefecture, the third son of the Gao family, extends a summons. Harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 121. The den of demons within the government office in Qinzhou, Yong'an County, and Qinyang Prefecture. The government office is adorned with flourishing blossoms. A multitude of exquisite beauties has gathered in the garden, where songs and dances abound, the harmonious sounds of their laughter filling the air. The rich fragrance of rouge mingles with the aroma of wine, wafting through the atmosphere. Meanwhile, several burly men, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of onlookers, embrace a beauty and commence their lewd acts in plain sight. The garden echoes with the sounds of debauchery. Moreover, some of these muscular men, in a drunken stupor, reveal traits of their demonic lineage. Astonishingly, within this government office, a great demon has taken human form to engage in lascivious deeds. Yet, rather than inciting alarm, this scene provokes laughter from the crowd. "Oh, divine envoy Mu, can you not maintain order? Is the esteemed ape king, a being of the demon king realm, truly bested by the delicate legs of a mere human woman?" Amidst the taunting and jeering voices, the ape demon, unfazed, grins wickedly and reveals its true form. Towering at around 3 meters, its monstrous physique is truly imposing. The woman, initially entranced, is struck with terror upon witnessing this transformation and screams in fright, attempting to flee. However, her body is firmly ensnared by the ape demon, and as it pulls her closer, a heart-wrenching wail escapes her lips. Within mere moments, her cries gradually fade into silence. The ape demon, frowning, releases the lifeless body and mutters to itself, "Boring, so very boring." It then rises, surveying the surroundings as it seeks its next target. Seeing this, other demons burst into laughter, shedding their human disguises to reveal their true forms. In an instant, the garden is engulfed in a malevolent aura, filled with terrified screams. It is unclear who initiated it, but a raspy, chewing sound suddenly emerges, followed by a thick stench of blood that envelopes the garden. At this moment, the once serene garden transforms into a nightmarish den of demons. On the periphery of the garden stands a lean, middle-aged man with a goat-like beard. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, he discreetly departs, traversing a secluded path to arrive at a study adjacent to the garden. This study is brightly illuminated, and the sound of chanting scriptures emanates from within. However, these verses seem somewhat distinct from the usual recitations. The man furrows his brow, contemplating where he may have encountered such scriptures before. He respectfully approaches the study, bowing in anticipation. Once the chanting ceases, a voice from within beckons, "Enter." The man, displaying utmost reverence, pushes the door open and steps inside. His eyes are met with a scene of candles arranged in concentric circles. At the center lies an open space where 2 figures sit cross-legged, their expressions neutral, betraying no signs of joy or anger. One of these figures is none other than Su Chunxing, the magistrate of Qinyang Prefecture. As for another individual, clad in a white robe, with a pallid complexion and an extraordinary demeanor, he is none other than the 3rd son of the current governor of Qingzhou, Gao Wuyun. "What is it?" Upon the entrance of the man with the goatee, Su Chunxing turned his head and coldly addressed him. This appearance was hardly reminiscent of the usual Su Yuanin. A wave of oppressive anxiety surged within the goateed man, and he lifted his gaze, parting his lips to articulate the occurrences within the garden. However, upon catching sight of Su Chunxing's indifferent countenance, his words lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. It was only when Su Chunxing's brow slightly furrowed, revealing signs of impatience, that the goateed man suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly said, "Reporting to you, my lord, the beauties in the garden are somewhat insufficient. The floating cloud pavilion has recently acquired a new batch of dancers. Should I fetch them?" Hearing this, Su Chunxing immediately waved his hand and replied, "Arrange it as you see fit. Unless there is urgent business, do not disturb me and the 3rd young master." Understood. The goateed man slowly withdrew from the study, closing the door behind him, and let out a sigh as he made his way outside the yamen. Once his figure vanished, within the study, the icy demeanor on Su Chunxing's face dissipated, replaced by a fervent expression of respect and admiration. "Holy son, I hope you can continue to elucidate the scriptures of our faith." He gazed at Gao Wuyun with an almost fanatical impatience. Yet, Gao Wuyun gently shook his head, declining Su Chunxing's request. "This is sufficient for today, more would be detrimental." Although Su Chunxing's expression reflected disappointment, he could only nod in acquiescence. After a brief silence, as if regaining clarity, he lifted his gaze to the opposite Gao Wuxing and stated, "3rd young master, I have carried out your instructions. However, that Qinzheng appears to be no ordinary character. I wonder, His gaze bore a hint of inquiry. Gao Weiyun's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "He is but a rural curs. There is no need for concern." On some dimly lit streets, the goateed man walked helplessly towards the floating cloud pavilion. Following him were two yamen runners. Along the way, not a single sound could be heard. The silence was so profound that it sent a chill through one's heart. A gust of cold wind blew past, causing the goateed man to shiver and tighten his garments. "Lord Shi, do you think?" Suddenly, one of the runners spoke up hesitantly from behind. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively continued, "With so many young women gone overnight, might the Gung unit become aware of it?" Upon hearing this, the goateed man immediately furrowed his brow, sternly retorting, "What are you saying?" In the back garden of the yamen, apart from myself and those transformed by the third young master, there is not a soul from the yamen present. These little runners should, in theory, know nothing. The constable immediately responded, "The stench of blood is overwhelming. Even the brothers outside the yamen can detect it. Coupled with the faint cries of anguish that can be heard, we can surmise what has transpired." As he spoke, a hint of concern shadowed his expression, and he continued, "The individuals surrounding the third young master are formidable demons. If word of this spreads, we—" Silence. The man with the goat beard suddenly barked, turning around to glare at the young constable. His visage was youthful, and his expression was naive. Evidently a newcomer to the yamen's ranks, lacking the seasoned awareness of a veteran. The goat-bearded man's gaze subtly flicked to a middle-aged constable nearby, who remained silent, as if rendered mute. Then, the goat-bearded man fixed his steely gaze back on the young constable and coldly declared, "Where in the yamen are there demons? Speak again, and I shall take pleasure in blinding you and severing your tongue." The goat-bearded man's sudden harshness caught the young constable off guard. The young constable's face turned somewhat aggrieved. He attempted to explain, but was unexpectedly struck on the head by the middle-aged constable beside him. "You rascal! Have you been sneaking off to drink during the day, now drunkenly spouting nonsense? Apologize to Lord Qi at once," he said, casting him a knowing look. The young constable, realizing the implication, reluctantly turned to the goat-bearded man, saying, "I was inebriated and foolish. I beseech Lord Qi not to take offense." The goat-bearded man's expression softened slightly as he nodded and replied, "You shall have half your monthly wage docked, to serve as a lesson for you." With that, he disregarded the young constable's pained expression and continued towards the direction of Floating Cloud Tower. Yet, at that moment, his demeanor grew markedly grave. The young constable's words rang true. If these demons were allowed to wreak havoc, countless maidens would meet untimely fates. The courtesans and dancers involved were well-known figures within Qinyang Prefecture. Within a day, the entire prefecture would learn of these maidens' demise within the yamen. Such a peculiar and alarming occurrence, even if the yamen endeavored to suppress it, would likely escape the notice of the Gung Corps. He was acutely aware that since the arrival of Lord Qin from Linyuan City in Yong'an Prefecture, there has been an almost zero tolerance for demons. Upon his arrival, he had swiftly executed 2 demon lords masquerading as humans. Subsequently, he led the entire Gung Corps to eradicate all 11 demon mountains in Yong'an Prefecture. Recently, he had heard that 2 more demon lords had come, only to be rapidly dispatched by Lord Qin with remarkable efficiency. If it were to come to light that such a multitude of demons was hidden within the Qinyang Yamen, indulging in such gruesome revelry, one could only imagine the repercussions. On one hand stood the general of Qingzhou, cloaked in the backing of the great Jin court. On the other, the son of the Qingzhou governor, linked to the influential Guan family of Quanyang. Should these 2 colossal beings engage in combat, not only would those insignificant constables be rendered powerless, but even he, the prefect of the Su family, would be but a trifling shrimp in comparison. When the mighty waves crash forth, they would helplessly be swept aside, with no recourse whatsoever. Thus, at this moment, the heart of the goat-bearded man brimmed with hope that the monstrous entities within the government office might exhibit restraint. By evading detection by the Gung Battalion, he aimed to preclude the potential for conflict. His quest to locate the prefect of the Su family was motivated by this very concern. It appeared that the innate nature of those great demons had begun to surge uncontrollably, erupting with reckless abandon. Yet, the prefect seemed indifferent to this matter, and the third young master was even more so. Contemplating this, a flicker of doubt emerged in the goat-bearded man's eyes. Although the prefect was not known for his integrity, he was not a fool. When Lord Qin purged the entire Yong'an County of its demons, the prefect had laughed heartily in praise from within the government office. However, since the arrival of the third young master, it was as if he had transformed entirely. Now he could stand idly by while demons reveled and feasted within the office. Coupled with the strange scriptures he had overheard outside the study, along with those great demons, a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that the prefect of the Su family has been swayed by the third young master? A chill ran down his spine at this notion. Just as he intended to turn and converse with the two constables behind him, a wave of heat suddenly enveloped his neck. In that instant, a chilling voice emerged. It seems you disapprove of our revelry at the expense of human lives? Chapter 122. Today, no one shall leave alive. A chilling voice, accompanied by the stench of blood, assaulted the senses. In an instant, the figure of the man with a goat beard stiffened, his complexion turning an ashen white. Cold sweat broke forth, drenching his garments in mere moments. He struggled to suppress his trembling body, forcing a smile as he spoke. How could that be? Your excellencies are valiant. I am in awe. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, his voice quivered, betraying an overwhelming sense of fear. Suddenly, a mocking laugh emanated from the creature behind him. Following this, he sensed the heat dissipating, as if the creature had departed. A wave of relief washed over him. With trembling trepidation, he turned to assess the situation of the two constables who had been trailing him. Roar! As he spun around, he was met with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Ah! The man with the goat beard screamed in terror, stumbling backward before collapsing to the ground. A rush of warmth surged forth, staining the earth beneath him. Ha ha ha, amusing. Quite amusing. The fearsome maw receded, revealing a wolf demon, towering at around 3 meters. The wolf demon, observing the goat-bearded man's pallid visage and his utter loss of control, erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, the two constables, one old and one young, had also succumbed to fear, crumpling to the ground, their faces devoid of color. My lord, the goat-bearded man regained his senses. Dismissing his earlier shame and the disgrace at his feet, he hastily rose to his feet, scanning his surroundings before urgently proclaiming, My lord, the Gung battalion of Yong'an County is formidable. Any trace of demonic energy cannot escape their notice. I shall promptly go to Floating Cloud Tower to procure a fresh batch of beauties for you. Might I implore you to return to the magistrate's office for the time being? The audacity of this wolf demon to appear in the streets made him question whether the demon-slaying officers of the Gung battalion were blind. His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He understood that the presence of demons in Qinyang Prefecture could not remain concealed from the Gung battalion's keen senses. The unfolding events were now beyond his control. Yet, upon hearing his words, the wolf demon dismissed them with indifference. The Gung battalion? Those fools who remain oblivious even when their own general is slain? Do not worry, they lack the courage to challenge us. I am here to inform you that I have grown weary of women. Go find me some children upon the full moon. It is only the untainted flesh that is most delectable and satisfying. The goat-bearded man, suppressing the chill that coursed through him, continued to tremble as he replied, But, my lord, a certain Lord Qin has arrived at the Gung battalion, possessing extraordinary strength. With him present, it is likely. Roar! As the goat-bearded man had yet to finish his words, the wolf demon suddenly approached, bearing its bloodied maw and roaring fiercely. The overpowering stench, mingled with a sinister aura, nearly caused the goat-bearded man to faint. You dare to act as you please? That Qin fellow, does he truly believe he can oppose the Holy Sun? Do not forget the true identity of the Holy Sun. The wolf demon spoke with an expression of arrogant delight. Almost the instant these words escaped its lips, a beam of golden light appeared from afar, swiftly closing the distance. In the next moment, a blade of light flashed forth. With a swift motion, the wolf demon's face still bore its smugness, yet its head was severed and rolled to the ground. Thud! Deprived of its strength, the wolf demon's body collapsed onto the earth. At this moment, a figure clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns, wielding a ghostly large knife, emerged in the goat-bearded man's sight. This individual was now a well-known presence within the entirety of Yong'an County. Lord Qin, the goat-bearded man hastily rose. Speaking with utmost respect, Qin Zheng's gaze, icy and penetrating, swept over the goat-bearded man without response. Then he employed his lightness skills, darting like a streak of golden light towards the government office. His countenance was calm, yet a chilling aura surged within his eyes. These demons had somehow eluded the watchful eyes of the Gung Battalion, managing to infiltrate Qinyang Prefecture to wreak havoc. Had he not arrived in Qinyang, it would have taken considerable time before the presence of these demons was detected. By then, how many innocent lives might have been devoured by these fiends? The prefectural governor's office. Gao Wenyu. The Gao clan of Quanyang. Were they truly so brazen as to use humans to feed demons? Disregarding the tenets of humanity and law. Consumed by rage, within mere moments, he had arrived before the government office of Qinyang. His keen senses immediately detected the pervasive stench of blood emanating from within. Qin Zheng's expression darkened as he stepped resolutely into the government office. Ha! How dull. These human women lose their vigor after just a few moments of play. Utterly uninteresting. However, they do taste rather tender, quite pleasing. In the back garden, the scene resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Thick pools of blood nearly covered the ground, interspersed with various warm organs and severed limbs. 10 massive demons reclined comfortably, engaging with one another about their recent experiences. The entire tableau was akin to a hellish nightmare. Indeed, following the third young master allowed them to indulge in such unrestrained feasting and revelry. If I were to return to the mountains now, I would certainly refuse. The first to strike, a simian demon, swayed its head as if intoxicated, lamenting aloud. As these words were uttered, the remaining great demons unanimously agreed, exclaiming, "Indeed, without the protection of the third young master, how could we indulge in such delightful feasting within the human court?" They collectively expressed their gratitude towards the third young master. Nonsense. What third young master? At that moment, a weasel shook its head vigorously and declared, "That is the sacred son of the Compassionate Life sect." The other demons suddenly came to a realization, nodding in agreement. Yes, it is the sacred son of the Compassionate Life sect. And we are also the sacred beasts of the Compassionate Life sect, not mere common demons. Those demon hunters can do nothing to us. The great demons continued their banter, exchanging glances and erupting into laughter. Regardless of whether it was the third young master or the sacred son, or even what kind of demon or sacred beast, all were of the same essence, allowing them to feast and drink without fear of being targeted by the demon hunters. Such a life was truly one that even deities would envy. However, where was that fellow Wolf 5 who had chased after something? Why had he not returned yet? Could it be that he had sneaked off to indulge in wild delicacies? Just as the demons were engaged in their discussion, a pig demon suddenly spoke up. It abruptly stood, its expression filled with displeasure. That rascal tricked me into going out alone just to sneak off and eat wild food. I must go too. With that, it began to stride towards the courtyard's exit. The other demons merely smiled and remained silent. They had already vented their frustrations and satisfied their appetites, while this pig demon was still fixated on food. Yet, they felt assured with the third young master present, believing there was no danger. Just then, the corpulent pig demon suddenly halted, its body freezing in place. A line of blood appeared at its neck, followed by its massive head rolling to the ground. A foul stench of demon blood gushing forth. The remaining demons immediately became alert, rising to their feet in an instant. Boom! Before their eyes, the pig demon's hefty body collapsed backward, revealing a figure clad in a dark robe adorned with golden patterns, wielding a massive ghostly blade. "Who are you? Do you know where this place is?" the ape demon demanded. Qin Zheng's expression turned icy as he beheld the gruesome scene of carnage, reminiscent of the hellish sights he had witnessed in the Misty Mountain. In an instant, he lunged forward, appearing before the ape demon. Without waiting for a reaction, he extended his hand, fingers splayed, seizing the ape demon's head. With a swift grip, he exerted force. Bang! The ape demon's head exploded, red and white splattering everywhere. Qin Zheng did not pause for a moment, swiftly advancing to confront another great demon, where the glint of his blade flashed as he severed its head. Among those present, not a single being possessed the strength of a demon saint. At this moment, under the full force of Qin Zheng, he swiftly resolved the presence of over a dozen monstrous beings at the level of demon kings. Enormous demon corpses lay scattered throughout the garden deep within the mansion. Qin Zheng sheathed his blade and turned his gaze toward another direction, where a grandmaster, with an expression of calm, observed him as if unaffected by the gruesome spectacle of corpses and blood. "Lord Qin, the third young master is over here. Please follow me," he extended his hand, gesturing for Qin Zheng to proceed. However, Qin Zheng's demeanor remained indifferent as he walked in the direction indicated. As he passed the Grandmaster, he suddenly lunged forward, akin to a dragon emerging from a ravine, and seized the Grandmaster's neck with a vice-like grip. The Grandmaster's expression shifted from surprise to a smirk, preparing to break free. Snap! Qin Zheng, however, did not afford him the opportunity. With a powerful squeeze, he shattered the Grandmaster's neck. In that instant, the Grandmaster's pupils dilated. His mouth opened to utter something, yet vitality swiftly ebbed away. Within mere heartbeats, he had ceased to breathe. Qin Zheng calmly discarded the lifeless body, including the previous three. This Grandmaster marked the fourth of the Gao clan to perish at his hands. After effortlessly executing the Grandmaster, Qin Zheng did not linger but continued forward. His mental prowess had already enveloped the surroundings, enabling him to locate the third son of the Gao provincial governor without needing any guidance. Furthermore, today, he would allow neither man nor demon to leave this mansion alive. Chapter 123: The Compassionate Teachings of the Living and the Resurrected. Within the tranquil confines of the study, flickering candlelight danced as shadows shifted. Suddenly, the esteemed martial artist, clad in a white robe, spoke. The door creaked open, and a figure garbed in a golden-threaded black robe, wielding a fearsome ghost-headed blade, entered the room. An immediate chill permeated the air, a palpable aura of menace threatening to engulf the space. The candles on the floor extinguished almost entirely upon this figure's entrance. Lord Qin, under the weight of this oppressive presence, Su Chunxing trembled involuntarily and called out. However, Qin Zheng paid no heed to the magistrate of Qinyang Prefecture, instead fixing his gaze upon the man in the white robe beside him. Though both shared the lineage of the Gao family, the third son of the provincial governor appeared considerably more imposing than Gao Wuxing. Yet, the eerie and frigid aura surrounding him remained strikingly similar, unchanged in the slightest. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. With a swift motion, he planted the ghost-headed blade into the ground. An invisible wave of blade energy surged forth, snuffing out the remaining candles. He then spoke with an unsettling calmness. As a demon slayer, I dedicate my life to vanquishing evil. Pray tell, why do you harbor these monsters and allow them to feast upon humanity? To the untrained ear, this might have sounded like a mere inquiry, spoken with a tranquil demeanor devoid of emotion. Yet, for Su Chunxing, caught in the middle, his face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gao Wuyin gently shook his head and replied with equal calmness. I do not harbor monsters, nor permit them to consume human lives. Those you have slain were my divine emissaries, sacred beasts of our faith, not mere creatures of malice. Yet, you have unjustly taken their lives. How shall this debt be reconciled? A faint smile graced Qin Zheng's lips as he posed another question. If what you say is true, then did they not consume human flesh? The temperature in the study plummeted further. Gao Wuyin remained unperturbed, responding with a light chuckle. Those who were devoured were blessed. The myriad sufferings of the mortal realm, once consumed by my sacred beasts, are granted an expedited passage to their true homeland, where they will bask in ultimate bliss. To them, it is a blessing, not a curse. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Zheng stated calmly, Today, the third son of Governor Gao Wenyu of Qingzhou, having brought monsters to instigate chaos in Yong'an County and permitting them to feast upon humanity, shall be executed at the Qinyang Prefecture. His head will be returned to the provincial governor's residence on a chosen date. As these words fell, Su Chunxing's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color. Gao Wuyun's expression darkened in response. At that moment, the candles on the floor flickered out completely. With a resounding crash, a figure burst through the door of the study. A tremendous silver-white energy coalescing around a hand axe, aimed menacingly at Qin Zheng's neck. The fifth Grandmaster. How many formidable experts lie hidden within the provincial governor's estate? Merely to seize control of Yong'an County, they have dispatched 5 Grandmasters. The name of the Quanyang Gao clan indeed lives up to its reputation. However, Qin Zheng's form suddenly surged forth. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the ghost-headed blade embedded in the ground. In that fleeting moment, just as the eminent master of the Gao clan was about to arrive, Qin Zheng turned and swung his blade. It appeared as if a full moon had unexpectedly manifested within the room. The faintly crimson edge of the ghost-headed knife sliced through the air with the ease of cutting tofu, directly severing the master's arm and neck. In an instant, Life was extinguished. The master's arm, neck, and battle axe shattered into several segments, continuing to surge forward before collapsing upon the ground. Blood splattered forth, rapidly saturating the floor. The head, akin to a ball, rolled to the feet of Gao Wuyun. Witnessing this scene, the third son of the Gao state governor, the holy son of the compassionate sect, suddenly found his countenance darkening ominously. "You." He abruptly lifted his head, a chilling growl escaping his lips. Yet, before he could utter another word, a massive hand invaded his entire field of vision, swiftly gripping his throat. An overwhelming force surged into his body, rendering him utterly devoid of control. Qin Zheng's gaze turned frosty. Without hesitation, he intensified his grip, his long fingers closing around the throat. A crisp crack echoed throughout the study. The light in his opponent's eyes dimmed, and his head drooped helplessly, his entire body seeming to be drained of life, collapsing in an instant. Only then did Qin Zheng lightly discard the lifeless body of this Gao clan descendant onto the ground. This marked the second member of the Gao lineage he had slain. Yet now he was no longer the same. In the past, he had been at a lower realm, having killed Gao Wuxing with a singular focus on gaining strength to fend off the Gao clan's retribution. Now he had attained the mastery realm, opened 4 life wheels, and wielded a might of 70,000 pounds. Across the entirety of Qingzhou, only General Wei Wujie could invoke a sense of caution within him. Should the Quanyang Gao clan attempt to bring him down again, they must brace themselves for the repercussions of failure and significant losses. For Qinzheng, taking the life of a Gao clan descendant had ceased to be a matter of extraordinary consequence. "Qin, you are finished." Beside him, Su Chuanxing's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, his speech a nonsensical jumble devoid of coherence. Qin Zheng cast a cold glance at him before turning his attention towards the outside of the room, where a serpentine demon had, unbeknownst to him, encircled the entire study. A demon of the holy demon realm. Among the formidable experts brought by Gao Wuyun, there were not only masters, but also demons of the holy demon realm. Qin Zheng tightened his grip on the ghost-headed blade, preparing to step forth and confront the demon outside. Just then, a sharp crack echoed behind him. Immediately, a breath surged forth from nothingness, transforming from faint to robust, swiftly regaining vitality. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened as he turned to look behind him, only to witness the corpse of Gao Wuyun rising once more. He twisted his neck, seemingly readjusting his bones to a comfortable alignment. Sensing Qin Zheng's scrutiny, Gao Wuyun opened his eyes and mockingly declared, "Do you truly think a mere mortal like you can kill me?" Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. The force he had just exerted was sufficient to crush the opponent's cervical vertebrae into dust. Moreover, he had indeed sensed the extinguishing of life moments ago, so his perception had not betrayed him. Yet now, Gao Wuyun stood upright, appearing entirely unscathed, as if resurrected from the dead. This scenario was undeniably peculiar. Boom. Just as Qin Zheng contemplated launching another assault to eliminate his foe once more, the ceiling of the study suddenly exploded. A colossal dragon head pierced through, its maw brimming with sharp teeth, lunging toward Qin Zheng with ferocity. Splintered wood flew. Dust filled the air, and a foul stench surged forth. Buzz. In the dimness, a resonant hum echoed, followed by a dazzling flash of blade light. Roar. A chilling scream reverberated in all directions. The stench of demon blood cascaded down like an unrestrained torrent. In agony, the massive dragon body writhed, causing the entire estate to tremble. Qin Zheng stepped forward, and in an instant, a golden flash propelled him out of the study, positioning him atop the dragon's head. He placed a hand upon the creature's skull and summoned his strength, forcefully pressing downwards. Boom. Under the immense pressure, the dragon could not resist, and its enormous head crashed to the ground. Without delay, Qin Zheng followed through with a decisive strike. Whoosh. The severed dragon head rolled away, and the foul blood gushed forth like a breached dam. At that moment, a fierce wind surged once again. Qin Zheng stepped forward, akin to a streak of golden light, swiftly vacating his previous position. Meanwhile, a massive tiger descended, slamming its paw onto the spot where Qin Zheng had just stood. Another great demon from the realm of the demon sovereign. Caw! An eagle's cry resonated overhead. A third demon of the sovereign realm. Gao Wuyun had entered Yong'an County accompanied by 5 mighty human masters and 3 formidable demon sovereigns. Such an assembly could indeed unsettle the entire situation in Qingzhou. Had it not been for his presence, any other individual arriving here would likely never return. What schemes was that governor of Gaozhou concocting? Qin Zheng's thoughts raced. Gao Wuxing emerged step by step from the collapsing study, now entirely resembling a normal person, as if he had never faced death. In his grasp was the fainted governor of Qinyang Prefecture, Su Chunxing, whom he carelessly discarded onto the ground. Gao Weiyun turned his gaze towards Qin Zheng and calmly stated, "Since I dare to approach, I am naturally unafraid of you. Your skills are commendable. It would indeed be a pity for you to perish here. Why not kneel and admit your mistake? I shall accept you as the divine envoy of the compassionate sect, sparing your life. What say you?" As these words fell from his lips, the decapitated corpse of the serpent demon on the ground began to tremble. Viscous lines of blood extended from its severed neck, reaching towards its head. Not only could Gao Weiyun be resurrected, but this serpent demon could return from the dead as well. This implied. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed, and suddenly, whispers began to echo from all directions. One by one, those demons and humans he had previously slain appeared to be rising anew, their corpses trembling once more. Human strength has its limits, yet those of the compassionate sect are entities that cannot be killed. If you comply with my earlier proposition, I shall spare your life, and even that of Su Qingling. But should you refuse to concede, I shall simply observe how long you can endure." A mocking smile appeared on Gao Weiyun's face. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, listening to the words of his opponent, and suddenly spoke. "Are you seeking to assist the Dragon Lord in his transformation?" This abrupt question caught Gao Weiyun off guard. However, in the blink of an eye, he erupted into loud laughter, then turned his gaze towards Qin Zheng, his expression turning malevolent. "What does a dying man need to know so much for? I shall give you one final chance. Do you surrender or not?" With that, just as his words fell, a flash of blade light surged before Gao Weiyun's eyes, and his entire vision was suddenly engulfed in crimson. Resurrection? If I were to shatter you into fragments, let us see how you would rise again. Chapter 124, The Strange Bead, The Eerie Origin. In the blink of an eye, Qin Zheng appeared to have unleashed 1,000 strikes with a single blow. The body of Gao Weiyun shattered into countless pieces, collapsing with a resounding crash. Previously, he had merely crushed the opponent's neck, allowing for a swift recovery. However, now, having been reduced to mere fragments, Qin Zheng doubted his ability to recover quickly. A fragment of his consciousness sank into the depths of his heart, focusing intently on the merit scroll. There was no increase in merit. Thus, Gao Weiyun had not been slain. Qin Zheng's gaze narrowed slightly. This situation was indeed exceedingly strange. Roar. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a tiger's roar erupted, followed by a sudden gust of wind. In addition to the struggling beasts attempting to revive, two formidable demon beasts of the Saint realm emerged. Qin Zheng's expression hardened. He refrained from allowing distractions to cloud his mind, taking a decisive step forward, instantly darting forth like a streak of golden light, evading the tiger demon's assault. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry resonated from above, followed by a torrential rain of arrows cascading down, engulfing the area around Qin Zheng. The mighty demon transformed its feathers into lethal projectiles, forming an array of arrows. Qin Zheng immediately brandished his great sword, cleaving through the multitude of arrows raining down upon him. After the barrage, the tiger demon lunged once more. This time, instead of retreating, Qin Zheng advanced boldly, reaching out to seize the descending paw of the tiger demon. In that instant, an immense surge of power erupted from within him. The overwhelming force surged forth like a mighty river, enveloping the colossal form of the tiger demon and crashing it down to the ground. He then lifted it again, slamming it back down with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. After several devastating strikes, Qin Zheng ceased his delay, stepping forward to deliver a swift decapitation. Following the same technique he had employed against Gao Weiyun, he unleashed a flurry of blade light, reducing the tiger demon to a heap of fragments. At that moment, the eagle demon descended once more from the sky. Qin Zheng planted his great sword into the ground, leaping nimbly out of the eagle demon's attack range. With a shake of his shoulder, he grasped a great bow, knocking an arrow and pulling the string taut until it resembled a full moon. Boom! A thunderous clap erupted. A streak of light manifested in an instant, piercing through the body of the eagle demon. Flesh and blood exploded, leaving a gaping hole. sending the eagle demon spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. With overwhelming force, he swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 Saint Realm demon beasts. Upon landing, Qin Zheng stepped forward, lifting his great sword once again, employing the same tactic to reduce the eagle demon's corpse to fragments. Roar! In that brief moment, the dragon demon had revived once again. Launching a fierce assault, Qin Zheng swiftly turned, pressing down with one hand, forcefully pinning the dragon's head to the ground. He gazed intently at the dragon demon, seeking to discern any differences before and after its revival. Do not linger. There is no distinction that a mere mortal like yourself could discern. At this moment, a voice suddenly resonated within Qin Zheng's mind. His gaze sharpened as he turned to behold the high martial spirit he had reduced to fragments, now reassembling into human form. On the brink of resurrection, without hesitation, Qin Zheng wielded his blade, severing the massive serpent's head once more. This time, he did not falter, immediately shattering it into pieces and extracting the demon core. Eagle demon, tiger demon, serpent demon. 3 formidable demon cores emanating warmth were now in his possession. Yet the high martial spirit appeared utterly unconcerned, its flesh rapidly coalescing, gradually restoring its former visage. Intriguing, Qin Zheng murmured, concealing the 3 demon cores within his attire. He then stepped forward, once again confronting the high martial spirit. This time, however, the adversary seemed to have anticipated his move, employing lightness skill to attempt an escape. Yet in terms of martial prowess, the opponent was no match for Qin Zheng. Before it could fully flee, he seized it, forcefully bringing it crashing to the ground. His foot firmly planted upon its chest, rendering it immobile. I concede that I underestimated you. However, you are powerless against me. Human strength has its limits. No matter how finely you dismantle my followers, we can always be reborn. Even if you dismember our bodies, we can forsake parts of ourselves and regenerate. What can a mere mortal, a crude warrior, wield against me? The high martial spirit's visage was marred with flesh and blood, still in the throes of recovery. Yet it sneered as it spoke. As its words left its lips, those who had been slain by Qin Zheng began to rise, their expressions cold as they cast their gazes upon him. Despite this unsettling scene, Qin Zheng remained unperturbed, his composure unwavering. He regarded the high martial spirit beneath him, which was rapidly healing, his eyes glimmering with intent, before parting his lips. Boom! Like a thunderclap, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy surged forth, akin to a barrage of arrows, indiscriminately invading the minds of every individual and demon present, especially the high martial spirit beneath his feet. The countenance of the high martial spirit shifted dramatically, pain etched upon its face. Simultaneously, those who had been resurrected displayed expressions of anguish, collapsing to the ground in torment. Even the 3 demon entities in the midst of reformation felt their progress abruptly shatter. Indeed, it proves effective. Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with realization. From the moment the high martial spirit attempted to communicate with him through its mind, he comprehended the truth. These so-called followers of the Life Compassion sect retained their spiritual vitality even after their physical forms were attacked. Therefore, to combat them, one must perhaps approach it from a psychological standpoint. Upon tentatively employing his spiritual martial arts, these followers of the Life Compassion sect were immediately dealt a grievous blow. How could you wield spiritual martial arts? No, how could your spiritual power be so formidable? At this moment, Gao Yuan's countenance was grotesque as he glared at Qin Zheng, roaring in a hoarse voice. He understood that Qin Zheng would unleash his mental power, for it was precisely this that had led to the demise of his ineffectual brother. However, he did not anticipate that Qin Zheng's mental prowess would be so formidable. Such a potent mental force could very well rival that of a peak grandmaster. At this juncture, blood oozed from his 7 orifices, and his face, still marred and unhealed, bore a ghastly visage that was quite unsettling. Yet, Qin Zheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a means to counterattack, there was hope. The area at his brow, where his mental energy was stored, suddenly released its constraints, and a torrent of mental power surged forth like a breached dam. Enhanced by the secret knowledge of mental mastery, the vast majority of his mental force had been concentrated there. Upon release, even with his current physical strength, he felt a throbbing in his head. Nevertheless, the effects of this mental energy were immediate and striking. With a thunderous utterance, he employed his mental martial arts, transforming this colossal mental force into an indiscriminate assault that radiated in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of heads exploding resonated around him. Ah! Beneath his feet, Gao Weiyun clutched his own head, emitting a wretched scream. Qin Zheng, undeterred and swift, continued to wield his mental martial arts. For his mental energy was abundantly sufficient. With another wave of mental attacks, the revived monstrosities surrounding him erupted in mere moments, vanquished entirely. Even the three great demon saints on the ground, writhing and attempting to resurrect, fell silent and ceased their movements. Qin Zheng directed a fragment of his consciousness into his mental sea, focusing on the merit scroll. He observed that the merit points were rapidly increasing. This time, he had truly vanquished these creatures. This thought crossed Qin Zheng's mind as he reigned in his consciousness, channeling all his mental assaults into Gao Weiyun beneath him. With successive strikes of mental energy, Gao Weiyun, clutching his head, writhed in agony, nearly tearing the flesh from his skull. Ah! Boom! Ultimately, with the last mental strike, Gao Weiyun let out a ferocious roar. In an instant, his head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Qin Zheng kept a vigilant eye on the merit scroll, and, upon witnessing the merit points increase once more, finally felt at ease. Only then could he confirm that Gao Weiyun was indeed dead. It must be said that Gao Weiyun was the most peculiar opponent Qin Zheng had encountered since embarking on his martial journey. His strength was not particularly overwhelming, merely at the level of an ordinary grandmaster. Yet, his seemingly immortal trait had transcended the understanding of an ordinary person. This was no ability one could possess through the cultivation of martial arts. Had it not been for Qin Zheng's fortuitous mastery of spiritual martial arts and his extraordinary mental fortitude, today would undoubtedly have culminated in a grueling and arduous battle. Qin Zheng cast a grave glance over the lifeless, headless corpses strewn across the ground. What manner of entity could bestow such enigmatic powers upon a person? As his gaze swept the earth, he suddenly noticed a luminescent orb nestled within a pool of crimson and white. This peculiar orb evaded his senses, piquing his curiosity. Just as his eyes locked onto the orb, an unforeseen transformation transpired. The orb surged towards him, swiftly penetrating his mind. In an instant, a resounding voice reverberated within his consciousness. Life and death are unpredictable. Rebirth leads to bliss. The eternal matriarch of non-being, the homeland of the void. The voice echoed incessantly, as if attempting to distort Qin Zheng's awareness, compelling him to submit and venerate. Simultaneously, a myriad of thoughts emerged beneath this voice. To obey it meant eternal life, allowing one to witness the vicissitudes of the world with indifference. To worship it meant that all worldly desires, martial prowess, wealth, and beauty would be at one's fingertips. To yield to it, a torrent of uncontrollable distractions assailed Qin Zheng's mind, relentlessly warping his consciousness. Indeed, this entity was the strange source of the high martial fortune. Qin Zheng fought valiantly to maintain his composure, grappling with these thoughts swirling within his mind. Chapter 125. The Inheritance of the Spirit Pearl. The Surge of Meritorious Virtue. A pearl, radiating an ethereal glow, spun within Qin Zheng's mind. Acceptance, submission, devotion. Concurrently, a torrent of distorted thoughts accompanied by breathtaking images surged through his consciousness, soaring through the skies, transcending the mundane, achieving immortality. Becoming a saint and an ancestor, the pearl acted as a source of contamination, incessantly tainting Qin Zheng's soul and will. However, he refused to remain passive. With resolute determination, he immediately activated his spiritual martial arts. A formidable mental force coalesced rapidly into sharp arrows, darting towards the pearl. The mental assault could be directed outward as well as inward. Yet, as Qin Zheng's spiritual attack made contact with the pearl, it trembled violently, unleashing a cacophony of anguished screams from within. "Let me go? I do not wish to be trapped here. It hurts. Please, release me." Countless voices erupted in unison, akin to a bombarding wave, shattering Qin Zheng's spiritual onslaught. Subsequently, phantoms emerged from the pearl, and as Qin Zheng focused, he realized these apparitions were the souls of numerous human beings, numbering in the thousands. Their faces contorted in agony, they wailed incessantly, seemingly enduring immense suffering. Suddenly, the pearl emitted an even brighter glow, and the souls within let out even more harrowing cries. Qin Zheng watched in dismay as each soul rapidly disintegrated, accompanied by a more intense radiance emanating from the pearl. Simultaneously, the malevolent force grew stronger, forcefully distorting Qin Zheng's soul and will. In response, Qin Zheng concentrated his mind, continuously channeling his spiritual powers to combat the pearl. Under such strenuous exertion, he felt a slight heat at his brow, followed by a prickling pain. Just as a stalemate ensued, another resonant hum echoed, but this time, the source was not the pearl. It emanated from the center of Qin Zheng's brow. A stream of light emerged, and a jade scepter materialized within his mind, hovering above the pearl. With a gentle motion, the jade scepter unleashed a soft yet unyielding force, instantly expelling the pearl from Qin Zheng's consciousness. The clamoring voices faded, and clarity returned to his mind. He opened his eyes abruptly and beheld the peculiar pearl radiating its ethereal glow. Now expelled, the pearl seemed to sense the might of the jade scepter and sought to flee. However, at that moment, Qin Zheng's brow stirred, and the jade scepter reappeared, descending upon the pearl once more, gently moving once again. In that instant, under Qin Zheng's gaze, the orb came to a halt. Subsequently, akin to a deflated balloon, a stream of souls rapidly surged forth from the orb. They emerged. They emerged. Gratitude echoed in their voices. These souls, once confined within the orb, appeared to disregard the Jade Rui, their first sight upon liberation being Qin Zheng himself. Each bowed deeply in thanks before swiftly dissipating into the mortal realm. In a matter of moments, over 1,000 souls had departed, leaving the orb seemingly devoid of all power and mystique. Its ethereal glow dimmed, and it plummeted to the ground. Qin Zheng promptly extended his hand, catching the orb with deft precision. The Jade Rui once again streaked like a flash of light into the center of his brow, settling into silence. The Jade Rui. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened slightly. It was a treasure he had acquired from the mother of a high martial artist in Black Goose City. He had suspected its extraordinary nature at that time, but never anticipated its formidable prowess. It appeared to be an exceptional artifact. However, at present, the Jade Rui was beyond Qin Zheng's control, concealed within the recesses of his mind where his spiritual energy was stored. It seemed to act only in response to perceived danger to Qin Zheng, ready to assist him. Such a treasure might only be summoned and thoroughly studied after attaining a certain level of power. Pondering this, Qin Zheng turned his attention to the orb in his hand. Through the cacophony of demonic sounds he had just endured, he had come to realize that this orb was the very source of the high martial artist's uncanny ability to resurrect. The source of its power lay in the souls sealed within it. By consuming those souls, the orb possessed the capacity to resurrect the deceased, restoring life to those who had been shattered. However, this could only occur a limited number of times, no more than 9. Each resurrection would extract 1/9 of the user's own soul. After being slain 9 times, 9/9 of the soul would be absorbed by the orb, leaving behind merely 1/9, which would have been sacrificed to the orb upon its initial use. After 9 uses, the soul would be utterly extinguished. However, this rule applied only to ordinary beings. A direct possessor of the orb, like the high martial artist, could counteract the orb's soul-draining effect by offering living souls as a sacrifice. The essence of 100 souls could offset a single extraction. Thus, 100 souls would allow the orb's master to resurrect without sacrificing their own soul. No wonder that high martial artist was so reckless, unafraid of their own fate. With over 1,000 living souls contained within the orb, it meant he could resurrect himself numerous times without harm. Coupled with his own soul, he could potentially return to life over 20 times. Such an extraordinary artifact existed in this world. As Qin Zheng contemplated the orb, a hint of gravity flickered in his gaze. The waters of this realm appear to be far deeper than what I currently comprehend. As he pondered, the scroll of merits gently trembled above his heart's sea. Subsequently, a new line of text emerged. Item discovered. Inherited spirit pearl, can be refined, requires 10,000 pounds of merit for refinement. Will you refine it? Note: refinement may yield the martial art. The secret record of boundless descent, legendary level. Note: this inherited spirit pearl has suffered contamination. Forced refinement may pose risks. The phrases, inherited spirit pearl, 10,000 pounds of merit, martial art, legendary level, each serve to expand Qin Zheng's understanding. This was his first encounter with such a situation. The mere act of refinement demanded 10,000 pounds of merit. It was utterly unimaginable. Moreover, this was not merely a martial skill but referred to as a martial art, undoubtedly of a higher caliber than ordinary martial skills. Coupled with the designation of legendary level attached to this martial art, it was clear that its power was extraordinary. However, he found himself lacking the requisite merit for refinement. Furthermore, the final message on the scroll warned of the risks associated with the contaminated pearl, reflecting on the trapped souls of the human race, the resurrection of the high martial spirits, and the eerie sounds that emanated from the pearl upon entering his consciousness. Qin Zheng dismissed any desire for the pearl. Regardless of circumstances, this object was beyond his current reach. It would be prudent to store it temporarily, reserving it for a future when he had gained sufficient strength to utilize it. With this thought in mind, Qin Zheng turned his attention back to the Scroll of Merits. Given that he had vanquished numerous deeply sinful beings in this battle, he believed that his accumulated merits should suffice to unlock another life wheel. Yet, this glance left him astounded. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 150-17. Martial skills, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 68th layer. Tibetan Secret Consciousness Mental Manual, major completion. 9 transformations Golden Body Technique, 6th transformation. Merit, 1,658 pounds. For tails, 7 grains. Current martial skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Can be upgraded, requires 1 pound of merit. Will you upgrade? Current martial skill, Tibetan Secret Consciousness Mental Manual, can be upgraded, requires 1,000 pounds of merit. Will you upgrade? Current martial skill, 9 transformations Golden Body Technique, can be upgraded, requires 500 pounds of merit. Will you upgrade? Martial skill discovered. Clearly, after slaying the high martial spirit, his accumulated merits had only amounted to just over 500 pounds. Why had it suddenly surged by 1,000 pounds, bringing his total to over 1,600, nearly reaching 1,700 pounds? As Qin Zheng's thoughts wandered, he recalled the sincere gratitude expressed by the souls as they dissipated. Could it be that by liberating those souls from the spirit pearl, he had received an additional 1,000 pounds of merit? It seemed likely. After all, he had not performed any significant deeds that would warrant such an influx of merit. Upon this realization, a surge of ecstatic joy suddenly welled up within Qin Zheng. Given the previous circumstances, it was evident that the remaining 3 transformations of the 9 transformations of the golden body would require the consumption of 500 pounds of merit for each ascension. The 1,600 pounds of merit he possessed was more than sufficient to facilitate his completion of the remaining 3 transformations. In other words, Qin Zheng had amassed enough to unlock the final 3 life wheels. All that remained was to find a tranquil place to fully activate the 7 life wheels, thereby establishing a bridge between heaven and earth and achieving the exalted status of a Grand Master. Ascending to Grand Master would solidify his vital energy and enhance his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. His own prowess would experience a remarkable surge in growth. What an unexpected delight! At this moment, myriad thoughts surged in Qin Zheng's heart, and his mind was alive with fervor. He did not consciously suppress this exuberance. Rather, he merely closed his eyes, standing quietly amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, absorbing the myriad emotions within himself. After a brief moment, the sound of howling winds announced the arrival of figures surrounding him. Only then did Qin Zheng open his eyes, gazing upon the members of the Gung Brigade who had hastened to his side. Lord Qin, upon witnessing the gruesome sight of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, even the seasoned demon-slaying captains were rendered momentarily speechless. Every head had been shattered. Not a single complete corpse remained. The viscous blood pooled across the ground, and the overwhelming stench of blood was enough to make one nauseous. Yet what shocked them most was not merely the bodies of the 3 great demons, torn asunder, but rather the bloodied figure clad in white robes before Qin Zheng, also bereft of a head. If their information was accurate, this individual was none other than the 3rd son of the provincial governor's mansion, of the Qianyuan Gao lineage. Gao Wuyun. Lord Qin had not spared even him, executing him directly. Their hearts were filled with awe as they gazed upon the young figure adorned in a robe of golden patterns. With such a person in existence, how could one fear the scourge of demons? Chapter 126. The Opening of the Destiny Wheel. Ascension to Grandmaster. As Su Qingling traversed the blood-soaked ground, her gaze fell upon Qin Zheng. She too had received an invitation from the esteemed martial arts circle, but her arrival had been delayed in comparison to Qin Zheng. By the time she reached this place, the battle had already concluded. In the brief moments that followed her arrival, upon witnessing the corpses strewn across the ground, she comprehended the ferocity of the conflict that had unfolded, not to mention the three demon lords, brutally fragmented. Had she arrived even a moment earlier, it was highly likely she would have succumbed to the siege of those formidable beasts. This thought plunged her into a deeper despair. The officials of the provincial governor's office were indeed consorting with demons, allowing them to prey upon the innocent within these very halls. Such an absurdity. Was Gao Wenyu truly so brazen as to leave no veil of secrecy? A grave seriousness clouded Su Qingling's eyes. At that moment, Qin Zheng turned to meet her gaze. Gao Wenyu intended to assist the Dragon Lord in his transformation. Qin Zheng succinctly conveyed the information he had gathered to Su Qingling. As a fellow disciple of the Grand General, she naturally understood the implications of his words. Su Qingling's pupils dilated in shock, and she exclaimed, "Is this truly the case?" Almost immediately, without awaiting Qin Zheng's response, she began to muse aloud. Indeed, at this critical juncture, this old fool would not hesitate to expose himself to divert our master's attention, thereby facilitating the Dragon Lord's transformation. The most effective strategy would be to imprison and eliminate us, plunging the recently stabilized situation in Yong'an County into chaos once more. In such a scenario, even if our master does not arrive, it would surely summon our elder and second brothers, and without them, the four-handed ape king would have free reign. As she spoke, her gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto Qin Zheng. Yet, both Gao Wenyu and Gao Wuyun have gravely miscalculated your fighting prowess. Their reckless ambitions have led to their own downfall at your hands. Listening to her analysis, Qin Zheng nodded, then continued. The immediate priority is to relay this news to Linyuan City swiftly, ensuring our master is prepared. Since Gao Wenyu has made his move, he will undoubtedly pursue his objectives with relentless vigor. Su Qingling agreed, declaring, "I shall undertake this task, mounted on a demon steed. I can reach Linyuan City within half a day. If someone else were to carry the message, or if a bird were to convey it, unforeseen complications might arise." This was precisely what Qin Zheng had been contemplating. Having chosen to act, Gao Wenyu would surely spare no effort going forward. Those in positions of power rarely took action lightly, but when they did, they moved with the swiftness of thunder, refusing to relent until their goals were achieved. Just as Qin Zheng had previously avenged the death of his son, Gao Wuxing, through the actions of his mother, Gao Wenyu had refrained from retaliating directly. "Return immediately, and do not come back for the time being," Qin Zheng added as a final instruction. The forthcoming journey to Yong'an County is likely to be fraught with peril. Su Qingling, still nursing her old wounds, risks great danger by venturing forth. Meanwhile, he is on the verge of ascending to the rank of Grand Master, which will yield a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. With his capabilities, he should be more than equipped to confront the imminent threats. However, upon hearing his words, Su Qingling cast him a gentle glance of reproach before responding, "I will heed my master's arrangements. We are all disciples of the general. Among the elite, few possessing the highest martial talents in Qingzhou. How could I so readily deem myself inferior to Qingzhou? Moreover, with the 10 military camps safeguarding the various counties, should a great battle erupt here, even the mightiest of the camps, A, B, and C, would struggle to dispatch substantial reinforcements. As the general's direct disciple and a grandmaster, I embody the pinnacle of combat strength in all of Qingzhou. If I were to cower away, who would rise to confront the demonic scourge?" Qin Zheng, contemplating her perspective, understood her resolve and smiled in acquiescence. "Very well, there is no time to lose. I shall depart at once." Su Qingling regained her seriousness, speaking with gravity, before turning and executing her lightness technique, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Qin Zheng directed his gaze towards the demon-slaying officers surrounding him and commanded, "Seal this area temporarily and take care of the bodies. Additionally, disseminate the news of this third son of the Gao family consorting with demons and causing havoc in Qinyang Prefecture as far and as swiftly as possible." "Yes," the demon-slaying officers promptly acknowledged. Without further delay, Qin Zheng employed his lightness technique and departed from the scene. The storm approaching Yong'an County would likely be formidable. He needed to elevate his realm and ascend to Grandmaster without delay. Within the confines of a tent in the Gung camp, Qin Zheng sat cross-legged, concentrating on clearing his cluttered thoughts seeking tranquility for his spirit. His initial intention was to find a random spot to initiate his breakthrough. However, considering the current circumstances, his presence could not afford to vanish from the view of others. Thus, he hastily returned to the Gung camp. Once he had calmed his mind and restored himself to optimal condition, Qin Zheng resolutely intoned within himself, "Enhance my martial arts. 9 transformations golden body technique." Instantly, 500 pounds of merit were deducted from the merit scroll. Concurrently, an extraordinary force surged within Qin Zheng, and a wheel of fate rapidly unfolded. A torrent of vital energy cascaded forth, enveloping him entirely, as his flesh and bones began to shimmer with a faint golden light. An essence of indestructibility and immortality subtly emanated from him. Dividing a sliver of his consciousness, Qin Zheng examined the merit scroll. Current martial arts, 9 transformations golden body technique. Can be enhanced, requires 500 pounds of merit. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Indeed, it aligned with his earlier speculation. The final 3 transformations each demanded a consumption of 500 pounds of merit. Enhance. Current martial arts, 9 transformations golden body technique, can be enhanced. Requires 500 pounds of merit. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Enhance. After 3 consecutive enhancements, this martial art has reached perfection in an instant. At this moment, the 7 life wheels within Qin Zheng's body all erupted simultaneously. A surging torrent of vital energy flooded through his being, sweeping through his flesh and bones. His internal organs. The originally faint golden light suddenly radiated brilliantly, progressively growing more robust. The essence of immortality and indestructibility became increasingly vibrant and resplendent. In a moment of dazed clarity, Qin Zheng seemed to hear the sound of a barrier shattering. Following that, within his perception, a surge of power began to rise from the base of his spine, ascending swiftly along his vertebrae, connecting each life well like a bridge, with the 7 life wheels serving as its foundation. When this force penetrated the final life wheel and burst forth from the crown of his head, a resounding wave echoed. Qin Zheng felt as if he could hear the sound of a tide surging forth. This was not an illusion. It was the genuine resonance of the tidal force of the cosmos. A thunderous boom erupted in the void. Outside the Gungzi camp, it was deep into the night. The sudden clap of thunder instantly heightened the vigilance of all the soldiers on duty. Not only that, but all the soldiers within the camp awakened, hastily grabbing their weapons and rushing out from their resting quarters. This thunder was unlike the celestial strikes of nature. It had erupted directly within the camp. Such an occurrence could only suggest one possibility: an enemy attack. They turned their gazes towards the source of the thunder, and their expressions transformed into one of bewilderment. The sound had emanated from the tent of Lord Qin. The group of demon-slaying officers hesitated, uncertain. Given Lord Qin's prowess, it was unlikely that anyone could create such a thunderous sound within his tent in the entirety of Yong'an County. Therefore, it was highly probable that this sound was produced by Lord Qin himself. After all, it was merely a clap of thunder, with no other disturbances indicating an enemy assault. However, if they did not investigate this anomaly, it would be utterly inappropriate. As the crowd stood in indecision, Pei Qing stepped forward. Addressing them with gravity, "Lord Qin is undergoing a martial ascension. Speak softly and do not disturb him." The thunder is a recorded phenomenon resulting from the opening of the 7 life wheels, bridging the realms of heaven and earth. This Lord Qin is still in existence who has not yet ascended to the Grandmaster level. Pei Qing's eyes were filled with astonishment, and within his heart, a tempest of emotions surged. The other officers, hearing his words, felt similarly awestruck. To slay Grandmasters was as effortless as slicing through vegetables, and to suppress powerful demon saints was a mere walk in the park. How could such a being not yet have ascended to Grandmaster status? They had never paid much attention to this matter before, merely taking it for granted that Qin Zheng was undoubtedly a Grandmaster. Yet at this moment, they realized that he was, in fact, a being of Master Realm. With the prowess of a master, he transcended an entire tier, overwhelming numerous Grandmasters and formidable demons of the Demon Sage realm. Such an individual was not mere fiction, but truly existed among them. Just as they were engulfed in astonishment, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Following a clap of thunder, a tempestuous wind howled. Particularly within the tent where Qin Zheng resided, the gusts caused it to sway incessantly. Pei Qing narrowed his eyes, instantly comprehending that this was the second step of ascension, the infusion of heavenly energy. With the bridge between heaven and earth established, the celestial essence permeated everywhere, subsequently flooding into his body. This energy then fused with mental strength and vital essence. The three united would give birth to the formidable Qi. As a hallmark of a grandmaster, once the Qi coalesced, the ascension would be complete. At that moment, Pei Qing felt an unexpected anticipation. If this individual could exhibit such formidable strength before breaking through to grandmaster, how powerful would he become upon achieving that status? Boom! Just as his mind was engulfed in speculation, the tent before his eyes erupted, revealing the figure within. There stood a silhouette clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns. Eyes closed, and hair billowing wildly. Streams of golden Qi coiled around him, rendering him as awe-inspiring as a deity, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. This realm was unmistakably that of a grandmaster. Chapter 127. An unprecedented surge in power in the mountainous realm. The winds howled ominously. Thick demonic energy swirled in the air, almost materializing into a tangible darkness, obscuring the sun and casting the mountains into shadow, devoid of light. Suddenly, the mountains trembled as a massive black-scaled python, nearly the size of the mountains themselves, slithered forth from the depths. The dense aura of demons surged skyward, stirring the atmosphere. For a moment, the myriad demons held their breath, fearful of making a sound. Has Tsang Yuan still not ascended? The giant python inquired abruptly. At that moment, atop a mountain peak, a gaunt old ape with golden fur knelt, bowing low as he proclaimed, reporting to the holy envoy, Wei Wujie from Qingzhou is watching too closely. The Dragon Lord Tsang Yuan has yet to find a suitable opportunity for ascension. As these words echoed, the atmosphere thickened and froze. The old ape was drenched in sweat, his body trembling involuntarily. He soon felt a shadow loom over him, followed by a foul, heated breath and an icy voice that resonated above him. I shall grant you another half-month. Should Tsang Yuan still fail to ascend, I will cast you all into Qingzhou, trading your lives for Tsang Yuan's ascension. The weight of this oppressive command was akin to the heavens collapsing. The old ape quivered, struggling to remain upright beneath the immense pressure. Yes, I shall obey the holy envoy's command, he exclaimed loudly in response. As the shadow receded, the old ape did not dare lift his gaze. It was only when other voices began to stir among the surrounding mountains, as if awakening from slumber, that he finally dared to raise his head. The giant python had vanished without a trace, yet the marks it left on the mountains remained vividly etched. The old ape stared at the impressions, momentarily lost in thought. It was only when a gathering of demons encircled him that he snapped back to reality. Lord Ape, what should we do next? A wolf demon inquired. Looking earnestly at the old ape, the several demon saints dispatched to Qingzhou's Yong'an County have received no response, and the holy envoy is growing impatient. The old ape's expression darkened as he spoke slowly, casting a glance around him. The beings before him were all-powerful demon saints, mere steps away from ascending to the great saint level, akin to the Dragon Lord Tsang Yuan. Alas, that one step could mean the difference between success and failure. Furthermore, the Dragon Lord Tsang Yuan possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. Once he ascended to great saint, he would transform into a true dragon, an existence far beyond their reach. Upon hearing the old ape's words, the assembly of great demons fell silent. They were fully aware of the gravity of the holy envoy's earlier statements. If they could not facilitate the Dragon Lord Tsang Yuan's ascension within half a month, they would all be compelled to mobilize and invade the Qingzhou region of the Great Jin, striving to create an opportunity for Tsang Yuan's elevation. Prepare yourself, for Qingzhou is conveniently adjacent to my mysterious cave. Without stirring up some significant commotion, Wei Wujie will surely remain concealed. After a moment of silence, the old ape suddenly spoke. The surrounding great demons nodded in silent agreement and subsequently departed from the mountaintop. Soon, only the old ape remained. It gazed vacantly at the traces left by the giant serpent as it slithered through the mountains. Golden streams of vital energy entwined around him. Qin Zheng could feel these energies moving with a will of their own, responding to his thoughts. Moreover, within these energies, he sensed an underlying essence of invincibility. Upon activating the 7 life wheels and bridging the realms, the unity of spirit, energy, and essence birthed a unique vital force that belonged to Qin Zheng himself. Congratulations, Master Qin, on your breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm. Suddenly, Pei Qing's voice resonated from ahead. Congratulations, Master Qin, on achieving Grandmaster status. Following this, voices from all directions echoed in unison. These exclamations instantly drew Qin Zheng's focus back from the golden energies. The camp had long been scattered, blown away by the influx of celestial energy, leaving no trace behind. A smile crept onto Qin Zheng's face as he glanced at the assembled members of the Gengzi camp, nodding and saying, "Return and rest." Yes, at his words, the demon-slaying officers, awakened by Qin Zheng's commotion, began to disperse. Whether they could quell the tumult of emotions within and fall back into slumber remained uncertain. The area around Qin Zheng quickly emptied, leaving only a few officers on duty, who occasionally cast curious glances in his direction. Pei Qing, however, did not depart, remaining rooted in place, staring blankly at Qin Zheng. "What's the matter, General Pei? Aren't you going to sleep?" Qin Zheng raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile. Having just experienced a breakthrough, his spirits were high. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the extent of his newfound strength, he was confident it was sufficient to easily surpass his former self before the ascension. Not to mention, his power should have crossed into double digits. And this was not even the pinnacle of Qin Zheng's current abilities. With the 9 turns golden body technique reaching perfection, his physical form had significantly enhanced, allowing him to further elevate the dragon elephant prajna technique. Only when that technique reached its utmost limit would he truly realize his current potential, his strongest state upon entering the Grandmaster realm. Nevertheless, Qin Zheng was in no rush to enhance his abilities immediately. First, he needed to send Pei Qing on his way before searching for another tent. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's playful remark, Pei Qing snapped back to reality. He initially shook his head, then nodded, and finally spoke. "The events that transpired in Xinyang tonight have already begun to ripple through Yong'an County. However, it has not stirred much commotion. The silence feels rather unusual, leaving me somewhat uneasy." He chuckled as he continued. "Fortunately, it is Master Qin who has arrived in Yong'an County. With the formidable prowess of Lord Qin, his elevation to the rank of Grand Master has undoubtedly propelled his strength to unprecedented heights, enabling him to adeptly navigate the impending challenges." Rising to his feet, Qin Zheng approached Pei Qing, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, take your leave and rejuvenate. Only then can you be fully prepared to confront any crisis that may arise." This affirmation from Qin Zheng seemed to imbue Pei Qing with immense fortitude. Nodding solemnly, he promptly turned and departed without hesitation. Qin Zheng subsequently made his way to the tent of General Gengzi. With his own tent compromised, he found it necessary to temporarily seek refuge in this one. Upon entering the tent and returning to his designated position, Qin Zheng extended his hand, channeling his intent. In an instant, a stream of pure golden vital energy began to rise from his palm. This was the essence of vital energy, an exclusive characteristic of the Grand Master. At this moment, Qin Zheng fully comprehended the profound implications of this energy. When concentrated beneath his feet, it allowed him to traverse water as if it were solid ground. Manifesting as a weapon-esque ethereal shadow, it could amplify his attack range and significantly enhance the power of his strikes. Yet, the wonders of vital energy extended far beyond mere physical enhancements. Amplification. The core function of vital energy lies in its ability to amplify. This extraordinary essence, formed from the convergence of the energies of heaven and earth, mental fortitude, and life force, offers a comprehensive augmentation for the Grand Master. It transcends mere physical strength, enhancing speed, perception, mental acuity, and all other capabilities. It can be likened to a magnifier, capable of reinforcing every aspect of a Grand Master's abilities. Moreover, the manifestations of vital energy vary according to the internal martial arts practiced by each warrior. For example, a practitioner of a lethal sword technique would find their vital energy taking on a sharp and piercing quality, while one who cultivates restorative internal arts for longevity would experience a gentler manifestation. In the case of Qin Zheng, who practiced the 9 transformations of the golden body, focused on physical enhancement, his vital energy possessed traits of bodily fortification and healing. This was precisely the attribute Qin Zheng required most. With his fingers gathered and clenched into a fist, Qin Zheng began to sense the myriad changes within his physique following his breakthrough. The alterations in his five senses and the essence of vital energy were self-evident. However, the foremost concern for Qin Zheng was understanding the extent of his newfound strength. He delved inward, reflecting upon his power and contrasting it with his previous state. After a few moments of contemplation, a number crystallized in his mind: 120,000 pounds. Following his ascension to Grand Master, his strength surged to an astounding 120,000 pounds. This figure merely reflected the transformation brought about by his elevation, excluding the forthcoming enhancements from the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and the amplifications provided by vital energy. Merely through this breakthrough, Qin Zheng's strength escalated from 70,000 pounds to 120,000 pounds, a staggering increase of 50,000 pounds. This remarkable enhancement redefined his personal best since embarking on his martial journey. Moreover, this was far from his ultimate limit. With sparkling eyes, Qin Zheng felt an immediate surge of determination and silently chanted, "Enhance martial prowess, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill." Above the sea of consciousness, the merit scroll trembled, deducting 1 pound of merit. Thus, Qin Zheng incessantly ascended. 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, 15,000 pounds. After an indeterminate period of continuous elevation, Qin Zheng finally sensed that familiar sensation of reaching his limits. He directed his mental gaze towards the merit scroll. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 517. Martial skills, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 98th layer. Esoteric awareness spiritual text, fully realized. Merit, 128 pounds, 4 ounces, 7 pennies. Current martial skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, can be enhanced, requires 1 pound of merit. Shall I proceed? Current martial skill, Esoteric awareness spiritual text, can be enhanced, requires 1,000 pounds of merit. Shall I proceed? Discovering martial skills. Upon ascending to the Grandmaster level, his lifespan increased to 500 years. The recent enhancements elevated the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to the 98th layer, a remarkable increase of 30 layers. This equated to an augmentation of 30,000 pounds of strength. Thus, Qin Zheng's current strength, without the activation of his vital energy, had reached an astonishing 150,000 pounds, more than double what it had been prior to his ascension to Grandmaster. He had previously tested this, discovering that 30,000 pounds of strength was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary Grandmaster. Now, with his current strength of 150,000 pounds, he could effortlessly crush an average Grandmaster. A power as fierce as a raging dragon surged through his pale, golden muscles and sinews. Qin Zheng promptly activated his vital energy to amplify his strength further. Chapter 128. Storms approaching, crises rising. Under the moonlit night, a steed imbued with the bloodline of a dragon galloped along the official road. Su Qingling grasped the reins with one hand while wielding a halberd with the other, her gaze fixed intently into the distance. She had not anticipated that the audacious Gao Wenyu would dare to act so recklessly. As a member of the human race and a dignified governor of a province, he allied himself with demons, seeking to assist the Dragon Lord of Tsangyuan in his transformation. Even if he were a descendant of the esteemed Gao clan, such outrageous behavior would surely not be condoned by the court of the Great Jin. The current Great Jin remains the domain of the Wang family, not that of the Gao clan. This brazen and public defiance against humanity and the authority of the Great Jin court could never be shielded even by the Gao clan. Yet, Gao Wenyu, having attained the position of provincial governor, must possess some degree of cunning. What, then, could compel him to aid the Dragon Lord of Tsangyuan in his transformation? Although the demon race is formidable, what promises could they possibly make to persuade Gao Wenyu to betray the Great Jin and his own kind? Su Qingling pondered various possibilities in her mind. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the nearby thicket with alarming speed. The arrow tore through the air with a thunderous roar. This was no ordinary shot. Su Qingling snapped back to her senses and swung her halberd, deflecting the arrow. However, nearly simultaneously, a shadow had silently approached beneath her steed. With a resounding thud, the towering figure seized the horse's neck and forcefully brought it crashing down to the ground. In that instant, Su Qingling's halberd sliced through the air, poised at the assailant's throat. In a flash, another shadow appeared behind Su Qingling. A sudden wave of deadly peril surged within her heart. With a swift step, she utilized her lightness skill, evading to an open space. Dismissing the archer lurking in the shadows, she now faced two formidable grandmasters standing before her. Without a doubt, they were the ones dispatched by the governor's office to intercept her. Her suspicions were confirmed. Gao Wenyu had lost his sanity, and now his minions had followed suit. A chill swept across Su Qingling's delicate features as she let out a sharp cry. Yet, her words bore no weight. After their failed ambush, the two grandmasters from the governor's office wasted no time in launching another attack. One possessed immense strength, while the other exhibited remarkable speed, both far beyond the common grandmaster. Each clash released a torrent of energy, scattering like a flurry of silver needles, piercing the ground beneath them. Yet Su Qingling, still burdened by her old injuries, found herself at a disadvantage against these two formidable adversaries, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against the hidden archer lurking in the shadows. In an instant, she was placed in a precarious position. Moments later, Su Qingling suddenly let out a fierce battle cry, channeling her internal energy into the massive halberd she wielded. Instantly, the halberd transformed into a vivid crimson, emanating an astonishing aura of malevolence. Seizing the opportunity, she took a bold step forward and thrust with all her might. With a piercing sound, the halberd plunged into the body of one of her foes, and in an instant, crimson blood gushed forth in torrents. However, Su Qingling remained cautious. She withdrew the halberd and pivoted to deliver a decisive strike against another figure. Yet, as she turned, what greeted her eyes was not the assailant she had anticipated, but rather another figure she knew all too well. A flicker of joy illuminated Su Qingling's eyes, causing her heart to involuntarily relax. But then, with a swift thrust, a long sword pierced her abdomen, stirring her internal energy. Su Qingling's expression froze momentarily, a look of bewilderment crossing her features as she opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to utter something. Her face was now a canvas of confusion, inquiry, and fury. However, as the sword was withdrawn from her body, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and she was unable to articulate her thoughts. With a resounding thud, Su Qingling collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "My lord," the shadow that had not been slain approached respectfully. "Let us proceed to Yong'an County." The response was a voice of calm indifference. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon within the Gengzi camp, all the demon-slaying lieutenants and ordinary soldiers had commenced their daily training. Having chosen the path of exterminating demons, the only way to ensure one's survival was through relentless self-improvement. At this moment, Qin Zheng sat in the general's tent, his eyes closed, enveloped in silence. The midnight hours had granted him ample time to fully process the myriad emotions swirling within him. Regardless of the extent of the enhancement brought by this promotion and the elevation of his combat prowess, emotions such as surprise, excitement, and exhilaration had all been thoroughly digested, leaving only the most primal sense of tranquility. Thus, within this tent, he conserved his energy and prepared himself for the arrival of the next wave of fleeting souls. Lord Qin. At that moment, the tent flap was drawn aside, and Pei Qing strode in with urgency. Another demon incursion? Qin Zheng opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within them. Pei Qing shook his head, indicating that it was not a demon attack, and continued, "All matters in Qinyang Prefecture have been resolved. However, regarding the corpse of Gao Wuyun, it is indeed a descendant of the Gao clan from Quanyang. Although Qin Zheng dispatched him, the handling of the corpse presents some complications, leaving the soldiers of Gengzi camp feeling quite troubled." Qin Zheng contemplated for a moment, and then a sense of clarity washed over him. The individuals from the Gengzi camp were merely ordinary folk, incapable of disregarding the elevated status of the high martial arts practitioners as he did. Thus, he spoke. "First, transport his corpse back to the Gengzi camp. Furthermore," Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes and continued, "find me a dog that has feasted on human flesh." Regardless of whether it was that high martial artist or the current Gao Wuyun, both held themselves in high regard, viewing ordinary citizens as mere prey to be offered to the demonic beings. In the past, their inferior cultivation level led to a swift death for the high martial artist, leaving no trace of his remains. However, with his current strength, though the high Wuyun lay dead before him, his body still existed. Therefore, he would unleash a ravenous dog to feast upon the Gao lineage's blood, to witness how it differed from that of an ordinary person. Pei Qing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, instantly grasping Qin Zheng's intention. He opened his mouth to speak, but for reasons unknown, fell silent. Indeed, he nodded in agreement, his voice resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Once he departed, Qin Zheng chuckled softly and closed his eyes once more, conserving his energy. Time flowed by, and half a day slipped away in an instant. At this moment, the sun had begun its descent from its zenith, gradually sinking towards the western horizon. Inside the tent, Qin Zheng opened his eyes, revealing a hint of gravity. By the passage of time, if Su Qingling were to return, she ought to have arrived at the Gengzi camp by now. Even if she did not return, there should be another messenger from Lingyuan City to report the General's arrangements to Qin Zheng. Could it be that something happened to Su Qingling? This should not be. As a direct disciple of the general and a grandmaster, she would be nearly impossible to detain unless confronted by himself or the general. This was precisely why Qin Zheng had felt assured in allowing her to depart for Lingyuan City to inform the general of the provincial governor's plans. Perhaps Su Qingling had been delayed in Lingyuan City, or perhaps she had sent someone of slightly lesser martial prowess, resulting in a slower journey. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Zheng closed his eyes once more. Time passed again, and when the clouds in the sky were set ablaze with fiery hues, Qin Zheng's eyes shot open abruptly. She still had not returned. Su Qingling, the general's disciple, was likely in peril. Qin Zheng immediately rose to his feet, stepping out of the tent with urgency. At that moment, a contingent of soldiers was transporting Gao Weiyun's corpse back, and Pei Qing was approaching to report the situation. What's wrong? Upon seeing the grave expression on Qin Zheng's face, Pei Qing's heart sank in unison, prompting him to swiftly inquire. Qin Zheng's demeanor turned severe as he commanded, "Dispatch men along the route to Yongyuan County leading to Lingyuan City to search for the whereabouts of Lord Su. Additionally, instruct the 10 subordinate generals and various captains stationed outside to remain vigilant should any grandmaster exhibit even the slightest abnormality upon entering Yong'an County. They are to report to me immediately." Pei Qing, not lacking in intelligence, instantly comprehended the gravity of Qin Zheng's orders. Understood. He acquiesced once more before turning to execute the command. Fiery steeds surged forth from the Gengzi camp, while a multitude of birds took flight from the same. Yet, the countenance of Qin Zheng remained as unyielding as ever. He hoped that Gao Weiyun was not truly driven to madness, otherwise. At this thought, a glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. "Master Qin, we have prepared the corpse and the ferocious hound. How shall we proceed?" A lieutenant stepped forward to seek his counsel. "Release the hound. Let it feast," Qin Zheng replied, his mind returning to focus as his gaze settled upon the headless body of Gao Weiyun in the distance. Calmly, he uttered these words. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant signaled, and immediately the hound was unleashed. Woof, woof. The pungent scent of blood provoked a torrent of saliva from the beast. Once freed, it surged forward like a shadow, its gaping maw poised to tear into Gao Weiyun's corpse. Whoosh! Just then, an arrow appeared from afar. In an instant, it traversed the air, covering 100 meters, and struck just as the hound was about to bite, piercing its body with brutal force. The tremendous inertia propelled the hound's lifeless form several meters before it was violently embedded in the ground. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of those within the Gengzi camp to shift dramatically. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes, yet his face betrayed no emotion. He merely turned to gaze in the direction whence the arrow had come. Clop, 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 clop. The sound of galloping steeds and the shouts of men soon filled the air. A familiar figure emerged into Qin Zheng's view. "Junior Brother Qin," came an exuberant call, filled with fervor. Chapter 129. The Astonishment of the Supreme Demon, Saint Realm. Junior Brother Qin. The demon's steed galloped swiftly, soon arriving before Qin Zheng. Fu Yu's face radiated joy as he gazed at Qin Zheng, his expression brimming with warmth. "Junior Brother Qin, it has been a few days since we last met. I trust all is well with you despite the hardships endured." He dismounted and respectfully clasped his hands together in front of Qin Zheng, speaking earnestly. Qin Zheng maintained a serene demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. His gaze discreetly swept over the two individuals behind Fu Yu. One of them, bearing a great bow, was evidently the archer who had just loosed an arrow. Sensing Qin Zheng's scrutiny, Fu Yu promptly turned to introduce them. "These two are newly appointed subcommanders under my command. Please greet Lord Qin." The two stepped forward and respectfully declared, "We pay our respects to Lord Qin." Qin Zheng regarded the two with calm scrutiny, remaining silent. Then, in a flash, he moved to stand before the archer, extending his hand to rest upon the man's shoulder. The archer let out a soft grunt, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes, instinctively preparing to resist. However, bang, a tremendous force surged into him, pressing him down to his knees, rendering him immobile. This sudden turn of events astonished everyone present. Neither the slew of demon-slaying lieutenants from the gun camp nor Fu Yu had anticipated Qin Zhang's abrupt action. Yet, shortly thereafter, the lieutenants felt a wave of exhilaration wash over them. The vicious hound had been summoned by their orders from Qin Zhang, intended to publicly devour the remains of the high martial spirit. But just as the hound was about to strike, the arrow had appeared, piercing into the gun camp and slaying the beast before all eyes. This was not merely an intrusion into the affairs of the gun camp. It was a direct affront. It was a blow to Qin Zhang's pride, although there was lingering resentment among the crowd. The arrival of Fu Yu, who was not only a direct disciple of the general, but also Qin Zhang's senior brother, compelled them to swallow their grievances. Yet, witnessing Qin Zhang's unwavering decisiveness in this moment dispelled their frustrations, bringing them a sense of relief. What do you intend to do? Despite being pinned to the ground and drenched in sweat, the archer managed to speak through gritted teeth, his veins bulging as he grimaced. Without permission, you recklessly drew your bow and shot an arrow at our gun camp. Do you wish to know my intentions? Qin Zhang replied indifferently. Fu Yu's expression shifted as he prepared to explain. But at that moment, bang! Qin Zhang intensified his grip, causing the archer's legs to explode beneath him, unleashing a harrowing scream of agony. Following that, Qin Zhang's hand swept down in a decisive motion. Bang! A head burst apart like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering in all directions. The archers of the Grandmaster realm. Qin Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned his gaze toward another general of Fu Yu. At the sight of his penetrating stare, the general instinctively recoiled a few steps in fright. Witnessing Qin Zhang's merciless execution of the archer shocked not only the members of the Gung battalion, but also caused the typically gentle Fu Yu's expression to darken momentarily. Junior brother Qin, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? That arrow was loosed at my command. The bloodline of the Gao family may perish, but it must not be dishonored. Do you realize the calamity that would have befallen you had that wild dog devoured Gao Wian? Qin Zhang, calm and composed, allowed the headless corpse of the archer to collapse to the ground. When he looked back at Fu Yu, he did not answer his question, but instead inquired, Sister Su mentioned that you, brother Fu Yu, were sent by Master to seek assistance from the Taiwu Institute in the capital. Now that you have arrived, does this imply that the experts from the capital have already reached Qingzhou and are en route to Linyuan City? Upon hearing this, Fu Yu's expression darkened even further as he retorted, What do you mean by that? Qin Zhang's gaze turned frigid, his murderous intent locking onto his adversary as he declared, Where is Su Qingling? At that moment, a new line of text appeared on the merit scroll within his mind. Thousand-faced avoidance, blurring the lines of truth and falsehood. Deeply sinful. Slay him to gain 37 pounds, for tails, and 3 qian of merit. Before him stood an individual whose aura and demeanor mirrored that of Fu Yu almost perfectly. The disguise was far superior to that of the Qingxiu Fox Demon or the Lingming Deer King. Had Qin Zhang not possessed the merit scroll, he might have been deceived. However, this Fu Yu was not the true disciple of the Grand Commander, but rather a formidable demon disguised as one. As Qin Zhang uttered these words, Fu Yu's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of doubt emerging in his eyes, causing his aura to waver involuntarily. The tall, slender figure clad in black beside him underwent a sudden transformation. His aura turned sinister and sharp. In an instant, he lunged forward, arriving at Qin Zhang's side and slamming his palm toward his head. A powerful gust erupted, and streams of profound energy coalesced in his palm. The aura of the Grandmaster was unveiled without reservation at that moment. To the onlookers, this strike seemed imbued with the strength to obliterate all existence into ashes. Yet, in the face of this assault, Qin Zhang exhibited little reaction. Just as the opponent drew near, he swiftly reached out, like a dragon erupting from the depths, seizing the adversary's neck. Crack! His fingers constricted, and an overwhelming force surged forth, instantly snapping the neck. A Grandmaster, in the presence of Qin Zhang, was rendered as powerless as an ant, devoid of any ability to resist. The black-clad man's aura collapsed abruptly, and the light in his eyes faded, leaving him breathless. before that formidable strike could be unleashed. It fell limply instead. Thud. The lifeless body of the figure clad in black was carelessly tossed to the ground. At this moment, Qin Zheng's gaze was fixed upon Fu Yu, or rather, the formidable demon masquerading as Fu Yu. Once more, he inquired, "Where is Su Qingling?" Fu Yu's expression darkened. Yet in the blink of an eye, his countenance shifted from grim to disdainful. He first regarded Qin Zheng, then nonchalantly swept his gaze over the gathered crowd of the Gengzi camp, as if he were a deity looking down upon mere mortals. Ultimately, with a scornful demeanor, he declared, "I initially intended to bide my time before taking action, but there are always those eager to hasten their demise. I." His words faltered. Before he could finish, Qin Zheng had already stepped forward, instantly appearing before him. In the next moment, under the reflection of Fu Yu's rapidly contracting pupils, a punch struck forcefully against his chest. Whoosh! Boom! Under the tremendous force, Fu Yu's figure was sent flying and then crashed violently to the ground. Spit! A mouthful of foul blood erupted forth. Fu Yu's skin tore and rotted, revealing the grotesque visage beneath. His form twisted and soon shed its human guise, transforming into a massive demon of over 10 meters in height. Yet, at this moment, his aura was feeble, devoid of the might typical of a demon lord. Even though Qin Zheng had restrained his power, the force of that single punch was sufficient to rob this demon of half its life. How could this be? How could you possess such overwhelming strength? The demon struggled to lift its head, gazing at the figure that swayed before it, Qin Zheng. Its eyes were filled with shock. It was powerful, surpassing the 3 demon lords that followed Gao Wuyun, stronger than those that emerged from the Mo Su mountain, even more formidable than the great demons surrounding Lin Yuan City, such as the Qinglin Fish King and the Four-Handed Ape King. Its considerable strength afforded it a notable status within the provincial governor's estate. This was why it, as a great demon, was respected as lord by 2 masters of the human race. Yet at this moment, all of its confidence was shattered by Qin Zheng's punch. Just a short while ago, he had been a mere executioner from a small town. Even if he had been taken under Wei Wujia's wing, his strength should not have surged so rapidly. The power contained within that punch was such that even the so-called overlord and the second disciple of the general, Xiang Qingyu, would not measure up. Yet now, looking at Qin Zheng, who stood with a calm demeanor, strolling leisurely, it was evident that he had not exerted his full strength in that previous blow. Was it 70% or 80%? The demon speculated on how much power Qin Zheng had truly employed in that punch. However, it could not fathom that Qin Zheng had only utilized 40% of his strength. Speak. Qin Zheng approached the great demon, calmly stating, "It is dead." The formidable demon, feeling a relentless wave of weakness surging through its body, managed to muster a sinister laugh in response. Its internal organs and bones had been shattered by the recent blow. Given the resilient nature of demonkind, it could have slowly recuperated with ample time, and its life would not have been in jeopardy. However, at this moment, it found itself within the Gung camp, one of the top 10 demon-slaying military encampments in Qingzhou, surrounded by demon-slaying lieutenants from all directions. It was acutely aware that its survival was utterly hopeless. Thus, it spoke without restraint. Upon uttering those words, an uproar erupted from all around. This great demon had actually slain Su Qingling, Lord Su. That was a Grand Master, a disciple of the general. In an instant, a wave of fury swept through the crowd, as if a tempest was about to descend. If this demon had emerged from the elusive Mosu mountain, it might have been somewhat understandable. Yet the origins of this demon were evidently linked to the Yongla prefecture. How could a dignified provincial governor not only fail to assist the demon slayers in safeguarding the realm from such monsters, but also harbor one within his residence, allowing it to feast upon human flesh, and now directly slay the general's personal disciple? What on earth was the governor of Gao thinking? Although he belonged to the esteemed Gao clan of Quanyang, such actions were tantamount to challenging the authority of the Great Jin court, and surely the Gao clan would not be able to protect him. After hearing this, Qin Zheng fell into a brief silence. He then spoke. What advantage does allowing the Sun Yuan Dragon Lord to ascend to dragonhood bring to Gao Wenyu, if there were not significant benefits? I find it hard to believe he would dare to commit such a grave transgression. The demon's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery as it replied, "You mere mortals cannot fathom the ambitions that reside within Lord Gao's heart. However, if you were to," suddenly, a dazzling flash of blade light appeared. The massive head of the demon rolled onto the ground. Qin Zheng sheathed his sword and turned away, his expression serene, revealing neither joy nor anger. Since it chose not to divulge its thoughts, then it need not speak at all. Chapter 130. Invasion of demons outside Yong'an County. The demon race is categorized into 4 significant realms: demon soldiers, demon generals, demon kings, and demon saints, which correspond to the 4 major stages of the human martial path: masters, grandmasters, and martial saints. However, there is a disparity in strength between these 2 entities. The gap within the realm of demon saints is considerable, as some weaker demon saints may be outmatched by demon kings endowed with innate bloodline talents. Yet, the disparity among grandmasters is even more pronounced. In the grandmaster realm, the weaker can easily slaughter those in the demon king realm, rivaling even the demon saints. Conversely, the powerful can effortlessly slay demon saints, potentially subduing even the most formidable of them. Thus, the strength that corresponds to the demon saint realm is not the martial saint, but rather the grandmaster. As for the martial saint, this realm transcends the ordinary, nearing a state beyond the corporeal, reaching an entirely different echelon. Within the demon race, the equivalent of a human martial saint is referred to as a great saint. The Tsungyuan dragon lord, possessing a trace of true dragon bloodline, upon ascending to great saint, would shed his serpentine form and transform into a true dragon. At that moment, the demon race would gain another immensely powerful true dragon great saint, a development that would not bode well for the entire Djinn. Thus, it is reasonable to surmise that the Tsungyuan dragon lord's ambition to ascend to great saint and metamorphose into a true dragon is something that Djinn would vehemently oppose. Qin Zheng found himself puzzled as to why the Djinn court had yet to take action against the dragon lord of Qingzhou, who was on the verge of transformation. Even Gao Wenyu, of the esteemed Gao bloodline, had sought to assist the Tsungyuan dragon lord in his ascension. Within the command tent, Qin Zheng closed his eyes, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. After a moment, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. It mattered not what interests or grievances were entangled in this matter. What he needed to focus on was his own continuous growth and strength. When the time came for action, he would strike with a single blow, unmatched by any foe. Regardless of whether they were from the Gao lineage or a great saint of the demon race, they would first have to contend with his blade. With this resolve, Qin Zheng turned his focus inward, examining his own body. Within the human form, there lie 3 meridians and 7 life wheels. Once the 7 life wheels are successfully opened, a bridge connecting heaven and earth is established, allowing the celestial energy to flow into the body. Following that, he would begin to open the 3 meridians. This process was something Qin Zheng had understood even before his ascension. As each meridian is opened sequentially, the amount of vital energy that can be stored within his body increases, along with its quality, amplifying his overall strength. However, this ascension to Grandmaster had come rather unexpectedly for Qin Zheng, and he had yet to acquire the internal cultivation techniques associated with the Grandmaster realm. Without the ability to utilize the merit scrolls to enhance his internal power, he could only rely on diligent effort to draw in the celestial energy and gradually expand the 3 meridians. With this thought in mind, Qin Zheng began to summon the celestial energy to infuse into his body. As the night deepened, the moon quietly ascended to its zenith, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the vast camp of the Gung character. A convoy of carriages gradually entered Gungzi camp. The lifeless body of Su Qingling had been discovered, found beneath an ancient tree by the roadside, 30 miles outside Yong'an County. This young prodigy, barely 19 years of age, had already ascended to the rank of a grandmaster, yet now lay silently fallen in the countryside. Qin Zheng stepped out of the tent, taking a few strides forward to gaze upon the petite figure that, though devoid of life, still clutched a halberd tightly. At this moment, Pei Qing approached with a heavy expression and spoke. The fatal wound on Lord Su is located in the abdomen, inflicted by a long sword that shattered much of the internal organs, leading to his demise. Was the assailant the great demon slain this afternoon? Qin Zheng's gaze shifted to Su Qingling's abdomen, now stained with blood, darkening to a deep crimson. Indeed, from the evidence left behind, it can be surmised that an archer and 2 grandmasters attempted to encircle Lord Su. However, due to his formidable strength, they suffered a casualty among their ranks, nearly rendering their ambush a failure. At that moment, the demon disguised as Lord Fuyu entered the fray, catching Lord Su off guard and launching a successful surprise attack. Pei Qing, having personally inspected the scene, deduced the details of the battle. Qin Zheng nodded thoughtfully, then fell into silence for a moment before speaking. Let the two deputy generals lead the way and return her body to Linyuan City. However, Pei Qing hesitated, caught between words. Qin Zheng understood his thoughts and replied, "No matter, a corpse is of no use to them even if they seize it. Moreover, that Gao Wenyu would likely be more than pleased to see Su Qingling's remains returned to Linyuan City. Such an event could very well provoke Wei Wuji, compelling him to abandon Linyuan City, thereby granting the Tsang dragon lord an opportunity to transform." Indeed, Pei Qing responded with a nod. Furthermore, Qin Zheng's voice continued, "Send word to Linyuan City, requesting Xiang Qingyu to come in my stead, or another grandmaster from another camp." Upon hearing this, Pei Qing was taken aback and quickly lifted his gaze to Qin Zheng, inquiring, "Lord Qin, are you planning to leave?" Qin Zheng squinted slightly, his eyes fixed on Su Qingling's body, and replied, "Remaining here merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Since the source of this turmoil lies with that old loach in the Tsangyuan River, killing it will resolve the multitude of issues at hand." His tone was calm and devoid of turmoil, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. Yet to Pei Qing's ears, it reverberated like thunder, stirring a tempest within his heart. This Lord Qin intended to slay the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord, the very being on the brink of transformation into a dragon, which even the commander could only suppress, but not kill. Was this truly not a jest? Pei Qing abruptly raised his head, staring incredulously at Qin Zheng. The tranquil atmosphere remained undisturbed, yet the unwavering determination in his eyes was almost palpable. Lord Qin was earnest in his intentions. He truly intended to slay the Tsangyuan Dragon King. Pei Qing opened his mouth as if to voice a thought, but ultimately succumbed to silence. Indeed, he nodded emphatically in agreement, promptly turning to make the necessary arrangements. After observing Su Qingling for a few moments, Qin Zheng also turned, returning to the tent. This time, he did not sit in meditation to refine his 3 meridians. Instead, he grasped his weapon, the ghost-headed broadsword, along with a newly strung bow made from dragon tendons, capable of withstanding greater force. Having resolved to confront the Tsangyuan Dragon King, he was determined to enhance his strength without reservation. His elevation to the Grand Master level had reached its current limits, leaving no room for further improvement. Thus, the most beneficial course for Qin Zheng was to refine the talent bestowed by the Dragon Demon Core provided by Xiang Qingyu, the ability to stir the rivers and seas. The old mud loach, on the verge of transforming into a dragon, would undoubtedly require him to enter the water for its defeat. Possessing this talent would surely augment his combat prowess in aquatic environments, thereby increasing his chances of vanquishing the foe. Qin Zheng extended his hand, fingers splayed, revealing a demon core nestled in his palm. Simultaneously, a line of text materialized on the merit scroll. Item discovered. Dragon Demon Core can be refined. Requires 500 pounds of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note: refinement grants the talent. Stir the rivers and seas within the confines of the Qinyang Prefecture. Qin Zheng had slain the high-ranking demon that wielded powerful martial arts, utilizing its demon core to further decrease the merit needed for refinement. Originally requiring 1,000 pounds of merit for the talent, it now only demanded 500 pounds. Yet, 500 pounds was still a considerable sum for Qin Zheng. He would need to slay nearly 15 high-ranking demon beasts to accumulate such merit. However, the demon entities within Yong'an County had been completely eradicated. Qin Zheng's gaze sharpened. Yong'an County bordered 3 other counties. If he acted swiftly, he could travel to these counties and eliminate the demons therein. This would allow him to quickly amass a significant amount of merit, though he was uncertain if he could gather the full 500 pounds. After all, apart from the 3 major military camps, there were not many high-ranking demon beasts elsewhere. Contemplating this, Qin Zheng turned and left the tent. Regardless, action must precede deliberation. Moreover, this endeavor required not only his direct involvement, but also consultation with the other 3 counties. Therefore, he needed to confer with Pei Qing. As he exited the tent, he fortuitously encountered Pei Qing returning, his expression fraught with anxiety, as if he had received alarming news. "What has happened?" Qin Zheng inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. "Lord Qin, news has arrived. Deep within the Moxa Mountains, There are movements of great demons, with demonic energy surging. It is feared that no less than dozens of high-ranking demon beasts are leading a demonic army to invade Qingzhou. The first to invade is none other than our Yong'an County. Pei Qing spoke quickly, his voice tinged with a palpable sense of alarm. Qingzhou borders the entire Moxa mountain range, and Yong'an County is one of the few counties that directly adjoins it. Thus, during previous incursions, those formidable demon saints had stealthily infiltrated Yong'an County. However, prior to the ascension of the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord, the creatures of the Moxa mountain range had refrained from launching a large-scale invasion into Qingzhou. After all, a massive incursion would inevitably draw the attention of the National Guardian Martial Saint. When the National Guardian Martial Saint intervenes, not a single demon beneath the Great Saint level can escape annihilation. Hence, unless driven by the will of the Great Saint, the creatures within the Moxa mountain range would never dare to emerge and invade Qingzhou so recklessly. Yet this time, in light of the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord's impending ascension, it appears that the denizens of the Moxa mountain range have cast aside such caution. Perhaps it is the Great Saint deep within the Moxa mountains who has taken the initiative, unafraid of attracting the National Guardian Martial Saint's scrutiny. In a bid to divert Wei Wuji's attention and facilitate the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord's elevation, a large-scale invasion would undoubtedly compel the demon slayers of Qingzhou to concentrate their efforts here. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could lead to chaos, with demons rampaging and rivers of blood flowing. In such a scenario, Wei Wuji would likely have no choice but to abandon Lin Yuan City to quell the demon horde. The moment he departs, the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord will surely seize the opportunity to ascend into a dragon. It seems that, regardless of the circumstances, Qingzhou is destined to face a calamity. Pei Qing's expression was one of panic, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Unbeknownst to him, however, Qin Zheng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise. Chapter 131, He Shall Return. To slay the Dragon Lord of Zhongyuan, Yongyuan County. 50 miles beyond the city of Linyuan, a vast river flows with an immeasurable breadth, as if it carries the weight of countless forces in its mighty current. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of an old ox's bellow resonates. This voice seems to contain a unique rhythm, causing the waters to surge even more violently. As fierce winds arise, they appear to summon a change in the heavens. Dark clouds gradually gather, and then, boom, a thunderclap erupts, echoing across the expanse of the earth and sky. Amidst the swirling mist, it seems as though a torrential downpour is imminent. At that moment, a distinct sound of footsteps pierces through the chaos. Instantaneously, the river's tumult subsides, the winds cease their howling, and the thunder falls silent. This singular sound of footsteps seems to overshadow everything. A figure clad in a dark robe, wielding a 9-foot-long spear, slowly emerges by the riverbank. He gently sweeps his spear, unleashing waves of energy that coalesce into phantoms of long spears suspended in the air. Then, with a sudden thrust, he strikes downward into the river. Whoosh! The spears formed from this energy pierce the water like arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The splashes erupt continuously, stirring up tumultuous waves. Wei Wuji, you may impede me for a moment, but you cannot thwart me for eternity. Beneath the surface of the river, a voice filled with resentment and fury resounds. As long as I, Wei, exist, this mudfish shall never have the opportunity to transform into a dragon. On the riverbank, the figure in the dark robe gazes down at the turbulent waters, speaking calmly. In his eyes, beneath the surface of the river, a silhouette glimmers with golden light, exuding an air of majesty, and it gazes back at him. This is no ordinary serpent, adorned with dragon whiskers, horns, and golden scales. It bears an uncanny resemblance to a true dragon's head. The sole distinction lies in its elongated body, which displays only 4 bulges, lacking the 4 dragon claws. This creature is a serpent on the brink of metamorphosis. Once the moment is ripe, it will surge forth from the river, stirring the clouds and rain, transforming into a true dragon. Yet at this moment, it is firmly bound by Wei Wuji in the Zhongyuan River, unable to ascend. 1 man and 1 dragon, positioned in opposition, one on the shore, the other beneath the water. Rumbling. Above the heavens, lightning flashes and thunder rolls. Amidst the tempest of wind and rain, the atmosphere grows even more tense. My transformation into a dragon is destined by the heavens. Your time to thwart me is running thin. After several breaths, the dragon's head speaks from beneath the waters. Then you shall attempt it. Wei Wujie responds with equal calmness. This time, the dragon lord of Yuen falls silent, turning to submerge beneath the river, vanishing from Wei Wujie's sight. With its disappearance, the extraordinary phenomena in the world dissipate. The thunderclouds disperse, the raging winds calm, and the river's surface becomes tranquil, as if all that transpired was merely an illusion. Wei Wujie narrowed his eyes, intently gazing at the surging and majestic Yuen River, before turning away after a brief pause. Moments later, in the military compound of Linyuan City, he returned to his residence, a rare hint of fatigue gracing his features. The serpentine dragon beneath the Yuen River was growing ever stronger. If he did not act swiftly to eradicate it, the repercussions could be dire. Once the dragon ascended and transformed, it would command the winds and summon the rains. Not only had he delayed its transformation for so long, undoubtedly inciting its resentment, but as a creature of the demon clan, its ascension would surely bring calamity upon the people of Qingzhou. When it called forth storms and unprecedented floods, it would spell disaster for all. Thus, it was imperative that he kept this old mudfish submerged within the Yuen River, preventing its ascension into a true dragon. Determination shone in Wei Wujie's eyes, steadfast as ever. He had never wavered in his resolve to slay the Yuen dragon lord, even if it meant risking his own life in the process. He slowly approached a seat and settled down. After a few moments, several figures appeared before him: Su Zimo, Xiang Qingyu, and Sun Jilan. What news? Wei Wujie inquired, his fatigue momentarily set aside, restoring his calm demeanor. Su Zimo promptly replied, this time, neither the four-handed ape king nor the Qinglin fish king has made any significant moves. They seem to understand that this was merely a test from that old mudfish. Wei Wujie nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze to Sun Jilan, the third disciple of the general, whose face bore a solemn expression as she said, we still have not received any news from Yong'an County. The messages we sent have vanished as if cast into the sea, without a trace. Master, it seems that Yong'an County has been sealed off by someone with ill intent. Upon hearing this, Wei Wujie narrowed his eyes slightly. In Qingzhou, the only entity capable of sealing off an entire county was the provincial governor's office, and he could think of no other. What could that old wretch be after? Did he intend to divert Wei Wujie's focus to aid the Yuen dragon lord in its transformation? Contemplating this, Wei Wujie furrowed his brow. He then commanded, have the Jia, Yi, and Bing battalions each send a grandmaster to Yong'an County. Additionally, Qingyu, you must depart immediately to ascertain what is transpiring there. Though Qin Zheng and Qing Ling are stationed there, their martial prowess is still rather limited. As Wei Wujie spoke, his eyes suddenly sharpened. In an instant, he sprang to his feet and vanished from sight. This sudden movement startled Su Zimo and the others, who instinctively believed a crisis had arisen. They quickly turned and moved toward the exit, straining to extend their senses. At that moment, Su Zimo hesitated, a look of sorrow crossing his face before being replaced by a surge of fury. His major focus lies in the realm of spiritual power, thus granting him a broader perceptual range compared to the other two. Observing his demeanor, Sun Jilan immediately inquired, what troubles you, senior brother? Su Zimo regained his composure and took a decisive step forward, heading towards the exit of the commandant's courtyard. Simultaneously, his voice reverberated in the minds of Sun Jilan and Xiang Qingyu. The junior sister has fallen. With a swish, upon hearing this proclamation, the two figures swiftly surged forth, matching Su Zimo's pace. Moments later, outside the commandant's courtyard, they arrived to find Wei Wujie, clad in a black robe, already present. A convoy had arrived at the courtyard's entrance, where the lifeless body of Su Qingling lay quietly atop a carriage. Junior sister, Sun Jilan cried in despair, rushing forward to the side of Su Qingling's corpse. Tentatively, she extended her hand, as if in disbelief, and gently touched the already stiff and icy body of Su Qingling. It felt as though she had brushed against the most horrific of things, pulling her hand back immediately. Subsequently, she collapsed to her knees beside the corpse, prostrating herself over Su Qingling's body, weeping uncontrollably. As a slayer of demons, she was no stranger to the sacrifices made, having witnessed countless partings between life and death. Yet, it was only when a cherished companion, one with whom she had shared daily life, departed that the true depth of this anguish became apparent. Su Zimo's countenance darkened, an ominous aura emanating from him. Xiang Qingyu's face turned ashen, and he stepped forward, directing his gaze at the officer escorting Su Qingling's body, unable to suppress his demand. Who did this? Where is that scoundrel, Qinzheng? The officer trembled slightly, casting a glance at Wei Wujin before recounting the events that transpired in Yong'an County. The Grand Master of the prefectural office intruded upon the Gung camp. Attempting to seize control, the third son of the prefectural office brought great demons into the county. Reveling in the consumption of human lives within Qinyang Prefecture, the prefectural office secretly nurtured top-tier demon saints, disguising them as Fuyu, to murder Su Qingling. Furthermore, there have been continuous invasions by demon saints from the Moxa Mountains into Yong'an County. With each revelation, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable sense of menace. By the conclusion of his account, the officer began to tremble uncontrollably. Just as Xiang Qingyu was about to question him further, demanding the whereabouts and intentions of Qinzheng, Wei Wujin cast him a glance that stilled his words in his throat. Turning his attention to the officer, Wei Wujin spoke. I am already aware of the matters you have recounted. How fares Qinzheng now? Su Qingling, as a grandmaster, has perished at the hands of the prefectural office. Qinzheng, still merely a master, possesses innate strength, but in this struggle, he may find survival exceedingly difficult. Though he appears affable, his nature is fiercely unyielding. Such an event will undoubtedly spur him to resist fiercely, refusing to yield. Wei Wuji seemed to have anticipated the outcome, his tone somber as he posed the question. He seldom took in disciples, yet each individual he accepted was a prodigious talent. The death of 2 disciples was an immense loss for him and for Qinzhou. Upon mentioning Qinzheng, the subordinate general's expression instantly transformed into one of excitement and fervor as he exclaimed, Lord Qin is currently in excellent health. This declaration momentarily stunned Wei Wuji. Meanwhile, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiang Qingyu's eyes. His little junior sister had perished, yet that young man, merely at the master realm, somehow still survived? Could it be that he feared death and sought to beg for mercy, betraying his comrades? The subordinate general, oblivious to the subtle shifts in the crowd's emotions, continued to speak rapidly. Upon entering Yong'an County, Lord Qin, within just 2 days, eradicated all monsters residing therein. Subsequently, he dispatched us subordinate generals from the Gungzi camp to various locations across Yong'an County to monitor for any appearances of monsters. Under such circumstances, Lord Qin has successively slain 4 monstrous beings of the demon sage realm that invaded from the Moxu mountain range. He has also dispatched 3 grand masters who came from the provincial governor's residence, intent on forcibly seizing the Gungzi camp. In the battle at Qinyang Prefecture, Lord Qin was the first to engage, fighting single-handedly. In this battle, he vanquished dozens of demon kings, 3 demon sages, 2 grand masters, and the 3rd son of the provincial governor, Gao Weiyun. After Lord Su's misfortune, the creature masquerading as Lord Fuyu infiltrated the Gungzi camp, but was swiftly detected by Lord Qin. Consequently, the 2 grand masters and 1 top-tier demon sage involved in the encirclement of Lord Su were also slain by Lord Qin on the spot within the Gungzi camp. We have come bearing a message from Lord Qin. At this juncture, he remained unaware of the astonishment etched upon the faces of those present. As he turned to Wei Wuji and continued, Lord Qin has instructed that Lord Xiang should go and take his place in overseeing Yong'an County. He intends to return to slay the Tsang Dragon Lord. Chapter 132. The Outbreak of War. Astonishing. Silence. In the 11 demon mountains of Yong'an County, 11 formidable demon sages and 7 grand masters have all fallen at the hands of Qinzheng. Su Zimo and Xiang Qingyu were profoundly shaken, as if turbulent waves had erupted within their souls. Particularly for Xiang Qingyu, just moments ago, he had harbored doubts about whether the opponent had defected to the enemy, fearing for his own life. Yet at this moment, every word spoken by the lieutenant general struck him like heavy slaps across his face. However, Xiang Qingyu was somewhat perplexed. How could Qinzheng, merely a master, achieve such feats? Perhaps the lieutenant general's revelations had so overwhelmed Su Zimo and the others that they overlooked the final words of the lieutenant. Yet Wei Wuji was acutely attentive. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he regarded the lieutenant and inquired once more, did he truly claim he would return to slay the Tsang Dragon Lord? This question jolted Su Zimo and his companions back to reality, instilling them with even greater shock, though tinged with a sense of absurdity. The Tsang Dragon Lord, possessing the bloodline of a true dragon, stood as one of the most exalted demons within the sage realm. Now, this dragon lord was but a step away from transcending to dragonhood and achieving the status of a great saint among the demon race. Such a being commanded respect, even from Wei Wuji, a top grandmaster on the brink of becoming a martial saint. Qin Zheng, being merely a humble master, despite his innate divine strength and considerable combat prowess, could hardly bridge such a vast chasm of disparity. Had he truly become so emboldened by his unchallenged victories in Yong'an County that he believed himself capable of slaying the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord? The trio's hearts were filled with conflicting emotions. Admiration for Qin Zheng's accomplishments mingled with disdain for his audacious assertion. They had witnessed the true might of the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord, while Qin Zheng had not. In response to Wei Wuji's probing emphasis, the lieutenant general promptly nodded and replied, "Indeed, Lord Qin has spoken thus." He asserted that the root of all this turmoil lies with the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord. Remaining in Yong'an County would merely address the symptoms, not the cause. Thus, he intends to return and directly slay the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord. Every word that Qin Zheng had uttered resonated within the entire Gengzi camp, leaving an indelible mark. These statements were undeniably bold. Wei Wuji nodded and then chuckled softly, muttering to himself, "In my over 60 years of martial cultivation, I have yet to witness such unwavering determination in a mere youth." As he spoke these words, a powerful aura began to surge from his being. His formidable will stirred the heavens, invoking a shift in the atmospheric conditions. "Retrieve my armor." He turned to Xiang Qingyu and proclaimed, "Today, I, Wei, shall first slay that dragon, and then I will seek retribution against Gao Wenyu in Yongli County." At this moment, Wei Wuji's entire presence radiated with an intensity that reached its zenith. Upon hearing the words, Xiang Qingyu immediately employed his lightness skill, taking a decisive step to leave his original position and retrieve armor for Wei Wuji. Throughout the prolonged engagement with the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord, Wei Wuji had never donned his armor. The root of this hesitation lay in his unresolved intention to confront the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord in a battle to the death. However, at this moment, the command to fetch my armor unreservedly revealed Wei Wuji's resolute heart. Yet, at that very instant, the subordinate general hesitated for a moment before speaking again. However, this utterance instantly captured the attention of all present, causing Xiang Qingyu to halt abruptly. Within the Mo Su mountain range, the traces of formidable demons had emerged, with predictions of dozens of demon sovereigns poised to invade Qingzhou. With Yong'an County being the primary target of this incursion, boom! A thunderous shock seemed to resonate in the hearts of the crowd. Xiang Qingyu's expression darkened immediately, and he turned sharply to face the subordinate general, exclaiming, "Why have you only revealed such crucial information now? Dozens of demon sovereigns. An invasion of Qingzhou. This is no longer a matter that a mere encampment can address. It is likely that the combined forces of all demon slayers in Qingzhou, from the 10 military camps, will be required to resist and repel this threat, safeguarding Qingzhou. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could lead to the fall of several counties, or in the worst case, the complete annihilation of Qingzhou. Moreover, the citizens of the counties bordering the Mo Su mountain range cannot be protected any longer." Contemplating this, the assembly felt a weight settle in their hearts, and anger surged within them. Yet their ire was not directed solely at the subordinate general for his delayed announcement. Rather, it was the shocking realization that such a monumental event had gone unnoticed by Lin Yuan City, the central hub of the demon slayers. It was evident that the governor's office had intercepted this information. The subordinate general, feeling the wrath of those present, mistakenly believed it was due to his tardiness in relaying the news. Trembling, he continued, "Lord Qin stated that the governor's office has colluded with the demons of the Mo Su mountain range to distract the general commander, thus creating an opportunity for the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord to ascend. Therefore, upon my arrival, he instructed me to mention this matter last, and to inform all of you." Upon reaching this point, the subordinate general swallowed hard and continued, "Lord Qin assured that there is no need for concern. The general commander is closely monitoring the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord and will deal with the formidable demons emerging from the Mo Su mountain range. Once he has slain those creatures, he will return to slay the Tsangyuan Dragon Lord alongside the general commander. Furthermore, Lord Qin has urged Lord Xiang to proceed swiftly to Yong'an County. After his departure, Yong'an County will require a powerful grandmaster to take his place and safeguard the region. Are you saying he has left Yong'an County? Su Zimo inquired, his eyes glinting with intensity. The subordinate general nodded in response, affirming, Lord Qin indicated that the destructive capacity of the dozens of demon sovereigns is far too great. The battlefield should not be situated within Yong'an County. Thus, he has departed from Yong'an County and ventured into the Moxa mountain range. Utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingyu felt a surge of anger, evident by the veins protruding on his forehead. Within the Moxa mountain range, there exists more than just formidable demon lords. Most terrifying of all is the great demon saint, a being comparable to the national martial sage, dwelling deep within the mountains. For a demon slayer to recklessly enter the Moxa mountain range is akin to courting death. Just as Xiang Qingyu's fury surged within him, a hand rested on his shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Turning to see Su Zimo shaking his head, he spoke. Do not dwell on it too much. Let us hasten to Yong'an County. With my master and me here, it suffices. Since Qin Zheng had specifically summoned Xiang Qingyu, it must be for a significant purpose. Wei Wuji, after a moment of deep contemplation, managed to suppress his inner concerns and addressed Xiang Qingyu. Zimo is correct. You should proceed first. Stabilize the situation in Yong'an County. Once I deal with the Songyuan Dragon Lord, I will join you immediately. Xiang Qingyu nodded solemnly and replied, Understood. Without further delay, he took a step forward and instantly vanished from sight. Throughout this ordeal, even Wei Wuji had doubts about Qin Zheng's capability to handle the multitude of demon lords. After Xiang Qingyu departed, Wei Wuji lowered his gaze upon Su Qinglei's lifeless form, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. Restoring calm to his expression, he lifted his gaze towards Su Zimo and stated, You go to Fengming Mountain to confront the four-handed Ape King. I will deal with that old mudfish and then come to assist you. With that, Wei Wuji stepped forward, preparing to enter the courtyard to don his armor and arm himself. Master. At that moment, Su Zimo called out to him. Wei Wuji paused. Shidi Fu has sent word that experts have arrived from Taiwu Academy. Should we not wait? That Songyuan Dragon Lord is exceedingly powerful, otherwise. Wei Wuji would not have hesitated to act. To act hastily now could lead to an uncertain outcome. If Wei Wuji were to fall in this battle, that Songyuan Dragon Lord would remain unchallenged, plunging Qingzhou into dire straits. Wei Wuji chuckled lightly, exuding confidence as he replied, If I were to fall, the Dragon Lord would not survive either. Implicit in his words was the certainty that the source of chaos in Qingzhou would meet its demise this time. With that, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. Su Zimo fell into a momentary silence, then cast his gaze down upon Su Qinglei's corpse. With a gentle sigh, he turned to Sun Jilan beside him and said, I must rely on you from here on. With that, he too moved swiftly, employing his lightness skill to disappear from the scene. Meanwhile, amidst the turmoil in Linyuan City, a figure clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns soared like the wind, instantly appearing atop a mountain peak within the Moxa mountain range. It was drawing near. Sensing the surging demonic aura ahead, Qin Zheng murmured to himself. After sending off Su Qingling's lifeless body, he did not linger but directly ventured into the Moxa mountain range, bordering Yong'an County. Under the influence of the Thousand Faces breath-holding technique, he meticulously restrained his own aura, ensuring that he did not attract the attention of the beasts within the mountains. At this moment, he could discern that he was perilously close to the formidable demon lords of the demon sage realm. Qin Zheng was no fool. Although he was reluctant to bring the battlefield to Yong'an County and endanger the lives of its citizens, that did not imply he would recklessly delve into the Moxa mountain range to slay the great demons within their lair. The distance he had achieved was deemed sufficient. It neither encroached too closely to Yong'an County, risking the safety of its populace due to the repercussions of battle, nor did it plunge too deeply into the mountain range, jeopardizing his own security. Contemplating thus, he heightened his senses towards the dense demonic energy in the distance, which was scattered rather than concentrated. With a flicker of his gaze, Qin Zheng took another stride forward, employing his lightness skill to vanish from sight. Do you think our invasion of Qingzhou will draw the attention of the martial sage of the Great Qin? Within the mountains, a vibrant tiger, nearly 10 meters in height, treaded ominously towards Yong'an County. Following closely behind was a silver-white giant wolf, its stature comparable, equally exuding an overwhelming demonic presence. At this moment, upon hearing the Wolf King's voice, the tiger demon's eyes glimmered as it responded, "Regardless, the great sage has spoken, we shall simply comply." Upon uttering these words, the tiger seemed to sense something, suddenly lifting its head to gaze towards a distant mountain peak. There, unbeknownst to them, stood a tall figure clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns. How intriguing! The silver-white giant wolf chuckled softly, having also noticed the figure. They had never witnessed a human entering the Moksu mountain range with such audacity. With a howl, the giant wolf raised its head, preparing to roar. Boom! In that instant, a thunderous clap erupted, followed by a streak of light that swiftly severed its neck. Flesh and blood erupted as its massive head rolled away. The tiger demon, realizing the danger, was momentarily struck with fear and was about to roar for the others. Whoosh! Yet, at that moment, the figure had already approached. With a whip-like kick, an overwhelming force surged forth, and the tiger demon's body crumpled under the impact. Immediately after, a dazzling blade light suddenly illuminated the air. With a soft thud, the tiger's head fell. Boom! Boom! One after another, two colossal figures collapsed. Qin Zheng sheathed his blade and spoke calmly. Chapter 133. Annihilating the Demons in an Instant. At the moment when Qin Zheng made his move, a group of formidable demons was advancing slowly amidst the mountains, situated 20 miles away. With over 10 demon sovereigns gathered, the dense aura of demonic energy was nearly palpable. The wind howled ominously. In a daze, it seemed as though a thick layer of dark clouds surged above the heads of these formidable demons. As they progressed, this ominous presence gradually spread from the Moksu mountain range toward Yong'an County. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar, akin to the tearing of air, erupted from afar, swiftly resonating through the air. This commotion instantly aroused the vigilance of the demons. What transpired ahead? The great demons halted in their tracks, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and a hint of gravity. Their mission was to invade Qingzhou and disrupt Wei Wuji's plans, thereby facilitating the ascension of the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord. This was the will of the great sage of Moksu Mountain. Even if they were reluctant, they could not refuse. Such actions, however, risked attracting the attention of the great martial saint of the Dajin, a consequence they could ill afford. If they drew the notice of such a formidable existence, it would spell doom for every last one of them. Thus, the sudden eruption of sound that shattered the mountain's tranquility could not help but stir their thoughts. After all, aside from the great martial saint or the General Wei Wuji, few would dare to tread into the Moksu mountain range. As the great demons pondered, an ancient ape emerged slowly from the throng, stepping forth before them. "Fear not. It is not the great martial saint." The old ape spoke calmly, seemingly aware of the situation as it gazed toward the source of the noise. If it were the great martial saint, one glance would suffice to seal their fates, leaving no room for conversation. Of course, this was merely the old ape's internal musings, unvoiced to the others. Nevertheless, its words acted as a potent tonic for the group, assuaging their fears. As long as it was not the great martial saint who appeared, even if the General Wei Wuji himself came, they were confident in their ability to confront him. After all, nearly 30 demon sovereigns were assembled for this endeavor, not to mention several top-tier demon sovereigns. How could Wei Wuji, no matter how formidable, hope to stand alone against them? With this thought, a cruel smile crept across the faces of the great demons. The old ape remained composed, observing their expressions while contemplating the origin of the sound. Indeed, Wei Wuji had a few commendable disciples under his wing. Among the current notable Prot-Gs, his eldest disciple, Su Zimo, and second disciple, Xiang Qingyu, were both powerful figures. Additionally, from his previous disciples, the top 3 in the 10 military camps, Wei Qingshuang from the A camp, and Mo Xingshan from the B camp, and Wu Bingyi from the C camp, were exceptionally formidable as well. Coupled with the young man named Qin Zheng, who was currently stationed in Yong'an County, the situation was poised for intrigue. If Wei Wuji were to gather this group, they would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Unfortunately, these individuals are stationed at crucial locations within Qingzhou and cannot leave easily, otherwise, chaos would ensue. Thus, the one who has appeared here must be that young fellow temporarily stationed in Yong'an County, Qin Zheng, Wei Wuji's newly accepted direct disciple, indeed a reckless youth unafraid of danger. Even though he possesses considerable strength and has slain several demon saints, To confidently venture into the Mo-Su Mountains and confront them directly would be akin to courting death. A hint of mockery surfaced on the old ape's calm visage. Let us proceed. If my suspicions are correct, the commotion must have been caused by that young lad guarding Yongin County. Upon finishing his words, the group of great demons ceased their delay and hastened toward the source of the disturbance. It had been a long time since they had encountered such audacious and ignorant humans willing to invade the Mo-Su Mountains directly, even if it was merely the outskirts. One by one, the demon saints recklessly unleashed their auras. Before long, they traversed 20 miles of mountainous terrain. What met their eyes were the corpses of two great demons, their demon cores extracted. This sight caused their pupils to constrict slightly. Howling Moon Wolf King, West Mountain Tiger Lord. These two are among the most formidable beings within the realm of demon saints, yet they had quietly perished here. In the wake of the earlier commotion, they had assumed a battle had erupted, never expecting that these two would meet their demise so swiftly. They barely lasted a moment. With this thought, a sense of gravity enveloped the hearts of the demons. Their gazes then shifted upward, where they spotted a figure atop a nearby peak, clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns and wielding a great bow. You must be Qinzheng? One of the great demons ventured cautiously. The battlefield bore little evidence of struggle, indicating that the slain demon saints had not even the chance to resist before being dispatched. This simultaneously affirmed that the youth before them was far from the fragile being they had anticipated. However, as more enormous demons emerged, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy enveloped the area. The murderous intent of over a dozen demon saints converged upon the young man. Under such circumstances, even if Wei Wuji were to arrive in person, he would likely gain no advantage, let alone a young warrior. Despite possessing extraordinary talent in martial arts and formidable combat prowess at such a young age, escaping their encirclement would be impossible. The eyes of the assembled demons glinted with malice. Qin Zheng remained silent, his gaze surveying the formidable demons before him, while his lips moved slightly, as if whispering a quiet incantation. 18, 12, 14, 18. At this moment, a staggering 18 demon saints appeared before his eyes. In his perception, there were still a few scattered traces of demonic energy at a distance. However, the presence of these 18, combined with the two he had just slain, was more than sufficient. A faint smile of satisfaction curled at the corners of Qin Zheng's lips. Across from him, despite Qin Zheng's murmurs, the formidable 18 demon saints, possessing considerable strength and high realms, naturally heard his words. Do you regard us as mere domesticated livestock? A wave of intense fury surged abruptly within the hearts of the 18 great demons. In an instant, powerful killing intent was unleashed. At that moment, the 18 great demons charged fiercely toward Qin Zheng. Yet, at this moment, Qin Zheng's expression remained calm, unaffected in the slightest. He nocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut until it resembled a full moon. The formidable energy coiled around the arrow. Boom! With a thunderous release, the arrow shot forth, creating a resounding roar that echoed in all directions. A streak of light, like a whirlwind, swept up stones and trees, instantly plunging into the midst of the demon horde. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth shook. The wind and clouds changed color. The power unleashed by this arrow caused all the great demons to change their countenance. Thus, at the very moment the arrow was released, a thick sense of impending death surged in their hearts, prompting the great demons to flee at once. However, Qin Zheng's arrow was too swift and its might too overwhelming. Although the demons reacted, the one directly targeted by the arrow could not respond in time and was instantly obliterated. Bang! The arrow, akin to a whirlwind, sliced through the void, followed by a burst of blood in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zheng immediately nocked another arrow, aimed at a new target. The bow drawn like a full moon, and released. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows fell like stars. The continuous thunderous sounds reverberated through the mountains. With each arrow that shot forth like a streak of lightning, a blood flower erupted violently in the mountains. Since Qin Zheng dared to venture into the mysterious mountain range, he was certainly not shooting blindly. In an instant, 6 of the 18 demon saints fell to his arrows. However, being formidable demon saints, it became unrealistic to continue reaping their lives after the 6th arrow. Qin Zheng lowered his bow. At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly surged from behind. A gigantic deer demon, lifting its front hooves high, came crashing down toward Qin Zheng. This demon saint had already breached the safe distance at remarkable speed and arrived behind him. Die! Amidst the thunderous roars of the deer demon, an unparalleled force coalesced upon its four hooves, descending with the weight of a mountain upon Qin Zheng. A resonant hum echoed as its hooves struck down, akin to a colossal machine awakening, poised to unleash its formidable might. In that fleeting moment, the deer demon felt a gust of wind sweep past it, and its eyes widened in horror as an unprecedented sense of impending doom detonated within its heart. The figure clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns had inexplicably positioned itself above its head, enveloped in golden spiritual energy. The presence of Qin Zheng appeared as though a divine being had descended. With an expression of calmness, Qin Zheng abruptly stamped his foot. The head of the demon sage deer burst open like a watermelon under the force of his strike, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. If it wished to crush me, it must first be prepared to be crushed itself. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The deer demon, having surged past the range of arrow attacks, first approached Qin Zheng from behind, intending to obliterate him. Yet, with a display of extraordinary agility, Qin Zheng ascended to the demon's head in an instant, reversing the tides of fate and annihilating the deer demon. The seventh demon sage had fallen. Roar! Before Qin Zheng could catch his breath, three more formidable demons erupted forth simultaneously, encircling him. With narrowed eyes, he shook his shoulders, and the ghostly blade materialized in his grasp. An immense surge of power coursed through him, and a colossal blade of spiritual energy rapidly condensed into a formidable phantasm. With deft control, Qin Zheng abruptly pivoted. Whoosh! The great blade spun like a full moon. Crash! Surrounded by a whirlwind of spiritual energy, Qin Zheng landed with unwavering steadiness, while three enormous demon heads plummeted to the ground around him. Their lifeless forms collapsed, and rivers of blood flowed forth. The 8th, 9th, and 10th demon sages had perished. Chapter 134, Resolving the Crisis. Like a deity, like a demon, on the outskirts of the Moxum Mountains, a pervasive scent of blood permeated the air. The remaining great demons no longer charged forward in unison. Instead, they paused at a distance, their eyes fixed in astonishment upon a figure enveloped in golden energy, exuding an aura of malevolence. They perceived this being as a manifestation of divine power or demonic wrath. This was the initial thought that arose within the hearts of the assembled demons. Excluding the initial assault led by the Howling Moon Wolf King and the Western Mountain Tiger Monarch, within a mere moment of confrontation, 10 demon saints had already perished at the hands of this formidable opponent. Each demon saint that engaged in battle was unable to withstand even a single strike. Such terrifying strength, even if Wei Wujie himself were present, could hardly surpass what was being displayed. Amidst their shock, a profound sense of gravity emerged within the demons. With a combat style of this caliber, they feared they would all meet their demise at the hands of this young man. Moreover, contemplating their ambitions of entering Qingzhou to intimidate Wei Wujie, thereby creating an opportunity for the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord, they realized they had no chance of escaping the Moxum Mountains. A heavy weight settled upon the hearts of the great demons. At this moment, Qin Zheng maintained a tranquil demeanor, savoring the overwhelming power coursing through him following his ascension to the realm of Grand Master. These elite demon saints posed little threat to him now. With ease, he had dispatched 10 demon saints, and coupled with the 2 he had previously slain, he was not far from achieving his objective. A fragment of his consciousness returned from the merit scroll, and his gaze swept across the surroundings. The great demons, having been thoroughly frightened by his fluid and decisive actions, now hesitated to approach. With a slight shift in thought, Qin Zheng activated the Thousand Faces concealment technique to mask his aura, creating the illusion of having sustained injuries. His presence appearing significantly diminished. There were few remaining demons, and should they charge him again, Qin Zheng was confident in his ability to eliminate them all. However, given their current fright, should they scatter and flee, it would not bode well for him. After all, pursuing 8 demon saints intent on escape would require considerable effort. As he executed this strategy, the great demons surrounding him began to stir with intention. Indeed, in such a brief span, he had unleashed a series of strikes, vanquishing 10 demon saints. This human race did not do so without incurring losses. This thought surged through their minds. Yet, The brutal efficiency of Qin Jing's previous actions had left an indelible impression on them, causing them to hesitate. Qin Jing furrowed his brow. The timidity displayed by these great demons seemed excessive. If they were too frightened to act at this juncture, he would have no choice but to take the initiative and eliminate them one by one. With this in mind, he plunged the ghostly blade into the earth beside him. Just as he was about to once again grasp the great bough, a lean, golden-furred elder ape slowly emerged into his line of sight. Concurrently, within Qin Jing's perception, the presence of 3 additional formidable demons suddenly manifested, forming a quadrilateral encirclement around him. One was a dog demon with fur as dark as night, another a rabbit demon with eyes ablaze in crimson, and the last a gigantic ant demon. These 4 great demons had only just appeared, distinct from the 18 demons that had materialized earlier. With their emergence, the remaining demon saints promptly retreated from the battlefield. Qin Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. The intimidation he felt from these 4 powerful demons was far more pronounced than that of the previous creatures, even instilling a subtle sense of crisis within him. It was akin to the vast disparity between grandmasters. The same held true for the demon saints. These were 4 even more formidable demon saints. "Are you Qin Jing?" The lean, golden-furred elder ape inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon Qin Jing as if the corpses of the great demons surrounding him bore no significance. Before Qin Jing could respond, the elder ape continued, "Born with divine strength, it is no wonder your combat prowess is so formidable. Alas, how could the innate divine power of your human race possibly compare to that of my demon kin? Today, if Wei Wujuan were here with you." Before the elder ape could finish, Qin Jing had already seized the great bow, aimed at his adversary, knocked the arrow, and drawn the string taut. The bow resembling a full moon. With a thunderous roar, a sound akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap erupted. A streak of light, swirling like a tornado, swept through the air, carrying rocks and trees, and shot towards the elder ape. With the ascension of the dragon lord imminent, Qin Jing had no time to squander. He needed to swiftly vanquish these demons, accumulate sufficient merits, refine the dragon demon core, and acquire the talent of reversal of rivers and seas. Only then could he rapidly return to Lingyuan City to slay that old mud eel. The battle reignited in an instant. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering arrow, the elder ape did not exhibit the shock and fear displayed by other great demons. Rather, a hint of astonishment flickered across his features. Stretching forth his bony hands, he grasped the arrow imbued with formidable energy just as it approached, clenching it tightly in his palm. His form slightly bowed, his feet firmly planted into the ground. Nevertheless, the immense force of the arrow surged forth like a mighty river, yet his stature remained as unyielding as a towering mountain. "Your arrow." A smirk of derision appeared at the corner of the elder ape's mouth. But at that moment, a flash of golden light manifested, and a large hand, having appeared unbidden, descended upon its head. "Try again." A cold voice echoed in its ears. Instantly, an irresistible, overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a torrent unleashed from a dam. It stood resolutely like a mountain, yet at this moment, it succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing under the pressure. In an instant, its knees buckled, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Immediately after, the old ape's legs erupted in a violent explosion. Even with the dragon sinew of the demon sage realm strung as the bow, it could hardly withstand the entirety of Qin Jing's might. At this moment, Qin Jing grasped the old ape's head with his left hand, his elongated fingers entwined with streams of vital energy, gathering strength that suddenly contracted. "Ah!" The once towering old ape emitted a deafening shriek that echoed through the surrounding wilderness. After ascending to the Grandmaster level, Qin Jing's strength had surged to an astonishing magnitude of 150,000 pounds. Furthermore, the enhancement of his vital energy could amplify this power by an additional 20%. In other words, the force that Qin Jing could unleash at this moment reached an impressive 180,000 pounds. This was also due to his recent ascent to Grandmaster, as he had yet to open the 3 meridians and elevate the quality of his vital energy. Otherwise, the higher the quality of the vital energy, the greater the amplification. Thus, the power Qin Jing could wield would be even more formidable. Nevertheless, even so, the might of 180,000 pounds was not something just anyone could withstand. Such overwhelming strength was now concentrated within his fingers. No matter how strong the old ape was, How could a mere head withstand this force? Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang clear. Just then, a white figure flashed and arrived in an instant. The crimson-eyed rabbit demon moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it stood before Qin Zheng, its ears like hammers, crashing down. Boom! In that moment, Qin Zheng exerted force, and the old ape's head exploded instantaneously. Blood and fragments flew in all directions. The 11th demon sage had fallen. Qin Zheng then pivoted, reaching out as if a furious dragon emerging from its lair, seizing the rabbit demon's ears with the grip of a hammer. Subsequently, boom, 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 the immense power surged within, causing the rabbit demon to lose control of its own body. In the eyes of the other great demons, they witnessed Qin Zheng clutching the rabbit's ears with one hand, relentlessly smashing it into the ground. Under this tremendous force, the earth was instantly transformed into a vast, deep crater. At this moment, the rabbit demon bled from all 7 orifices, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. After delivering 3 powerful blows, Qin Zheng wielded a ghostly blade, striking fiercely, and the rabbit's head fell away in an instant. The 12th demon sage had perished. As he completed this, the black dog demon and the ant demon had only just arrived before Qin Zheng. With sharp fangs and a foul breath, they lunged at him with ferocity. Simultaneously, the colossal pincers atop the ant demon lunged toward Qin Zheng. A chilling glimmer and fierce wind approached in an instant. Yet, Qin Zheng remained calm, his vital energy erupting once more, transforming into a massive shadow of a blade. He then swung the great sword, akin to a full moon. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In an instant, the 2 colossal demons were sent flying, blood gushing forth. Yet, this blade did not claim their lives. Qin Zheng's figure shifted, appearing like a streak of golden light, first arriving atop the head of the black dog demon. With a surge of energy coalescing upon the blade, he struck down once more. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! A massive dog head, along with a headless corpse, crashed to the ground. The 13th demon of the Saint Realm had perished. Qin Zheng pivoted, employing his lightness skill as he advanced towards the remaining ant demon. At that moment, after the ant demon crashed heavily to the ground, its initial reaction was not to retaliate against Qin Zheng, but to turn and flee. It was utterly incapable of confronting such a harbinger of death. Yet, though it moved swiftly, Qin Zheng was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was before it. He reached out a hand, striking the ant demon atop its head, forcing its massive form to bow low to the ground. In the next moment, the flash of his blade appeared. The ant demon was immediately cleaved into several pieces. The 4 formidable demons that followed were swiftly obliterated. Qin Zheng retracted his slightly numbed arm. The power of this ant demon was tremendous. He had nearly been unable to contain it. Fortunately, he had successfully dealt with it. His gaze swept around, and at this moment, no great demons remained. While he had effortlessly vanquished the 4 top-tier demons of the Saint Realm, the remaining creatures had long since fled. Attempting to escape, Qin Zheng's eyes turned cold. With a swift movement, he vanished from his spot. Thus, within the quietude of the Mo-Su Mountains, the air was filled with heavy gasps and piercing wails. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a towering figure wielding a great sword severed the head of the last great demon. The 22nd demon of the Saint Realm had fallen. The setting sun, like blood, illuminated this figure. At this moment, he was enveloped in a malevolent aura, his body splattered with fresh, steaming demon blood, exuding waves of hot, white vapor. He resembled a true demon of humanity. Chapter 135, The Ant King's Demon Core, 200,000 gene of strength. Within the towering mountains, a nauseating stench of demonic blood pervaded the air, with colossal beast carcasses scattered about. Aside from a handful of formidable demons lingering at the fringes of the battlefield, who, sensing danger, hastily retreated deep into the Mo-Su mountain range, the battle had concluded. Qin Zheng had vanquished a total of 24 formidable demon saints. This invasion by the demon race, which could have incited turmoil in Qingzhou, was thus decisively quelled by his singular blade. Furthermore, he reaped immense rewards from this encounter. After extracting the demon cores, Qin Zheng immediately immersed his consciousness in the merit scroll to assess the changes. Qin Zheng, lifespan, 517. Martial arts, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 98th layer. Tibetan secret consciousness mental scripture, great accomplishment. Merit 1078 Gene 6 Liang 3 Qian. Current martial arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill can be enhanced. Requires 1 gene of merit. Would you like to enhance? Current martial arts. Tibetan Secret Consciousness Mental Scripture can be enhanced. Requires 1000 gene of merit. Would you like to enhance? Discovering martial arts. Discovering items. His merit accumulation had once again surpassed 1000 gene, exceeding his initial target of 500 gene by a full twofold. Qin Zheng's gaze flickered slightly before he produced the Serpent Dragon Demon Core. Discovering item. Serpent Dragon Demon Core can be refined. Requires 500 gene of merit. Would you like to refine? Note: refining grants the talent. Tidal wave. This line of text suddenly appeared at the top of the merit scroll. Although his merit had surpassed 1000, allowing him to elevate the Tibetan Secret Consciousness Mental Scripture to perfection. Qin Zheng's current objective was to return to Linyuan City to slay the Zhongyuan Dragon Lord. In comparison, the talent of Tidal Wave was more suitable for the present circumstances. He was capable of discerning the relative importance of his choices. With this thought in mind, Qin Zheng resolutely declared internally, refine. Buzz. The merit scroll trembled gently above his mind's sea, and 500 gene of merit was promptly deducted. An unusual wave began to envelop Qin Zheng's physical and spiritual essence. In an instant, he sensed that something new had emerged within his soul, though he could not precisely identify it. Extending his slender fingers, he gently stirred them, and a wisp of faint vapor began to coalesce. Under Qin Zheng's mental guidance, this vapor transformed continuously, first shaping into a small dragon that gracefully spiraled, then morphing into a fierce tiger that roared with authority, and finally forming into a ghostly blade, cold and imposing. However, beyond these manifestations, he found himself unable to accomplish anything further. There appeared to be no earth-shattering changes present. Nevertheless, Qin Zheng did not allow himself to feel disheartened. Talent, tidal wave. At this moment, deep within the mountains, where neither rivers nor oceans were visible, how could one conjure a tidal wave? Yet, Qin Zheng could sense an intense yearning for the great rivers and seas within his very soul. At this moment, he truly resembled a mighty dragon, eagerly yearning to return to the rivers and unleash his innate talents. With a swift motion, Qin Zheng clenched his fingers, and a wisp of vapor coalesced, dissipating within his palm. He then proceeded to retrieve, one by one, the 22 demon cores acquired from vanquishing formidable foes during his journey. By now, Qin Zheng was no longer the naive individual who hastily sought to refine and cultivate every martial skill he encountered. He understood, while that mastery lies not in quantity, but in quality. The accumulation of merit may appear straightforward, yet it is fraught with challenges. In today's battle, he single-handedly confronted 24 demon lords of the Saint Realm. Even if Su Zimo or Xiang Qingyu were to take his place, the outcome would likely be grim. In the entirety of Qingzhou, apart from the provincial governor's office, it was likely that only the Grand General Wei Wuji could achieve such a feat. Thus, every bit of hard-earned merit must be judiciously spent on essential pursuits. After refining the innate talent of turning the tide, he found himself with nearly 600 pounds of merit left. Qin Zheng sought to discern whether any of the 22 demon cores could provide an immediate enhancement. As he held each demon core in his palm, new inscriptions began to manifest on the merit scroll. Item discovered. Tiger Lord Demon Core can be refined. Requires 1 pound of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note: refinement grants the martial skill Tiger's Roar in the forest. Skills akin to spiritual martial arts are not presently required. Item discovered. Rabbit Lord Demon Core can be refined. Requires 1 pound of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note: refinement grants the martial skill Shadow Shift. Lightness techniques are not presently required. Item discovered. Monkey Lord Demon Core can be refined. Requires 100 pounds of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note: refinement grants the innate talent mastery of staff techniques. Though it is an innate talent, I currently do not practice staff techniques. It is of little use. Item discovered. Ant King Demon Core can be refined. Requires 500 pounds of merit. Would you like to refine it? Note: refinement grants the innate talent Innate Divine Strength. Innate Divine Strength? Qin Zheng's gaze immediately fixated upon it. He had always been perceived as possessing innate divine strength in the eyes of others. Yet he was acutely aware that the source of his formidable power was not inherent. but rather derived from the augmentation of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. Thus, at this moment, upon witnessing the potential acquisition of this innate talent through the Ant King Demon Core, Qin Zheng's spirit stirred. His strength was already exceptionally formidable. What magnitude of power could he attain by refining this talent? He did not regard the enhancement from the dragon-elephant prajna skill as superfluous. Rather, he understood that the very foundation of his extraordinary combat prowess lay in his immensely powerful strength. On the path of enhancing strength, regardless of the methods or avenues employed, as long as they do not defy reason, Qin Zheng remains open to all possibilities. With this thought in mind, Qin Zheng's gaze narrowed slightly. However, he did not immediately choose to refine. Instead, he isolated the Ant King's demon core, subsequently examining the remaining demon cores. After a brief moment, he absorbed the information gained from refining all the demon cores into his mind. With 24 formidable demon sovereigns, the treasures obtained from refining their cores were undoubtedly substantial. Yet, Qin Zheng once again retrieved the Ant King's demon core. The power of this Ant King was exceptionally formidable, nearly overwhelming Qin Zheng himself. Thus, he hoped that the innate talent bestowed by refining this demon core would not disappoint him. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Qin Zheng silently intoned, "Refinement." A soft hum resonated as the merit scroll trembled gently. Subsequently, 500 pounds of merit were deducted. In tandem, a peculiar wave of energy descended upon Qin Zheng's spiritual and physical being. This time, he could distinctly feel the transformation taking place. His body began to radiate heat. Muscles, bones, organs, and meridians all underwent a change, as if adapting to the emergence of immense power. During this process, a surge of strength also began to grow: 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, 20,000 pounds, 30,000 pounds. Qin Zheng's strength surged once more, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 50,000 pounds. In essence, refining this Ant King's demon core granted Qin Zheng the innate talent of divine strength, resulting in a remarkable increase of 50,000 pounds to his power. Upon ascending to the Grandmaster level, Qin Zheng's baseline strength had already reached 150,000 pounds. With this latest enhancement, his baseline strength successfully broke through to the 200,000-pound threshold. Moreover, under the amplification of his vital energy, Qin Zheng's power ceiling ascended from 180,000 pounds to 240,000 pounds. Once again, a monumental increase. Feeling the tumultuous and overwhelming power surging within him, akin to a roaring river, Qin Zheng's long fingers flexed, and he clenched his fist with great force. Bang! The air around him was instantly compressed and exploded, producing a thunderous roar. This time, slaying the Tsungyuan dragon monarch should pose no issue. With this thought in mind, Qin Zheng lifted his gaze, directing it towards the depths of the Moyo mountain range. As twilight descended, crimson fire clouds spread across the horizon. When Qin Zheng's eyes fell upon the depths of the mountains, a subtle yet palpable sense of danger stirred within him. Even with his current strength, the considerable distance did not diminish the instinctive warning that surged forth with just a glance. This vividly illustrated the formidable might of the great demon lurking deep within the Moyo mountain range. Above the realm of the demon saint lies the formidable great saint of the demon race, equivalent to the martial saints revered by humanity. Deep within the Moxa mountains exists such an extraordinary demon. After a brief moment, Qin Zheng averted his gaze and resolutely turned to depart. Confronting such a magnificent demon was far beyond his current capabilities. His immediate course of action was to return to Linyuan City to thwart the transformation of the Tsungyuan Dragon Lord into a new great saint of the demon clan, particularly one of such noble lineage as a true dragon. As the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the sky, Qin Zheng's eyes gleamed with determination as he executed his light-footed technique, swiftly departing like a streak of golden light. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Gengzi camp. At this moment, the threat posed by the great demon within the Moxa Mountains had been averted, and for the time being, no formidable demon would dare to invade Yong'an County. After all, the remains of 24 demon saints lay strewn at the outskirts of the Moxa Mountains. However, one could not be certain that the provincial governor's office would not take some action. Qin Zheng had no choice but to temporarily return to the Gengzi camp, awaiting the arrival of a new Grand Master to replace him in safeguarding Yong'an County. If the two officers escorting Su Qingling's remains managed to convey the information accurately, given the responsiveness and swiftness of those in Linyuan City, it would not be long before they arrived. Qin Zheng had not anticipated that he would resolve the issue of those great demons with such remarkable speed. From the moment he departed Yong'an County, traversed the Moxa Mountains, and returned to the Gengzi camp, it had scarcely been a day and a half. As he reappeared, the soldiers within the Gengzi camp felt an immediate sense of relief. Pei Qing was the first to arrive at Qin Zheng's tent, and without hesitation, he inquired about the battle in the Moxa Mountains. Qin Zheng merely smiled lightly and instructed Pei Qing to send men into the Moxa Mountains to retrieve the remains of the great demons. Although he had only claimed the demon cores, the bodies of these formidable beings were treasures in themselves, especially those of the demon saints. The remains of 24 demon saints should not be left behind. It would be a waste. Upon receiving Qin Zheng's response, Pei Qing's face was a mixture of joy and astonishment. Had this individual truly resolved the demon invasion that could have upended the situation in Qingzhou single-handedly? Could it be that the information he received was erroneous, and that there were not many demons emerging from the Moxa Mountains? With such doubts lingering in his mind, Pei Qing respectfully took his leave and immediately commanded the soldiers of the Gengzi camp to head to the Moxa Mountains to transport the demon corpses. The more hands they had, the better. 24 great demons could not be moved by a scant few. As Pei Qing completely exited the tent, Qin Zheng gently closed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Pei Qing suddenly lost control, collapsing to the ground, and swiftly turned back with wide eyes, gazing at the figure adorned in a robe of golden patterns.